hit by a truck, and unexpectedly transported to the world of One Piece. And in the wounded son of a count being hunted by my stepmother. Lin had just awakened from excruciating pain when he remembered that he had gotten into an accident while rushing home to play a One Piece web game. My Devil Fruit fusion card. He was still mourning his in-game item when in the next moment, a massive memory hit him had become Lin Blair, the son of a count, but was being hunted by his stepmother, and his predecessor had already been killed. His whole body felt like it was shattered. He could barely move, and the pursuers could burst in at any moment. Is it over? Am I going to die again right after being transported? Just as Lin despaired, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. Game system binding successful. Newbie gift package has been issued. Temporary mission. Escape from Gali City reward. Random Navy 6 dials. Lin's eyes widened. Wasn't this the web game he had spent half his salary on? It had come along with him into this new world as a system. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Level 0, Strength 5, no skills, no devil fruit apart from a newbie gift package. There was nothing else. At least give me some self-healing ability. Lin wanted to cry. How was he supposed to escape in this condition? The footsteps of the pursuers grew louder, and the door was being slammed with a bang. What was in the newbie gift package? Would it contain something that could save his life? Which of the random 6 dials would he get? Suru could help him run away, and Tekai could help him take a hit, but if he got a pistol, that wouldn't be much use. Gritting his teeth, Lin silently thought. Open the newbie gift package. At the moment the package opened, a warm flow spread throughout his body, and his injuries began to ease. What is this? Before Lin could react, a system notification rang out. Congratulations. You have obtained the mythical Zoan, Phoenix Fruit Ability Beginner. Phoenix. Lin was instantly overjoyed. Just like Marco's fruit, it could heal and allow him to fly. But before he could fully rejoice, the door was kicked open with a loud crash, and a pursuer rushed in wielding a knife. You little bastard, die. Could Lin rely on his newly awakened Phoenix ability to dodge this knife? Could this newly awakened ability support him in flying out of Gali City? Would the Navy 6 dials granted by the system come in handy right now? Lin watched the killer rush towards him, and suddenly blue flames erupted from his back. The wings of the Phoenix actually unfolded. Next, could he successfully escape? System, where's my equipment? Where's my devil fruit? Did I waste my money? Lin shouted angrily into the air. The system replied coldly. Data reset. Please continue to work hard. Host Lin was nearly furious to the point of spitting blood, so even after being transported into a system, it still couldn't change the fact that it was a pay-to-win game. Open the newbie gift package. He gritted his teeth and commanded if he didn't get something good soon, the pursuers would be coming ending. Obtained mythical Zoan, Phoenix Fruit Perfect, basic swordsmanship, life restoration. Lin was completely stunned. Phoenix? Just like Marcos. And it had a perfect label. What does perfect mean? Produced by the system, immune to seawater. Lin was ecstatic. This meant it directly removed the devil fruit's weakness. He grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, but the next second his face turned green. This taste was worse than shit. Lin fought through the nausea and managed to swallow the whole fruit. Just after finishing, green flames erupted from his body, healing his wounds at a visible rate, and he felt warm all over. Is this the self-healing ability of the Phoenix? Lin was so excited he wanted to stand up with a creak. The door was pushed open, and Grandpa Fu rushed in shouting, Young master, why are you on fire? Lin was about to explain when suddenly footsteps came from outside, and someone shouted, Found that little bastard. In there. The pursuers were coming. Could Lin's Phoenix ability, just awakened, help him fight these killers? The perfect fruit was immune to seawater, but now he was surrounded on land. Could he fly out? Grandpa Fu suddenly stood in front of him, his eyes sharp. Young master, he'll protect you as you escape. The killer had already crashed through the door, swinging a knife towards them. Suddenly, blue-green wings emerged from Lin's back. Could he rely on the power of the Phoenix to escape with Grandpa Fu? Would the Navy 6 dials rewarded by the system unlock at this moment? Lin looked at the oncoming killer, flapped his wings, and sent blue-green flames towards them. Would this strike stop them? Once he escaped Gali City, where'd he go to find his father? Grandpa Fu, you drink this potion, you need it more than I do. Lin pushed the green potion back to him. Rong Fu was anxious. This is for your injuries. You're not fully healed yet. I'm really fine. Lin bounced twice on the ground. His injuries had mostly healed under the Phoenix flames. You're covered in wounds from protecting me. If you don't treat yourself, you won't last. Rong Fu looked at his energetic movements, stunned. How could the young master, who was just lying on the bed about to die, suddenly be so lively? And what was that blue-green flame just now? After hesitating for a moment, he drank the potion, and his energy instantly recovered a lot. Lin looked outside. Gali City was now filled with people sent by his stepmother. They had to rush out before dark. This world not only has the One Piece system, but also magic and fighting spirit. Lin wondered his predecessor had no magical talent or fighting spirit talent, a complete waste of space. Luckily, he had the phoenix fruit to fall back on. Why did his stepmother want him dead? Just because he was the first heir to the count's title, and he would come of age in half a year once I escape. That poisonous woman will pay the price. Lin clenched his fists, the flames of the phoenix flickering in his palms. Fu Rongfu suddenly whispered, "Young master, there are patrols outside. We must wait until Darklin nodded, but his heart was anxious. Could his newly awakened phoenix ability help him and Grandpa Fu break out of the city? Would those killers include magic users? If they cast a fireball spell, could his healing ability keep up? After dark, the two quietly made their way to the base of the city wall. Just as Fu Rongfu was about to climb over, Lin suddenly pulled him back. Let me try. The blue-green wings unfolded behind him, lifting him slowly into the air. What is this? Fu Rongfu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Lin smiled down. Grandpa Fu, hold on tight, we're flying out. But just as they took off, someone on the city wall suddenly shouted, "There! Catch them!" Arrows whizzed towards them. Could Lin dodge these arrows? His flying ability was still untrained. Could he safely carry someone out of Gali City? Would his stepmother send flying magic users after them? Lin flapped his wings, suddenly accelerating with Fu Rongfu. Could this flight lead them to safety? Once out of the city, where would he go to find his father, who was far away in the capital? Old man, hand over Lin. The lady will ensure your wealth and glory. Teddy's knightly sword, imbued with fighting spirit, swung directly at Fu Rongfu's face. Fu Rongfu swung his sword to block, but was knocked back a few steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His old injuries hadn't healed, and with Lin, he couldn't shake. Off the pursuer's Teddy's sword light slashed again, and Lin felt a deathly aura pressing down from behind, making it hard to breathe. Young master, run. Lin Rongfu suddenly pushed Lin away. Taking the sword, strike himself. His shoulder was instantly cleaved open, and blood gushed out. Grandpa Fu. Lin's eyes widened in rage, and the phoenix flames within him suddenly surged. Teddy sneered. With this old man gone, you're just meat on the chopping block. He thrust his sword at Lin, but the greenish-blue flames suddenly transformed into claws, blocking the long sword with a clang. Teddy was taken aback. What the hell is this? Lin was also stunned. Was this the ability of the phoenix fruit? It could be used like this? He looked at the injured Lin Rongfu and the advancing Teddy, the flames in his eyes burning even brighter. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Lin Rongfu covered his wound and shouted, "Young master, don't mind me. Run!" But Teddy had already cornered Lin, with lethal sword strikes coming at him one after another. Lin relied on instinct to dodge, the greenish-blue flames occasionally transforming into wings or claws, barely holding up for a few exchanges. Suddenly, a chanting voice came from a distance, and a fireball flew over, trailing flames. A magician? Lin's heart sank. His stepmother, even sent a magician. The fireball smashed into the wall beside them, exploding into a sea of flames, the heat scorching his skin. Could Lin's phoenix flames block magical attacks? Lin Rongfu was already unsteady. Could he still protect him to break through? Teddy seized the opportunity and thrust his sword toward Lin's heart. Suddenly, huge wings unfolded from Lin's back, the greenish-blue flames forming a shield clang. The sword struck the shield and was actually bounced back. Teddy's eyes widened. What kind of ability is this? Lin flapped his wings and soared in the air with Lin Rongfu, but the magician's second fireball was already coming. Could he dodge this time? With the injured Lin Rongfu, could he fly out of the magician's attack range? Lin looked at the fireball getting closer, and a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. He had to gamble on the phoenix's self-healing ability today. He suddenly turned and charged toward the fireball. Was he aiming for mutual destruction? Or was there another way? Old man, how long can you hold on? Teddy's knightly sword, infused with fighting spirit, surrounded Lin Rongfu, and Lina. Few guards took the chance to ambush Lin. But Lin Rongfu roared, and with a sweep of his sword light, he instantly cleaved a man in half. Blood splattered on Lin's face, his stomach churning, but he gritted his teeth. This was the world of the jungle, and weakness only led to a quicker death. Teddy seized the opening, slashing his sword across Lin Rongfu's back, instantly staining his clothes red with blood. Grandpa Fu. Lin's eyes turned red. The phoenix flames swirled in his palm, but he didn't know how to use them. Lin Rongfu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly straightening his back, his hunched figure becoming upright, a powerful aura bursting forth. Is the old man going to fight to the death? Teddy's expression changed drastically. Boom. Lin Rongfu's sword light surged like a rainbow, directly cleaving through Teddy's attack, cutting a deep gash in his chest, sending him flying. Go! Lin Rongfu pulled Lin and charged out of the encirclement. After a few steps, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin looked at his pale face, Feeling like his heart was being sliced, Grandpa Fu was burning his life to buy them time to escape. Fireball spell. A chant suddenly echoed in the night, and a basketball-sized fireball whistled toward them. The air becoming searing hot. Lin Rongfu pushed Lin away, but was thrown back by the heat wave. Grandpa Fu. Lin turned to help, but saw more fireballs flying this way. His stepmother sent more than one magician. Lin Rongfu could no longer stand and shouted at him, "Young master, run. Don't worry about me." Lin looked at Grandpa Fu surrounded by fireballs, then glanced back at the advancing Teddy, his teeth grinding suddenly. An ice spear shot through the air, freezing the fireballs into ice chunks. "Who?" Teddy turned back. Warily, a girl in a mage robe landed beside Lin, pointing her staff. "Dare to touch my fiancé? You're asking for death, fiancé?" Lin was stunned. Did the previous body have this relationship? The girl's ice spears shot out one after another, forcing Teddy to retreat repeatedly. "Avel, how did you get here?" Teddy was both shocked and angry. Avel sneered, "If I hadn't come, my future husband would have been killed by you scum." She turned to Lin and said, "What are you waiting for? Take Grandpa Fu and go. He'll hold them off." Lin watched the girls back, then looked at the injured Lin Rongfu, suddenly realizing this was his only chance. But could Avel hold off Teddy and the magician by herself? Would her magic last long enough for them to escape far away? Lin carried Lin Rongfu and ran a few steps when he heard explosions behind him. Avel was being bombarded by fireballs and fighting spirit. Already at a disadvantage, Lin gritted his teeth and ran faster. He had to escape, had to grow stronger, so he could come back to save Avel and avenge Grandpa Fu. But could they escape from Jelly City? Would Avel be okay? Fireball spell, triple shot. Schroeder's magic staff glowed red, and 3 fireballs screamed toward Lin. Mountain River Sword, break the river. Lin Rongfu's sword light sliced through the fireballs, but he was knocked back, spitting blood from the shockwave. The high-level magician on the roof, the Count's houses enforcer. Lin's heart sank to the bottom. Schroeder, aren't you afraid of my father's return to deal with you? Lin shouted angrily, but only received a cold laugh in response. Schroeder's magic staff lit up again, and Lin Rongfu could no longer stand, having to support himself with his sword this time. "Let's see who can save you." Schroeder's fireball was about to launch. Suddenly, a black dagger was pressed against his neck. "Don't move, or your throat is gone." The voice of the black-robed assassin was as cold as ice. Schroeder froze instantly, cold sweat soaking his magic robe. How did he not notice someone approaching? Lin and Lin Rongfu were both stunned. Who was this assassin? Why were they helping them? Teddy and his guards arrived just in time, seeing this scene, and raised their sword to slash. "Let Lord Schroeder go." The black-robed assassin moved swiftly, dragging Schroeder out of the way of the attack, the dagger pressing tighter against his neck. "Who dares to move?" The assassin sneered. "This magician's life is now in my hands." Teddy dared not move after all. Schroeder was a trump card in his stepmother's hand. If he died, who would take the blame? Lin looked at the black-robed figure, suddenly recalling memories from the previous body. His mother seemed to have left behind a secret guard. Was it someone from his mother coming to save them? But there was only one assassin. Could they hold off so many guards? Schroeder trembled and said, "What do you want? Gold? Magic materials? I can give you anything." The assassin ignored him and turned to Lin. "Young master, it's time to go." Lin was taken aback. The other party actually knew him. Lin Rongfu supported him as they rushed out, and behind them came Teddy's furious roar. "Don't let them escape." The black-robed assassin dragged Schroeder, forcibly carving out a path. They hadn't run far when more guards surrounded them, blocking their way in a dead end. The assassin suddenly pushed Schroeder forward, and the dagger turned into a blur, instantly piercing the throats of 2 guards. "Go. They'll hold them off." Lin watched as he was surrounded by guards, and suddenly shouted, "May I ask your esteemed name, sir?" The assassin turned back, his eyes flashing beneath the black cloak. "I am Dark Crow." How long can Dark Crow hold out? From the other end of the dead end, the sound of hooves approached. Was it the city defense army? Were they here to capture them, or to help? Lin supported Lin Rongfu, watching the approaching torches, his palms sweating. Could they escape this dead end? Would Dark Crow die? Once freed, would Schroeder immediately unleash a fireball? No. Lin Rongfu shook his head. He felt quite confused by the appearance of these men in black. He couldn't mobilize the personnel in the Earl's mansion at all. However, the situation seemed not too bad. At least these people were showing an attitude of coming to help. Lin Rongfu said loudly, "Thank you all for your assistance. My servant and I are truly grateful." "No need for thanks. We are also acting on orders," the leader of the men in black said coldly, not appreciating Lin Rongfu's gratitude. He waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and leave. Thank you for your kindness, gentlemen. My servant and I will surely repay you in the future," Lin Rongfu said solemnly, not asking for their names. Since they were masked, they obviously did not want to reveal their identities, and it would have been inappropriate to ask at that moment. "Enough chatter. Let's go." The man in black shouted impatiently. Lin Rongfu stopped speaking, bowed his hands in salute, and pulled Lin En forward. Stop! Block them! Seeing Lin En and Lin Rongfu fleeing, Teddy became anxious and quickly instructed his guards to pursue. Anyone who crosses this line will die. A black-clad man fired his long gun, creating a deep mark on the ground, and shouted with killing intent. The leader among the black-clad men was actually a powerful battle master, and he was at his peak. In his heavily injured state, Teddy was no match for him. Teddy's face turned red with anger, nearly exploding with rage. Just when he was about to slay Lin En and his servant, a group of unknown black-clad men intervened. Not only did they have a battle master, but their own trump card, the mage, had been taken hostage by an assassin. Very well, Teddy gritted his teeth and said, if a friend dares to meddle in the affairs of the Count's residence, let them leave their name. I will repay this in the future. The leader of the black-clad men coldly smiled and glanced at Teddy as if he were a fool, thinking, if I could tell you my name, would I still be hiding my face? That condescending look made Teddy feel offended, filled with inexplicable grief and anger, as he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Meanwhile, Lin Rongfu was rushing towards the city gate with Lin En. The only way to ensure their safety was to escape from Jelly City. Despite the black-clad men intercepting the Count's pursuers behind them, Lin Rongfu did not dare to relax. He could not afford to stop for even a moment to recuperate from his injuries. Up ahead, a carriage was quietly parked at the street corner. Lin Rongfu's hurried footsteps came to an abrupt stop, gripping his long sword tightly. He cautiously watched the carriage ahead. The driver of the carriage gave Lin Rongfu a faint sense of threat. Grandpa Fu, what's wrong? Is your injury too much to bear? Lin asked anxiously, thinking that Lin Rongfu's injury was worsening. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was pulled aside by a delicate hand, revealing the face of a girl as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing this stunning girl, both Lin En and Lin Rongfu were stunned, not expecting to encounter her at this time, and it seemed she was specifically waiting for them. Lin En, quickly get on the carriage. I will take you out of the city, the girl said, her expression complex as she looked at Lin En, her voice as melodious as pearls striking against a jade plate, clear and pleasant to hear. Lin certainly recognized the girl. She was his fiancée, the genius magical girl Ivel. Once, she made him feel inferior, as one was a genius magical girl while the other was a talentless waste, turning what was originally a praised engagement into a joke. Ivel came from the Earl of Phil's family, and the Lin family's count also made them well matched. So their fathers arranged the engagement when they were young. However, as they grew up, Lin was found to have no talent, while Ivel turned out to be a magical genius, making the engagement extremely awkward. Although Ivel did not look down on Lin, she certainly did not agree with the engagement in her heart. Lin couldn't believe that Eve would come to help him at this moment. Chapter 5, Mission Accomplished. Looking at Eve in front of him, Lin was momentarily stunned, completely unable to fathom that someone who usually had no good feelings towards his predecessor would appear at this critical time to help him. Didn't she have any dislike for him? One was a genius magical girl, and the other was a talentless waste. They were worlds apart, yet they were forcibly united by a marriage contract. Although Eve did not look down on him like others did, she was still like a stranger, at least regarding this marriage contract, which she was very resistant to. Lin, I'm here to help you. Sensing Lin's confusion, Eve continued, if you have any questions, let's talk once we're on the carriage. I'm afraid your old servant won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin was startled and quickly turned to look at Lin Rongfu, only to find that Lin Rongfu's complexion was as pale as paper, and the body that seemed able to hold up the heavens just moments ago was now swaying precariously. Lin felt anxious in his heart and no longer considered Eve's intentions. The most important thing at that moment was to escape from Jelly City and find a safe place to treat Lin Rongfu's wounds. Thus, Lin hurriedly helped Lin Rongfu onto Eve's carriage. Eve greeted the coachman in front, and the carriage started moving towards the city gate. Thank you. Lin expressed his gratitude to Eve in the carriage. Don't mention it. I'm just doing this for my own peace of mind, Eve replied, showing that she had no feelings for Lin. This time she intervened, as she herself said, for her own peace of mind. After all, Lin was her nominal fiancé, and she didn't want him to die just like that. Lin wanted to say something more, but suddenly Lin Rongfu spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes in front of him red. His aura diminished greatly, like a candle flickering in the wind. He had just unleashed peak combat power, but now he could no longer suppress the injuries within him. The old wounds had retaliated. Grandpa Fu, Lin exclaimed in shock, quickly supporting Lin Rongfu's body. Seeing Lin Rongfu's face as pale as paper and his breath weak, Lin's heart raced with worry. Young master, don't worry. This old servant is tough. I have survived many tempests. This little injury won't take my life, Lin Rongfu said with a calm smile, trying to reassure Lin. Lin then thought of the healing ability of her mythical beast, the phoenix fruit's flames, which might help Lin Rongfu. However, with Ivel in front of her, Lin didn't dare to recklessly reveal her fruit's ability, leaving her in a dilemma. I have a healing potion here, quickly give it to him, Ivel said, taking out a bottle of magical potion. Lin En quickly took the healing potion and poured it into Lin Rongfu's mouth without saying much. After a while, the healing potion began to take effect, and Lin Rongfu's breath stabilized significantly. However, the magic potion given by Ivel was only a basic healing potion, which could only temporarily stabilize Lin Rongfu's injuries. After all, his injuries were too severe, and his body was heavily strained. A basic healing potion had limited effects on a master-level expert. Despite this, it was enough to prevent Lin Rongfu's condition from deteriorating for the time being. So Lin En was very grateful to Ivel. Ivel, thank you. Seeing Lin Rongfu's breath stabilize, Lin En finally breathed a sigh of relief and solemnly thanked Ivel. He carefully examined Ivel in front of him. Her beauty was undeniable, known as the most beautiful woman in Jelly City. Otherwise, Lin En's father, Count William, wouldn't have arranged their engagement. Ivel's eyes were as beautiful as the purest lake water, innocent and untainted, and her whole demeanor resembled that of the purest elf, making one unable to resist being drawn in. Lin Geng's feelings for Ivel were more based on the memories of his predecessor, a complex mix of admiration and inferiority. At that moment, looking at Ivel and sensing her kindness beneath her innocence, as well as her life-saving grace at a critical time, Lin En realized he truly had feelings for her. Lin En, my future husband, must be a remarkable and powerful man. This is something I hope you can understand. Ivel said to Lin En with a calm tone, without any disdain or contempt, merely stating a fact. The talentless Lin En was not worthy of her. Hearing this, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on Lin En's face, and his passionate heart cracked open a fissure. What was this? Just when he started to have feelings. Was he already facing heartbreak? Lin also understood that his previous self was indeed unworthy of Ivel, whether it was her beauty or talent, neither of which could be matched by his former self. However, now that he had traveled to this world and gained a game system, he would eventually become a powerful figure in the Divine Grace continent, more than enough to be worthy of Ivel. But regarding the game system, Lin absolutely dared not reveal it until he had sufficient strength for self-protection. This was his biggest secret. Therefore, in front of Ivel, Lin still had to bear the title of a waste. Ivel, I understand, Lin said with a bitter smile. He understood Ivel's meaning and did not blame her. At least Ivel did not look down on him. Instead, she had saved him and Grandpa Fu. This girl had done enough. It was better to let go before he could match her strength and not burden her emotionally. Thinking of this, Lin calmly said, Our engagement is hereby annulled. I will explain it clearly to my father in the future. Thank you. Ivel showed a relaxed expression and thanked Lin with a complex look. The biggest purpose of this trip had been achieved, and Ivel felt completely at ease. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, Grandpa Fu and I might have already died, Lin said. He thought of the black-clad people who had stopped Teddy and the others. They must have been arranged by Ivel. He owed her quite a lot. Ivel, no matter what, I owe you a life. I will definitely repay this kindness when the opportunity arises. Ivel merely smiled slightly and did not speak. Seeing Ivel's expression, Lin roughly understood her thoughts. She probably believed he would have no chance or ability to repay her in the future. Lin chose not to point it out. Who knows what the future holds? The carriage fell into silence, and neither Lin nor Ivel spoke again. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat awkward. Before long, the carriage arrived at the city gate, where a group of guards from the Count's residence stopped them. Lin's stepmother had made comprehensive preparations, even sending people to intercept them at the city gate. Inside the carriage, Lin's expression tightened, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He did not expect his stepmother to be so meticulous and ruthless, even sending people to guard the city gate. You have some nerve, daring to stop the carriage of the Viscount's residence. Inside the carriage is Miss Ivel of my family, who can take responsibility for offending her. The coachman shouted at the guards from the Count's residence, showing no courtesy at all. The guard from the Count's residence exchanged glances. The two major noble families in Jelly City, the Count's residence and the Viscount's residence, had always been on good terms. Otherwise, Lin and Ivel would not have been engaged. However, The guards from the Count's residence had orders and did not dare to directly let the Viscount's carriage pass through the city. We are all guards of the Count's residence. We have received orders from the lady to intercept any thieves who offend the Count's residence. Sir, please allow us to inspect the carriage. As long as there are no thieves we are looking for, we will not delay your time, the leading guard said. Bold! How dare you search my lady's carriage? You have some nerve. The coachman shouted angrily, his aura rising, revealing that he was also a strong warrior. Radno, what's going on? At that moment, Ivel stepped down from the carriage. Miss, the coachman Radno quickly bowed and said, Miss, the guards from the Count's residence want to search your carriage, claiming they are looking for thieves. Ivel frowned slightly and looked at the guard from the Count's residence, coldly saying, There are no thieves in my carriage. Clear the way for me. Her cold tone placed immense pressure on the guards from the Count's residence. It was not only Ivel's beauty that made them dare not disrespect her, but also her identity and talent. It was said that Ivel had been accepted by the Nashi Magic Academy in the royal capital and would soon become a formal student at the academy. Becoming a noble magician in the future, someone they, as guards, did not dare to offend. We have met Miss Ivel. The leading guard did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed to Ivel. He knew that Ivel was a figure favored by heaven and that she probably held Lin, her waste of a fiancé, in great disdain, perhaps even wishing for his death to free herself from the engagement. Therefore, he flattered Ivel, saying, Since this is Miss Ivel's carriage, there will certainly be no thieves hidden inside. Sorry for the interruption. Please, Miss Ivel. Ivel nodded slightly, boarded the carriage without saying a word, and the guards from the Count's residence cleared the way at the city gate. Radno drove the carriage, and it slowly exited the city gate. Half an hour later, several miles outside Jelly City, Radno stopped the carriage. Lin, I will send you off here. Ivel said to Lin, The carriage is also yours. I hope you can be safe. Ivel, thank you. Lin expressed his gratitude, looking at the beautiful girl who resembled a fairy, feeling complex emotions of unexpressed gratitude and inexplicable feelings. Why said before counts. I owe you a life, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Let's talk about it later. I hope such a day will come. Ivel replied non-committally. Hurry and go. Farewell. Take care. After Lin finished speaking, he took a deep look at Ivel, then jumped onto the carriage and clumsily drove away. Ivel watched the departing carriage, feeling as if something was drifting away from her, a sense of emptiness filling her heart. But thinking of the engagement with Lin being annulled, she also felt a sense of relief. Miss, that Lin kid, an ordinary person without any talent, dares to say he will repay your life-saving grace in the future. What a boast. Radno sneered. Forget it. I will no longer have anything to do with him. Ivel said lightly, turning to walk back to Jelly City. Let's go back. Ahead, Lin gradually mastered the skills of driving, and the carriage began to run steadily forward. Lin felt a sense of freedom, having escaped Jelly City, as if he were a bird released from a cage, soaring high in the sky. Ding! Temporary mission. Safely escape from Jelly City completed. Random reward for the host. One of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Chapter 6. First encounter with a magical beast ding. Temporary mission. Safely escape from Jelly City completed. Random reward for the host. One of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. The system's prompt sounded like music to Lin's ears, instantly making him excited. He had obtained one of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. System, I want to accept the reward. A surge of information entered Lin's mind, detailing the cultivation method for shave. With the system's guidance, Lin had already mastered the method of practicing shave and had made a preliminary entry. With a little practice, he would be able to use the skill. Having received the reward, Lin was in high spirits and couldn't wait to practice shave immediately. However, since he was still on the run, he had to give up for the time being. Lin drove the carriage through the night, racing for several hours. After running for a while, he had no idea how far they had traveled, but they had certainly left Gary City far behind. Fortunately, the horses in the magical world were not ordinary horses. They had a trace of beast blood, making them incredibly resilient. Otherwise, after running for so long, the horses would have given out long ago. Young master, we need to stop. At this moment, Lin Rongfu's voice came from inside the carriage. It seemed he had regained some strength. Hearing this, Lin quickly stopped the carriage, jumped down, and went to the back of the carriage. He lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Seeing that Lin Rongfu looked much better than before, he asked, Grandpa Fu, how are you feeling now? I'm fine. Lin Rongfu replied weakly with a smile. Although his injuries had stopped worsening, it would take a long time to fully heal. Thanks to Miss Ivel, I managed to hold on. Yes, I will definitely repay this kindness, Lin nodded. Young master, we can't continue in the carriage. It will leave traces, Lin Rongfu said. Are you saying that my stepmother will continue to hunt us down? Lin asked. She definitely will. Young master, how could that venomous woman rest easy with you alive? She wants her son to inherit the title of Earl, and your existence is the greatest obstacle, Lin Rongfu said with hatred. So she will definitely send people after us at dawn. What should we do? Lin asked nervously, feeling at a loss. In his previous life on Earth, he was just an ordinary person. Even though he had crossed over and had a system, he still thought like an ordinary person and had no idea how to deal with the current situation. Let us abandon the carriage and let it continue on its way. We will get off and hide in the forest, and once I recover, we can make plans, Lin Rongfu said, his eyes glinting with determination. He was resolved to take revenge, and the title that belonged to the young master must be reclaimed. All right, I'll listen to Grandpa Fu. Lin naturally wouldn't reject Lin Rongfu's suggestion. Now that he was in this world, his greatest reliance, aside from the system, was Lin Rongfu. This old servant was loyal and devoted to him without reservation. Thus, the two of them got off the carriage. Lin Rongfu fiercely whipped the horse's rear, causing it to gallop forward quickly, while Lin and Lin Rongfu took advantage of the night to slip into the dense forest beside the road. The Divine Grace continent was filled with primitive forests, rarely trodden by humans, and most of these forests were home to various magical beasts. Even powerful individuals dared not venture too deep into certain areas, so hiding in the forest was indeed a good choice for evading pursuit. In Gary City, the Earl's mansion was brightly lit. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless fools. You can't even catch a half-dead old man and a powerless brat. What use do I have for you? The mistress of the Earl's mansion, Lady Rose, was furious. She raged at Teddy and the other guards of the Earl's mansion, her proud figure trembling with anger, her beautiful face filled with malice and frustration. Lady Rose had every reason to be angry. She had waited a long time for this day, taking advantage of her husband, Earl William's absence in the royal capital, to target the Earl's eldest son, Lin, and eliminate the greatest obstacle to her son inheriting the title. Who would have thought that Lin's seemingly useless half-dead old man, Lin Rongfu, would have such powerful strength and would protect the useless Lin at a critical moment, even injuring her trusted expert, Teddy. And then there was a group of black-clad individuals who had appeared out of nowhere, daring to interfere in the affairs of the Earl's mansion. They were simply asking for death. Unfortunately, so far, the entire Gary City had been turned upside down, and it was as if Lin and Lin Rongfu had evaporated into thin air, with not a trace to be found. After plotting for so long, how could Lady Rose be satisfied with such results? Faced with Lady Rose's wrath, Teddy and the other guards, including the mage, a sea charter, all lowered their heads in shame. Continue sending people to find them. I want to see Lin's head presented to me. Search high and low, I want him dead. Lady Rose said viciously. Send out bounties to all the mercenary groups in the city. Anyone who kills that useless Lin will be generously rewarded by me. Yes. The guards quickly took their orders. After the guards retreated, Lady Rose, still unsatisfied, swept her hand across the table, sending precious porcelain crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. As night passed, the dark forest became bright again. Inside a hidden tree hollow, Lin opened his eyes from sleep. After hiding in the forest last night and finding this concealed tree hollow, he and Lin Rongfu had fallen into a deep sleep. After fleeing for most of the night, both Lin and Lin Rongfu were incredibly tired and soon drifted off to sleep in the hollow. Lin opened his eyes and found that Lin Rongfu had already woken up. After all, the forest hid various dangers, and Lin Rongfu, experienced as he was, had only slept for a few hours before waking up to keep watch. Grandpa Fu, you're up so early. Why not rest a bit longer? Lin asked. As you get older, you don't sleep as deeply as when you were young. Lin Rongfu replied with a smile. His complexion was much better than yesterday, but he still looked pale. The injuries within him were not easy to recover from, especially the old wounds. After last night's peak battle, he had only sustained more injuries. Seeing Lin Rongfu in good spirits, Lin felt relieved. His greatest worry was that after escaping the pursuit, Lin Rongfu would be too severely injured to hold on. That would be like the sky falling down. By now, he had come to regard Lin Rongfu as his closest relative. The sun had already risen, and sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves, illuminating the area outside the tree hollow. Lin stepped out into the sunlight, feeling a wave of warmth, as if he was seeing the light after a long night. His mood lifted, and he turned back to Lin Rongfu, saying, Grandpa Fu, now we've managed to escape danger. The road ahead will be smooth sailing, right? Yes, young master. The road ahead will surely be smooth, Lin Rongfu replied, watching Lin with a sense of pride. After this ordeal, the The young master had begun to grow. Even if he couldn't cultivate, living happily as an ordinary person was also good. Surely, Miss would feel comforted from beyond. But it was a pity that he would have to let down her wishes and could not accompany the young master for long. Thinking of his injuries, Lin Rongfu couldn't help but feel gloomy. From today onwards, no one can stop my steps, Lin declared, spreading his arms with a confident smile. I have the system's assistance. So what if I lack magical and fighting talents? I've got the ability of the devil fruit, plus the Navy 6 styles and the 3-color haki. I want to see which is more powerful compared to magic and fighting energy. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Lin's stomach growled, voicing its discontent after a whole night without food. Young master, please bear with it a little longer. This old servant will go hunt some game right away, Lin Rongfu said, struggling to get up. Grandpa Fu, you're injured. Just continue to rest. Let me take care of the hunting. Lin quickly stopped him. He couldn't bear to let an injured old man go hunting. Besides, he had eaten the immortal bird fruit and was now not the same as before. As long as there weren't any powerful magical beasts in the forest, he had the basic ability to protect himself. Young master, how can I let you go hunting by yourself? It's my responsibility to take care of you, Lin Rongfu insisted. Grandpa Fu, you should rest. During your recovery, let me take care of you. Don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as before, Lin said confidently. Lin Rongfu looked at Lin En, saw his confidence and determination, and agreed. This forest was not the kind where powerful magical beasts were lurking, so it seemed there wouldn't be much danger. He handed his longsword to Lin En and said, since the young master insists, I will agree. However, you must be careful and not stray too far. If there is any danger, call for help loudly, and I will rush to you immediately. Don't worry, Grandpa Fu, just wait for me to bring back some meat. Lin En laughed, took the longsword and walked out. Although he had boasted in front of Lin Rongfu, Lin En felt a bit nervous as he entered the forest alone. After all, he was just an ordinary worker on Earth and had never hunted before. However, now he had to play the role of a hunter to fill his stomach. Holding the longsword and walking through the dense forest, Lin En scanned his surroundings for signs of prey. After consuming the fruit of the immortal bird from the phantom beast, his physical condition had improved significantly, and his sensory perception had greatly enhanced. Soon, he discovered traces of prey in the forest. It was a large rabbit with pink fur, about the size of a house dog, weighing at least dozens of pounds. Lin En was astonished. Is this what animals are like in a magical world? The size is quite exaggerated. This one rabbit would be enough to eat. Rabbits are great. Not only are they delicious, but they're also known for having little combat power. Today, I will feast on rabbit meat. Lin held the longsword and quietly approached the rabbit. The rabbit, grazing on the grass, was very alert. Upon hearing the noise, it raised its head, and its red eyes met Lin's gaze. Just when Lin thought the rabbit would be startled and run away, the rabbit, with its red fur, opened its mouth and shot a fireball the size of a fist toward Lin. What the heck? It can breathe fire. This rabbit is actually a magical beast. Seeing the fireball shot by the rabbit, Lin was taken aback, and before he could react, the fist-sized fireball was already in front of him. Chapter 7. Monster hunting and leveling up. The fireball shot by the rabbit was right in front of him, and Lin didn't have time to dodge. Instinctively, he raised the longsword in his hand to block in front of him. Boom! The fireball hit the blade and exploded, turning into a flame the size of a wash basin, spreading toward Lin's arm and body. Lin let out a terrible scream as his arm was burned by the high temperature of the flames. The clothes in front of him also caught fire. Startled, Lin quickly rolled on the ground a few times to extinguish the flames on his clothes. Fortunately, the fireball spat out by the rabbit had limited power, just the strength of ordinary flames, and was easily put out. However, the area on his arm that was burned by the flames developed blisters, causing Lin unbearable pain. Looking at his burned arm, Lin felt both pain and anger. He had originally seen that rabbit as prey, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got hurt first by the rabbit's fireball. It seemed that magical world rabbits couldn't be judged by Earth standards. The rabbit could use magic, and it looked like today's meal would be challenging. At that moment, the ability of the phoenix fruit, a mythical beast-type devil fruit, automatically activated, and the injury on Lin's arm began to heal, with the pain significantly reduced. Lin was taken aback and then remembered that he was now a devil fruit user. He actively used the fruit's ability, causing green flames to rise from his arm. The appearance of the green flames quickly alleviated the pain from the burn, and the blisters caused by the burn soon disappeared. Before long, except for the burned sleeve, his arm had completely healed. Seeing his arm fully restored, Lin laughed heartily. Rabbit, you have magic, but I have a devil fruit. In the end, My devil fruit ability is stronger. With the protection of the Phoenix ability, Lin immediately felt confident. It's just a rabbit that can use magic. Today, I will definitely catch you. So what if he can use magic? Your fireball is so weak compared to Schroeder's fireball. I have the mythical beast-type Phoenix fruit ability, which can completely counter your little rabbit's fireball. With renewed confidence, Lin swung his sword and charged at the rabbit, shouting, "Little rabbit, come into my bowl obediently." The rabbit was a bit stunned when it saw Lin charging over while shouting. This human didn't exude any aura that scared it. Why was he not afraid of its fireball? So, the rabbit opened its mouth and spat another fireball at Lin, then quickly jumped to the side. Prepared, Lin certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for the fireball to come. He rolled to the left to dodge the fireball and kept moving toward the rabbit. However, despite its large size comparable to a bulldog, the rabbit was still quite agile. It not only dodged Lin's attacks repeatedly, but also occasionally spat out a fireball to interfere with him. Several times, Lin was caught off guard and hit by the fireballs. Although his injuries were healed by the Phoenix fruit ability, his clothes were burned into ragged pieces. After more than 10 minutes, Lin hadn't even managed to cut off a single piece of rabbit fur. Damn, this rabbit not only uses magic, but has definitely become a spirit. Lin was out of breath, looking at the still lively rabbit, feeling a bit frustrated. In a magical world, even the lowest level magical beasts have a certain level of intelligence. So calling it a spirit wasn't wrong. Right, I still have a Navy 6 Stylesor that I haven't used. Just as Lin was pondering how to catch up with the damn rabbit, he suddenly remembered the sword from the Navy 6 Styles he had received as a reward for completing a task yesterday. This damn rabbit was relying on its speed and agility. So let us see how my sword can deal with it. With that thought, Lin's eyes lit up and he unhesitatingly used the skill. The system's rewarded skill had already fully integrated into Lin's memory. He just needed practice. After a few stumbling attempts, Lin was finally able to truly use Su. Although he wasn't very proficient yet, it was more than enough to deal with a mere rabbit. Soru. As he activated Su, Lin flashed and appeared beside the rabbit at an incredible speed, striking down with his sword. The rabbit didn't react in time. When Lin's sword came down, it only then began to run away, but it was still struck by the sword, leaving a deep wound on its back. Squeak! The rabbit let out a cry of pain and fled, no longer daring to tangle with Lin, its forelegs sprinting deep into the forest. Now, only remembering to escape was too late for the little rabbit. Soru! Lin launched another attack with his sword, thrusting it forcefully into the rabbit's neck, which instantly fell limp. Its limbs twitched a few times before it completely went still. Ha! Little rabbit, now you're in my bowl. Looking at the motionless rabbit, Lin felt a sense of accomplishment. His first battle in the Divine Grace Continent, Navy 6 Styles versus Magical Rabbit, was a victory. Not far behind a large tree, Lin Rongfu saw Lin kill the rabbit, his eyes filled with surprise and satisfaction before he quietly left. Ding! The host successfully used Shave, skill proficiency 2. Ding! The host killed a level 1 magical beast. Gaining 100 experience points, reaching the upgrade requirement, leveling up by 1. Current host level is 1, Dao Power 5. The system prompt appeared timely, and Lin felt a surge of power emerging from within his body. The stamina he had just expended in the battle with the rabbit quickly recovered, and his physical attributes had also improved significantly. Lin felt that his body's strength, power, agility, and all aspects had enhanced. Indeed, killing magical beasts could lead to leveling up and strengthening one's abilities. It finally felt like playing an online game, which was incredibly satisfying. System, bring up the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 1 experience, 0, 200 Dao power, 30 class, none skills. Basic swordsmanship, beginner, 21,000, shave, beginner, 25,000, life return, beginner, 05000. Devil fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix, beginner, 65,000, moves, none physique, none specialties, none special items, none energy, 0 backpack, empty quest, main quest 1, dream of max level. Host level upgrade to max level. First stage quest. Reach level 20, reward. 1 upgrade package. The attribute panel was finally no longer blank. It now had 3 skills. A devil fruit ability, and the Dao power increased to 30. Lin felt his physical strength had doubled, sensing that everything was developing in a positive direction. Lin looked at his Dao power value. It started at 5, and, after leveling up, it increased by 5. It seemed that eating the phoenix fruit had added 20 points to his Dao power. Unfortunately, most of the energy from the devil fruit was used to heal his injuries. Otherwise, he would have definitely gained more than just 20 points. After leveling up, the experience needed for the next level was 200. A single rabbit could provide 100 experience points. Looking at the rabbit's corpse at his feet, Lin pondered whether he should hunt 2 more rabbits to level up again. After thinking it over, Lin decided against it. Although his stamina and overall condition had recovered due to leveling up, the hunger in his stomach had not disappeared. Instead, after the recent battle, he felt even hungrier, and Lin Rongfu was still waiting for him to bring back food from the tree hole. Forget it. Let the other rabbits in the forest live a little longer. Thus, the merciful Lin shouldered the rabbit and headed back, prioritizing his hunger over leveling up. Grandpa Fu, I'm back. After a while, Lin returned with the rabbit, tossed it on the ground, and cheerfully said to Lin Rongfu, Grandpa Fu, look at this rabbit. It's big and fat enough for us to have a hearty meal. I didn't expect young master to hunt a fire-spitting rabbit. Today, I can finally enjoy the delicious rabbit meat thanks to you, Lin Rongfu said, feigning surprise. This rabbit is called a fire-spitting rabbit? How fitting. Lin glanced at the rabbit on the ground. Yes, this rabbit is a level 1 magical beast. It can only spit out a small fireball, and it doesn't have much strength. Lin felt a bit embarrassed. This seemingly weak little rabbit had made him quite helpless in the beginning. If it weren't for the reward of the razor from completing the task yesterday, he really wouldn't have known how to deal with this little rabbit. With the materials ready, the next step was, of course, cooking. Lin and Lin Rongfu worked together to skin the rabbit and take the meat. They set up a fire pit and grill in front of the tree hole and began roasting the rabbit meat. Half an hour later, the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air. Lin, who had been hungry all night and had just expended a lot of energy, couldn't wait to take the rabbit meat off the grill. He tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Lin Rongfu, while he also took a leg for himself and started eating. Although there were no seasonings, the rabbit meat was still very tender and delicious. Perhaps because it was a magical beast, Lin felt that this rabbit meat was several times tastier than the rabbit meat on Earth. His appetite surged, and soon, one rabbit leg was completely in Lin's stomach. Life restoration. Under the effect of the life restoration skill, the rabbit meat in his stomach was rapidly digested and converted into energy to nourish Lin's body, and his physical strength increased slightly. It turned out to be true that magical beast meat was worth it. Even though it was just a level 1 magical beast, it still contained a lot of energy. With the life restoration skill, Lin's appetite greatly increased. No matter how much food he consumed, it could quickly be digested and transformed into energy. Thus, out of an entire rabbit weighing dozens of pounds, apart from one rabbit leg eaten by Lin Rongfu, the rest all ended up in Lin's stomach. Burp. After putting down the rabbit head, which was now just bones, Lin satisfiedly let out a burp. Then he noticed Lin Rongfu looking at him as if he were a monster, and he felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his greasy right hand on his head, and said apologetically, Grandpa Fu, did I eat a bit too much? Young master, eating so much, won't her body feel uncomfortable? Lin Rongfu asked with concern, eyeing Lin's flat stomach with confusion. After eating so much meat, young master's stomach didn't even bulge. Where did all that food go? Although curious, Lin Rongfu was most concerned about Lin's health. Such a large amount of rabbit meat was normally enough for several people, yet young master consumed it all in one meal. Wouldn't that cause some issues for him? If anything happened to young master, how would he explain it to the young lady? Lin was taken aback by Lin Rongfu's question, realizing that his sudden increase in appetite had a huge impact on Lin Rongfu, who was used to his previous normal human appetite. How should he explain this? Chapter 8. The Flame of Life. After thinking for a moment, Lin decided to confess part of his secret to Lin Rongfu. After all, Lin Rongfu was the person he was closest to and the most trustworthy. Aside from the existence of a system, which couldn't be disclosed, he could selectively share other things with Lin Rongfu. It was better to clarify things now to avoid any unreasonable situations later that might cause Lin Rongfu worry. After organizing his words in his mind, Lin said, Grandpa Fu, actually, the changes happening to me aren't just an increase in appetite. There are other changes, which you've probably noticed. As he spoke, a greenish-blue flame emerged from his hand. The flame danced and quickly spread over his entire body, enveloping Lin in flames, yet he remained safe and sound. Lin Rongfu felt a tightness in his heart when he saw flames engulfing Lin En's entire body. However, after seeing that Lin En was unharmed and his expression remained unchanged, he finally relaxed. With a curious gaze, he examined the bluish-green flames, wondering what kind of fire it was. It didn't seem like magic cast by a fire-type magician, as he didn't sense any magical fluctuations. Surprisingly, this flame did not burn the human body. Lin Rongfu has been taking care of Lin En since he was young, so he understands Lin En better than Lin En understands himself. In the past, Lin En was truly a waste who couldn't cultivate. Despite his efforts, it was useless. No talent is no talent. It can't be compensated for by hard work alone. Lin Rongfu is certain that the changes in Lin En, including the sudden acceleration technique he displayed while hunting rabbits, occurred only after he was severely injured and then suddenly healed last night. What on earth happened to the young master? Lin Rongfu's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he was very curious about the changes in Lin En. Grandpa Fu, after I was severely injured and fell unconscious yesterday, it felt like I entered a special place. I can't quite describe what that place was like, but there was a person there, radiating dazzling light, looking down on me. He gave me a magical fruit and said that eating it would heal my injuries. At that moment, I thought I was dreaming, so I ate the fruit. When I woke up, my injuries were almost healed, and after eating the fruit, I also gained the ability to manipulate the flame of life. Lin En said, casually giving a grand name to the flames produced by the ability from the immortal bird. The flame of life? Young master, is this the flame on you? Lin Rongfu asked in surprise. Yes, this is the flame of life, Lin En continued. The flame of life can greatly enhance my recovery ability and quickly heal injuries. My injuries were so severe yesterday, but under the effect of the flame of life, I recovered in no time. Such a magical fruit and flame. Young master, could it be that the being you encountered in your dream was a deity? Lin Rongfu exclaimed, shocked. Who else besides a deity could possess such incredible powers that I've never even heard of? Although it has been thousands of years since a deity descended on the divine grace continent, the legends of deities have always existed. It is said that 1,000 years ago, there were humans from the divine grace continent who cultivated to become deities. Therefore, Lin Rongfu immediately thought of deities, as the abilities displayed by his young master were simply too astonishing. Deity? Lin En's heart stirred. It was best if Lin Rongfu could come up with that on his own. What better excuse could there be than a deity? After all, there have always been legends of deities on the divine grace continent. I don't know if it was a deity. That person didn't communicate with me beyond giving me the magical fruit. Besides that, he also taught me some cultivation methods and combat techniques. Although I don't have talent for magic or fighting energy, I can still practice these methods and techniques. Lin En said as he stood up and demonstrated one of the only techniques he mastered, the 6 Navy style shave. Shave. With a flash, Lin En appeared 7 or 8 meters away, moving as swiftly as a startled swan, almost impossible to track. Then, with another flash, Lin En returned to his previous position. Grandpa Fu, this is a combat technique for rapid movement called shave, Lin En said. There are other combat techniques as well, but for now, I've only learned this one. The others will take time to learn. To prevent Lin Rongfu from being shocked by other skills he might acquire in the future, Lin En gave him a heads up. Great. This is wonderful. With Lin Rongfu's keen eye as a master, even he found it difficult to see through the technique Lin En just used. Lin Rongfu was unable to contain his excitement. The young master could finally cultivate. This fulfilled a regret that he had held in his heart for over a decade. Today, he could finally let it go. Truly, it was a blessing from the deities. He never expected the young master to receive the favor of a deity. This was a tremendous joy, and if the young lady were aware, she would surely be happy for the young master. Lin Rongfu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, ecstatic and unable to control his feelings, which aggravated his internal injuries and caused him to cough violently, even coughing up blood. Grandpa Fu, please don't get too excited. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Lin En hurriedly stepped forward to support Lin Rongfu, gently patting his back. I'm fine. Old servant won't die yet. I'm just happy. Lin Rongfu laughed heartily, not caring about his injuries. Grandpa Fu, let me heal your wounds. The flame of life should be effective for your injuries as well. Lin En thought of his phoenix fruit ability. The flames of the phoenix fruit not only healed himself, but could also heal others. All right, then I will also experience how miraculous the power granted by the divine is. Lin Rongfu was somewhat looking forward to it. A teal flame rose from Lin En's hand as he placed it on Lin Rongfu's chest, controlling the flames to envelop him slowly. Soon, Lin Rongfu transformed into a being of fire, and under Lin En's control. The energy contained in the flames began to repair Lin Rongfu's injuries. It works, feeling the powerful life force within the flames gradually healing his wounds. Lin Rongfu was filled with surprise. Indeed, the flame of life granted by the divine was capable of healing even someone like him with such severe injuries. Moreover, the source he had damaged from a serious injury years ago, which he had been unable to recover for decades. surprisingly showed signs of restoration under the influence of the flame of life. This discovery left Lin Rongfu utterly shocked. The damage to his source had caused him to fall from the Great Battlemaster rank to the Battlemaster realm, requiring him to suppress his injuries for decades without recovery. However, under the influence of the flame of life, he saw a glimmer of hope for restoration, a real hope of regaining his peak strength. It is important to note that damage to the source could not be healed even with high-level magical healing potions. Young Master, this has given me a huge surprise. Although only a tiny bit of his source damage had been restored, and he was still far from complete recovery, Lin Rongfu had finally seen hope. Lin used his fruit ability to heal Lin Rongfu. After more than 10 minutes, he began to struggle, as using his fruit ability consumed stamina. With his current physical strength, he couldn't maintain the ability for long. Young Master, what's wrong? Does using the flame of life hurt you? Please stop, young master. Lin Rongfu was alarmed to see Lin's pale face. If healing himself with the flame of life would harm the young master, he would rather not receive treatment. Grandpafu, I'm fine. It's just that my stamina is too depleted. I just need to rest a bit to recover. Lin smiled wearily, withdrew the flames, and regrettably said, Grandpa Fu, with my current control over the flame of life, I can't heal your injuries all at once. It needs to be done in several sessions. It's okay. Doing it in multiple sessions is fine. Just don't tire yourself too much, young master, Lin Rongfu replied, feeling relieved that Lin was only exhausted. Grandpa Fu, I'm too tired. I'm going to take a nap. After saying this, Lin lay down and soon began to snore. Looking at the sleeping Lin Rongfu displayed a kind expression, feeling mixed emotions. The young master had achieved success, and if the young lady knew in the afterlife, she could finally rest, as he had waited for this day. Lin slept soundly, and when he woke up, it was already close to evening. As soon as he woke up, he smelled the rich aroma of roasted meat, and his stomach immediately growled. Young master, now that you're awake, come and eat some roasted meat. You're just in time. The meat is ready. Lin Rongfu's voice reached his ears. Lin got up and saw Lin Rongfu already roasting meat. Grandpa Fu, why didn't you wake me up to go hunting? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Try not to exert yourself, Lin Rongfu replied. Thank you for your concern, young master. A mere first-level magical beast, the fire-breathing rabbit, doesn't require much effort. Lin Rongfu laughed, handing a piece of roasted rabbit meat to Lin. After your flame of life treatment, my injuries have improved quite a bit, so moving around a bit is good for me. Lin took the barbecue and ate it heartily, while seriously saying, Grandpa Fu, you're the family member I care about the most right now. Your health is very important to me. You have watched me grow up since I was young, and now I have had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to cultivate. In the future, my name will spread across the entire continent, and I hope that by then, you will still be by my side taking care of me, watching me achieve success, get married, and have children. All right. For that day, I will definitely live well. Lin Rongfu said, deeply moved. Although they had a master-servant relationship, having watched Lin grow up since childhood, he had treated Lin as his own grandson, cherishing him more than his own life. Now, Lin's words once again broke Lin Rongfu's defenses, and tears filled his eyes. After a satisfying barbecue meal, both master and servant felt content, with the only regret being the lack of seasoning. Lin thought that in a few days, once Lin Rongfu's injuries had healed enough, they would leave this forest and head to other places that would help improve his strength. After this narrow escape from death, Lin realized the importance of strength in the Divine Grace continent. With the determination to improve his power, after finishing the barbecue, while it was still light out, Lin began practicing the basic swordsmanship that came from a novice gift pack using Lin Rongfu's longsword. The basic swordsmanship included several moves such as slashing, chopping, stabbing, flicking, and slicing. With the information provided by the system, Lin found it not difficult to practice. At first, he was a bit clumsy, but after a few repetitions, he began to become proficient, and the proficiency of his basic swordsmanship in the system panel gradually increased. Lin Rongfu watched Lin En practice swordsmanship from the side, feeling somewhat puzzled. Did the deity only teach the young master these basic things? However, he then thought that the deity must have deep intentions in this arrangement. Without a solid foundation, it was meant to help the young master strengthen his basics first. After some contemplation, Lin Rongfu began to guide Lin En in his sword practice. Although Lin Rongfu's injuries had worsened due to a previous peak in combat power, and now he could barely maintain a warrior-level power, his insight was still sharp. Even a few casual pointers from a master-level expert could greatly benefit Lin En. Chapter 9. Combat Power Enhancement with Lin Rongfu's Guidance. Lin En's efficiency in practicing basic swordsmanship greatly increased, and he became more adept, wielding a set of basic sword techniques with great vigor. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your proficiency in basic swordsmanship has reached 1,000, skill level has increased, and Dao power value 10. We hope the host will continue to work hard. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin En felt a surge of joy. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship was maxed out, breaking through from beginner to intermediate, and his Dao power value increased by 10 points to 40. Lin En looked at his attribute panel. The proficiency requirement for intermediate basic swordsmanship was 5,000, a five-fold increase. However, Lin En was not worried, as it was just a matter of putting in a little more effort. With the upgrade of basic swordsmanship, Lin En contentedly stopped practicing. After such a long time, he was also tired and needed a break. Cultivation required a balance of work and rest. Before going to sleep, he noticed two fire rabbit magic crystals casually placed by Lin Rongfu in a tree hole. A thought struck him, and he picked up the two magic crystals. Ding! Energy absorption detected. 2 level 1 magic crystals. Would you like to absorb? Can magic crystals really be absorbed? Lin En's eyes lit up. He had been wondering how to recharge energy for the system. Previously, when playing games, energy was recharged with real money. And now that he had crossed over and the game had become a system without real money, he had been worried about how to obtain energy. He didn't expect the system could absorb magic crystals for energy. Absorb. Lin excitedly gave instructions to the system. Energy absorption complete, gaining 20 energy points. The two magic crystals in Lin's hand turned to ash, and the energy section of the attribute panel increased by 20. 2 level 1 magic crystals added 20 energy points, and 1 magic crystal only provided 10 energy. However, considering these were level 1 magic crystals, Lin didn't dwell on it. System, what can energy be used for? Lin asked in his mind, as this was now a system and different from the games he played before. The host can consume energy to increase skill proficiency. It can also exchange items and skills in the shop. The shop is currently not open, and exchanges cannot be made. Since the shop wasn't open, Lin had no way to exchange items and skills. However, increasing skill proficiency was still good. He didn't have to practice hard, but could become stronger by spending money, full of gaming tactics. System, what is the ratio of energy to skill proficiency exchange? Lin inquired. 10 energy points can be exchanged for 1 skill proficiency point. What the heck? System, you can't be this stingy, right? 10 energy points for just 1 skill proficiency point? Lin couldn't help but complain. That's way too expensive. 2 level 1 magic crystals only give 2 proficiency points? It would be better to practice hard on my own. Damn system. Even after transforming into a system, it still had the nature of milking players. It seemed that the idea of becoming stronger through spending money wouldn't work in the short term. Lin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Now he didn't have any other magic crystals left. It looked like he needed to find a way to make money. No, to earn magic crystals. Although the Divine Grace continent used gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins as currency, magic crystals were also a hard currency, circulating only among mages and warriors. Looking at the mere 20 energy points on the attribute panel, Lin sighed. Forget it, this little energy can't do anything. Better save it for now, time to sleep. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Lin and Lin Rongfu had been in the forest. Lin Rongfu was recovering from his injuries while Lin practiced basic swordsmanship in one of the Navy's 6 forms, shaving. Shaving. With a low shout, Lin's figure flashed, appearing like lightning next to a giant wild chicken the size of an ostrich, about 7 or 8 meters away. He swung his sword, decapitating the wild chicken, which fell to the ground instantly. This was another type of level 1 magical beast besides the fire-spitting rabbit in the forest. Ding! The host has killed a level 1 magical beast and gained 100 experience points, reaching the upgrade requirement. Level increased by 1. The host's current level is 10, with a power value of 5. After 2 days of relentless hunting of magical beasts, Lin's level finally reached 10. A surge of new power rose from within his body, and Lin felt a refreshing sensation all over. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 10 experience, 01500 power value, 85 profession, none skills, basic swordsmanship, intermediate, 3805000, shaving beginner, 9851000, life return, beginner, 8501000, devil fruit, phantom bee species phoenix, beginner, 2151000, moves, none physique, none specialization, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, Empty quests. Main quest 1. Dream of leveling up. Host level must reach max level. First phase task. Reach level 20. Reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. On the attribute panel. After reaching level 10, Lin's power value had already reached 85 points, which was over 10 times stronger than when he first crossed over. Lin felt full of power and was curious about what level of warrior his current strength equated to in this world. He was looking forward to showing everyone that he, who was considered rubbish by many, could astonish them. Now that he had reached level 10, the experience required to level up to the next level was already 1,500 points, and each level up required an additional 500 experience points. Killing level 1 magical beasts to level up was too slow now. It seemed it was time to leave. At this moment, Lin Rongfu's injuries had also healed enough, at least not affecting his movement. Let's go eat chicken today. Lin carried the wild chicken and headed towards the tree hole. Back at the tree hole, Lin Rongfu was recuperating from his injuries, and his complexion had improved significantly compared to before. After 2 days of rest and the healing from Lin's fruit ability, the majority of Lin Rongfu's injuries had healed. The wounds from the battle a few days ago were almost completely recovered, and even some old injuries had shown some improvement. Unfortunately, Lin's development of his fruit ability was still insufficient, and he was not yet capable of fully healing Lin Rongfu's old injuries and damaged origins. Lin skillfully plucked the feathers from the wild chicken, built a fire, and roasted the meat. Originally, Lin Rongfu wouldn't allow Lin to do these things, but Lin insisted that he shouldn't take action due to Lin Rongfu's serious injury. Although Lin Rongfu was a servant, Lin didn't truly see him as one in his heart. Moreover, as someone who had crossed over from Earth, Lin couldn't bear to let an injured elderly man prepare food for him. Lin Rongfu couldn't go against Lin's wishes and had to give in, but there were tears of gratitude and emotion in his eyes. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. After they had eaten, Lin stood up and said, "Grandpa Fu, I feel like my strength has increased a lot these past 2 days. I want you to test it and see what level my strength has reached." All right. The old servant is also curious to see how extraordinary the cultivation method taught by the deity is. Lin Rongfu replied happily. The two stood a couple of yards apart in the clearing. Lin held Lin Rongfu's sword, while Lin Rongfu casually picked up a branch, removing the twigs to use as a weapon. "Grandpa Fu, I'm going to attack now," Lin said excitedly, with the sword pointed slightly downwards. "Young master, feel free to attack." Lin Rongfu replied with a faint smile, casually positioning the wooden stick in front of him, with his left hand resting behind his back, exuding an air of a skilled master. Lin's expression tightened as she took a step forward, swiftly thrusting her sword towards Lin Rongfu's chest, targeting his vital point with no mercy. She knew that with her own strength, she couldn't harm Lin Rongfu in the slightest, so she used all her power from the very beginning. The various techniques of basic swordsmanship were unleashed, each move clear and straightforward, with every strike aimed at Lin Rongfu's vital areas. Lin Rongfu infused his wooden stick with fighting spirit, making it as hard as iron, and he was not afraid of Lin En's sharp long sword. He did not attack, but simply waved the wooden stick to block Lin En's assaults. No matter how fiercely Lin En attacked, he could not break through Lin Rongfu's defense, appearing very composed. Shave. After using basic swordsmanship several times and finding it impossible to break through Lin Rongfu's defense, Lin En employed the Navy 6-style shave, transforming his figure into a shadow that flashed around Lin Rongfu like lightning, combined with basic swordsmanship, causing sword lights to burst forth. "Good," Lin Rongfu praised, and with a swift motion of his wooden stick, he blocked all of Lin En's attacks. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Rongfu effortlessly handled Lin En's offense, while Lin En was left gasping for breath. Continuously using the technique, shave consumed a lot of stamina, and when his energy was almost depleted, Lin En had no choice but to stop. Ding. The host challenges a much stronger opponent beyond his power level. Challenge failed, gains 500 experience points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin En was taken aback, then overjoyed. It turned out that not only killing magical beasts granted experience points, but battling against people did as well. And the experience points were surprisingly abundant, much better than killing fire-breathing rabbits. Moreover, Lin Rongfu was right next to him, always available for guidance in battle, so he could earn experience points in heaps. Wasn't his level going to soar? Not only the experience points, but his basic swordsmanship and proficiency in shave also saw significant improvement. Indeed, practical combat was the best way to enhance one's strength. After all, killing rabbits posed no pressure for Lin En, and practicing alone didn't yield much increase in proficiency. It seemed he needed to battle Lin Rongfu more often in the future. Not bad, young master. Your swordsmanship foundation is solid. Achieving this level in just a few days is quite remarkable, Lin Rongfu praised. Grandpa Fu, I'm still far behind you. Lin En humbly replied, having attacked for over 10 minutes without even touching Lin Rongfu's clothes. That's already quite good. Young master, your current attacking power is equivalent to that of a novice warrior who has just cultivated fighting spirit. Combined with your explosive speed from shave, you are a threat to high-level novice warriors. If you add the powerful recovery ability of Life Flame, you can hold your ground against a junior warrior, Lin Rongfu assessed. With Lin Rongfu's strength and insight, Lin En naturally accepted his evaluation and felt very pleased. With strength comparable to novice warriors, he had completely shed the title of being useless. Miss would be happy for you if she knew, Lin Rongfu remarked wistfully. Then his expression turned serious. Young master, the Count surely wouldn't expect you to have such an opportunity. Once the Count learns of this, your position as the heir to the title will be as solid as a mountain. Lin Rongfu looked at Lin En with excitement. Making Lin En the heir of the Earl's mansion had always been his wish. After all, the previous Lin En could not cultivate, and only by inheriting the title could he enjoy wealth and honor in the latter half of his life, fulfilling the young lady's entrustment. Chapter 10. First kill. Upon hearing Lin Rongfu's words, Lin En fell into deep thought. To become the heir to the earldom? As a soul from Earth. Lin En was not very interested in being a so-called noble. The only thing he was interested in was gaining powerful strength through the system. To see the scenery at the top of this world. Becoming a noble meant he could not leave his territory for long periods. Grandpa Fu, I've decided not to return to Jilly City. As for being the heir, let's forget about it, Lin En said. Young master, why? Lin Rongfu was taken aback and quickly asked, as the eldest son of the Earl's mansion, the title must be inherited by you. Please rest assured, with this old servant around, you will definitely inherit the title. Grandpa Fu, it's not that I don't trust you, Lin En shook his head. But I'm just not interested in inheriting the title. It's just an earl title of a mere kingdom. I don't care about it. It was fine when I couldn't cultivate before, but now that I can, what I pursue is the powerful strength to stand at the top of the world and to tread across the entire continent, seeing the scenery at the peak of the world. If the young master has this ambition, this old servant will certainly accompany you with my life, Lin Rongfu smiled, feeling very gratified by Lin En's confidence. Going back now would only put my father in a difficult position, Lin En said. Speaking of which, although his adoptive father was not good to his predecessor, he was not entirely bad either. Lin En did not want to return and make things difficult for him. As for the grudge against his stepmother, he would wait until he became stronger to take revenge. I will follow the young master's decision. Seeing that Lin En had made up his mind, Lin Rongfu naturally complied. Grandpa Fu, this place no longer offers much help for my strength. Where do you think we should go next? Lin En asked. Town. Lin Rongfu pondered for a moment before replying. Town is located at the foot of the Hudis mountain range, which is famous for its magical beasts. Countless powerful magical beasts reside there. And Town is the last stop for all mercenaries entering the mountains to hunt for magical beasts. Moreover, Town is situated at the border of 3 kingdoms, where law and order are chaotic and various strong individuals are abundant, which suits the young master's needs well. Isn't that the lawless zone? This place is good. Chaos is good. The more chaotic, the better. My stepmother will definitely not give up on hunting me down, and a chaotic place will be more beneficial for me. All right, then let's go to Town. In an instant, Lin En made a decision. Having made up his mind, Lin En immediately decided to leave. The master and servant descended the mountain, found a village, and exchanged several sets of clothes with the villagers using a few first-level magic crystals that they had deliberately left unabsorbed. After all, their clothes, having been through a chase and several days of living in the mountains, were no better than beggar's rags. Due to a lack of money to purchase horses, the two could only walk for the time being, hoping to find a merchant caravan heading to Town to hitch a ride. After gaining strength, walking didn't tire Lin En at all. The two moved quickly, covering more than 20 miles in just over an hour, when they saw an intersection ahead where a group of 7 or 8 knights had set up a checkpoint, looking like they were inspecting travelers. But their attire did not seem to be that of the kingdom's army. Could they be mountain bandits or something? Lin pondered as the two arrived at the intersection. The people setting up the checkpoint saw Lin and his companion and immediately approached to block their way. Lin frowned slightly, sensing that these individuals might have ill intentions. Young master, They should be from some mercenary group, Lin Rongfu whispered. Let's see what they want, Lin replied. He noticed that none of these people were particularly strong, so he wasn't worried. They were probably just a small mercenary group. Among the mercenaries, a leader examined Lin and his companion, then pulled out 2 portraits from his pocket. After glancing at them a few times, his expression turned joyful, and he laughed heartily, saying, I didn't expect my luck to be this good. I really run into them. Lin looked at the happy expression on the man's face, feeling somewhat bewildered. Was this guy crazy to be so happy to see him? Brothers, it's these 2. Take them down, and the bounty from the Count's mansion will belong to our giant axe mercenary corps. At that time, the captain will reward us handsomely. Haddock laughed heartily, waving his hand to command his subordinates to take action. He felt proud in his heart. If he secured this bounty, he might catch the captain's eye and perhaps even get promoted from squad leader. Upon hearing that these 2 were their targets, several mercenaries' eyes lit up as if they saw gold coins shining, and they immediately drew their weapons and rushed forward. At this moment, Lin realized that these people were coming after him. There was no doubt that it was his stepmother's doing. It seemed she really intended to not let him go and was determined to kill him quickly. Seeing several mercenaries charging at them, Lin Rongfu showed a killing intent and was about to take action to kill these mercenaries, but he was stopped by Lin. Lin said, Grandpa Fu, you don't need to take action against these small fry. It's just right for me to practice a bit and see the results of my training over the past few days. All right, young master, be careful. Lin Rongfu nodded and handed his long sword to Lin. These mercenaries were just small characters, their strength only at the level of apprentice warriors and junior warriors, making them perfect for the young master to practice on. Lin took the long sword with a serious expression and actively approached several mercenaries. The mercenaries were confused by Lin's actions. If their information was correct, this kid was supposed to be a talentless waste, right? A mere waste, with no ability to even handle a chicken, dared to step forward. Could he be scared silly? This kid can't be serious, approaching us with a sword. Does he really think he can kill us? A bearded mercenary scoffed. Maybe that's exactly what he means. After all, he is the young master of the Earl's mansion. Killing someone should be easy for him. Another mercenary laughed, completely disregarding Lin, thinking that a talentless waste of a young master could scare them just by wielding a sword. We're not the Earl's servants. We won't resist. Brothers, don't move. Let me see what this young master is capable of. The bearded mercenary who spoke first laughed heartily, arrogantly walking in front of Lin, towering over him by half a head, looking down at him with mockery in his eyes, pointing his massive battle axe at Lin, and carelessly said, Kid, come on, let me see if you can take 1 axe strike from me. The other mercenaries also stopped, laughing and watching the spectacle. In their eyes, this was nothing but a farce. A talentless waste of a young master would surely be split in half by the bearded man's axe. The squad leader, Haddock, also casually watched, though his attention was more on Lin Rongfu, as the news indicated that this old man was seriously injured, but still a master worth paying attention to. As you wish. Lin's gaze turned cold. With a movement of his right hand, the long sword thrust straight at the bearded mercenary's chest. Clang! The bearded mercenary did not expect Lin's speed to be so fast, and the attack aimed at a vital spot scared him into a cold sweat. He hurriedly crossed the axe in front of his chest to block the strike. The sword pierced the axe's surface, and the tremendous force caused his arm to tremble slightly. This kid is supposed to be a waste? Where did this strength come from? The thought flashed through the bearded mercenary's mind, quickly followed by a surge of anger. He nearly got stabbed by a waste, which made him feel extremely embarrassed in front of his companions. Kid, you've angered me, the bearded mercenary fumed, swinging his large axe towards Lin. Clang! Seeing the bearded man's axe coming down, Lin wanted to test his strength against the bearded man. So he made an upward slash with his sword to block the axe. When the sword and axe collided, a loud metallic sound echoed. Lin felt a shock throughout his body. His right arm went numb, and the power carried by the axe nearly overwhelmed him. He realized that the bearded mercenary's strength was above his own, or rather, the bearded man had the enhancement of fighting spirit, making his power exceed Lin's. Kid, with this little strength, you dare to take my axe? Watch me chop you into pieces. The bearded mercenary bellowed, stepping forward, raising his axe high, and suddenly chopped down. Lin's arm was numbed from the impact, and he dared not to take on the big beard's powerful axe head-on. He quickly retreated, finding himself somewhat flustered as the big beard mercenary's axe pressed him. Fortunately, although the big beard's axe was strong, its speed was not fast. After dodging a few strikes, Lin gradually adapted to the big beard's attacks, calming down to use his basic swordsmanship to engage with the big beard, honing his practical skills in combat. Ding! The host used basic swordsmanship against the enemy. Basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. On the sidelines, Lin Rongfu, seeing that Lin had regained his composure, gradually relaxed his tense heart. But he still nervously watched the battle between the two. As soon as Lin was in danger, he would immediately intervene. The big-beard mercenary swung his axe like the wind, but Lin managed to block each strike without sustaining any damage. This infuriated the big-beard mercenary. A useless waste who couldn't cultivate had managed to withstand him for so long, making him feel humiliated in front of his companions. Enraged, the big-beard mercenary swung his axe even faster, wanting to split Lin in half with a single blow. At this point, Lin had completely figured out the big-beard's pattern and understood the power comparison between them. He lost the desire to continue entangled with the big-beard. It was time to get serious. Snip! Lin displayed a swift move and vanished in front of the bearded man, only to reappear at his side in the next moment, slashing down with her sword towards his arm. The bearded man was swinging his axe when he suddenly realized Lin had disappeared from his sight. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his arm as his right arm, holding the axe, was severed at the elbow. The bearded man let out a cry of agony, clutching his severed arm and retreating repeatedly. Swish! Lin swung his sword again, the blade slicing across the throat of the bearded mercenary, whose scream abruptly stopped as his tall figure crashed to the ground. Chapter 11. The Great Axe Mercenary Group. Ding! Host has killed an opponent, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! Host used basic swordsmanship against the enemy. Proficiency 2. The sudden turn of events left several mercenaries, who were just watching the show, stunned. The useless kid who had just been flustered by the bearded mercenary had unexpectedly turned the tables and killed him. How could this be possible? Wasn't this kid a talentless waste who couldn't cultivate? How could he possibly have the ability to kill the bearded mercenary? If it weren't for the bearded mercenary's corpse right in front of them, they would have thought it was a joke. And the bearded mercenary clearly wouldn't joke with his life. Bastard! He killed our brother. Kill him. Several mercenaries were enraged and drew their weapons to charge at Lin. Shave! Seeing the mercenaries coming, Lin didn't have time to look at the system notifications that had just appeared. He swiftly moved towards the mercenaries. He had already mastered the Navy's 6-style shave technique. In a flash, the mercenaries could only catch glimpses of Lin's shadow with their eyes. But they couldn't keep up with his movements. These mercenaries were merely apprentice warriors and junior warriors, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had already fallen under Lin's sword, while another had his arm severed by a single strike. Damn it! He is not a waste at all. Our intelligence was wrong. A junior warrior shouted, "Everyone get back, let me handle him." With a loud shout, this person unleashed his fighting spirit, a faint glow enveloping the great sword in his hand. Junior warriors could now infuse their fighting spirit into their weapons to enhance their attacks. He shouted loudly and swung his sword at Lin. Facing this strike, Lin intentionally wanted to experience the power of fighting spirit in this world, so he did not evade. He swept his sword in a posture meant to sweep away armies. Clang! The 2 swords collided without any flourish. Lin felt a tremendous force surge towards him through his sword. This force was many times greater than that of the bearded mercenary. Lin's arm went numb, and his palm split open, nearly causing him to lose grip of his sword. What a powerful force! Is this the power of fighting spirit? Lin was shocked. This fighting spirit was indeed extraordinary. Even if his own Dao power could reach the same level as his opponent's, he would likely still be no match for the enhanced opponent. The ability of the Phoenix Fruit was activated, and his numb arm and split tiger mouth quickly healed. Sensing the gap between himself and his opponent, Lin stopped trying to forcefully confront them. He executed a quick dash and moved away, appearing in front of another mercenary. He thrust his long sword forward, and in the next moment, it was already embedded in the mercenary's chest. As Lin withdrew his sword, the opponent's body stiffened and slowly fell down. Seeing Lin kill another person in an instant, the remaining 2 rookie warrior-level mercenaries were horrified, their souls almost escaping their bodies. If Lin had targeted them earlier, they wouldn't have been able to resist at all. The only outcome would be to meet the same fate as their comrade, unable to even catch a glimpse of their opponent, let alone defend against them. Filled with fear, the 2 mercenaries quickly retreated, not wanting to die. They believed that only by distancing themselves from Lin, this demon, could they survive. Indeed, in the minds of the 2 mercenaries, Lin had already risen to the level of a demon. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't run. Come take another sword strike for me. The junior warrior-level mercenary was furious. This kid was as slippery as a rat, refusing to engage him directly. He felt powerless, unable to unleash his strength, and could only watch helplessly as Lin terrorized them, filled with frustration and anger. Hearing the other S words, Lin sneered coldly and continued his relentless pursuit, executing quick dashes after the two retreating mercenaries. Captain Hardick, help! The two mercenaries were terrified, regretting not having 2 extra legs to run faster, and they hurriedly called for Hardick. Just as their cries for help fell, Lin had already caught up. With a swing of his long sword, a line of blood shot out from the back of one mercenary's head, and his voice abruptly stopped. Kid, dare to kill my subordinates? I will flay you alive. At that moment, Hardick was seething with rage. He never expected that in just a few minutes, most of his subordinates would be dead. And the opponent was that so-called worthless young master who was thought to be incapable of cultivation. How could this be possible? Could it be that the information from the Count's mansion was wrong? The combat power this kid displayed was almost comparable to that of a junior warrior. How could someone like this be considered worthless? Furious, Hardick drew the knight's great sword from his back, ready to personally kill Lin. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared in front of him. You better not move. The young master does not wish to be disturbed during his battle, Lin Rongfu said coldly. Get out of my way, old man, Hardick shouted angrily, slashing down at Lin Rongfu with his sword. Lin Rongfu remained expressionless, with fighting energy swirling in his palm. He casually waved his hand, as if swatting a fly, and struck the sword that Hardick was cleaving down. Hardick's furious strike couldn't even break through the fighting energy attached to Lin Rongfu's palm. The knight's great sword in Hardick's hand was shattered into iron pieces by the powerful fighting energy, and Lin Rongfu's palm landed unimpeded on Hardick's chest. Ofthe. Hardick spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, already losing the will to resist. Lying on the ground, Hardick stared blankly at the sky, his mind swirling with a single thought. How could he be so strong? While Lin Rongfu easily dealt with Hardick, the remaining mercenary was killed by Lin En. Now, only a low-level warrior mercenary was still chasing after Lin En, kicking up dust. With only one opponent left, Lin En no longer avoided the fight, but actively approached the enemy, utilizing the speed of the shave technique to maneuver around his opponent, and relying on the powerful recovery capabilities of the Phoenix Fruit. Lin En exchanged blows with the opponent several times, ultimately trading injuries to bring the opponent down under his sword. Ding! The host has defeated an opponent of a higher level, gaining 300 experience points. Ding! The host used basic swordsmanship in battle, proficiency 5. The system notifications appeared promptly, and Lin En was not surprised. He had experience in killing monsters and in combat, so killing people would naturally be no exception. In the future, perhaps many of his experiences would come from killing. Lin En had already gained sufficient awareness of this. While he wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocents for the sake of leveling up, he would not hesitate to kill enemies. Lin stood with his sword drawn, having killed several enemies in succession. There was still one opponent whose strength was significantly greater than his own. Despite the recovery abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, the physical exhaustion was immense, and with the mental tension he had maintained, he suddenly felt a deep fatigue wash over him as he relaxed. At the same time, he felt exhilarated. This was truly his first battle in this world, where he had defeated his opponent relying on his own strength, proving that the system's assistance was tangible. Although it was his first time killing someone, Lin did not feel much discomfort, perhaps because he had already witnessed the brutality of bloodshed and severed limbs when he escaped from Jelly City that night and had slowly gotten used to it. Young master, how do you feel? Is your injury serious? Lin Rongfu asked with concern, having been closely watching Lin's fight. Although he knew Lin had the flame of life, he was still very anxious about his injuries. It's just a minor injury. I'll recover soon. It's nothing, Lin replied, shaking his head. Young master, how should we deal with this person? Lin Rongfu asked, feeling relieved, as he looked at Haddock, who was still lying on the ground. Lin once again lamented the formidable strength of Lin Rongfu at the master level. This mercenary, despite being a high-level fighter, was utterly powerless in front of Lin Rongfu. Thinking about how difficult it was for him to kill a few apprentice warriors and a junior warrior, relying on the recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit to exchange injuries for kills, made him realize that he still had a long way to go and needed to put in more effort. So, why did you intercept me? Lin looked at Hades, who was on the ground bleeding profusely, with no sympathy in his eyes. He was not a saint. Once Hades decided to act, he became his enemy. Please spare me. I was just following orders. Hades, terrified, quickly begged for mercy and, in order to save his life, spilled everything he knew. Indeed, it was the work of his stepmother. Was the title of a mere Count Heir really that attractive? Lin felt somewhat gloomy. It was indeed this venomous woman. so malicious that even after the young master left Jelly City and had no intention of returning, she still wouldn't let go. After hearing this, Lin Rongfu was filled with rage and said to Lin with a murderous expression, "Young master, now that this old servant's injuries are no longer a concern and my strength has recovered significantly, how about I sneak back into Jelly City and kill that venomous woman?" Lin rolled his eyes. He decided not to return to Jelly City to compete for the title of heir, but his stepmother was unaware of this. So it was only natural for her to continue sending people to hunt him down. No need for that. I will take revenge myself in the future. Lin rejected Lin Rongfu's proposal. Returning now to kill his stepmother would only complicate things for his father. And he was also curious about his father's reaction when he found out about this matter after returning. Let this venomous woman live a little longer, Lin Rongfu said resentfully. Lin remained silent, holding the long sword, her cold gaze fixed on Hades on the ground, her eyes filled with killing intent. "My lord, I've told you everything I know. Please spare me." Feeling the murderous intent in Lin's eyes, Hades trembled in fear, so scared that he wet his pants. "Don't blame me. Blame your own choices. Blame your bad luck for running into us," Lin said disdainfully as she glanced at Hades. She suddenly thrust the sword down, piercing Hades' chest. Hades convulsed a few times before he took his last breath. Although Lin had witnessed many brutal killings in front of her just days ago and her heart had grown much stronger, it was still her first time killing someone with her own hands, and she felt some discomfort. Suppressing her urge to vomit, Lin thought to herself, "The giant axe mercenary group, this grudge has been established. If you dare to come after me, be prepared to be killed." Ding! The host has killed one enemy of the advanced fighter level. Since it was not an independent kill by the host, experience points are halved, gaining 300 experience points. Chapter 12. Gucci Chamber of Commerce. The entire mercenary team, all 8 members, perished under Lin's sword, bringing her a total of 1,800 experience points, raising her level to 11 and increasing her Tau power by 5 points. Lin glanced at the system prompt. Defeating enemies of equal strength only granted 100 experience points, while defeating higher-level enemies provided more experience. Unfortunately, even after Hades was severely injured and unable to resist, he only awarded 300 experience points. It seemed the system was quite cunning, not giving him a chance to gain easy experience. Looking at the attributes panel, his experience had reached 3,002,000. As expected, the experience required to level up to level 12 was indeed 500 points more than that for level 11. However, this amount of experience was not an issue. Lin believed that once he reached the Warcraft Mountains, experience would come pouring in. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship had also improved significantly. Lin noticed that during actual combat, the proficiency in basic swordsmanship increased much more than during practice. Indeed, real combat was the best way to enhance one's abilities. "Grandpa Fu, let's go," Lin said. "Young master, please wait a moment," Lin Rongfu replied, bending down to search the bodies of several mercenaries. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Lin Rongfu was looting the corpses. They had been chased all the way and had left in a hurry without bringing any valuables. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traded the fire-breathing rabbit's magic crystal for clothes from the villagers earlier. Lin sighed, saying that experience still counts for a lot. And if it weren't for Grandpa Fu's expertise, he would have missed out on this windfall. After a while, Lin Rongfu had found dozens of gold coins and several hundred silver coins on the bodies of a few mercenaries. Although it wasn't much, these mercenaries lived dangerously and spent their money as soon as they had it. The reason they had so many gold coins was thanks to Captain Hades' substantial wealth. Lin and Lin Rongfu were back on the road again, but this time they no longer had to suffer through walking on foot. The members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps, including Hades, were good people. Not only did they give their lives in gold, but they also provided horses. Lin naturally wouldn't be polite about it. Having already looted the bodies, it was only reasonable to ride 2 horses as well. About an hour after they set out, the members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps arrived, having received the news. After all, the bodies of Hades and the others were lying in the middle of the main road, making it hard not to be discovered. Lin and his servant had no interest in helping them collect the corpses. Looking at the bodies of his fallen comrades scattered on the ground, the members of the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps were shocked, realizing that the entire squad had been wiped out. It seemed the enemy was extremely powerful. "Quick, send a message to the captain using the messenger hawk." The team leader shouted urgently, his face pale. Fortunately, he was not the one guarding this road. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Hades. The messenger hawk was a second-level magical beast, small and fast, even outpacing many third or even fourth-level flying magical beasts. It was specially trained to deliver messages, being both swift and secure. More than 2 hours later, at the base of the giant axe mercenary corps in Stan City. On the way to Hudis Town, the captain, Jared, looked at the message from the messenger Hawk with rage. His fighting spirit surged, and he crushed the letter into pieces. Damn it! How dare they kill an entire squad of the giant axe mercenary corps? Jared roared, his presence resembling that of an enraged lion. The terrifying aura swept through the hall, causing his subordinates to tremble as if facing a fearsome magical beast. Who dares to oppose the giant axe mercenary corps? Get out and investigate. Find out who killed my men, and I will personally take action and chop them into 18 pieces with my giant axe. Yes, Captain. The members of the giant axe mercenary corps responded in unison, filled with righteous indignation against those who dared to kill their brothers. Immediately, several mercenaries set out to execute the order, and Jared's overwhelming aura slowly receded. His expression shifted between dark and light. Jared was not a reckless man. He had established the formidable giant axe mercenary corps, and many were deceived by his rough exterior. In truth, he was meticulous, cunning, and ruthless. The complete annihilation of a team set off alarm bells in Jared's mind. Since the establishment of the giant axe mercenary corps, they had encountered numerous enemies. Captain, could it be that Hades squad encountered those 2 people we are hunting? One mercenary speculated. Is that possible? Jared replied, his gaze skeptical. According to the intelligence, one of those 2 was a useless person who could not cultivate, and the other was an old man who had been severely injured and could not have healed in such a short time. Did they really have the ability to kill an entire squad? Moreover, based on the scene, Hades and the others had hardly been able to fight back. Jared's thoughts raced as he said with a murderous intent, is there still no news about those 2? Some more people to search. Regardless of whether they killed Hades or not, we cannot let them go. With horses replacing their legs, Lin and his servant traveled much more easily. Although Lin did not know how to ride, with his current physical condition and control over his body, he could easily stay balanced on the horse. With Lin Rongfu's guidance, it didn't take long for Lin to become proficient at riding. The feeling of galloping on horseback was exhilarating, something he never had the chance to experience back on Blue Star. After the encounter with Hades and the others, Lin and Lin Rongfu were much more cautious along the way, and they indeed noticed many suspicious individuals, which led them to avoid them in advance. With several hundred miles left to Hudis Town, they began to enter mountainous terrain, where the roads were surrounded by high mountains and dense forests. There were not only bandits lurking around, but also the possibility of encountering high-level magical beasts that might have come from the Hudis Mountains, making this journey quite dangerous. Therefore, this stretch of road was rarely traveled by ordinary people, mostly mercenaries or merchant caravans, and merchant caravans typically traveled in groups or hired mercenary corps for protection. To avoid trouble and evade the attention of pursuers, especially since the 2 of them made for a somewhat conspicuous combination. Lin and his servant joined a merchant caravan heading to Hudis Town for business, of course paying a considerable amount of gold as a fee. Otherwise, the caravan would not accept 2 strangers for safety reasons. This caravan was not small, with over 100 people, including 30 to 40 well-trained mercenary guards, indicating the merchant guild's considerable strength. By evening, the caravan set up camp by a gentle stream, and Lin Rongfu received a tent. After a simple dinner prepared by the caravan, Lin practiced basic swordsmanship outside the tent. Whenever he had time, Lin seized the opportunity to improve his skills, as the crises he faced were his motivation for growth. Not far from Lin's tent, outside a large tent, 2 people watched him practice swordsmanship, a round-faced young man and a stern middle-aged man. Young master, why did you agree to let those 2 join the caravan? The stern captain of the caravan guards, Ritz, asked in confusion. Allowing strangers into the caravan was a dangerous thing and a major taboo that could lead the caravan to ruin. As the young master of the merchant guild, he should be well aware of this, and certainly not doing it for a mere handful of gold. Ritz, what do you think is the most important thing for a qualified merchant? Ralph asked with a slight smile, a profound expression appearing on his round face as his gaze remained fixed on Lin practicing his sword. Well, I'm just a guard. I'm good at fighting, but I know nothing about business, Ritz replied, scratching his head, a sheepish smile on his serious face. Young master, I think the most important thing in business is having capital, right? Haha, that's not wrong. Capital is indeed important, Ralph said with a smile, but that's not all. I believe a qualified merchant needs not only capital, but also access to information and keen business insight. Young master, you are a business genius. What you say must be right, Ritz replied. Noticing Ralph's gaze was still fixed on the sword-practicing youth, he asked, "Young master, are you seeing a business opportunity in that young man?" Riz looked again at the young man, practicing swordsmanship. With his strength, he could tell that the young man had no fighting spirit fluctuations at all, and his swordsmanship was merely very basic. At his age, he had not cultivated fighting spirit, clearly lacking talent for it, destined to be an ordinary person for life. What could such an ordinary person have that would catch the attention of their young master? Exactly. It's a business opportunity, Ralph said with a mysterious expression. As I just said, a qualified merchant must possess access to information and keen business insight. We passed through Jelly City the day before yesterday, and there I heard a piece of news, and that news is about the young man practicing swordsmanship. What? That young man is actually the son of a count and the first heir to the title? Ritz exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the news from Ralph. A noble. The son of a count. This identity was not low. Young master, you can't be mistaken, can you? I won't be wrong. Ralph confidently laughed, believing in his judgment. The young man and the old man beside him matched the descriptions in the news. A crucial point that confirmed their identities was that both of them had black hair and black eyes, possessing a mysterious Eastern bloodline. I have traveled through several kingdoms with a merchant caravan, but have not seen anyone with an Eastern bloodline elsewhere. So that's how it is. Looking at the young man's black hair, Liz suddenly understood and had no doubts about his young master's judgment. However, young master, even if he is the son of a count, he is just an ordinary person who cannot cultivate and has been expelled from his family. What could there be about such a person that would attract your interest? Liz, I am now telling you another essential trait that a qualified merchant must possess: decisiveness. Ralph's eyes sparkled. Once a business opportunity is identified, one must invest without hesitation. Although this young man has been expelled from his family and has no support besides an old servant, ISNT this precisely my chance to invest in him. As long as the Count has not announced the cancellation of his inheritance qualification, he could potentially become the future master of the Count's estate. Once he becomes the Count, my investment will yield 10-fold or 100-fold returns. Ralph looked at the young man as if he saw a rare treasure. Although his family's trading company was wealthy and powerful, it remained just a business with a low social status, always having to bow to the nobility. If he could establish a connection with a Countess estate, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits. Young master, since you have faith in him, why not go over and get to know him? Liz asked. No rush. We still have a long way to Hudistown, and there will be opportunities. Ralph smiled, his eyes filled with wisdom. Chapter 13. Ralph's favor Lin, who was wholeheartedly focused on practicing his swordsmanship, naturally had no idea that he had become a coveted treasure in the eyes of others. If he knew Ralph's thoughts, he would surely admire him as another version of El Bouet from another world. Ding! The host is diligently practicing basic swordsmanship. Proficiency. Ding! Proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached 5,000, skill level increased, Dao power 50, and the host is encouraged to continue working hard. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin felt a surge of joy. Basic swordsmanship had leveled up to advanced, and his Dao power increased by 50 points. He silently thought, System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 300, 2000 Dao power, 135 occupation, none skills. Basic swordsmanship, advanced, 010000. Shave, beginner, 1225000. Life return, beginner, 555,000. Devil fruit. Mythical beast type phoenix, beginner, 385000. Moves, none physique, none specialty, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, empty quests, main quest 1, dream of level max, host level upgraded to max. First phase quest, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. With basic swordsmanship upgraded and his stamina nearly depleted, Lin decided to stop practicing. At this moment, Lin Rongfu approached him. Young master, while you were practicing swordsmanship just now, the owner of the merchant caravan frequently looked at you, seemingly paying attention to you. Lin Rongfu said softly, glancing at Ralph, and was not far away. Oh, Lin was somewhat surprised. Could it be that his identity has been exposed? He turned to look, and just then, Ralph also looked over. Their eyes met, and Ralph showed a friendly smile. Seeing Ralph smile, Lin was slightly taken aback, but then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. From Ralph's expression, Lin did not sense any malice and said, Grandpa Fu, this person doesn't seem to harbor ill intentions toward us. Young master, human hearts are hard to fathom. We are in someone else's caravan, so caution is essential. The captain of the caravan's guards is quite strong, a master at the initial level of a battle master. and there are many guards. If the other party has ill intentions, we would be in danger, Lin En said. He also did not sense any malice from Ralph. Otherwise, he would not have merely reminded Lin, but would have directly taken him away from the caravan. I understand, Grandpa Fu, please be careful. Lin nodded. Now that he might face pursuit from his stepmother at any time, being cautious is always wise. That night, the caravan's guards kept watch, and everything was peaceful. After breakfast the next morning, the caravan set off. Lin and Lin En rode their horses in the middle of the caravan. After several hours of travel, they did not encounter any highway robbers or bandits. After all, such a large caravan must have strong guard forces. No bandit would dare to provoke them. Occasionally encountered magical beasts were easily dealt with by the caravan guards, posing no threat to the caravan. Clop, clop. Just as the caravan was advancing steadily, a dense sound of hooves came from the front, indicating that a large group of people was approaching. Halt! The captain of the caravan guards, Liz, shouted loudly, riding forward, raising his right hand. The guards moved forward, forming a battle formation, ready to fight at any moment. The caravan guard were well trained and quickly followed Liz to the front of the caravan, weapons drawn and ready for combat. The other caravan members stood guard beside the wagons, remaining calm. Everyone had great confidence in their caravan's guard strength. Ralph also emerged from the wagon, but did not advance. He merely frowned slightly, looking ahead. A cloud of dust was rising from the direction of the approaching hoofbeats, indicating that there were quite a number of people coming. Lin looked towards the rising dust ahead, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. The approaching individuals did not seem friendly, and it was highly likely they were coming for him. Soon, 30 or 40 horses arrived in front of the caravan. Leading the pack was a monstrous beast, a nearly horse-sized black giant wolf. Its massive body and sharp fangs exuded a fierce aura that sent chills down one's spine. The appearance of the wolf-like beast stirred the horses in the caravan. Although they had traces of beast blood, they were not true beasts and naturally feared the wolf. Ritz's powerful aura surged forth, calming the horses beneath him. His expression was grave. This group was very strong, especially the person riding the giant wolf, who posed a significant threat to him. Which way are you from? We are the Gucci Merchant Association's caravan, heading to Hudistown for business, Ritz called out, taking a few steps forward to introduce himself. The individuals ahead were none other than Jared, the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group. His mercenaries had finally tracked down the two targets from their commission task and rushed in to intercept them. Upon hearing Ritz's shout, Jared's expression turned serious. He had heard of the Gucci Merchant Association, a powerful organization. Not to mention, the guard captain who just spoke was a warrior on par with him. However, even if the Gucci Merchant Association was strong, he was not prepared to abandon this task. Jared's gaze swept through the caravan, and upon seeing Lin, a flash of malicious intent crossed his eyes before he turned his attention back to Ritz. I am Jared, the leader of the Giant Axe mercenary group. I have heard of the Gucci Merchant Association. I have no intention of being enemies with you. But there are two individuals in your caravan who are the targets of our task. If you hand them over to me, I will leave immediately, Jared declared, pointing towards Lin and Lin En. Ritz's face showed difficulty. These two individuals were people the young master wanted to invest in, so he certainly could not hand them over to Jared. However, he was just a guard captain and needed the young master to make the final decision. I cannot agree to this request. I need my young master to decide, Ritz replied, turning to look at Ralph. Ralph had naturally heard Jared's request. He frowned, glanced at Lin, then rode forward on a horse. In the caravan, Lin watched Ralph's back, feeling a bit nervous. If Ralph was pressured by the Giant Axe mercenary group to hand him over, their only option would be to fight their way out. Lin En beside him also wore a serious expression, ready for a fierce battle. Jared, I am Ralph, the owner of the caravan. I cannot hand them over. This concerns the reputation of the Gucci Merchant Association. Since its establishment, reputation has been fundamental. Therefore, could you change your request? Gold coins, or anything else can be discussed. And we could gain the friendship of the Gucci Merchant Association, Ralph said. I certainly want gold coins and the friendship of the Gucci Merchant Association. However, mercenaries must complete their tasks. That is also a matter of reputation. Otherwise, the Giant Axe mercenary group would not survive in the mercenary world, Jared replied. Lord Ralph, these two individuals are not members of your association. Handing them over is merely a matter of a word for you. And you can also gain the friendship of my Giant Axe mercenary group. In the future, for commission tasks, I can give you an 80 commission discount. It is impossible to hand them over. Jared, please change your conditions, Ralph said. Lin was an investment project he had high hopes for. So how could he hand him over to Jared? Moreover, This was an opportunity to win Lin's favor, and Ralph would not let it slip away. So, for the sake of two unrelated individuals, are you sure you want to make an enemy of my giant axe mercenary group, Lord Ralph? Jared said coldly, his face darkening. Whether we are friends or foes depends on how you choose. Jared, Ralph replied, not backing down at all. Though merchants should be friendly to make profits and avoid enemies, they also would not shy away from significant interests. Then there is nothing to discuss, Jared said coldly, tightening his grip on the giant axe. A powerful wave of fighting spirit emanating from him. The giant wolf beneath him sensed its master's anger and let out a low growl, filling the air with a fierce aura. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense, and a fight was about to break out. What's going on? It's not time for a break yet. Why have we stopped? Just then, a voice rang out. An old man with messy hair and beard stepped down from a carriage, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, and loudly asked Ralph, Master Wanda, I didn't expect to disturb you. I sincerely apologize. Seeing the old man, Ralph's expression became respectful, and he hurriedly explained. Upon hearing Ralph's explanation, Master Wanda became furious. He was in a hurry to get to Hudistown to search for materials for an alchemical experiment, and time was precious to him. A small mercenary group dared to waste his time over a trivial matter. It was simply asking for trouble. What a bunch of nonsense mercenaries. What a ridiculous task. Tell them to get lost. Don't they know my time is valuable? If they dare waste my time again, I'll have their mercenary group expelled from the mercenary world. Master Wanda shouted angrily, a man in his 50s with a fiery temper. Yes, Master Wanda, I will have them clear the way immediately. Ralph forced a smile, but inside he was delighted. With Master Wanda present, this battle would not happen. Although he was not afraid of the giant axe mercenary group, it was better to avoid conflict and spare the caravan from losses. Riding forward again, Ralph said to Jared, Jared, I'm sure you heard what Master Wanda said. You should leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend him. If Master Wanda really gets angry, your small giant axe mercenary group could easily be wiped out. Jared naturally heard Master Wanda's loud voice, but he dared not voice any objections. Master Wanda was wearing a wizard's robe, embroidered with a silver thread staff emblem, which marked him as a registered wizard of the Mage Association. The wrath of a wizard was something the giant axe mercenary group could not bear, let alone the vast power behind a wizard. Chapter 14. Arrival at Hudistown facing an ill-tempered wizard. Jared conceded and stepped aside. Although warriors and wizards were on the same level, a large spell from a wizard could annihilate the entire giant axe mercenary group, and wizards could cast spells instantaneously, leaving no chance even at close range. Watching the Gucci Merchant Association's convoy leave, the members of the giant axe mercenary group felt extremely frustrated and unwilling. When had they ever been so humiliated as mercenaries living on the edge? However, at this moment, they could only seethe in silence. Captain, are we going to let that kid go? One subordinate asked Jared. The giant axe mercenary group has never given up on any commissioned task since its establishment, Jared said with a grim expression. The Gucci Merchant Association's destination should be Hudistown. Once they arrive there, I don't believe they will continue to protect that kid. Hudistown is our paradise as mercenaries. There is nothing we can't accomplish there. And as long as that wizard is not around, the Gucci Merchant Association is nothing. Captain is wise, the subordinate flattered. Let us go. We're headed to Hudistown. Jared smacked the giant wolf's head, and with a roar, the giant wolf moved its limbs and followed the Gucci Merchant Association's convoy from a distance. Thank you earlier, Ralph. Lin took the initiative to find Ralph and thank him. If it weren't for Ralph's protection just now, he and Grandpa Fu would definitely have faced a bloody battle. Even if they managed to escape in the end, they would have paid a considerable price. Therefore, Lin was very grateful to Ralph and felt ashamed of his previous doubts about him. Brother Lin, no need to be polite. You paid gold coins to the caravan, which makes you a member of the caravan, so I certainly have the responsibility to protect you, Ralph said with a hearty laugh. Besides, it's not just my credit. If it weren't for Master Wanda's reputation, Jared wouldn't have retreated so easily. Regardless, I still want to say thank you. Lin expressed his gratitude. Ralph's words greatly increased Lin's fondness for him. By the way, Ralph, could you introduce me to Master Wanda? I want to thank him as well. He was a great help just now. Although Lin was unclear about Master Wanda's identity, a mage of the Archmage level already carried a significant weight. If given the chance, Lin wanted to befriend him, as knowing another strong person wouldn't be a bad thing. No problem. But Master Wanda is not a member of the Gucci Merchant Association and is not traveling on the same carriage. Moreover, he has a strange personality. I don't know if he will see you, Ralph answered without hesitation. Ralph brought Lin to Master Wanda's carriage and respectfully asked, "Master Wanda, I am Ralph. A young brother wants to see you to thank you for helping the caravan." "Thank you for what? Don't bother me if there's nothing important," came Master Wanda's impatient voice from inside the carriage. Ralph felt a bit awkward and sheepishly smiled at Lin. "Master Wanda has a bad temper. Let's not disturb him." "All right." Lin's expression also became somewhat unnatural. Do all mages have such a volatile temperament? Although he felt a bit indignant inside, Lin dared not show it. Although his desire to get to know Master Wanda was thwarted, Lin's relationship with Ralph rapidly grew. Ralph was a shrewd businessman with extensive experience from traveling all over. They quickly became like brothers, as Ralph was skilled at socializing. Ralph did not actively inquire about Lin's identity or the grievances between the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps and Lin. As a savvy person, Ralph naturally knew what to ask and what not to. "Brother Lin, although Town is prosperous and known as a paradise for mercenaries, it is also a chaotic place. You need to be extra careful when you get there," Ralph said, introducing Lin to the situation in Town. Through Ralph's introduction, Lin gained more understanding of Town. Although Lin Rongfu knew about Town, he had hardly left Jelly City, and most of his knowledge came from other sources. He had never been there himself. Town is located at the intersection of 3 countries and is considered a lawless zone, but it is not without management. Currently, Town is jointly controlled by 3 powerful mercenary groups. Anyone wishing to live or do business in Town must avoid offending these 3 mercenary groups. In addition to the 3 major mercenary groups, the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Association are also 2 formidable entities. Although they only have branches in Town, no one dares to provoke them. Even though the 3 major mercenary groups control Town, chaos is the hallmark of this mercenary paradise. Mercenaries live dangerously, risking their lives in a Monster Mountain range day in and day out. Not knowing what tomorrow holds, they naturally indulge in immediate pleasures and can quickly draw their weapons over trivial matters. Therefore, bloodshed and fighting are commonplace in Town, and losing a few people is hardly a big deal. It's unusual for someone not to die. The caravan continued towards Town, and the remaining journey was uneventful. 2 days later, the outline of Town was already in sight. Before entering Town, Lin felt the town's prosperity. Although it's called a town, it resembled a small city with tall and sturdy city walls built for defense against monster attacks. Armed mercenaries guarded the city gates and walls. At the tall city gates, numerous mercenaries carrying weapons came in and out. Most returning mercenaries were laden with various monster corpses, ores, and medicinal herbs, while some were carrying the bloody bodies of their comrades, looking dejected. Although the Mountain Range is famous for its monsters and abundant resources, it is also fraught with deadly dangers. As the caravan reached the city gates, they queued to enter. Lin observed that the mercenaries at the gates were quite formidable and appeared to be strong. Those arriving in Town had to pay an entry fee to enter. Those who paid would receive a token as proof, allowing them to enter and exit through the city gates. "Brother Lin, to do business in Town, you need to pay an entry fee of 1 gold coin, which allows you to stay for a month. During this time, you will be protected by the 3 major mercenary groups. After that, you will need to renew your fee. Otherwise, you will be expelled. If you don't leave, it will be hard to guarantee your safety if something happens. You need to remember this if you plan to stay in Town," Ralph explained. "This is essentially a protection fee. 1 gold coin for just a month's stay," Lin thought, amazed. Town has tens of thousands of mercenaries living there, which amounts to a substantial income. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Ralph. I will be careful," Lin nodded. Soon, the caravan paid the entry fee and entered the city gates. Lin and Lin Rongfu's fees were covered by Ralph's caravan, and Lin did not hesitate to accept the 2 gold coins, simply noting it in his mind. "Brother Lin, the Gucci Merchant Association has its own shop and residence in Town. If you need a place to stay, you can temporarily stay at the association's residence," Ralph offered. "Thank you, Brother Ralph, but there's no need to trouble you." Lin shook his head in refusal. He didn't want to trouble others too much, and he had some secrets that couldn't be exposed. Finding another place to stay would be best. "All right then, I will be staying in Town for about a month. If you need anything, you can come to the association's residence to find me. It's easy to inquire about the location," Ralph said regretfully, showing that he genuinely wanted to invite Lin. "Brother Lin, my people have discovered that the Giant Axe Mercenary Corps has not given up. They're following behind the caravan and will likely enter Town as well. The situation in Town is complex, so you need to be extra careful." "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Ralph. I will be cautious," Lin replied. Ralph left with the caravan. as he had many matters to attend to while managing such a large caravan. Lin and Lin Rongfu found an inn to temporarily settle down. Huda's town was bustling with activity, and finding an inn was not difficult. Once in their room, Lin had the attendant bring a tub of hot water and comfortably took a bath. After being on the road for so long without a wash, Lin felt like he could scrub dirt off his body. Soaking in the warm water, Lin began to contemplate the upcoming matters. Huda's town, located near the Hudas Mountains, was an excellent place to enhance one's strength. However, both Hudas town and the situation in the Hudas Mountains were quite complex, requiring a detailed understanding and plan. In addition to improving his strength, making money was also urgent. The gold coins obtained from looting Hades would not last long. Money was needed everywhere in Hudas town, and Lin would not forget that the system he inherited from his past life had a penchant for consuming wealth, making a large amount of money essential for quickly utilizing the system to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, while Lin was comfortably soaking in the bath, Jared had also entered Hudas town with his mercenaries. When Lin arrived in Hudas town, a huge griffin landed in Gary City, in the estate of Viscount Phil. "Welcome, Minter Phyllis." Viscount Phil, accompanied by his wife Lady Laura, their daughter Ivel, and a group of servants, respectfully greeted Phyllis as she descended from the griffin. Phyllis was a mentor from a Nancy Magic Academy in the royal capital and a powerful water mage, holding a high position throughout the Gaki kingdom. Mages were naturally considered nobility, but they were even more distinguished than regular nobles, which made Viscount Phil exceptionally respectful when facing Phyllis. "Hello, Viscount Phil, Lady Laura," Phyllis said lightly. With her voluptuous figure and beautiful appearance, she carried the noble demeanor and arrogance of a mage, not giving Viscount Phil much regard. If it weren't for the fact that they were the parents of her chosen student Ivel, a mere Viscount would not catch her eye at all. "Minter Phyllis," Ivel called out obediently, her eyes filled with joy. "Ivel, I've come to take you to the academy," Phyllis said, finally showing a kind smile at the sight of her chosen student. "Minter Phyllis, you must be tired from your journey. Please come inside and rest. I have already had the servants prepare a sumptuous feast," Viscount Phil said. Phyllis nodded, taking Ivel's hand and walking ahead. After the welcoming feast, Viscount Phil had the servants bring fragrant tea. Phyllis said, "You know my purpose here. The academy will start soon, and I am here to take Ivel to the royal capital. However, I heard that Viscount Phil has arranged a marriage for Ivel, and I also heard that Ivel's fiancé is an ordinary person without any cultivation talent." Chapter 15, Annulment Yes. Although Phyllis's question was somewhat abrupt, Viscount Phil dared not hide it and explained the engagement between his daughter Ivel and the eldest son of the Count, Lin. After finishing, Viscount Phil felt a bit uneasy, as Phyllis's expression seemed somewhat cold, and he wondered if this would affect his daughter's ability to study under her. "Foolish," Phyllis snapped, glaring at Viscount Phil. "Ivel is a student I value highly. Her magical talent is exceptionally outstanding, a genius even in the Nancy Magic Academy. How can she be engaged to a waste who has no cultivation talent? Ivel is my student now, and I do not agree to this marriage. Viscount Phil, you must annul it." This put Viscount Phil in a difficult position. He would naturally be willing to annul the marriage. He certainly did not want his daughter to marry a waste. Frankly, since he learned that Lin had no cultivation talent, he had begun to regret the engagement. However, Count William's rank was higher than his, making it difficult to annul the marriage. Moreover, Viscount Phil and Count William were good friends, having established the engagement when their children were still young. Annulment would put Count William in an awkward position and affect their friendship. But for his daughter's happiness, he had no choice but to apologize to William, especially since Lin was so disappointing. "What, Viscount Phil, are you unwilling?" Phyllis said angrily, her face looking very grim, her immense mental power filling the room, making the air feel heavy and suffocating. "Please don't be angry, Minter. My father didn't mean it that way." Ivel quickly interjected, fearing that the relationship between her father and Minter would become strained. "I've already made it clear with Lin that our engagement is void." And he agreed. At that, Ivel explained the agreement with Lin. "Viscount Phil, you lack the courage and determination that Ivel possesses," Phyllis coldly snorted, her expression improving considerably, showing more satisfaction with Ivel. Yes, Viscount Phil repeatedly agreed, feeling a sense of relief, but still worried. He said, "It would be best if Lin agrees to annul the engagement, but I fear that it is only Ivel and Lin's agreement. Count William may not agree." "An insignificant count. Why does he have to disagree?" Phyllis said arrogantly. "However, you make a valid point. Since we are annulling the engagement, let us do it thoroughly. I will personally take Ivel to annul the engagement. a count would not dare refuse me. With that decision made, Viscount Phil naturally had no objections. He was more than happy for Phyllis to take the lead, as this would spare him the awkwardness of facing William and allow the marriage to be annulled, achieving a win-win situation. At Count William's estate, after learning that his eldest son Lin had been hunted down by his wife, Lady Rose, and had escaped severely injured from Gary City, Count William became furious and reprimanded Lady Rose harshly. Although still seething with anger, Count William felt helpless. He could not truly kill his own wife, especially since Lady Rose had given birth to their youngest son, Wayne. Count William could only order Lady Rose to cancel the bounty on Lin placed with a mercenary group, while also sending someone to find and protect Lin. "You had better pray that Lin is safe, otherwise I will not forgive you," Count William said fiercely to Lady Rose. Despite his complicated feelings towards Lin, stemming from the death of his first wife during childbirth, he had no intention of letting anything happen to Lin, who was the only remaining son of the woman he loved most. Lady Rose lowered her head and said nothing, seemingly submissive before Count William. However, in a place where Count William could not see, her expression was dark as water, her eyes flickering with resentment and malice. "My lord, Miss Ivel has arrived." At that moment, a servant came in to report. "Oh, Ivel has come?" Count William's face lit up with joy. He was completely satisfied with his future daughter-in-law and liked her immensely. He hurriedly said, "Quickly invite Miss Ivel in." Before long, the servant led Ivel and Phyllis into the room. "Ivel, it's been a while since you last visited your uncle's house. You're looking more and more beautiful," Count William said, seeing the elfin princess like Ivel, his happiness evident. "Greetings, Uncle William." Ivel performed a standard noble greeting, poised and graceful. "You are Count William?" Phyllis spoke to Count William without any courtesy, her demeanor noble and haughty. "Who are you?" Count William was about to instruct the servants to prepare refreshments for Ivel when he suddenly heard Phyllis's words, his brow furrowing. As a count, he was rarely addressed in such a tone, which displeased him greatly. However, since this person had come with Ivel, Count William suppressed his anger. "I am Phyllis, a magic mentor from the Nancy Magic Academy," Phyllis said in a commanding tone. "Evil is my student, and I do not agree with the marriage between her and your son. I am here today to annul this engagement." Upon hearing this, Count William's expression darkened significantly. On one hand, Phyllis's status put pressure on him. On the other hand, her words shocked him. She was actually here to call off the engagement? "Evil, is this your decision or your father's? Where is your father? Why didn't he come?" Count William said, suppressing his anger. "I'm sorry, Uncle William," Evil said apologetically, but with determination. Count William fell silent. Evil didn't say much, yet her silence spoke volumes. The absence of her old friend, Viscount Phil, was a clear indication of the situation. Count William knew that when his son was diagnosed with no talent for cultivation, the engagement had already faced a crisis. "Count William, I'm not here to discuss this with you, but to inform you," Phyllis said lightly. "Impossible," Count William retorted angrily. Phyllis's arrogant demeanor made him feel deeply insulted. "You are merely Evil's teacher, not her parent. What right do you have to annul this engagement? If you want to break the engagement, let Phil say it to me himself." "Impudent! You, a mere count, dare to defy my order," Phyllis coldly rebuked, showing no regard for Count William. "If you do not agree, do not blame me for being rude. A small count's residence, I can make it crumble in an instant." Furious, Phyllis suddenly produced a magic wand. An immense magical power surged around her. The air in the room became thick, and a sound like crashing waves could be faintly heard emanating from her, as if a giant wave was about to crash and consume everything. Under Phyllis's pressure, everyone in the room, except Evil, whom Phyllis deliberately protected, felt like a small boat in a raging sea, at risk of being shattered by a giant wave. "Count!" Feeling the surging magical fluctuations inside, the captain of the Count's guard, Migaro, rushed in, drawing his great sword to stand in front of Count William, his expression grave as he stared at Phyllis. Despite being a warrior-level expert, facing a mage was still an immense pressure. Seeing the loyal Migaro, Phyllis scoffed, thinking it was a good opportunity to teach this guard a lesson, to show Count William the consequences of offending a mage. With this in mind, Phyllis lightly waved her wand. Splash! A giant python, as thick as a barrel and made entirely of water, appeared out of thin air, charging towards Migaro. "Ha!" Migaro shouted, extending his sword aura a meter long from his knight's sword, and struck down fiercely at the giant python. Boom! Like crashing waves, Migaro's sword aura was shattered by the giant python, which then violently slammed into Migaro, sending him crashing backward, breaking through the wall and landing in the garden, injured severely. With a single spell, Phyllis had effortlessly dispatched Migaro as if swatting away a fly. She looked at Count William and said, "I will give you one more chance. Produce the marriage certificate." Faced with such a domineering Phyllis, even if Count William was reluctant and furious, he could only retrieve the marriage certificate. Phyllis took it, glanced at it, and then it turned to dust in her hands. "Evil, let's go." Phyllis put away her wand and turned to leave. When a marriage certificate shattered, Evil felt a weight lift off her entire being, as if heavy shackles had been removed. She deeply bowed to Count William, and then quickly followed Phyllis, leaving behind a hall in disarray and Count William's grim expression. Compared to Count William's angry and resentful demeanor, Lady Rose's expression concealed a hint of schadenfreude. As long as Lin, that worthless, illegitimate child, was humiliated, she felt happy. Without the marriage alliance with the Viscount's family, even if he returned to the Count's residence in the future, he would have no chance of competing with her son for the Count's inheritance. Evil. Without the shackles of the engagement, from now on you will study magic diligently with me. Your future is not one that a waste can match. You will certainly surpass me and become one of the most brilliant geniuses in the magical world, Phyllis said as they exited the Count's residence. Teacher, I will definitely work hard, Evil replied firmly. For some reason, at that moment, Lin's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The boy who had resolutely said he wanted to repay her for saving his life. The next time they meet, she would be a dazzling star in the magical world, while he would still be an ordinary person, already a difference between heaven and earth. Not long after, a griffin soared into the sky from Jolly City, flying towards the royal capital. Chapter 16. Sword and Rose. Lin, of course, had no knowledge of what happened in Jolly City. After a comfortable night at the inn, he had not slept so soundly in a long time. In the morning, he felt refreshed. It must be said that although the continent of divine grace lacked modern living facilities, such as mobile phones, computers, and the internet, it was precisely because of this that it remained free from industrial pollution. The air was fresh to an unbelievable degree, setting aside the convenience and comfort of life. This place was indeed very suitable for living, then also provided meals, and, after having breakfast there, Lin and Lin Rongfu left the inn and walked on the streets of Hudistown. Since they planned to stay in Hudistown, understanding the true situation of the town was essential. Hearsay was no substitute for seeing things with their own eyes. Hudistown had a permanent population of tens of thousands, with hundreds of mercenary groups and merchant associations. There was not a single ordinary person here. Everyone was either a magician or a warrior. Ordinary people simply could not survive here. Even the aftermath of an occasional battle could claim their lives. Thus, the streets were filled with fierce mercenaries wielding various weapons, their expressions proud and unruly. Many were also riding various tamed magical beasts as mounts, looking imposing, making the whole town resemble a zoo. Lin was thoroughly enjoying himself. Whether it was the rebellious mercenaries, the fierce magical beasts, or the simple and crude architectural style of Hudistown, all of it opened his eyes wide. After all, he had just crossed over and had been chased all the way, not even getting a good look at what Jilly City looked like. Enthusiastic Lin didn't notice that while he was sightseeing, he had also become a spectacle in the eyes of others. His black hair and black eyes made him stand out from the crowd, and he felt out of place. Many people cast curious glances at him, but no one approached to cause trouble. After all, those entering Hudistown were not ordinary people, and offending someone whose background was unknown could come with a heavy price, possibly even their lives. Look, isn't it the Sword and Rose mercenary group? It's them. Didn't you see the sisters Sherlin and Weya walking in front? They're the famous beauties of Hudistown. So beautiful. Not only are they beautiful, but they're also strong. I heard the group leader Sherlin is already a mid-level battle master, and Sword and Rose is aiming to become a B-grade mercenary group. God, look at that magical beast. Could it be a level 6 beast, the Raging Bear? It really is the Raging Bear. The Raging Bear is a high-level level 6 magical beast. I didn't expect the Sword and Rose mercenary group to be able to slay such a powerful beast. It seems that this time the Sword and Rose mercenary group will be able to upgrade to a B-grade mercenary group. They must be expanding their ranks. I wonder if I can join the Sword and Rose mercenary group. That would be great if I could join, getting close to Captain Sherlin. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Bro, but Captain Sherlin is too cold, not my type. I prefer someone playful and cute like Sister Weya. Dream on. There's everything in dreams. Suddenly, the street became lively as the crowd turned to look at a mercenary group that had just entered the city. This group was not large, only about 20 people, and walking in front were two enchanting beauties, one exuding a queen-like coldness and the other a playful and cute youthful charm. Both were carrying large knight swords, attracting a lot of attention. Alongside the two beauties, drawing just as much attention, was a gigantic bear on a cart. Although it had been dead for some time, it still emanated a fierce aura. Lin was also attracted by the commotion, and looking at the sisters Lin and Wei Ya in front of her, she felt a sense of amazement. The two sisters resembled each other closely, appearing to be a few years apart in age. They wore fitted battle armor, not the full body type, but enough to protect vital areas, showcasing their tall figures in a very sexy and heroic manner. The older sister, Lin, was clad in white armor, with a stern expression, seemingly indifferent to the onlookers in their discussions, exuding an aura of a cold queen. The younger sister, Wei Ya, wore red armor, her face bright with a lively smile. She seemed pleased to hear the comments from passers-by, her smile widening as she bounced along happily, embodying the image of a little girl. Indeed, they were well known as the two beautiful flowers of Town, living up to their reputation. Retracting her gaze from the Lin and Wei Ya sisters, Lin looked at the enormous, earth-shaking bear lying on the carriage behind them. The bear measured about 5 meters in length, with sturdy limbs and a coat of earthy yellow fur that still vibrated with earth elemental energy, indicating its incredible defensive capabilities. A massive wound on its neck nearly severed it by a third, a fatal injury inflicted by a great sword. To be able to slay a level 6 high-tier magical beast, the sword and Rose mercenary corps truly possessed formidable strength. Lin sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of envy, wondering when she would attain such power. Wei Ya, behave yourself. What else with all the bouncing around? Lin scolded Wei Ya in the line, feeling a headache from her overly lively sister. Sister, I'm just happy. Wei Ya replied with a playful tone, wrapping her arms around Lin's, and added cheerfully, Sister, listen. Everyone is saying that our sword and Rose mercenary corps is amazing. All right, don't you know how amazing you are? If it weren't for Thomas saving you this time, you would have died under the claws of the earth-shaking bear. Go back and work hard on your training. Only when you become a warrior will you have the capital to be proud, Lin said sternly. I know, I'll train hard when we get back, Wei Ya pouted, feeling a bit intimidated by her serious sister. However, she quickly perked up again, her bright eyes scanning the crowd. When she spotted Lin and Lin Rongfu, curiosity sparkled in her eyes. She tugged at Lin's arm and pointed in Lin's direction. Sister, look, those two people are so strange. Their hair and eyes are both black. I've never seen anyone like them before. Following Wei Ya's finger, Lin glanced at Lin and Lin Rongfu, feeling a flicker of surprise. It was her first time seeing people with black hair and black eyes. However, the continent of Shunin was vast, with numerous countries and races, including orcs and the legendary elves. Perhaps the black-haired, black-eyed individuals were simply a rare group. More than racial traits, Lin focused on the elder beside the boy. She sensed a faint aura of danger from him, indicating he was a strong individual. Wei Ya, don't point recklessly. If you're not careful, you might offend an unknown powerful person, and that could bring us trouble, Lin said, pressing down on Wei Ya's arm with a severe tone. Oh, I know, Wei Ya replied obediently, understanding that her sister was looking out for her. Yet, she continued to curiously watch the black-haired, black-eyed boy, clearly still interested. All right, let's hurry back to the camp and rest properly. Lin felt another headache coming on and quickened her pace. As the sword and Rose mercenary corps moved away, the commotion on the street came to a halt. Young master, I think we need to change our appearance. This way we won't attract so much attention, Lin Rongfu said. Having spent many years in the Countess mansion without venturing outside, he hadn't noticed this issue at first. The gazes of the townspeople in Hudis made him realize it, and it wasn't too late to remedy the situation now. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. There were people with all sorts of hair colors on the street, but he and Lin Rongfu had black hair and black eyes. Such obvious features clearly pointed out the direction for those chasing after them. So, Lin and Lin Rongfu walked into a clothing store, and when they came out, both were wearing cloaks with hoods, and Lin also had a cowboy straw hat on his head. There were all kinds of outfits on the street, and many were even more bizarre, so their appearance didn't seem out of place. After wandering around for most of the day and exploring the not-so-large town of Hudis, Lin and his companion returned to the inn. The night in Hudis was livelier, but also more chaotic. Dangers and threats lurked in the darkness. Although the three major mercenary groups controlled Hudis and maintained basic order, killings were by no means prohibited. Lin didn't have much interest in the nighttime activities of Hudis. In his previous life on Earth, he was just an ordinary worker and didn't he enjoy hanging out in bars or nightclubs? Was it better to go home after work and play games? Now that he was in the divine grace continent without games, he could still train the abilities of the phoenix fruit in his room, which was even more enjoyable than gaming. After a night without conversation, the proficiency of the phoenix fruit increased significantly. After breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu headed to the mercenary guild located on the main street in the center of Hudis. Lin had already learned from yesterday that the best way to establish a foothold in Hudis was to register as a mercenary. By becoming a mercenary, the monsters or various materials they hunted could be sold at the mercenary guild with guaranteed safety, eliminating the worry of being scammed. They could also accept various commission tasks to earn money in the guild's task hall, making it the best choice for mercenaries who were not very strong. Early in the morning, the mercenary guild was bustling with activity, especially in the task hall, where people came and went. Many came to post commission tasks, while numerous mercenary groups were there to accept them. The reception staff were extremely busy, and several mercenary groups were directly advertising and recruiting manpower in the task hall, targeting those independent mercenaries. Hello, I'm here to register as a mercenary. Lin approached the registration window, which was currently unoccupied, except for a young woman in her 20s who was on duty. The receptionist had wine-red hair, fair but rough skin, and a few noticeable freckles on her face. Her looks could only be described as ordinary, but there was a hint of natural charm in her gaze. She gave Lin a surprised look, as it was uncommon for someone so young to register as a mercenary. Being a mercenary was a dangerous profession, and boys his age typically lacked strength, but their ambitions could be sky-high. Little brother, being a mercenary is a dangerous profession. Without strong abilities, it can be very risky. Are you sure you want to register? Do you want to think it over? By Wire kindly reminded him, clearly concerned about his young age and not because of his handsome looks. She could swear that was the case. Sister, thank you for your reminder, but I've thought it through. Lin shook his head. Becoming a mercenary was the best way to earn resources and increase his strength. What was a little danger compared to that? Danger was merely a motivation to enhance his abilities. You have a sweet mouth. By Wire smiled charmingly. This little mouth is so sweet, it makes one want to taste it. Little brother, since you insist, I want to persuade you otherwise. However, registering as a mercenary requires testing your strength first. If your strength is insufficient, you want to pass the registration. By Wire led Lin and Lin Rongfu to the back of the mercenary guild's task hall. Lin followed behind, watching By Wire's curvaceous hips sway. Suddenly, he found it hard to look away, realizing that her figure was exceptionally good, a magnificent upper body, a slender waist, and he worried whether her waist could support the weight of her upper body. It was just a pity about her face. After a while, Lin snapped back to his senses, wondering what was wrong with him. Although his soul was that of a young man in his 20s, this body was only 15 and still underage. He had seen countless things in his previous life. Why was he suddenly so weak-willed in front of just a back view? It must be that the men in the divine grace continent mature early, not because of his own lewd thoughts. Soon, the three arrived at the place used for testing strength. The room was about 300 to 400 square meters in size, with weapon racks along the walls filled with various weapons for testing the strength of mercenaries. In the center of the room was a complex magic circle, with a black test magic stone located within it. This is a magic stone used to test combat power. Attack the magic stone with all your strength, and the magic circle will display your exact combat power, By Wire explained, turning to look at Lin. Her alluring eyes seemed to speak, little brother, come on. Begin your performance. Lin felt her face flush and her heart race under By Wire's gaze, thinking to herself that this sister's eyes were too captivating. But unfortunately, the freckles on her face marred her beauty. By the way, the weapons in the room are also prepared for testing. You can choose the weapon you are good at, By Wire added. Lin chose a one-handed sword and stood in front of the magic stone. He also wanted to test his current strength. His mana value on the panel had now reached 135, but he didn't know what it would be when converted to a warrior's combat power. Clang! Lin drew his sword and used basic swordsmanship, striking down with all his might onto the dark magic stone. A burst of light illuminated the stone, and the patterns of the magic array also glowed, revealing a number, combat power value 135. A combat power value of 135 had already exceeded the minimum standard of 100 for a junior warrior. Seeing the combat power value displayed on the magic array, only Lin was not surprised. Both Lin Rongfu and By Wire were quite taken aback. Lin Rongfu did not expect Lin's progress to be so rapid, achieving the strength of a low-tier junior warrior in just a few days. By Wire was also surprised that Lin had such strength at his age. It seemed he had quite a talent, No wonder he dared to register as a mercenary. However, Bai Wire didn't think much of this level of strength. What surprised her was that when Lin drew his sword, there was not a hint of fighting spirit fluctuation. Could it be that he had a special combat technique to conceal fighting spirit fluctuations? Wow, I didn't expect my little brother to be a junior warrior. It's really surprising. Bai Wire exclaimed exaggeratedly. Not all, Lin humbly replied, feeling quite satisfied with his growth and strength. Sister, can my strength pass the mercenary registration? Of course. Bai Wire smiled, then looked at Lin Rongfu and asked, does this gentleman also want to register as a mercenary? If so, we also need to test your strength. Yes, Lin said. Lin Rongfu drew his long sword and walked up to the magic stone, without using any combat skills. The sword's blade extended with a fierce aura and struck the magic stone. The magic array lit up once again, revealing a number. Combat Power Value 2110. Combat Power Value 2110, Low-Level Battlemaster. A hint of surprise and respect appeared on Bai Wire's face. Strong individuals always commanded respect. She didn't expect this old man to be a battlemaster, someone who could be considered a master, even in Town. She couldn't help but speculate about Lin En's identity. This old man was clearly his servant. Having a battlemaster as a servant. Could he be a young master from some major power-out training? Both of your strengths are fine. You can register as mercenaries. Please follow me, Bai Wire said with a smile, suppressing her thoughts. With Bai Wire's assistance, Lin En and Lin Rongfu registered their personal information and paid the registration fee of 1 gold coin each, officially becoming mercenaries. Lin En from now on. You are a mercenary of the Mercenary Guild. Bai Wire handed the mercenary credentials to Lin En and Lin Rongfu. It was a magic crystal card. She introduced some of the rules and regulations of the Mercenary Guild, saying, in the future, you can sell the items you obtain in the Hudis Mountains of the Mercenary Guild, and the prices will be very fair, more reasonable than those in outside trading houses. You can also take on commission tasks at the mission hall, but it's best to join a mercenary group because many commission tasks can only be accepted by mercenary groups. Joining a mercenary group is also relatively safer. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Sister Bai Wire, Lin En expressed his gratitude. Such sweet words. Remember to come visit your sister often, Bai Wire said with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. However, those alluring eyes matched with her freckled face made it quite a dissonant sight. Lin couldn't withstand Wire's gaze and hurriedly took his leave, silently lamenting that such a face was truly a shame. Wire looked at Lin's retreating figure, her smile still intact, her eyes deep in thought. Upon arriving at the mission hall, it was still bustling with noise. Lin went straight to the magical screen displaying the tasks. The enormous magical screen was somewhat similar to the electronic screens from his past life on Earth, indicating that the magical civilization on the Divine Grace continent was quite advanced, capable of producing effects akin to technology. There were many tasks listed on it, covering various types. Killing monsters to obtain certain parts of their bodies, searching for herbs and ores, exploring, entering the Hudis Mountains to find people, or escorting. Almost all the requirements for the commission tasks necessitated a mercenary group to complete. Lin furrowed his brow, realizing it would be difficult. Was he only left with hunting magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains to sell? However, the profit from that was not as high as completing tasks. Did he really have to join a mercenary group? Looking at the mercenary groups recruiting members in the task hall, Lin thought about it, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Joining someone else's mercenary group came with too many restrictions. Not to mention that his identity was not suitable for exposure, but the secrets he carried also made it inappropriate to join another mercenary group. Therefore, he had no choice but to establish his own mercenary group. With that in mind, Lin called out to Lin Rongfu and headed towards Bai Wire. Lin, little brother, you're back so soon. Do you miss your sister? Bai Wire said with a joyful expression. Sister Bai Wire, I want to establish my own mercenary group. What should I do? Lin asked. Establishing a mercenary group is easy. I can help you with that, Bai Wire replied. You just need to think of a name for the mercenary group and pay the registration fee. The registration fee for a mercenary group is 10 gold coins, which isn't expensive. The Mercenary Guild doesn't rely on this for profit. The real earnings come from the tasks completed or the materials sold to the guild by each mercenary group. Dasha Mercenary Group. This was the name Lin chose for his mercenary group, commemorating his former homeland on Earth, the Xia Kingdom, a place that had nurtured him but to which he might never return. Now, it could only linger in his heart. When he received the magic crystal card representing the Dasha Mercenary Group from Bai Wire, a system prompt echoed in Lin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Establish a mercenary group. Reward, Skill, Armament Haki. What the hell? The sudden system prompt nearly caused Lin to lose his composure. He never expected that establishing a mercenary group would be a hidden task, and it rewarded him with Armament Haki. Lin had longed for the three-color Haki for a long time. The system was incredibly generous. He couldn't help but wish he could pull the system out and give it a few kisses. Ding! Host has established a mercenary group. Unlocking the main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Daxia mercenary group must grow into an SSS-level mercenary group. This task is a phase task. Initiating the first phase. The first member of the mercenary group. Please recruit the first member of the mercenary group. Reward, a starter package. Surprise followed surprise. And Lin was overjoyed. He never expected the delight of establishing a mercenary group to come so quickly and powerfully, turning out to be a phased main quest. Lin, little brother, the magic crystal card for the mercenary group is very convenient. When accepting tasks in the task hall, you can swipe the card to take on tasks. If you need to add members to the mercenary group, just connect the magic crystal card representing the mercenary identity with the mercenary group's magic crystal card to input the identity information. Later, you can take the mercenary group's magic crystal card to the mercenary guild to update the group information. Bai Weier explained in great detail, showing her fondness for Lin. Who would have thought that the magic crystal card was so convenient? Magic is truly amazing. Lin suppressed his excitement and reflected on how advanced the magical development in this world was, rivaling technology in some aspects. Of course, our mercenary guild has many powerful mages. Bai Weier said proudly. This Mr. Lin Rongfu is also a member of your mercenary group. Let me demonstrate how to add members. Thank you so much, sister. Lin exclaimed joyfully. He could hardly wait. After inputting Lin Rongfu's information, the first phase of the mercenary group's task was completed. It felt incredibly satisfying, and he couldn't wait to see what good things the starter package would yield. Under Bai Weier's skilled operation, Lin Rongfu's information was quickly entered into the mercenary group's magic crystal card, and the Daxia mercenary group welcomed its first member. The system prompt indicating the completion of the first phase task of the main quest echoed in Lin's mind like heavenly music. Chapter 18. Via's Invitation Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Reward, a starter package, which has been stored in your backpack. Please check it. Ding. Main quest. The ambition of the mercenary group. The Daxia mercenary group must grow into an SSS-level mercenary group. The second phase task has begun. A-level mercenary group. Upgrade the Daxia mercenary group to an A-level mercenary group. Reward, a promotion package. Having completed the task and received the starter package, Lin could hardly contain his joy. If it weren't for the inappropriate location, he would be dancing to express his excitement. Plus, he had unlocked the second phase of the task, but it required upgrading to an A-level mercenary group. Wasn't that a bit too difficult? After all, the three major mercenary groups in Hudistown were only A-level. By the way, we still need a badge for the mercenary group. What design do you want for the mercenary group's badge? By Via Uskit. A badge? Lin suppressed the impulse to open the starter package immediately and pondered what to use as the badge for the mercenary group. Since he used the name of his homeland from his past life, what should the badge represent? After thinking for a while, Lin had made up his mind. He borrowed paper and a pen from Bai Weier and drew a design, a waving red flag adorned with 5 yellow stars, with 4 small stars surrounding 1 large star. What is this design? Bai Weier asked curiously, seeing the unusual flag for the first time. The 5-star red flag, Lin said solemnly, gazing at the pattern he had drawn with deep eyes. Since Lin decided to use this design for the badge, Bai Weier naturally had no objections. She took the magic crystal card from Lin's hand and quickly added a bright red 5-star red flag emblem to it. Holding the magic crystal card and looking at the red flag, Lin felt emotionally stirred. This badge held profound significance for him, representing a Daxia person deeply connected to his homeland in another world, a spiritual anchor. Taking a deep breath, Lin thought, let this flag fly over the divine grace continent. When the Daxia mercenary group becomes an SSS-level mercenary group, the entire continent will know the name of this flag, the 5-star red flag. Lin, little brother, I've helped you so much. How will you thank me? Bai Weier said, her bright eyes fixed on Lin, blinking as if sparking electricity. For some reason, she just couldn't help but want to tease him. Sister Bai Weier, thank you so much. How about I treat you to a drink? Lin said, feeling unable to withstand Bai Weier's gaze, which seemed to want to devour him. He couldn't help but be grateful to his previous parents for giving him such excellent genes. Being handsome opened many doors. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin suddenly remembered that he didn't have much money left. After registering the mercenary group, the money he had gotten from looting a few mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group had dwindled. He wondered if he had enough left to treat Bai Wei'er at the tavern in Town. Thinking of this, Lin's face turned a bit awkward. It was hard for a hero to part with money. Yet, he had already offered, and he couldn't take it back. Moreover, Bai Wei'er had indeed helped him a lot, and he genuinely wanted to express his gratitude. Then I'll hold you to that. But sister still has to work. When you earn money from tasks, you must treat me to the best tavern in Town. I know which tavern has the tastiest drinks. Bai Wei'er seemed to notice Lin's awkwardness and said with a smile, her charming eyes blinking at him, I'll let you in on a secret. I have a great capacity for alcohol. Deal. Sister, I'll treat you no matter how much you can drink. Lin quickly said, relieved that it wasn't time to leave yet. After saying goodbye to Bai Wei'er, the two of them returned to the mission hall, standing under the huge magic screen to start selecting tasks. Not far from the mission hall, members of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Group were recruiting new members. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Group had just upgraded to a B-level mercenary group and was preparing to recruit personnel to showcase their skills. The cool and beautiful leader, Lin, and her sister, Weiya, both personally made appearances, combining beauty and strength to attract many independent mercenaries. Naturally, the recruitment was handled by leader Lin and Vice Captain Thomas, while the beloved Weiya was responsible for looking beautiful. With nothing to do, Weiya turned her bright eyes around the mission hall, finding everything uninteresting. She thought it would be better to hunt magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains. Suddenly, Weiya's eyes lit up as she spotted Lin selecting tasks under the magic screen, and her bored little face immediately showed interest. Sister, look at that person. Isn't he the one we saw on the street yesterday with black hair? Weiya tugged at her sister Shirlene's arm and said, in her eyes, only the handsome young man Lin mattered. She completely overlooked Lin Rongfu, the old man, who was also a mercenary. Let's invite him to join our mercenary group. Shirlene glanced in Lin's direction, then shot her sister a glare, saying, how can we invite a complete stranger to join our mercenary group? Besides, he might have already joined another group, so stop thinking about it. It can't be that hard to get to know him. Weiya pouted, if I want to know if he's in another mercenary group, I can just go ask him. Don't worry, sister. If he isn't part of another group, I'll definitely invite him to join ours. He must want to contribute to our mercenary group's development. After saying that, Weiya excitedly headed towards Lin. Shirlene furrowed her brows slightly and then shook her head helplessly. Her serious demeanor had no effect on her sister, so she decided to let her go. It wouldn't be good to dampen her enthusiasm. Captain, I'll keep an eye on Weiya, said Vice Captain Thomas. Shirlene nodded. Her sister was too naive, and it was good to have Thomas watching over her to prevent any unexpected situations. When Weiya approached, Lin Rongfu sensed something and stepped in front of Lin. Even though no one dared to cause trouble in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, Lin Rongfu remained vigilant, believing Lin's safety was paramount. However, seeing that it was just a little girl without any hostility, Lin Rongfu relaxed a bit. Hello, Miya. Weiya stopped in front of Lin Rongfu, but looked past him to Lin. Hello, is there something you need? Lin was surprised to see Weiya, recognizing her as one of the two roses from the Sword and Rose mercenary group he had seen yesterday. However, he couldn't understand why she was greeting him. Were the ladies of the Divine Grace continent this proactive? Bai Wei'er was like this, and now Weiya was too, though Weiya was particularly stunning. You haven't told me your name yet, Weiya said playfully, showing no reserve. If it weren't for her still asking for Lin's name, others might think they had known each other for a long time. My name is Lin, he replied, guessing Weiya's intentions. It couldn't just be because he was handsome, but he was close to being right. Lin, you're a mercenary too, right? Our Sword and Rose mercenary group is a B-level group, and we are currently recruiting members. I want to invite you to join us, Weiya said, looking at Lin with hopeful and nervous eyes. It was her first time inviting someone, and she feared he would refuse. Are you part of another mercenary group? No, Lin shook his head. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Weiya's face. But just as her smile emerged, Lin continued, however, I just established my own mercenary group, so I'm sorry, Miss Weiya, but I can't join your group. Oh, Weiya said, feeling very disappointed, her spirits dropping like a frostbitten eggplant. It was her first time inviting someone, and it had ended in failure. Seeing Weiya's dejected expression, Lin felt a bit guilty. It really shouldn't have disappointed such a beautiful and tall young lady. However, he truly couldn't join another mercenary group, so he could only apologize. Just as Lin was considering whether to comfort the downcast Weiya, an arrogant voice came over. Kid, how dare you refuse Miss Weiya's invitation? Thomas approached with an unfriendly look, glaring at Lin with a hint of hostility. You just established a mercenary group, which is only an A-level group, and it can't even be compared to our B-level Sword and Rose. Thomas's gaze towards Lin was very hostile, stemming from his feelings towards Weiya. He had joined the Sword and Rose mercenary group for Lin and Wei, hoping to win them over. Otherwise, why would a high-level mage lower himself to a group that was previously a C level? Even joining one of the 3 A-level mercenary groups in Town would have been more desirable. Seeing Wei interested in Lin, and that Lin was more handsome than him, Thomas immediately felt a sense of crisis. When he saw Lin reject Wei's invitation, he became even more annoyed. How dare he refuse Wei's invitation? That was unforgivable. Lin was somewhat taken aback. What was wrong with this person? Why did it seem like he owed him money? So what if he was E-rank? Didn't the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps also rise from E-rank to B-rank? One day, my Great Xiao Mercenary Corps will also become a B-rank or even an S-rank mercenary group. Lin replied, neither humbly nor arrogantly. It's really laughable. You must still be dreaming. Do you know what it takes to be an S-rank mercenary group? Thomas sneered, kid, I advise you to stop dreaming. Disband your so-called Great Xiao Mercenary Corps as soon as possible, and accept Miss Wei's invitation, or I'll make it impossible for you to survive in Town. Hearing this, Lin Rongfu's expression darkened, and his aura was about to explode. How dare he threaten the young master? He was asking for death. Lin grabbed Lin Rongfu, his expression turning cold as he stared at Thomas, speaking each word deliberately. Then I'll wait and see how you make it impossible for me to survive in Town. Once, Lin was just an ordinary worker on Earth, living a humble life. Now that he had crossed over with the assistance of a game system and had Lin Rongfu, a former great warrior, by his side, there was no reason to continue living a cowardly life. Having died once, Lin was no longer as fearful of death. If worse came to worst, he could die again, and who knows, he might even cross over again. Thus, he somewhat adopted a gaming mentality, viewing the people of the Divine Grace Continent as NPCs. He couldn't tolerate an NPC showing teeth at him. Chapter 19. The Tao one character the atmosphere became tense. And Vea couldn't believe things had escalated to this point. Overwhelmed with distress, she quickly pulled Thomas back. Brother Thomas, Lin, please don't argue. Vea was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend how things had turned out this way. I want to invite him anymore. Brother Thomas, let us go back. Seeing Vea's almost crying expression, Lin sighed inwardly. This girl was a bit too naive, and he couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. Forget it. There was no need to quibble with someone like Thomas right now. He would deal with any actions directed at him later. Thomas allowed Vea to lead him back, giving Lin a cold smile before turning away. Young master, this person harbors hostility towards you. You need to be careful of him in the future, Lin Rongfu said. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, he would have taken action just now. He wouldn't allow anyone to threaten the young master's safety. I understand, Lin nodded, temporarily setting aside the earlier displeasure and began searching for suitable tasks on the magic screen. Meanwhile, Lin looked at her unhappy sister and then at the displeased Thomas, asking, what happened? Nothing, that person formed his own mercenary group, Vea said, feeling frustrated. So it was a failed invitation. Lin thought her sister was upset because she couldn't invite anyone, and she didn't pay much attention to it. Many people wanted to join the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and she had to carefully select and screen candidates, which was keeping her busy. She turned to Thomas and said, Thomas, as the vice captain, don't just sit there. Hurry up and help. After calling Thomas to assist, Lin entered a busy state again, while Vea pouted, her face showing her unhappiness. What happened in the task hall naturally caught the attention of the mercenary guild. Usually, such minor matters wouldn't concern them as long as no fights broke out. However, a staff member from the guild reported the incident to Bai Wei'er. At that moment, Bai Wei'er exuded authority, her enchanting eyes filled with a spark of wisdom. The reporting staff member stood before her, timid and not daring to meet her gaze. Beauty brings disaster. This little brother really attracts attention. Bai Wei'er laughed charmingly, her gaze flickering. Look into Lin's identity. I need all his information. Also, keep an eye on the movements of the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Yes, the staff member replied respectfully. After screening for a considerable amount of time, Lin finally accepted 2 suitable commission tasks. One was to find a medicinal herb called the Magic Spirit Flower, and the other was to capture the cubs of a level 3 magical beast, the Moonlight Fox. Both tasks required a significant quantity and did not limit the number of mercenary groups that could take them, with decent rewards. As for other tasks, either the difficulty was too high or there were level restrictions. The Daxiao mercenary group was only E-rank, which limited them from accepting many tasks. Lin was quite helpless and could only focus on completing tasks to gradually level up the mercenary group. Apart from completing commission tasks, there were other gains to be made in the Hudis Mountains, and he could also make money through the mercenary guild. With Lin Rongfu, a low-level expert from the battle division, on his side, earning money wasn't too difficult. After accepting a task with the Great Siam Mercenary Group's magic crystal card, Lin and his companion left the mercenary guild and headed to the temporary inn. Staying at the inn wasn't a long-term solution, as it was inconvenient for training. Once they earned some money, the first thing they would do is rent a proper room. Outside the mercenary guild's main entrance, two individuals disguised as passing mercenaries had their eyes fixed on Lin and his companion. Their gazes were subtle, and they followed Lin from distance. After seeing them enter the inn, one stayed behind to keep watch while the other left to relay the information. Captain, we VE confirmed it. That kid has taken a task from the mercenary guild and will probably soon head into the Hudis Mountains to complete it. The mercenary reporting was addressing Jared, the captain of the Giant Axe mercenary group, who had entered Hudis Town just after Lin and his group. Great. This kid really doesn't know when to quit. A useless one actually dares to enter the Hudis Mountains. We can't act in Hudis Town, but once they enter the Hudis Mountains, it will be their end. Jared sneered. He wasn't too surprised that Lin took a task from the mercenary guild. Although Lin was a useless person who couldn't become a mercenary, the old man beside him could register as one. Keep watching them. As soon as you see them leave the city, we'll follow. Understood, Captain, the subordinate mercenary replied. Back in their inn room, Lin was completely unaware that their movements had been tracked by the Giant Axe mercenary group. He was eager to find out what rewards awaited him in the system's group opening gift. System, open the group opening gift now. Ding. Host, do you confirm opening the gift? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special physique, dominant sword body, the great knife 21 work, and Dao 1 character, and the devil fruit, Zoan type, human fruit. These have been stored in your backpack. Dominant sword body? This is the physique of the world's #1 sword master, Hawkeye, in the game. It doubles the speed of sword training and adds a 30% attack power bonus to sword techniques. Lin was overjoyed. He had been worried about the slow improvement of his basic swordsmanship proficiency, and this physique was like having a cheat code. The next reward was the Great Knife 21 work and Dao 1 character. YISNT at the Supreme Great Knife 12 work. Lin felt a bit disappointed. He had already collected all the Supreme Great Knife 12 work in the game, and now the system gives him this? Although the Great Knife 21 work was good, the Supreme Great Knife was even better. What is the deal with the Zoan type, human fruit? ISNT, this the devil fruit, that chopper. The ship S doctor and pet of the Straw Hat crew. 8. What is the use of this fruit as a system reward? Am I supposed to catch a magical beast and feed it to this fruit? Keep it as a pet. Lin couldn't help but complain in her heart. This team gift pack isn't very impressive. Only the extreme sword body is decent. Has my luck run out? Complaints aside, whatever the system rewards, Lin can only accept. With a thought, a long knife with a white handle and sheath appeared in Lin's hand. Its appearance is simple, without much decorative pattern, and among the 21 great knives. This is Lin's favorite because its blade is straight, closest to the style of a tang knife, which is quite different from an ordinary katana. Clang! Lin drew his sword, a flash of bright light gleaming from the blade, as if a lightning bolt had struck the room. A chilling cold spread throughout the space, the sharpness of the air seeming to cut into the skin, causing goosebumps to rise on Lin's body. What a fine sword! Lin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, feeling very satisfied with the He Dao Ewen Z. The resentment from not obtaining the Supreme Great Knife 12 crafts had dissipated considerably. Lin gently swung the knife, slicing through the wooden table in front of him, feeling minimal resistance as a corner of the table fell off, incredibly smooth. As expected of the great knife, it was indeed exceptionally sharp. One could only imagine how powerful the Supreme Great Knife would be. After trying out the knife, Lin expressed his satisfaction, sheathing the He Dao Ewen Z into his system backpack. As for the seemingly useless human fruit, Lin had little interest in it and could only leave it in the backpack as a reserve. Subsequently, Lin began testing the newly acquired Armament Haki. A peculiar energy surged within him as a layer of faint black material enveloped his hand, covering only the palm area, resembling a black glove. Lin felt that after using the Armament Haki, the strength and intensity of his hand had increased significantly. To determine the exact increase, he would need to conduct further tests. But there weren't many places to experiment within the hotel room, so he suppressed that thought. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 11 experience, 3002. 000 Dao power, 145 profession, none skills. Basic swordsmanship, advanced 114 1, 000 000, Shay, beginner 365 500 000. Life return, beginner 98500 000. Armament Haki, beginner 1550 000. Devil fruit, mythical Zoan Phoenix, beginner 48500 000. Moves, none physique. Dominant sword body specialization, none special items. None energy, 560 backpack. He Dao, Ewen Z. Human fruit quests. Main quest 1. Dream of max level. Host level upgrade to max level. Phase 1 quest. Reach level 20. Reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Legion's ambition. Upgrade the Daxia Mercenary Corps to SSS level Mercenary Corps. Phase 2 quest. A level Mercenary Corps. Reward. 1 promotion gift pack. Looking at the attribute panel, the Dao power had increased to 145, indicating that gaining the Armament Haki had added 10 points. In addition, the proficiency of various skills had also increased, but there was still a long way to go before leveling up. Lin felt a bit of a headache, with so many skills needing upgrades. Relying solely on practice would take a long time. It seemed that spending money was necessary. He realized he needed to hunt more magical beasts to obtain magic crystals. But low-level magic crystals were not very useful, as they contained too little energy. Indeed, to become stronger, spending money was essential. Closing the attribute panel, and since it was still early, Lin took out the He Dao, Ewen Z again, and practiced basic swordsmanship in the room. Time waits for no one. Although his proficiency might not increase much with his practice, little by little, even a mosquito is meat. He couldn't afford to waste time. And now, with the beneficial boost from the dominant sword body, his practice speed was already not too slow. The next morning, after having breakfast and preparing some necessary supplies, Lin and Lin Rongfu left the hotel and headed towards the city gate, ready to enter the Hudis mountain range to complete their mission. Entering the Hudis mountain range could only be done on foot. Riding horses was futile, as the horses would become weak in the presence of magical beasts. As Lin and Lin Rongfu exited the city gate, Jared, who had received news long ago, was leading his mercenaries out of Hudis town. Along the way, many mercenaries were heading towards the Hudis mountain range, and Lin saw several mercenary groups with various magical beasts as mounts. He felt quite envious, wondering if he should catch a couple of magical beasts as mounts himself, so he wouldn't have to painfully rely on his 2 legs to travel. Moreover, he still had the human fruit in his backpack, which might come in handy later. Fortunately, the supplies they had prepared were stored in the system backpack, allowing them to travel lightly. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. Chapter 20. The Unlucky Great Axe. More than half an hour later, when the sun rose to mid-sky, Lin and Lin Rongfu had already plunged into the dense Hudis mountain range. The Hudis mountain range was vast, consisting of a main mountain range and over 100 peaks, with towering mountains and dense forests inhabited by countless magical beasts. Deep within the mountains, there were many powerful high-level magical beasts, making it a forbidden zone for humans, rarely visited by anyone. Lin and Lin Rongfu carefully maneuvered through the dense forest. The Hudi Mountains were not comparable to the mountains where they had previously recuperated. Even a strong warrior like Lin Rongfu was extremely cautious, always on guard for any situation around them, fearing that a magical beast might suddenly jump out and harm Lin. Lin held a map of the Hudis Mountains, which he had purchased from the Mercenary Guild. The map marked the general terrain of the Hudis Mountains, areas where magical beasts and resources were distributed, as well as the territories of powerful magical beasts. Although it wasn't extremely detailed, it was sufficient to avoid some dangerous places. Following the map's guidance, Lin headed towards a location where magical spirit flowers might grow, deciding to look for them first before capturing the cubs of the level 3 magical beast, the Moonlight Fox. This was because magical spirit flowers could be stored in the system's backpack, while living creatures could not, so he planned to catch the Moonlight Fox cubs later. The Hudis Mountains were vast, and even if all the mercenaries from Hudis town, which had tens of thousands of people, rushed into the mountains, they would be like a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Lin did not encounter any other mercenaries in the mountains, and those entering the Hudis Mountains were also consciously avoiding other mercenary groups. In the Hudis Mountains, the dangers were not only from magical beasts, but also from mercenaries. The mountains were not like Hudis town, which had any constraints. Killings and treasure thefts occurred almost daily. Many mercenaries who entered the Hudis Mountains never returned, not knowing whether they perished at the jaws of magical beasts or at the hands of other mercenaries. Clang! With the sound of a sword being drawn, a snake-like magical beast that was coiled around a branch and ready to pounce was decapitated by Lin Rongfu's sword, its corpse falling to the ground. This was a level 2 magical beast, the Withered Vine Snake, which which was entirely gray like dead wood, hiding well among the branches and adept at ambushing. Its attack power wasn't great, but its venom was very strong. Along the way, Lin encountered countless ambushes from such magical beasts, all of which he had detected in advance and eliminated. Grandpa Fu, next time don't act so quickly. As long as I'm not in danger, let me handle it. I want to accumulate more combat experience, Lin said helplessly. He had noticed the withered vine snake as well, but before he could even draw his sword, Lin Rongfu had already taken it down. All right, young master, Lin Rongfu replied with a smile. It was a habit for him to instinctively want to protect Lin, momentarily forgetting that Lin now had some ability to defend himself. Lin certainly didn't know that he was blaming Lin Rongfu. He understood Lin Rongfu's thoughts, but he needed a lot of combat experience to level up. There wasn't much experience to gain from second-level magical beasts, but he couldn't give up either. Lin Rongfu moved forward and extracted the poison sac and magic crystal from the withered vine snake. These were the only valuable things on the withered vine snake, and they could be sold for some money. Now that they were broke, they couldn't afford to miss anything valuable. After walking a bit further, they encountered a black-furred, leopard-like magical beast that was foraging. It was a third-level magical beast, the Shadow Leopard. Lin Rongfu said that the Shadow Leopard was a wind-type magical beast, very fast, and could spit wind blades. Leave it to me. Lin was eager to try. A third-level magical beast was equivalent to a junior warrior among humans, matching his strength. Roar! Before Lin could make a move, the Shadow Leopard let out a low growl and launched the attack first. Its long and agile body darted like a shadow towards Lin. Its wide-open mouth revealing sharp fangs like swords, a gust of rancid wind hitting him. Slash! Lin's figure flashed, evading the Shadow Leopard's pounce, and drew the sword with a swift motion, executing a basic sword technique aimed at the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard, renowned for its speed, skillfully twisted its long and powerful waist, perfectly dodging Lin's strike. With limbs like the wind, it quickly turned and lunged at Lin once more. Impressive speed. Lin was pleasantly surprised. Although the Shadow Leopard was only a level 3 magical beast, its wind attribute boost made it faster than a typical level 4 magical beast, and it could actually keep up with the speed of his shave technique. So, he decided to have a competition to see who was faster, which would also help him improve his proficiency with shave. Therefore, Lin was in no hurry to kill the Shadow Leopard. Such a good source of experience was hard to come by. He sheathed his sword and only used shave to engage with the Shadow Leopard. Shave, shave. The host efficiently used shave proficiency 2. Proficiency 2. In the forest, only Lin En and the Shadow Leopard's figures flickered, creating swirling winds that lifted countless fallen leaves. Making it hard for the eyes to keep up, only a series of afterimages could be seen. Not far away, Lin Rongfu, who was watching the battle, had his eyes shining with excitement, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The young master's speed has increased even more. The inheritance of the divine is indeed extraordinary. The young master's speed is unmatched even by intermediate warriors. Listening to the continuous system prompt sounds in his mind, Lin En felt incredibly pleased. After an unknown amount of time, the system prompt he had been longing for finally arrived. Ding! Skill Shave Mastery is complete. Skill Shave upgraded to intermediate. Dao Power 50. With the skill upgrade, Lin En's speed suddenly increased significantly, and the distance of the shave also doubled. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard could no longer keep up with Lin En's speed. Haha, thank you for helping me improve my skills. To show my appreciation for your efforts, I'll make it quick for you. Lin En laughed heartily, his figure flickering, and the next moment he appeared on the right side of the Shadow Leopard, slashing down with a bright blade of light. Roar! The Shadow Leopard sensed the deadly danger, and with a gust of wind at its feet, it tried to dodge the descending long sword, but realized it couldn't escape at all. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard also unleashed its ferocity as a magical beast. Turning its head and opening its mouth wide, a green whirlwind gathering in its mouth, transforming into several wind blades shooting out. The blade light swept by, shattering the wind blades, and without pause, the Shadow Leopard's large head fell from its neck, blood gushing like a fountain. Ding! Host has killed a level 3 magical beast. Shadow Leopard, experience 200. Young master, your skill is leveled up? Lin Rongfu asked happily, also noticing that Lin En's speed had increased significantly compared to before, feeling even happier than if he had improved his own strength. Yes, it's all thanks to the Shadow Leopard being my sparring partner, Lin En replied with a smile. Lin Rongfu began to collect the valuable items from the Shadow Leopard, saying, Young master, the head of the Shadow Leopard has been severed, and its fur is incomplete. I'm afraid its value will be significantly reduced. I'll be more careful next time. Lin En smiled awkwardly, realizing he had been overly excited just a moment ago. The scent of blood would attract magical beasts, so after tidying up, the two continued towards the area where the magic spirit flowers might grow. In another part of the forest in the Hudis Mountains, the giant axe mercenary corps was also traversing through the woods. After wandering for most of the day, they realized they had lost track of their target. Damn it, we even lost the target. What good is it to keep you useless bunch? Jared, who had a bad temper, was furious and unleashed his wrath on the two subordinates responsible for tracking. The two mercenaries didn't dare to breathe a word. Their leader was in a foul mood, and they didn't want to attract his ire. Seeing his subordinates silent, Jared had no outlet for his anger and slammed his fist against a nearby large tree, causing the sturdy trunk to tremble and the leaves to rustle. Unbeknownst to Jared, his act of venting had awakened a magical beast resting in the tree above, and a pair of cold eyes were now fixated on the group below. Captain, what should we do now? One mercenary asked. Keep searching. That kid doesn't have the strength to venture deep into the mountains. His activity range must be on the outskirts, Jared replied. His decision was accepted without objection from his subordinates, and they set off again. Just then, a scream rang out from behind, and they quickly turned to see a giant python as thick as a bucket slithering down from the tree, swallowing one of the mercenaries halfway into its mouth. It's a level 5 magical beast, the rock python. The rock python was one of the forest predators on the outskirts of the Hudis Mountains. As an earth-type magical beast, it lacked innate skills but had a tough, rock-like armor that provided formidable defense. Mature rock pythons could reach level 5, and some fortunate ones could even attain level 6, rivaling human warriors and mages. While rock pythons were not pack animals, they typically traveled in pairs, so if one appeared, another would surely be nearby. I'll help. Save me. The rock python, not satisfied with having swallowed one mercenary, its long tail dangled down and ensnared another mercenary who couldn't escape in time. The mercenary only had time to utter a cry for help before the powerful constricting force of the python crushed his bones, and he breathed his last. Jared, already filled with rage, was now even more furious that a level 5 magical beast dared to challenge him. He swung his giant axe at the rock python, and the condensed battle aura struck the python, shattering its tough scales. However, the python's defense was astonishing. It was not severely injured. In pain, the python hissed and whipped its tail like a steel whip towards Jared, snapping the trees in half along its path. Jared dodged the incoming tail and engaged in battle with the python, but a part of his mind remained alert for the other python that had yet to appear. As an experienced mercenary, he knew that rock pythons always came in pairs. Sure enough, after a few exchanges with the first python, another one appeared, and it was at a high level 5, close to level 6. As soon as it arrived, it crushed the bones of 2 giant axe mercenaries. Beast, take this axe. In a fit of rage, Jared, like an angry lion, unleashed a torrent of battle aura, causing the aura on his axe to double in size. With one powerful swing, he sent the entangled python flying and turned to charge at the newly appeared, stronger python. Chapter 21. The Swordsman Profession After a Fierce Battle. Under Jared's explosive display of power, the giant axe mercenary corps finally managed to kill both rock pythons, but at a considerable cost. They lost 5 members, and many others were injured. This left Jared even more frustrated. They hadn't even found their target yet, and had already suffered such losses. Skin these 2 beasts, Jared commanded angrily, relieved that the magical crystals, scales, and tendons from the 2 pythons held significant value, which could somewhat offset their losses. After a heavy loss, the morale of the entire giant axe mercenary corps plummeted. Jared was troubled and contemplated whether they should just return to Hudis Town. Captain, although we can't find out what task that kid took from the mercenary guild, newly registered mercenaries who haven't joined other corps have limited tasks they can accept. I've reviewed all the commission tasks, and the most likely tasks they could have taken are to find magic spirit flowers and capture moonlight fox cubs, the vice captain, Philip, analyzed. He was the brains behind the giant axe mercenary corps. Rather than wandering aimlessly in the mountains and taking unnecessary risks, we should ambush at one of those 2 task locations. Good thinking. You really are sharp, my vice captain. Jared laughed heartily and slapped Philip on the shoulder. So, where do you think we should set up the ambush? The place where the moonlight foxes appear is the most suitable. Philip grimaced from the force of the slap. The location of the moonlight foxes was not too far from here. All right, let us head there, Jared decided. Thus, the giant axe mercenary corps set off again. The host used basic swordsmanship against the enemy, proficiency 4. The host used shave against the enemy, proficiency 2. Ding. The host's basic swordsmanship, advanced, reached proficiency 10,000, and basic swordsmanship became perfect, Dao power 100. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving perfect basic swordsmanship, gaining the skill One Sword Style Iaido. The notifications confirming the perfect basic swordsmanship and the newfound skill of One Sword Style Iaido filled Lin En with joy as he fought against a level 3 ironback boar. The rapid improvement of his advanced basic swordsmanship was due to the continuous battles throughout the day, where he gained the most experience, coupled with his special physique, the dominant sword body, which doubled his training speed. The method of using One Sword Style Iaido was ingrained in his mind, and Lin En instantly mastered this technique, understanding its characteristic of doubling attack power. Wow, having a technique makes a difference. My attack power has doubled. Lin En had been battling the ironback boar for a long time, and apart from honing various skills to gain proficiency, the boar was a level 3 high-tier magical beast with astonishing defense. Without the ability to wrap the armed color of the way one word, he could only inflict light wounds on the ironback boar, unable to achieve a one-hit kill. Now that he had the One Sword Style Iaido technique, things would be different. Lin En decided to test his newly acquired sword technique on the ironback boar. Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds of slicing through the air emerged as the ironback boar launched a few of its iron spikes at Lin En. Simultaneously, its massive body charged at him like a tank, shaking the ground with its speed. Shave. Lin swiftly dodged the incoming iron spike, sheathed his sword, and positioned himself in the path of the charging ironback boar. His legs slightly bent and his waist lowered for balance. He held the sword at his waist with his right hand firmly gripping the hilt, his eyes fixed on the ferocious boar, his expression as calm as a still pond. Young master, it's dangerous. Lin Rongfu, who was nearby, was taken aback. He never expected the young master not only to avoid the attack, but also to position himself in front of the ironback boar. If hit head-on by the boar, with the young master's current strength, he would definitely be seriously injured or even face life-threatening danger. Anxiously, Lin Rongfu was about to leap forward when he saw Lin move. He charged toward the ironback boar, drawing his sword. One Sword Style, Iaido slash. With the sound of the sword ringing, an unparalleled blade light flashed, illuminating the surrounding woods for several meters. The blade light struck the ironback boar as if a red-hot iron block was cutting through butter, without any obstruction. The blade light passed by in an instant, slicing through the boar and disappearing into the trunk of a large tree, leaving a deep sword mark. The next moment, a line of blood appeared on the boar's body, and its forward momentum caused it to split in half just 3 meters away from Lin, with the two halves crashing down on either side of him. Lin Rongfu, who had just charged a few meters forward, was dumbfounded. He never expected the young master to master such a powerful technique. The inheritance of the divine truly was mysterious and formidable. He felt he had worried for nothing and then felt happy for Lin. Ding! Host has killed a level 3 magical beast, ironback boar. Experience points 300, upgrade requirements met. Level increased by 1, Dao power 5. Lin was overjoyed to have leveled up. The feeling of increased strength was truly exhilarating. However, the system's notification wasn't finished yet. Ding! Host skill, basic swordsmanship, has reached perfection, unlocking profession. Would you like to choose the profession of swordsman? Finally, he could choose a profession. This was a moment Lin had waited for a long time. The game was set up so that only when a basic skill was perfected could one choose a profession. Only by choosing a profession could one obtain subsequent advanced skills and continue to enhance their strength. The profession was a direction for development, such as a swordsman specializing in swordsmanship, a warrior specializing in body techniques, or a mage specializing in devil fruit abilities. Of course, choosing a profession didn't mean one couldn't learn other skills. It was simply a matter of primary and secondary focus. System. I choose the swordsman profession. Lin chose to become a swordsman without hesitation, as using a sword was really cool, and besides, he could still use his devil fruit abilities. Ding! The host has chosen the profession of swordsman and gained the basic swordsmanship skill. With the system's prompt, the training method for basic swordsmanship has been imprinted in Lin's mind. Basic swordsmanship comes with 3 sword techniques, which can be used once the proficiency reaches full for the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively. Therefore, despite having basic swordsmanship, the only sword technique Lin can currently use is the One Sword Style, Iaido. Nevertheless, Lin is already very satisfied. With the enhancement of the dominant sword body, He believes he will soon be able to use the sword techniques of basic swordsmanship. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 12 experience, 2002. 500 strength, 300 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, full, intermediate swordsmanship, initial, 330, 050, shave, intermediate, 540, 500, life return, initial, 101, 050. Armament Haki, initial, 285, 000. Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Phoenix, initial, 550, 500 techniques, 1 sword style, Iato physique, dominant sword body specialty, none special items, none energy, 560 backpack, sword of the way. Human fruit tasks, main quest 1, dream of leveling up, upgrade the host level to maximum. Phase 1 task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary corps, upgrade the Great Summer Mercenary Corps to SSS level. Phase 2 task, A-level Mercenary Corps. Reward, 1 promotion gift pack. Lin looked at the panel attributes. His level had reached level 12, and his strength value had already reached 300 points. Leveling up added 5 points. The promotion added 50 points, and the advanced basic swordsmanship added 100 points. A strength value of 300 was already equivalent to the power of a high-level junior warrior. Coupled with his speed and the powerful recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit, there were no opponents among junior warriors, and he could probably defeat even low-level and mid-level intermediate warriors. Fighting beyond his level was not a fantasy. In just a few days, his strength had explosively increased, and Lin couldn't help but feel a bit proud. A man with a system could be so willful. However, Lin quickly restrained his thoughts. It was only during the early stages when his strength was weak that he could improve so rapidly. The experience required for skills increased significantly later on, making it slower to raise his strength. Lin would not forget that he was merely a small fry equivalent to a junior warrior. There were countless strong individuals in the Divine Grace continent, and he could not become complacent, but he also couldn't belittle himself. He decided to set a small goal first, to catch up to Grandpa Fu's strength. Young master, have you made progress in your strength again? Lin Rongfu walked over and asked, unable to hide his smile. Yes, I made a bit of a breakthrough, Lin nodded. In just a few days. The young master's strength had increased so much that it was simply astonishing. The inheritance of the divine was indeed extraordinary, Lin Rongfu sighed, feeling immensely devout towards the deity that Lin had fabricated. Lin Rongfu skillfully dug out the magic crystals and iron spikes from the ironback boar. These iron spikes were materials for making arrows. Lin Rongfu never let Lin En get involved in collecting these items, saying that such rough work should not be done by someone of the young master's status. Lin En could not persuade Lin Rongfu and had to go along with him. The collected items were all stored in Lin En's system backpack, so despite killing many magical beasts, the two remained lightly equipped. This made Lin Rongfu once again admire the gods. However, Lin En was also thinking that once he had money, he must buy a storage ring. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the whereabouts of their items. After all, it couldn't just be him and Lin Rongfu all the time. He trusted Lin Rongfu, but not necessarily others, so some secrets needed to be kept. However, storage rings were not only expensive but also rare, typically owned only by larger powers or strong individuals. Even Lin Rongfu, a former battle master, did not have a storage ring, and the Earl Williams residence also lacked one. Young master, it's getting dark. We need to find a safe place to spend the night. The Hudis Mountains are very dangerous at night, Lin Rongfu said. Lin nodded. The Hudis Mountains were not like the forest where they had previously hidden. Many high-level magical beasts roamed the wilderness in search of food, and even powerful magical beasts from deep within the mountains could come out to hunt in the outer regions if they encountered a high-level magical beast. With Lin Rongfu currently only able to exhibit the strength of a novice warrior, it would be uncertain whether he could handle it. Chapter 22. Surrounded that night, Lin and Lin Rongfu dug a tree hole in a large tree with their swords, large enough for both of them to hide in. Since the system backpack contained food and water, they didn't need to start a fire for cooking, which saved them trouble and avoided danger. The two of them had a peaceful night. During the night, the entire mountain echoed with the roars of beasts and the movements of magical creatures. Throughout the night, countless low-level magical beasts fell prey to the high-level ones. After a simple breakfast, Lin and Lin Rongfu set off again towards the area marked on the map where the spirit flower might grow. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they encountered more and more magical beasts, with their levels increasing as well, including many level 5 and even level 6 beasts. Those high-level magical beasts fell under Lin Rongfu's sword, while the remaining ones were handled by Lin, who harvested a lot of valuable materials and magic crystals, while also significantly increasing his skill proficiency and experience level. When a level 4 initial stage flame two-headed lion fell, the system notification sounded, ding. Host has killed a level 4 magical beast, flame two-headed lion. Experience points 500. Experience points have reached the upgrade requirement, level increased by 1, Tau power 5. Ding. Host used basic swordsmanship against the enemy, proficiency 4. Proficiency is complete. Basic swordsmanship has reached intermediate level, Tau power 50. With 2 consecutive system notifications, Lin's level and basic swordsmanship both upgraded, increasing his Tau power and enhancing his strength once again. Sheathing his sword, Lin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Greenish flames emerged from several wounds on his body, beginning to heal the injuries he sustained during the battle. The level 4 initial stage flame two-headed lion was powerful, with excellent fire elemental affinity and melee capabilities. Lin had also incurred significant injuries to defeat it, but given the recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit, these injuries were not a major issue. Lin looked at his attribute panel and saw that he had leveled up 2 levels to level 14. He added 10 points to his strength, and his basic swordsmanship skill upgraded, adding 50 points to his strength, bringing it to a total of 360 points, equivalent to a high-ranking beginner warrior's strength. Moreover, after upgrading his basic swordsmanship, he was now able to use a special move called Sword Flash, which was a group attack technique that increased attack speed, doubling his sword draw speed with considerable lethality since speed translates to power. Not long after, the greenish life flame on Lin's body vanished, and his wounds had healed, leaving only fresh, tender skin. Young master, just a little further ahead should be where the spirit flowers grow. After collecting the magic crystals and materials from the flame two-headed lion, Lin Rongfu said, "The spirit flower is the favorite food of the level 4 magical beast, the blue-winged lizard. Where there are blue-winged lizards, there are usually spirit flowers. I noticed traces of blue-winged lizards nearby earlier. Then let's speed up. We need to collect the spirit flowers today. I hope there are plenty," Lin replied. Following the traces left by the blue-winged lizard, Lin and Lin Rongfu tracked them down, quickly discovering fresh activity signs of the blue-winged lizard again. Half an hour later, in a valley, a small stream ran through the entire valley, and on both sides of the stream, a patch of spirit flowers grew. The purplish-red flowers swayed in the wind, looking very beautiful, and there were at least over 100 of them. Unfortunately, there were a dozen blue-winged lizards by the stream, drinking water, occasionally turning their heads to flick out their long tongues to pull a spirit flower into their mouths. Looking quite content. So many spirit flowers, Lin's eyes lit up. Each spirit flower was worth 25 silver coins on the Mercenary Guild's commission tasks, meaning over 100 of them could fetch 50 to 60 gold coins, which was a considerable fortune for Lin at this moment. Seeing the blue-winged lizards eating the spirit flowers, Lin felt heartache. That was money, his money. The blue-winged lizards, sensitive to their surroundings, had already noticed the 2 uninvited guests invading their territory and immediately became furious, raising their heads and roaring as they charged toward Lin and Lin Rongfu. "Grandpa Fu, let's finish this quickly. We can't let those blue-winged lizards destroy the spirit flowers," Lin shouted anxiously. With more than a dozen blue-winged lizards, he was no match for them, and he feared that the aftermath of the battle would destroy the spirit flowers, which would break his heart. It was best to let Lin Rongfu take action. "Young master, don't worry. A mere dozen level 4 magical beasts are nothing to this old servant. I guarantee not a single spirit flower will be damaged," Lin Rongfu said, charging forward to meet the rushing blue-winged lizards. The blue-winged lizards were water-type magical beasts and possessed venom. When they saw Lin Rongfu charging, they opened their mouths and shot out a dark green water arrow, a foul wind spreading through the air, obviously toxic. In an instant, a dozen water arrows shot densely toward Lin Rongfu. Though Lin Rongfu could only exert the strength of a beginner warrior now, handling a dozen level 4 magical beasts was still easy for him. He moved swiftly, faster than Lin could use his skills, with sword light flashing and blood flowers bursting. In no time, all the blue-winged lizards were defeated. This lightning-fast duel left Lin greatly impressed. He realized he was still far from being as strong as Grandpa Fu and needed to work twice as hard, not getting complacent over the recent surge in his power. Joyfully, he picked all the spirit flowers and counted them, 186 in total, which could be exchanged for over 40 gold coins. While not a lot, Lin was very satisfied. After all, completing the commission task was not just about making money. More importantly, completing the task earned points, and points were necessary for upgrading the mercenary group, which was crucial for system tasks. If it was about making money, a single blue-winged lizard's magic crystal sold for more than these spirit flowers. Lin planned to keep the magic crystals he had collected for now and decide whether to sell them for money or let the system absorb their energy once he returned to Town. After leaving the valley and searching nearby, they found a few more spirit flowers before heading toward the area where the moonlight foxes appeared. After spending another night in the Hudis Mountains, they finally arrived at the area where the moonlight foxes were active by noon the next day. The area was a rocky peak with bizarre stones, featuring a cliff over 100 meters high, and the moonlight fox's den was located above the cliff. The moonlight fox was a level 3 magical beast, belonging to the mental-type magical beasts, skilled in creating illusions to confuse opponents. Its attack power was generally low, making it one of the weaker level 3 magical beasts. However, the moonlight fox had a notable characteristic. It was very beautiful, small in size, and had a cute appearance. With silver-white fur and a fluffy large tail that emitted a silver glow in the moonlight, making it extraordinarily beautiful. Because of its high attractiveness, the moonlight fox, despite its low combat power, was very popular among noble ladies and young misses, often kept as pets. Thus, the Mercenary Guild had long-term commission tasks for capturing moonlight fox cubs, which were in high demand. However, the moonlight fox's den was on the cliff and was very alert. Any disturbance would cause it to flee up the cliff, making it quite difficult to capture. Adult moonlight foxes could also be sold, but at a lower price, while cubs were more expensive. After all, a moonlight fox raised from a young age would be closer to its owner. Although there was contract magic, many nobles were ordinary people with insufficient mental strength to contract magical beasts, making moonlight fox cubs even more sought after. Standing among the chaotic rocks and looking at the towering cliff ahead, Lin felt a bit disappointed and said, "I haven't seen a single moonlight fox. Does this place really have moonlight foxes?" The moonlight fox's den is on the cliff, and they only come out at night. "It seems we'll have to wait until evening," Lin Rongfu replied. In that case, Lin and Lin Rongfu had no choice but to find a place to rest while waiting for nightfall. However, just as they found a relatively concealed large rock to recuperate, a sudden commotion of footsteps surrounded them. "Someone's coming," Lin Rongfu whispered, drawing his sword and vigilantly watching the surroundings. Lin's expression also turned serious. Encountering other mercenaries in the Hudis Mountains, or even magical beasts, was even more dangerous. Soon, more than 20 mercenaries surrounded Lin and his companion, forming a tight encirclement. Upon seeing these people, Lin's face darkened as he recognized their identity. They were the giant axe mercenary group that had intercepted the Gucci merchant convoy on the way to Hudis Town. They were clearly not here for friendly reasons. "Huh, kid, I finally caught up with you. It took me a long time to find you." Jared, who had wasted 2 days waiting in the mountains and suffered heavy losses in his mercenary group, said with a fierce grin, looking as if he wished he could eat Lin alive. "Young master, you go first. I'll hold them off," Lin Rongfu said in a deep voice. Positioning himself protectively behind Lin, his face filled with killing intent. "Grandpa Fu, I'm not leaving. If we're going, we go together," Lin said, drawing his sword with murderous intent. If he escaped this time, there would be a next time. He had to eliminate all the members of the giant axe mercenary group to prevent future troubles. "Young master, please, you must go," Lin Rongfu urged anxiously. "Grandpa Fu, there's no need to say any more. I won't leave. I'm not powerless right now," Lin replied, determined that they had to resolve this issue. Lin Rongfu stopped speaking. In recent days, he had also noticed Lin En's changes. The decisions he had made would not waver. And the young master was right. It was best to resolve these people in one go. With this thought, Lin Rongfu's expression turned resolute. He was ready to risk his life to eliminate future troubles for the young master. "Leave? None of you can leave," Jared said fiercely, swinging the giant axe in his hand. "You go and capture this kid. After I deal with this half-dead old man, I'll take my time to deal with him and relieve my anger." After saying this, Jared's fighting spirit surged, and a 3-foot axe light condensed on the giant axe as he took a step forward to Lin Rongfu and struck down heavily with a powerful chop. Bang! With a loud crash, Lin Rongfu blocked the descending giant axe with his long sword, moving nimbly on his feet. He slashed horizontally with his sword, aiming directly at Jared's shoulder. "Old man, not bad." Jared was somewhat surprised. Lin Rongfu's strength exceeded his expectations. But he was not afraid at all and fought back with the giant axe against Lin Rongfu. "Kill!" Seeing several mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group approaching to capture him, Lin En let out a low shout, taking the initiative to attack and unleashing a brilliant sword light with his Dao E character slash. Chapter 23. Life and Death Dilemma. Lin's proactive attack stunned several mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group, as they all knew that Lin was a talentless waste with no cultivation abilities. In that moment of distraction, several mercenaries paid a heavy price, as Dao Yi's sharp blade sliced across one mercenary's neck and pierced into another's chest. The mercenary whose chest was pierced let out a scream before dying, waking up the dazed mercenaries. It was only then that they realized they were not facing an ordinary person, but a demon capable of taking their lives. "Be careful. He's not an ordinary person," shouted Vice Captain Philip, reminding his subordinates, while also feeling astonished. How could Lin have the ability to kill his battle-hardened mercenaries? Could it be that the news from the Count's mansion was wrong? At that moment, Philip shared the same doubts that Hades had once had. Kill him. The mercenaries of the Giant Axe mercenary group were enraged. They had initially thought they were dealing with a little lamb, only to find out it was a fierce wolf. They immediately brandished their weapons and surrounded Lin, attacking him mercilessly from all sides, with weapons aimed at his vital points, fully embodying what it meant to be mercenaries who licked blood from the blade. Shave. Lin swung his sword to block a large sword coming at him, and the Wado Ikamanji was slightly pressed down, indicating that his opponent was not weaker than him. Several other weapons attacked from around him, and he quickly used a shave to dodge, but he was still injured. A gash of over 10 centimeters was cut into his back, instantly staining his clothing with blood. The intense pain made Lin grunt softly. After fighting against magical beasts for the past 2 days and sustaining numerous injuries, he had grown accustomed to the pain, preventing him from losing his combat effectiveness. Greenish-blue flames flickered at the wound as Lin activated the ability of the Phoenix Fruit to heal his injuries. He moved continuously and swung the Wado Ikamanji once more, executing the basic sword technique he had just acquired. One slash. A bright flash of the sword light swept past several mercenaries nearby, and the sharp Wado Ikamanji instantly sliced through the bodies of several mercenaries, blood splattering everywhere, leaving 2 dead and 2 injured. "Kid, don't be arrogant. Come die, you barbaric charge." A mercenary, tall and robust like a small giant, bellowed as he charged at Lin, wielding an enormous shield taller than himself, rushing at him like a raging bull, creating an impressive momentum. Having just executed the Iai technique, Lin didn't have time to use the shave to dodge. The mercenary and his shield charged at him. In a moment of crisis, Lin crossed the Wado Ikamanji in front of him to brace against the shield. Boom! The immense force from the shield struck Lin as if he had been hit by a locomotive, sending him flying back 7 or 8 meters. His grip on the sword shattered, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Barbaric charge. The tall mercenary, having succeeded with his first attack, repeated the tactic, lifting the shield again and charging forward, his heavy footsteps pounding the ground with a booming sound. Quick draw blood surged up his throat, blinding his vision. But Lin shot a fierce glare at the charging mercenary. He sheathed the Wado Ikamanji, gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand, and in the next moment lunged forward, drawing the sword and slicing through the air. The sword light flashed, and the tall shield was split in 2, as was the mercenary behind it. Whoosh! Just as Lin killed the tall mercenary, an arrow shot through the air, piercing through his left thigh. Lin stumbled and nearly fell, and before he could react, a knight's greatsword came crashing down on him. Lin raised his sword to block the knight's greatsword, then executed a shave to leap out of the encirclement, landing atop a large rock. Puff! Lin used a knife to slice off the arrowhead that was protruding from the back of his thigh, then grasped the arrow shaft and gritted his teeth as he forcefully pulled it out, leaving a trail of blood. Immediately, the wound ignited with a greenish-blue flame of life, and the bleeding quickly stopped. As he looked at the approaching mercenaries from the Axe Brigade, Lin's face was filled with ferocity and killing intent. He jumped down from the boulder, wielding his sword, and plunged back into the crowd. There would be no retreat in this battle. Only the brave would prevail in a narrow confrontation, carving out a bloody path. The remaining mercenaries of the Axe Brigade, after a brief moment of shock and panic, quickly calmed down. After all, they were seasoned mercenaries with years of experience in the field, battle-hardened and unafraid of death. The casualties among their comrades only ignited their ferocity. Once these mercenaries regained their composure and leveraged their numerical advantage, Lin found himself in a crisis. These mercenaries had fought together for years and had a deep understanding of each other. and with their superior numbers, Lin was soon restricted. In the midst of the siege, even his quick movements could barely make an impact. In an instant, Lin faced peril, adding 7 or 8 more wounds to his already bloody body. For an ordinary person, suffering such severe injuries would mean a stroke of luck just to survive, let alone continue fighting. But Lin was different. The powerful regenerative ability of the Phoenix Fruit allowed him to disregard pain. As long as the injuries weren't fatal, he could heal quickly. So when 7 or 8 more wounds appeared on his body, flames of life erupted all over him, as if he were enveloped in fire. This bizarre phenomenon left the mercenaries in shock. Was this guy a monster? No matter how they attacked, they couldn't kill him. Moreover, flames were emerging from his body. Instead of burning him, the flames accelerated his healing. If it weren't for his tattered clothes and the bloodstains, one might suspect his wounds were fake. What terrified the mercenaries even more was Lin's ferocious fighting style. Relying on his powerful recovery, he attacked without defense, exchanging injuries for lives. If they struck him, he would be fine, but if he struck them, they would die. Facing an enemy like Lin, who couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried and only grew stronger with each blow, even the most seasoned mercenaries, used to bloodshed, felt a chill run down their spines and their combat effectiveness plummeted. After all, while mercenaries were not afraid of death, it didn't mean they wanted to die. Monster! He's a monster! One mercenary shouted, already crushed in spirit, his emotions spiraling out of control. Bathing in the greenish-blue flames, Lin looked like a creature that couldn't be killed. A devil. The vice captain, Philip, who had not joined the siege, initially thought it would be easy for his mercenaries to take down Lin. But he never expected Lin to be so powerful, resulting in heavy losses for his men. Even more exaggerated was that Lin grew braver the longer he fought, almost breaking his own subordinates. Philip watched in shock as the flames burned on Lin's body. With his experience, he had never encountered such a thing. Even fire mages would not dare to do this, as it would only result in their own demise. Moreover, Philip did not sense any magical elements emanating from Lin. Everyone, step aside. Let me handle him. When Philip saw Lin kill another mercenary in the same manner, he could no longer stand by. If this continued, there would be hardly any mercenaries left. Philip could tell that while Lin seemed like a monster, his strength was not that great. At most, he was equivalent to an intermediate warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sustained injuries under the attacks of a group of low and intermediate level mercenaries. Furthermore, as the battle progressed, Lin's condition had been declining and he was no longer as strong as he had been at the start, so he decided to take action himself. Upon hearing Philip's shout, the remaining mercenaries felt a wave of relief wash over them. Finally, they wouldn't have to fight this monster anymore. It was too terrifying. As the mercenaries stepped back, Lin also sighed in relief, finally getting a moment to catch his breath. Such high-intensity combat not only took a toll on his mental state, but also drained his physical stamina immensely. The regeneration ability of the Phoenix Fruit required a large amount of stamina to heal injuries. By now, Lin had already expended more than half of his stamina. "You surprised me," Philip said as he walked towards Lin, drawing the knight's greatsword from his back. A layer of fighting spirit enveloped the blade, making it glow. "I want to see if you really can't be killed. Try it, and you'll find out," Lin replied in a deep voice, feeling a surge of tension. This person was very strong, far superior to the mercenaries he had faced earlier, posing a significant threat to him. "Then let's see," Philip said as he reached Lin, bringing the knight's greatsword, infused with fighting spirit, down with a heavy strike. Clang! Lin raised his knife to defend, as the knight's greatsword struck heavily against his blade. The immense force nearly knocked the blade from his hands, and Lin's body was sent flying backward, slamming against a large rock before coming to a stop. The impact from both sides injured Lin's internal organs, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of fresh blood that spewed out. But that's not all. Philip sneered coldly and charged forward, swinging the knight's great sword down at Lin once more, determined to cleave him in two. Slash! Lin dared not take it head-on anymore and quickly dodged to avoid it. This person's strength was far beyond her own, at least a high-level warrior. Boom! Philip's powerful sword split the large rock that had just blocked Lin in half, toppling it to the sides. One sword style, Iado. Lin took the initiative to attack Philip, knowing that he was not as strong as his opponent and could not afford to be passive. Only by attacking could he find an opportunity. Philip raised his sword to block Lin's strike and sneered, "Not bad, but that's all you've got. If this is your only strength, then just die." Philip launched a full-scale attack, his knight's greatsword infused with battle aura, swinging with great force and fury. The assault was like a raging storm, leaving Lin exhausted and only able to evade and maneuver with the agility of his sword, But even so, Lin's speed was not enough to gain the upper hand. After all, Philip was a high-ranking warrior, and while he may not be as fast as Lin in movement, his attack speed was not inferior, always managing to block Lin's strikes in time, making Lin feel like a dog trying to bite a turtle, completely at a loss. What made Lin feel even more desperate was that he had resorted to a reckless strategy, trading injuries with Philip, but he couldn't even break through Philip's battle aura defense. High-ranking warriors could already use their aura to form an armor around their bodies, providing formidable defense. The battle was extremely unfavorable for Lin, and as his stamina waned, he gradually fell into a desperate situation. Chapter 24. The Destruction of the Great Axe Mercenary Group Huff. Huff, huff, huff. After yet another fruitless attack, which only added to his wounds, Lin retreated several meters, using the blade of his sword as a support for his weary body, gasping for breath. His stamina was nearly at its limit. What should I do? Lin felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. The gap in strength was too great. Even the sharpness of his sword couldn't break through Philip's battle aura defense, leaving him powerless against Philip. If only he could shatter Philip's defense. With the sharpness of his sword and the sword techniques provided by the system, Lin was confident he could severely injure Philip. With the recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit, he might even be able to wear Philip down. But Philip was much stronger than him, with thick battle aura and an impenetrable defense. How could he break through that defense? Lin focused intently on Philip, his mind racing as he desperately sought a solution. On the other side, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Jared had entered a heated phase from the very start. In order to quickly deal with Jared and rush to aid Lin, Lin Rongfu unleashed his strongest combat power. However, Jared was also a beginner battle master, and it was impossible for Lin Rongfu to resolve the fight quickly, instead finding himself entangled and unable to assist Lin. As the battle continued, Lin Rongfu gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, he was older, and his vitality and stamina had declined significantly, compounded by old injuries. Compared to Jared in peak condition, engaging in a prolonged battle was a significant disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lin Rongfu, who had been keeping an eye on Lin's situation, also noticed that Lin was in a dangerous predicament, nearly cornered by Philip. Lin Rongfu grew increasingly anxious, disregarding his own safety as he fought desperately. However, as his condition deteriorated, instead of forcing Jared back, he found himself in peril from Jared's counterattacks. Bang! Once again, the clash of the giant axe and the longsword sent Lin Rongfu retreating violently. He suffered losses in this hard confrontation with Jared, daring to be distracted while fighting me? Do you think my giant axe is for show? Jared sneered, stepping forward to chase Lin Rongfu, swinging his giant axe horizontally, intending to cleave Lin Rongfu in half. Jared also kept an eye on the battle nearby. At first, when he saw Lin En unleash considerable combat power, killing several of his subordinates, the anger in Jared's chest nearly exploded. It wasn't until Philip personally intervened, forcing Lin En into a dire situation, that Jared felt somewhat relieved. Now he was no longer anxious. The dead subordinates were dead, and he could always recruit more. As long as Philip killed that kid, he would use his giant axe to chop this old man into 18 pieces, and the task would be complete. Thus, Jared focused all his efforts on entangling Lin Rongfu, preventing him from rescuing Lin En. Jared was also very confident. He believed this old man was already done for and couldn't withstand many more of his attacks. Anyone who wants to harm the young master must die. A fierce killing intent flashed in Lin Rongfu's eyes as he stared intently at Jared. His tone as chilling as the biting winter wind, cold to the bone. Lin Rongfu's hunched body straightened up once again, standing tall like a mountain. A powerful aura erupted from him, causing the air within several meters around to swirl into a cyclone due to the intense fluctuation of his fighting spirit. In this moment, Lin Rongfu no longer suppressed his old injuries. When Lin En was in crisis, he unleashed his peak combat power once again. A battle master? How is that possible? Jared exclaimed, his face changing drastically as the battle master aura emanating from Lin Rongfu made him tremble uncontrollably. Puff! Just as Jared was shocked and nearly turned to flee, Lin Rongfu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His upright body seemed to sway, his aura plummeting from battle master to high-level battle master. In just a few days, he had once again unleashed peak combat power, but the source of his injuries erupted, and his body could no longer support the strength of a battle master. Old man, you scared me. Turns out you're just a half-broken patient. Seeing Lin Rongfu's aura drop, Jared breathed a sigh of relief, and then became smug, feeling ashamed and angry about his earlier instinct to flee. He sneered. Even if you could still exert the strength of a high-level battlemaster with your current state, I don't believe you can hold on much longer. I can outlast you. Kill. A flash of light appeared in Lin Rongfu's eyes as his body suddenly vanished, and his long sword aimed directly at Jared's throat. Jared was right. He couldn't hold out much longer in this state. He had to end the fight quickly. Every moment he delayed meant more danger for the young master. Bang! Jared blocked the long sword with his giant axe, and at that moment, he became calm instead, focusing entirely on defense. As long as he could hold Lin Rongfu back and prevent him from disturbing Philip in that kid's battle, he could wait for his state to pass. And then it would be his time to strike. With all his strength devoted to defense, Jared found that Lin Rongfu was helpless in his urgency. Lin Rongfu in Jared's battle was naturally seen by Lin En out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Lin Rongfu burst out with all his strength again, Lin En became even more anxious. Grandpa Fu cannot have any accidents. But how to break Philip's Dookie defense? Only by breaking Philip's Dookie defense can he be seriously injured, which would break the deadlock and open up a way out. Unfortunately, the time to obtain the armed color haki was too short, and it was still unable to wrap around the weapon for attack. Otherwise, they could compare in real time which is stronger, armed color haki or Dookie. Perhaps the armed color haki could break through the Dookie defense. That's right, armed color haki. At this moment, Lin En's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to break the situation and silently said, "System, I want to recharge energy and convert all the magic crystals in my backpack into system energy." Ding! Please confirm, should the host convert 5 level 2 magic crystals, 11 level 3 magic crystals, and 16 level 4 magic crystals into system energy? Confirm. Lin En told. He didn't know how much energy the magic crystals he obtained in the past 2 days could be converted into, so he converted all of them. Ding! Conversion successful. System energy increased by 54,000 points. Total energy is 54,560. System, use all energy to improve the proficiency of armed color haki. Lin En said to the system again. Yes, this is Lin En's plan. The proficiency of skills can be improved with energy, with 10 points of energy converting to 1 point of proficiency. The initial proficiency of armed color haki is 5,000 to be complete, and the training over the past 2 days has already yielded several points of proficiency. This means the energy just converted is enough to upgrade the armed color haki. Ding! Host level is too low, body strength is insufficient, can only raise the proficiency of armed color haki to complete initial level. Then let's raise it to complete initial level. Lin En said, complete initial level is fine. Once complete, he can use armed color haki to wrap around. Ding! Consumed 600 points of energy. The host's armed color haki has been upgraded to complete initial level, Dao power value 50. Armed color haki has made great progress and can wrap around weapons to increase attack power. The communication process between Lin and the system seemed long, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Feeling the strengthening of his armament haki within, Lin felt more confident, but he maintained his expression and did not immediately use the ability to wrap his armament haki, continuing to confuse Philip to avoid raising his guard. You can no longer fight. Surrender obediently, and I will give you a quick end, Philip said, feeling that he had completely grasped the situation. If you can tell me what ability your flames possess, perhaps I can spare your life. Philip was very envious of the unknown flames that could quickly heal injuries. His greed almost unmasked. With such a magical ability, his strength could be greatly enhanced. Surrender is impossible. I will never surrender in this lifetime, Lin replied calmly. There is only death for me, not surrender. Shave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin used Shave to dash towards Philip, thrusting his sword, Kato Ichimonji, fiercely towards Philip's chest. Useless. Your attack cannot break my fighting spirit defense. It's just a futile effort, Philip sneered, swinging his knight's great sword down towards Lin's left shoulder. But he did not notice that a faint layer of black substance suddenly wrapped around Lin's sword as it approached him. Puff! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed as Kato Ichimonji and the knight's great sword almost simultaneously hit their targets. The knight's great sword struck Lin's shoulder, nearly severing it, while Kato Ichimonji pierced through Philip's chest, the sharp tip emerging from his back. How is this possible? How could you break my fighting spirit defense? Philip looked down at the sword embedded in his chest, his face showing disbelief, and the intense pain twisted his features. Anything is possible. Ha! Lin laughed maniacally, as if the knight's great sword embedded in his left shoulder didn't exist. He gripped the hilt of the sword fiercely with both hands and yanked it down hard. A long wound instantly appeared on Philip's chest, extending to his abdomen, and his intestines fell out. Philip gasped, dying with a look of confusion on his face. Huh? Watching Philip fall, Lin exhaled a breath of foul air, staggering slightly as his body nearly lost its balance. After fighting to this point, his body was truly at its limit. Lin slowly took a few steps forward, leaning against a large stone, and pulled out the knight's greatsword still lodged in his shoulder. The flames of life ignited on his shoulder, beginning to heal his wounds, but now his stamina was too depleted, and the effects of the phoenix fruit had become less powerful than at the start, requiring a longer time to recover. The remaining mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group stood around, dumbfounded and frightened. With Deputy Commander Philip killed by Lin, several mercenaries had lost their courage. Even though they knew Lin was unable to fight back, none dared to step forward to attack him again. Philip, you useless piece of trash. Jared, who was fighting Lin Rongfu, saw Philip being killed by Lin and immediately became furious, unable to hold back his roar. He wished he could go over and tear Philip's corpse to pieces. This fool had ruined such a good situation. Damn it, good riddance. At this point, Jared also felt the urge to retreat. Although the old man was in a severely weakened state, his will was still strong, refusing to fall. If this continued, the old man would not collapse, but Jared himself would not be able to hold on any longer. He did not want to die here. Thinking of this, Jared lost all fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. He swung his axe fiercely, forcing Lin Rongfu back, and turned to run. Exposing his back to an opponent of equal or even greater strength was a huge flaw, and how could Lin Rongfu not seize this opportunity? Lin Rongfu gathered all his fighting spirit, unleashing a massive sword aura that swept out for several meters. Jared had barely turned around and taken 2 steps before his body was severed at the waist. Chapter 25. Counting the spoils with Jared dead. The remaining mercenaries from the Giant Axe mercenary group immediately scattered in a panic, each fleeing for their lives. With the commander dead, loyalty was naturally non-existent. Lin Rongfu did not have much strength left to chase down these small fry. With the deaths of Jared and Philip, the Giant Axe mercenary group was essentially dissolved. Young master, are you all right? Lin Rongfu hurriedly approached Lin, concerned about his injuries. I'm fine with the flames of life. Grandpa Fu, don't worry, Lin replied lazily, leaning against the stone with a tired yet joyful smile on his face. Although this battle was perilous, he had made it through safely. How are you, Grandpa Fu? The old servant can still hold on, Lin Rongfu said. Young master, we must leave quickly. The smell of blood here is too strong and will attract more magical beasts. Attracting even 4th or 5th level magical beasts will be very dangerous for both Lin and Lin Rongfu in their current state. Grandpa Fu, don't forget to collect the loot. Lin reminded him. Jared and the others surely had a lot of wealth on them, as well as magical crystals gained from the Hudis Mountains. For Lin, who had just converted all magical crystals into system energy, any wealth could not be easily overlooked. Soon, Lin Rongfu finished gathering the valuables from Jared and the others. When he returned to Lin's side, he found Lin had already fallen into a deep sleep, snoring softly. A kind smile appeared on Lin Rongfu's pale face as he gently picked up Lin and, with one hand carrying the collected valuables, swiftly departed. Lin slept soundly for over 10 hours, waking up the next afternoon. After a good sleep, his mental exhaustion had recovered. Lin felt invigorated, but his stomach was growling, needing a lot of food to replenish the immense stamina consumed during the battle. Just then, Lin smelled the aroma of roasted meat and then heard Lin Rongfu's voice. Young master, you're awake. You must be hungry. Come quickly and eat, Lin Rongfu said. The food they prepared was all in Lin's system backpack, which he couldn't access while asleep, so he had to prepare food separately. Fortunately, there was no shortage of magical beast meat in the Hudis Mountains. With his stomach growling, Lin didn't hold back and began to eat the roasted meat voraciously, as if he hadn't eaten in 3 years. In one sitting, Lin consumed over 10 pounds of magical beast meat, finally feeling full. The skill of life restoration began to break down the food, converting it into energy and distributing it throughout his body. Soon, Lin felt his stamina recover, and he became lively again. With his stamina restored, Lin was in a great mood. He finally experienced what it was like for those monsters in anime. After a fierce battle, no matter how severe the injuries, as long as he slept and then had a big meal, he would be lively again. Grandpa Fu, how is your body? Lin asked with concern. After battling Jared and unleashing peak strength, Lin Rongfu's injuries should have been hard to suppress again. Young master, don't worry. The old servant can hold on, Lin Rongfu said with a faint smile. He had grown accustomed to his old injuries over decades and didn't want Lin to worry. I should treat your injuries first, Lin said. After eating and drinking, feeling full of energy, he skillfully used the abilities of the phoenix fruit to heal Lin Rongfu's wounds. Lin Rongfu had also adapted to Lin En's treatment method early on. Now, Lin En was more skilled in using the fruit's abilities than at the beginning. After half an hour, the external injuries on Lin Rongfu's body had healed, but the internal old wounds had been further damaged due to the peak battle power eruption. Now, Lin Rongfu's combat power had declined again, and he could only exert the strength of a high-level warrior at its peak. Grandpa Fu, your old wounds are not healed, and now you have new injuries. Your body is already severely overdrawn. Promise me, you must never erupt again in the future, Lin En said, feeling very guilty. If it weren't for himself, Grandpa Fu wouldn't have to go this far. Young master, don't worry. I know my body well, and can support you for a few more years, Lin Rongfu said cheerfully. He didn't care about the injuries. Seeing Lin En grow stronger in his lifetime was the most gratifying thing for him. Although Lin Rongfu appeared very open-minded, Lin En felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, frowning as he thought about how to treat Lin Rongfu's source injuries. At this moment, Lin En remembered that he still had the magic crystals obtained from the Giant Axe mercenary group. After converting them all into system energy and enhancing the Phoenix Fruit's abilities, he wondered if it would have any effect on the source injuries. System, convert all magic crystals into system energy and use the energy to upgrade the Devil Fruit's ability. How much can be upgraded with the maximum energy consumption? Ding! Magic crystal conversion to energy successful. System energy increased by 500 points. Total energy 60 points. Ding! Host level 2 low, body strength insufficient, can only upgrade to primary perfection at most, requires 500 points of energy. Please confirm whether to upgrade. Confirm upgrade. Although a bit disappointed, Lin En decided to upgrade the Phoenix Fruit's ability. Ding! Consumed 500 points of energy. Phoenix Fruit ability upgraded to primary perfection. Tau power value 50. Recovery effect of the Phoenix Fruit greatly enhanced. Flight ability obtained. Flight ability? Lin En was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that the Phoenix Fruit's ability indeed included flight. He had been using the recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit all this time and had forgotten about the flight ability. This was an unexpected surprise. With the flight ability, his combat methods became more diverse, and his self-defense capability was stronger. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin En level, 17 experience, 1005. 000 Tau power value, 475 occupation. Swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, primary swordsmanship, primary, 3110, 000, shave, intermediate, 112050, 000, life return, primary, 1865, 000, armament color, primary, perfection, devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, primary, perfection, moves, 1 sword style Iato, 1 flash physique, overlord sword body specialization, none special items, none energy, 38. 560 backpack, everyone fruit tasks, main quest 1, dream of leveling up, host level upgrade to full level. First stage task, reach level 20, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group, Great Siam mercenary group upgrade to SSS level mercenary group. Second stage task, a level mercenary group, reward, 1 promotion gift pack. After looking at the attribute panel, his level had reached 17, indicating that he had gained quite a bit of experience from yesterday's battle. During the fight, Lin En had no time to check the system prompts. The Tau power value of 475 was already comparable to the initial stage of an intermediate warrior. Besides the upgraded armament color and Phoenix Fruit, the proficiency of primary swordsmanship and shave had also improved significantly. Seeing that the skill life return was still at the primary level, Lin En, who had a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency, decided to use energy to upgrade life return. The upgraded life return would have a stronger effect, benefiting his physique greatly. It was precisely because his physique was not strong enough that both armament color and the Phoenix Fruit could no longer be upgraded with energy. System, upgrade life return for me. Ding, consumed 31, 400 points of energy, life return upgraded to primary perfection, Tau power value 50, life return effect strengthened. As the energy was deducted, life return reached primary perfection, and the Tau power value increased by 50 to 525 points. Lin En's strength improved. But Life Return could only be upgraded to primary perfection, still limited by his low level. It seemed that grinding experience to level up was urgent. If his level didn't rise, his strength could not be quickly improved. With 160 energy left, there was nothing more to do, so he could only save it for now. Grandpa Fu, my life flame has grown a bit, and its healing effect should be stronger. Let me try it on you, Lin En said. The priority was still to treat Lin Rongfu. Even if he couldn't cure him, he needed to stabilize his condition and prevent it from deteriorating. All right, young master, go ahead, Lin Rongfu said happily. It would be best if he could recover his strength, so he could better protect the young master. Once again, greenish-blue flames ignited in Lin En's hands. After observing, he noticed that the color of the flames had undergone some subtle changes. The blue had faded a bit, and the green had become more intense, seemingly containing a stronger vitality. The flames fell on Lin Rongfu, and the rich vitality quickly healed Lin Rongfu's internal injuries. Lin Rongfu could intuitively feel that the effect of a life flame was stronger than before. Not only were the injuries to his organs healed, but even the source damage from yesterday's eruption was slowly recovering. It would only take a few days to recover fully, and by then he could exert the strength of an initial stage battle master again. Unfortunately, the life flame's effect on the old source injuries was still minimal. But Lin Rongfu also saw hope. When a young master's abilities advanced further, perhaps the old source injuries could indeed recover fully. He was very much looking forward to that day. Hearing from Lin Rongfu about the recovery effect of the life flame, Lin En was also very pleased and treated Lin Rongfu with all his might until he exhausted most of his stamina before stopping. While resting to regain his stamina, Lin En began to tally the supplies obtained from the Giant Axe mercenary group. In a short while, the supplies had been counted, a total of 260 gold coins, 386 silver coins, 106 copper coins, a dozen magic crystals of levels 3 and 4, and a considerable amount of valuable materials for magical beasts. It seemed that the Giant Axe mercenary group was quite wealthy, carrying so much money on them. He wondered how much more was at their base. Unfortunately, this money was unattainable. These gains also satisfied Lin En. Leaving aside the money, a dozen magic crystals already represented a considerable fortune. For Lin En, who had converted all the magic crystals into system energy, this was a timely blessing. After the tally, Lin En also discovered an unexpected surprise. Among these supplies, he found 2 moonlight fox cubs. They must have been captured by the Giant Axe mercenary group's people who had ambushed the area where moonlight foxes appeared. Now, this was good. The mission to capture the moonlight fox cubs could also be completed. The Giant Axe mercenary group was truly good people, akin to a version of a treasure-giving child from another world, even sacrificing their lives in the process. Lin sighed, feeling a mix of emotions after completing his task, and made the decision to return to the town of Hudis. Chapter 26. Submitting the task. Back in Hudis, looking at the bustling streets that were still lively, Lin felt as if he had traveled through time. The life and death struggle in the Hudis Mountains yesterday felt like a dream. Sometimes, Lin couldn't help but wonder if he had truly become cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. After killing so many members of the Giant Axe mercenary group, he surprisingly felt little discomfort. Although it was either kill or be killed, he thought he shouldn't be so indifferent. Those were vibrant lives. The education he received on Earth taught him that life is above all else. Was he really becoming an emotionless NPC in the Divine Grace continent? Or had he already lost his feelings? Lin felt a bit confused. Despite having merged memories from his past life, he still felt out of place in this world, constantly haunted by everything from his previous life. Only Lin Rongfu could bring him a glimmer of warmth in this world. Perhaps he had never truly integrated into this world because he had no attachments. After returning to the hotel room and washing off the dust of travel, Lin fell asleep, putting all his thoughts aside. The next morning, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the Mercenary Guild's mission hall to hand over their commission tasks. As they entered the mission hall, Lin subconsciously glanced at the registration area for mercenaries but did not see Bai Wire's enchanting figure, which left him slightly disappointed for some reason. Shaking his head, Lin wondered if he was sick. How could he miss someone with such an ordinary face and a face full of freckles? What a joke in this other world. Pushing this ridiculous thought out of his mind, Lin walked towards the window to verify the commission tasks. Miss, the Daxiao mercenary group you asked us to pay attention to has come to submit the mission today. A staff member of the Mercenary Guild reported to Bai Wire, who was sitting on a chair covered with high-grade magical bee skins while handing over several sheets of paper. This is the information just delivered by our intelligence personnel regarding the leader of the Daxiao mercenary group, Lin. Oh, let me see. Bai Wire eagerly took the information and quickly began to browse through it. The Mercenary Guild's intelligence system was extremely powerful, and the information about Lin was quite detailed, but it only included basic information. There were no clues as to why Lin, who had suddenly gone from being an ordinary person unable to cultivate to possessing considerable combat strength in a short time. I thought it might be some secret method to conceal the fluctuations of fighting spirit, but it turns out he really cannot cultivate fighting spirit. A strong curiosity shone in Bai Wire's charming eyes as she chuckled softly. Interesting. A person without any cultivation talent has gained the strength of a beginner warrior in just a few days. It seems this little brother Lin has quite a secret. If Bai Wire had previously been slightly special towards Lin because of his looks, now she was genuinely filled with curiosity and interest, wanting to uncover the secrets he held. Continue to monitor information about Lin and the Daxiao mercenary group. I want to know immediately, Bai Wire instructed. Yes, the staff member replied respectfully. In a mission hall, the staff member responsible for verifying tasks had completed counting the items submitted by Lin and said, Captain Lin, both of your tasks have been completed. You collected a total of 248 magic spirit flowers, with 50 counted as one task, which can be counted as 5 tasks, earning you 5 task points, and 2 moonlight fox cubs, completing 2 tasks and earning you 2 task points. Do you have any questions? No questions, Lin shook his head. All right, then I'll help you confirm the completion of the commission now. The staff member said, then picked up the Daxiao mercenary group's magical crystal card to operate it. After a while, the card displayed that the task was completed and the task points had turned into 7 points. Captain Lin, the commission for the magic spirit flower task is a total of 62 gold coins, and the commission for the moonlight fox cubs is 30 gold coins. After deducting the mercenary guild's 5 commission, you will receive a total of 87 gold coins and 40 silver coins. Would you like it in cash or deposited into your magical crystal card? Cash, please, Lin replied. The staff member efficiently settled the commission for Lin. Receiving the gold coins didn't evoke much feeling in Lin. This small amount was insignificant compared to the gains from the giant axe mercenary group. What Lin cared about was the task points. It took 20 task points for an E-rank mercenary to upgrade to D rank, and now he already had 7 points. It seemed he wouldn't have to wait long to level up. For most mercenary groups, upgrading from E to D rank was relatively simple, as most groups had this capability, and the Mercenary Guild did not set a very high threshold. However, the requirements for upgrading became higher as one progressed, not only in terms of task points, but also in assessments of the group's strength. By the way, I want to sell some materials for magical beasts. Where can I sell them? Lin asked the staff member again. You can go to the right side of the mission hall. There is a room specifically for purchases. The staff member responded. Thank you. After thanking the staff member, Lin walked to the right. Seeing that Lin and Lin Rongfu came to sell materials, the responsible staff member was very enthusiastic. Generally, only mercenary groups with weaker strength would choose to sell these items at the Mercenary Guild because, although the guild was fair and would not deceive mercenaries, the prices were relatively low. Stronger mercenary groups would choose to cooperate with trading firms. But those firms typically only accepted high-value, high-profit items, and powerful mercenary groups were also unwilling to be cheated by trading firms. The advantage of the Mercenary Guild was that they accepted almost anything as long as it had certain value. So most weaker mercenary groups chose to sell to the guild. Captain Lin, we have finished counting. These materials are worth a total of 680 gold coins. The staff member said after counting, slightly surprised. They didn't expect that a newly established E-rank mercenary group with only 2 members could kill so many level 4 and 5 magical beasts. It seemed this mercenary group's strength was not simple, and this was without the sale of magical crystals. Otherwise, the value would be even greater, as magical crystals were the most valuable part of magical beasts. Lin chose to take cash. Just as he received the coins from the staff, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and he turned to see the enchanting figure of Bai Wire walking in. Lin, little brother, it's been a few days, and it seems you've gained quite a bit. Bai Wire teased with a charming smile, leaning closer to Lin, her ample bosom almost touching him, her sultry eyes fixed on him. Little brother, have you missed your sister? Lin's face flushed red, and he hurriedly stepped back to avoid accidentally touching places he shouldn't. He didn't answer Bai Wire's question, instead tossing the pouch of gold coins in his hand and said, Sister Bai Wire, I've made some money. I can treat you to a drink now. It's rare that my little brother hasn't forgotten that he owes me a drink, Bai Wire replied. Suddenly, she leaned close to Lin's ear, breathing hotly, and said, Little brother Lin, are you so eager to treat your sister to a drink because you have some thoughts about her? And no. The warm breath on his ear made Lin's heart race. Even more exaggerated was the fact that Bai Weier's impressive chest was pressing against his arm. The soft sensation on his arm made him flustered. He quickly took a step back to escape from the awkward situation, adding, "I just wanted to thank Sister Bai Weier for her help a few days ago. Nothing else." Lin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Speaking of which, whether on Earth or in the Divine Grace continent, do all the girls like to tease handsome guys? Where does this Sister Bai Weier get her confidence that he has feelings for her, with that indescribable face of hers? Of course, her figure is indeed quite impressive. Coward. Boring. Bai Weier shot Lin a glance, her eyes seeming as if she had been abandoned by a scumbag, and Lin was that scumbag. However, seeing that Lin looked young, Bai Weier didn't tease him anymore and said, then settled, "Tonight at the Silver Shield Tavern, we won't miss each other." "Okay, we won't miss each other." After agreeing on the time and place, Lin hurriedly took his leave. He really couldn't handle Bai Weier's boldness, not that he couldn't, but mainly because Bai Weier's appearance wasn't his type. "Lin, no matter what secrets you have, I will definitely uncover them. I don't believe you can escape from my grasp." Looking at Lin's departing back, Bai Weier's charming eyes were filled with smiles and confidence. Throughout this, the staff responsible for collecting supplies had been respectfully lowering their heads since Bai Weier entered, quietly remaining inconspicuous, their expressions filled with respect for her. Lin, who was flustered by Bai Weier's antics, completely failed to notice these situations. "Young master, this Bai Weier should not be simple," Lin Rongfu said after they left the mercenary guild, having noticed the staff's unusual behavior. "Not simple? What do you mean, Grandpa Fu?" Lin asked. "Her identity is not simple," Lin Rongfu replied. "No matter what her identity is, I haven't sensed any malice from her, and that's enough for me," Lin said, regarding Bai Weier's identity as irrelevant to himself. "Young master, you should keep your distance from her," Lin Rongfu said again. "Why?" Lin asked curiously. "I really don't feel any malice from her." "Young master, she has ulterior motives towards you," Lin Rongfu said seriously. "She must have taken a liking to you." "Huh." Lin couldn't help but laugh, not expecting Grandpa Fu to be so humorous. "Grandpa Fu, you can't say that randomly. What if she doesn't have that thought? She doesn't deserve you. The future young mistress must be outstanding in appearance and demeanor to be worthy of you," Lin Rongfu said solemnly, believing in his heart that Lin was the best, and only the most excellent woman could match him. No matter what Bai Weier's identity was, her appearance didn't pass Lin Rongfu's standards. "All right, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Now that we have money, we should buy a house so we won't have to stay in a hotel anymore," Lin said, feeling that buying a house was a priority since living in a hotel was inconvenient for cultivation. Chapter 27, Silver Shield Tavern in Hudistown. There's a real estate agency specifically dealing with properties. After finding out the location of the agency, Lin and his companion headed towards it. "Brother Lin." Before they reached the agency, Lin heard someone calling him. He turned to see Ralph waving at him. "Brother Ralph." Lin was also very happy to see Ralph again. Having someone he could consider an acquaintance in Hudistown felt great. After some pleasantries, upon learning that Lin intended to buy a house, Ralph said, "Brother Lin, you don't need to go to the agency to buy a house. Our Chamber of Commerce has a vacant house in Hudistown, and the environment is quite nice. Let me take you to see it." Unable to refuse Ralph's enthusiasm, Lin followed him. The house from the Gucci Chamber of Commerce wasn't on the main street, and the environment was relatively quiet. Upon entering, there was a small courtyard with 4 or 5 rooms and a large backyard that could serve as a training ground. Lin immediately liked it. "Brother Ralph, I really like this house. How much is it?" Lin asked, feeling a bit nervous, wondering if his amount of gold coins would be enough for such a large house. "This house was bought for 260 gold coins back then, and since you like it, I'll sell it to you for 260 gold coins as well," Ralph said. "Brother Ralph, that won't do. This house is definitely worth more than 260 gold coins now. I can't let you take a loss." Lin shook his head and said, "How about 300 gold coins?" "Brother Lin, selling it to you at the original price isn't a loss for me. And besides, I can't profit off you as friends," Ralph replied. "If you regard me as a friend, let's do it my way." "All right, then thank you, Brother Ralph," Lin said with a wry smile, feeling overwhelmed by his kindness. Ralph nodded in satisfaction. This was his shrewdness, selling it to Lin at the original price, ensuring Lin didn't feel he took advantage of a friend, while he himself didn't lose out, and he also gained a favor, solidifying their relationship. The rest was simple. Ralph had someone prepare the property deed, and after Lin paid the money, the house belonged to him. Holding the property deed, Lin felt very happy. Everything in the courtyard looked so pleasing. He never expected that after years of hard work in his previous life without owning a house, he would now have his own house in the Divine Grace continent. This counts as settling down in the divine grace continent, right? With a house, Lin felt as if he had found a place to settle. He was no longer empty-handed in this world, no longer just a passerby, but had finally left his mark. Brother Lin, buying a house is a good thing. We should celebrate it. Tonight, I'll treat you to drinks to celebrate, Ralph said. How can I let you treat? I should be treating you instead, Lin replied, feeling very happy. Brother Ralph, I have a drinking appointment tonight. If you don't mind, you can join us. All right, it's settled then, Ralph said, agreeing that who treated didn't matter. What was important was to strengthen their relationship with Lin. After making plans with Ralph, Lin and Lin Rongfu returned to the inn to check out, directly moving into their new home without needing to pack much luggage, just buying some daily necessities. That night, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the entrance of the Silver Shield Tavern, where Ralph was already waiting with the captain of the guard, Ritz. Before long, Bai Wire also arrived gracefully. Bai Wire had carefully dressed up for the evening, wearing a fitted black long dress that showcased her beautiful figure perfectly. Her slender waist contrasted sharply with her magnificent chest, and as she walked, her figure swayed, making it impossible for people to look away. Lin was momentarily stunned. Snap out of it. Bai Wire walked up to Lin, waved her small hand in front of his eyes, and when she saw Lin regain his senses, she playfully spun around in front of him like a blooming rose and laughed. Brother Lin, do I look good tonight? Cough, cough, good looking. Lin coughed twice to mask his embarrassment and quickly introduced Ralph to change the subject. Sister Bai Wire, let me introduce you. This is my only friend in Town besides you, Ralph, the young master of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. Brother Ralph, this is Miss Bai Wire from the Mercenary Guild. Miss Bai Wire, hello, I'm Ralph, Ralph greeted, sizing up Bai Wire with a glance. Thinking that although Bai Wire looked ordinary, her figure was indeed good. Could it be that Brother Lin likes this mature type? Upon hearing there were others, Bai Wire's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She had originally thought it would just be her and Lin, but quickly, she masked her feelings and nodded slightly to Ralph, saying, hello. Upon entering the Silver Shield Tavern, it was noisy and bustling, with many mercenaries shouting loudly and relaxing freely. The tavern could be said to be the second favorite place for mercenaries after brothels. After experiencing life and death in the Hudis Mountains, they certainly wanted to indulge and vent. Guided by a sexy waitress, Lin and his companions found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. After ordering drinks, Bai Wire sat closely next to Lin, the physical contact making him nervous and awkward. He couldn't move away too much for fear of causing a misunderstanding with Bai Wire, which would be even more embarrassing. He had no choice but to drink to distract himself. I have to say, the alcohol in the Divine Grace continent isn't bad. Although the alcohol content is high, it's nothing for Lin with his current physical condition. Plus, with a life return skill, Lin could be said to have an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Little brother Lin, come, let us have a drink. Bai Wire raised her glass to clink with Lin S. Leaning slightly, almost half of her body nestled against him. Sister Bai Wire, could you not add little when you call me? I'm not a child anymore. I'm already an adult. Lin said. His soul from the previous life was in his 20s, and, combined with his current life, he was nearly 40 years old. Being called little brother felt a bit off. Were you an adult? Hearing this, Bai Wire glanced down at Lin's lower half, then looked at him with a charming gaze, her eyes very alluring. Especially after a drink, a blush crept onto her otherwise plain face, revealing a hint of shyness. Lin was in a bit of a predicament as his sister suddenly took the wheel, proving to be a seasoned driver in this other world. He admitted that he couldn't quite handle it and quickly raised his glass to clink with Bai Wire, saying, let's not talk about this, let's drink. He, coward. Bai Wire laughed charmingly. Ralph sat silently beside them, thinking to himself, wow, it's as if he doesn't even exist. As the young master of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, he wasn't bad looking, was young and wealthy, and had always been popular with the older sisters. But today it was the other way around. Brother Ralph, I've heard that mercenaries are wild and reckless, but the ones in the tavern don't seem to be like that. Even when drunk, they don't cause any trouble. I always thought taverns would be chaotic. To prevent Bai Wire from teasing him further, Lin brought up a topic that had been on his mind. The female servers in the tavern were quite attractive and dressed very sexy, but while these mercenaries might flirt and occasionally act a bit handsy, they never dared to go too far. When did bloodthirsty mercenaries become so well-behaved? That's because this is the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps territory, Ralph said. For a Chamber of Commerce to do business in Town, they must understand the local situation well. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps is one of the 3 major mercenary groups controlling Town. No one dares to cause trouble here. It's one of the safest places in Town. Mercenaries who want to drink quietly usually choose the Silver Shield Tavern. I see, Lin understood. With the backing of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, these mercenaries were naturally as docile as sheep. Bang! Crash! Just as Ralph finished speaking, the sound of a breaking bottle and overturned tables and chairs erupted in the tavern, along with loud commotion. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the scene, curious to know who had the audacity to cause trouble in the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps establishment. Ralph felt a bit awkward. Trouble arose right after he spoke. This slap to the face came too quickly. Smack! A tall and burly mercenary slapped a female server hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Bitch, I asked you to drink with me, and you dare to spill the drink on my head. Today, I'll make you pay for offending me. The large mercenary shouted angrily, grabbing a bottle from the table and pouring it over the female server. You want to drink with me? Then I'll make you drink plenty. His loud voice echoed throughout the tavern, and all the mercenaries turned to see which brave soul had the guts to cause trouble in the Silver Shield Tavern. They wanted to catch a glimpse of this warrior because they probably wouldn't have the chance to see him again later. However, once they recognized the large mercenary and his insignia, everyone understood why he dared to cause trouble in the Silver Shield Tavern. Some quick-witted mercenaries hurriedly settled their bills and left, knowing that sometimes just watching could lead to disaster. It's a member of the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Ralph's expression changed. No wonder he was so bold. He was from the Paladin Mercenary Corps, which was also one of the 3 major mercenary groups. Though they were competitors, they usually maintained a facade of civility. Tonight's situation was quite unusual. One of the 3 major mercenary groups? Lin asked. Yes. Ralph nodded, his face serious. When 2 major mercenary groups clash, it's definitely not ordinary. We should leave now to avoid getting caught up in it. Unlike Ralph's seriousness, Bywayers merely watched calmly, seemingly unfazed by the conflict unfolding before her. Then let's hurry and leave. Lin didn't want to get involved just to watch the commotion. However, just as they stood up, a group of Silver Shield mercenaries rushed into the tavern, blocking the entrance, making it impossible to leave now. Chapter 28 Hudis Town Situation. Dozens of Silver Shield mercenaries surrounded the entrance of the tavern, encircling the troublemaking members of the Paladin Mercenary Corps. The mercenaries who had left quickly distanced themselves from the center of the conflict, knowing that when 2 giant mercenary groups clashed, they would be torn apart if they got caught in the middle. Lin and the others retreated to a corner, quietly observing the situation's development, while Lin Rongfu and Riz, 2 powerful battle masters, protected Lin and his companions behind them. Tim, what do you mean? The leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps was a tall and burly man, towering over others with an imposing presence. His booming voice sounded like thunder, and his bull-like eyes locked fiercely onto Tim, a knight from the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps. Are you trying to pick a fight with us, Silver Shield Mercenary Corps here at the Silver Shield Tavern? Sanchez, don't try to scare me with talk of war. Does the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps fear you Silver Shields? Tim sneered, pointing at the female server who had been drenched in wine, his face filled with anger. I came here to drink with my brothers, to support your Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, to give you face. This bitch not only refused to drink with me, but had the audacity to pour wine on my head. If I don't get an explanation today, don't blame me for going wild and smashing your tavern. Everyone in Hudis Town knows the rules of the Silver Shield Tavern, Sanchez said, glancing at the server who was soaked and had a handprint on her face, her expression quite miserable. Suppressing his anger, he stared at Tim and said in a low voice, Tim, tonight's matter is not for me to explain to you, but for you to explain to me. Though the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps were 2 of the 3 major mercenary groups controlling Hudis Town, there was also competition among them. On the surface, they maintained harmony to uphold order in Hudis Town, but in reality, there were many frictions among the mercenaries, who were generally restrained and did not cause too much commotion. Tim's actions today had severely embarrassed the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. If they did not respond, wouldn't it make people think that the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps was afraid of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps? How could they continue to control Hudis Town? Sanchez and Tim had long-standing grievances, having had many conflicts in the past. At this moment, with old and new grudges combined, both sides were naturally at odds, unwilling to give in. Explain? Tim scoffed, reeking of alcohol and filled with provocation, as he kicked over a nearby table. This is my explanation. Tim, it seems you really want to start a war, Sanchez said with a grim face. At this moment, retreat was not an option for him. In the mercenary world, sometimes face mattered more than life. Sanchez waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, clear the place. Everyone unrelated leave. The members of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps immediately sprang into action, driving all the patrons out of the tavern. The mercenaries still inside had long wanted to leave. The conflict between the two major mercenary groups was not something they wanted to witness. At this moment, who would dare to stay? They all hurriedly left the Silver Shield Tavern, and Lin and the others followed the crowd out. When a group of mercenaries reached outside the Silver Shield Tavern, they heard a strong surge of fighting spirit and a massive commotion erupting inside. The mercenaries quickened their pace to leave, fearing that once the fighting started, people from both mercenary groups would continuously arrive, leading to a full-blown battle. Lin, the conflict between the two major mercenary groups might lead to significant changes in Town. It's best to be cautious during this time, Ralph said seriously to Lin. I understand. Lin nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. He just wanted to safely hunt some magical beasts to gain experience and earn a little money, but why was it so difficult? These mercenaries must have muscles for brains. Starting a fight over a few words. Ralph and Riz left, and Lin returned by wayer to the mercenary guild. When he got back to his place, he practiced for a while before resting. As for the conflict between the two major mercenary groups, as long as it didn't involve him, it was none of his business. The next day, Lin thought that Town would be chaotic due to the conflict between the two major mercenary groups. To his surprise, the situation in Town was unexpectedly calm, much like any other day, as if the conflict from the previous night was just an accident. Could it be that the Silver Shield and the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps were so restrained and didn't want to escalate matters? Perhaps this was indeed the case. After all, the two major mercenary groups were evenly matched, and if a real fight broke out, both sides would suffer huge losses. Not to mention, there was another A-level mercenary group in Town. If the Silver Shield and the Holy Knight fought, the one to benefit would be that remaining A-level mercenary group. Since Town didn't descend into chaos, Lin was naturally pleased. After all, it was best to steadily improve his own strength. Thus, Lin continued to accept commission tasks at the Mercenary Guild, venturing into the Mountains to hunt magical beasts for experience. Days passed, and Lin discovered that beneath the calm surface of Town, dark currents were surging. Although the Silver Shield and Holy Knight Mercenary Corps had not directly engaged in battle, conflicts had frequently erupted among the affiliated mercenary groups under both banners, leading to skirmishes in the Mountains. Today, an affiliated mercenary group from the Silver Shield Corps had stolen prey from one affiliated with the Holy Knight Corps, and tomorrow, an affiliated group from the Holy Knight Corps would kill members of an affiliated group from the Silver Shield Corps. This situation escalated, with both sides suffering losses. Some weaker mercenary groups were even wiped out, and the other A-level mercenary group, the Galewolf Mercenary Corps, was also drawn into the fray, further complicating the situation in the Mountains. Meanwhile, the surface of Town remained calm, but all mercenaries knew it was merely a facade, causing unease among most mercenary groups as dark clouds loomed over the entire town. Lin, I'm planning to leave Town. One day, Ralph came to find Lin, expressing his intention to leave, clearly unsettled by the recent situation in Town. Although the Gucci Chamber of Commerce had decent strength, it was still just a strong ant in front of the three major mercenary groups. So soon? Lin was somewhat surprised, as Ralph had previously mentioned staying in Town for a month, yet now he wanted to leave before even half a month had passed. The situation in Town is dire. The Gucci Chamber of Commerce could be crushed if it gets involved, Ralph said with a bitter smile, sincerely telling Lin, I think Town is no longer safe. Why don't you come with me to leave? Leave Town? Lin had not considered this question yet. Where could he go? At present, the Mountains were the best place for him to improve his strength. Moreover, even if the two major mercenary groups truly went to war, Lin had confidence in being able to protect himself. If necessary, he could always leave later. Lin, you can come with me to the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Ralph said, seeing Lin deep in thought. He assumed Lin was still the Count's son who couldn't cultivate, without any ability to protect himself aside from his old servant. Staying in Town was indeed too dangerous. Thank you for your invitation, Brother Ralph. Lin shook his head, rejecting Ralph's kind offer. I've decided to stay in Town for now. Ralph felt a bit disappointed, but didn't want to say too much, so he replied, Since you've made your decision, I want to insist. But remember, Lin, if you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to the Gucci Chamber of Commerce to find me. After saying that, Ralph gave Lin his token. Thank you, Brother Ralph. If I have a chance, I will definitely visit the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Lin said gratefully, feeling that Ralph was indeed a good person. Ralph departed with the Gucci Chamber of Commerce's convoy, while Lin continued to take on tasks to hunt magical beasts with Lin Rongfu, accumulating mercenary points and leveling up his system experience. Seemingly oblivious to the increasingly severe situation in Hudistown, in the city of Jelly, at the Earl Williams residence. My lord, we have news about young Master Lin. The leader of the guards, Migaro, rushed in to report to Count William. Really? Where's Lin? Count William's face showed surprise. Our people found a member of the Giant Axe mercenary group, and from him, we learned that young Master Lin is in Hudistown, Migaro said. Hudistown? Count William frowned. He knew that the Giant Axe mercenary group had accepted a commission from his wife to hunt Lin, and he had ordered Lady Rose to revoke that commission. Hudistown was a dangerous and chaotic place. Even with Lin Rongfu's protection, it would be too dangerous for Lin, who couldn't cultivate. Migaro, you personally lead a team to Hudistown and bring Lin back. My lord, that member of the Giant Axe mercenary group also mentioned another situation. Migaro said, his expression somewhat strange. What situation? Did the members of the Giant Axe mercenary group harm Lin? Count William asked in a cold tone. No, Migaro replied. According to what we learned from that member of the Giant Axe mercenary group, they have been destroyed. The leader and deputy leader are dead, killed by young Master Lin and Lin Rongfu. Young Master Lin is no longer unable to cultivate. Instead, he has the strength of a mid-level warrior. How is that possible? Count William exclaimed. The initial assessment of his aptitude couldn't be false. Lin truly couldn't cultivate fighting energy, nor could he sense magical elements. My subordinates were also shocked when they heard this news, Migaro said with a. But that member of the Giant Axe mercenary group didn't seem to be lying. Count William fell silent, and then felt joy in his heart. If Lin could really cultivate, it would be a tremendous blessing. But whether it was true still needed to be confirmed by bringing Lin back. Migaro, you personally lead a team to Hudistown to bring Lin back. And make sure he is safe, Count William instructed. Yes, my lord, Migaro acknowledged. Soon, Migaro left Jelly City with several guards, while Lady Rose in the Count's mansion quickly received the news. A dark cloud covered her beautiful face as she muttered viciously. That waste must not return to compete for the inheritance with my son. He must die. Chapter 29. Paper drawing the situation in Hudistown grew increasingly strange. The three major mercenary groups secretly coordinated their affiliated mercenary groups and recalled those mercenaries who had been sent out to complete commission tasks outside of Hudistown. In a short time, the total number of people in Hudistown almost broke records. The entire small town was on the brink, with fear and chaos reigning. Other mercenary groups were on edge, and many clever mercenary groups recognized that the situation was not right and had already left Hudistown ahead of time. For the moment, all of this had nothing to do with Lin, who continued to complete mercenary tasks to gain points and experience. Ding! Host has killed a level 4 magical beast. The mighty ape, experience 500, leveling requirements met. Host level upgraded to level 20, fighting energy 5. Ding! Host level has reached level 20. Completing main quest 1. Dream of full level, phase 1 task, reward a level up package. The level up package has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Main quest 1. Dream of full level, host level upgraded to full level. Unlocking phase 2 task. Reach level 40, reward a level up package. When a level 4 magical beast, the mighty ape, fell under Lin's sword, the 3 consecutive system notifications made Lin overjoyed. His level finally reached 20, and the first phase of main quest 1 was completed. With the level up package in hand. System, open the attribute panel. Lin eagerly instructed the system. Character, Lin level, 20 experience, 2001000 fighting energy, 540 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, intermediate swordsmanship, mid-level, for 88510000, shave, mid-level, 182050000, life return, beginner, perfection, armed color hockey, beginner, perfection, devil fruit, phantom bee species phoenix, beginner, perfection, techniques, one sword style Iaido, flash physique, dominant sword body specialty, none special items, none energy, 71600 backpack, 1 every 1 fruit, 1 level up package quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, host level upgraded to full level, phase 2 task, reach level 40, reward a level up package, main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group, Daxia mercenary group upgraded to SSS level mercenary group, phase 2 task, a level mercenary group, reward a promotion package. After a few days, Lin's level reached 20, and his fighting energy increased by 15 points, now at 540. The proficiency of his intermediate swordsmanship and shave also increased significantly. Looking at the extra level up package in his backpack, Lin was filled with anticipation, wondering what good items he could get from this level-up package. The situation in Town was indeed grim. He hoped to open skills or items that would enhance his strength. Lin also had a wish to obtain a devil fruit suitable for Lin Rongfu. This would undoubtedly significantly increase Lin Rongfu's strength and perhaps help with his old injuries. System. Open a level-up package. Ding. Level-up package opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill paper drawing and a pet contract card. The contract card has been stored in the backpack. Please check it yourself. One of the 6 forms of the Navy, paper drawing, not bad. The pet contract card can contract magical beasts, which is also a good thing. Wait, is that it? System, is that all? The level-up package only yielded these 2 items. What about the devil fruit? Lin was dumbfounded, repeatedly asking the system. But the system remained cold and did not respond at all. Lin looked gloomy, but soon started to smile again, followed by MMP. Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Lin's unusual expression, Lin Rongfu, who had just finished sorting the materials from the powerful ape, walked over to ask. He had just seen the young master smiling. So why did he look so bad now? It's nothing. Lin shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He had originally thought he could open a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu, but it seemed his luck was running out. He had managed to get 3 items from the opening gift pack for establishing the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Paper Drawing Beginner 05000. Looking at the new skill paper drawing added to his panel, Lin thought for a moment and decided to upgrade it using system energy. This would save a lot of practice time and immediately increase his strength to face the increasingly severe situation in Town. System, upgrade the skill paper drawing to intermediate using energy. Ding. Consumed 50,000 energy. Skill paper drawing upgraded to intermediate, Dao power 50. After the upgrade, paper drawing had become intermediate with a proficiency of 05000. To reach full proficiency at this level would require 500,000 energy. With just over 20,000 energy left, it wasn't enough to upgrade to advanced. So Lin gave up on further upgrades, as it was only a slight increase in proficiency and wouldn't significantly help his strength. Grand Bafu. My strength has been helped less by level 4 monsters now. It's time to go deeper into the Hudis Mountains, to the area where level 5 monsters are active. Lin said, eager to test out paper drawing on more powerful monsters. Deeper in the Hudis Mountains, in the area where level 6 monsters were active, there was a valley filled with swamps. This swamp was the habitat of a level 6 monster known as the iron-toothed dragon crocodile, which was said to possess a trace of dragon blood, making it extremely powerful. Its bite force was astonishing, capable of easily crushing steel. An adult iron-toothed dragon crocodile could reach high level 6 and was at the top of the food chain in the level 6 monster area. At this moment, the usually calm swamp was in disarray, clearly having undergone a fierce battle. The massive body of the iron-toothed dragon crocodile lay at the edge of the swamp, now a corpse, still exuding the fierce aura of a powerful monster. Shalene, the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, leaned on her knight's great sword, breathing heavily. After the battle, she looked quite disheveled. Her armor was damaged in many places, and she seemed seriously injured. However, her beauty remained intact, and her disheveled appearance did not detract from her cold and elegant demeanor. The other members of the Mercenary Corps were also injured, with 2 people having died under the iron-toothed dragon crocodile's sharp teeth, as its strength was too great to confront without paying a price. The one who seemed the least affected in the entire Mercenary Corps was Wei Ya, as she was not strong enough to help against a high-level 6 monster like the iron-toothed dragon crocodile and could only cheer from the sidelines. They had come to hunt the iron-toothed dragon crocodile, primarily for a type of medicinal fruit called dragon blood fruit that grew in the swamp where the iron-toothed dragon crocodile resided. Now that the iron-toothed dragon crocodile was dead, the dragon blood fruit was naturally theirs. Captain, drink this bottle of healing potion, said the Vice Captain Thomas, who approached with a pale face, clearly having exhausted a lot of magic power during the recent battle. He handed Shalene a bottle of intermediate healing potion, his gaze fixed on her with unabashed admiration. Thank you, Thomas. If it weren't for your magical support, we would have paid a much greater price to kill this iron-toothed dragon crocodile, Shalene said, somewhat awkwardly avoiding Thomas's intense gaze. She had known about Thomas's feelings for her since the first day he joined the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps and understood that he had joined for her sake. However, feelings were mutual, and she didn't have any feelings for Thomas. She just recognized that the Mercenary Corps needed a powerful magician like him. So she didn't want to directly reject him, hoping he would understand her intentions. Shalene, there's no need for us to be so formal. You know my feelings, Thomas said softly, Thomas, matters of the heart are not what I am considering right now. My dream is to make Sword and Rose an S-rank mercenary corps, Shilin replied. I understand. I will accompany you in building Sword and Rose into an S-rank mercenary corps, Thomas said, his expression darkening for a moment before he regained his smile. Hurry and drink the healing potion. The Hudis Mountains are not safe, and it's best to recover quickly. Shilin nodded, took the potion, and drank it without noticing the hint of satisfaction in Thomas's eyes as he watched her. The intermediate healing potion worked wonders, and Shilin's strength quickly returned to a large extent. She then stood up and instructed her mercenaries to dismantle the materials from the iron-toothed dragon crocodile, while also entering the swamp to harvest the dragon blood fruits. Half an hour later, everything was packed up, and the Sword and Rose mercenary corps began to head down the mountain, preparing to rest in Hudis Town. In the group, Thomas watched Shilin and Wei Ya's heroic figures from behind, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes as he quietly took out a communication magical item and sent a message. The Sword and Rose mercenary corps were regulars in the Hudis Mountains and were very familiar with the situation in the outskirts. They quickly exited the area where level 6 monsters were active and entered the area where level 5 monsters were active. Once they passed through the level 5 area to the level 4 area, the monsters would pose little threat to them. Something's moving, stop. Stay alert. As soon as they stepped into the level 5 monster area, Shilin sensed the commotion around them, which didn't seem like monsters, but rather the sounds of many people. The members of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps immediately halted and formed a defensive circle. Soon, over 20 mercenaries emerged from the forest, surrounding the Sword and Rose mercenary corps. Upon recognizing these individuals and their insignia, Shilin's expression darkened. They were from the Holy Knight mercenary corps. The Sword and Rose mercenary corps was an affiliate of the Silver Shield mercenary corps, and encountering the Holy Knight mercenary corps in the Hudis Mountains meant a battle was inevitable. Prepare for battle, Shilin shouted, drawing her knight's great sword and taking a combat stance, her internal fighting spirit surging and enveloping the sword. Suddenly, Shilin felt a stagnation in her internal fighting spirit, which then erupted violently and ran amok within her body. She was immediately injured, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from spitting out. The vast majority of her powerful fighting spirit had vanished. Chapter 30. To save or not to save the sudden turn of events left not only the members of the Sword and Rose mercenary corps stunned, but also caught Shilin off guard. How could this happen? Feeling the severe injuries within her body and having lost 6 or 7/10 of her power, Shilin's heart sank to the depths. Sister, what's wrong? Wei Ya quickly supported Shilin, her small face filled with anxiety and worry. Thomas, take Wei Ya and go. I will hold them off, Shilin said to Thomas, already aware that the Sword and Rose was in grave danger this time. Her only hope was that her sister Wei Ya could escape, placing her hope in Thomas. Sister, I'm not going, Wei Ya said with a choked voice. Shut up, Shilin shouted, treating Wei Ya sternly for the first time. Listen to your sister. Ha! None of you can escape. After today, the Sword and Rose mercenary corps will become history. Tim laughed maniacally, his lewd gaze sweeping over Shilin and Wei Ya. Captain Shilin, I'll give you a chance. Betray the Silver Shield mercenary corps and join us, the Holy Knight mercenary corps. Otherwise, this place will be your Sword and Rose's burial ground. Impossible, Shirlene coldly said, the injuries in her body causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. She turned to Thomas and said, Thomas, I leave Vea to you. Hurry and take her away. I will hold them off. Leave? Why should we leave? Thomas showed a strange smile on his face. Thomas, Shirlene looked at him in shock. Shirlene, you clearly know my feelings, but why do you refuse me? Thomas shouted hysterically. Do you know how much I love you? Since you don't understand the situation, don't blame me. I can't wait any longer. I want you right now. Thomas, is it you who notified the Paladin Mercenary Corps? At this moment, Shirlene also understood. Looking at Thomas's twisted face, she asked in disbelief. That's right. Thomas laughed maniacally. Not only did I notify the Paladin Mercenary Corps, but the potion you drank was also tampered with by me. Ha, Thomas did well. Tim walked over and patted Thomas on the shoulder in appreciation. Shirlene's face turned pale. No wonder her internal fighting energy suddenly went out of control. It turned out that everything was Thomas's conspiracy. This time, the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps was truly doomed. I will kill you. An enraged Vea, with red eyes, drew her sword and charged at Thomas. This bastard dared to plot against her sister. It was unforgivable. Tim swung his sword to block and pushed Vea back, wearing a victorious smile, and said, Captain Shirlene, you have no chance left. The only way out is to join our Paladin Mercenary Corps. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Shirlene, Surrender. Thomas also urged, even if you don't consider yourself. Don't you consider the brothers who have fought alongside you? Charlene's delicate body trembled. If it was just to join the Paladin Mercenary Corps, she wouldn't be too resistant in this situation. After all, the Sword and Rose was merely an affiliate of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and couldn't be considered true Silver Shield members, so there was no talk of loyalty. However, to join them meant falling into Thomas's clutches, which Charlene absolutely could not bear. She had already hated Thomas to the bone, so surrender is impossible. We are not afraid of death. Thomas, you traitor, I wish I could kill you. A mercenary from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps shouted, stepping in front of Charlene and Vea. Brothers, protect the captain. Protect the captain. Suddenly, 7 or 8 mercenaries responded, drawing their weapons and standing in front, glaring at Thomas and the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Charlene was touched. They were indeed brothers of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, willing to risk their lives, unlike Thomas. This ungrateful wolf. Ha! You few worthless ones dare to stand up and resist? Thomas sneered, looking at the moved Charlene. Charlene, do you really think your subordinates are loyal to you? You are too naive. Let me show you how fragile the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps is. In the face of life and death and profit, loyalty is the cheapest thing. What are you waiting for? Come over. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people from the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps walked out and stood behind Thomas. Seeing this scene, Charlene's delicate body swayed, almost unable to stand. The Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps she founded was so easily defeated. Despair surged in her heart. The mercenaries behind Thomas dared not look at Charlene's pain gaze, but they did not regret it. Following Thomas obviously had a brighter future. After all, Thomas was a noble magician, and it was either surrender or death. What more needed to be said? Bastards. You are all bastards. Vea cried out in anger. Ha! Charlene, surrender, and I will treat you well. Thomas laughed triumphantly. Thomas, you wish. Charlene nearly bit her silver teeth in anger, staring at Thomas with hatred. If looks could kill, Thomas would have died countless times. What a pity. Thomas said coldly, once I capture you, I will definitely take good care of you. Captain, you and Vea go first. We will hold them off. The first mercenary to step up to protect Charlene shouted, swinging his sword towards Thomas and the others. Brothers, for the captain, charge. For the captain, kill. The remaining dozen mercenaries charged forward, fearless of death. Unappreciative, kill them, Tim said coldly, waving his hand, and the mercenaries of the Paladin Mercenary Corps rushed in, and the battle erupted instantly, fighting energy and blood spilling into mountains and forests. Lin and Lin Rongfu entered the area of Level 5 magical beasts. Level 5 magical beasts are equivalent to high-level human warriors, and their physical strength is more formidable than that of humans of the same level. Lin's combat power is only comparable to that of an intermediate warrior, so he became more cautious after entering the area of Level 5 magical beasts to avoid any mishaps. The stronger the magical beast, the stronger its territorial awareness. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Level 5 magical beasts each have their own activity ranges. As long as they are not social beasts, a single magical beast poses some pressure to Lin's current strength, but he can still handle it. With Lin Rongfu by his side providing support, Lin can fight the magical beasts without worries. After half an hour of battling a Level 5 magical beast, the unicorn rhinoceros finally fell under Lin's blade. Listening to the system's experience point notification, Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. The experience from a Level 5 magical beast was indeed quite considerable. Young master, someone is coming. Lin Rongfu, having just extracted the magical crystal from the unicorn rhinoceros, sensed the movement and immediately approached Lin, becoming alert. Lin stood still, prepared for confrontation. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the dense forest, appearing in Lin's view. The 2 figures looked quite disheveled, panicking and seemingly fleeing from something behind them. It was them. Lin recognized the 2 individuals. The disheveled figures were none other than Serin, the leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and her sister Vaya. When Lin saw their faces, he was somewhat surprised. The Sword and Rose mercenary group was a B-rank mercenary group with formidable strength, and their leader Serin was a mid-tier warrior. What kind of situation could cause them to flee so desperately? What about the other members of the Sword and Rose mercenary group? Had they encountered a powerful and unbeatable magical beast in the Hudius Mountains? Thud! Just as they stumbled out of the dense forest, Serin and Vaya fell to the ground, clearly injured and unable to control their bodies. Help! Save us! Upon seeing someone ahead, Vaya seemed to grasp at a last straw. shouting with all her might. "Young master, it's the people from the Sword and Rose mercenary group," Lin Rongfu said, recognizing the Sirin and Via's sisters as well. "Let's go take a look," Lin said. He had a deep impression of Via and felt quite fond of her. There weren't many lively girls like her in the mercenary world. Seeing them in trouble, Lin didn't intend to stand by idly if he could help. "Young master," Lin Rongfu called from behind, but seeing Lin walk over, he could only follow. At this moment, the Sirin and Via's sisters were truly in a dire state. Dire was perhaps an understatement for how they looked. Tragic would not be too far off. Their armor was in tatters, covered in blood, and Sirin was extremely weak, nearly unconscious, relying entirely on Via for support. Via was in slightly better condition, but her face was pale, trembling all over, clearly having reached her physical limit after helping her sister escape to this point. "Help us! Save my sister, please!" Via struggled to help her sister up, her big eyes lacking their usual sparkle, looking at Lin with pleading and hopeful eyes. "What happened to you?" Lin asked, unable to suppress his sympathy. These sisters were in a terrible state. "It was the Paladin mercenary group," Via said hoarsely, tears streaming down her face as she recalled her sister's plight and the betrayal of their companions. "The Paladin mercenary group." Lin's expression changed sharply. This was one of the 3 A-level mercenary groups that controlled Hudis Town, one of the undisputed overlords of the town. Lin had heard about the turbulent undercurrents in Hudis Town recently, but he didn't expect it to escalate to this extent. With even a B-level mercenary group like Sword and Rose suffering losses, and it was the Holy Knight mercenary group that was behind it. This was a serious issue. "Young master, the people from the Holy Knight mercenary group are likely already pursuing us," Lin Rongfu said with a grave expression. He had sensed the serious crisis from Wei Ya's words. If they were to run into the Holy Knight mercenary group head-on, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. "We must leave quickly." Lin Rongfu's meaning is very clear. Do not pay attention to the Wei Ya sisters. And quickly withdraw is the right choice. In his heart, Lin En's safety is the top priority. Lin understood the dangers involved, but looking at Veia's pleading eyes, he couldn't harden his heart and stand by while someone was in trouble. After all, he had grown up under the red flag, in an environment completely different from the Divine Grace continent, where helping those in distress had been a virtue of the great Xia people for thousands of years. However, saving someone would directly offend the Holy Knight mercenary corps. Whether to save or not, Lin was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 31. Pursuit and Escape. Grandpa Fu, save her. In the end, Lin decided to save her. Although he didn't want to get involved in the open and covert struggles between the Holy Knight mercenary corps and the Silver Shield mercenary corps, he couldn't just sit back and watch 2 young women perish. Whether it was out of compassion or desire, Lin only sought peace of mind. Although Lin Rongfu was reluctant to offend the Paladin mercenary corps by saving someone, which could put Lin in danger, Lin had made up his mind and would cooperate fully. Since he had decided to save the person, Lin En no longer hesitated and quickly left with Lin Rongfu and Sherlin's sisters. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were caught by the Paladin mercenary corps. Lin Rongfu carried Wei Ya, while Lin En carried the unconscious Sherlin on his back, using the flame of life to heal her injuries while swiftly moving through the forest. Sherlin's injuries were too severe, and if not treated in time, she might not last much longer. Not long after Lin En and the others left, Tim and Thomas, along with their mercenaries, arrived at the spot where the Wei Ya sisters had fallen. It seemed someone had rescued the 2 women. Tim surveyed the surroundings and spotted the corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros not far away. With his rich mercenary experience, he quickly made a judgment based on the traces left behind. There couldn't be many people involved. Furthermore, judging by the wounds on the unicorn rhinoceros, this mercenary group's strength shouldn't be too strong. That foolish mercenary group actually dared to rescue people in the Hudis Mountains, Thomas cursed angrily. The duck that was almost in hand had flown away, and now there were outsiders meddling in their affairs. It was no surprise he was upset. "No matter who they are, anyone who dares to interfere with our business must be prepared to die in the mountains," Tim said coldly, waving his hand chase. Although magical beasts frequently roamed the Hudis Mountains, making it easy for their traces to be destroyed, the Wei Ya sisters were heavily injured and left behind quite a bit of blood along the way. By following the blood trail, Tim and the others would not lose their target. With the effect of the flame of life, Sherlin's external injuries were nearly healed, and the wounds had stopped bleeding. However, the internal injuries were more troublesome and couldn't be healed in a short time. To conserve energy for their escape, Lin En stopped treating her after she was no longer in life-threatening danger. Sherlin, whose breathing had gradually stabilized, fell into a deep sleep on Lin En's back. "Roar!" Ahead appeared a level 5 magical beast, a lion-tiger beast, with the head of a lion and the body of tiger. The lion-tiger beast let out an angry roar upon seeing humans intrude into its territory. It leaped forward, baring its massive jaws, and charged at Lin En and the others, causing the forest to seem like a whirlwind, filled with a bloody aura. Mountain River Sword, break the river. Lin Rongfu let go of Wei Ye and rushed forward to meet the attacking lion-tiger beast. He swung his sword, unleashing a sword aura that stretched several meters long. As the sword aura sliced through the air, the lion-tiger beast, still in midair, fell to the ground, already split in two, blood splattering everywhere. A 5th-level magical beast was surprisingly slain by Lin Rongfu with a single strike. Wei Ye was astonished, realizing that this old man was actually a powerful warrior. With this surprise came a renewed hope for her and her sister's escape from danger. Let's go. Lin Rongfu soared back. Killing a level 5 magical beast seemed as easy as swatting a fly for him. He grabbed Wei Ye's arm and continued to fly forward. Lin En, on the other hand, did not stop at all. He believed that a mere level 5 magical beast could not hinder their progress. Moments later, Tim and the others caught up again. Upon seeing the lion-tiger beast slain by a single sword strike, Tim's expression grew serious for the first time. Among these people were strong individuals, at least at the Battlemaster level. Tim said solemnly, a level 5 lion-tiger beast. Even for me to slay it in one strike is not easy. Battlemaster? Thomas's face turned even darker. There were not many Battlemasters in Hudistown who would dare to risk offending the Paladin Mercenary Corps to save the Serin sisters. Let us speed up and see which mercenary group dares to oppose us. The Paladin Mercenary Corps, Tim snorted coldly, showing no fear even if the opponent was a Battlemaster. Carrying 2 people, despite Lin En and Lin Rongfu flying at full speed, they were still slower than Tim and the others who were in pursuit. Gradually, Tim and the others got closer, and they could even hear the shouts coming from behind. Young master, they're about to catch up, Lin Rongfu said. Lin frowned tightly. This couldn't go on. They couldn't shake off their pursuers at all, and instead, as time passed, they would be caught up. The outcome of being caught was self-evident. The mid-tier strength of the Holy Knight mercenary group, combined with the fate of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, showed how formidable the pursuers were. Not to mention that they were also carrying 2 heavily injured individuals with little combat capability. Even without the burden, there was no chance of victory. I'm sorry. It's our fault for dragging you down. Wei Ye's face was full of apology and tear stains, hating her own weakness and powerlessness. It was meaningless to say such things at this moment. Lin said, his mind racing but unable to think of a way to escape. Seeing Wei Ye's pale complexion, he knew her injuries were serious. Being caught in such a state would only complicate matters further. So he said, Grandpa Fu, hand Wei Ye over to me. I'll treat her injuries first. Upon hearing this, Lin Rongfu did not hesitate, taking Shilin from Lin's back and handing Wei Ye over to him. When Wei Ye lay on Lin's back, the fire of life ignited within her, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. Wei Ye was taken aback. What was this flame that could restore her wounds so quickly? In her astonishment, Wei Ye turned to look at her sister Shilin and found that her sister's wounds had almost healed as well. Although she hadn't awakened, her breath had stabilized, clearly indicating that Lin's treatment was effective. In an instant, Wei Ye's heart was filled with gratitude for Lin. Lin, thank you, Wei Ye expressed her thanks. Wait until we're safe, and then you can thank me, Lin replied, not slowing his pace, while also contemplating a countermeasure. Roar. A roar from a beast came from ahead, clearly indicating that a powerful beast had sensed the intrusion of humans into its territory and was issuing a warning to assert its dominion. I've got it. Hearing the beast's roar, Lin's mind sparked with an idea. Grandpa Fu, let's head toward the beast's territory and use the beast to block the Holy Knight mercenary group's pursuers. Lin shouted. Lin Rongfu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a plan. Although facing powerful magical beasts posed dangers, and they might be caught up by the Paladin mercenary group due to the beast's interference. Under the circumstances, they could only give it a try. Deciding firmly, the two immediately adjusted their direction and rushed toward the source of the beast's roars. Behind them, Tim and Thomas quickly caught up. Tim was a powerful warrior, running at great speed, while Thomas was a high-level earth mage, using his earth magic to match Tim's speed. The other mercenary groups could only lag far behind the two. From a distance, Tim spotted several figures ahead. There were only 2 people daring to rescue the Serin sisters and oppose the Paladin mercenary group, which infuriated him. Stone bullet technique. Thomas's magic crystal at the tip of his staff glowed, and suddenly, A dozen stone bullets the size of human heads formed in the air, whistling towards Lin En and the others. He showed no mercy, harboring intense hatred for Lin En and his companion, who were ruining his plans. The stone bullets came roaring in, moving much faster than their running speed. Lin En and Lin Rongfu, carrying someone on their backs, could only dodge to the side, inevitably slowing down their pace. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of stone bullets smashed into the front, splintering trees and creating large craters in the ground. Lin En's expression changed. It was actually a mage. Nowhere to run. Stay here, Earth Splitter, Tim shouted loudly, leaping into the air and slashing down with his sword. A long blade of fighting spirit targeting the slightly lagging Lin En. With Thomas's stone bullets causing interference, Tim had already caught up. Young master, you go first. Lin Rongfu shouted, throwing Beya towards Lin En. Drawing his sword, he met Tim's sword strike with a blade of his own. Lin took Vaya into his arms and ran wildly, believing that if he escaped, Lin Rongfu would find it easy to flee as well. You brat, it's you. Thomas recognized Lin and Lin Rongfu, and his anger flared up. Back in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, he had openly declared that Lin wouldn't be able to survive in Hudistown, but he hadn't encountered Lin again since then. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it was Lin who saved the Shilin sisters. This was truly a mix of old grudges and new hatred. Moreover, at this time, one of the Shilin sisters was on Lin's back while the other was in his arms, which made Thomas, who had long regarded the Shilin sisters as his own possessions, even more furious, feeling as if he was being cuckolded. This ignited a murderous intent in Thomas, who wished he could immediately tear Lin apart. Swamp technique. Thomas ignored Lin Rong, who was blocking Tim, and rushed straight towards Lin, casting a spell to hinder Lin's steps. A surge of magic was released from his staff, landing on the ground in front of Lin, which immediately turned muddy and transformed into a swamp. Lin was caught off guard as he stepped into a swamp formed by magic, his feet immediately sinking in. With the added weight of Shirlin and Vea, the mud quickly reached Lin's knees. His speed came to a halt, and he almost fell headfirst into the swamp, his heart racing and his face changing dramatically. Kid, you've fallen into my swamp spell. You can't escape now. You must die today. Seeing Lin trapped in the swamp, Thomas sneered, quickly approaching while continuing to cast spells. Stone bullet. Dozens of stone bullets formed instantly, hurtling toward Lin and the others stuck in the swamp. If they were hit by the stone bullets, their fate will be no better than that of the trees that had just been struck. The stone bullets whistled in, and with Lin's legs deeply embedded in the swamp, he couldn't escape. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In a moment of desperation, Lin threw Vea forward. Lin, sister. Chapter 32. Confrontation with the mage. As Vea flew through the air, she cried out, watching helplessly as the stone bullets came rushing toward her. She couldn't control her own body, tears blurring her vision. In pain, she closed her eyes, unable to bear seeing her sister and Lin being hit by the stone bullets. At that critical moment, a blazing green-blue flame ignited around Lin, enveloping him and Shirlin in fire. The flames formed two giant wings behind Lin, and with a powerful flap, he and Shirlin soared out of the swamp. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the stone bullets fell, crashing into the swamp and splattering mud for dozens of meters. How is this possible? Thomas stared at Lin flying in the air, his mouth agape in shock. What were those wings made of flames? A battle skill? Or magic? As a high-level mage, Thomas had seen a lot, but the scene before him shattered his worldview. Only warriors at the saint level could fly, and even with special combat skills, they could only glide a short distance. They certainly couldn't grow wings and fly into the sky like Lin. Only wind mages could use wind spells to fly at the high mage level, and Lin was not a mage. Thomas hadn't sensed any wind magic fluctuations from him. Vea, thrown by Lin, landed heavily on the ground. Lin had thrown her out of desperation without controlling the force, and she was hurt. But she couldn't care about the pain on her body because her heart ached even more, haunted by the image of her sister and Lin being crushed into pulp by the stone bullets. Take care of your sister. In a daze, Vea heard Lin's voice and thought it was an illusion. Before she could discern the truth of the voice, a soft body landed on her. Startled, Vea snapped out of her sorrow and opened her tear-filled eyes to see that the figure on her was none other than her sister Shirlin. Sister, are you okay? Lin is fine too. That voice I heard was really Lin's, not an illusion? Vea exclaimed joyfully, quickly hugging her sister's unconscious body. Her gaze followed Lin's figure, where she saw two green-blue wings made of flames sprouting from Lin's back, soaring in the air. Shock appeared on Vea's exquisite and beautiful face. her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, giving her a cute, dazed look. A thought crossed Vea's mind. Lin, how did you grow wings? After handing Sherlin to Vea, Lin flew over the swamp created by Thomas's magic and charged at Thomas. Lin was also quite puzzled. Wasn't Thomas the vice captain of the Sword and Rose mercenary group? How was he with members of the Holy Knight mercenary group and chasing after Sherlin and Vea? However, now was not the time to investigate this issue. While the other mercenaries from the Holy Knight mercenary group had not caught up yet, and Tim was held back by Li Rongfu, Lin decided to kill Thomas first to create a time advantage. Eliminating a strong enemy would make escaping from the Holy Knight mercenary group's pursuit much more assured. Although Thomas was a high-level mage with powerful attacks, Lin was confident he could kill him if he got close. One sword style flash. Lin quickly approached Thomas and swung the sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. Earth wall technique. Earth spike technique. Seeing Lin not fleeing but instead attacking, Thomas knew Lin's intentions all too well. He sneered repeatedly, thinking that if Lin wanted to engage him up close, he was mistaken. Thomas waved his magic wand and summoned a solid earth wall to block Lin's attack. Immediately after, he cast the earth spike technique, and a dense array of spikes shot up from the ground, resembling sharp fangs of a magical beast stabbing towards Lin. At the same time, a mound of earth rose beneath Thomas's feet, as if something was pushing him up from below, allowing him to quickly retreat and increase the distance from Lin. The earth wall was shattered by Lin's sword strike, turning into clumps of dirt scattered all over the ground. However, the dense earth spikes that rose from the ground forced Lin to evade. He had no doubt that those sharp spikes could easily pierce through human bodies. Lin spread his wings and flew into the air, avoiding the spikes and continuing to pursue Thomas. Summon, Rock Giant. As Thomas cast his magic, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, and a 5-meter-tall rock giant rose up, blocking Lin's path. The rock giant moved with heavy steps, creating a booming sound. Its massive fist smashed towards Lin. Armament Haki wrap. For the first time using the flying ability of the Phoenix Fruit, Lin was not agile in the air. Seeing the giant stone fist coming down, he couldn't evade in time, so he immediately activated Armament Haki, wrapping it around the blade of the sword, and struck down fiercely. Boom! The giant rock fist smashed against the sword, and half of the rock fist was cut off, but Lin was also sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing through several large trees before finally stopping. Cough cough. The powerful impact caused Lin's internal organs to shake, and he couldn't help but cough, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured. Lin's face turned pale. The sorcerer's methods were indeed magical. Being able to summon a rock giant for battle, and its combat power was so formidable. In his first encounter with a sorcerer, Lin experienced their strength. Hut hut hut. The ground shook again as the rock giant charged forward like a tank, knocking down all the trees that had just been broken along its path. Shave. Lin learned his lesson and no longer took to the skies. Instead, he retracted his flame wings to conserve energy and used Shave to evade the rock giant's attack. Rushing towards Thomas. Although the rock giant had immense attack power, its speed was a weakness. Trying to engage in close combat? That's a delusion. Thomas sneered as the mound of earth beneath him propelled him backward swiftly. At the same time, the crystal at the tip of his magic wand glowed again. Earth Spike Technique. Fong Charge. Earth spikes rose from the ground. This time, there weren't many, only 5, but they extended rapidly like several long snakes lunging at Lin, blocking him from all directions. Lin repeatedly used Shave to dodge, but a few of the earth spikes relentlessly pursued him. One sword style, Iato Slash. With the armed Hato Ichimonji entwined with Observation Haki, the blade of light swept through, severing several earth spikes. Lin's figure continued moving, appearing right in front of Thomas, swinging his sword directly at Thomas's chest. Seeing Lin suddenly appear before him, Thomas's expression changed drastically. He never expected Lin could cut through his earth spikes and move so quickly. With a warrior closing in, a dangerous signal rang in Thomas's mind. The bright blade of light resembled the scythe of death. In a panic, Thomas could only raise his magic wand to block. Bang! Hato Ichimonji struck fiercely against the magic wand, breaking it in two. The blade then slashed against Thomas's chest. The magical robe on Thomas lit up with magical patterns, blocking the strike of Hato Ichimonji, but the robe also tore open a crack. With one successful strike, Lin was about to pursue and finish off Thomas. But then he felt a fierce wind overhead. The rock giant had already caught up. Without time to kill Thomas, he used Shave to evade. Boom! The rock giant's massive fist slammed heavily into the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up dust. Appearing several meters away, Lin looked at the pit created by the rock giants below, his eye twitching involuntarily. The power was such that, even with the regenerative ability of the phoenix fruit, being hit directly would still result in serious injury. Almost escaping death, Thomas was now drenched in cold sweat, filled with fear. It was so close. If the rock giant hadn't chased him down in time, he would have died under Lin's sword. Looking at the broken magic wand in his hand and the tattered magical robe, Thomas was filled with rage. He had spent most of his fortune on this wand and robe, and now they had returned to the state of being worthless under Lin's sword. "Lin, I want you dead," Thomas shouted in fury, his face contorted to the extreme with anger. "You want me dead? I'll kill you first." Lin snorted coldly. Although he didn't know why this guy hated him so much, it didn't matter anymore. As long as he was the enemy, it was best to strike first. Thomas's magic wand and robe were destroyed, making it the perfect opportunity to kill him. Whoosh! Lin was about to take action when an arrow imbued with fighting spirit whistled toward him. He swung his blade and knocked the arrow down, but the fighting spirit attached to it caused his arm to go numb. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows shot towards him, targeting his vital points. Lin dodged to the side, secretly lamenting that the other members of the Holy Knight mercenary group had already caught up, losing the best opportunity to kill Thomas. Without hesitation, Lin turned and ran. If he got entangled with the Holy Knight mercenaries, he wouldn't be able to escape, and it might lead to another fierce battle. "Chase him! We must kill this kid!" Thomas roared from behind. Dozens of mercenaries from the Holy Knight mercenary group rushed forward, and the archers with ranged attack capabilities drew their bows and aimed at Lin, shooting arrows one after another. However, with the Navy's 6 styles paper drawing technique, hitting him wasn't that easy, and among the pursuing members of the Holy Knight mercenary group, there was only one archer. Lin fell beside Vaya, carrying Sherlin on his back, pulling Vaya forward with his left hand and running wildly ahead. Vaya looked tense, closely following Lin's pace. In the area where Lin Rongfu was fighting Tim, large trees fell under the sweeping sword energy, creating a scene of devastation as if a hurricane had passed through. Both were at the initial stage of battle masters, and neither could gain the upper hand in a short time. At this moment, Lin Rongfu saw that the Holy Knight mercenary group was catching up, and since Lin had retreated in time, he no longer entangled with Tim. With a swing of his sword, he pushed him back and turned to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Tim pursued relentlessly. Lin ran forward with the Shiren sisters, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Suddenly, a massive magical beast appeared ahead, blocking their path. It was a purple crystal lion king, an exceptional level 6 magical beast. Roar! The purple crystal lion king let out an angry roar, furious that humans had ignored its warning and intruded into its territory. It roared again and lunged towards Lin and the 2 sisters. Chapter 33. Escape. The purple crystal lion king was extremely enraged, feeling that its dignity had been severely violated. It had to kill these humans who had disrespected its authority and eat them to calm its fury. The fierce aura of the level 6 magical beast hit them like a wave, its huge body towering over 4 meters and its swift pounce chilling them to the bone. Feeling the terrifying might of the purple crystal lion king, Lin and Vi's expressions changed drastically, while Shiren remained asleep. This was a crushing disparity in power. What made Lin feel even more helpless was that the Lion King's attack was not simple. It had locked onto him firmly, unable to break free from the Lion King's imposing presence. He couldn't evade the attack, and could only brace for a direct collision with the Lion King's claws and gaping maw. The shadow of death loomed over him, and in that moment, Lin felt the approach of death, his body seeming to stiffen. "Young master, be careful," Lin Rongfu yelled, seeing Lin on the verge of falling victim to the Lion King. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, but he was still too far away to help, only able to let out an unwilling roar. As the purple crystal Lion King pounced, Lin and the 2 sisters were about to meet their end. Vaya let out a desperate and terrified scream. In this critical moment, a greenish-blue flame of life ignited around Lin, and 2 fiery wings spread out from his back. The moment the fiery wings appeared, the lunging purple crystal Lion King felt a suppression in its bloodline. Although this suppression was still weak, it was a tangible sign of a superior bloodline. This suppression caused the Lion King's pounce to momentarily falter, its fierce momentum stalling briefly, and the lock on Lin's presence dissipated instantly. In that life-and-death moment, Lin did not notice the Lion King's momentary anomaly. With a powerful flap of his fiery wings, he soared into the sky with the Shiren sisters. The next moment, the purple crystal Lion King pounced down but missed. Seeing Lin evade the Lion King's attack by flying into the air, Lin Rongfu finally felt his heart settle, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The earlier scene had truly frightened him to the point of nearly losing his senses. Just as Lin Rongfu relaxed, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura behind him. A sort of fighting spirit slashed towards him at high speed. Tim had caught up and attacked while he was distracted. Boom! At this moment, Lin Rongfu couldn't dodge in time and could only use his fighting spirit to brace against the attack. The sword energy struck his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer serious injury. However, thanks to the force of the strike, Lin Rongfu's speed suddenly increased, and he shot forward, narrowly passing by the purple crystal Lion King. At this moment, the purple crystal Lion King was still somewhat confused. The superior bloodline suppression it had sensed from Lin made it question its beastly instincts. How could a human possess a magical beast bloodline? And such a high-ranking one at that? It felt the pressure. Therefore, when Lin Rongfu rushed past, the Lion King did not react in time. But when Tim caught up, the Lion King had regained its composure. No matter what, it could not let these humans who had offended its dignity go. Roar! The purple crystal Lion King shook its head and let out an angry roar towards Tim, spewing a ball of purple flame that engulfed Tim. This was the Lion King's signature move, the purple crystal flame. Damn it! Tim cursed, but had to stop to defend against the Lion King's attack. He felt incredibly frustrated. The beast had not reacted when the other human passed, but now it attacked him. Did it think he was easy to bully? Tim could certainly ignore the purple crystal Lion King and chase after Lin and the others. As a warrior-level expert, he could escape from the Lion King with ease. However, his mercenaries could not outrun the Lion King. If he left, they would surely perish at the Lion King's claws. Thus, Tim had no choice but to confront the Lion King first, watching helplessly as Lin and the others escaped, unable to distract the Lion King to let his men pursue. Even if they caught up with a warrior-level expert on the other side, his men would just be sending themselves to their deaths. This left Tim feeling extremely frustrated, and he could only vent his anger on the purple crystal Lion King. After a fierce battle, the encounter ended with the purple crystal Lion King fleeing. A single warrior-level expert like Tim was not enough to stop a level 6 magical beast that wanted to escape, especially since Thomas's magic staff had been destroyed, reducing their combat power by 30%. Otherwise, with Thomas's assistance, they might have had a chance to subdue the Lion King. Thomas, who were those two who saved the Shiren sisters? Tim asked, his expression dark, feeling extremely displeased and frustrated. The leader of the Daxia mercenary group, Lin. Thomas replied with hatred. At this moment, his resentment towards Lin had reached its peak. He had investigated Lin's information, and all the mercenary groups registered with the mercenary guild were publicly accessible, so he revealed all of Lin's details, planning to use the Paladin mercenary group to eliminate him. A mere recently registered mercenary group with only 2 people? Even if they have a warrior-level expert, they are no match for the Paladin mercenary group. Tim's tone was filled with murderous intent, having placed Lin on his must-kill list. They had escaped deeper into the Hudis Mountains and would continue searching for them, determined to find them. At the same time, they sent a message to the affiliated mercenary groups under the Paladin, ordering them to seal off the outskirts of the Hudis Mountains and ensure that Lin and his companions could not escape. There were countless powerful magical beasts deep within the Hudis Mountains, and Thomas gritted his teeth, hoping to kill Lin with his own hands. After temporarily escaping the pursuit of the Paladin mercenary group, Lin and the others slowed down. After all, there were too many powerful magical beasts deep in the mountains, and if they wandered into another strong beast territory, it would be troublesome. Moreover, after a journey filled with battles and running, coupled with healing the Shiren sisters, Lin's stamina was nearly exhausted, and he could no longer maintain their speed. Young master, the Paladin mercenary group hasn't caught up. We have temporarily shaken him off, Lin Rongfu said. Huff! Upon hearing this, Lin stopped, letting out a long breath. Running with the two for so long had truly consumed a lot of his energy, and he was exhausted. Vaya, equally out of breath and with sweat-soaked hair, finally relaxed. A feeling of having survived a calamity washed over her. Fortunately, she had met Lin. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for her and her sister to escape today. If they had encountered another mercenary group, it was uncertain whether they would have helped or taken advantage of their plight, which would have been entirely normal. Thus, at this moment, Vaya felt immense gratitude towards Lin. Grandpa Fu, are you hurt? Lin noticed the blood at the corner of Lin Rongfu's mouth and asked with concern. It's just a small injury. It's nothing, Lin Rongfu replied. To prevent the Paladin mercenary group from catching up, we still need to find a safe hiding place. We should rest well before making further plans. Lin naturally agreed. Exhaustion from physical exertion is a very dangerous thing deep within these mountains. Chapter 34. The Smuggler in the Center of the Divine Grace Continent. There is a continuous mountain range, with the highest peak towering into the clouds, resembling a sharp sword piercing the sky. This mountain is called Mount Anubis, also known as the Divine Mountain, and it is said to be the closest place to the divine realm in the Divine Grace Continent. However, whether there is indeed a divine realm or divine beings is unclear to anyone, as there has never been a record of divine appearances in over 1,000 years of history on the continent. Nevertheless, there is a group of people who firmly believe in the existence of divine beings in the divine realm. This group is the people of the temple. The temple is located on Mount Anubis, where a vast complex of palaces sits atop the peak. In the central Great Hall, the white-haired high priest Cyril sits cross-legged on a carpet made from precious magical beast skins, meditating. Behind Cyril stands an oval mirror over 2 meters tall, with a faint golden surface surrounded by various mysterious divine patterns, exuding a sense of mystery and nobility. Although it is called a mirror, the pale golden surface does not reflect any images, appearing somewhat dim, as if it has been silent for countless ages. Suddenly, the previously motionless mirror radiates a brilliant light. Golden rays illuminating the entire great hall like a sea of gold, and lines of dazzling text appear on the surface. Cyril, who is meditating, is startled awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the golden light, his face shows shock. He quickly turns around to see the radiant mirror and the text appearing on its surface. A divine oracle. It is a divine oracle. Cyril suddenly rises, looking at the mirror with immense excitement and joy, exclaiming ecstatically, "After 100 years, I have finally received the will of the gods again." After the passage between the divine realm and the human realm was closed, even with the divine artifact, the celestial mirror, which could connect the two realms, it was still difficult to transmit information, requiring a considerable price. Therefore, the temple had not received a divine oracle from the divine realm for over 100 years, to the extent that Cyril thought he would never have the chance to hear the will of the divine beings in this lifetime. Ding ding ding. Moments later, the golden bell atop the temple rings, shaking the entire Mount Anubis. A dozen figures swiftly arrive, landing in the central Great Hall. Everyone, the celestial mirror has transmitted a divine oracle from the divine realm. An evil smuggler has infiltrated the Divine Grace Continent. This smuggler will affect the situation on the Divine Grace Continent and disrupt the arrangements our temple has made for many years. Cyril, looking at the dozen or so equally excited temple priests and knights, speaks in a voice filled with authority, saying, "We must find this smuggler, capture him, and burn his body and soul with divine fire, imposing the most severe punishment." By the high priest's command, the priests and knights of the temple respond. The oracle is indisputable. The smuggler is the enemy of the temple. The vast temple begins to operate. Commands are issued from the temple on Mount Anubis, spreading to the countries controlled by the temple, reaching all corners of the Divine Grace Continent. In a hidden cave, Lin wakes up. As he opens his eyes, he meets a pair of cold, clear eyes. These eyes, as clear as water, are set in a strikingly beautiful face, gazing intently at him. Still somewhat groggy from just waking up, Lin is momentarily stunned. He had often fantasized about waking up next to a beautiful companion back on Earth, but he never expected this fantasy to come true at this moment. Then Lin feels a wave of embarrassment. Although this body is only 15 years old, the Divine Grace Continent is a world of cultivation, where maturity comes much earlier than on Earth. At 15, he is already in the prime of youth. Lin practices the Pillar of Heaven technique every morning without fail, and he wonders if Lin has noticed this. Thinking of this, Lin hurriedly gets up to disguise his practice state, but unexpectedly, Lin is sitting too close. As Lin stands up, his face brushes past Shirlene's lips. Lin, caught off guard by Lin's sudden movement, is still recovering from her injuries and does not react as quickly as usual. As a result, Lin's cheek grazes her lips, making it look as if she kissed him. In an instant, Lin is stunned. Her delicate face instantly turns pink, and a hint of embarrassment and frustration appears in her clear eyes, along with a touch of confusion. She has never had such intimate contact with any man. If it were in the past, Lin would have been very angry, possibly even striking out directly. However, she is rarely very angry with Lin. Faced with someone unrelated who risked his life to save her sister, Lin naturally holds a good impression of Lin. Although she was nearly unconscious at the time, she was still aware, and, after Lin stabilized her injuries with the flame of life, her consciousness became clearer to perceive what was happening around her. But she ultimately could not hold on and fell asleep. Although she's not very angry, she is still a pure and noble woman, and it feels like she has lost her first kiss. Lin feels quite embarrassed and frustrated, yet since Lin acted without intention, she cannot blame him. Lin was also stunned. He could swear to the Buddha that this was definitely an accident. For a moment, Lin felt extremely awkward, not knowing what to say, while recalling the soft sensation from just now, causing ripples in his heart, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the smile on Lin's lips, Lin didn't need to guess to know what he was thinking. Embarrassed and annoyed, she could no longer maintain her cold demeanor. Her pretty face turned even redder as she shot Lin a fierce glance, creating an awkward yet enchanting atmosphere between the two. "Lin, you're awake." At that moment, Via's voice came, rescuing the two from their embarrassment. Lin shot Lin another fierce glare, her eyes full of warning, cautioning him not to let her sister know about what had just happened. Via seemed to have returned to her innocent and lively self, her face beaming with a happy smile as she skipped over joyfully. "I'm awake. That sleep was really comfortable," Lin said with a smile, though there was a hint of awkwardness in his expression, but Via didn't notice. "You can really sleep. You were so deep in sleep that you couldn't be woken up. This won't do. The Hudis Mountains are very dangerous, and you need to be more alert, especially as a mercenary," Via earnestly lectured Lin, acting like an older sister imparting mercenary experience, completely forgetting that it was Lin who had saved her yesterday. Yes, I remember," Lin nodded with a forced smile, feeling at ease to rest because Lin Rongfu was by his side. On the side, Lin quietly watched the scene before her, a hint of a smile appearing on her cold face before quickly fading away. It was truly nice to see her sister's innocent and lively smile again. All of this was because of Lin. Lin's gaze fell on him, and her clear, cold eyes held something more. Gurgle, gurgle. It was Lin's stomach growling. After expending a lot of energy yesterday, he was now extremely hungry. "Oh no, I'm hungry," Lin said, pulling out a pile of food from the system backpack without deliberately avoiding Lin and Via. As long as he didn't say anything, others would think he had taken it out from a spatial ring. Seeing the fragrant food in front of her, Via's eyes were glued to it, almost drooling. They were deep in the Hudis Mountains, where the active magical beasts were all high level. Hunting for food here was extremely difficult. Unlike Via, Lin saw things differently. She hadn't expected Lin to have a spatial ring. Spatial rings were not something just anyone could possess. In Hudis Town, only the leaders of the 3 major mercenary groups had spatial rings, indicating that Lin's identity was not ordinary. Chapter 35. United in hatred after a hearty meal. Lin comfortably burped, while Lin and Via were shocked by Lin's extraordinary appetite. However, the sisters didn't ask any questions, as everyone had their own secrets. After eating, Lin Rongfu went out to scout the situation. Lin, feeling full and energetic, said to Lin, "Captain Lin, you're still recovering from your serious injuries, and there are dangers all around. You need to heal your injuries as soon as possible. Right now, we don't have any healing magic potions. We can only recuperate slowly," Lin said bitterly, unsure of what tricks Thomas had played with the magic potions. Her body was in chaos, with severe injuries to her flesh and meridians, and her fighting spirit unable to coalesce. Although she didn't know what method Lin had used to stabilize her injuries yesterday, the problem remained serious, and her combat power was almost non-existent. "You don't need magic potions. I can heal your injuries," Lin said, conjuring a ball of life flame in his hand. Since he had already saved Lin and Via, he didn't mind revealing a bit of a secret. Lin and Via looked at the life flame in Lin's hand with surprise, their faces showing curiosity as they could sense a strong life force emanating from the flame. "Lin, what kind of ability is this? Is it magic? But why can't I sense any magical fluctuations?" Via's eyes widened, blinking adorably. "Did you use this flame to heal us yesterday?" "That's right. This flame is called Life Flame, which has healing properties. I guess it's my special ability, not exactly magic," Lin smiled and said, glancing at Lin, "Captain Lin, I need to touch your body. I apologize in advance." After saying that, Lin reached out and held Lin's delicate hand. The life flame spread from his hand to envelop Lin, covering her completely in the flame. When Lin held her hand, a hint of blush appeared on Lin's cold face, but since she was wrapped in flames, no one noticed. Soon, Lin felt a massive life energy surging into her body from the life flame, repairing her chaotic injuries. It felt as if she was immersed in warm spring water, so comfortable that she wanted to moan. Via watched her sister enveloped in the life flame with curiosity, her interest in Lin increasing. This brother Lin was indeed mysterious. He even had such a magical ability as the life flame. After a while, Lin's energy was almost depleted, so he retracted the life flame. With the disappearance of the life flame, Lin felt a lingering sensation, sensing that most of her injuries had healed. A rare smile appeared on her face. The feeling of regaining strength was wonderful. She looked gratefully at Lin and noticed his exhausted expression, knowing that using the life flame must have come at a cost. After all, such a miraculous ability couldn't be without a price. She felt even more grateful towards Lin and asked with concern, "Lin, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll be okay after a little rest." Lin shook his head, explaining that the life flame only consumed his physical strength, and conversely, it could increase his proficiency significantly. "That's good." Lin breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want Lin to pay a heavy price for healing her. "That Thomas, isn't he the vice captain of your sword and Rose mercenary group? How did he end up with the Holy Knight mercenary group yesterday, even participating in the pursuit of you?" Lin asked during the break. "That bastard Thomas is a traitor." Via gritted her teeth, still haunted by Thomas's betrayal, filled with hatred. "He even dared to covet my sister. What a bold move. A toad wanted to eat swan meat, disgusting. And those scoundrels in the group, half of them have sided with Thomas. How can my sister treat them so well? They're a bunch of ingrates." Hearing Via talk about the betrayal of her mercenaries, Lin's expression darkened significantly. Leaving aside Thomas, even those mercenaries who had betrayed her after all the effort she put in to nurture them. In the end, this was the betrayal she received. Just because following a magician like Thomas seemed to offer a better future, Lin's heart ached. Fortunately, half of her subordinates remained loyal, fighting to the death for her. But now they had all perished. Thinking of those mercenaries who died for her, Lin's heart hurt even more, and a hint of hatred appeared on her cold face. She would definitely take revenge for this grudge. She couldn't let those loyal subordinates die in vain. Lin never expected that such things would happen with the sword and Rose. His perception of Thomas, the rebellious kid, was even worse. When Lin first clashed with Thomas in the Mercenary Guild's mission hall, he had already noticed Thomas's feelings for Vea. He didn't expect that this guy was still thinking about taking both sisters in. His ambitions were truly grand. Ironically, Thomas's impure intentions became the fuse for the destruction of the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Such is the unpredictability of life. "What are your plans for the future?" Lin asked. "I don't know." Lin shook her head, feeling somewhat lost. The mercenary group she had founded with all her heart was destroyed. Although she and her sister were still alive, the betrayal of so many subordinates left a thorn in Lin's heart. She had no thoughts of rebuilding the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Now, she only wanted revenge. Revenge on Thomas and the Holy Knight mercenary group. However, thinking of the strength of the Divine Knight mercenary group made Lin feel powerless. If it were just her, she could fight without reservations. With her mid-tier battle master strength, she could give the Holy Knight mercenary group a headache. But with her sister Vea involved, Lin had to consider her sister's safety. "Yes, we must take revenge and kill that bastard Thomas," Vea said angrily, shaking her little fists. She didn't think as much as Lin. She just wanted revenge. Seeing Lin and Vea, Lin hesitated. He actually wanted to invite the two to join the Daxiao mercenary group. Currently, there were only him and Lin Rongfu in the Daxiao mercenary group, akin to a shell of a company in his previous life. Lin wanted to recruit some people, but he couldn't take in those whose backgrounds he didn't know. He wasn't interested in ordinary people either. He had great ambitions for the Daxiao mercenary group. Lin was a mid-tier battle master, stronger than the current combat ability of Lin Rongfu. If Lin and Vea could join the Daxiao mercenary group, it would experience a surge in strength. However, Lin was still the leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and Lin didn't know her thoughts. So he felt hesitant to invite her. What if she wanted to rebuild the Sword and Rose mercenary group? "Count me in for revenge against the Holy Knight mercenary group," Lin said. "They know my identity and definitely won't let me go. Instead of waiting for them to come for me, I might as well take the initiative." "Great. Brother Lin, we will fight side by side in the future," Vea exclaimed joyfully, patting Lin on the shoulder, looking protective like an older sister. "Thank you, Lin. It's all because of us sisters that we dragged you down," Lin said apologetically. "Don't mention it. That would be too polite," Lin shook his head. "I'm doing it for myself, too." At that moment, footsteps were heard outside, and Lin Rongfu returned after checking the situation. "Grandpa Fu, what's going on outside?" Lin asked. "Young master, the Holy Knight mercenary group hasn't given up on searching. They've increased their manpower, and even several exits on the outskirts of the mountains are being guarded. Lin Rongfu said, with a trace of killing intent still on his face. He had just killed a few members of the Holy Knight mercenary group and gathered some information. Who would have thought the Holy Knight mercenary group would go to such lengths? Lin frowned. It seems we need to go down the mountain and return to Town. It's not going to be easy. Lin wasn't too worried about the search by the Holy Knight mercenary group. The Hudis Mountains were vast, as long as they weren't tracked. The Holy Knight mercenary group wouldn't send the entire team into the mountains. Moreover, the deeper they went into the mountains, the more powerful magical beasts there were, making it risky for the Holy Knight mercenary group to conduct a large-scale search. Upon hearing this, Lin also furrowed her brows. She originally planned to recover from her injuries and immediately go down the mountain to report the actions of the Divine Knight mercenary group to the Silver Shield mercenary group. From her calculations, the Divine Knight mercenary group had already made a move against the B-class sword and Rose mercenary group, and the next step would likely be to directly engage in war with the Silver Shield mercenary group. If the Silver Shield mercenary group was unprepared, they might suffer significant losses, completely changing the landscape of Town. However, Lin didn't expect the Holy Knight mercenary group to be so aggressive. Now, it seemed that for the sake of her sister and Lin, taking the risk to go down the mountain was no longer feasible. I predict that the Holy Knight mercenary group will soon go to war with the Silver Shield mercenary group. There will be a great battle in Town, Lin said. If that's the case, it might be an opportunity. Lin's eyes lit up, then he smiled. If the two mercenary groups fight, the manpower of the Holy Knight mercenary group in the Hudis Mountains will definitely be drawn back. We can take the chance to go down the mountain, and during the battle between the two mercenary groups, we can sneak into Town and stab the Holy Knight mercenary group in the back. Exactly. Lin also understood this point. If they could catch the Holy Knight mercenary group off guard, it might be better than risking going down the mountain to notify the Silver Shield mercenary group. Perhaps they could even influence the outcome of the battle. Then we'll charge down the mountain and kill that bastard Thomas. Vea made a fierce expression, fixated on taking revenge on Thomas. After discussing the strategy, the few of them settled down to rest and heal their injuries while keeping an eye on the movements of the Holy Knight mercenary group in the mountains. Thinking about the imminent battle, Lin felt that his strength was still far from enough. Although he could easily kill ordinary members of the mercenary groups, he still had a significant gap when facing captain-level opponents, not to mention the high-end combat power of the Holy Knight mercenary group, to quickly increase his strength. Aside from continuing to hunt magical beasts in the mountains for experience and experience points, he could only resort to spending money. Sure enough, he had to take the path of spending money without turning back. Lin sighed inwardly and looked at the magical beast crystals he had hunted during this time in the system backpack, thinking, "System, convert all the magic crystals into system energy." Ding. Please confirm. Do you want to convert the 21 level 3 magic crystals, 7 level 4 magic crystals, and 2 level 5 magic crystals in the backpack into system energy? Confirm. Ding. Energy conversion successful. Increased energy by 137, 500 points. Total energy is 159, 100 points. With the remaining energy from before, the system energy had now exceeded 150,000. Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. He had never been this wealthy before. The feeling of having money was truly great. Ding. Host's energy recharge has reached 200,000, activating the mall function. The system mall is now open. Please check it yourself. Another system prompt came, bringing him even more joy. Lin was almost ready to jump for joy. The mall he'd been looking forward to had finally been activated. If he had known that recharging 200,000 energy would activate the mall, he wouldn't have saved those magic crystals. He would have converted them into system energy long ago. Lin couldn't wait to open the system shop to see what good items could currently enhance his abilities. He had just recharged so much system energy and felt like he had become rich overnight. He had to spend it immediately. However, when he opened the system shop and saw the prices of those items, Lin was instantly dumbfounded. Superhuman System Tremor Fruit, Exchange Energy, 2,000,000. Superhuman System Underworld Fruit. Exchange Energy, 3,000,000. Superhuman System Gum Gum Fruit. Exchange Energy, 2,500,000. Superhuman System String Fruit. Exchange Energy, 1,500,000. Superhuman System Door Fruit. Exchange Energy, 5,000,000. Natural System Ice Fruit. Exchange Energy, 2,000,000. Natural System Magma Fruit. Exchange Energy, 3,000,000. Natural System Flame Fruit. Exchange Energy, 2,000,000. 000 Animal System Bulbul Fruit Wild Buffalo Form. Exchange Energy 500 000 Animal System Human Fruit Mythical Type Great Buddha Form. Exchange Energy 2000 000 Supreme Great Knife 12 Techniques. Exchange Energy 500 000 Great Knife 21 Techniques. Exchange Energy 250 000 Good Knife 50 Techniques. Exchange Energy 100 000 Navy 6 Styles. Individual Exchange Energy 200 000 Observation Haki. Exchange Energy 1 000 Conqueror's Haki. Exchange Energy 2 000 Pet Contract Card. Exchange Energy 100 000 Devil Fruit Fusion Card. Exchange Energy 5 000 Seeing the exchange energy for various items in the system shop, Lin's heart almost malfunctioned. That long string of zeros nearly blinded his eyes. He thought that having over 150 000 energy already made him rich overnight, but he realized he was still poor. Currently, he could only afford the good knife and the pet contract card. After recharging twice, Lin also learned about the exchange energy for different levels of magic crystals. A level 4 high-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for 10 000 energy, while a level 5 low-grade magic crystal could be exchanged for 20 000 energy. To exchange for the cheapest devil fruit, he would need 25 level 5 low-grade magic crystals, and he would have to hunt magical beasts until his hands were sore. Lin was still thinking about whether he could buy a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu, but the cheapest trash animal-type devil fruit in the shop costs 500 000 energy, which he couldn't afford at the moment. Lin looked at the prices of the devil fruits and found that they were different from when he played the game. In the game, the natural-type devil fruits were the most expensive, followed by various powerful superhuman-type fruits and mythical beast-type animal fruits, while some useless superhuman-type and trash animal-type fruits were quite cheap. Now, in the system shop, some superhuman-type devil fruits were even more expensive than natural-type ones, especially the superhuman-type Door fruit, which costs 5 million energy to exchange, more than twice the price of a natural-type frozen fruit. Could this be the difference between the game and reality? Lin found it hard to understand the reasons behind this, but he thought that the system must have its reasons for arranging it this way. He just didn't know what they were. Lin also discovered a phenomenon. The items sold in the system mall are basically all the items he collected through spending money while playing the game. Because Lin has a collecting obsession, even if he can't use them himself, he still wants to collect good items for the thrill. The items he collects are all valuable, such as powerful devil fruits, while the junk fruits are those obtained from completing tasks in the game. Lin felt very fortunate, glad that he had collected these items back then. Otherwise, the system shop would probably only have some junk items now. The poor Lin sighed and closed the system shop. If he couldn't afford it, it was better not to see it. He could only increase his strength through the proficiency of his energy conversion skill. System. Use energy to upgrade my beginner swordsmanship proficiency to intermediate full completion. Chapter 37. The Conspiracy Reveals Itself System. Use energy to upgrade my beginner swordsmanship proficiency to intermediate full completion. Ding. Consumed 600 energy points. Beginner swordsmanship proficiency upgraded to intermediate full completion. Taoist power 100. Ding. Host beginner swordsmanship proficiency has reached intermediate full completion. Activating sword technique. Flash strike. As the system's prompt sounded, Lin felt a massive surge of energy rushing into his body. In an instant, his strength nearly doubled, and he activated the second technique of beginner swordsmanship, Flash Strike, which was an advanced technique of flash that belonged to group attack skills and could simultaneously attack several targets. It took Lin a while to adapt to the surging power. He thought, System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 24 experience, 180, 015 500, 000 Taoist power, 710 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, full completion, beginner swordsmanship advanced, 50, 000, shave, intermediate, 680, 500, paper drawing, intermediate, 185, 500, life return, beginner, full completion, armament color haki, beginner, full completion, devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, beginner, full completion, techniques, one sword style Iato, flash strike physique, dominant sword body specialty, none special items, pet contract card 1 energy, 117, 500 backpack, everyone fruit quests, main quest 1, dream of leveling up, host level upgrade to full level, second phase quest, reach level 40, reward, 1 upgrade gift package, main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary group, Upgrade the Dacia Mercenary Group to SSS level Mercenary Group. Second phase quest. A-level Mercenary Group. Reward. 1 promotion gift package. With Taoist power reaching 710 points, equivalent to the strength of an advanced intermediate warrior, and considering the 30 attack bonus from the dominant sword body, Lin's combat power was already infinitely close to that of a high-level warrior. If he used the one-sword style Iato technique, his attack would double, and the combat power he could unleash in an instant would be comparable to that of a high-level warrior. He was very close to the level of a battle master. Of course, there was still a significant gap between a battle master and a high-level warrior, even if Lin's explosive combat power approached that of a beginner battle master. It could only be said that he had the ability to protect himself under the hands of beginner battle master level experts, but could not defeat them. Lin was already very satisfied with such results. After all, in such a short time, he had gained strength comparable to that of a high-level warrior from an ordinary person. Perhaps no one in the entire Divine Grace continent had ever achieved this, and only Lin, who had the system, could do it. Of course, Lin was definitely not content. However, the remaining energy was insufficient to continue upgrading any skill to full completion, and the increased proficiency would not have much meaning. It was better to save the energy for critical use, and he could slowly practice the proficiency by himself. It was impossible to significantly enhance his strength in a short time. The 5 points of Taoist power gained from leveling up was like a drop in the bucket now, having little effect on combat power. The most significant increase in combat power still came from skill upgrades. The next primary goal was to hunt magical beasts to grind skill proficiency and obtain magic crystals. With the powerful healing ability of the life fire, Lin Rongfu and a few others quickly recovered from their injuries. Shilin regained her mid-level battle master strength. With 2 powerful battle masters, Lin and the others could walk through areas where level 6 magical beasts were active as long as they didn't encounter groups or high-level level 6 magical beasts. With the assistance of the 2 battle masters, Lin's skill proficiency was rapidly increasing, and they also harvested a good number of level 6 magic crystals, making Lin very happy. At the gate of Hudistown, a group of 4 or 5 people paid the entry fee and entered the small town. Among them, a 15 or 16-year-old blonde boy curiously observed the mercenaries coming and going on the street. "Lord Miguro, is this the legendary mercenary paradise?" the blonde boy asked, his tone filled with curiosity and amazement. "There are so many people. How can we get as good as young Master Lin?" These few people were the guards of the Earl's mansion, led by Miguro, who had been ordered by Count William to come to Hudistown to find Lin. "First, let's find an inn to stay in, then gather information about the young master and Uncle Fu," Miguro said, his expression slightly serious. Since entering Hudistown, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. The sensitivity of a battle master was still quite keen. He hoped to find young Master Lin quickly. "I wonder how young Master Lin is doing now. There are mercenaries everywhere, and since the young master left the Earl's mansion, he must have faced quite a bit of hardship," the blonde boy said with concern. "What use is worrying? I hope we can find young Master Lin soon." "The Count is very worried about him," Miguro said, placing his large hand on the blonde boy's head. "Captain, there may be trouble with the Sword and Rose mercenary group." Sanchez rushed into the quarters to report to Jorarila, the captain of the Silver Shield mercenary group. "What happened?" Jorarila's face sank, her somewhat rough features filled with authority. When her expression darkened, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, causing Sanchez to involuntarily take a step back. Jorarila sat in a large chair. Although she was a woman, she was tall and strong, towering half a head over Sanchez, exuding an unmatched presence. No wonder she could lead the Silver Shield mercenary group to become one of the 3 major powers in Hudistown. Our people discovered that Thomas, the deputy leader of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, was mingling with members of the Holy Knight mercenary group. But Captain Shilin and the others were nowhere to be found, Sanchez said. "My subordinates have already inquired. The Sword and Rose mercenary group has not returned since entering the Hudis Mountains. So my subordinates speculate that the Holy Knight mercenary group has taken action against the Sword and Rose, and Thomas has also defected to the Holy Knight mercenary group." "Such audacity!" Jorarila shouted angrily, slamming the armrest of her chair into pieces. The aura of a battle master burst forth, intimidating Sanchez to instinctively retreat a step. The Sword and Rose mercenary group was one of the strongest affiliated mercenary groups under the Silver Shield mercenary group. The Holy Knight mercenary group's actions against the Sword and Rose were equivalent to severing a finger from the Silver Shield mercenary group. Jorarila's face turned cold. It seems the Holy Knight mercenary group wants to completely disrupt the pattern of Hudistown and intends to monopolize it. Sanchez, Send someone to investigate the true situation of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and, at the same time, notify all major mercenary groups under our banner to recall their members and prepare for a full-scale war with the Holy Knight mercenary group. Yes, Captain, Sanchez replied, already sensing the impending war. After Sanchez left, Jorula remained silent for a while before getting up to head to the quarters of the Crazy Lion mercenary group, one of the three major mercenary groups. With the disruption of the pattern in Hudistown, the Crazy Lion mercenary group could not remain uninvolved. The ambitions of the Holy Knight mercenary group were too great, and the Crazy Lion mercenary group would likely not be pleased. At the Holy Knight mercenary group's quarters, Captain St. Paul revealed a hint of a smug smile on his sinister face after receiving reports from his subordinates about the Silver Shield mercenary group's movements. He said to a shadowy figure cloaked in a black robe beside him, "Lord Prado, the Silver Shield mercenary group has taken the bait. It's time to implement our plan." Hee, Captain St. Paul, rest assured, the plan will proceed smoothly, but don't forget the promises you made. The figure cloaked in black, whose face was obscured, sneered ominously, "Rest assured, Lord Prado. Once I take control of Hudistown, I will definitely keep my promise," said St. Paul with a smile. "That's good, haha." Prado chuckled darkly, his form slowly disappearing like a shadow. Chapter 38. The Great War begins at the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps base. A large number of mercenaries had gathered. Mercenaries from the Silver Shield headquarters and over a dozen affiliated mercenary groups, totaling 2,000 to 3,000, were fully armed. Each mercenary was a hardened fighter who had experienced countless battles against magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. At this moment, the mercenaries had serious expressions, fully aware of the purpose of their gathering today, to go to war with the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Over the past period, everyone had been holding back a lot of anger and killing intent as conflicts with the Paladin Corps had left them seething. Additionally, many affiliated mercenary groups had been targeted and even hunted down in secret, making everyone feel anxious and filled with rage. Now, with Captain Drallera calling everyone together to prepare for war, they were all ready to teach the Paladin Corps a lesson. Everyone, the Paladin Mercenary Corps, has gone too far, trying to suppress our Silver Shield Corps and monopolize Hudistown. Recently, they even attacked the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps. And now, there has been no news from Captain Sherlin of the Sword and Rose. She may have already fallen victim to the Paladin Corps, Drallera declared loudly, her authoritative gaze sweeping across the mercenaries. You, the leaders of affiliated corps, are with the Silver Shield Corps, and I, Drallera, cannot stand by and watch you be oppressed by the Paladin Corps. Today, we officially declare war on the Paladin Corps, and with our swords, we will let them know that the Silver Shield Corps is not to be trifled with. Captain Drallera, just give the order. Let's go to war. Let us teach them a lesson. I've had enough. It's time to punish the Paladin Corps. The mercenary groups were filled with righteous indignation. Seeing her subordinates so fired up, Drallera was very pleased. The morale was high. She continued, "I have reached an agreement with Captain Vankinder of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps. The two great mercenary groups will join forces to attack the Paladin Corps. To war! To war!" Upon hearing this, the mercenaries felt even more confident and excited. With two mercenary groups attacking together, the Paladin Corps was doomed. "Set out," Drallera commanded, and over 2,000 mercenaries surged out of their base, marching towards the Paladin Corps stronghold. On the streets, many mercenaries watched as the Silver Shield Corps and its affiliated groups poured out, their expressions changing dramatically. The Silver Shield Corps was going to war with the Paladin Corps. Other mercenary groups had observed the situation in the town over the past few days. The conflict between the Silver Shield and Paladin Corps had escalated to a boiling point, and a battle was inevitable. They never expected it to come so soon. Hudistown was about to be thrown into chaos. Quickly, let us get out of here. When two giant forces clash, innocent bystanders will surely get hurt. If we get caught up in it, we will be completely finished. As the Silver Shield Corps approached the main avenue of Hudistown, another large group appeared from the opposite direction, numbering no less than the Silver Shield Corps. It was the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, led by an imposing elder whose wild hair and beard gave him the appearance of a fierce lion, none other than Vankinder, the captain of the Lionheart Corps. The two mercenary groups converged, marching towards the Paladin Corps base in a grand procession. Seeing this scene, everyone was utterly shocked. The Silver Shield Corps had actually allied with the Lionheart Corps to attack the Paladin Corps. This was a major development, and the entire Hudistown was about to be dragged into it. Hudistown was about to change drastically. At this moment, all the other mercenary groups that dared to remain in Hudistown hurriedly locked their doors, or took the opportunity to retreat into the Hudis Mountains to hide. planning to return only after the three great mercenary groups had fought it out. Captain, something terrible has happened. The Silver Shield Corps and the Lionheart Corps have joined forces and are coming to attack us. They're almost at our base. A mercenary stumbled into the base, breathless, reporting to St. Paul, his face pale with fear and his words barely coherent. What are you panicking about? Even if the Silver Shield and Lionheart have joined forces. What of it? My Paladin Corps is not to be trifled with, St. Paul said in a deep voice, showing no signs of panic. He had anticipated this scene. Or rather, everything was within his calculations. St. Paul stood up, surveying the area. The high-ranking combatants of the Paladin Corps and the leaders of the affiliated groups were present. He had long made preparations and had gathered all his mercenaries, even those in the Hudis Mountains. Everyone, the Silver Shield and Lionheart, are attacking. This is a life-and-death battle for us. Please work together, St. Paul declared loudly. After this battle, the Paladin Corps will undoubtedly become the undisputed overlord of Hudis Town, and everyone will benefit greatly. After motivating and promising his men, St. Paul led his subordinates out, ready to face the Silver Shield and Lionheart Corps. Before long, a massive force arrived. The combined troops of the Silver Shield and Lionheart halted 30 meters from the entrance of the Paladin Corps base. Faced with the 4,000 to 5,000 troops from the two mercenary groups, the members of the Paladin Corps felt immense pressure. Their faces turned grim, and many of the weaker mercenaries were trembling in fear. Captain Vankinder, this is a matter between the Paladin Corps and the Silver Shield Corps. You are a senior in the mercenary world. Why involve yourself in this? St. Paul approached the entrance, his gaze sweeping over Geralera and Vankinder before speaking aloud to Vankinder. Captain St. Paul, I am old and seek peace. The structure of Hudis Town should not be disrupted, Vankinder replied, stroking his rugged beard. If Captain St. Paul withdraws and maintains the status quo in Hudis Town, I will naturally retreat. Impossible. St. Paul rejected outright, his voice cold. There will be a battle between the Paladin Corps and the Silver Shield Corps. Your request cannot be granted. St. Paul, your ambition is too great. Then I will have no choice but to join Captain Geralera and teach you a lesson, Vankinder said, his expression darkening. As a senior figure in the mercenary world of Hudis Town, he was angered by St. Paul's blatant disrespect. Senior Vankinder, there's no need to say much to someone like St. Paul, who is full of ambition, Geralera said coldly, glaring at St. Paul. St. Paul, our two mercenary groups have united. With two master-level fighters, do you really think your Paladin Corps can withstand us? Today is the end for the Paladin Corps. Huh? What if there are two master-level fighters? Do you think I have no trump cards? St. Paul laughed heartily. As his words fell, a middle-aged man beside St. Paul erupted with a powerful aura, revealing himself to be another master-level fighter, the vice-captain of the Paladin Corps, Flandeco. Feeling the overwhelming aura from Flandeco, Geralera and Vankinder's expressions turned grim. No wonder St. Paul was so ambitious. It turned out he had another master-level fighter among his ranks. Even with one more master, the Paladin Corps is doomed today. Enough talk, let's see the hammer. Geralera shouted, her figure lunging forward, wielding a towering silver shield in her left hand and a massive wolf-tooth hammer in her right, charging towards St. Paul. The great battle was about to begin. Chapter 39. Surrender. Geralera was taller and more robust than the men, resembling a small giant, charging forward with an astonishing momentum. The silver shield and large hammer in her hands were heavy, and as she stomped her feet, the ground trembled. 30 meters was a mere blink of an eye for a great warrior. In an instant, Geralera was already in front of St. Paul, raising her large hammer high and bringing it down heavily. A hammer formed from condensed fighting spirit roared out, creating ripples of air in the sky. Come on, St. Paul shouted, and a knight's lance appeared in his hand, its length measuring a zhang. He thrust the lance forward fiercely, and a sharp beam of light shot through the air, colliding with the fighting spirit hammer. Boom! The sound was like thunder as the hammer and the lance clashed, producing a tremendous noise. Violent shock waves spread out, causing the ground within a radius of several meters to sink half a foot. Dust and smoke rose, and the mercenaries of the Holy Knight mercenary group were knocked off balance, their ears ringing in shock. The aftermath of the battle between the great warriors was already too much for them to bear. Shield strike. Geralera held her shield in front, merging with it like a human tank as she charged towards St. Paul, creating a fierce wind that made it feel as if a storm had swept through. The momentum was incredibly impressive. St. Paul's eyes gleamed coldly as he swung his knight's lance in a circle, striking heavily against the shield, interrupting Geralera's charge. The lance thrust out beams of light, engaging Geralera in a fierce battle. Captain Vankind, "Let me experience your skills," Vladko said as he approached Vankind, drawing his great sword and pointing it directly at him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Having just broken through to the rank of Great Warrior, he was eager to find an equally matched opponent. Although Vankind was older, his aura remained strong, and his eyes still held a disdainful glare, not allowing a junior who had just broken through to provoke him. "Arrogant. Let me tell you, there are distinctions even among great warriors." Vankind snorted coldly and leaped out, swinging his great sword to unleash a massive blade of light that split the air, causing the ground to crack open with a long gash. "Fight!" Vladko shouted, swinging his sword to meet Vankind, and the two engaged in fierce combat. "Brothers, kill for me," with the 4 great warriors engaged. The other mercenaries naturally would not stand idle, wielding their weapons and charging towards the opposing side. There was no room for retreat at this moment. The victors would gain everything, while the defeated might lose their lives. As mercenaries, they were already aware of this. The two sides, nearly 10,000 mercenaries, collided in an instant, and the battle became incredibly fierce. Countless people fell in the first moments, like great waves crashing against rocks, splashing up countless blood-red waves. Although the mercenaries were fighting fiercely, they were also conscious enough to stay away from the area where the great warriors were battling, avoiding being affected by the aftermath of their fight. The roars of battle and cries of killing shook the entire Town. The other mercenaries, hearing the commotion, turned pale with fear. Town had been chaotic before the 3 major mercenary groups took control, and conflicts between various mercenary groups were common. But never had such a large-scale battle erupted. In an instant, many mercenaries were anxious, unsure of the fate of Town. Inside the inn, Miguro looked grave. In the past few days, while gathering information about Lin and Town, he had sensed that something was off, but he never expected it to be this serious, resulting in such a large-scale battle. He was worried that the fighting would affect him and his companions, and since he had not yet found young Master Lin, he felt very troubled about not being able to leave Town. "Lord Miguro, what do we do now?" the blonde youth said nervously. Such a large-scale battle filled him with fear, and not just him, the other guards from the Count's estate felt the same. "Usops, don't worry too much," Miguro comforted the blonde youth, though he couldn't help but feel anxious himself. Fortunately, the news he had gathered in the past few days said that young Master Lin and Uncle Fu had entered the Hutis Mountains. With Uncle Fu there, entering the mountains should be safe, which was better than getting caught up in the battle in Town. The Hutis Mountains were vast, and Miguro had no way to search for them in the mountains. Waiting for young Master Lin to return to Town was the only option. He could only hope that the young master would return after the great battle. In Miguro's mind, Lin was still an ordinary person who could not cultivate. Staying out of the chaos in Town was the safest option. At the Mercenary Guild, Bywire was also focused on the battle between the 3 major mercenary groups. The Mercenary Guild was undoubtedly one of the strongest forces in Town, even as a branch. None of the 3 major mercenary groups dared to truly offend the Mercenary Guild. However, the situation in Town would also affect the strategies of the Mercenary Guild. Bywire had come to the Mercenary Guild in Town hoping to achieve something significant, so she was particularly concerned about this battle. What puzzled Bywire was St. Paul's actions. Logically speaking, even with one more great warrior, the Holy Knight Mercenary Group would not be able to compete with the combined forces of the Silver Shield Mercenary Group and the Mad Lion Mercenary Group. From high-end combat power to numbers, the Holy Knight Mercenary Group did not have the advantage. With the battle underway, the Holy Knight Mercenary Group could potentially be left in ruins or even annihilated. Why was St. Paul acting so irrationally? Bywire felt that there must be something she had not yet figured out. What exactly did St. Paul intend to do? Regardless, no matter the outcome of the battle, the Mercenary Guild remained above it all, and Bywire never worried about that. At the headquarters of the Holy Knight Mercenary Group, the battle between the 3 major mercenary groups had reached a fever pitch, both sides fighting with bloodlust, resulting in countless casualties. The Holy Knight Mercenary Group, outnumbered, gradually fell into a disadvantage, suffering greater losses, and was slowly unable to withstand the attacks from the Silver Shield Mercenary Group and the Mad Lion Mercenary Group, retreating step by step into their headquarters, using the buildings for defense. St. Paul, who was locked in a fierce battle with Joralera, was also observing the situation around him. He didn't care too much about the casualties among his mercenaries. At this level, as long as recruitment was opened, he could easily gather more in Town. However, seeing Vladko in peril under Vankind's attacks, nearly falling under Vankind's sword several times, he could no longer remain calm. After all, Vladko had just been promoted to a great warrior, and was outmatched against the veteran Vankind. A great warrior was extremely important for the Holy Knight mercenary group, and St. Paul did not want Vladko to be lost here. Stop! The Holy Knight mercenary group surrenders. With a thrust of his lance, he forced Joralera back and stood firm, shouting loudly. St. Paul, at this point in the battle, you think you can just stop? Joralera sneered, but did not launch another attack. Captain Vankind, please stop. We surrender. St. Paul ignored Joralera and flew to Vladko's side, blocking Vankind's attack as he shouted. Chapter 40. The Holy Knights withdraw from Hudistown. Vankind also sheathed his sword. Even though he held the advantage, it wouldn't be easy to kill Vladko, who was also at the initial stage of a great warrior. The battle between great warriors was a war of attrition, and if the opponent fought desperately, he would also pay a considerable price. Captain, I'm sorry, Vladko said, a look of shame on his face. It's my incompetence. St. Paul patted Vladko on the shoulder and looked at Vankind and Joralera, saying, Captain Vankind, Captain Joralera, in this battle, the Holy Knight mercenary group surrenders. Please give the order to stop. Seeing St. Paul surrender, Joralera and Vankind also decided to withdraw, ordering their mercenaries to cease fighting. Both sides had suffered considerable casualties, enough to cause heartache for the two leaders. To completely annihilate the Holy Knight mercenary group would require an even greater price. However, these casualties would not be in vain. They needed to ensure that the Holy Knight mercenary group paid enough of a price, which was also Joralera and Vankind's objective. Since the war had begun, it would not end so easily. It depended on what price St. Paul was willing to pay. With the orders from the three leaders, the fighting stopped, and the battlefield fell silent, although the lingering smell of blood and the sight of scattered corpses remained. St. Paul, after all this, you say to stop fighting just like that? A simple admission of defeat? Joralera said coldly. Vankind did not speak, but clearly agreed with Joralera. They needed St. Paul to pay a sufficient price to compensate for their own losses. If it weren't for not wanting their subordinates to suffer too many casualties and fearing a desperate counterattack from St. Paul, completely destroying the Holy Knight mercenary group would have been the best choice. In the mercenary world, showing mercy was not the norm. Extermination was the standard practice, as leaving enemies alive only invited trouble. I am willing to withdraw from Hudistown, St. Paul said, taking a deep breath and speaking in a deep voice. Captain, we cannot withdraw from Hudistown, Flandeko shouted, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. Withdrawing from Hudistown meant giving up everything. Abandoning the years of hard work the Holy Knight mercenary group had invested there. No need to say more. I have made my decision, St. Paul replied, his voice filled with desolation. He sighed. Flandeko, we have been defeated. We cannot let our brothers bleed any further. Captain, Flandeko's voice choked, tears of unwillingness welling in his eyes. Upon hearing St. Paul's words, both Joralera and Vankind were surprised. They did not expect him to make this decision, but it was indeed a wise one. They exchanged glances. St. Paul was quite a character, able to let go when needed. They were satisfied in their hearts. With the Holy Knight mercenary group withdrawing, Hudistown would be under their control, reducing the competition for resources. St. Paul, I must say, you made a wise choice. Vankind remarked. St. Paul, you know your place, Joralera sneered, with the pride of a victor. Now, take your men and leave Hudistown. St. Paul's face flashed with anger, but he held back his fury. A loser must have the awareness of a loser. He stopped speaking and signaled for his men to leave in disgrace. As the victorious Silver Shield mercenary group and the Mad Lion mercenary group began to share the spoils of victory and take over the territory of the Holy Knight mercenary group, the outcome of the battle quickly spread throughout Hudistown, although most people did not have high hopes for the Holy Knight mercenary group. Given the onslaught from the two major mercenary groups, their chances of winning were indeed slim. However, the war ended with the Holy Knight mercenary group's withdrawal, a result that surprised everyone. But upon reflection, this might be the best outcome for the Holy Knight mercenary group. By wire also received the news of the Holy Knight mercenary group's withdrawal from Hudistown immediately. She frowned, her enchanting eyes filled with confusion. Did St. Paul really just withdraw from Hudistown like that? She felt that this battle had a sense of being anticlimactic. Would St. Paul rashly provoke this conflict without some assurance? Even if Flandeko had become a battle master, the Holy Knight mercenary group would still not be a match for the combined forces of the two major mercenary groups. So why did St. Paul do this? St. Paul wouldn't be that foolish. Bywire shook her head, feeling that there was definitely something she hadn't figured out. St. Paul's sudden and decisive withdrawal from Hudistown could not be so simple. Someone keep a close eye on the movements of the Holy Knight mercenary group. By wire ordered, wanting to see if St. Paul was truly willing to exit Town. Watching the movements of the Holy Knight mercenary group would surely clarify the truth of the matter. Yes, one subordinate responded and left. By wire still felt a sense of unease, but could not understand why. She vaguely sensed that this matter should not be so simple, as if a crisis loomed in the shadows. As for the distribution of the mercenary guild, the Town branch naturally had battle master level experts stationed there. Otherwise, it would not be able to intimidate the three major mercenary groups. Nevertheless, By wire also sensed a hint of danger. She recalled Master Wanda, who had recently come to the mercenary guild. It was said that Master Wanda had been in the guild's secret chamber, conducting magic potion experiments, and she thought she should pay a visit. Thus, By wire swayed her slim waist and walked toward the direction of the secret chamber. Outside Town, the forces of the Holy Knight mercenary group trudged along, looking like defeated roosters. Most of the warriors bore expressions of confusion and despair over their defeat and the uncertainty of their future after withdrawing from Town, causing them to lose their spirit. However, St. Paul, as the captain, showed no signs of defeat on his face, as if he were not the one who had lost. In fact, he felt no disappointment at all, as everything was part of his plan. Withdrawing from Town was just one of the steps in his strategy, and the only way to ensure that Jaralara and Van Kind did not sense anything unusual was to fight a battle. As the defeated side, leaving without raising suspicions was the best course of action. Paying the price of hundreds of subordinates' deaths to achieve this goal was not something St. Paul would hesitate over. As long as he achieved his ultimate objective, this cost was nothing. Flandeco, find a place for everyone to rest and recuperate, and take care of the injured brothers. St. Paul instructed. Yes, Captain, Flandeco replied, now devoid of any unwillingness. As the vice-captain of St. Paul's mercenary group, he was naturally aware of the captain's plans. All his previous unwillingness and anger had been an act, and it seemed he had performed well, leaving no flaws. St. Paul turned to look back at Town, a cold smile on his face. Town, I will be back soon. Jaralara, Van Kind, enjoy your triumph for a few days. Chapter 41, Pet System Roar. Roar. The fierce gaze of the Amethyst Lion King was fixed on the four humans before it. Despite being gravely injured and lying on the ground, it still exuded the ferocity of a 6th-level magical beast. The four people before the Amethyst Lion King were Lin and his companions, who had encountered the Amethyst Lion King again, the same beast they had previously used to block the Holy Knight mercenary group's pursuers. The unfortunate Amethyst Lion King soon knelt under the assault of the two battle masters, Lin Rongfu and Shilin. Now, the Amethyst Lion King had lost its ability to resist, and the final fatal blow was reserved for Lin, as he had requested. After all, killing a magical beast with their own hands could yield experience. Although the Shilin sisters did not understand this peculiar request, it did not prevent them from agreeing to Lin's wishes. Lin had just participated in the siege of the Amethyst Lion King. After all, opportunities to battle a level 6 magical beast were rare. With Lin Rongfu and Shilin as the main forces to hold it back, he could still take some risks to gain a bit of proficiency. Even so, he had sustained several wounds, especially a long scratch on his chest from the Amethyst Lion King's claw. At this moment, the flames of life ignited at the wound on Lin's chest, rapidly healing it as he stepped forward toward the Amethyst Lion King, ready to end its life. Woo! The Amethyst Lion King, despite being severely injured and on the brink of death, was still incredibly fierce. Upon seeing the flickering flames of life on Lin's body, it felt the pressure from its bloodline once again. Its fierce roar turned into a pitiful whimper, and it lowered its head, resting its front paws in front of itself, with its ears drooping and its fierce gaze becoming submissive. Wait, Lin. Seeing this scene, Shilin's expression changed, and she quickly called out to Lin. Sister Shilin, what's wrong? Lin turned around, confused. Lin, this Amethyst Lion King has already submitted to you, Shilin said, surprised. It was incredibly difficult for a mature, magical beast to submit, especially a level 6 beast that already possessed high intelligence. The ferocity in a magical beast bloodline does not allow for submission to humans unless there is a powerful contract magic created by a mage whose strength far exceeds that of the beast. Otherwise, taming a magical beast could only be done by capturing and raising its cubs from a young age. The behavior of the Amethyst Lion King before them clearly indicated submission to Lin, which astonished Shilin greatly. Upon hearing this, Lin was also somewhat surprised. The Amethyst Lion King had actually submitted to him? Are you willing to submit to me? Lin looked at the Amethyst Lion King, which was bowing its head and whimpering. Feeling a sense of novelty, not caring whether the beast could understand his words. Woo! The Amethyst Lion King continued to whimper, but unfortunately, Lin could not understand it. Lin was somewhat troubled. The language barrier made communication impossible. Now that the Amethyst Lion King was severely injured and on the verge of death, it had submitted. But what would happen once it recovered? She didn't know contract magic, nor did she have any contract magic scrolls to restrain the Amethyst Lion King. Having such a powerful magical beast by her side made anyone uneasy. Wait, what about the pet contract card? Lin recalled the pet contract card in his backpack. The situation before him was the perfect opportunity to use the pet contract card. With a thought, the pet contract card appeared in his hand. He said in his heart, "System, use the pet contract card to contract this Amethyst Lion King." The pet contract card transformed into a white light, splitting into two streams, one merging into the Amethyst Lion King's forehead and the other into Lin's forehead. In an instant, Lin felt a connection established between him and the Amethyst Lion King. He could sense the Amethyst Lion King's emotions and communicate with it, giving commands. Ding! The pet contract card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first pet, activating the pet system, and unlocking the pet space. Reward. Special skill. Listen to the voices of all things. This skill cannot be upgraded. The system prompt sounded in a timely manner, and Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that contracting his first pet could activate the pet system. He hadn't noticed the pet system section when he looked at the attribute panel earlier. He thought it was a difference between the system and the game. He didn't expect it to be activated only after contracting a pet. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Moreover, he was awarded the special skill to listen to the voices of all things, a power akin to that of Pirate King Roger, which could only be born when the observation haki was developed to a very high level. It allowed one to understand the voices of all sentient beings in the world and communicate with them. Although it didn't enhance combat power, it was still a very powerful ability. The pinnacle of observation haki could give rise to various miraculous abilities, such as Katakuri's foresight of the future, which allowed him to foresee events occurring in the short term, Enel's mantra, which could listen to the hearts of everyone in a city, and even the ultra-long-distance perception of a smile that could sense meteors in outer space and use the ability to pull them down to attack. Lin was beaming with joy, listening to the voices of all things. This skill, if used well, was definitely a divine technique. She had just contracted the Amethyst Lion King, making communication with it even smoother. It would be even better when she acquired the ability to foresee the future or connect through a mind network. Unfortunately, she still hadn't obtained the observation haki, and there was still a long way to go. Lin checked the introduction of the pet space again. The pet space can bring contracted pets into the space and quickly heal their injuries. Lin's eyes lit up. The function of the pet space was too powerful. If he contracted a few more pets into the pet space, others would think he was just one person. But who would know that he was suddenly surrounded by several magical beasts? They would probably be scared to death. Thinking of this, Lin revealed a lewd smile. It seemed necessary to collect a few more powerful pets. However, the pet contract card wasn't cheap. It cost 100,000 energy for one, still poor. The pet space could also quickly heal the pet's injuries. Lin wanted to try putting the Amethyst Lion King inside to see how powerful this healing function was, but he thought better of it. After all, with the Siren Sisters around, if such a large magical beast as the Amethyst Lion King suddenly disappeared, it would probably scare them. So, he could only endure a bit of hardship and help the Amethyst Lion King heal its wounds. The Amethyst Lion King was severely injured, and as his first newly contracted pet, it couldn't just die like this. Lin reached out and placed his hand on the head of the Amethyst Lion King, igniting the flame of life in his palm, which slowly enveloped the entire body of the Amethyst Lion King. The Amethyst Lion King felt a powerful vitality healing its wounds and submissively rubbed its fluffy head against Lin's calf, resembling a small kitten despite being a formidable level 6 magical beast. Lin, have you really tamed this Amethyst Lion King? Lin asked in shock. Yes, it will be my pet from now on, Lin replied with a cheerful smile. Once the Amethyst Lion King recovers from its injuries, he would have an additional powerful warrior-level force by his side. Lin's cold face showed a look of astonishment. How could Lin, who did not know magic, contract the Amethyst Lion King? But the scene before her made her believe that Lin had indeed tamed this powerful level 6 magical beast, revealing many extraordinary aspects about him. Chapter 42. Speculations on the devil fruit. Compared to Shirleen's shock, Lin Rongfu remained much calmer. The young master was someone who had received divine inheritance. Taming a level 6 magical beast was nothing significant. Of course, he was also very pleased, as taming a level 6 magical beast meant that the young master's power was now stronger. Wow, Lin, you are amazing, Vi exclaimed, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Lin. She excitedly stepped forward, curiously examining the amethyst Lion King, filled with longing. Lin, can I pet it? Of course, Lin replied with a smile. With the existence of the contract card, the amethyst Lion King would obey any command he gave. That's great, Vi said excitedly, stretching out her small hand to stroke the long fur on the amethyst Lion King's head. This was a living level 6 magical beast, and it was so obedient. She felt a surge of envy, thinking, I wish I could have such a magical beast as a mount. When there is a suitable magical beast in the future, I will definitely catch one for you as a mount, Lin said. You better not be lying to me, Vi said, her eyes brightening as she looked at Lin with eager anticipation. Of course, Lin assured her. As long as I have energy to purchase a pet contract card, getting a magical beast as a mount is not difficult. However, making a powerful magical beast submit is not so easy. Why did you submit to me just now? Lin asked the amethyst Lion King. Powerful magical beasts would rather die than submit to humans, so he was very curious about the amethyst Lion King's actions. Master, when this flame appeared on you, I felt a suppression from my bloodline. This aura is much stronger and nobler than my bloodline, so I chose to submit to you. The amethyst Lion King roared a few times, transmitting a wave of mental energy to Lin through the bond of the contract. Is that really the reason? Lin was surprised to find that the ability of the Phoenix Devil Fruit, which belonged to the mythical beast known as the Immortal Phoenix, actually made the amethyst Lion King feel a suppression from its bloodline. Moreover, it was said to be stronger and more noble than its own bloodline. What could be the reason behind this? What is the origin of the devil fruit provided by the system? Could it be that the Phoenix fruit truly contains the bloodline of the Phoenix, allowing Lin to exude the aura of the Phoenix's bloodline? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the amethyst Lion King's submission to him. The Phoenix, a legendary divine beast, is said to be able to be reborn from its ashes, hence the term immortal. The bloodline of the divine beast Phoenix is naturally countless times more powerful and noble than that of a mere 6-level magical beast. In the world of magical beasts, the levels are clearly defined and bloodline suppression is severe. The amethyst Lion King submits to the aura of the divine beast bloodline, not to himself. Thinking of this, Lin had a moment of realization. Perhaps this was the true reason for the amethyst Lion King submission. It seems that Zoan-type devil fruits might allow the user to gain the corresponding bloodline aura of the animal they consume. Ordinary Zoan-type fruits might not be very useful, and their bloodline aura might even be weaker than that of magical beasts. But those powerful Zoan-type fruits are different, just like his Phoenix fruit. If he could develop the abilities of the Phoenix fruit to the awakening stage, could he directly transform into the divine beast Phoenix? Lin felt a surge of excitement and began to look forward to it. With this thought, Lin's heart raced. The noble bloodline aura brought by the Phoenix fruit was likely unmatched by many magical beasts on the entire continent of Shunin. This means that by utilizing the suppression of the Phoenix's bloodline aura, he could potentially tame countless powerful magical beasts. As long as he had enough pet contract cards, he could create a powerful magical beast army, with each member of the Xiao Mercenary Corps riding a powerful magical beast. Wouldn't it be much easier to upgrade the Mercenary Corps to SSS level as required by the system? Lin decided that the next time he encountered a magical beast, he would give it a try to verify his earlier guess. If his guess was proven correct, it would indeed be impressive. The body of the amethyst Lion King was massive, and healing its injuries required Lin to expend a lot of energy. By the time Lin was nearly exhausted, the amethyst Lion King's injuries had only improved a little, considering it had been gravely wounded just moments before. However, even a slight recovery allowed the amethyst Lion King to escape life-threatening danger and stand up on its own. Lin then retracted his ability, which made him even more eager to experience the function of the pet space that quickly restores pet injuries. Roar! The standing amethyst Lion King, nearly 4 meters tall, looked quite majestic. It affectionately rubbed its large head against Lin, thanking him for healing its wounds. Lin, who had just expended a lot of energy, was unexpectedly knocked off balance by the amethyst Lion King's nudge and nearly fell over. Ha! Via burst into laughter. The amethyst Lion King looked at Lin innocently, still inexperienced in the techniques of endearing itself to its owner. Master, please understand, but you're a bit fragile. You rascal. Lin gave the Amethyst Lion King's head a pat. Who was it showing that innocent expression to? If it weren't for the fact that it was still injured, he would have given it a good beating. Lin and Lin Rongfu also came over, curiously examining the Amethyst Lion King. Seeing the once ferocious creature, now so obedient, was hard to imagine compared to their earlier battle. Lin, what are you going to name it? Vaya asked. A name? Lin pondered. It was good to have a name. Even people who raised dogs named them Wonkai. Since he had such a mighty magical beast, he should give it a more imposing name. This fellow was the Amethyst Lion King. So how about calling it Little Purple? Little Purple? Lin Rongfu, and Vaya were taken aback. Such a powerful and majestic Amethyst Lion King. And you gave a name like that? It's a level 6 magical beast. After all, it deserves some dignity. The Amethyst Lion King's large purple eyes revealed a look of grievance, clearly unhappy with the name. Master, could you be a bit more reliable? I'm a Lion King, the Lion King. What's wrong? Is Little Purple not nice? Lin scratched his head, struggling with naming it. How about Little Crystal? Little Crystal? Fa! Vaya burst out laughing, nearly spitting out her drink, holding her stomach and laughing uncontrollably. Lin, what kind of logic is that? Lin couldn't help but laugh either, her lips curving into a charming smile. Lin Rongfu also showed a hint of a smile, while only the Amethyst Lion King wore a human-like expression of despair on its large head. Master, please be reasonable. Not a good name, huh? Then what do you suggest? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin realized this name wasn't great. Is there a cure for naming difficulties? How about just calling it Lion King? Lin suggested. Roar. The Amethyst Lion King let out a roar, indicating its satisfaction with this name, clearly afraid Lin would come up with some other bizarre name. All right, since you like it, from now on, you shall be called Lion King. Lin patted the Lion King's large head. Speaking of which, level 6 magical beasts are quite intelligent. This one even knew to dislike its name. It seemed like it could be trained well. Lin thought of the animal-type human fruit in his backpack. What would happen if he fed this fellow the human fruit? Chapter 43. The beast roared deep in the mountains, feeding the human fruit to the Amethyst Lion King. As soon as this thought appeared, it grew wildly in Lin's mind like weeds in spring. Should he give it a try? At the last moment, Lin hesitated again, unsure what would happen if the Amethyst Lion King ate the human fruit. In one piece, Chopper gained the ability to walk upright, speak, and even possessed intelligence equal to that of a human after eating the human fruit. For magical beasts, this was a very powerful fruit. Although the magical beasts of the Divine Grace continent were strong and intelligent, they could not transform into humans like those in Earth's myths and legends. Even the strongest level 9 magical beasts were the same. The human fruit was considered an auxiliary fruit, not enhancing combat power significantly. Lin thought it over and decided against it. The Amethyst Lion King looked quite impressive as it was, and transforming into a human form might be an eyesore. So he dismissed the idea. After a fierce battle, everyone was quite exhausted and had sustained injuries, so it was time to rest properly. Lin Rongfu skillfully started a fire to roast meat, using the flesh of a previously killed level 6 magical beast. In the Amethyst Lion King's territory, no other magical beast dared to intrude, so roasting meat was no problem. The Amethyst Lion King had a huge appetite, even with Lin's life restoration. It couldn't team match the Lion King's eating capacity. After a meal of roasted meat, the 4 of them and the beast were left with greasy mouths. But Lin Rongfu had worked hard for it. After filling up, Lin opened his attribute panel to check the gains from the recent battles. Character: Lin level, 30 experience, 9,002,000 vitality, 740 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced 224,050,000, shave, intermediate 87,050,000, paper drawing, intermediate 49,050,000, life restoration, beginner. Perfect, Armament Haki, beginner, perfect. Listen to the voices of all things, cannot be upgraded. Devil fruit, phantom beast type, immortal bird, beginner, perfect, techniques. One sword style Iato, flash. Continuous flash physique. Dominant sword body specialization. None pet. Amethyst Lion King, level 6 initial stage magical beast, special items. None energy. 117, 500 backpack, human fruit. Several magic crystals quests. Main quest 1. Dream of leveling up, host level up to max level. Second stage quest. Reach level 40, reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2. Ambition of the mercenary group. Upgrade the Dasha mercenary group to SSS level mercenary group. Second stage quest. A level of mercenary group, reward. one promotion gift pack. His level had already reached 30, and his vitality had increased by 30 points, with various skills seeing significant growth in proficiency. However, the growth in vitality was too slow, without skill upgrades adding vitality. Relying solely on leveling up for a mere 5 points of vitality was hardly sufficient and had minimal impact on his current strength. Moreover, the proficiency required for skill upgrades had also increased, making it a lengthy process to grind proficiency. It was much faster to use energy for upgrades. Having experienced the joy of spending money, slowly grinding proficiency felt very tedious. In addition, life restoration, armament haki, and the fruit's abilities still could not be upgraded, indicating that these skills needed to reach level 40 before they could be upgraded again. Lin looked at the few level 6 magic crystals he had harvested over the past few days in his backpack, wondering if he should recharge a bit. He was unsure how much system energy could be converted from level 6 magic crystals. System, convert all the magic crystals in the backpack into system energy. Ding, please confirm. Host, do you want to convert 3 level 6 beginner magic crystals and 1 level 6 intermediate magic crystal into system energy? Confirm. Ding, energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 225,000. Total energy is now 342,500 points. Lin calculated that the 4 level 6 magic crystals had converted a total of 225,000 energy. The level 6 beginner magic crystals were worth 50,000 energy each, and the level 6 intermediate magic crystal was worth 75,000 energy. It seemed that the energy contained in level 6 magic crystals was quite substantial, much more than that of level 5 magic crystals. Now, the system's total energy had surpassed 340,000, and with a few more level 6 magic crystals, he would be able to gather enough for 55 energy, which would be enough to upgrade a skill, greatly increasing his strength. Grandpa Fu, it seems like I haven't seen anyone from the Paladin mercenary group in the past couple of days. Have you found anything today? Lin inquired. No, I investigated the nearby area and didn't see anyone from the Paladin mercenary group, Lin Rongfu replied. Young master, could it be that they have given up the search? Lin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. After all, the Hudis Mountains were vast, and there were many powerful magical beasts. The Paladin Mercenary Corps could not endlessly waste manpower. They could easily wait for opportunities in Hudis. Perhaps the Paladin Mercenary Corps was about to go to war with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. At this moment, Shirin spoke up, her expression somewhat serious, sensing that something was amiss. Sister Shirin, can you be sure? Lin asked. I'm not sure. Shirin shook her head. But if Tim and the others have been recalled to Hudis, then the likelihood of war is very high. Otherwise, they wouldn't pull back their people. After all, compared to a large-scale battle with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, they are undoubtedly small players, not worth wasting manpower on. What should we do now? Head back to Hudis? Lin asked again, as he wasn't particularly skilled in this area. The Paladin Mercenary Corps hasn't shown up for 2 days. They may have already left the Hudis Mountains. I'm afraid we won't make it down in time, Shirin said, her cool expression showing a hint of worry. She was unsure if the battle between the Silver Shield and the Paladins had begun, or what the outcome would be. If the Paladins won, what would they do? Regardless, we still need to return to Hudis. If the battle isn't over, we can strike the Paladin Mercenary Corps from behind. If the battle is over and the Paladins have won, then we need to consider leaving Hudis. Lin pondered for a moment and said, understanding that the battle in Hudis directly related to his future actions. All right, let's return to Hudis now. Shirin was also decisive, making her decision immediately. With that decided, the 4 of them set off down mountain. On the way, Lin continuously used the flames of life to heal the purple crystal Lion King, hoping that when they returned to Hudis, it would be able to exert the strength of a level 6 magical beast, thus adding a powerful force to their side. Just as Lin and the others were making their way down the mountain, deep within the Hudis Mountains, in a dangerous area that had rarely seen mercenaries, a dark figure moved swiftly through the forest like a blurred shadow, so fast that it almost made one think they were seeing things like a ghost. This dark figure was carrying a bundle, and inside the bundle was a fainted magical beast cub. Roar! Shortly after the figure left, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from deep within the Hudis Mountains, filled with endless majesty and anger, reverberating through the mountains and startling countless magical beasts. The beast crawled on all 4s, trembling in fear. Chapter 44. Beast Tide. The immense beast roar shook a large part of the Hudis Mountains, sending countless magical beasts shivering, terrified, as if they sensed the wrath of a king. Lin and the others naturally heard the beast roar, their faces turning pale. The powerful majesty contained in that roar shook their spirits, filling them with immense terror. The amethyst lion king weakened in its four limbs, involuntarily lying down and letting out a low whimper, clearly frightened. With the skill to listen to the voices of all things, Lin felt the overwhelming rage from this beast roar. He was horrified and wondered what level of magical beast could possess such might that even from a distance it could instill fear. What could have provoked such a powerful magical beast to roar in anger? Lion King, what magical beast is that roar from? Coming back to his senses, Lin asked the Amethyst Lion King. Ugh, Master, this is the roar of the king among magical beasts, the Thunderwing White Tiger. The Thunderwing White Tiger is a level 8 magical beast, the Amethyst Lion King roared, filled with awe towards the Thunderwing White Tiger. A level 8 magical beast is equivalent to a saint among humans, while a level 9 magical beast is almost a legendary existence. In the absence of a level 9 magical beast, a level 8 magical beast is undoubtedly the king of magical beasts. No wonder it has such might that a single roar sends the level 6 Amethyst Lion King trembling. The Lion King said it is the roar of the level 8 Thunderwing White Tiger. Lin said with a serious expression. Thunderwing White Tiger. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Even Lin Rongfu, a former battle master, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Why would the Thunderwing White Tiger be angry? Did someone dare to intrude into its territory and provoke this powerful magical beast? Shilin exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. Many mercenaries in Hudis Town knew that there was a level 8 magical beast residing deep in the Hudis Mountains, but no one ever dared to provoke it. Even the 3 major mercenary groups avoided it, and fortunately, the Thunderwing White Tiger never left the depths of the mountains, allowing Hudis Town to remain safe for many years. Roar! Roar! At this moment, another roar from the Thunderwing White Tiger echoed from deep within the mountains. Roar! Master, it's bad. The Thunderwing White Tiger has ordered all magical beasts in the mountains to come out and attack humans. The Amethyst Lion King said, without needing the Amethyst Lion King's reminder. Lin understood the meaning of these 2 beast roars, and his expression immediately turned grim. Young master, what's wrong? Seeing Lin's serious face, Lin Rongfu hurriedly asked. The Thunderwing White Tiger has ordered all magical beasts to come out and attack Hudis Town. Lin said in a deep voice, a cloud of gloom settling in his heart. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 of them changed their expressions drastically. The Thunderwing White Tiger's order meant that all the magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains would go into a frenzy. Beast tide. A terrifying thought struck Lin Rongfu and the others, like a bolt from the blue, as immense fear almost instantly consumed their minds. How could there be a beast tide? Shilin cried out, her previously calm face now no longer serene. Someone must have stolen the Thunderwing White Tiger's cub, Lin said in a deep voice, unable to hide his shock in his eyes. Which hero would be so bold as to steal the offspring of a saint-level magical beast and succeed? However, this guy has caused trouble for himself and others. What? Someone stole the Thunderwing White Tiger's cub? Upon hearing this, Shilin, Vaya, and Lin Rongfu were all immensely shocked. Find it hard to believe. Young master, we must leave the Hudis Mountains immediately, Lin Rongfu said anxiously. Even those who had not experienced the horror of a beast tide had heard of it. The continent of divine grace is filled with magical beasts, and many places have experienced beast tides, which are incredibly terrifying scenes where waves of magical beasts tear everything apart in their path. Go! We must leave immediately. Thinking of the countless magical beasts surging in, Lin also turned pale, his throat dry. Even with the Amethyst Lion King, their combined strength would be torn to shreds in the face of a beast tide. The group hurriedly fled down the mountain, not daring to delay for a moment. The black figure swiftly traversing the Hudis Mountains had now reached the outer area of the Hudis Mountains. Hearing the earth-shaking beast roar from deep within the mountains, their expression changed slightly. I didn't expect this beast to return so quickly, but it's already too late, hee. The black figure let out a light laugh that echoed in the forest and swiftly glided downward. With the Thunderwing White Tiger's command, all the magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains went into a frenzy, emerging from their hiding places and heading towards the mountain's outskirts. Some magical beasts ran like the wind through the forest, while others were so large that the ground shook as they ran. There were also flying magical beasts soaring overhead. Originally, magical beasts would fight each other upon meeting, but now, regardless of whether they were natural enemies or their levels. They seemed to have set aside past grievances and the instinct of the strong preying on the weak, gathering together into a torrent, pouring down the mountain. The entire Hudis Mountains echoed with thunderous beast roars, and a violent aura of magical beasts swept over the entire mountain range. Many mercenary groups within the Hudis Mountains were instantly caught in the beast tide and were torn to pieces by the oncoming magical beasts in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin and the others also encountered trouble as a large number of magical beasts charged towards them. Upon seeing them, it was as if they had seen their father's murderer, rushing forward recklessly. Even the intimidating presence of the Amethyst Lion King was ineffective. Although these were only level 4 and 5 magical beasts, they posed no significant threat to Lin and the others. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming and reckless, severely slowing down their speed. Moreover, the number of magical beasts kept increasing. Even ants could kill an elephant in large numbers. Once Lin and his companions exhausted their stamina and fighting spirit, they would be overwhelmed by the beast tide. If they were slowed down and caught up by level 6 or 7 magical beasts from the depths of the mountain, that would be the greatest trouble. Roar! The Amethyst Lion King roared angrily, biting the neck of an attacking level 4 magical beast. In the past, these low-level magical beasts would flee at the scent of its presence, but now they boldly attacked, infuriating the Amethyst Lion King. Despite the Amethyst Lion King's continuous roars of fury, it was of no use. Even if it killed one, another magical beast would pounce. Under the command of the Thunderwing White Tiger, these low-level magical beasts would tear apart any human in sight. And since the Amethyst Lion King had to protect Lin and the others, these magical beasts would also attack it. Young master, we can't continue like this. We can't let these magical beasts hold us back. If we are caught by the army of magical beasts behind us and fall into the beast tide, we won't escape. Lin Rongfu shouted anxiously as he swung his sword to slay the attacking magical beasts. He was not afraid of death, but he feared Lin dying here. There's no choice. We have to fight our way out. Lin gritted his teeth and said, panic showing on his face. Despite having fought countless times against magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains, facing the terrifying beast tide, Lin couldn't help but feel fear. No matter in this life or the past, he had never seen such a massive scene. It was incredibly frightening. We can't escape. Shiline's face turned pale. They had already ventured deep into the Hudis Mountains, and it would be extremely difficult to fight their way out of the area where level 6 magical beasts roamed. Moreover, the number of magical beasts on the outskirts was even greater. Even if they were not strong, their overwhelming numbers were too much to handle. Find a place to hide, Lin Rongfu shouted. Yes, find a place to hide and wait for the beast tide to pass. Lin's eyes lit up. This could be a way out. Fighting would not end, but as long as they could survive the beast tide, there was still a glimmer of hope. Let us go back to the cave where we hid before, Lin Rongfu shouted, leading the charge towards the direction of their previous hiding cave. Lin, sure Lin. And Wei Yi closely followed, and at Lin's signal, the Amethyst Lion King charged forward to clear the way alongside Lin Rongfu. Chapter 45. Panic in a mercenary paradise. Everyone worked together to move forward, and Lin also tried to use the bloodline aura of the phoenix to intimidate the magical beasts. However, it was unclear whether it was because these level 4 and 5 magical beasts had low intelligence and could not sense the bloodline aura, or if it was due to the command of the Thunderwing White Tiger. But the phoenix's aura had no effect on these beasts. Lin had no choice but to retract the flame of life to conserve energy and fought his way through with the knife in his hand. Fortunately, the cave they had previously hidden in was not too far away. After killing an unknown number of magical beasts, the group finally managed to hide in the cave, leaving the Amethyst Lion King at the entrance to guard and intimidate the agitated beasts. Upon seeing that Lin and the others were no longer in sight, the magical beasts stopped attacking the Amethyst Lion King and rushed down the mountain, allowing Lin and the others hiding in the cave to breathe a sigh of relief. We finally survived. I thought I was going to be scared to death, Wei Yi said, her voice trembling and clearly shaken. Don't be afraid. We will be safe. Lin comforted Wei Yi while holding her. She herself was pale, her face filled with lingering fear, but she tried to appear calm in front of her sister. Lin leaned against the stone wall of the cave, gasping for breath, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. This was only a small wave of beasts. He couldn't imagine how terrifying a real beast tide would be. Even now, Lin felt weak in his limbs, and his heart was racing uncontrollably. Young master, are you all right? Lin Rongfu asked softly, feeling some sympathy for Lin, worried that he might be frightened by the terror of the beast tide. I'm Phoenix. It's just that it's my first time encountering this situation, and it's a bit scary, Lin replied with a bitter smile. Experiencing something like this once was enough. Lin had watched a documentary about the animal migration on the African savanna in his previous life, and the sight of countless beasts galloping was far from comparable to the current tide of beasts. The animals on the African savanna were just ordinary creatures, while the magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains possessed immense power. Wherever they passed, even trees that several people could embrace were smashed apart, a terrifying sight. He had thought his strength had grown quickly enough, and had felt a bit smug about it. Who would have thought that in the face of the beast tide, his strength was insufficient for self-protection? He was still too weak. If he had enough power to match or even slay the thunderwing white tiger, what would a mere beast tide do? He could easily cut through it with one sword strike. Although they were hiding in a cave, Lin and the others did not fully relax their vigilance. The thunderous roars of beasts outside and the massive commotion from the stampede made it impossible to feel at peace. Even though the Amethyst Lion King was guarding the cave entrance, if more powerful magical beasts detected their presence, the final outcome would still be unpredictable. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Lin began to heal everyone's wounds. Although the earlier fight had not lasted long, everyone had attacked with full force to quickly reach the cave, neglecting defense, so they all had some injuries. At this moment, the only way to ensure their survival during the beast tide was to recover as quickly as possible. At the gate of Hudis Town, a figure cloaked in black rushed into the city, shouting loudly, "The beast tide has broken out. Quickly close the city gates." The beast tide has broken out? What nonsense is this guy talking about? Exactly. It's been years since the Hudis Mountains had a beast tide. This guy must have been scared silly by the magical beasts in the Hudis Mountains, right? I bet his companions are dead, and he has gone mad. Sigh. Another one who couldn't handle the pressure. He has gone crazy. The mercenaries guarding the gate and those coming in and out did not believe the cloaked man's words at all. Instead, they burst into laughter. The situation in Hudis Town had changed dramatically over the past few days, and many mercenaries had been holding back for too long. They were eager to see a joke to lighten their mood. The cloaked man naturally heard the mercenaries' discussions and sneered inwardly, not bothering to argue with these mercenaries who would soon die at the hands of magical beasts, and he quickly walked into the city. Not long after, a mercenary guarding the gate suddenly noticed something and looked towards the direction of the Hudis Mountains in surprise, saying, "Look, what is that? Is it a dark cloud? Is it going to rain? You must be infected by that guy's nonsense. It's so sunny. Where would a dark cloud come from?" Another mercenary joked, "Let me see, there really is a dark cloud, but why is it moving so fast? Oh my god, that is not a cloud. That is a flying magical beast." The first mercenary screamed in terror, his body trembling. "It's really a beast tide. The beast tide is coming." At this moment, all the mercenaries saw it too. That vast, dark cloud rapidly approaching in the sky was clearly a massive number of flying magical beasts, an overwhelming sight. On the ground, the running magical beasts were not visible, but the dust rising from the ground was hundreds of meters high, rolling in like a sandstorm. And they could already feel the ground vibrating slightly, and the vibrations were growing stronger. "It's over. It's really a beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Quickly close the city gates. Hurry to report to the leader." The mercenaries at the gate began to scream in panic, and chaos ensued. The news of the beast tide outbreak spread through Hudis Town like a plague, causing a flurry of activity. Joralela and Vankend, who had just stabilized the situation in Hudis Town, hurried to the city wall upon hearing the news. They didn't bother with pleasantries and climbed to the city wall to watch the large number of flying magical beasts approaching rapidly in the distance, and the dust storm sweeping in from the ground. Their expressions were no longer calm. "Gather all the mercenaries in the town. Get to the city wall and prepare for battle to face the beast tide." Vankend immediately issued the order. As the most senior mercenary in Hudis Town, he had experienced a beast tide in his youth and never wanted to encounter such a horrific sight again in his life. However, now that the beast tide was coming again, they could only face it. There was no option to flee. Humans couldn't outrun magical beasts, especially the fast-moving, flying magical beasts. Leaving their backs exposed to the beasts was tantamount to seeking death. There was still a glimmer of hope if they fought hard. "Everyone cannot retreat. Those who retreat will die. We can only block the beast tide. That's our only chance." Vankend's voice rang out from the city wall. "The beast tide is coming. No one can escape, only to fight to the death." Joralela shouted loudly, displaying remarkable courage despite being a woman. Under the leadership of the two major mercenary groups, All the mercenaries in Town surged to the city wall, ready to resist the beast tide. Even though they were scared, no one dared to retreat. Retreat meant death. If Town was breached by magical beasts, few would survive. A grim and tragic atmosphere spread across the city wall. In the distance, the fastest flying magical beasts were almost at Town. On the city wall, they could already see the shapes of those flying magical beasts, while the magical beasts on the ground charged forward, causing the city walls to tremble from the stampede. Chapter 46. Brutal battle by wire also appeared on the city wall with the people from the Mercenary Guild. With the beast tide arriving, the Mercenary Guild could not escape either. Watching the approaching beast tide, by wire's heart sank. It wasn't just because of the beast tide before her, but also because Lin was still in the Hudis Mountains. The fate of Lin, who was still in the mountains amidst such a large-scale beast tide, was already predictable. How could there be a beast tide? Upon hearing the news of the beast tide's arrival, Miguro was in a state of panic. Young Master Lin is still in the Hudis Mountains. Lord Miguro, young master is still in the Hudis Mountains. What should we do? Usopp's was pacing anxiously, his face full of worry. Young Master Lin is protected by Uncle Fu. He will be fine. Miguro comforted Usopp's, also reassuring himself. But even he didn't believe that Lin would survive the beast tide. Yes, young master is blessed. He will definitely be fine. Usopp's encouraged himself. Usopp's, with the beast tide coming, no one can escape. Your strength is too low to hide in the inn. I'm going to the city wall to resist the magical beasts and see if I can gather news about young Master Lin. Miguro said. After saying that, Miguro took a few guards and headed out. Usopp's looked worriedly at Miguro's back, hating his own lack of strength. He made up his mind that if the magical beasts broke in, he would also fight to the death against them. In front of the beast tide, a dozen figures were rushing toward them. These were mercenaries who had escaped from the beast tide in the Hudis Mountains. They were running for their lives, hoping to get into the town before the beast tide arrived, thus giving them a slim chance of survival. Unfortunately, magical beasts would not give them such an opportunity. A dozen flying magical beasts swooped down from the sky, grabbing the mercenaries on the ground and lifting them into the air. In the next moment, blood rained down from the sky, and the torn bodies fell to the ground, being trampled into meat paste by the following magical beasts. Seeing the scene, the mercenaries on the city wall turned pale. If they couldn't stop the beast tide, their fate would be the same as those mercenaries. Soon, the vanguard of the flying magical beasts had already reached the air just 100 meters from the city wall of Town, beginning to lower their altitude in preparation for the attack. Archers, prepare. Fire arrows. With a command, thousands of archers on the city wall drew their bows, and arrows infused with fighting spirit tore through the sky towards the flying magical beasts. Instantly, hundreds of flying magical beasts were struck down, falling like rain from the sky. The flying magical beasts in front were not very strong, only at levels 3 or 4, and were easily shot down by the arrows. Fire the arrows. Another wave of arrows flew out, again killing hundreds of flying magical beasts. When the third wave of arrows shot into the sky, a massive flying magical beast emerged from the dark clouds. It was a level 5 magical beast, the Iron Feather Eagle. The Iron Feather Eagle spread its wings, which spanned over 20 meters, creating 2 gusts of wind that blew away hundreds of arrows. Then, with a powerful flap, countless feathers shot out like blades, raining down on the city wall. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries were killed by the falling feathers. Beast, don't be arrogant, roared Van Kenda, the leader of the fierce lion mercenary group, seeing his men suffer heavy casualties on this section of the wall. He leaped into the air, his knight's great sword slashing out a beam of fighting spirit, instantly striking the Iron Feather Eagle. The Iron Feather Eagle's body was split in half, blood pouring down from the sky. At this moment, the flying magical beasts had already swooped down onto the city wall, their sharp claws crushing the heads of mercenaries, even grabbing some mercenaries and flying them high into the air before letting them fall. When the mercenaries hit the ground, they were already lifeless, and chaos erupted on the city wall. The mercenaries naturally rose up to fight back, unleashing beams of fighting spirit that cut down the flying magical beasts, and blood splattered like rain on the city wall. The flying magical beasts swarmed in, not only attacking the mercenaries defending the city wall, but also flying into the town to assault the mercenaries within. Not all the mercenaries could fit on the city wall, so the others climbed onto the rooftops to defend against the flying magical beasts. A dozen flamingos flew over the town, opening their mouths to spew out balls of fire, igniting the houses below in flames. Although the flamingos were quickly killed, the mercenaries still suffered heavy losses. Boom! The ground shook as the ground troops of the Beast Tide charged in. Leading the way were hundreds of level 4 magical beasts, the Gale Wolves. When they were still dozens of meters away from the city wall, the Gale Wolves opened their mouths and shot out blades of wind towards the wall. "Defend!" shouted Jiralara, raising her silver shield in front of her. A massive fighting spirit shield, over 10 meters wide, flew out from the city wall, shattering a large number of wind blades. Many mercenaries also swung their weapons to block the incoming wind blades, but still, numerous mercenaries were hit by the dense barrage of wind blades. Magic attack. Although there were mostly warriors among the mercenaries, there were also a significant number of mages. One by one, they unleashed spells from the city wall that landed among the magical beasts: Swamp Technique, Fire Rain Meteor, Quicksand Technique, Water Tornado, and other area of effect spells, killing swathes of magical beasts. Roar! Over 100 Gale Wolves leaped up, using the wall for leverage to jump onto the 20-meter-high city wall, crashing into the crowd. Dozens of mercenaries were immediately killed under the wolves' jaws. Kill! Kill these beasts! The mercenaries roared, eyes red as they fought the magical beasts that had leaped onto the wall. One by one, the beasts were slain, but the mercenary group paid a heavy price. More and more magical beasts charged onto the city wall, and with the harassment from the flying magical beasts, the mercenaries found themselves in a tough battle. White Veil also joined the fight, her one-handed sword extending a few meters with fighting spirit as she cut down magical beasts. At that moment, she resembled a battle-hardened goddess of war, far removed from her previous flirtations with Lin. Boom! A massive, rumbling sound erupted as several enormous figures charged out from among the magical beasts: the thunderous violent bear, the mammoth, and the diamond explosive ape, all powerful magical beasts above level 6, their sizes reaching an astonishing 7 to 8 meters, crashing towards the city wall like small mountains. Boom! When several magical beasts collided with the wall, it shook violently, and some mercenaries lost their footing and fell from the city wall, immediately being engulfed by the tide of beasts. Don't let these magical beasts crash into the wall. Everyone knew that once the wall was breached, the mercenaries would lose their defensive advantage and be exposed to the claws of the magical beasts. Die, you bastards! Jiralara leaped down from the city wall, her hammer exploding with intense fighting spirit, smashing the head of the mammoth. A level 6 magical beast was no match for a battlemaster. At the same time, the thunderous violent bear and the diamond explosive ape also fell under Van Kinda's sword, but the two did not relax. Instead, they turned their gaze towards the back of the Beast Tide, where several powerful magical beast auras were approaching. Roar! 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 Several earth-shaking roars sounded. A brutal and ferocious aura swept in as several magical beasts slowly approached. The arrival of level 7 magical beasts. Jiralara and Van Kinda's expressions grew serious. The real battle had begun. Chapter 47. Thunderwing White Tiger, watching the 3 powerful level 7 magical beasts appear in the distance, and feeling their terrifying and fierce aura. The mercenaries of Hudistown couldn't help but feel panic. In the face of absolute strength, most people found it hard to remain calm. Moreover, behind the 3 level 7 magical beasts, there were also a dozen level 6 magical beasts slowly approaching. The main force of the beast army was starting to show itself. Can we still hold them off? A mercenary's gaze was vacant, despair evident in his eyes. Bastard, why are you spacing out during battle? A nearby mercenary killed a magical beast that was pouncing on the dazed mercenary with a sword, roaring, "All I know is that only by fighting with all our might can we survive. Even if I die, I want to take down a few more beasts. We can definitely hold them off. Look, Captain Jiralara and Captain Van Kinda have already gone to confront the level 7 magical beasts. They are battle masters. They will surely be able to hold them off." On the city wall, White Veil looked at the distant level 7 magical beasts, her expression more serious than ever. She turned to a powerful middle-aged man beside her and said, "Mr. Rolando, please block one of the level 7 magical beasts." Rolando was a battle master stationed at the Hudistown branch of the Mercenary Guild, at the peak of the initial stage of battle masters. Blocking one level 7 magical beast was no problem. "Miss White Veil, my main duty is to protect your safety," Rolando replied. As White Veil had a significant background, he couldn't afford to let anything happen to her here. If a level 7 magical beast breaks into Hudistown, we won't be able to escape either. "I'm not in any danger on the city wall, and Master Wanda is here too," White Veil said. Rolando glanced at Master Wanda, who was continuously throwing magic scrolls nearby. and finally nodded, drawing his sword and leaping down from the city wall, charging towards the level 7 magical beasts, cutting down countless lower-level magical beasts in his path. I'm losing out big time, Master Wanda muttered in pain while throwing magic scrolls. He had originally come to Hudis Town because the Hudis Mountains were rich in spirit flowers for his potion experiments, never expecting to encounter such a disastrous beast tide. The magic scrolls he had painstakingly accumulated were about to be exhausted. But there was no other way. With such a large-scale beast tide, one had to conserve magical power to cope. Even if it was painful, one couldn't save on magical scrolls at this time. Megara was also on the city wall, fighting desperately against the attacking beasts covered in blood. With his initial-level warrior strength, the beasts currently charging at him posed no threat, but if this continued for too long, his energy would be overexerted, and it would be hard to say what might happen. Not far away, Jurarila, Vankind, and Rolando had already rushed to engage 3 level 7 beasts in battle. Jurarila's opponent was a massive mammoth, her favorite type of opponent due to its thick skin and heavy flesh, making it satisfying to smash with her hammer. As the mammoth saw Jurarila charging, it swung its massive trunk like a giant whip, and Jurarila's hammer burst with energy, expanding dozens of times to become a colossal weapon, smashing directly into the mammoth's trunk, producing a thunderous sound. Vankind faced a hellhound with 2 heads. It was rumored that when a 3-headed hellhound grew its 3rd head, it would evolve into a hell 3-headed dog, a powerful holy class beast. The 2 heads of the hellhound opened their mouths and shot out 2 columns of fire, one orange-red and one pitch-black, scorching the ground. Vankind slashed his greatsword, sending a sword light several meters long that extinguished the 2 fire columns. Rolando's opponent was a sky-devouring python, over 2 meters thick and nearly 30 meters long, with armor-like scales that were nearly impervious to blades. The python hissed as its massive tail coiled toward Rolando, who swung his sword to slash it. The sword energy struck the tail, but was blocked by the hard scales, sparking a shower of sparks. The 3 battles immediately revealed a tremendous commotion, with energy surging wildly. The beasts near the 3 battle centers were instantly torn apart by the residual waves. The 3 level 7 beasts were intercepted by the 3 warriors, while the remaining dozen or so level 6 beasts thundered toward Hudis Town with an unstoppable momentum. If so many level 6 beasts crashed into the city wall, it might even be toppled. We must stop them. We cannot let these beasts collide with the wall. All warriors above the rank, follow me, Sanchez of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps shouted, leaping off the city wall, followed by a dozen figures, all top-tier warriors from Hudis Town's mercenary community, who intercepted the charging level 6 beasts, immediately erupting into a fierce battle. Dozens of miles away from Hudis Town, at the Paladin Mercenary Corps resting area, a mercenary hurriedly came from the direction of Hudis, wanting to report to St. Paul. Captain, the beast tide has erupted in the Hudis Mountains, and the beasts have begun their assault on Hudis Town. Finally, it has come. St. Paul, who was originally seated, stood up, his face showing no fear but rather a hearty laugh. My opportunity has arrived. Flandeco, gather everyone. We are returning to Hudis Town to reclaim everything that belongs to our Paladin Mercenary Corps. Yes, Captain. Flandeco was also excited. After this beast tide, Hudis Town would belong to the Paladin Mercenary Corps, excluding the severely injured who had not yet recovered. Nearly 2,000 members of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, led by St. Paul and Flandeco, marched back to Hudis Town in a grand procession. In the Hudis Mountains, the 4 of Lin, still hiding in the cave, were unaware of the intense battle occurring in Hudis Town, feeling an overwhelming anxiety and panic within the cave. The roiling beasts outside seemed endless, with the sounds of their roars and stampedes constantly ringing in their ears, keeping their hearts in suspense and not daring to relax their vigilance. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside gradually calmed down. The beast roars and stampedes receded as if the beast tide had passed. Sensing the retreat of the beast tide, Lin and the others exchanged glances, seeing relief in each other's eyes. Let us go out and take a look, Lin said. Upon exiting the cave, they were met with a scene of devastation, as if a hurricane had swept through. Fallen trees and scattered branches were everywhere, and the open ground was littered with numerous chaotic and enormous beast footprints, with only the amethyst Lion King dutifully guarding the cave entrance. Lion King, thank you for your hard work. Lin patted the amethyst Lion King's large head. If it weren't for the Lion King's protection, they would likely have been detected by the beasts even while hiding in the cave. Roar! The amethyst Lion King let out a roar, rubbing against Lin's hand, just about to take credit when suddenly it shuddered, its fur standing on end as if sensing a powerful enemy. Lion King, what's wrong? Lin's expression changed. As soon as Lin's voice fell, the previously fierce amethyst Lion King had its bristled fur instantly droop down, its massive body trembling as it lay flat on the ground. Master, the Thunderwing White Tiger is coming. Upon receiving the mental wave from the amethyst Lion King, Lin's face changed drastically. Looking up, he saw a white tiger with wings slowly approaching from not far away, and Lin immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body turning cold. Chapter 48. Temporary mission. The Thunderwing White Tiger was not very large, standing a little over 2 meters tall and measuring only 5 meters in length. Compared to the amethyst Lion King, it even seemed somewhat petite. But the overwhelming and domineering aura of a saint-level magical beast emanated from its body. Its tiger eyes, opening and closing, revealed the kingly presence of a beast, sending chills down anyone's spine. Thunderwing White Tiger. Lin stammered, completely unaware that his voice had distorted from immense fear. His heart filled with terror as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Thunderwing White Tiger. Sure, Lin and the others were momentarily stunned, then followed Lin's gaze to see the Thunderwing White Tiger slowly walking in. Their pupils constricted, their bodies stiffening, an overwhelming fear surged in their hearts, and even their breathing seemed to pause at that moment. The Thunderwing White Tiger continued to approach at its original pace. The sound of its paws hitting the ground was not loud, yet it resonated like a thunderous drum within the hearts of Lin and the others, causing their blood to boil, and their hearts felt as if they would leap out of their chests. The amethyst Lion King was even worse off, lying on the ground, its head deeply buried, its fur trembling as if rippling, continuously emitting low whines. Humans all should die. The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes shot out fierce light, filled with a bloodthirsty and vicious intent. It did not speak, but released a wave of mental energy, from which Lin and the others completely sensed the Thunderwing White Tiger's intent. Although saint-level magical beasts could not speak, they could communicate with humans through mental power. On the wings behind the Thunderwing White Tiger, strands of blue lightning flickered, as if powerful lightning was about to shoot out at any moment. Feeling the Thunderwing White Tiger's unabashed killing intent, Lin's heart shook violently. What to do? Under the pressure of the Thunderwing White Tiger's aura, he couldn't even think about resisting or fleeing. At that moment, his whole body was stiff, unable to perform even the simple action of raising a hand. Was it destined that he could not escape this calamity today? Lin's heart was filled with unwillingness. Ding! Due to the host being subjected to an unresistible saint-level mental impact and being in extreme danger, the temporary skill Conqueror's Haki has awakened, lasting for 15 minutes. At the critical moment, the system appeared. As the system's notification sound rang out, Lin felt his mind clear up. The suffocating pressure from the Thunderwing White Tiger seemed to vanish, as if he had shed a heavy burden, feeling light all over. Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. The system was indeed reliable. However, the Conqueror's Haki was just a temporary skill, lasting only 15 minutes, and it only helped him resist the oppressive aura of the Thunderwing White Tiger, not defeat it. His victory still depended on his own efforts. Phew! The greenish-blue flame of life ignited around Lin, enveloping him completely. The aura of the Phoenix bloodline within the flame of life could intimidate the amethyst Lion King, so it should have some effect on the Thunderwing White Tiger as well. This was the only method of self-rescue Lin could think of at the moment. Sure enough, Lin's gamble paid off. Upon seeing the flame of life surrounding Lin and sensing the Phoenix bloodline aura within it, the ferocious gaze of the Thunderwing White Tiger changed, and it halted its steps, observing Lin, who was engulfed in flames, with confusion. Human, how do you possess the aura of a magical beast? The Thunderwing White Tiger transmitted a mental wave to Lin, somewhat astonished. The powerful and noble bloodline aura emanating from this human made it feel a hint of pressure. If this human weren't so weak, it might not even be able to withstand such suppression. So strange. The Thunderwing White Tiger had lived for so many years and had never encountered such a peculiar human. Tiger King, I swear I don't know what's going on either. Do you believe me? Lin asked cautiously, fearing he might provoke the grieving Thunderwing White Tiger. Yet, he couldn't reveal anything about the system, as the Tiger King probably wouldn't understand. Human, do you dare to toy with this king? The Thunderwing White Tiger roared angrily. The powerful and domineering aura of the holy level tiger surged, causing the amethyst Lion King, who was cowering on the ground, to tremble in fear, not daring to make a sound and pretending to be dead. The siren's sisters shook in panic, feeling the breath of death enveloping them. Lin Rongfu was somewhat better off, as he had once been a master-level powerhouse and could still withstand the Thunderwing White Tiger's pressure, though barely, under the temporary skill of Conqueror's Haki. While Lin could resist the Thunderwing White Tiger's pressure, his face remained pale as he felt intimidated by the enraged beast. Tiger King, please calm your anger. I didn't mean to toy with you. I truly cannot explain it, Lin quickly said, filled with a desire to survive. Clearly, while the Phoenix bloodline aura made the Thunderwing White Tiger somewhat wary, it was not enough to fully intimidate such a powerful holy-level magical beast. Tiger King, I know your child has been stolen. I can help you find your child. Human, do you speak the truth? The Thunderwing White Tiger asked. In its heart, the child was the most important thing. The stronger the magical beast, the harder it was to bear offspring, which was why the Thunderwing White Tiger was so enraged when its child was stolen, even going so far as to unleash a beast tide. Although it did not believe Lin could help retrieve its child, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the Thunderwing White Tiger was unwilling to give up. After all, even with a beast tide, there was no guarantee it could find its child. If its child were harmed or even killed in battle, killing all humans would be of no use. Of course, in front of the Tiger King, the few of us had no power to resist and would naturally not dare to deceive it. Lin sincerely said, if we can retrieve your child, I hope the Tiger King will spare us and retract the order to stop the beast tide. All right, as long as my child is safe and sound, I agree. The Thunderwing White Tiger said, followed by a chilling, killing intent. Indeed, if you dare to deceive this king, I will be the first to eat you. It's a deal. Lin nodded, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. His life was temporarily saved. Ding. Trigger temporary mission. Rescue the Thunderwing White Tiger Cub. Please help retrieve the Thunderwing White Tiger Cub to calm the anger of the holy-level Thunderwing White Tiger. Reward, Conqueror's Haki. Lin was momentarily stunned, not expecting to trigger a temporary quest, and the reward was actually the Conqueror's Haki he had long desired. Lin was overjoyed. This was truly a timely blessing. It seemed he had to find a way to complete this quest no matter what. Reaching an agreement, the Thunderwing Tiger King retracted its pressure, and the Siren Sisters along with Lin Rongfu relaxed, as if fish that had just returned to the water, gasping for breath. The feeling of having survived a disaster filled their hearts, and recalling the earlier scene still left them with lingering fear. The Thunderwing White Tiger shot out several bolts of lightning from its wings, which transformed into lightning ropes that wrapped around Lin and the others, lifting them into the air above the Hudis Mountains. Lin and the others felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies, fearing that the Thunderwing White Tiger might mismanage the power of the lightning and roast them. Yet they dared not speak, afraid of angering the Thunderwing White Tiger again. The Thunderwing White Tiger naturally did not consider the feelings of Lin and the others and flew straight towards Hudistown. Chapter 49. The Paladin appears. The battle in Hudistown had already reached a fever pitch, with massive casualties among both magical beasts and mercenaries at almost every moment. The ramparts and the ground before the city were piled high, with severed limbs, and blood flowed like rivers. In this battle between humans and magical beasts, there was no mercy, only a desperate struggle for survival. The most notable battlefield in this war was undoubtedly the confrontation between 3 battle masters and 3 level 7 magical beasts. A clash that could be described as earth-shattering and crucial to the outcome of the war. Boom! The leader of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, Venkind, slashed with his 10-meter-long sword aura, extinguishing 2 fire pillars spewed from the Hellhound. His breathing had become somewhat rapid. The prolonged battle had drained him significantly, and he was already feeling the strain against the Hellhound. A magical beast of the same level relied on its powerful physical strength, which surpassed that of humans. At that moment, the 2 heads of the Hellhound once again unleashed 2 fire pillars, one black and one red. Venkind moved to dodge the fire pillars and charged towards the Hellhound, intending to change his strategy and not engage in a direct confrontation, but to wait for an opportunity to get close and kill it. Swish! Just as Venkind moved, a dark light suddenly streaked past him like lightning. Sensing danger, his numerous battles with magical beasts gave him the instinct to evade, but he still got grazed on the left arm by the dark light, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, blood spraying out. A slender and elegant magical beast appeared several meters away, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Venkind, revealing human-like disdain and mockery. Together with the Hellhound, they stared intently at him. It was a level 7 magical beast, the Dark Phantom Leopard, a rare dark-type magical beast. A born assassin, Vankin was greatly shocked to find there was another level 7 magical beast, and it was the troublesome Dark Phantom Leopard. This type of beast was as fast as the wind and had outstanding stealth abilities, making it hard to defend against, with one hellhound already pushing Vankin to his limits. He could not contend with another. Vankin felt his heart sink, a chill creeping in as he began to contemplate retreat. Facing the siege of 2 level 7 magical beasts, he knew it was a near certain death. Perhaps he could only rely on the defenses of the city walls to hold out. There's another level 7 magical beast. Vankin shouted, warning Jalarila and Rolando to retreat and take shelter behind the city walls. After shouting, Vankin turned and ran. It was wise to preserve his life in the face of 2 level 7 magical beasts. Jalarila and Rolando were shocked to hear Vankin's words. The appearance of another level 7 magical beast could completely overturn the battle. Faced with this situation, they also felt inclined to retreat. If they were caught in the siege of level 7 magical beasts, they might not escape unscathed. Boom! Before Jalarila could retreat, the ground beneath her suddenly collapsed, and a massive mouth filled with countless sharp teeth burst forth from the ground, rushing towards her. The Earth Dragon Beast. Jalarila's face changed dramatically as she realized that the creature that had ambushed her from underground was also a level 7 magical beast, the Earth Dragon Beast. This beast resembled an enormous worm and excelled at burrowing, often using surprise attacks from underground. In a moment of crisis, Jalarila raised her silver shield to block the Earth Dragon Beast's massive mouth, but the force sent her flying into the air and she spat out blood, falling far into the midst of the magical beasts. Countless magical beasts surged towards Jalarila, seemingly intent on engulfing her. Ignoring her internal injuries, she leaped off the ground, wielding her hammer to carve a bloody path toward the city walls of Hudistown. Meanwhile, Rolando, seeing Jalarila ambushed by the Earth Dragon Beast, felt a surge of panic. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. If another level 7 magical beast attacked him, he would be in serious trouble. He immediately pushed back the sky-swallowing python with a sword and dashed towards Hudistown. Bang! The sky-swallowing python would not let its prey escape. Its thick tail swept toward him, and Rolando turned to block it with his sword, but was sent flying along with his weapon, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Using the force of the python's tail, he accelerated towards the city walls of Hudistown. On the ramparts, many people were watching the battle of the 3 battle masters in the distance. They were all stunned by the sudden turn of events, and when they saw the 3 battle masters retreating in disarray, panic spread among them. A wave of despair washed over them. If even the 3 battle masters were forced to flee, who could withstand the magical beast's assault? Was Hudistown destined to be destroyed in the beast tide today? Boom! The Earth Dragon Beast tunneled underground, while the other 4 level 7 magical beasts thundered toward the city walls with unmatched ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of everyone. The 3 battle masters had returned to the ramparts, their faces grave as they looked at the approaching level 7 magical beasts. Each of them was injured, especially Vankin, who had been clawed again by the Dark Phantom Leopard during his escape, leaving a gruesome wound and greatly weakening his breath. How could they withstand the onslaught of the beast tide? The other mercenaries looked ashen, despair taking hold of their minds, and many of them soon fell to the claws of the magical beasts. Flames engulfed the sky. With a chant, a massive amount of fire elements condensed in the air, and in the next moment, a violent explosion of fire erupted, igniting a fierce blaze on the ground before Hudistown, covering an area of several hundred meters and creating a sea of flames. Thousands of magical beasts were instantly turned to charcoal, filling the air with the smell of roasted meat. It was Master Wanda who had taken action. At this moment, Master Wanda no longer dared to conserve his magical power and unleashed a large-scale spell. The actions of a grand mage were extraordinary. One large-scale spell nearly cleared the magical beasts in front of Hudistown, achieving remarkable results. Instantly, the mercenaries on the ramparts were greatly encouraged, their spirits lifted. Seizing the moment while the magical beasts were temporarily weakened, they began to slay the beasts charging up the walls. Master Wanda is truly worthy of being a grand mage, By Wire exclaimed, admiration shining in her beautiful eyes. Master Wanda's face appeared somewhat pale. Casting such a large-scale spell took a significant toll on him, but it was necessary to deter the level 7 magical beasts. Indeed, the magical beasts were momentarily intimidated by this large-scale spell, their assault hesitating. Even the level 7 magical beasts paused, their expressions grave as they looked toward the ramparts. Roar! The Hellhound let out an angry roar, feeling provoked. Its roar was filled with fury, and the other level 7 magical beasts also howled to the sky, issuing an attack order to other magical beasts. And the tide of beasts surged towards the ramparts again. The magical beasts continued to charge forward, defend. On the ramparts, the mercenary corps looked grimly at the approaching tide of beasts, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. Roar! At this moment, a thunderous beast roar came from the distance. Upon hearing the roar, the originally surging beast tide paused, and after a moment, it slowly retreated. Even a few level 7 magical beasts began to withdraw. What's going on? The magical beasts are retreating? Seeing the beast tide retreat, everyone was puzzled, but did not dare to relax. High-level magical beasts already possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Could there be some conspiracy at play? The previous roar was filled with overwhelming power, sending chills down their spines. Moreover, after retreating for several miles, the magical beasts stopped in place, still posing a threat to Hudistown, like a sword hanging over their heads, making them dare not be careless. Captain Vankind, what is going on with these magical beasts? Jarala asked. I'm not sure. That roar just now was not simple. Vankind said, his expression serious, his injuries making him feel weak. He looked into the distance, but could see nothing. However, the earlier roar made him uneasy. How powerful must a beast be to command even level 7 magical beasts to submit and issue such a roar? Just as everyone was speculating and feeling uneasy, a commotion arose from behind. Vankind and Jarala turned to see a large group of mercenaries arriving at the foot of the city wall in Hudistown, led by none other than St. Paul, the leader of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, and his deputy, Flandeco. The Paladin Mercenary Corps? Jarala and Vankind exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. St. Paul, what are you doing here? Jarala called out loudly. Captain Jarala, your question is quite amusing. St. Paul laughed, saying, Hudistown is facing a beast tide. As part of Hudistown, the Paladin Mercenary Corps naturally has to contribute to resisting the beast tide. Hearing this, the mercenaries' faces brightened. With the Paladin Mercenary Corps joining as reinforcements, the chances of resisting the beast tide increased, and since the Paladin Mercenary Corps had 2 master warriors, it meant that the number of master warriors in Hudistown matched the number of level 7 magical beasts. Perhaps they could truly withstand this beast tide. St. Paul, the Paladin Mercenary Corps has already withdrawn from Hudistown. You are no longer part of Hudistown. Vankind said in a deep voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Resisting the beast tide is a life-and-death situation. How could St. Paul be so kind-hearted? Captain Vankind, your words make me feel very cold. St. Paul sneered, his gaze sweeping over the mercenaries. Everyone, at this moment of Hudistown's crisis, I lead my brothers to risk danger to support Hudistown, and this is the attitude I receive? I did say that the Paladin Mercenary Corps withdrew from Hudistown. Originally, I and my brothers Wu and Ti need to come back to fight the magical beasts. Even if Hudistown were breached by the beasts, it wouldn't concern me. But who made me kind-hearted? I couldn't bear to see a place I once fought for being trampled by beasts. Nor could I bear to see you all die at the hands of the magical beasts. However, I brought my brothers full of passion, ready to fight the magical beasts for Hudistown. And yet Captain Vankind and Captain Jarala do not recognize the Paladin Mercenary Corps as part of Hudistown. This makes me feel extremely cold. Do you all think the same way? If so, I, St. Paul, will turn and leave. There is no need for my brothers to fight bloodily for unrelated people. St. Paul's words were righteous and filled with indignation, as if he were the embodiment of virtue and had suffered great injustice. The mercenaries began to discuss among themselves, with many openly praising St. Paul and his Paladin Mercenary Corps for their high moral character and pleading for him to stay and collectively resist the beast tide. Among the many mercenaries speaking up, several also urged Vankind and Jarala, hoping the two could put aside past grievances and accept the Paladin Mercenary Corps for the sake of resisting the beast tide. Upon hearing these words, St. Paul revealed a triumphant smile, his gaze sweeping over Jarala and Vankind's grim faces, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. At this moment, Jarala and Vankind's expressions were extremely dark. St. Paul was incredibly insidious, using righteousness to threaten them, putting them on the hot seat. If they did not agree, how would the 2 major mercenary groups control Hudistown in the future? But if they agreed, they had no idea what scheme St. Paul had waiting for them. In the crowd, by wire watched St. Paul coldly. She had sent people to keep an eye on the movements of the Paladin Mercenary Corps, but could not discern what St. Paul intended due to the arrival of the beast tide. However, it was certain that St. Paul's return was problematic. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the mercenary guild. And it was also good that the Paladin Mercenary Corps could resist the beast tied together. Captain St. Paul declares righteousness. Leading the Paladin Mercenary Corps to resist the beast tied together, we will naturally welcome them with open arms. Vankind and Jarala exchanged glances before speaking in a deep voice. Huh, Vankind, just now I was willing to resist the beast tide for Hudistown, but you denied my status as part of Hudistown. So why should I agree now? St. Paul laughed heartily, then his expression turned cold. If you want my Paladin Mercenary Corps to resist the beast tide, then from now on you, Vankind and Jarala, must submit to me. The Lionheart Mercenary Corps and the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps will be disbanded and merged into the Paladin Mercenary Corps. St. Paul, you are dreaming. Jarala shouted angrily. St. Paul, you are taking advantage of the fire today. Vankind glared furiously. The mercenaries were in an uproar, not expecting St. Paul to propose such conditions. This was beyond outrageous. That's right. I am taking advantage of the fire. St. Paul sneered. Do you really think you are self-sacrificing, saints? As long as you two submit, not only will I lead people to resist the beast tide, but I'm also confident I can resolve this beast tide, preventing Hudistown from suffering further losses. What? Captain St. Paul actually claims to have the ability to resolve the beast tide? Is that even possible? Captain St. Paul is just a master warrior. How could he resolve such a large-scale beast tide? What if he can? For a time, the mercenaries were in an uproar, holding a skeptical attitude towards St. Paul's words, but some hoped it was true, as no one knew if they could survive the beast tide. If St. Paul could indeed resolve it, even a 1 in 10,000 chance would be worth it. St. Paul, you're trying to fool children with such words. Jarala sneered, having seen through St. Paul's sinister intentions. You just want to use such lies to coerce me and Captain Vankind into submitting to you. Your ambition to monopolize Hudistown isn't a day or too old. If you want to return to Hudistown, it's not impossible. If we can withstand this beast tied together, I will agree to the Paladin Mercenary Corps coming back. If you want us to submit, wait until you become a saint-level warrior. Vankind remained silent, clearly sharing Jarala's stance. What a pity. I gave you both a chance. St. Paul lamented. As soon as St. Paul's words fell, a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared in the void beside Vankind, swiftly slicing across his neck. Already heavily injured, Vankind had no time to react before the dagger grazed his throat, instantly leaving a line of blood as blood gushed forth. Until Vankind fell, clutching his neck. A figure in a black robe emerged beside him. Then the black-robed figure flashed and disappeared into the crowd. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one expected an assassin to appear at this moment and assassinate the leader of the Lionheart Mercenary Corps, the Master Warrior Vankind. Captain! The members of the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps shouted and supported the fallen Vankinder. But Vankinder had already breathed his last, causing chaos to erupt within the entire Wild Lion Mercenary Corps. St. Paul, is that you? Jorarila exclaimed, suddenly feeling like she was facing a great enemy. She became alert to her surroundings, fearing that the assassin who had killed Vankinder would suddenly appear to assassinate her as well. Since the assassin could kill Vankinder, they could certainly kill her too. If you refuse to submit to me, you will only meet death, St. Paul said with satisfaction, not denying Jorarila's accusations. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar, looking at St. Paul in disbelief. Who would have thought that at this moment, St. Paul would turn on Vankinder? A powerful master warrior was gone, and with humanity already at a disadvantage against the beast tide, how could they defend themselves now? In an instant, the mercenaries looked at St. Paul with unfriendly eyes. With a great enemy at hand, St. Paul was causing internal strife. No matter what his motives were, he had already made everyone dissatisfied with him. Bywire also could not believe that St. Paul had suddenly killed Vankinder, and the assassin who had acted had revealed a powerful aura, clearly a mid-level master warrior. This was not someone from the Paladin Mercenary Corps. Where did St. Paul find such a formidable assassin? Moreover, did St. Paul truly have the confidence to deal with the beast tide by killing Vankinder at this moment? Or was there some unknown inside story regarding the sudden outbreak of the beast tide? All of this was filled with doubts, leaving Bywire perplexed. She exchanged glances with Rolando. St. Paul, at such a critical moment, you actually killed Captain Vankinder, causing us to lose a master warrior's combat strength. What exactly do you want to do? Rolando shouted. Faced with Rolando's questioning, St. Paul did not dare to be overly arrogant. After all, he still did not want to offend the mercenary guild. St. Paul replied, Lord Rolando, the mercenary guild will not interfere in the matters between mercenary groups. This is the stance of the mercenary guild. Since I said I can resolve the beast tide, I certainly will not be speaking empty words. Then I want to see how Captain St. Paul plans to resolve the beast tide, Rolando said with a cold snort. St. Paul glanced regretfully at Jorilla, but unfortunately, she was already on guard. It was unlikely he could assassinate her now. Otherwise, with both Jorilla and Vankinder dead, the two major mercenary groups would be leaderless. And if he resolved the beast tide, the entire Hudis town would fall under his control. However, this was not a problem. With Mr. Prado's assistance, Jorilla would not be able to stir up much trouble. Mr. Prado, I trouble you, St. Paul respectfully called out. Then, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared beside St. Paul. It was the assassin who had just killed Vankinder. Upon seeing the black-robed figure, the mercenaries were once again stirred up. Everyone, just watch how I resolve the beast tide. St. Paul laughed as he led his subordinates up to the city wall. The crowd was unsure of what St. Paul was up to, but they made way for him and his group to ascend the wall. However, the gazes of the mercenaries were all unfriendly, fixated on the Paladin Mercenary Corps. If St. Paul could not resolve the beast tide, those mercenaries who had fallen into despair would likely rush at him first, dealing with the Paladin Mercenary Corps before anything else. A magical beast is coming. At this moment, the mercenaries who had been paying attention to the movements of the magical beasts outside noticed the situation. A flying magical beast was heading towards Hudis town from the sky. Before it got close, an overwhelming, powerful aura swept over, making it hard for everyone to breathe. This is a saint-level magical beast. Master Wanda's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, "What? A saint-level magical beast?" The mercenary groups changed color, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies cold. 5 level 7 magical beasts had already made it difficult for Hudis town to withstand. Now with the appearance of a saint-level magical beast. Was this the magical beast retaliating against Hudis town for years of hunting countless magical beasts? Upon seeing the lightning-winged white tiger flying over, St. Paul also changed his expression, feeling a bit panicked. However, recalling the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger in the bag behind the black-robed figure, he calmed down again. Roar, Umans! You must fulfill your promise to this king. If my child is harmed, all humans here must die. The lightning-winged white tiger hovered above Hudis town and said this to Lin En, then swung the lightning ropes binding Lin En and the others, flinging them towards the city wall of Hudis town. Look, a few people are being thrown over. Heavens, there's also a magical beast, a level 6 magical beast. The Amethyst Lion King. It's coming down, quickly dodge. Upon seeing Lin En and the other 4, along with a beast, falling from the sky, the crowd was greatly astonished and quickly scattered. It's Lin En. In the crowd, By Wire recognized Lin En's figure and was filled with surprise. She didn't expect Lin En to have survived the beast tide, but clearly he had been captured by the saint-level magical beast. Why hadn't the saint-level magical beast killed them, but instead returned them? Many mercenaries also recognized the Shirin Wei sisters at this moment. After all, the sisters had a considerable reputation in Hudis town, and everyone was speculating why they had been captured by the saint-level magical beast, yet remained alive. With a few loud thuds, Lin En and the others landed on the city wall. The lightning-winged white tiger had controlled the force well. Although the fall was not light, they were not seriously harmed. Seeing the 4 people and the Amethyst Lion King descending from the sky, the mercenaries did not immediately attack the Amethyst Lion King due to the intimidation from the lightning-winged white tiger above, but instead retreated. Broter Lin En, it's so great that you're okay. By Wire walked up excitedly, carefully examining Lin En and the others, and curiously asked, what exactly is going on? Sister By Wire, this is a long story. Now is not the time to discuss this. Lin En replied with a wry smile, then said seriously, I've already figured out the reason for the beast tide outbreak. Someone stole the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger, which is why it, in its fury, unleashed the beast tide. What? Someone stole the cubs of the saint-level magical beast, the lightning-winged white tiger? Not only By Wire, but the other mercenaries who heard this also changed their expressions, a surge of unnamed anger rising in everyone's hearts. So many people had died because someone stole the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger? Who was that damn thief? Chapter 51. The lightning-winged white tiger is injured. Countless angry gazes searched through the crowd. If the person who stole the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger appeared here, perhaps these mercenaries could kill him with nothing but their furious looks. By Wire's heart trembled, and she instinctively looked towards St. Paul. St. Paul had confidently claimed he could resolve the beast tide. Could it be that he was the one who stole the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger? No wonder By Wire began to suspect St. Paul. For anyone capable of stealing the cubs of the lightning-winged white tiger from its lair must be a powerful warrior of master level or above. St. Paul fit this criterion, and he had also summoned that mysterious and powerful black-robed assassin who had the ability to accomplish such a deed. Why would he do this? Is it to weaken the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps and the Wild Line Mercenary Corps, achieving the goal of monopolizing Hudis Town? For this purpose, so many mercenaries have died and been injured. St. Paul is indeed a figure of great ambition. No wonder the Paladin Mercenary Corps chose to withdraw from Hudis Town in advance. It turns out it was premeditated to avoid losses among their ranks during the Beast Tide. It is likely that the conflict with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps was also orchestrated by him to prevent them from discovering his true intentions. This person is cunning and ruthless, truly not simple, and he has the support of mysterious forces behind him. The Mercenary Guild, surprisingly, has not uncovered any information about this, which shows that this mysterious force is also quite formidable. Understanding all this, Bywayer looked at St. Paul with a deeper sense of meaning and wariness. Many quick-witted mercenaries also thought of this and turned their gazes towards St. Paul. Indeed, the cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger is in my hands, St. Paul said proudly, shamelessly reveling in the murderous looks from the crowd. St. Paul, is that really you? Xiao Lilai exclaimed in fury. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps suffered such huge losses, and she herself was seriously injured, all because of this bastard St. Paul. How could she not be angry? And so what if it is me? Xiao Lilai, you still have time to submit to me. Otherwise, once I deal with the Beast Tide, it will be the end for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, St. Paul sneered, his gaze sharp as he swept across the many mercenaries. Only I can resolve the Beast Tide now. If you continue to look at me like that, don't blame me for being rude. The weak must recognize their weaknesses. You wish. Xiao Lilai shouted angrily, desperately suppressing her inner fury and killing intent. St. Paul was right. The cub of the Thunderwing White Tiger was in his hands, and at this moment, only he could deal with the Beast Tide. Lin also looked at St. Paul, feeling a bit of admiration for this guy who dared to provoke the Thunderwing White Tiger. It had to be said that it was indeed brave, but more than that, he felt anger. This bastard nearly got him killed in the Hudis Mountains. If it weren't for his system, he would have probably been done for. He would remember this grudge and settle the score slowly after completing the system tasks. Suddenly, Lin noticed someone behind St. Paul, staring at him with a hateful gaze. Who else could it be but Thomas? Lin narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent rising in his heart. This guy was a disaster, and he had to be dealt with whenever there was a chance. Shirley and Wea naturally also saw Thomas, both sisters looking at him with hatred. If it weren't for Shirley holding her back, Wea would have already charged at him for revenge. Shirley remained calm in her heart. This was not the time for vengeance. Mr. Prado, it's up to you now, St. Paul said, ignoring everyone and respectfully addressing the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe nodded, taking the bag from his back and opening it, pulling out a magical beast the size of a puppy. What else could it be but a Thunderwing White Tiger cub? Roar. Seeing its child, the Thunderwing White Tiger in the sky let out a thunderous roar. The bag the figure in the black robe could isolate the magical beast's aura, and it only sensed its bloodline aura when the bag was opened. The roar of the Thunderwing White Tiger triggered the roars of the magical beasts in the distant Beast Tide, shaking the walls of Hudis Town. Feeling the might and anger of a saint-level magical beast, the mercenaries trembled in fear, worried that the Thunderwing White Tiger would order the Beast Tide to attack again. Humans, hand over my child. The Thunderwing White Tiger emitted a spiritual wave, sensing that its child was fine, just unconscious, allowing its tense heart to finally relax a bit. Respected Tiger King, I can hand over your child, but you must promise to terminate this Beast Tide, return with your magical beasts to the Hudis Mountains, and guarantee that you will not launch another Beast Tide in the future, St. Paul shouted. I promise, the Thunderwing White Tiger said, suppressing the anger in its heart for the sake of its child. How can I trust you? St. Paul replied. If the Thunderwing White Tiger cub was handed over and the Thunderwing White Tiger reneged, no one could stop the Beast Tide, nor could anyone stop a saint-level magical beast. On the city wall, everyone looked at the Thunderwing White Tiger with hope and anxiety, worried about what would happen if the Thunderwing White Tiger did not keep its promise. I swear on my bloodline to the god of magical beasts, as long as you safely return my child, I will not launch another Beast Tide. The Tiger King swore with its bloodline, a solemn vow that could not be broken for saint-level magical beasts. Since the Tiger King has sworn, I will now return your child to you, St. Paul said. The figure in black nearby threw the Thunderwing White Tiger cub into the air towards the Thunderwing White Tiger. Seeing this, the Thunderwing White Tiger immediately soared down, and, at the same time, a lightning rope shot out to wrap around its child. At this moment, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Thunderwing White Tiger retrieved its child, the temporary task of the system would be completed, and the Conqueror's Haki was already calling to him. But just then, a sudden change occurred. The black-robed assassin leaped high, a dagger appearing in his hand, stabbing at the Thunderwing White Tiger cub in midair. "Human, you dare!" The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, letting out an angry roar as countless blue lightning surged from its wings, shooting towards the figure in black. Damn it! Lin couldn't help but curse out loud. What was this bastard in the black robe trying to do? Was he seeking death? If the Thunderwing White Tiger cub died, not only would he fail the task, but his own life would also be in danger. Boom! A massive golden sword light erupted from the dagger in the black-robed man's hand, containing endless terrifying might as it shot into the sky, seemingly splitting the heavens. "Saint Artifact!" Master Wanda on the city wall exclaimed in shock at the sword light's might. The dagger in the black-robed man's hand was actually a Saint Artifact, a weapon containing the attack of a Saint-level powerhouse, much like a magic scroll for mages. However, only Saint-level powerhouses could create Saint Artifacts, which required a considerable amount of resources, and they were one-time use items. Therefore, when the Saint-level attack erupted, the dagger in the black-robed man's hand shattered simultaneously. Roar! Seeing the Saint-level attack erupt from the dagger, the Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes turned blood-red. If this attack landed, the child would likely be ground into a pulp with no chance of survival. Endless lightning surged from the Thunderwing White Tiger, which seemed to transform into a spirit born of lightning, its speed suddenly exploding. Before the sword light could fall, it rushed in front of its cub, shielding its child beneath itself. Boom! The enormous golden sword light descended, cleaving through the lightning surrounding the Thunderwing White Tiger, leaving a massive wound on its body, blood spraying into the air. At the same time, several lightning strikes the Thunderwing White Tiger had previously shot out struck the black-robed man, causing a scroll on him to shatter, mitigating some of the lightning damage. The Thunderwing White Tiger's massive body fell from the sky, and despite being seriously injured, it didn't care about its own wounds and immediately checked on its child's condition. However, it found its child covered in blood. Despite its protection, the child was still severely injured under the Saint-level attack and was on the brink of death. Roar! The Thunderwing White Tiger howled, its voice filled with sorrow and endless rage. Its child was going to die, and all these untrustworthy humans would pay. The Thunderwing White Tiger was already gravely injured, and now was the time to kill it. At this moment, the black-robed man, who had fallen to the ground, crawled up spitting blood. Thanks to the protection of the magic scroll, he was injured but still able to fight. He was delighted to see everything unfolding as he had anticipated. The Thunderwing White Tiger had indeed taken the Saint Artifact's attack head-on for the sake of its child. This was the black-robed man's goal, not only to help the Holy Knight mercenary group dominate Hudistown, but also to use the Thunderwing White Tiger cub to severely injure or even kill the Thunderwing White Tiger. Killing a Saint-level magical beast with the strength of a great master, even with the aid of Saint Artifact, would be enough to make waves throughout the mercenary world. With a roar, the black-robed man pulled out another dagger and rushed towards the severely injured Thunderwing White Tiger. However, this dagger was merely his regular weapon. Saint Artifacts were incredibly precious. Even the one just used was granted by the task leader for this mission. Roar! Human, you will die. The massive body of the Thunderwing White Tiger slowly stood up. The severe injuries and the near-death state of a child filled its blood-red eyes with endless killing intent. The one it hated the most was the black-robed man in front of it. Seeing the black-robed man rushing over, the Thunderwing White Tiger let out a furious roar, leaping into the air and slamming its forepaw down on the black-robed man's chest. Puff! The black-robed man Prado felt a magic scroll on him shatter again, and at the same time, he spat out blood, his body flying away like a sandbag. Prado was greatly shocked. He never expected to take a direct hit from a holy artifact. The Thunderwing White Tiger still had such strong combat power, and he had greatly underestimated this beast's strength. The Thunderwing White Tiger was likely at the peak of the initial stage of the holy level, infinitely close to the mid-stage of the holy level. He originally thought that a single holy artifact would be enough to deal with the Thunderwing White Tiger, and that he would only need to deliver a finishing blow at most. Who would have thought he underestimated this brute's strength, and with only one holy artifact? The black-robed man Prado had no more means to deal with holy-level magical beasts. Unable to resist, he had to escape. This thought flashed through his mind as he saw the Thunderwing White Tiger pounce again. The black-robed man, Prado, quickly tore open a magic scroll, and a wave of spatial fluctuation emerged, causing Prado's figure to disappear from the spot. A teleportation magic scroll. This was an extremely rare magic scroll, valued no less than a holy artifact. Roar. Watching the black-robed man disappear and feeling the fading spatial fluctuations, the thunderwing white tiger let out an angry roar. Its blood-red gaze fixed on the city wall of Hudis, locking on his St. Paul. That guy was the accomplice of the black-robed man, just now. They both deserve to die. Chapter 52. Healing the little white tiger. The sudden changes left the people on the city wall almost breathless. The process seemed long, but in reality, it was just a matter of moments. In such a short time, the events had caused everyone's emotions to rise and fall like a roller coaster, extremely thrilling. Seeing the thunderwing white tiger cub lying quietly on the ground, motionless and covered in blood, Lin's heart sank. It must not die. If it dies, my mission is over. The Conqueror's Haki. Lin wanted to immediately fly down and use the flame of life to heal the thunderwing white tiger cub. But upon seeing the cub's blood-red eyes filled with endless killing intent, he was intimidated by the powerful holy might and killing aura, feeling a panic in his heart, and dare not move. Lin had no doubt that if he jumped down, the thunderwing white tiger would immediately unleash a bolt of lightning filled with hatred, turning him to ashes in an instant. At this moment, St. Paul, who was targeted by the thunderwing white tiger, was sweating profusely, cursing in his heart. That bastard Prado had confidently claimed he could deal with the thunderwing white tiger, yet he had escaped. Wasn't this a trap? Roar. Amidst the roar, the thunderwing white tiger lunged toward the city wall, its body surging with lightning, opening its mouth to unleash a lightning ball the size of a house, crashing down on St. Paul's location. Boom! As the lightning ball struck, an endless explosion of lightning erupted, turning the area within dozens of meters into a sea of electricity, instantly turning the mercenaries caught in the storm into charred remains. Even the strongest St. Paul could not hold on for long in the sea of lightning and met the same fate as the others. When the lightning faded, a massive breach had been blasted into the city wall, and the mercenaries who had just been standing there were now nothing but ashes. The upper echelons of the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps were almost completely wiped out, and with the deaths of St. Paul and the others, the Holy Knight Mercenary Corps was effectively non-existent. Help! The thunderwing white tiger is coming. I want to go home. The mercenaries on the wall were terrified and fled in all directions, regretting that their parents hadn't given them an extra pair of legs. No one dared to face the furious thunderwing white tiger. Even the powerful masters like Master Wanda, Jorah Layla, and Rolando were all avoiding it. Hadn't they seen how St. Paul turned to dust with a single lightning ball? The thunderwing white tiger has gone mad. Run, we can't stop it. Master Wanda said anxiously. He was a fragile mage, and a single hit could kill him. Miss Bevere, hurry. Rolando pulled by via Ave. And though Weyer wanted to take Lin with her, the chaos left no time, and she was dragged away by Rolando. Lin, what should we do? We need to escape quickly. Vea held onto Lin's arm tightly, feeling frantic. Although Thomas's death under the thunderwing white tiger's lightning ball had given her a sense of relief, the rampaging thunderwing white tiger filled her with immense fear. We probably can't escape, Lin said with a bitter smile. In front of the mad thunderwing white tiger, where could they run to? This creature had remembered his scent, and he feared they wouldn't even make it out of Hoodie Town before being chased down. Moreover, the beast tide was surging from the distance again, a massive wave of ferocity sweeping in, and within moments it could rush into Hoodie Town. The panicked mercenaries had no way to organize a defense again. A single charge would break through, and the destruction of Hoodie Town was likely imminent. Once the town was breached, everyone would probably be engulfed in the beast tide, with very few able to escape. Young master, we must leave now, or we'll be too late. Lin Rongfu urgently pulled Lin to leave, as nothing was more important to him than Lin's safety. Watching the unstoppable thunderwing white tiger on the wall, the mercenaries fleeing in panic, and the beast tide rushing toward the city wall, Lin's expression shifted between hope and despair. Even if he had the flying ability from the phoenix fruit to escape the beast tide, what about Lin Rongfu and the sisters Shilin and Vea? Not to mention by Weyer, it was likely that none of them could survive this disaster. During this time of crossing, Lin had developed a deep bond with Lin Rongfu. How could he just watch his devoted old servant die for him? As for Bai Weyer and the sisters Shilin and Vea, he considered them friends as well. Humans have emotions, and as Lin accepted these people in his heart, he gradually began to have his own attachments in this world. Perhaps Lin himself was unaware that he was slowly integrating into this world, no longer viewing it as a game where everyone was just NPCs. They were living beings, with flesh, blood, and emotions. Grandpa Fu, the beast tide is about to arrive. We can't escape in it, Lin said solemnly. The only way now was to communicate with the Thunderwing White Tiger. As long as he could stabilize it, they could stop the beast tide, and they would all survive. Could it be? Lin Rongfu paused for a moment, quickly guessing Lin's plan. With the ability of the flame of life, perhaps he could save the Thunderwing White Tiger's cub. He worriedly blocked Lin's path. Young master, this is too dangerous. What if the Thunderwing Tiger King doesn't give you a chance? That would be too perilous. I don't agree with you doing this. It was not just dangerous. It was practically a matter of life and death. But Lin had already made up his mind. Trying was the only slim chance they had. Otherwise, it was truly a situation of certain death. For the sake of Lin Rongfu and the others, as well as himself, Lin decided to take the risk. Given the Thunderwing White Tiger's concern for its child, once it knew there was a chance to save it, it would likely calm down. So Lin felt there was still a chance. Grandpa Fu, I have to stop the Thunderwing White Tiger. This is our only hope, Lin said decisively. Seeing Lin so determined, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to agree. However, he made up his mind that if Lin were killed by the Thunderwing White Tiger, he would avenge him with his life. Even if he was no match for the Thunderwing White Tiger, he would leave a wound on it before dying. Shalene and Vea also looked at Lin with worry, their eyes filled not only with concern, but also with admiration and respect. With the flame of life ignited, two massive fiery wings appeared behind Lin as he flew toward the Thunderwing White Tiger. At this point, the Thunderwing White Tiger was madly attacking the mercenaries. And in just a few minutes, hundreds had died. The bloodline aura of the Phoenix Fruit protected Lin from the holy beast pressure of the Thunderwing White Tiger as he flew closer and shouted loudly. Tiger King, please stop. Your child still has a chance to be saved. Tiger King, please stop. I can save your child. Lin shouted several times in a row, and the frenzied Thunderwing White Tiger finally heard him. It lunged at Lin, creating a gust of wind as if the Thunder God had descended, its fierce momentum like a raging tide. Human, what did you say? The blood-red eyes of the Thunderwing White Tiger stared at Lin. Can you really save my child? Yes. Lin swallowed hard. Even with the aura of the Phoenix to resist the Thunderwing White Tiger's pressure, he still found it difficult to breathe and said with great difficulty, My flames have healing abilities. As long as it's not dead, I can save it. The Thunderwing White Tiger could also sense the immense life energy contained within the flame of life. The blood color in its eyes faded slightly, and it regained a bit of clarity as it eagerly said, Human, as long as you can save my child, I will reward you greatly. The Thunderwing White Tiger lifted Lin and swiftly flew to the barely breathing Thunderwing White Tiger cub, speaking in a trembling but hopeful tone, Human, hurry and save my child. Lin was startled to sense that the cub's breath was extremely weak. He was relieved that he made this decision in time. Otherwise, if he had delayed for a few more minutes, the cub would have truly died, and the disaster facing Hudistown would have been catastrophic. Thus, Lin no longer hesitated. He crouched down and placed his hand on the Thunderwing White Tiger cub. The flame of life enveloped the cub, and the rich vitality began to heal its injuries. At this moment, the beast tide that had rushed close was stopped by the Thunderwing White Tiger. Nothing was more important than saving its child, and nothing could disturb Lin's treatment. On the city wall, Lin Rongfu and a few others watched Lin's actions nervously, silently praying that he could save the Thunderwing White Tiger cub. Meanwhile, the mercenary groups in Hudistown paid little attention to all this. As long as the Thunderwing White Tiger didn't come to kill them, it was already a stroke of luck. They took this opportunity to escape far away, hoping to avoid disaster. Time passed slowly, and the cub's injuries gradually healed. Although it was severely injured, it was still weak. Not long after, the injuries on the cub's body had healed significantly under the treatment of the flame of life. Woo! The Thunderwing White Tiger cub slowly opened its eyes and let out a faint whimper. Seeing this, Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! The Thunderwing White Tiger was incredibly excited. Its child had come back to life. Even as a holy-level magical beast, its eyes were filled with tears as it extended its tongue to lick the cub's head. Woo! The little white tiger was also very happy, trying hard to stand up. Just as it stood halfway, it collapsed again, panting heavily, as if it had exhausted a tremendous amount of energy, only able to emit a faint whimper. Human, what is going on? The Thunderwing White Tiger asked nervously, glaring at Lin with fierce eyes. Did you not completely heal my child? Seeing the little white tiger's condition, Lin's previously relaxed expression suddenly darkened. ignoring his fatigue. He used the flame of life to treat the little white tiger again, but the flame of life no longer had a healing effect. Lin En's face turned very ugly. He realized that the little white tiger's current condition was strikingly similar to Lin Rongfu's original injury. If the original injury wasn't treated properly, the little white tiger would likely remain in this sickly state in the future, not to mention growing into a majestic, holy-level magical beast. Even if it grew up, it would just be a sickly cat. Lin was filled with bitterness. Had all his efforts been in vain? No wonder the system hadn't notified him that the task was complete. Tiger King, your child's external injuries have healed, but the source has been damaged. With my current abilities, I cannot heal it, Lin said bitterly. Human, you dare to deceive this king. I will eat you. The Thunderwing White Tiger was furious. The damage to the source meant that its child was essentially ruined, a result it could not accept. Instantly, it was surrounded by flickering lightning, and the world changed color. Chapter 53. The Beast Tide, and the enraged, saint-level magical beast unleashed its overwhelming aura, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Wait, Tiger King, there's another way. In this critical moment, Lin's mind raced as he thought of the only possible method to heal the little white tiger's source injury. He produced a strange fruit in his hand and said, Tiger King, this fruit may be able to heal your child's source injury. The fruit in Lin's hand was the Zoan-type human-human fruit that had been stored in the system's backpack. Although he didn't know if this fruit could replenish the damaged essence of the little white tiger, Lin had no choice but to give it a try. The bloodthirsty mouth of the Thunderwing White Tiger stopped just a foot away from Lin, fixated on the human-human fruit in his hand. It sensed a mysterious power emanating from it, a power it had never encountered before. Could it really be effective? Human, you better pray this fruit works, or I will definitely eat you, growled the Thunderwing Tiger King. It had already experienced too much anger and disappointment today, and its tone was no longer as furious as at first. This version of the Thunderwing Tiger King was clearly even more terrifying. Lin no longer spoke, leaning down to offer the Ren fruit to the little white tiger, signaling it to open its mouth and eat. The little white tiger obediently opened its mouth, and Lin stuffed the entire fruit into it. The little white tiger swallowed the Ren fruit whole, like a glutton. Then, Lin and the Thunderwing White Tiger both looked at the little white tiger with tense expressions, filled with anticipation. After a moment, changes began to occur in the little white tiger. Its sickly appearance disappeared, its aura visibly strengthened, and then it pushed off the ground with its limbs and stood up steadily, shaking its body in a spirited manner. Seeing the scene, both Lin and the Thunderwing White Tiger were overjoyed. The Ren fruit had indeed replenished the little white tiger's damaged essence. The little white tiger's transformation was not over yet. A hint of confusion appeared on its face, and then its limbs underwent some changes. Its front paws shortened while its hind paws became more robust and powerful, and suddenly its entire body stood upright like a human. The little white tiger, standing for the first time, felt a great sense of wonder as it looked down at its legs, attempting to take a few steps before excitedly spinning in place. Seeing the changes in the little white tiger, the Thunderwing White Tiger was stunned. What was happening? Meanwhile, Lin showed no surprise. After all, when the Pirate King Chopper ate the Ren fruit, he could transform into a human form and even speak. The little white tiger was no exception. Eating a Zoan-type devil fruit grants 3 forms: human, human beast, and beast form. The little white tiger was currently in its human beast form, walking upright. Dad! A voice came from the little white tiger's mouth, sounding very light and somewhat strange, as if it was not yet familiar with speaking. The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes widened in shock. Was its own child speaking? How could this be? The Thunderwing White Tiger could hardly believe its ears. Child, is that you speaking? It asked incredulously, its voice trembling slightly. Dad, it's me speaking. Dad, I'm all better now, the little white tiger replied, speaking much more fluently by the second sentence. That's wonderful. The Thunderwing White Tiger was so excited that its whiskers trembled incessantly. Only a level 9 magical beast, which is a legendary divine beast, could speak human language. Otherwise, even an 8th level holy beast with intelligence comparable to humans could not speak and could only communicate through mental waves. It could be said that the ability to speak was a hallmark of divine beasts among magical creatures. Now that its child could speak, did this mean it had broken through its bloodline limitations, evolving into the first divine beast of the Thunderwing White Tiger? This was the hope of the Thunderwing White Tiger clan. What exactly was that fruit that had such miraculous abilities? Human, thank you. After a while, the Thunderwing White Tiger suppressed its excitement and thanked Lin realizing how precious the fruit its child had just eaten was. It felt a significant debt of gratitude to this human. The thunderwing white tiger said, "Human, you have gained my friendship. Whenever you need help, just bring the token and come to find me in the mountains. I will do my utmost to assist you." After saying this, a strand of fur that sparkled with lightning fell from the thunderwing white tiger's head and floated into Lin's hands. "Thank you." The little white tiger also thanked Lin, its big eyes sparkling adorably, feeling a strong sense of affection for this human in front of it. Lin accepted the token of the thunderwing white tiger, a tuft of its fur, and reached out to pat the little white tiger's head. When the little white tiger ate the ren fruit, Lin felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had known the little white tiger for a long time and they had a very friendly relationship. This might be another effect of the devil fruit produced by the system, although it was not as tightly bound as a pet's subservient contract. Lin felt that the little white tiger would not become an enemy of his. This also eased Lin's mind. He certainly did not want to bring out the precious devil fruit only to end up saving a thankless creature. "Tiger King, your child is safe now. Countless people have been killed and injured in Hudistown because of this, and I hope the beast tide will retreat now," Lin said. Of course, the thunderwing Tiger King nodded. Its child was not only safe, but it also gained immense fortune, so it would not pursue other matters. As for the other magical beasts that had also suffered heavy casualties in the beast tide, it did not care at all. Those beasts were merely its food. The thunderwing Tiger King left with the little white tiger, and the overwhelming beast tide also retreated back to the Hudis Mountains, leaving behind a battlefield littered with corpses. Watching the dust of the beast tide dissipate, Lin sat down on the ground without any dignity, realizing that his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat on his back. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If the ren fruit had not been able to heal the little white tiger's fundamental injuries, Lin had no doubt that the thunderwing white tiger would have unhesitatingly devoured him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Save the offspring of the thunderwing Tiger King. Reward: Conqueror's Haki. Reward has been issued. The system's prompt sounded just in time, and the long-awaited Conqueror's Haki was credited. Lin's spirits lifted instantly. All his hard work had finally paid off, and he had even sacrificed a ren fruit. Young master, a call brought Lin back to his senses. He looked up to see Lin Rongfu and Zilinwaya jumping down from the city wall, running towards him with excited expressions. "Lin, you are amazing," Guida exclaimed. Her little face flushed with excitement as she rushed over to hug Lin. Lin only felt a burst of fragrant wind coming towards him, followed by a soft embrace that made his heart race. The soft sensation on his chest made him blush, and his hands grew tense, unsure of where to place themselves, especially upon seeing the inexplicable smiles on Lin Rongfu and Shilin's faces, which made him even more embarrassed. The thunderwing white tiger had left, and the beast tide had retreated. Finally, a mercenary noticed something was off, sneaking up to the city wall to see the retreat of the beast tide, and immediately shouted loudly. This shout instantly brought the entire Hudistown back to life. When it was confirmed that it wasn't a joke and that the beast tide had really retreated, everyone let out cheers of survival. No one knew that the person who saved Hudistown was a mere 15-year-old boy, Lin. The four of them at the foot of the city wall did not join the cheering crowd because they were busy collecting the magic crystals scattered everywhere and the corpses of magical beasts left after the beast tide. Those were countless magic crystals, all of which meant money. Dozens of miles away from Hudistown, in an open area, ripples like water suddenly appeared in the void, and a black figure fell out of the ripples. It was Prado, the black-robed man who had fled before the thunderwing white tiger. At this moment, Prado's face was pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked back towards Hudistown, his face showing a mix of relief and unwillingness, and said, if it weren't for the fear of being detected by the mercenary guild, the captain would have personally intervened. How could that beast, the thunderwing white tiger, be so arrogant? It's a pity the mission failed and the captain's plan didn't succeed. However, this isn't over. The black-robed man Prado only remembered his mission and didn't care about the life or death of his partner St. Paul, who remained in Hudistown. Such characters could be found in abundance. After taking one last look at the direction of Hudistown, Prado's figure gradually faded away. After the battle, Hudistown experienced a frenzy of collecting magic crystals and materials from the magical beasts, as well as the sorrow of gathering fallen mercenaries. As night fell, it sank into a deep silence. The events of the day had been tumultuous, leaving everyone mentally and physically exhausted, in need of a good rest. The next morning, Lin Rongfu had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, the sisters Shilin and Wei Ye left to handle matters for the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Although all the personnel who entered the Hudis Mountains from the Sword and Rose mercenary group had been lost, there were still a few remaining personnel at the base in Hudis Town. Lin felt a bit reluctant, but didn't know how to express her desire to keep them. She had considered inviting the two of them to join the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, but Celine was still the leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, and it was unlikely she would abandon her own group. After thinking it over, Lin decided not to bring it up. Young master, Celine and Vea are both quite good, and they are worthy of your status, Lin Rongfu said, as he could see the reluctance in Lin's heart. In his view, the strength and beauty of the Celine and Vea sisters were indeed well matched for their young master. Lin gave a helpless smile, wondering how the elders in this other world were no different from those on Earth in his past life, already starting to urge marriage. However, Lin and Vea were indeed impressive, known as the two roses of the mercenary world in Hudis Town. Their figures and looks were naturally top-notch, and they were both powerful and sisters. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. Lin suddenly felt that he was being quite perverse, quickly restraining his thoughts and shifting his attention to the system panel. Looking at the long string of numbers in the energy section, he couldn't help but grin widely. There was so much energy that he couldn't possibly spend it all. Chapter 54. Toothless Pterosaur Fruit Character. Lin level. 31 experience. 60, 020. 000 vitality points. 745 occupation. Swordsman skills. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect. Advanced swordsmanship. Intermediate. 285, 650, 000. Shave. Intermediate. 94, 050, 000. Paper drawing. Intermediate. 58, 850, 000. Life return beginner. Perfect. Armament Haki. Beginner. Perfect. Conqueror's Haki. Beginner. 0, 10,000. Listening to the voice of all things. Non-upgradable. Devil Fruit. Mythical Beast-type Phoenix. Beginner. Perfect. Techniques. One sword style. Iato. Flash. Continuous flash physique. Overbearing sword body specialization. Nun pet. Amethyst Lion King. Level 6 beginner magical beast. Special items. Nun energy. 1, 842. 500 backpack. Hidao E-character quests. Main quest 1. Dream of max level. Host level upgrade to max level. Second stage quest. Reach level 40. Reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2. Ambition of the mercenary group. Dasha mercenary group upgrade to SSS level mercenary group. Second stage quest. A level mercenary group. Reward. 1 promotion gift pack. Having killed quite a number of magical beasts during the beast tide, Lin leveled up again, increasing his vitality points by 5 and gained the skill Conqueror's Haki as a reward for completing a temporary task. The system energy had accumulated to over 1.8 million, and after the beast tide, he harvested a large amount of magic crystals. Although they were mostly low-level magic crystals, the sheer amount compensated for it. However, there were only 4 of them, and with limited manpower, most of the magic crystals were taken by other mercenaries. Even so, Lin managed to gain 1.5 million energy from this beast tide, adding to the previous 300,000. He felt wealthier than ever. Of course, while 1.8 million energy looked like a lot, it was still not enough to buy a powerful devil fruit, so saying he couldn't spend it all was just a joke. Looking at all that energy, Lin contemplated how to utilize it. Should he use it to upgrade his skill proficiency to enhance his own strength? Or should he buy a devil fruit from the system mall for Lin Rongfu? After Little White Tiger consumed the human fruit, it repaired its damaged origin injuries, which reminded Lin of Lin Rongfu's origin injuries, something he had never forgotten. Perhaps a devil fruit could also restore Lin Rongfu's origin injuries. After thinking for a while, Lin decided to purchase a devil fruit for Lin Rongfu first. If Lin Rongfu's origin injuries were healed, he would have a strong master warrior by his side, which was more beneficial than upgrading his skills. More importantly, Lin couldn't bear to see his elder, who was wholeheartedly devoted to him, continue to suffer from the torment of origin injuries. However, which fruit should he buy? Lin opened the system mall and started looking at the devil fruits. She found that the only ones she could afford were some Paramecia and Zoan-type devil fruits, and she couldn't afford a single Logia-type fruit. She was still a poor person. Which is better, Paramecia or Zoan? Lin tends to lean towards the Zoan type. It's not that Zoan is inherently stronger, but Zoan allows the user who consumes the devil fruit to gain a powerful physique and vitality, which may play a greater role in healing their original injuries. In the end, Lin's gaze landed on a Zoan-type devil fruit, the dragon fruit, ancient type, no-teeth pterosaur form. This is a very powerful devil fruit, belonging to one of the 3 calamities under the Yonko Kaido, named Jin, known for its strong attack power and flying ability. The dragon fruit, ancient type, No-teeth pterosaur form. Requires 1-600-000 energy to exchange. System. Purchase the dragon fruit. Ancient type. No-teeth pterosaur form. Ding. 1-600-000 system energy deducted. Purchase successful. The devil fruit has been stored in the system backpack. I'm broke again. Looking at the remaining over 200,000 system energy, Lin exhaled a breath of turbid air. Thinking that system energy is just like money. It's all a pain. Just earn it back after spending it. Grandpa Fu, you should eat this fruit. It should be able to heal the damage to your original source. Lin took out the no-teeth pterosaur devil fruit. Young master, what is this? Lin Rongfu looked at the strangely patterned fruit in amazement. This fruit is of the same type as the one I consumed before, but the attached abilities are different. Lin explained, when my strength increases, I can pay a certain price to unlock the treasures given to me by the gods and obtain the treasures within. Although the cost is not small, it's just some magic crystals. To dispel Lin Rongfu's concerns, Lin could only explain this way. Not because he was worried that Lin Rongfu would be afraid to eat the devil fruit, but because he was concerned that he would think he had to pay an unbearable price. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Rongfu was also a bit too excited to control himself. The damage to his original source had tormented him for decades, making him live as an ordinary person in the Countess mansion for so long, which was a tremendous pain for a powerful person. Yesterday, on the city wall, he also saw from a distance as Lin took out a devil fruit for the little white tiger to eat, making it lively and energetic. So he had no doubts about the effects of this strange fruit. Grandpa Fu, hurry up and eat it. I can't wait to see you regain the strength you had in battle, Lin said with a smile. But although this fruit has magical abilities, the taste is indeed not very good. So Grandpa Fu, you need to be mentally prepared. It's just a matter of taste, no matter how bad it is. This old servant can eat it. Lin Rongfu excitedly took the fruit of the toothless pterosaur and didn't pay much attention to Lin En's comments about the taste. Compared to the torment he endured for decades, he could tolerate any unpleasant taste. Without hesitation, he took a big bite out of the devil fruit. Ugh! In an instant, Lin Rongfu's excited expression froze, his pupils dilated, and his face turned the color of pig liver. Fa! Lin couldn't help but laugh. Lin Rongfu's expression was just too funny. Finally, someone was experiencing the feeling of eating the devil fruit for the first time. Yesterday, the little white tiger swallowed it whole. So it had no sense of the taste, but humans didn't have such big mouths, so the taste of the devil fruit would explode on the taste buds. That flavor was incredibly sour. Young master, do I have to eat it all? After finally swallowing the pulp in his mouth with a bitter face, Lin Rongfu asked. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, it was not just a matter of bad taste. Using feces to describe it was already a compliment. Eating it all is the best, Lin En said. He wasn't sure about the difference between taking a bite and finishing it all, but just to be safe, he decided to eat it all. After all, he had done the same in the beginning. Lin Rongfu had no choice but to continue grimacing as he attacked the devil fruit, taking large bites of the flesh without chewing and swallowing a whole. After consuming the entire devil fruit, Lin Rongfu felt a magical energy surging within him. Under the influence of this magical energy, the damaged essence within him began to gradually heal, and his aura became stronger bit by bit. With a tearing sound, Lin Rongfu's legs transformed into sturdy dragon claws, ripping his pants apart and breaking his shoes. His hands also turned into sharp dragon claws, and a pair of large, meaty wings spread out from his back. A powerful aura erupted, striking fear like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Lin looked in surprise at the changes in Lin Rongfu, feeling his gradually strengthening aura. He thought to himself that he was indeed not mistaken. The Zoan-type devil fruit could truly restore the damaged origin. This feeling was incredibly powerful. As he sensed the changes in his body, Lin Rongfu was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt that his damaged origin had completely recovered. Although his strength had not fully returned to its previous peak, after a few days of adaptation, it would be no problem at all, and he might even break through to a higher level. Thank you, young master, the old servant said, transforming back into his human form. Lin Rongfu had tears in his eyes as he knelt down to express his gratitude to Lin. Lin quickly supported him and said seriously, Grandpa Fu, I have always regarded you as an elder in my heart. How can I let an elder kneel? From now on, you must not do this again. All right. The old servant will remember. Lin Rongfu nodded with tears in his eyes, filled with comfort and emotion. The young master had truly grown up. Lin asked about Lin Rongfu's condition again and learned that his original strength had recovered. He would be back to his peak after a few days of adaptation, which made Lin very happy. This elderly man, who had cared for him since childhood and remained loyal, had finally endured hardships and was about to enjoy the rewards. This is what they call one person achieves the Tao, and even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Lin had obtained the game system and wanted to make those around him even better than before. With Lin Rongfu's injury issue resolved, Lin felt relieved. Looking at the remaining energy of over 200,000, he realized that continuing to store it had little significance, so he decided to upgrade and enhance his strength. The only thing that could be improved with this energy was the recently acquired Conqueror's Haki. System: consume 100,000 energy to increase the proficiency of Conqueror's Haki to intermediate. Ding. Consumed 100,000 energy. Proficiency of Conqueror's Haki increased by 10,000 points. Skill level upgraded to intermediate. Tao Power 100. Significant progress in Conqueror's Haki. Acquired the characteristic of deterrence. As the Tao Power increased, a warm current surged within him, and Lin clearly felt his strength grow. Moreover, with Conqueror's Haki reaching the intermediate level, Lin sensed that his mental power seemed to have strengthened significantly, and his perception of everything around him became much clearer, though he wondered if it was just an illusion. Lin was most interested in the ability of Conqueror's Haki after its improvement, particularly the feature of intimidation. This was something he was familiar with. In the original pirate story, those who possessed Conqueror's Haki could use intimidation to knock out surrounding minions. This was a powerful move for clearing out small enemies, and those with weaker mental strength simply couldn't resist it. Lin was looking forward to the day when he could use this ability in a group battle, envisioning a scene where a large number of enemies would faint around him. "Let's go, Grandpa Fu. We're heading to the Mercenary Guild to sell those monster materials," Lin said cheerfully, deciding to make a trip to the guild to sell some items and earn some gold coins, which would further improve his mood, as making money was a joyful endeavor. Chapter 55. Usopp in a spacious conference room on the top floor of the Mercenary Guild. White Veil looked at the report in her hand, detailing the personnel losses in the Beast Tide. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. She had come to the Mercenary Guild branch in Hudistown to achieve something significant, hoping to showcase her abilities to the headquarters and prove that her current status was not solely due to her background. Who would have thought that a Beast Tide would erupt, causing the guild to suffer tremendous personnel losses? Once the news reached back, many would likely be waiting to see her embarrassment. White Veil thought of the black-robed figure who had escaped, feeling an intense hatred towards him. This person was the root cause of the chaos. He had appeared in Hudistown and was able to produce holy artifacts and teleportation scrolls, indicating that his backing was formidable. Moreover, White Veil believed that the black-robed man's intentions were not merely to support the Paladin mercenary group in monopolizing Hudistown. There must be other objectives at play. Send the news back to the headquarters and pursue the identity of the black-robed man with full force, White Veil said coldly. No matter what the black-robed man's purpose is, anyone who dares to disrupt my plans at the Mercenary Guild in Hudistown, regardless of the forces behind him, must be investigated. Yes, President, her subordinate replied, taking orders to relay the message to the headquarters. White Veil sighed, thinking of the troubling matters back at the headquarters, her mood becoming even more chaotic, prompting her to stand up and leave the floor. Upon arriving at the mission hall, White Veil's charming eyes lit up, and a joyful smile appeared on her face, causing her steps to quicken. "Lin, little brother, did you come to find your sister?" White Veil said playfully as she stood in front of Lin, her voice filled with warmth. "Sister White Veil, I'm here to submit a commission and sell monster materials." Lin replied honestly. "You're such a cutie. Can't you tease your sister a little?" White Veil rolled her big, alluring eyes, exuding endless charm as she wrapped her arms around Lin's, showing no concern for their close contact. "Little brother Lin, your Dasha mercenary group is already a D-rank mercenary group. Such a fast upgrade. But to become a C-rank mercenary group, it's not just about task points. There is also a limit on the number of members." "I know," Lin said, his face reddening as the soft sensation on his arm made his heart race. He felt awkward, yet somewhat enjoyed the moment. Wanted to pull his arm away, but feeling inexplicably reluctant to do so. He had considered recruiting members for the mercenary group, but it was a bit tricky. He couldn't just recruit a few random people to meet the numbers. Lin originally wanted to invite Lin and the sister duo, but they already had their own mercenary group, so he had to give up. "By the way, little brother Lin, how did you avoid the Beast Tide in the Hudis Mountains? And how did you survive the encounter with the Thunderwing White Tiger?" White Veil asked curiously. She had been quite worried when she learned about the Beast Tide while Lin was still in the Hudis Mountains. Lin had stopped the Thunderwing White Tiger from going berserk, but White Veil hadn't seen that. By then, she had already escaped far away with Rolando, so she didn't know that Lin was the hero who saved Hudistown. This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail when I have time, Lin said, feeling that some details were not suitable to disclose, as they concerned his secrets, and he wasn't one to boast. I'll be waiting. Listening to your experiences while sipping wine must be very interesting, White Veil said with a radiant smile. After bidding farewell to White Veil, Lin and Lin Rongfu exited the mercenary guild. Young Master Lin, just as they reached the street, Lin heard a loud call that seemed to be directed at him. Following the sound, he saw a tall blonde youth running towards him quickly, and then he was embraced in a bear hug. Woo! Young Master, I finally found you. The blonde youth, Usoppus, cried, bursting into tears as he hugged Lin. Usoppus, why is it you? Lin said, somewhat surprised to see Usoppus in Hudistown. Then, he noticed Meguro following Usoppus and immediately understood that this was his cheap father sending someone to find him. Young Master Lin, Uncle Fu. Meguro approached respectfully, bowing slightly to Lin and Lin Rongfu. All right, Usoppus, stop crying, Lin said, pushing Usoppus away. This guy was quite big and had a tough guy image, but he had been a crybaby since childhood. This was fine, but the problem was that this brat's tears and snot had gotten all over Lin's clothes, making him feel quite disgusted. Afterward, Lin brought the two back to his residence. After listening to Megoro's account, Lin understood the situation but didn't feel much about it. Instead, Lin Rongfu was indignant and dissatisfied with Count William for not punishing the malicious Lady Rose. Meguro, it seems you've made a wasted trip. I want to be returning to Jelly City, Lin stated. Young Master Lin, Hudistown is too dangerous. The beast tide is just passed. Who knows when it will erupt again? You should come back with me. The Count has assured that such things will not happen again, Meguro replied, glancing at Lin Rongfu, who exuded a faint aura that made him feel threatened. With such a strong ally in the Count's protection, Lin's safety was naturally assured. Yes, young master. The beast tide is terrifying. Several guards who came with us perished in the beast tide, Usoppus added, fear still evident on his face. If he hadn't been left behind in the inn due to his low strength, he might have perished in the beast tide as well. I'm no longer the person I used to be. Life in Jelly City no longer suits me. I prefer the passionate life of a mercenary, Lin replied calmly. Besides, I'm not the useless person I once was, without any self-defense capabilities. After saying this, Lin clenched his right fist, a layer of pitch-black substance wrapping around it, and suddenly threw a punch at Meguro. Megoro's gaze sharpened, shock evident in his eyes. This punch was fierce and rapid, with tremendous force, far beyond what an ordinary person could deliver. With a loud crack, Meguro raised his palm to firmly catch Lin's fist, his expression growing more shocked. The power behind this punch was already close to that of a high-level warrior. Was this still the young Master Lin who couldn't cultivate? What do you think? Lin asked with a faint smile. Megoro's astonished expression pleased Lin. A soldier's worth should be recognized after 3 days apart. Meguro was too stunned to speak. It was a well-known secret that Lin had no cultivation talent, and he had never heard of anyone without cultivation talent being able to cultivate again. Anyone detected as having no cultivation talent was essentially sentenced to death in the path of cultivation. But what was the source of Lin's newfound strength? Beside him, Usopp was so shocked that his eyes were almost popping out. Young Master already possessed considerable strength, and with the old servant by his side, young Master's safety would not be an issue. Lin Rongfu snorted coldly. A surge of imposing aura erupted and enveloped Meguro. Meguro felt a deadly threat, as if a sharp sword was stabbing towards him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He grew more wary of Lin Rongfu, realizing he had underestimated this old man's strength. Since young Master Lin En is unwilling to return, I have no choice, but I will report truthfully to Lord Count. Meguro said, do as you please, Lin En replied nonchalantly. Meguro felt somewhat disheartened. He hadn't completed the task assigned by Lord Count, and all his men except Usopp had perished in the beast tide, marking a complete failure this time. However, Lord Count would probably be very pleased to learn that young Master Lin En was capable of cultivation. Thinking of this, Meguro was eager to return to Jelly City, and he immediately decided to leave Hudistown with Usopp. Lord Meguro, I want to stay, Usopp said. Meguro was taken aback. What did you say, Usopp? I'm not going back. I want to stay by young Master's side, Usopp replied, his thick eyebrows and big eyes filled with determination. I've been with young Master Lin En since I was young. Wherever young Master Lin En goes, I will go. Lin was also a bit surprised that Usopp chose to stay in Hudistown, but he felt very happy. Just as Usopp said, they grew up together as childhood friends, one being a young master and the other servant, but their relationship had always been good. Having another familiar face around made Lin very happy. Usopp, that's a good decision. Stay and be a mercenary with me. Haha. Lin laughed and patted Usopp's shoulder. And there was a hint of a smile in Lin Rongfu's gaze towards Usopp. Since it's your own decision, I can't say much. Meguro looked at Usopp, who had a determined expression, and nodded in agreement. Take good care of young Master Lin, and take care of yourself as well. Lord Meguro, don't worry, I will. Usopp replied happily. After Meguro left, his solitary figure seemed a bit lonely. During the farewell, Usopp was once again teary-eyed, which made Lin feel a bit of a headache. He wondered if his decision to have Usopp stay was a mistake. Why did it seem like he had added a crybaby to his company? Young master, there's something I need to tell you, but you can't be angry or sad after you hear it. After happily settling down in a chosen room, Usopp remembered something and spoke to Lin, though his tone was somewhat hesitant. Go ahead, Lin replied. So Usopp told him about Phyllis bringing Ethel to cancel the engagement. Looking nervously at Lin after he finished, Lin's expression didn't change much after hearing this. The matter of breaking off the engagement had already been prepared for, as there had been a verbal agreement with Ivel. However, Phyllis flaunting her status and strength in the Earl's residence still made Lin feel angry. Hitting the Earl's residence in the face didn't bring any glory to herself. Phyllis, huh? This grudge is settled. Chapter 56. The sisters joined Dasha. Phyllis brought Ivel to the Earl's residence to forcefully break off the engagement, which didn't stir much in Lin's heart. However, it did remind Lin of Ivel, that beautiful girl like a fairy. Lin still remembered what Ivel had said in the carriage. Her future husband would definitely be a strong man. That was also Lin's first experience of falling in love only to suffer heartbreak. It was hard to say how Ivel would react upon seeing Lin again, especially after learning that this useless person who couldn't cultivate had gained powerful strength. The expression on her beautiful face would surely be quite lovely, right? Lin was very much looking forward to their next meeting. At the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps base, Jolalera, who was still recovering from injuries sustained during the Beast Tide, appeared pale, but still received Shiren and Vea. Jolalera had always regarded Shiren highly. Her strength was among the top in the mercenaries of Hudistown, and she was one of the few women, making her even more valuable. Shiren, your sword and rose has suffered significant losses. Why not merge with my Silver Shield? I will give you the position of vice captain, Jolalera said, not hiding her admiration for Shiren. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had just fought a fierce battle with the Paladins and then faced the Beast Tide, suffering heavy losses and needing fresh blood. Thank you for the invitation, Captain Jolalera, but I have decided to disband my mercenary group. Shiren shook her head, rejecting Jolalera's offer. The betrayal of her subordinates had left her disheartened about Sword and Rose. She had come today because Sword and Rose was an affiliated mercenary group under Silver Shield, and she needed to inform Jolalera about its disbandment. Isn't that just perfect? Your mercenary group is disbanding, and you can join my Silver Shield. You know I admire you very much, Jolalera said happily. I don't have that idea for now. Please understand, Captain Jolalera. Shiren still refused, having already made her plans. Captain Shiren, do you know what you were saying? You actually rejected our captain's invitation. There are countless mercenaries in Hudistown who want to join our Silver Shield but aren't qualified. Now, our captain personally extends an invitation, and you still don't recognize the good. Carlos, the vice captain of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, snorted coldly, his gaze toward Shiren filled with heat and desire. Female mercenaries were already scarce, and beautiful ones were even rarer. Please understand, Captain Jolalera, Shiren said. Before Carlos could say anything else, Jolalera stopped him. At that moment, Jolalera's expression also wasn't very good, feeling that her authority had been offended. However, she still said, Shiren, I respect your opinion, but if you change your mind, the doors of Silver Shield are always open for you. I will always keep the vice captain position for you. Thank you for your understanding, Captain Jolalera, Shiren said, feeling a sigh of relief inside. She didn't want to anger Jolalera. After Shiren and her sister left, Carlos said, Captain, this Shiren is too ungrateful. Jolalera remained silent, her gaze deep and unreadable, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. When Lin was practicing swordsmanship in the yard, Shireen and Vea, the sisters, arrived. Seeing the two of them coming and going, Lin was both happy and surprised. What brings you here? Lin asked. Lin, don't you welcome me and my sister? Vea stepped in front of Lin, making a cute yet fierce expression, as if to say that she would get angry if Lin dared to say he didn't welcome them. Of course I welcome you, Lin said with a smile. Looking at Shireen. Lin, we are here to seek refuge with you. I wonder if you would be willing to take us in? Shireen said, her usually cold face rarely showing a smile, like an orchid in a remote valley. Really? Sister Shireen, you're not joking with me, are you? Lin was taken aback. Of course I'm not joking. My sister has disbanded the Sword and Rose mercenary group, and now we are homeless, Vaya said. That's great. Welcome, sisters, to join my great Xia mercenary group, Lin exclaimed with joy, completely surprised that a previous thought had turned into reality. In a good mood, Lin introduced Usopos to Shireen and Vaya, and then, while the iron was hot, went to the mercenary guild to register Usopos as a mercenary, adding both him and the sisters into the great Xia mercenary group. Not only that, but the Sword and Rose mercenary group was not just left with Shireen and Vaya. There were also 5 logistics staff stationed in the base in Hudistown, all willing to follow Shireen to join the Great Xia mercenary group. Thus, the number of members in the Great Xia mercenary group exceeded 10, reaching the standard for a D-class mercenary group. What was lacking now were task points. Captain Lin, I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Shireen said seriously as they exited the mercenary guild. Sister Shireen, just call me by my name. There's no need for such formality. Lin waved his hand, as he wasn't one for many rules. Yeah, I'm not used to calling you captain, right, Brother Lin? Vaya also asked. You're just being mischievous. Shireen shot a glare at her sister, but her face showed a hint of a smile. Lin's attitude made her feel very comfortable, proving that her decision was correct. Come on, today is a happy day. Let's go back and have a big meal to celebrate, Lin said cheerfully. Great, I love big meals, Usopos shouted, nearly drooling. Inside the mercenary guild, Bai Wei'er, who had been paying attention to Lin, received a report from her subordinates immediately and learned about the news of the Shireen sisters joining the Great Xia mercenary group. She was surprised. She never expected Shireen, who had quite a reputation in Hudistown, would disband her mercenary group and choose to join Lin's mercenary group, which had only 2 members before. What on earth had happened? Lin's little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. He has many secrets. Bai Wei'er gently bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with a charming smile. She felt a twinge of melancholy thinking about how Lin would be spending day and night with the beautiful sisters, Zil and Waya. That little rascal knows how to flirt with girls. He has only been in Hudistown for such a short time and has already caught the attention of the 2 famous roses in the mercenary world there. At such a young age, he's already so untrustworthy. In the evening, the Daxia mercenary group held a banquet at the former residence of the Sword and Rose mercenary group, which has now become the base of the Daxia mercenary group. After all, the place is much larger than the courtyard where Lin and the others used to live, and the facilities are complete, making it suitable as a mercenary group's base. Lin also met the 5 logistics staff members who had stayed behind with the Sword and Rose mercenary group. Although they were logistics personnel, they were not weak, otherwise they wouldn't be able to register as mercenaries. Everyone enjoyed the banquet, and Lin learned that Vaya had a low tolerance for alcohol, getting drunk after just 1 cup and clinging to Lin's arm with a silly, intoxicated grin, which was quite adorable. Then there was Usopp, who, after getting familiar with the Amethyst Lion King, actually started a drinking contest with it. After drinking too much, he began to perform his best crying act, hugging the Amethyst Lion King's fluffy head while tears streamed down his face, making one wonder if the alcohol he consumed was turning into tears. Was this a very advanced way of sobering up? During the banquet, Lin announced Shiren as the vice captain of the Daxia mercenary group. Originally, Lin wanted Lin Rongfu to take on this role, as he was the person he trusted the most. And after consuming the devil fruit, he had the strongest power after recovering from his original injuries. However, Lin Rongfu declined, saying he was just the young master's servant and that it was enough for him to serve the young master well. Lin felt helpless and had to give up. It just so happened that Lin also had experience and capability in managing a mercenary group. Lin was determined not to spend much time and energy on managing the mercenary group. Instead, he preferred to focus on improving his own strength. Therefore, having someone capable of managing the mercenary group was essential, and Lin was just the right fit. The Daxia mercenary group grew stronger, not only in terms of membership, but also in overall combat power. With Lin, a mid-level battle master, joining, and Lin Rongfu expected to recover his battle master strength soon. The Daxia mercenary group strength would be among the top mercenary groups in the entire Hudistown. After the beast tied, Hudistown had experienced a significant loss in the mercenary world. The Paladin mercenary group was nearly annihilated. The leader of the Lionheart mercenary group, Fan Kenda, was assassinated, and the group had fallen to a second-tier status. Only the Silver Shield mercenary group still had battle master-level experts. Apart from a scale and lower-tier combat power not matching the Silver Shield mercenary group, The Daxiao mercenary group's high-end combat power was already quite formidable. In addition to enhancing his own strength, Lin also thought about improving the strength of others. He taught Lin Rongfu, Shilin Weiya, and Yusapusi the two types of Navy 6 styles he currently mastered: Soru, Shave, and Jeppo, Moonwalk. These four were the core members of the Daxiao mercenary group and people entrusted. In the following days, Lin stopped taking commission tasks at the mercenary guild and instead stayed at the base to teach everyone to practice the Navy 6 styles. Lin Rongfu and Shilin quickly grasped the basics since they were both battle masters. As long as they knew the training methods, mastering them was not difficult. However, Weiya and Yusapusi lagged behind a bit. They needed more practice to get the hang of it. The wonders of Soru and Jeppo amazed everyone, bringing them joy. The combat techniques in the Divine Grace continent were quite crude, relying primarily on the power of fighting spirit to overpower others, with little emphasis on technique. After witnessing the magic of the Navy 6 styles, Shilin felt even more convinced that joining the Daxiao mercenary group was the right decision. And she was very grateful to Lin for teaching such extraordinary combat techniques, which most people would not be able to impart. Seeing that everyone could grasp the Navy 6 styles, Lin was very pleased. Once he learned all the skills of the Navy 6 styles and passed them on to everyone, the Daxiao mercenary group's strength would definitely see a significant improvement. If the system energy was sufficient, giving each person a devil fruit would create a scene that was simply thrilling to imagine. Having experienced the power of mages, Lin was eager to see how the abilities of a nature-type devil fruit compare to magic. Chapter 57. The Sword of Judgment strikes for several consecutive days. Lin and the others focused on cultivating their strength at the base. After a brief period of calm in Hudis Town, as many mercenary groups gradually recovered from the devastation caused by the beast tide, intense internal competition began. The three major mercenary groups that originally controlled Hudis Town saw significant changes. The Paladin mercenary group was nearly destroyed. The Lionheart mercenary group had fallen to a second-tier status due to the death of its leader, Fan Kenda, and the Silver Shield mercenary group also suffered great losses, with their leader, Xiao Leila, severely injured. This presented opportunities for other mercenary groups. It was a good chance to become the new overlord of Hudis Town. Some ambitious and capable mercenary groups took advantage of Xiao Leila's injury, the only remaining battle master, and began a frenzied expansion, swallowing up weaker groups or forming new alliances with equally strong groups, hoping to compete with the Silver Shield mercenary group and at least become one of the new power brokers in Hudis Town. Thus, after a few days of calm, Hudis Town was plunged into chaos. Many weaker mercenary groups disappeared in the turmoil, either being swallowed up or completely annihilated, while a few larger groups rose to power, gaining the strength to challenge the Silver Shield mercenary group. These chaotic events made Lin feel a sense of urgency. The Daxiao mercenary group, being in Hudis Town, had to avoid these troubles. Only by strengthening themselves could they stand firm amidst the chaos. Fortunately, after a few days of adaptation, Lin Rongfu had fully recovered to his previous peak, already at the initial stage of battle master strength, and with the enhancement from the toothless wyvern fruit, he could stand against mid-level battle masters. It wouldn't be long before he could truly break through and become a mid-level battle master. This gave Lin immense confidence. Although the Daxiao mercenary group was small, its high-end strength was sufficient to face the turmoil in Hudis Town. One day, trouble indeed came knocking. Yusapusi rushed over anxiously and shouted, "Young master, it's bad. A lot of people are outside, and our door is blocked. Let us go out and take a look," Lin said with a raised eyebrow, surprised that trouble had come so quickly. A small D-rank mercenary group, like the Daxiao mercenary group, with just a few members, had caught someone's attention. No one knew the true strength of Daxiao. As everyone followed Lin outside, they saw a large crowd of 200 to 300 people blocking the street outside the base. Leading them was a short, stocky middle-aged man with a broadsword on his back, taller than him. Beside him was a man with a large bow, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, piercing through those who looked at him. "Reach, Grillinum, what are you doing blocking my base's door?" Shilin shouted coldly. These two were well-known leaders of mercenary groups in Hudis Town, especially Reach, who was a high-level battle master and one of the strongest groups under the three major mercenary groups. "Ha! Team leader Shilin, we are here to invite you to join us today," Reach bellowed with a loud voice that echoed in the air, shaking people's ears. His eyes swept over Lin and the other 10, his confidence growing. "I heard that your group, the Sword and Rose, has suffered heavy losses and is left with just a few people. Now, Team Leader Grillinum and I have united to form a new mercenary group, the Sword of Judgment, and we need a strong person like you to join us." "The Sword of Judgment?" That is quite a bold tone, Lin replied. Lin smacked his lips, feeling somewhat strange. He initially thought they were here for the Daxiao mercenary group, but unexpectedly, they were interested in the sword and rose. It seemed that the Daxiao mercenary group was indeed insignificant in Town. Sorry, I refuse, Lin said coldly. Captain Lin, don't blame me for being straightforward. Your sword and rose now only has a few members left. If you don't band together, you might end up with nothing but bones, Leg said, his gaze sweeping over Lin and the others, revealing a trace of disdain. Join my judgment sword, and I'll give you the position of vice captain. If we unite, even the Silver Shield mercenary group won't dare to underestimate us. We might even become one of the dominant powers controlling Town. Hey, do you really think it's okay to poach my vice captain right in front of me? Lin interjected. This guy was dreaming too beautifully, and Lin had to interrupt. Who are you? I'm talking to your captain. When did it become your turn to butt in? Leg's expression darkened. Then he realized what Lin had just said. His vice captain? Lin? Leg's expression changed as he looked at Lin and asked, Captain Lin, if I heard correctly, this guy said you're his vice captain? That's right. There's no longer a sword and rose mercenary group, Lin replied. What? Leg was genuinely surprised this time. Lin's demeanor didn't seem like she was lying. He looked in shock at the youthful Lin and suspiciously asked, Kid, tell me the name of your mercenary group. I want to see what kind of mercenary group could make Lin join. Listen up, my mercenary group is called the Daxiao Mercenary Group, Lin stated. Daxiao Mercenary Group? Green Ram. Have you heard of this mercenary group? Leg asked Green Ram beside him. I haven't heard of it. With this few people, it must be a small mercenary group, Green Ram sneered. Huh. Leg laughed heartily, looking at Lin with a fierce expression and coldly said, Captain Lin, even if you want to refuse me, you don't need to make up such a reason. Trying to fool me with a kid who hasn't even grown up in an unknown mercenary group? Do you really think I'm Leg without a temper? Now, I'll give you one more chance to join my judgment sword. Otherwise, today your sword and rose will disappear from Town, and all of you will die. As Leg's words fell, hundreds of mercenaries from the judgment sword unsheathed their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. How noisy! Lin frowned. This guy was too arrogant, daring to threaten his vice captain. Just because he had numbers, he thought he was impressive. I say, you little pumpkin, I'll give you a chance too. Take your people and leave immediately, or you won't be leaving today. Lin remained silent, naturally following Lin's lead at this moment, as Lin was the captain of the Daxiao mercenary group. Looking for death, Leg laughed in anger, waving his hand. Boys, eliminate them. With that, Leg drew the giant sword from his back and charged at Lin first. In his eyes, only Lin, a mid-level battle master, was worth his effort. Once he took down Lin, the rest were not worth mentioning. The thought of subduing Lin, the renowned rose of Town, was exhilarating. Any normal man would have thoughts about her, and Leg was just being normal. Clang! With a sound of a sword ringing, a sword light several meters long sliced through the air, striking Leg's advancing figure. With a loud bang, the giant sword in Leg's hand shattered, and then the sword light struck Leg's body, sending him flying back faster than his forward charge, crashing into the mercenaries of the judgment sword behind him and knocking down a large number of people. The sudden turn of events halted the charge of the judgment sword mercenaries. Their captain was actually knocked away by a single sword strike. How was that possible? The captain was a high-level battle master, one of the strongest below battle masters, and a renowned expert in the mercenary world of Town. Lin Rongfu held a long sword in his hand, stepping forward with a fierce aura that surged like a flood, startling the mercenaries of the judgment sword. They all changed color in fear and stopped in their tracks. Even the captain couldn't withstand a single strike from him, so stepping forward would be equivalent to seeking death. Gulp! Glen Ram swallowed hard, hurriedly releasing his grip on the arrow. Fortunately, he had hesitated for a moment and did not shoot. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Leg. A master warrior. Who would have thought that a small mercenary group, whose name had never been heard before, would have a master warrior stationed? No wonder Lin would lower herself to become the vice captain. What's going on? What happened to me? Who cut me? Leg, who had been severely injured by a single sword strike, was a bit dazed. Lying on the ground, he held a few times and turned to see Lin Rongfu stepping out one step at a time, feeling the unfathomable and powerful aura emanating from Lin Rongfu. He instantly shivered. Damn, it's actually a master warrior. Please spare me, my lord. Leg quickly knelt down, dragging his injured body to the ground. Faced with the master warrior who had severely injured him with one strike, he was quite clear on the difference between losing face and losing his life. With the captain kneeling, the other mercenaries of the judgment sword naturally dared not stand, including Glenram, who all knelt down, creating a spectacular scene. The Judgment Sword mercenary group surrendered so quickly that Lin En felt bored. They still wanted to oppose the Silver Shield mercenary group and fancied becoming the dominant mercenary group in Hudistown. They were truly delusional. Just get lost. Lin En waved his hand in disdain. Their quick surrender made him lose the mood to continue bullying them. The Judgment Sword mercenary group, which had come in with a flourish of 200 or 300 men, left in a disheartened manner. Such a big commotion from the Judgment Sword mercenary group naturally did not escape the notice of other mercenary groups in Hudistown. At first, everyone thought that the Sword and Rose mercenary group would suffer. They would either be forced to join the Judgment Sword or be eliminated by leg. Many felt sorry for the sisters Shirlin and Wei Ya, as it seemed these two roses would fall into the hands of the short leg, which was truly infuriating. However, when the Judgment Sword left the Sword and Rose's base in disarray, many mercenaries were astonished. With the powerful strength of the Judgment Sword, how could they not take down the Sword and Rose mercenary group? It couldn't be. So, numerous mercenary groups began to investigate the matter. They quickly obtained detailed information, but this information only made everyone more confused. What the heck is the Daxia mercenary group? Chapter 58. Making a name for it. The information about the Daxia mercenary group was not a secret. It could be found in the mercenary guild. A mercenary group with only 2 people, with the captain being just a 15-year-old junior warrior and the other a master warrior at the initial stage, was considered a figure. But that was all. How could they make Shirlin bring her Sword and Rose to join? Moreover, with only 10 members, the Daxia mercenary group managed to send the 100-strong Judgment Sword mercenary group back empty-handed. It should be known that Leg was a genuine high-level master warrior, and there were at least 10 people in Hudistown stronger than him. Could it be that the Daxia mercenary group really has a master warrior-level powerhouse? Most people did not believe the claim from the Judgment Sword mercenary group. Master warriors were incredibly powerful and rare, each one famous. How could they possibly lower themselves to a small group like the Daxia mercenary group? However, the fact that the Judgment Sword mercenary group was at a disadvantage in front of the Daxia mercenary group was undeniable. In a short time, the Daxia mercenary group gained a mysterious and powerful label in the minds of many mercenaries in Hudistown, and no one dared to target them anymore. Captain, I didn't expect Shirlin to reject your invitation and turn around to join another mercenary group, a small and obscure one like the Daxia mercenary group. It's a slap in the face for our Silver Shield mercenary group and for you, Captain. Carlos huffed coldly. Jirala's face was also not looking good. As Carlos said, Shirlin was slapping her own face. Once one of the 3 dominant mercenary groups in Hudistown, now the only visible master warrior, Jirala was very angry. Carlos, do you think the Daxia mercenary group really has a master warrior? Jirala asked. I think it's impossible, Carlos said, his tone somewhat dismissive. This must be something Leg made up to save face. That way, when he lost to a master warrior, no one would think he was shameful. Instead, he could escape with his life under a master warrior and perhaps even gain some reputation. Jirala nodded slowly, agreeing with him. If the Daxia mercenary group had a master warrior, how could they remain so obscure for so long? They would have long made a name for themselves in Hudistown. Once my injuries are healed in a few days, I will ask Shirlin why she dared to refuse my invitation. And how dare the small Daxia mercenary group compete with my Silver Shield mercenary group for recruits? Jirala's eyes glinted coldly. Her face was not so easy to slap. Inside the mercenary guild, when by wire received the news, her charming eyes were filled with shock. She didn't expect that the old man beside Lin En was actually a master warrior. It seemed he had concealed his strength during the mercenary registration test. She did not doubt the authenticity of the matter. Being able to severely injure a high-level master warrior like Leg with one sword strike was something that could not be done without master warrior level strength. An old servant being a master warrior, and someone who was clearly detected as having no cultivation talent suddenly possessing considerable strength. Why was that? Could it be related to the mysterious East? Because by wire knew very well the background of Lin En's father, Count William, and there was nothing particularly special about him. However, Lin Rongfu, this master warrior, was a servant left behind by Lin En's mother. By wire thought of Lin En and Lin Rongfu's strange black hair and black eyes. As a high-ranking member of the mercenary guild, she naturally knew about the mysterious East, but the Eastern continent was too far away, separated by an endless sea. Even the mercenary guild had little knowledge about the Eastern continent, mostly ancient legends, the authenticity of which needed to be verified. In any case, the mystery surrounding Lin En only made by wire more interested. He was a mysterious man, and being quite handsome made it even harder to resist wanting to get closer. In just a few days, the Daxia mercenary group became famous in Hudistown. A small de-rank mercenary group with only 10 members not only had Lin from the Sword and Rose mercenary group bring her subordinates to join and lower herself to the position of vice captain, but also sent the Judgment Sword back empty-handed. This was truly remarkable. Therefore, even though the subsequent days saw fierce conflicts between the mercenary groups in Hudis Town, no group dared to target the Dachau mercenary group. Instead, a few small mercenary groups, fearing being wiped out, actively sought to align themselves with Dachau, wanting to become an affiliated group, and some even wished to directly join the Dachau mercenary group. However, Lin En rejected them all. The Dachau mercenary group preferred quality over quantity. They did not want just anyone, and having too many people would risk leaking their secrets. The original 5 members of the Sword and Rose mercenary group had also greatly changed their views on Lin En. Initially, they did not understand why Lin would disband the mercenary group to join the obscure Dachau mercenary group, and they were quite unconvinced by Lin En, a young captain with not much strength. Now they understood there was a master god in this small mercenary group. As a result, they all treated Lin En with great respect. "Captain, that Orange Cat mercenary group is back. They won't leave at the door." Lin said that in the past few days, she had rejected quite a few mercenary groups, but only this Orange Cat mercenary group persisted like a stubborn adhesive plaster, coming every day and lingering at the door for a whole day, shamelessly wanting to join the Dachau. If not, they were fine with becoming an affiliated mercenary group. If she didn't agree, they would cling on for a day, and the next day, they would come back again. Moreover, the attitude of the Orange Cat mercenary group's leader was very low-key. Although Lin found it annoying, she didn't want to chase them away. Here they come again? Lin En was taken aback. This Orange Cat mercenary group was quite persistent. This was the 4th day, right? Lin En, look at how sincere the Orange Cat mercenary group is. Why don't you agree to let them join? That way, our Dachau mercenary group can develop faster, Wei asked. Wei, whether to agree or not is the captain's decision. Don't talk nonsense, Lin reprimanded. A mercenary group's leader must have absolute authority. Otherwise, how can they lead unruly mercenaries? It's one thing in daily matters, but when it comes to major decisions for the mercenary group, only the leader can decide. Also, you should call me captain. What do you think you're doing? Oh, Wei lowered her head with a face full of grievance. Her strict sister made her quite afraid. Sister Lin, it's not that serious. I think this is fine, Lin En smiled. He didn't have an aggressive personality. His upbringing and the people on the Divine Grace continent were different, and he didn't have such a strong sense of hierarchy. Seeing Wei being reprimanded and looking so wronged, he comforted her. Sister Wei, it's just a title. You can call me however you like. Hearing this, Wei immediately became happy and made a face at Lin provocatively. Lin helplessly glared at Wei. It seemed that the training during this time had been too easy, and she needed to give Wei some extra practice. As for the Orange Cat mercenary group's people, let them stay at the door if they wanted. Our Dachau mercenary group takes an elite route, preferring quality over quantity, Lin En said. We rested enough. We'll head into the mountains starting tomorrow. Improving his strength through battles with magical beasts was Lin En's top priority, and he could also complete the Mercenary Guild's commission tasks to earn points and raise the mercenary group's level. Yes, Captain, Lin responded and went down to arrange matters. As soon as Lin left, Wei immediately became lively. Although she was a bronze rank, she liked to act like a veteran mercenary in front of Lin En, imparting her experiences as a mercenary, almost directly saying that her sister was backing him up. Having lived 2 lives, Lin En found Wei's innocence and liveliness very endearing, and he felt very relaxed interacting with her. He enjoyed this feeling. Outside the Dachau mercenary group's base, a dozen people from the Orange Cat mercenary group waited eagerly, watching as the sky was about to darken, marking yet another day without results. Captain, today is already the 4th day. The Dachau mercenary group isn't accepting us at all. Waiting here is just a waste of time. One subordinate couldn't help but complain to Captain Jack. Jack, the captain of the Orange Cat mercenary group, was a young man in his 20s with golden hair and a sunny, handsome appearance. Arno, as long as we keep waiting, the Dachau mercenary group will see our sincerity. Jack replied with a smile, showing no impatience after a few days of waiting. The town of Hudis was becoming increasingly chaotic. Small mercenary groups like theirs needed to rely on a large force to survive. But we could choose to ally with other large mercenary groups, like the Silver Shield mercenary group, which is currently the only mercenary group in Hudis with a great master-level powerhouse. Arno asked, confused. Why do we need to ally with the Dachau mercenary group? It's rumored that the Dachau mercenary group also has a great master-level powerhouse, but that hasn't been confirmed. So nobody knows if it's true. The Silver Shield mercenary group wouldn't look down on us, Jack shook his head. Even if we allied with them, we would just be cannon fodder. I believe that the future of the Daxiao mercenary group will definitely not be worse than that of the Silver Shield mercenary group. In fact, it might be even stronger. Captain, you have such high hopes for the Daxiao mercenary group? Arno asked, not understanding where his captain's confidence came from. Intuition, Jack replied, his eyes shining. He would forget that scene when the Thunderwing White Tiger rampaged on the city wall, causing countless casualties while everyone fled in panic. At that moment, a figure with flaming wings blocking the Thunderwing White Tiger appeared behind him. Jack was also among the crowd, frantically escaping, but when he inadvertently looked back, he saw that unforgettable scene. Although Jack didn't know what happened afterward, the Thunderwing White Tiger disappeared, and the Beast Tide retreated. Jack believed that everything was connected to that young man, the captain of the Daxiao mercenary group. Because of this, Jack was filled with curiosity and confidence about the Daxiao mercenary group, eager to join them. He firmly believed that the future of the Daxiao mercenary group would surpass that of the Silver Shield mercenary group, and that even the town of Hudis couldn't limit the Daxiao mercenary group's development. Years later, reflecting on his journey, Jack was very grateful for that moment of looking back. Let us go back. We'll come again tomorrow. Jack glanced at the Daxiao mercenary group's base gate and waved, leading his subordinates away. Chapter 59. Tea party in the evening. After dinner, Lin En lay on the broad back of the Amethyst Lion King. Looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky, he felt a surge of melancholy as he missed his family on Earth when Sherlin rushed in and interrupted his thoughts. Captain, the Silver Shield mercenary group has issued a notice inviting all mercenary groups in Hudis to a tea party to discuss the future layout of Hudis. We've also received an invitation, Sherlin said. Oh, Lin En took the invitation and glanced at it, curling his lips. It seems that after the fall of the Paladin mercenary group and the Mad Lion mercenary group, Kyle considers herself the head of the mercenary world in Hudis. Clearly, Kyle held this tea party to announce the Silver Shield mercenary group's dominant status to all mercenaries. As one of the three major mercenary groups controlling Hudis, the Silver Shield mercenary group undoubtedly had the strength and influence to do so. However, now there was the variable of the Daxiao mercenary group. Captain, should we go? Sherlin asked. She wasn't worried about the Daxiao mercenary group's strength. It was just that, after all, they had once been an affiliated mercenary group of the Silver Shield mercenary group, so there was some sentiment involved. She didn't want any conflict between Daxia and Silver Shield. Since they sent us an invitation, we might as well go and take a look, Lin En said, although he had no intention of engaging in a power struggle with the Silver Shield mercenary group. Some things were unavoidable if he wanted to mix in the Hudis mercenary world. It was good to check it out. After putting away the invitation, Lin En was about to jump down from the back of the Amethyst Lion King when he looked down and was immediately captivated by two glowing white spheres. Since it was night, Sherlin was wearing her armor but had changed into a light purple low-cut long dress. The open neckline revealed her magnificent chest, a deep ravine that reflected a crystalline white light under the moonlight. Lin En, looking down from the back of the Amethyst Lion King, had a full view and was momentarily dazzled by those two snowy white spheres, wanting to fall into that deep gorge and never climb out again. Lin En. Sherlin noticed that Lin En suddenly froze and was about to ask what was wrong when she saw his gaze fixated on a certain part of her. Looking down, she immediately realized what Lin En was staring at, and her face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of anger and shyness appearing on her cold expression. Little pervert. Sherlin hurriedly covered her chest, glaring fiercely at Lin En, panicking as she ran away. A pervert is a pervert. Why add the word little? Lin looked down at his proud and confident brother and muttered, not small at all. However, Sister Shalene's figure is really something. If she has kids in the future, she won't have to worry about them going hungry. I can't think about it anymore, or I'll start bleeding from my nose. The weather has been hot lately, and it's easy to get overheated. Time to sleep. Lin jumped down from the Amethyst Lion and patted its big head before walking back to his bedroom. He slept soundly until dawn, but before he could get up, the door was suddenly flung open, and Vea rushed in, chattering away. Lin, you big lazy bug, get up quickly. As soon as she entered, she reached out to lift Lin's blanket. Sister Vea, what are you doing? Lin was startled, his face changing as he quickly grabbed the blanket. What am I doing? I'm waking you up. Don't you remember we're going to the tea party hosted by the Silver Shield mercenary group soon? Vea sighed, her excitement evident as she loved such lively events. Sister, even if we're going to tea party, there is no need to rush, right? And you don't have to lift my blanket to wake me up. I practice the Pillar of Heaven technique every morning, and lifting the blanket will expose my secret. The Pillar of Heaven technique must not be shared. All right, you go ahead and get up. I'll be right outside. Seeing Vea trying to lift the blanket again, Lin pulled it tighter and hurriedly said, Lin, hurry up. Vea replied, completely unaware that her earlier action almost caused Lin's Pillar of Heaven technique to backfire. At breakfast, when Sherlin saw Lin, there was a hint of awkwardness and a barely noticeable shyness on her cool, beautiful face. Lin couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Sherlin, provoking a shy and annoyed roll of her eyes. He couldn't help but recall the alluring scene he saw last night, and the Pillar of Heaven technique almost activated automatically again. So he quickly shifted his focus to the food. After breakfast, the group prepared to head to the Silver Shield Mercenary Group's base. Accompanying them were Lin Rongfu, Usopa's, and Sherlin and Vea's sisters. Usopa's was brought along purely to let him see the world, while the remaining people stayed behind at the base. As soon as they stepped out the door, Lin saw a group from the Orange Cat Mercenary Group standing at the entrance. He was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the members of the Orange Cat Mercenary Group were not only persistent, but also very diligent, arriving early in the morning. Hello, Captain Lin, I am Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Group. Jack jogged over with a humble smile. I sincerely wish to follow you, and I hope you can give me this opportunity. Captain Lin, Leader Jack, as you can see, there are only a few people in the Dasha Mercenary Group, and we are not currently considering recruiting new members, Lin replied. Although he was refusing, he didn't want to be rude since Jack was so humble. From Jack, Lin seemed to see a reflection of himself during job interviews in his past life on Earth, where it was not easy for those in lower positions. Captain Lin, I can disband the Orange Cat Mercenary Group and fully join the Dasha Mercenary Group, even if it means being a small soldier, Jack said sincerely. Is this guy really that determined? Lin was surprised by Jack's words. I can sense your sincerity, but joining the Dasha Mercenary Group is not as simple as wanting to. I still need to see your performance. Lin thought highly of Jack, but still did not relent, reiterating that the Dasha Mercenary Group prefer quality over quantity. Please rest assured. Captain Lin, I will perform well and strive to earn your recognition as soon as possible, Jack said happily. Although Lin did not agree immediately, he at least offered a glimmer of opportunity. Captain Lin, are you going to the tea party hosted by the Silver Shield Mercenary Group? We are heading there too, so why not go together? Lin nodded without speaking, and Jack immediately followed closely beside him like a sycophant. His obsequious demeanor made the members of the Orange Cat Mercenary team unable to bear looking at him. Is this really their leader? Could he have been swapped out? However, the lively Vea found Jack quite interesting and curiously glanced at him a few times. Along the way, various mercenary teams began to set off towards the Silver Shield Mercenary Team's base. The strongest dominant mercenary team in Hudistown had issued an invitation, and no one dared to refuse it. By the time Lin and the others arrived, the area outside the Silver Shield Mercenary Team's base was already packed with people. There were so many people that it was impossible for everyone to enter. The base couldn't accommodate that many, and it was stipulated that a maximum of 5 members from each mercenary team could enter. Lin and his group just happened to have exactly that number. At this moment, the Silver Shield Mercenary Team's base was already heavily guarded, both to prevent any troublemakers and to showcase their strength to the other teams. Welcome, team leaders, to our Silver Shield Mercenary Team tea party. Please come in. Carlos, the vice captain of the Silver Shield Mercenary Team, stood at the entrance to greet them. Although he wore a proud expression, he also had a beaming smile that didn't make anyone uncomfortable. However, when he saw Lin and his group approaching, the smile on Carlos's face vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with a hint of hostility directed at Lin and the others. Feeling the hostility from Carlos, Lin was somewhat puzzled. It seemed he hadn't offended this guy, right? But didn't matter? He was just here to make an appearance and wouldn't have any interactions with the Silver Shield Mercenary Team. Captain, the Sword and Rose was previously an affiliated mercenary team of the Silver Shield Mercenary Team. It's likely that because of me, the Silver Shield Mercenary Team will hold some animosity towards us, Sherlin whispered. She had naturally sensed Carlos's hostility and quickly guessed the rough reason behind it. After all, she had rejected Jorah Layla's invitation and immediately joined the Dasha Mercenary Team, which was tantamount to betrayal for the Silver Shield Mercenary Team. Don't panic. Let us see how it goes, Lin said calmly. With Lin Rongfu having regained his peak strength after consuming the devil fruit, he felt confident and steady as a rock. Inside the Silver Shield Mercenary Team's base, the huge training square had been transformed into an open-air banquet hall, filled with tables and chairs, where the tea party would soon be held. At this time, the venue was already teeming with people. A rough glance revealed there were several hundred, all exuding a strong presence, consisting of the leaders and elite mercenaries of various mercenary teams. Wow, so many people, Veo exclaimed, her innocent and bright eyes darting around, looking excited. So strong. These people are all experts. Usopp exclaimed, swallowing hard. The aura radiating from each person here was much stronger than his, which made him a bit nervous, his voice trembling slightly. Look at you, so timid, Lin said, patting Usopp on the head. With this guy acting so cowardly. Wouldn't it make him, as the captain, lose face? Lin couldn't help but marvel at the fact that there were indeed quite a few strong individuals in Town. Just the number of battle masters alone seemed to exceed 100, not to mention the many mercenary groups that hadn't arrived yet. Additionally, Lin also spotted several mages. Lin and his companions walked into the venue, instantly attracting a lot of attention. After all, Shilin and Weiya, the sisters, were quite famous in Town, and many people knew them. Moreover, in the past few days, the Dachau Mercenary Corps had also been making headlines in Town. So many people were quietly observing Lin and his group. Lin, over here. At that moment, Lin heard someone calling him. Following the voice, he saw the graceful By Wire waving at him. Sister By Wire, why are you here too? Lin walked over and asked. By Wire was from the Mercenary Guild, not the mercenary group in Town, so he didn't expect her to be invited by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps to attend the tea party. Chapter 60. The Silver Shield Strikes Back. Lin was pleasantly surprised to see By Wire at the tea party. Apart from the people he brought with him, he didn't know anyone else, so having a familiar face was quite nice. He walked over to By Wire. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps also invited the Mercenary Guild. And not only that, some large trading associations were also on the guest list. By Wire said, casually linking her arm with Lin's. You should sit with me here and talk to me. Otherwise, this tea party would be too boring. Sure, Lin nodded. He didn't mind where he sat. The Battle Master Roland from the Mercenary Guild, who came with By Wire, curiously glanced at Lin, wondering why By Wire's attitude towards this young man was so different. But he was just curious and had no intention of interfering in By Wire's private matters. His gaze focused more on Lin Rongfu, the rumored powerful battle master, which intrigued him even more. From Lin Rongfu, Roland sensed a hint of danger. It was clear that Lin Rongfu was a genuine battle master. Lin, who is she? Weiya asked when she saw By Wire linking her arm with Lin, feeling a bit possessive. She stepped forward and linked her other arm with Lin's, her big eyes showing displeasure as she stared at By Wire. With both arms linked, Lin felt the pressure. Enjoying such a blessing was not easy. Sister Weiya, this is Sister By Wire. Lin quickly introduced the two. I know you, Miss Weiya, one of the two roses of Town. By Wire smiled and said, noticing Weiya's possessive hold on Lin's arm. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her alluring eyes, realizing that her little brother Lin was quite the charmer. Quickly getting close to the two sisters. And this must be Miss Shilin, the former leader of the Sword and Rose Mercenary Corps, By Wire said, turning her gaze to the cold-faced Shilin with a smile, privately admiring her beauty and noble demeanor, which made her even more appealing. I know you too, Shilin replied coolly, looking at By Wire, tightly holding Lin's arm with a hint of coldness. President of the Mercenary Guild, Miss By Wire. I didn't expect Miss Shilin to know me. What an honor, By Wire chuckled, her delicate body slightly trembling as her ample bosom brushed against Lin's arm. Seeing this, Shilin's gaze turned colder. This flirtatious fox. Unfazed, By Wire provocatively glanced at Shilin and tightened her grip on Lin's arm, practically leaning against him. Sensing the tension between the three women, Lin hurriedly said, Sister By Wire, you are the president of the Mercenary Guild? You kept that a secret from me. You never asked me. Everyone has their little secrets, By Wire replied with a smile, pulling Lin to sit down. Come, little brother Lin, let's sit and talk. What secrets do you want to know from your sister? I can tell you anything. Oomph. Flirtatious fox, Weiya snorted coldly, following suit to sit next to Lin. Young master is amazing. Usopp sighed from behind. Young master is indeed young master. He asked Lin Rongfu, Grandpa Fu, who do you think the young master likes? Don't meddle in the young master's affairs. Lin Rongfu lightly tapped Usopp's head, smiling as he watched Lin surrounded by the three women. The young master has really grown up. Not far away. Jack and his group were blocked by a group of people. It was their old rivals, the Blade Mercenary Corps. Jack, I heard you've been trying to curry favor with the Dachau Mercenary Corps for days, yet still got turned away, the leader of the Blade Mercenary Corps, Novus, mocked. It seems the leader of the Dachau Mercenary Corps has sharp eyes, knowing that your Orange Cap Mercenary Corps is just trash, so they won't accept you. Novus, talking trash is pointless. How about we have a match? Jack replied coldly. Do you think you still have the qualifications to oppose me? Novus laughed loudly, pointing to the mercenary badge on his left chest, proudly declaring, My Blade Mercenary Corps is now an affiliated mercenary group of the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps. The leader of the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps is a significant figure among mid-level magic casters. What qualifications do you, a rejected waste of the Dasha Mercenary Corps, have to oppose me? After today's tea party, the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps will be expelled from Hudistown. Jack's expression darkened. The Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps was the top force in Hudistown, not far behind the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. The Blade Mercenary Corps, becoming an affiliate of the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps, was a big problem for him, given the enmity between him and Novus. His words were clearly not just empty threats. Jack, just wait to die, Novus sneered, and seeing Jack's ugly face made him even prouder. He pointed at Jack and made a throat-cutting gesture before leading his group away. Captain, this is troublesome. What should we do? Arno asked worriedly. Let's take it one step at a time, Jack said helplessly. He didn't expect Novus to find the Six-Pointed Star Mercenary Corps as support. The fate of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps was clearly at a critical juncture. He glanced at Lin not far away, his eyes growing more determined. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps had clearly prepared extensively for this tea party, inviting almost half of Hudistown chefs. The tables were filled with a variety of rich foods, including various levels of beast meat, clearly a significant investment, also indirectly showcasing their strength. Before long, the mercenary groups that received invitations had mostly arrived, and the venue was packed with over 1,000 people. At this moment, the host, Jorilla, the leader of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, finally made her appearance. Jorilla walked in slowly, exuding the aura of a battle master that intimidated the entire venue. Behind her followed over a dozen high-ranking members of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, each one above the battle master level, including 4 mid-level battle masters, including Deputy Leader Carlos, as well as a low-level magic caster. Their high-end combat power was unmatched in Hudistown's mercenary community. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps became one of the 3 dominant mercenary groups in Hudistown, thanks in large part to the tremendous role played by Jorilla, but the contributions of others should not be underestimated. Welcome, everyone, to this tea party, Jorilla announced from the elevated platform at the front of the venue, her voice loud and clear. Seeing the venue filled with guests, she felt very pleased. After sending out the invitations, no mercenary group in Hudistown dared to disrespect her. Captain Jorilla is too polite. The heads of various mercenary groups responded below. Even those who were not affiliated with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps did not dare to disrespect Jorilla at this moment. She was the only visible battle master in Hudistown, the strongest of them all. Today, I have invited all of you leaders here to discuss the future development and structure of the mercenary community in Hudistown, which concerns every mercenary group. Jorilla said, her gaze scanning the crowd. When she spotted Sherlin, her eyes paused, cold light flashing within them. However, before that, please allow me to resolve a small issue first. The crowd was momentarily stunned, wondering what small issue needed to be addressed at a tea party. But upon seeing Jorilla's expression, they realized that this small issue was definitely not small, so they fell silent, preparing to watch the show. Jorilla's gaze fell towards Lin and the others, and she shouted, Sherlin, you're a subordinate mercenary group under my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. You turned around and joined the Great Siam Mercenary Corps without my consent, which is equivalent to betrayal. Such behavior is clearly against my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. And this one Captain Lin, right? Jorilla looked at Lin, noticing that he was just a young man with no strong aura, lacking the demeanor of a powerful individual, and couldn't help but look down on him a bit. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps openly accepts Sherlin, who has defected from my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Sisters Weya, have you broken the rules of the mercenary world? Are you going to give me an explanation? As Jorilla's words fell, the crowd was immediately taken aback, and then expressions of understanding appeared on their faces. It was clear that Jorilla was suppressing dissent. After all, there were rumors of a powerful master in the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Jorilla absolutely would not allow any mercenary group to threaten the position of Silver Shield, and Sherlin was the perfect excuse. Many in the crowd were eager to watch the drama unfold. The competition between the 2 mercenary groups would benefit everyone. The leader of the Judgment Sword Mercenary Corps, Leg, sneered, knowing that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps would definitely suffer in a confrontation with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. He was more than happy to see this scene play out. I really didn't know there were such rules, Lin said with a faint smile, stopping Sherlin, who was about to speak. He met Jorilla's gaze directly, unflinchingly. I wonder, Captain Jorilla, what kind of explanation do you want from me? Very simple. Expel Sherlin and Weya from the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. And the Great Siam Mercenary Corps must bow its head and admit its mistake to the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, Jorilla said, her tone firm and arrogant. Captain Lin, I've given you the opportunity. You must seize it. Think about whether it's worth it to oppose my Silver Shield Mercenary Corps for these two. Jorarilla's proud attitude was as if she was bestowing favor. If Lin agreed, he wouldn't have to mix in Town anymore. If he couldn't even protect his subordinates, how could he maintain his authority to lead them? Not to mention bowing his head and admitting his mistake. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps would become a joke. I refuse, Lin said without hesitation. Captain Lin, do you really want to oppose me? Jorarilla threatened, her eyes filled with a dangerous glint. A mere D-class mercenary group dares to disrespect me? Do you really think you have a master-level powerhouse backing you? Today, I will bring you back to your true form. If you think this is opposing you, then so be it, Lin said with a cold laugh, slowly standing up. Although his youthful body still appeared somewhat tender, at this moment, he seemed incredibly tall and unyielding. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps will not abandon anyone, will not accept any threats, and will not fear any war. Chapter 61. There really is a master-level powerhouse. His words were strong and resonant, and at that moment, Lin seemed to radiate a light that moved people. The name of Great Xia had stood firm on Earth for 5,000 years, its vibrant flag stained with countless blood, representing the unyielding spirit of countless martyrs of the Great Xia people. By naming his mercenary group after Great Xia and using the 5-star red flag as its emblem, how could Lin allow the name of Great Xia and the 5-star red flag to be shamed? Little brother Lin, so handsome, Wei murmured as she looked at Lin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bai Wei'er and Lin were also captivated by Lin at this moment, feeling that he exuded a powerful charisma that made it hard for them to look away. No way. This kid really dares to go against the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? Where does he get his confidence from? Could it be that the Great Xia Mercenary Corps really has a master-level powerhouse? This is going to be a good show. In the venue, the crowd was in an uproar, surprised and curious about where Lin's courage came from. However, it was clear that a good show was about to unfold. Indeed, he's the man I have my eyes on, Jack thought to himself. Only a man who does not fear strong enemies is worthy of his allegiance. Jorarilla's expression darkened, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she coldly declared, "Since that's the case, then none of you will leave this tea party today." With her words, dozens of people surrounded Lin and the others, all leaders and elite subordinates from the affiliated mercenary groups under the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, eager to show off in front of Jorarilla. The other mercenary groups around them quickly distanced themselves, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Ms. Weir, the Mercenary Guild has always refrained from intervening in matters between mercenary groups. You wouldn't want to break the rules of the Mercenary Guild, would you? Jorarilla looked at Bai Wei'er, having noticed the close relationship between her and Lin. She felt a hint of apprehension. If Bai Wei'er were to intervene in the matters of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, Jorarilla's intention to establish authority would likely be thwarted. So she first attempted to provoke Bai Wei'er with her words. Rest assured, Captain Jorarilla, I certainly won't break the rules of the Mercenary Guild. Bai Wei'er replied with a smile, though there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. She found Jorarilla quite annoying. Bai Wei'er knew Lin's strength, so she wasn't worried about the situation of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. She looked at Lin with a pitiful expression and said, "Little brother Lin, I'm afraid I can't help you today." "That's okay, I can handle it," Lin said, asserting that he didn't need Bai Wei'er's help to deal with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Seeing that Bai Wei'er had clearly stated she wouldn't intervene, Jorarilla smiled, her gaze sweeping across the venue. She noticed that all the mercenary group members were silent, their faces filled with awe, and she felt very pleased. Her move to establish authority was indeed effective. After today, the mercenary world in Town would be dominated by the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, and no other mercenary group would dare to challenge its authority. A few days ago, the Judgment Sword Mercenary Corps had returned in defeat before the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, and many mercenary groups had sought to please the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, even wanting to join it. Now, the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps was challenging the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, yet no mercenary group dared to stand on the side of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. At this moment, the Great Xia Mercenary Corps was isolated and without support. Captain Lin well said, "I support you." A voice suddenly broke the tension in the venue, making everyone turn to look. At this moment, who would dare to stand with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, thereby opposing the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? The speaker was Jack, the leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps. Ignoring the looks of disbelief from the crowd, he walked over to Lin's side with his men and said solemnly, "Captain Lin, my Orange Cat Mercenary Corps will advance and retreat together with the Great Xia Mercenary Corps." Lin was surprised. He didn't expect Jack to dare stand up at this moment. He had to admit that this guy had some guts. Lin asked, Captain Jack, have you thought this through? Joining Daxia at this time is very dangerous. I've thought it through, Jack replied loudly. A little help in times of need is better than a mere embellishment. He was also taking a gamble, betting that Lin had enough confidence. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't confront the Silver Shield mercenary group head-on. All right, from now on, I agree to let you join the Daxia mercenary group. Lin smiled and patted Jack's shoulder. Since Jack dared to stand with Daxia at this moment, Lin naturally wouldn't let him down. Thank you, Captain Lin. Jack was overjoyed. In contrast to Jack's excitement, the people behind him, like Arno, had bitter expressions. However, since Jack was the captain, they had no choice but to accept and hope that Jack's judgment was correct. The many mercenary group leaders at the venue were stunned by Jack's bold move. Where did this reckless young man come from, so stubborn as to dare join forces with Daxia mercenary group at this time? Wasn't he just a fool? Ha! Jack is doomed. Novus from the Blade mercenary group couldn't help but laugh. Jack was courting death, and it seemed he wouldn't have to deal with him himself. Jalalila's face was clouded with anger. Although she didn't know where this little mercenary group came from and usually wouldn't give such small characters a second glance, their sudden appearance at this moment was undoubtedly a slap in her face. Seeking death. Since you want to die, then I'll help you, Jalalila coldly exclaimed, casting a cold glance at Lin and the others. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, capture the Daxia mercenary group members. Yes, Captain Jalalila. The affiliated mercenary group members surrounding Lin and the others immediately took action, dozens of weapons charging towards them, their fighting spirit soaring and killing intent overwhelming. Those who could enter the venue were either leaders or high-ranking members of mercenary groups, and not a single one was a weakling. At this moment, as dozens of them attacked simultaneously, the fighting spirit was overwhelming. Even high-level battle masters could only temporarily avoid the onslaught. Facing such a powerful attack, everyone could already predict the fate of the Daxia mercenary group. Clang! The sound of swords echoed throughout the venue as Lin Rongfu made his move. A brilliant sword light swept out, shattering all the incoming sword energies under its might, accompanied by the continuous sound of weapons breaking. Even weapons forged from high-quality steel couldn't withstand the power of the sword light. With just one sword, he easily blocked the attacks of dozens of mercenaries who could be considered experts. Oomph! Before anyone could react, Lin Rongfu coldly snorted and swung his long sword again. A sword light, several feet long, shot out, radiating dazzling brilliance, as if it could rival the sun in the sky, cutting through everything in its path towards the mercenaries ahead. Rip! Where the sword light passed, more than a dozen mercenaries, along with their armor, were cut in half, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere, instantly filling the venue with a bloody stench. Such a bloody and explosive scene made the remaining people tremble in fear, panic overwhelming their hearts. Thankfully, the sword light wasn't aimed at them. Otherwise, they would surely be among the pieces of flesh. Seeing Lin Rongfu's power, the other mercenaries didn't dare to charge forward anymore. Although Jalalila's orders were important, they valued their own lives more. So one by one, they hurriedly retreated, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my young master must die. Lin Rongfu shouted, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, his long sword slashing out continuously, and several long sword lights surged forth, enveloping the remaining mercenaries. In an instant, the fighting energy sword lights crisscrossed, cutting deep gorges into the ground. A series of screams erupted as the sword lights passed, blood splattering everywhere, turning the entire venue into a battlefield. The thick smell of blood making people feel nauseous. Even the mercenaries present, who had been in the mercenary world for many years and were used to bloodshed, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of Lin Rongfu killing as if he were slaughtering chickens. Dozens of powerful mercenaries were killed cleanly by Lin Rongfu in a matter of moments, including nearly 10 battle masters. Only battle masters possessed such powerful strength, and only battle masters could slash out sword lights from a distance to take lives. At this moment, everyone confirmed Lin Rongfu's strength, their hearts filled with horror. Realizing that the rumors were true, the Daxia mercenary group really had a battle master in command. For a moment, everyone dared not breathe heavily, fearing to provoke Lin Rongfu's anger. Lest the next moment the sword light fell upon them. Meanwhile, those who initially had no faith in the Daxia mercenary group had completely changed their views. The Daxia mercenary group also had battle masters, and the Silver Shield mercenary group's attempt to establish dominance over the Daxia mercenary group was likely to hit a brick wall. The dynamics of the mercenary world in Hudistown would likely be completely different. Jack, standing behind Lin En, was grinning madly. He had bet right. and from now on, he could soar to great heights. In contrast to Jack's excitement, the faces of the Silver Shield mercenary group members were extremely grim. Jalarila's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. The power Lin Rongfu had just revealed put immense pressure on her, and she was also filled with extreme anger, her face bruised. She had thought she could establish dominance easily, but unexpectedly, the Daxiao mercenary group turned out to be a hidden big boss. In front of all the mercenary groups in Town, Jalarila was now in a precarious position, caught between a rock and a hard place. Everyone was watching Jalarila's reaction. What a formidable Daxiao mercenary group. Jalarila nearly ground her back teeth to dust, regretting for the first time that she hadn't investigated the Daxiao mercenary group thoroughly, which had led her into such a difficult situation. Facing Lin Rongfu, this battle master, Jalarila knew that sending her mercenaries forward would be like sending them to their deaths. If her subordinates suffered heavy losses, the Silver Shield mercenary group would be unable to control the situation in Town. At this moment, only by taking action herself could she salvage the Silver Shield mercenary group's lost face. Otherwise, the purpose of today's tea party would be in vain, and the Silver Shield mercenary group would become a laughingstock. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from her, the battle master's momentum pouring out like a torrent. Jalarila resembled a female war goddess, wielding the silver shield and warhammer. The platform beneath her feet cracked with a thunderous sound as she shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Lin Rongfu. Chapter 62, Peaceful Coexistence. Seeing Jalarila personally take action, the many mercenaries at the venue hurriedly dodged aside. It was no joke. Battles between battle masters were earth-shattering, and being caught in the fighting energy might mean instant death. Losing one's life just to watch the show would be too unjust. Young master, you all stay back a bit. Lin Rongfu finished speaking and lunged forward, slashing his sword through the air. A sword light several meters long tore through the sky, directly targeting the figure of Qiao Leilera hovering above. Boom! In midair, Qiao Leilera's left hand wielded a silver shield, with fighting spirits surging and glowing brightly. She struck fiercely in the air, directly clashing with the incoming sword light, resulting in a muffled sound that made people's eardrums ache. The sword light shattered, creating a violent whirlwind in the sky. Smash hammer! Qiao Leilera shouted, swinging her war hammer with her right hand, summoning a fighting spirit giant hammer about 4 to 5 meters in size, which came crashing down from the sky like a small mountain. The force was unstoppable, creating visible shock waves in the air, and the sound of the impact was like rolling thunder. Faced with such an overwhelming strike, Lin Rongfu had no intention of taking it head-on and quickly dodged aside. Boom! The fighting spirit giant hammer struck the ground, creating a massive pit, and the entire venue shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The ground around the pit cracked like a spider web, extending several meters away. The spectators watching from a distance swayed, nearly losing their balance, and looked at the enormous pit emerging from the dust, filled with indescribable shock. Is this the power of a battle master? Anyone below the battle master level who took that hammer would likely be turned into mush, leaving no need for a corpse to collect. Truly terrifying. Battle masters cannot fly, and just as Qiao Leilera landed after a hammer strike, a sword light shot toward her. Following the sword light, Lin Rongfu moved like lightning, thrusting his sword directly at Qiao Leilera's throat. The sword edge was as sharp as snow, carrying a deadly intent that made one's skin prickle even before it arrived. Boom! The large silver shield blocked both the sword light and the sword edge. Qiao Leilera swung her war hammer again, hammer after hammer, as if she were a skilled blacksmith forging iron, each heavy strike seeming weightless in her hands. Yet each blow carried immense force, shaking the earth and sky. Her combat style was ferocious and violent, pushing everything aside. In contrast to Qiao Leilera's fierce approach, Lin Rongfu moved like a swimming dragon, his sword strikes swift as the wind, avoiding direct confrontation with Qiao Leilera. He unleashed waves of sword light that tore through the air and split the ground, forcing Qiao Leilera to use her silver shield for defense. To the watching Lin En and others, they could barely make out the figures of the two combatants, only seeing the surging fighting spirit, the giant hammer in the air, and the sword lights crisscrossing, stirring up clouds of dust and continuous booming sounds. That area seemed like a disaster zone, akin to a forbidden zone for life, where anyone entering would be instantly torn apart. The spectators were captivated, their hearts racing in fear of the battle master's terrifying power, yet they also felt a longing admiration. How impressive! When can I be that strong? Vea nervously clutched Lin En's arm, her fingers gripping tightly enough for him to feel some pain, her eyes wide open. "We can do it. We will all be that powerful in the future," Lin En replied with a smile. The one most pleased with Lin Rongfu regaining his peak combat power was none other than him. This old man who had cared for him since childhood and remained loyal, finally reaping the rewards of his hardships. "Little brother Lin En, your old servant is indeed extraordinary, able to match Xiao Leilera's strength," Bai Wire remarked, marveling at how the support of such a strong ally made the great Xiao mercenary corps limitless. Lin smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. Lin Rongfu hadn't even shown his full strength yet. After consuming the fruit of the toothless pterosaur, his combat power far exceeded that of his peers. Once he activated the fruit's ability, the battle would likely end quickly. However, Lin had instructed Lin Rongfu not to reveal the devil fruit's powers unless absolutely necessary. After all, the abilities of the devil fruit were different from the cultivation system of the divine grace continent, which could cause unnecessary trouble. Keeping it hidden could also serve as a trump card. Lin Rongfu and Xiao Lailai were still locked in fierce combat. Lin Rongfu had not revealed all his strength. He was enjoying this battle. His original injuries had caused him to drop in rank, and for 20 years, he had suppressed his injuries without showing his true cultivation. He had not experienced a battle at the master level for 2 decades and thought his blood had run cold. But unexpectedly, he could still recover to his peak. He needed an exhilarating fight, and Xiao Lailai was a good opponent. In contrast to Lin Rongfu, who was savoring the fight, Xiao Lailai's expression grew increasingly grim as the battle progressed. Lin Rongfu's tenacity exceeded her expectations. His fierce fighting style meant greater consumption, and her endurance in a protracted battle was insufficient. Unable to defeat her opponent in a short time, she would inevitably fall at a disadvantage. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Lailai realized that it was impossible to defeat Lin Rongfu in the short term, and as time passed, she was likely to be defeated. Continuing the battle no longer held much meaning. Boom! Another violent collision occurred, and the fighting energy stirred up clouds of dust, with shattered sword light creating deep, bottomless pits in the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Lailai jumped out of the combat zone and said in a deep voice, "Your strength is formidable, and we cannot determine a victor in a short time. Continuing to fight would be meaningless. Let us end it here." Everyone was taken aback that Xiao Lailai would cease fighting and even say such words, clearly indicating that she acknowledged the equal status of the Daxiao mercenary group and the Silver Shield mercenary group. However, upon reflection, this was inevitable. Since she could not defeat her opponent, seeking peaceful coexistence made sense. It seemed that a dominant mercenary group was about to rise in Hudistown. The leaders of various mercenary groups in the venue exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with hidden thoughts. Lin Rongfu reluctantly stopped, but today he had indulged enough. It was quite challenging to take down Jorarila without using the abilities of the toothless pterosaur fruit. Without responding to Jorarila's words, Lin Rongfu returned to Lin En's side. He was merely a servant, and decisions should naturally be left to the young master. "Young master, this old servant has fulfilled his duty. Grandpa Fu, did you have fun?" Lin En asked with a smile. "Yes, it was all thanks to the young master," Lin Rongfu replied, his face beaming with excitement, as if a long-sealed sword had shed its rust and revealed its sharpness once again. He had thought his path of cultivation had come to an end, destined to struggle for survival in his remaining years. Now, having regained his peak, he showed signs of a breakthrough in strength, and his passion for pursuing the pinnacle of cultivation reignited. His long silent heart began to beat once more fervently. An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A hero in his twilight years remains ambitious. Seeing Lin Rongfu in such unprecedented good condition, Lin En was also pleased for him. "Captain Lin En, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps is powerful and qualifies to work with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps to establish the rules of the mercenary world in Hudistown." Jorarila looked at Lin En, having acknowledged the strength of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, and was speculating about Lin En's identity. With such a powerful subordinate, Lin En's identity must be extraordinary, and she believed Lin En would not refuse the opportunity to coexist peacefully with her. "The Daxiao Mercenary Corps can coexist peacefully with the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps," Lin En said. "As for establishing rules, I have no interest. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps does not have ambitions for domination." The system task required Lin En to upgrade the Daxiao Mercenary Corps to an SSS-level mercenary corps. Although Hudistown was known as a paradise for mercenaries, its level was ultimately low. lacking even a holy level powerhouse, which would limit the development of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Lin En would lead the Daxia Mercenary Corps away. Therefore, claiming dominance in Hudistown held no significance for Lin En. He attended the Tea Party merely because the Daxia Mercenary Corps was now a member of Hudistown, and some things were temporarily unavoidable. Another reason was that Lin En intended to enjoy a free meal. Unfortunately, just as the Tea Party began, Lin En had barely eaten anything before a battle disrupted the event. Looking at the chaotic venue, Lin En shook his head. It seemed he wouldn't be able to eat after all. Since there was nothing to eat here, he decided to go back and prepare a good meal himself. It was just right that Jack and the others had recently joined the Daxia Mercenary Corps, so he could hold a welcome banquet. Lin left with his people, leaving behind a chaotic venue and a group of mercenary leaders with varying thoughts. Joralair watched Lin and the others leave, her eyes flickering. Although Lin did not agree to control Hudistown together with the Silver Shield mercenary group, this outcome was still acceptable. At least there would be no conflict with the Silver Shield mercenary group. Before uncovering Lin's origins and lacking the strength to overpower the Great Xia mercenary group, Joralair decided to maintain the status quo. The Tea Party ended abruptly, but its impact on Hudistown was profound. Everyone knew the rise of the Great Xia mercenary group was unstoppable, but fortunately, the Great Xia mercenary group had no ambition for domination. Many mercenary groups had already made up their minds to cultivate a good relationship with the Great Xia mercenary group, ideally becoming its affiliated mercenary group or even directly joining it. Meanwhile, some who had grievances against the Great Xia mercenary group were filled with anxiety, such as the Blade mercenary group, which was affiliated with the Star of David mercenary group. Its leader, Novus, was an old rival of Jack, who had now joined the Great Xia mercenary group. Novus was apprehensive, fearing that the Great Xia mercenary group would cause him trouble. Upon returning to the base, Lin ordered a banquet to welcome Jack and the others into the Great Xia mercenary group. Bai Wire was also invited to the banquet. During the feast, everyone drank heartily. Vaya and Bai Wire, who did not see eye to eye, ended up competing in drinking. After getting drunk, they leaned against Lin, treating him as a battlefield to compete for attention, which made Lin both enjoy and feel flustered, nearly overwhelmed. Jack and Eusebius became good brothers after just a few drinks. Under Jack's deliberate approach, the inexperienced Eusebius almost became sworn brothers with Jack. After drinking too much, they began to howl together, even challenging the Amethyst Lion King to a drinking contest. The banquet continued into the night. That day, Lin got drunk. Even with his life-returning skill, he was thoroughly intoxicated. In his deep drunkenness, Lin felt completely relaxed, forgetting that he was a traveler and gradually blending into the divine grace continent. In his dreams, Lin saw his parents on Earth. They decided to have a second child while still relatively young, and he now had a younger brother. The family lived happily together. Chapter 63. Level Up. Waking up in the morning, Lin found his pillow slightly damp. Recalling last night's dream, he felt a sense of openness in his heart. Perhaps, just as in the dream, after their sorrow, his parents had chosen to have a second child, pouring all their love into his younger brother. Moving past their pain and starting a new life. Mom and Dad, you must take care of yourselves. Your son is here and will also be well. Even if we are not in the same world, I will live wonderfully and become the pride in your hearts. Wiping his eyes, Lin got out of bed, and a new day began. After getting up, Lin practiced swordsmanship at the training ground as usual and personally fed the Amethyst Lion King. Everything seemed quite ordinary, but the observant Sherlin noticed subtle changes in Lin. Lin, you seem a bit different today, Sherlin said. Different how? Lin smiled. I can't quite say, but you just feel different. Sherlin carefully examined the young man, who radiated a relaxed smile, full of vitality, yet seemed to possess an extraordinary sharpness, exuding a unique charm. Lin smiled without speaking, letting go of the concerns in her heart. With a broad mind, she naturally felt different from before. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It is just buried deep within. So do you feel it has gotten better or worse? Better, Hiren said. The smile on the boy's face was so radiant, like the spring sun, warm and gentle, that she felt a flutter in her heartbeat unknowingly quickening. This feeling had never appeared in Hiren's 20-something years of life, causing a crack in her usually cold heart. Hiren lowered her gaze, seemingly unable to bear looking at the boy's smile any longer. Yet that brilliant smile was imprinted in her heart, warming her cold soul. Sister, what are you talking about? Vea ran over, her voice arriving before her presence. When she got closer, she hugged Lin's arm tightly, saying, Lin, shaving is too difficult to cultivate. I haven't been able to get started. You have to come teach me. Okay, Lin replied. After all, it was a different cultivation system, and shaving had high physical requirements, so it was normal for Vea to struggle to begin. Watching her sister affectionately pull Lin toward the training area, Hiren's gaze lingered on their tightly connected arms. Her charming brow slightly furrowed and then relaxed, letting out a soft sigh, her expression inexplicably somewhat dim. After resting for another day, Lin and the others finally entered the Hudis Mountains again, beginning a new round of tasks and training. Hudis town gradually calmed down, the impact of the beast tide slowly fading, and the mercenaries returned to their blood-soaked days. During this period, more mercenary groups requested to join the Daxia mercenary group, all of which were rejected by Lin. The Silver Shield mercenary group also became much more low-key. Compared to when the three major mercenary groups were in control, the mercenary world in Hudis town became much more active and vibrant. But to restore the previous overall strength would likely take a long time. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed. Ding! The host has killed a level 6 magical beast, the rock python. Experience points, 500. Experience points have reached the level up requirement. The host level has upgraded to level 40. Dao power 5. Ding! Congratulations, the host level has reached level 40, completing the second phase of main quest 1. Reward: 1 upgrade package, which has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Ding! Activating main quest 1. Third phase task. Reach level 60. Reward: 1 upgrade package. 3 consecutive system prompts. The long-lost task completion reminder made Lin very pleasantly surprised. She thought to herself, System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 40 experience, 1003500 Dao power, 890 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced for 78, 805, 0000, shaving, intermediate, 112, 205, 0000, paper drawing, intermediate, 987050000, life return, intermediate, 050000, armed color haki, intermediate, 050000, conqueror's haki, intermediate, 11010000, listening to the voices of all things cannot be upgraded, devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, intermediate, 050000, moves, 1 sword style, Iato, flash, continuous flash physique, overlord sword body specialization, nun pet, purple crystal lion king, level 6 beginner magical beast, special items, nun energy, 142500 backpack, several magic crystals. Upgrade package tasks, main quest 1, dream of full level, host level upgrade to full level. Third phase task, level reach 60, reward, 1 upgrade package. Main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary group, Daxia mercenary group upgrade to SSS level mercenary group. Second phase task, a level mercenary group, reward, 1 promotion package. Lin looked at the panel. His level had reached 40, and his spiritual power had reached 890 points. The increase was not significant, as the 5 points gained per level were hardly worth mentioning. The increase in spiritual power mainly relied on skill upgrades. After more than a month of practice, the proficiency of his basic swordsmanship had improved the most due to the double boost from the extreme sword body and was nearly perfected. However, the proficiency of the 2 Navy 6 styles, shave and paper drawing, was still far from upgrading, and the mastery of Conqueror's Haki was even slower. Lin realized that to upgrade Conqueror's Haki, he would have to resort to spending money. As he had expected, after reaching level 40, life return, Armament Haki, and the Phoenix Fruit could continue to upgrade. If the system's energy was sufficient, Lin's strength would experience an explosive growth immediately. Looking at the magic crystals he had saved up during this time in his backpack, Lin thought to himself, System, convert all my magic crystals into system energy. Ding! System energy conversion successful. The energy increased by a total of 715,000 points, bringing the total system energy to 857,500 points. Looking at the total of just over 800,000 system energy, Lin felt a bit dissatisfied. After more than a month, he had only gathered this little magic crystal. One reason was that the Daxia mercenary group was not large, and the personnel were limited, so their efficiency in hunting magic crystals was naturally low. Another reason was that although the Hudis mountain range was called the Monster Beast Mountain Range, it was only within the scope of the 3 surrounding countries, and was not significant compared to the entire Divine Grace continent. The strength of the monster beasts in the mountains was generally average, with only one holy level beast, the thunder-winged white tiger, and naturally, There were not many high-level monsters for Lin and his group to hunt. Lin looked at all his current skills. With his current energy, he could upgrade at most 2 skills, the nearly upgraded basic swordsmanship and another one. However, since the proficiency of basic swordsmanship was almost full and he had the doubling proficiency boost from the dominant sword body, he did not intend to waste energy. Instead, he decided to upgrade 1 skill first and save the remaining energy until he had enough to upgrade other skills. System: upgrade Armament Haki to intermediate perfection using energy. Lin instructed the system, choosing to upgrade Armament Haki first. The enhancement of Armament Haki not only strengthens defense and attack, but is also the most effective method to counter fighting spirit. Lin had tested it, and with his current level of Armament Haki, he could only barely break through the defenses of a fighter-level fighting spirit, causing minimal damage. Only after upgrading Armament Haki could he effectively deal lethal damage to powerful fighters. Ding! Consumed 500,000 system energy. Armament Haki upgraded to intermediate perfection. Dao power 500. Armament Haki has greatly improved, gaining the characteristic of hardening. Current level of Armament Haki can no longer be upgraded. With an increase of 500 Dao power, Lin felt a significant boost in his internal strength, bringing his total Dao power to 1390, elevating his strength to the intermediate level of a high-level warrior. The sudden surge in power made Lin feel incredibly exhilarated, even sparking an impulse to use the remaining energy to upgrade basic swordsmanship as well. However, he thought better of it and decided to put in the effort to raise that proficiency himself. Once he saved up 500,000 energy, he could upgrade another skill, which would increase his Dao power by another 1,000 points, allowing him to reach the level of fighter. There is a fundamental difference between fighters and high-level warriors. Fighters are already considered strong. Suppressing the desire to continue upgrading skills, Lin turned his gaze to the upgrade package in the system backpack, his eyes filled with anticipation, wondering what good things this upgrade package might yield. He hoped his luck wouldn't be too poor this time. Roar! Before Lin could open the upgrade package, a majestic beast roar echoed through the forest, accompanied by a gust of wind. When the wind subsided, the massive figure of the thunder-winged white tiger appeared before everyone. Faced with the sudden appearance of the holy-level magical beast, the members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps did not panic. They had seen the thunder-winged white tiger multiple times over the past month, and although they still held a sense of awe towards the holy-level magical beast, they were not overly flustered. Roar! Lin! A youthful voice rang out as the little white tiger jumped down from its mother and rushed towards Lin, its face filled with excitement and affection. Ever since it had eaten the human fruit, the little white tiger had developed a close bond with Lin. Whenever Lin appeared deep in the Hudis Mountains, the little white tiger would insist on having its mother bring it to play with Lin. Lin believed that if he had a contract card, the little white tiger would willingly become his contracted pet without any persuasion. He thought about when he could take the little white tiger away. After all, it had the bloodline of a holy beast and had eaten the human fruit, making its future growth limitless. "Ah, little white," Vea exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she ran over and hugged the little white tiger tightly. Her beautiful face rubbed against the soft fur of the little white tiger, and girls had no resistance to fluffy little animals. Moreover, the little white tiger was so adorable and could even talk, making it even more lovable. Even the mature and composed Shirin looked at the little white tiger with a loving gaze. "Roar! Sister Vea, let me go. I want to find Lin." Although the little white tiger had grown familiar with Vea, it was clearly closer to Lin, struggling continuously in Vea's arms. "Not letting go. Let's see how much you can be held first," Vea teased, holding the little white tiger tightly in her budding embrace, burying her little face in its fur. The little white tiger, not knowing how to enjoy the treatment every man envied, struggled hard but couldn't escape Vea's embrace, its face showing an expression of despair. Chapter 64. Lin gets stabbed. All right, Vea, let the little white go. Seeing the little white tiger's aggrieved look, Shirin couldn't bear it any longer, her heart filled with affection. Vea reluctantly released the little white tiger, which left her embrace without looking back and dashed toward Lin, leaping into his arms. "Lin, Sister Vea is bullying me," the little white tiger complained to Lin. "You little white, ungrateful thing. I even cooked meat for you last time," Vea said indignantly. "Sister Vea just likes you too much. Who told you to be so cute?" Lin chuckled, stroking the little white tiger's head. The little white tiger showed an expression of enjoyment, making Vea feel even more jealous. "In a bit, I'll have Sister Vea cook meat for you." Lin greeted the thunderwing white tiger, which usually ignored others but was more courteous to Lin, its child savior. Nowadays, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps had many members, and collecting materials from the magical beasts no longer required Lin Rongfu to do it personally. Usopp and Jack could lead people to handle the tasks, and everyone divided the meat of the rock python. Today's food would be roasted rock python meat. After eating the cooked food, the Thunderwing White Tiger, the Little White Tiger, and the Amethyst Lion King showed a strong fondness for cooked food. Although they still wouldn't refuse raw meat, it was evident that the cooked food was much more appetizing to them. After the barbecue feast, the Little White Tiger reluctantly said goodbye to Lin, following its mother. Once Lin and his group packed up, they set off on their way back to Town. They submitted their mission at the Mercenary Guild, and after more than a month of effort, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps had reached C rank, getting closer to the A rank requirement for the next stage of missions. Lin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, more people meant greater strength. After leaving the Mercenary Guild and walking down the street, they were often greeted by members of other mercenary groups. Since the last tea party, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps had become a star mercenary group in Town. Even if they couldn't join the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, many mercenary groups still hoped to maintain good relations with them. After all, the Great Summer Mercenary Corps had no ambition to dominate, and Lin was not the type to be overbearing, which made many mercenary groups willing to befriend them. After dealing with another mercenary group that approached to make friends, Lin wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit exhausted and troubled. He didn't want to become a so-called star. He just wanted to quietly improve his strength. It seemed that he should go out shopping less in the future. It would be better to avoid the scene of being pursued by fans. Just then, Lin sensed a killing intent. Before he could react, one of the members of the mercenary group he had just spoken with suddenly pulled out a dagger and silently stabbed towards Lin's chest. Despite Lin's efforts to dodge, the dagger still pierced his chest. Puff! The dagger tore through flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. The sudden assassination left Lin momentarily stunned, and the intense pain brought him back to his senses as he threw a punch at the assassin. Having succeeded in his attack, the assassin had already withdrawn quickly, retreating swiftly. Young master. The first to react was Lin Rongfu, who exclaimed and appeared in front of the assassin like lightning, reaching out his hand to grab him. The assassin was startled. Lin Rongfu's speed was completely beyond his expectations. He, of course, was unaware of the wonders of the Navy's 6 styles of shave. This assassin also had the strength of a beginner warrior, and the dagger in his hand drew a cold light as it aimed for Lin Rongfu's wrist. Lin Rongfu's anger burned in his chest, and his palm was filled with fighting spirit as he swatted the dagger that came at him away. He continuously struck the assassin's chest, causing the assassin to fly backward and crash to the ground. Lin Rongfu chased after him again, wanted to see who dared to assassinate his young master. The assassin was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Lin Rongfu had held back, thinking of capturing him alive. Otherwise, a single strike would have been fatal. The assassin, shocked, saw Lin Rongfu pursuing him again and realized he could not escape. He bit down on the poison in his mouth and died instantly. Lin En, Captain. The sudden assassination left everyone stunned. Once they realized the assassin had been knocked away by Lin Rongfu, they rushed to surround Lin En. Lin En, are you okay? Shilin supported Lin En, nervously asking, her pretty face filled with guilt and concern. I'm fine. Lin En shook his head. Fortunately, he had dodged a bit. Otherwise, the dagger would have pierced his heart. He didn't know if the phoenix fruit could save his life, but as long as his heart wasn't hit, other injuries were not a problem. Hawk Mercenary Group, you dare to assassinate our captain? An angry Jack immediately surrounded the members of the Hawk Mercenary Group. No, it's a misunderstanding. How could I dare to assassinate Captain Lin En? I wouldn't even have the guts to do it. The leader of the Hawk Mercenary Group, Fred, was also confused and then looked panicked and afraid. His members had attempted to assassinate Lin En. This was a matter of life and death for him. In his fear, Fred quickly explained, knowing that if he couldn't clarify the situation, not a single member of the Hawk Mercenary Group would escape today. He prayed that Lin would be okay. Otherwise, whether or not he had ordered the assassination, he would not survive the day. The other members of the Hawk Mercenary Group were also panicking, their faces pale. Surrounded by Jack and his men, they had no courage to resist. If they were misunderstood, they would be doomed. Fred, you bastard, I'll kill you. Jack ignored Fred's explanations and swung his sword at him. Jack, stop! Lin En shouted. Captain, this bastard dared to assassinate you. We can't let him go. Jack said with hatred, but still obeyed Lin En's command and halted. Captain Lin En, it really wasn't my idea. How could I dare to assassinate you? Fred, having narrowly escaped death, saw that Lin En, although injured, did not seem to be in serious trouble, and he felt a weight lift off his chest. He quickly explained, "That assassin joined my mercenary group just a few days ago. I had no idea he was an assassin, whether you knew or not. The assassin is now one of your mercenaries. As the leader, you cannot escape this responsibility," Vaya said angrily. Usopp and the others from the Dasha mercenary group also glared at the members of the Hawk mercenary group, filled with rage. Asvaya sight. Even if it wasn't Fred's order, the assassin had approached to assassinate Lin En through the Hawk mercenary group, and they could not escape responsibility. Fred and his mercenaries were sweating profusely, terrified by the anger and killing intent in the eyes of the Dasha mercenary group. They looked at Lin En eagerly. At this moment, their fate was in his hands. "Young master, the assassin has committed suicide by poison," Lin Rongfu walked over and said, knowing Lin En's ability to recover. He wasn't too worried about Lin En's injury, but he was still extremely angry inside. Lin frowned, realizing that finding clues from the assassin was unlikely. However, committing suicide by poison at the slightest disagreement indicated that this was a professional assassin. Who exactly wanted to kill him? "Jack, let the Falcon mercenary group go." Lin waved his hand, indicating that this matter should have nothing to do with them. They were just used by the assassin to get close to him. "Yes, Captain." Although Jack was unwilling, he had to obey Lin's orders. "Thank you, Captain Lin, thank you." Fred and his subordinates expressed their gratitude to Lin, having narrowly escaped death. Back at the mercenary group's base, Lin was still pondering who wanted his life. "Lin, could it be someone from the Silver Shield mercenary group?" Sure, Lin said. There was considerable suspicion regarding the Silver Shield mercenary group, as the presence of the Great Summer mercenary group hindered their dominance over Town. They cannot be ruled out. Lin nodded. Young Master Lin Rongfu hesitated to speak. He felt that the possibility of his father's wife, Lady Rose, was quite high. But this was a family matter for the young master, and not suitable to mention in this context. Lin's face was dark as he had already guessed what Lin Rongfu wanted to say. He also thought about the stepmother who wanted to kill him. Since he didn't die, she must be quite uneasy, right? After the first assassination attempt, there would be a second. Lin was filled with anger. He didn't even plan to go back to fight for any title inheritance, yet his stepmother still wouldn't let him go, thinking he was still the useless person who couldn't cultivate, allowing her to control his fate. The news of Lin's assassination quickly spread throughout Town. After all, it happened in broad daylight with many witnesses. Numerous mercenaries speculated about who would dare to assassinate Lin, with most guessing it was the Silver Shield mercenary group, as only they had the motive and strength to do so. What? Lin was assassinated? Jallarella naturally received the news and looked shocked. After learning that Lin was only injured and not dead, she felt a sense of regret. This guy really was lucky. "Captain, there's talk outside saying we sent someone to assassinate Lin," Carlos said seriously. Jallarella frowned. This was not good news. She knew that the assassins were not sent by her. But what if Lin misunderstood? "Carlos, you go to the Great Summer mercenary group and explain clearly to Lin that this has nothing to do with us," Jallarella said after a moment of contemplation. At this time, she did not want a conflict with the Great Summer mercenary group and needed to eliminate any suspicion against herself. Lin was not surprised by Carlos's visit. Jallarella didn't want to be the scapegoat for the assassins, nor did she want to conflict with the Great Summer. So it made sense for her to clarify things as soon as possible. After dealing with Carlos, Bywayer hurriedly came in, immediately checking Lin's injuries. "Sister Bywayer, I only got a little scratch. A mere assassin can't take my life," Lin said, somewhat amused, unsure if his sister was genuinely worried or just taking advantage of the situation. It was a bit excessive to undress in front of so many people. "With so many people around, sister, next time find a place without anyone," Lin complained. "Good thing my brother Lin wasn't seriously hurt. Otherwise, who knows what you would have done to him," Vaya said, angrily pushing Bywayer's hands away, glaring at her. This woman had ill intentions toward her brother Lin. Chapter 65. Sanfruto. "Miss Vaya, are you getting jealous?" Bywayer said with a smile, her charming eyes glinting with mischief. "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" "Not at all," Vaya replied angrily, her pretty face secretly flushing pink, looking rather lovely. She stole a glance at Lin and, seeing that he had no special reaction, felt relieved yet a bit disappointed. Bywayer smiled without saying a word, as if she could see through Vaya. Noticing her youthful appearance, she decided not to tease her further. "Little brother Lin, have you found out the origin of the assassin?" Bywayer asked. "No. The assassin poisoned himself to death," Lin shook his head. "Looks like it's a professional assassin," Bywayer pondered. "It should have nothing to do with the Silver Shield mercenary group. Jallarella isn't stupid. If he had been killed by the assassin, Old Man Lin would definitely go crazy. Even if Jalarella could handle it, her mercenaries could not. I think so too, Lin nodded. Bai Wei'er could become the president of the mercenary guild, so her abilities were undoubtedly impressive. It made sense to think this way. I already have some leads, but now is not the time to settle scores. All right, if you need any help, just let me know, Bai Wei'er said, having some guesses herself. Perhaps it was related to Lin's identity, as she had previously sent someone to investigate Lin's background and was aware of what happened in his family. However, since Lin did not mention it, she naturally could not interfere directly. After Bai Wei'er left, Lin used the Flame of Life to heal his wounds, leaving no scars. With the ability of the Phoenix Fruit, it would be hard not to make money if he opened a scar removal beauty shop on Earth. After the assassination incident, Lin felt a sense of urgency. His strength had increased too quickly during this time, and with the War Master Lin Rongfu by his side, the initial deadly threat he faced upon crossing over had lessened significantly, making him relax a lot. Now that he thought about it, his strength was still lacking. He sensed the murderous intent from the assassin, but was unable to dodge the assassination, even having no time to use Armament Haki. If the assassin had been stronger, he might have been stabbed in the heart. Even with the ability of the Phoenix Fruit, he would likely still die. After all, the development level of the Phoenix Fruit's ability was only at the elementary stage and did not have the power of resurrection. Since the first assassination attempt failed, the stepmother would definitely not give up, and the next assassin would surely be stronger. Lin thought it would be great if he had observation haki. He could detect the assassin's movements in advance, making it impossible for them to ambush him. Thinking of this, Lin remembered he still had an upgrade package in his backpack that he hadn't opened. He wondered what good things it would yield this time. It would be great if he could get observation haki to ensure the package brought out good items. Lin decided to be superstitious and waited until night to bathe and change clothes, then prayed to the Jade Emperor and other deities before opening the upgrade package. System, open the upgrade package for me. Ding, upgrade package opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill iron block from the Navy's 6 styles, a Sniper King weapon, and a natural type sand fruit. Perfect. It has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it at your convenience. What the heck? Natural type sand fruit. Lin almost jumped up when he heard the system prompt. He didn't expect to get a devil fruit, and it was a rare and powerful natural type. He felt like a lucky king. It seemed that superstition really worked, and his bathing and praying were not in vain. I'm so excited. Lin couldn't wait to take the sand fruit out of his backpack. The fruit had a soil yellow skin and looked like a round cactus, covered in cactus spines with 2 small branches on the side. When Lin touched the sharp spines on the surface, he found they were soft, which relieved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to eat it. This was a natural type devil fruit. Lin felt a surge of envy, but unfortunately, he had already eaten the Phoenix Fruit. In the game settings, using a devil fruit fusion card would allow him to eat a second devil fruit. But the price of the fusion card in the system mall was 5 million energy, which made Lin hesitate. Since obtaining the system, he hadn't accumulated 5 million energy yet. Such a powerful devil fruit could only be given to someone else. But who? He ruled out Lin Rongfu first, since he had already eaten the toothless pterosaur fruit. The remaining candidates were Lin, Vaya, Usopp, and Jack, while other ordinary members were not considered for now. Lin had a bit of a headache, or rather, a difficulty in making choices. It seemed like he could give it to anyone, but giving it to a specific person felt inappropriate. Others might feel uncomfortable if they found out. After all, who wouldn't want to become stronger? As the leader of the mercenary group, Lin also needed to consider the feelings of every member. After thinking for a long time, Lin decided to give the sand fruit to Usopp, because among the core members, Usopp was the weakest, currently only a mid-level warrior, even weaker than most of the ordinary members, which was holding back the Dasha mercenary group. Another reason was that Lin had a closer relationship with Usopp, as they had grown up together and had a good bond. Lin hoped that his childhood friend could catch up to him in strength, which was also a bit of Lin's personal wish. For now, he put the sand fruit back in the system backpack and took out the King of Snipers. This was the most powerful sniper rifle set in the game, equivalent to the supreme weapon among sniper rifles, with a unique and exquisite design, a 2-meter-long body, and equipped with a scope. King of Snipers. Effective range of 1,500 meters. Maximum range of 2,000 meters, infinite bullets. Lin couldn't believe that he had actually unlocked the Sniper King. Was he supposed to become a sniper himself? Unfortunately, he didn't have any shooting skills, so it seemed he would waste this weapon. After putting away the Sniper King, he looked at the iron block he had just obtained from the Navy's 6 styles and said, "System, upgrade the iron block to intermediate using energy." Ding. Consumed 50. 000 energy points. The iron block upgraded to intermediate. Dao power 50 points. System. Open the attribute panel. Character. Lin level. 40 experience. 10035. 000 Dao power. 1. 440 profession. Swordsman skills. Basic swordsmanship. Perfect. Intermediate swordsmanship. Advanced for 788. 050. 000. Shave. Intermediate. 122. 050. 000. Paper drawing. Intermediate. 987. 050. 000. Iron block. Intermediate. 50. 000. Life return. Intermediate. 50. 000. Armament color haki. Intermediate. 50. 000. Conqueror's haki. Intermediate. 101. 000. Listening to all things cannot upgrade. Devil fruit. Mythical beast type phoenix. Intermediate. 50. 000. Techniques. One sword style Iato flash. Continuous flash physique. Overbearing sword body specialty. Nun pet. Amethyst Lion King. Level 6 beginner magical beast. Special items. Nun energy. 302. 500 backpack. Sniper King. Natural system Sansan fruit quests. Main quest 1. Dream of maximum level. Host level upgrade to maximum level. Stage 3 quest. Reach level 60. Reward. 1 upgrade gift pack. Main quest 2. Ambition of the Mercenary Corps. Upgrade the Dacia Mercenary Corps to SSS level Mercenary Corps. Stage 2 quest. A level Mercenary Corps. Reward. 1 promotion gift pack. After upgrading the iron block, his Dao power increased by another 50 points, now totaling 440. After checking the data on the attribute panel, Lin closed it and left the room, heading towards Usopp's room. Young master, is there something you need me for? Usopp was a bit confused as to why Lin was looking for him so late. He was drenched in sweat, clearly having just finished training, and it was evident that Usopp had been working hard. Not bad. It seems you haven't been slacking off, Lin praised. If Usopp wasn't working hard enough, even giving him the Sansan fruit wouldn't have much effect. It would instead waste this powerful natural fruit. I'm the weakest in the Mercenary Corps. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to keep up with you. Young master, Usopp said, scratching his head shyly. I'm relieved to hear you think that way, Lin said, patting Usopp on the shoulder. I have something good for you that will greatly help your strength. Saying this, Lin took out the Sansan fruit. Young master, what is this strange thing? Usopp looked at the Sansan fruit. It seemed like a fruit, but he had never seen such a peculiar fruit before. You'll find out once you eat it, Lin said, handing the fruit to Usopp with a serious expression. The taste of this fruit isn't very good, but it has very magical abilities. You must remember to eat the whole fruit. You can't leave any behind. Seeing Lin's serious expression, Usopp nodded. He absolutely trusted his young master, and without saying anything else, he took the Sansan fruit and bit down hard. Ugh! The taste of the devil fruit was as sour as ever. Without any mental preparation, Usopp nearly vomited, but thankfully he remembered Lin's words and did not spit out the bitten fruit. However, his face turned a myriad of colors. Ha! Look at Usopp's wonderful expression. Lin laughed gleefully, enjoying his friend's experience, feeling that another person was understanding what he had gone through. When Lin Rongfu ate the toothless pterosaur fruit, Lin didn't dare to laugh out loud because he was an elder, but with Usopp, he had no such worries. Young master, did this fruit grow out a dung pit? Usopp said with a bitter face, tears welling up in his eyes, becoming a crybaby again. You're not playing a prank on me, are you? Although the taste is indeed unpleasant, I'm not lying to you. My abilities only came after eating this fruit, Lin said, as the flame of life began to burn around him. Usopp had always been very curious about the flame of life, and he only now realized that his young master had obtained it by eating such a fruit. Thinking of this, Usopp suddenly became excited. For the sake of the magical ability, he would eat even a huge pile of dung. Closing his eyes, Usopp took a death-defying attitude and swallowed the entire Sansan fruit in a few big bites. Not long after, he felt changes happening within his body. He opened his eyes and raised his right hand, only to see that his 5 fingers were slowly turning into sand. Looking at his fingers turning into sand, then spreading to his palm until his entire arm transformed into sand, Usopp's face showed shock and excitement. Although his arm had turned to sand, he could still feel his arm. It just had changed form. Young master, is this the ability I've gained? Usopp asked, his voice trembling with excitement, unable to believe his eyes. That's right, this fruit is called the Sansan fruit. After eating it, you can gain the ability to manipulate sand and even transform your body into sand. Lin smiled, his eyes filled with surprise and envy. The natural system was what he had wanted the most from the beginning. Lin briefly explained the abilities of the sand fruit to Usopp, then said, Usopp, although you can now transform your body into sand and general physical attacks cannot hit you, you still need to be careful because energy attacks can still affect you. Also, sand is afraid of water. If your body gets wet, you won't be able to turn into sand. Master, I will remember that, Usopp nodded. Kneeling on one knee in front of Lin, his eyes filled with deep gratitude and loyalty. He solemnly said, Usopp thanks you for granting me such a magical fruit. I will follow you for the rest of my life and never betray you. All right, I understand your feelings. Lin smiled and helped Usopp up. Perhaps due to the side effects of the system-produced devil fruit, Usopp, like the little white tiger, had nearly maxed out his loyalty and intimacy. The fruit's abilities would depend on his own development, but he also needed to remember that while the fruit's powers were amazing, practicing energy cultivation should not be neglected. Cultivating both energy and fruit abilities together will lead to greater achievements in the future. Yes, Usopp will not let you down, Master, Usopp said. Okay, take your time to familiarize yourself with your abilities. I'm going back to rest now. You should rest early too, Lin said. But he also knew that Usopp would probably be too excited to sleep that night. After a good night's sleep, Lin found that the training ground was bustling early in the morning. Looking over, he saw Usopp surrounded by a crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. It was obvious that Usopp couldn't wait to show off his abilities first thing in the morning. Brother Lin, you're biased. Seeing Lin, Vea almost ran over, shaking his arm incessantly with a face full of grievance, envy, and desire. She wanted to have a magical ability to manipulate sand like Usopp. There's only one sand fruit. Where can I find another one for you? However, Lin didn't dare to say this out loud, or Vea would shake his arm off. Looking at the others, he noticed that although they didn't rush over like Vea, their gazes were all focused on him, filled with envy and longing. Even the usually aloof Shirin looked at him with eager eyes, making Lin's scalp tingle. After witnessing the magic of the devil fruit's abilities, no one could resist the temptation of those powers. This is all Usopp's fault. I'll personally train him later to develop his fruit abilities properly. Usopp shivered inexplicably. There will definitely be more, and you don't need to envy Usopp. In the future, everyone will have it. My goal is for all members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps to possess such magical abilities, Lin said loudly, painting a grand picture for everyone. Brother Lin, you said it. You can't go back on your word, Vea said happily. Of course. How could I deceive such a lovely sister, Vea? Lin hurriedly nodded. That's great. Vea was exceptionally excited, her eyes full of longing. Long live the captain. Jack and the others cheered. When they first saw Usopp's abilities, they were shocked, almost having their eyes pop out. This ability was simply like that of an alternative magician. Who doesn't have a dream of being a magician? Now that they had Lin's promise, how could they not be excited? Ahem. However, such a magical fruit is extremely rare and the conditions to obtain it are quite strict. It will probably take a considerable amount of time to get one, Lin said, noticing the happy expressions of everyone. He felt that he had developed half the skill of painting grand visions like a boss from his previous life on Earth. However, he still needed to be clear to avoid disappointing them. So he reminded them to have patience and wait. Don't worry, Captain. I can wait as long as it takes, Jack said loudly, and the others echoed, saying that they could wait for such a magical ability for as long as necessary. Seeing that everyone understood, Lin felt relieved. His previous words weren't just empty promises. He had genuinely considered that as long as there was enough energy, he would have all members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps consume a devil fruit, forming an unprecedented devil fruit mercenary group. At that time, would he still have to worry about not completing the system's SSS-level mercenary mission? One devil fruit per person is a massive amount of energy. He needed to work hard to make money. After that, Lin instructed Usopp a bit more, telling him not to be too high profile. Being too flashy when his strength was still weak could attract trouble concerning the abilities of the devil fruit. In the following time, Lin took the team back into the Hudis Mountains, continuing their training and money-making journey. On this day, a mercenary group of more than 20 people entered Hudis Town, led by a young man in his 20s riding on a tall wind wolf. The young man was dressed in luxurious clothing and had an arrogant expression, seemingly looking down on everyone. This is what they call a mercenary paradise? It's nothing special, the young man thought as he scanned the mercenaries on the street with disdain. Andrew, it's just a small town. Without the old tiger in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves kings. The strongest mercenary group is only A level. An old man beside him said coldly. The old man was also riding a giant wolf, a level 6 frost wolf, and after the beast died, the mercenary groups here had suffered heavy losses, making them even less worthy of mention. Huh, If it weren't for the beast tide, we wouldn't have known that a holy level magical beast was born in the Hudis Mountains. The young man Andrew laughed, seemingly not taking the holy level beast seriously. He said to the old man, "Uncle Andy, let's find a place to stay, rest for a bit, and then go into the mountains to hunt this holy level beast." It turned out that Andrew and his group had come to Hudis Town after hearing about the holy level beast appearing during the beast tide. Judging by Andrew's tone, it seemed that the holy level beast, the thunder-winged white tiger, was already in his pocket. Andrew's group settled into the largest inn in Hudis Town, taking over the entire place and forcing out all the other guests. "Why are you kicking us out?" shouted one of the mercenaries who had been thrown out. Mercenaries, who often teeter on the edge of life and death, don't have much patience. "These people look unfamiliar. They shouldn't be mercenaries from Hudis Town," said the companion of the mercenary who had just spoken, also angrily. "A few outsiders dare to make trouble in Hudis Town? They are really bold. Get out of Hudis Town. This isn't your territory. Yes, get out." The other mercenaries who had been kicked out glared at Andrew and his group, angrily rebuking them. Some outsiders thought that the mercenaries of Hudis Town were easy to bully. Swish! A sword light flashed, and the two loudest mercenaries had their throats sprayed with blood, collapsing to the ground. "A few trash, daring to act arrogant in front of me, seeking death." Andrew stood with his sword, a cold smile on his face. The lives of the two mercenaries seemed as insignificant to him as two magical beasts killed effortlessly. "You dare to kill?" Seeing Andrew draw his sword and kill someone without hesitation, the other mercenaries were shocked, then immediately filled with rage. Especially the companions of the two mercenaries who had been killed. How arrogant! Outsiders dare to kill in Hudis Town. "Everyone, let us take these outsiders down." The poisoned mercenaries were filled with righteous indignation. They were already furious after being forcefully driven out of the inn, and now these outsiders dared to kill. In an instant, the anger of these mercenaries was ignited, and dozens of them drew their weapons, rushing forward to teach these foreign mercenaries a lesson, making them aware of the power of the mercenary world in Hudis Town. Facing the dozens of charging mercenaries, Andrew showed no fear, a hint of disdainful coldness appearing on his proud face. "Humph." The elder beside Andrew, Andy, snorted coldly, drawing his knight's great sword in an instant. With a sweeping motion, a long streak of fighting spirit slashed out like a ribbon, instantly killing the 10 or so mercenaries at the front. A battle master. This is bad. The enemy has a battle master level expert. The mercenaries in the back quickly halted, their faces turning pale, secretly relieved that they had lagged behind. Otherwise, they would have been among the fallen corpses. They had not expected that there would be a battle master among the foreign mercenaries. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant in Hudis Town. "Come on, keep going. Didn't he want to kill me?" Andrew raised his sword, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The remaining mercenaries were frightened by Andrew's smile, retreating a few steps with terror on their faces, afraid that he would continue to strike. One mercenary, steeling himself, said, "What is so great about bullying us? Don't think that you're the only ones with a battle master. We have battle masters in Hudis Town too. If you kill recklessly here, the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps will not let you go." "Oh, is the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps that powerful?" Andrew scoffed. "Then I'll wait here and see if the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps dares to come and find trouble with me. If you have the guts, don't run away. I'll go call the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps right now." The mercenary's eyes darted around as he spoke. "Get lost." Andrew waved his hand, too lazy to deal with the remaining small fries. As for the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps, he didn't care at all. If they dared to find trouble with him, he would deal with them casually. Otherwise, it would be too boring. "Just you wait." The mercenary threw down a parting remark and ran outside, internally praising his own cleverness for using this excuse to escape from the hands of this killing god. Seeing this, the other mercenaries followed suit, wishing they had 2 more legs to run faster. Andrew chuckled lightly and said to the stunned innkeeper beside him, "Clean this place up. Don't let it affect my mood. Get the good meat ready quickly." "Yes." The innkeeper trembled, hurriedly instructing the staff to get to work, not daring to utter a single word. Chapter 67. A fierce dragon crossing the river Bang. The table in front of Joralira was smashed into pieces by a single slap. Joralira was filled with rage, shouting, "Daring to kill without restraint on my turf. These outsiders are so arrogant," completely disregarding the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. "Captain, these 4 mercenaries are not simple. They have a battle master," Carlos frowned and said. Although he was also angry, the enemy's strength was not weak, and recklessly confronting them could lead to losses. "So what if they have a battle master?" "On our turf, even a battle master must follow the rules," Joralira replied. "If we turn a blind eye, How can the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps continue to lead the mercenary world in Hudistown? With the Great Summer Mercenary Corps lacking ambitions for domination, Hudistown still lies under the control of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps. Joralira was currently in a favorable position and naturally would not allow anyone to challenge her authority, even if the opponent also has a battle master. Even if we cannot engage in battle, we must let these foreign mercenaries know the rules of Hudistown, ensuring they cannot act recklessly during their time here. Let us go meet these foreign mercenaries, Joralira said. Yes, Captain, I'll gather the brothers right away, Carlos replied, understanding Joralira's intent. The Silver Shield Mercenary Corps cannot lose its momentum. Soon, Joralira and Carlos led over 100 men to the inn where the incident had just occurred, followed by a considerable number of mercenaries, all of whom were eager to watch the commotion. With Joralira personally stepping in, these four mercenaries were bound to have bad luck. So you are the ones killing recklessly in Hudistown? Carlos glared at Andrew and the others, who were leisurely eating, his expression cold. These foreign mercenaries were too arrogant, not showing any reaction at all upon seeing them, clearly not taking them seriously. Joralira remained silent, her gaze falling on the elder named Andy. The aura emanating from this elder was restrained yet powerful, making her feel a hint of threat. It was clear that he was the battle master among the foreign mercenaries. You are the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps? Andrew said lightly, lifting his cup for a sip. Do you want to stand up for those trash? That depends on whether you have the ability. Don't overreach, or you'll bring disaster upon yourselves. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Joralira narrowed her eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing beneath her eyelids. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her like this. Arrogant? That's because I have the capital to be arrogant, Andrew replied with a faint smile. Then his expression changed drastically as he coldly shouted. If you want to make a move, just do it. If not, get lost. Don't disturb my meal. What did you say? Carlos shouted angrily. The other mercenaries of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps glared in fury, drawing their weapons, ready to chop this arrogant kid into 18 pieces at Joralira's command. Uncle Andy, I'm no longer interested in talking to such small fry. Send them away, Andrew said, showing a hint of impatience on his face. Andy stood up and slowly walked out, saying to Joralira, I will only make one strike. If you can block it, you can leave here safely. If you can't, you'll die. As his voice fell, a powerful aura erupted from Andy, his aged body now resembling a towering mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. Joralira's face changed dramatically. The aura emanating from Andy set off alarm bells in her heart, a feeling of extreme danger arising. With a movement of her left hand, a massive silver shield appeared in her grasp. Clang! Andy made his move. A seemingly ordinary sword strike slashed down. A tremendous sword light appeared. And the moment the sword light emerged, a violent wave of fighting spirit burst forth, slicing down towards Joralira. Boom! The sword light struck the shield, and Joralira's massive fighting spirit-infused shield was cut in half. Joralira was sent flying, a long wound appearing on her body, and when she crashed to the ground, she was spitting blood uncontrollably. Carlos and the other members of the Silver Shield Mercenary Corps were stunned, hardly believing their eyes. Their captain had been severely injured by this old man with a single sword strike, and even the shield was cut in half. How strong was this old man? Half saint. Joralira spat blood, looking at Andy in disbelief. This old man was actually a peak battle master, having grasped a hint of earth element profundity. Such a powerful being was only a step away from the saint level, earning the specialized title of half saint. Her face turned extremely ugly, filled with bitterness. She had truly kicked a hardboard this time. If the other party had the intent to kill, none of the subordinates who came today would escape. My lord, thank you for showing mercy. Joralira struggled to get up, coming before Andy and bowing respectfully, her face filled with reverence. In the face of a high-level battle master, she could only lower her proud head, or it would be a dead end. Her life was now in the hands of the other party. TCH, so quick to back down. How boring. Andrew curled his lip, feeling bored. He thought that this Silver Shield mercenary group would bring him some fun, but seemed otherwise. Forget it, Uncle Andy, let them go. Upon hearing this, Joralira breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing joy. Her life was spared. She quickly expressed her gratitude and hurriedly led her subordinates, who were too frightened to breathe, out. Wait. At this moment, Andrew suddenly called out. Joralira's heart skipped a beat. Did they change their mind? However, she didn't dare to refuse, and her steps involuntarily stopped. Young master, is there anything else you need? Joralira asked with a forced smile. Her face, akin to a beast, looked particularly eerie when smiling. Tell me the details about the beast hide from some time ago. I want to know the specific information about that holy level beast. Andrew frowned. This thing looked too ugly when smiling, making him feel a bit nauseous after just eating. Could it be that these people came for the Thunderwing White Tiger? Joralila was puzzled in her heart, but didn't dare to ask, so she recounted everything she knew, hoping these people would eventually trouble the Thunderwing White Tiger and perish under its claws, thus avenging today's humiliation. There's actually a Thunderwing White Tiger cub? What a stroke of luck. Andrew laughed joyfully. He initially thought he could only hunt one holy level beast, but didn't expect to find a little white tiger as well. This was a huge profit. Capturing a little white tiger to contract as a pet and training it into another holy level beast was of immeasurable value. Uncle Andy, I can't wait any longer. Let's head into the mountains today. Andrew was in high spirits, waving for Joralila and the others to leave, then said to Andy that he was eager to catch this little white tiger. It seems this Thunderwing White Tiger is quite powerful. We need to prepare more, Andy said, emphasizing that when facing a holy level beast, one could never be too cautious. Chapter 68. Trapping the Thunderwing White Tiger deep in the Hudis Mountains. The little white tiger was eating the flesh of a beast that the Thunderwing White Tiger had hunted, after having had delicious roasted meat from Lin several times. The little white tiger found the bloody raw meat unappetizing and hard to swallow. Mom, can you sense Lin's presence? I want to go find Lin and play, said the little white tiger. Seeing the little white tiger's disdain for the beast meat, the Thunderwing White Tiger knew her child was missing the delicious roasted meat. To be honest, she also missed the taste of roasted meat a bit. However, beasts and humans were fundamentally different. They wouldn't roast meat themselves. They couldn't stop eating meat just because they left Lin, and she couldn't let her child become too reliant on roasted meat. The Thunderwing White Tiger was very grateful to Lin. She couldn't possibly let Lin stay in the mountains just to roast meat for them. Could she? Hey, I could catch another human and have them roast meat for myself and my child. The Thunderwing White Tiger's eyes lit up. This idea was not bad. She thought about going out later to see if any humans entered the mountains, so she could catch one, preferably someone who could cook. With this thought, she suddenly found the raw meat in front of her hard to swallow. Child, let's stop eating. We're going to find some roasted meat now, said the Thunderwing White Tiger. Great. The little white tiger excitedly jumped on her mother's back, thinking that Mom would take her to find Lin, where they could play and enjoy delicious roasted meat. It was too exciting. As the Thunderwing White Tiger carried the little white tiger and was about to set off, she suddenly sensed humans entering her territory, and there were quite a few of them. The presence of these humans was unfamiliar. They were not Lin and the others. From these humans, the Thunderwing White Tiger felt a strong malice. It was known that no mercenaries had ever dared to venture deep into the Hudis Mountains. So it was clear these people were not here by mistake, although she felt that these people might be coming for her. The Thunderwing White Tiger was not afraid at all. She had enough confidence in her strength and felt a bit pleased. It was just right that she wanted to see if she could catch a human who could roast meat, and now humans were delivering themselves to her door. The Thunderwing White Tiger moved silently, carrying the little white tiger and creating a gust of wind, heading towards the direction of those intruding humans. The ones intruding into the Thunderwing White Tiger's territory were Andrew and his group, who were preparing to hunt the Thunderwing White Tiger and capture the little white tiger. Andrew, we've entered the territory of that holy level beast. Andy's face was somewhat serious. There were no signs of other beast activities in this area. Naturally, no other beasts dared to enter the territory of holy level beasts. Andy noticed the paw prints of the Thunderwing White Tiger on the ground, still carrying a faint holy level beast aura. Great. Andrew's expression was excited. It hadn't been easy to get deep into the Hudis Mountains, but thinking about soon capturing the little Thunderwing White Tiger made this little hardship worth it. Be careful. The holy level beast has appeared. Andy's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Gripping his knight's great sword, a gust of wind surged through the forest, and a holy level pressure descended like a tide, instantly filling Andrew and the others with a sense of great terror. Even breathing became difficult, as if the air had become countless times heavier. Roar! In the midst of the wind, the Thunderwing White Tiger appeared, carrying the little white tiger on her back, her cold tiger eyes staring at the 20-some humans in front of her. Roasting meat didn't require this many people. It seemed she could pick one skilled at cooking. It's really a holy level beast cub. Haha, it's mine now. Andrew's eyes seemed glued to the little white tiger, never leaving its back since the Thunderwing White Tiger appeared. He was simply overjoyed. Uncle Andy, let's take action. Today we can not only hunt a holy level beast, but also capture this little white tiger. Roar. The Thunderwing White Tiger let out an angry roar, her eyes filled with killing intent. Hearing Andrew's words, she was furious. Another human had designs on her child, and these humans deserved to die. However, before the furious Thunderwing White Tiger could act, the elder Andy had already taken the lead, swinging his great sword. An unmatched sword aura slashed down from the sky, sharp as a sword and heavy as a mountain. This sword aura contained a hint of earth elemental essence, greatly increasing its power, enough to inflict harm on holy-level beasts. Facing the incoming sword aura, the Thunderwing White Tiger did not take it seriously. Although a half-saint had grasped a hint of elemental essence, and even had the word holy attached to them, they were still not a holy-level being. The gap was insurmountable. Rip! The Thunderwing White Tiger opened her mouth and unleashed a thick pillar of lightning. The moment the lightning pillar collided with the sword aura in midair, the sword aura shattered, but the lightning pillar remained, only reduced by half, continuing to shoot towards Andy. Andy dodged in time, and the lightning pillar pierced through several large trees before dissipating. Andy appeared in front of the Thunderwing White Tiger, slashing down with his knight's great sword. The sword aura extending from the sword body was only 1 meter long, but extremely condensed, exuding a heavy aura like a mountain, as if what he held wasn't a great sword but a mountain being smashed down. At the same time, a yellow powder burst forth from Andy's body, enveloping a radius of several meters. Boom! The lightning wing White Tiger slammed its front paw onto the sword, causing Andy to be violently pushed back. Sparks of electricity flickered across his body, his hair standing on end, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, having sustained significant injuries from the tiger's strike. Just as the lightning wing White Tiger was about to pursue and kill this human who posed a slight threat, it suddenly felt a chaotic surge of magic within itself, as if it couldn't muster any strength. It had inhaled a considerable amount of yellow powder, one of the trump cards that Andrew and the others used to hunt holy-level magical beasts, a high-level magic potion crafted by an alchemy master. Even a holy-level magical beast would suffer a significant drop in strength after inhaling it. At the same time, a massive hexagram array lit up on the ground, extending countless red rays that bound the lightning wing White Tiger. As Andy fought the lightning wing White Tiger, Andrew and the others had already spread out to encircle the beast, each holding a magical item that, when activated, formed a hexagram array designed specifically to restrain and limit the movements of powerful magical beasts. Roar! The lightning wing White Tiger let out an angry roar. Its internal magic had already been disrupted by the yellow powder, and now, as those red threads wrapped around it, it felt as if it was sinking into a quagmire, struggling to move even slightly. This left the lightning wing White Tiger in a state of panic. To make matters worse, the small white tiger on its back had also inhaled the yellow powder and was now completely limp. These damned humans! The fury within the lightning wing White Tiger was enough to ignite the entire Hudis mountain range, but it was futile. It had realized that today was not going well, and it had to escape, or else both it and its cub would likely face a dire fate. The lightning wing White Tiger is already bound. It can't escape. Andrew laughed wildly, eagerly saying, "Uncle Andy, take this chance to kill it. But be careful not to hurt the small white tiger." Andy pulled out a healing potion and drank it, leaping up as he brought down his great sword, aiming straight for the massive head of the lightning wing White Tiger. Chapter 69. The fall of the Tiger King in the area of the Hudis mountain range where level 7 magical beasts roamed. A fierce battle had just taken place. The massive corpse of a level 7 magical beast, the mammoth giant, lay on the ground like a small mountain, its tough, steel-like armor covered in numerous wounds. In addition to the gashes made by the great sword, there were many claw marks left by Lin En in his toothless wyvern half-beast form. This mammoth giant was indeed powerful. Although it was weak in speed, its strength and defense were astonishing, and Lin En and the others couldn't get involved at all. Lin En ultimately had to use his fruit ability to defeat it, suffering significant injuries in the process. It was the first time everyone had seen Lin En's fruit ability, leading to a round of envy and eagerness, especially for the mysterious fruit that Lin En had presented. "Young master, I am no longer in serious danger. You should conserve some energy," Lin En said as he got up, waiting for Lin En to finish healing with the Flame of Life. Lin smoothly retracted the Flame of Life, feeling very satisfied with Lin En's displayed strength. Lin En had now broken through to the mid-level of the Great Master stage, and with the use of his fruit abilities, his combat power had steadily reached the high level of the Great Master stage. If he were in an open area, with his flying abilities, Lin En would likely have no rivals even among the high-level Great Masters. Roar! As everyone was preparing to head down the mountain to rest in Town after gathering materials from the mammoth giant, a roar from the thunderwing white tiger echoed from deep within the mountains. Oh no, it's the roar of the Tiger King. The Tiger King must have brought the little white tiger to play with us again. That's great. I can hold the little white tiger again. Vea iklemet hapidi. Although the little white tiger always clung to Lin, she was very happy to be able to hold it a few times. Who could resist such a cute little white tiger? Lin furrowed his brows. From the roar of the thunderwing white tiger, he sensed anger and killing intent, causing his heart to tighten. Was the thunderwing white tiger in trouble? Master, it seems that Lord Tiger King is in trouble, the Amethyst Lion King said to Lin. As a magical beast, it could naturally discern the anger in the roar of the thunderwing white tiger. Roar! Another roar echoed, and it seemed that the thunderwing white tiger was coming this way. Lin's brow furrowed even tighter. From the roar of the thunderwing white tiger, he not only heard anger, but also sorrow, as if it were the unwillingness of a creature at the end of its rope. What had happened to the thunderwing white tiger that forced it into such a state? It should be known that the entire Hudis mountain range only had one holy level magical beast, the thunderwing white tiger, and no other beast could threaten it. Could be humans? Or had something happened to the little white tiger? It was highly likely that something had happened to the little white tiger. Only such an event could provoke the thunderwing white tiger's fury and sorrow. Lin's heart couldn't help but clench. His feelings for the little white tiger were anything but ordinary. As he was even thinking of taking away, the little white tiger must not come to harm. Young master, what's wrong? Lin Rongfu noticed that Lin's expression was unusual. The little white tiger might be in trouble, Lin said in a deep voice. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing that the little white tiger might be in trouble, everyone became quite worried. During this time, they had all developed a strong bond with the little white tiger. So they hurried towards the direction from which the thunderwing white tiger's roar had come. After running for a while, a gust of wind blew ahead, and the figure of the thunderwing white tiger appeared before them. Lin was shocked to see that the thunderwing white tiger looked extremely disheveled, with several large wounds on its body, covered in blood, and its breath had already diminished by more than half. On its back, the little white tiger lay motionless. If it weren't for the rope of lightning formed by the thunderwing white tiger binding it, it would have likely fallen off. Lin, quickly take my child away. Upon seeing Lin and the others, the thunderwing white tiger's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. It flew in front of Lin and threw the little white tiger into his arms, speaking in a tense tone. King Tiger, what happened? What is wrong with the little white tiger? Lin asked anxiously while holding the little white tiger, and he sensed that its life force was still present, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. A group of very powerful humans arrived, and I fell into their trap. I want to block them. You must quickly take my child away. The thunderwing white tiger urged Lin to leave in a hurry. It had exerted all its strength to break free from the control of the magic array and had escaped with the little white tiger. But it was already severely injured and could no longer exert its holy level power, leaving its hopes resting on Lin. Very powerful humans? Lin was startled. Those who could cause such a significant loss to the thunderwing white tiger must be holy level experts. Realizing this, a strong sense of crisis rose in Lin's heart. King Tiger, let's go together, Lin said. No, I must go to block the pursuers. I entrust my child to you. The thunderwing white tiger looked deeply at the unconscious little white tiger in Lin's arms, its eyes filled with tears. Lin, if I don't return, please take care of my child. With a roar, the thunderwing white tiger shed a few reluctant tears, turned around, and ran back to intercept the pursuers. Lin, what happened? Lin quickly asked. They were unaware of the exchange between Lin and the thunderwing white tiger. But seeing the thunderwing white tiger hand the little white tiger to Lin and then run back, everyone realized that things were not looking good. There's no time to explain. We need to hurry, Lin said in a deep voice, holding the little white tiger and running down the mountain via Usopp. Get on the back of the Amethyst Lion King. Seeing Lin's serious expression, everyone did not dare to ask questions and hurriedly followed him down the mountain. At this moment, Andrew and the others had already caught up, and Andy, who was running in the front, had seen the backs of Lin and the others. Roar, even if I die, I won't let you take my child. The thunderwing white tiger, with a determination to fight to the death, charged towards Andy and the others. After entrusting the child to Lin, it had no more worries. Its only thought was to block these people, allowing Lin to have time to take the child away. In midair, the thunderwing white tiger's body was ablaze with lightning, and less than half of its magical power surged out, creating a sea of thunder with dancing electric snakes, blocking the path of Andrew and the others. Boom! The raging sea of thunder instantly turned several weaker mercenaries to ashes. Andrew quickly used a magic scroll, forming a yellow light curtain around him to shield against the ravaging lightning. "Beast, you're seeking death," Andy roared, and a stunning sword light cleaved through the sea of thunder, landing on the Thunderwing White Tiger's head, which was cleaved 1/3 off, crashing to the ground and breathing its last. A legendary holy-level magical beast, the king of the beasts in the Hudis Mountains, fell in order to buy time for its child to escape. "Uncle Andy, where's the little white tiger?" Andrew quickly searched for the little white tiger's whereabouts, hoping it hadn't been caught up in the battle. "I didn't see it. I saw some mercenaries leaving. It might be in their hands," Andy said. "Then what are we waiting for? Chase after them. We must not let them take the little white tiger," Andrew said anxiously. He couldn't let the duck he had caught fly away. He stored the body of the Thunderwing White Tiger into his spatial ring and led everyone to chase after them. Chapter 70, Only War. Lin and the others quickly dashed through the mountains. On the way, Lin briefly explained the situation to everyone, who were all greatly astonished to learn that a saint-level powerhouse had come to the Hudis Mountains and was targeting the Thunderwing White Tiger and the Little White Tiger. Moreover, the Thunderwing White Tiger was already seriously injured and had to entrust the Little White Tiger to Lin, with the possibility of the saint-level powerhouse catching up at any moment. Everyone could only muster all their strength to flee. No one complained about Lin taking on the troublesome task of caring for the Little White Tiger. After all, during this time, everyone had grown fond of the Little White Tiger, and since Lin was the leader of the mercenary group, they naturally supported his decision without hesitation. Suddenly, the unconscious Little White Tiger opened its eyes and let out a sorrowful roar that tugged at the heartstrings, tears streaming from its eyes. The bond between mother and child awakened the Little White Tiger from its coma at the news of the Thunderwing White Tiger's fall. Lin's heart sank as he felt the immense pain within the Little White Tiger. The Thunderwing White Tiger had fallen. "The Thunderwing White Tiger is dead," Lin said solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shaken. The Thunderwing White Tiger had returned to block the pursuers, and in such a short time, it had already perished. The strength of the enemy had exceeded everyone's imagination. "Speed up," the Little White Tiger shouted. Everyone dared not slack off and could only push themselves to accelerate with all their might. If the Thunderwing White Tiger couldn't hold off the enemy, they certainly couldn't either. They could only try their best to escape. Clang! A massive sword light swept in from behind, and an extremely dangerous, killing intent spread forth. Andy had already caught up. The speed of a half-saint was beyond what Lin and the others could compare to, and even though they had a head start, they were still caught up. Boom! Lin Rongfu turned around and slashed with his sword, blocking the incoming sword light. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps, crashing into a large tree. "Young master, you all go first," Lin Rongfu shouted, standing firm with his sword, exuding the aura of a lone warrior holding the pass. "A mere mid-level battle master. Those who block me will die," Andy coldly shouted, his figure flashing to Lin Rongfu's front, and he brought down his great sword. The sword light was like a mountain, carrying an incredibly heavy profundity. Before the sword light even landed, the ground within several meters had already sunk half a foot. "Mountain River Sword, break the mountain." Lin Rongfu swung his long sword, and the sword light shot out like a rainbow, unstoppable and unmatched. Its sharpness seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. Two astonishing beams of sword light collided, erupting with a tremendous roar. The shattered sword light exploded, conjuring a hurricane, destroying dozens of thick trees around, and everything within a radius of several dozen meters was cleared away, causing the ground to sink another foot deep. Lin Rongfu's half-body was pressed into the ground. Only his upper body was exposed. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood, clearly indicating serious internal injuries. However, this confrontation made Lin Rongfu certain of one thing. The opponent was not a true saint-level powerhouse, but merely a half-saint who had comprehended a trace of elemental principles. Although half-saints were already incredibly strong, there was still a chance. With a powerful slap of his left hand on the ground, Lin Rongfu's body shot up into the air, charging straight at Andy. He shouted, "You are merely a half-saint. If you want to kill me, you'll need to show more of your abilities. Mountain and River Sword. Break the river." A massive sword aura shot across the sky, a strong killing intent permeating the air, aiming to sever the surging river. Utterly shameless cut. Andy laughed in anger. A mere mid-level battle master dared to provoke a half-saint. Truly, he did not know how to seek death, so he would eliminate this person first. Boom! Andy's knightly great sword slashed out, the sword aura cutting through the air like a towering mountain, suppressing Lin Rongfu. The air was compressed to the point of exploding, rumbling like thunder. As the towering mountain pressed down, Lin Rongfu's released fighting spirit shattered like porcelain, and he was crushed down, smashing into the ground and creating a large pit. A shocking, massive wound appeared on his body, with blood gushing out, dyeing the ground red. Grandpa Fu. In the distance, Lin En had been keeping an eye on the fight between Lin Rongfu and Andy. At this moment, seeing Lin Rongfu severely injured, he could no longer hold back. He could not let Lin Rongfu die while he escaped. Vaya, take care of the little white tiger. Lin Rong handed the little white tiger to Vaya. Lin En, what are you going to do? Vaya asked, confused as she received the little white tiger. I can't just watch Grandpa Fu die. You all go first. I will help Grandpa Fu, Lin En said in a deep voice. No, the enemy is too strong. You will die. Vaya shouted, her expression anxious. Lin remained unmoved. Did he not know how strong the enemy was? Just because the enemy was powerful, did that mean he should turn and run, letting his beloved Grandpa Fu die? He couldn't do that. Lion King, take care of Vaya, and go quickly. Lin patted the back of the Amethyst Lion King. Master, I want to fight alongside you. The Amethyst Lion King stopped, its purple eyes looking at Lin. As a contracted pet, how could it abandon its master and run away? Young master, I'm not leaving either. Usopp said, Captain, let's fight them. Jack shouted, his face showing a fierce expression. As a mercenary who thrived on danger, he never lacked the courage to fight to the death. Dying in battle was better than a cowardly escape. Lin looked at Usopp and Jack, then at the others. Although sure Lin didn't speak, the determination in her eyes moved him, and feeling inspired, he said loudly, All right, then let's have a big battle. Lion King, protect Vaya and the little white tiger. Considering that Vaya and some of the brothers were not strong enough, Lin didn't let them participate in the fight and had the Amethyst Lion King stay back to protect them. Although Vaya and the others were unwilling, they knew that even if they joined the battle, they would be a burden. Vaya looked at Lin and the others with tears in her eyes, hating her own weakness once again. Brothers, let's fight back. Lin shouted and turned to rush out, followed closely by Sherlin, Usopp, Jack, Arno, and several mercenaries with intermediate warrior strength or above, drawing their weapons. A few more came to their doom, showing commendable courage. Seeing Lin and the others return, Andy smiled and lightly flicked the great sword in his hand, no longer in a hurry to make a move. Young master, why are you back? Lin Rongfu asked anxiously. Only he had the ability to fly with the toothless wyvern fruit, and he was confident he could escape from Semi-Saint, but with Lin and the others back, he knew he couldn't leave alone. Grandpa Fu, there's no need to say more. I will never leave you behind, Lin declared resolutely. We can't escape without defeating the enemy. You really can't escape. Andrew caught up with his men, his gaze sharp. Where's that little white tiger? Hand over the little white tiger, and I might spare your lives today. Stop with the nonsense. Let's fight. Lin shouted, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This man was a strong battlemaster, unaware of how his current strength would fare against a life-and-death struggle with a battlemaster. Chapter 71. Great Battle. Lin was not acting on impulse. In front of him, these people, especially the old man who had fought with Lin Rongfu, did not exude the kind of holy pressure he had felt from the thunder-winged white tiger. It was very likely that this person had not truly entered the holy level. He recalled what the thunder-winged white tiger had said before, that it had fallen victim to their schemes, meaning these people must have used some special methods to kill the thunder-winged white tiger. As long as the opponent was not truly at the holy level, and their special method of dealing with the thunder-winged white tiger could only be used once, then he still had a chance. As for the others, there were only 2 battle masters, not even a great battle master. He still had the strength to fight back. Regarding that old man, if Lin Rongfu used the toothless winged dragon fruit, he could stand invincible or at least save his own life. Then I'll kill you myself and take back the little white tiger. A cold light flashed in Andrew's eyes as he leaped in front of Lin, swinging his knight's great sword down. Shave. Faced with the battlemaster's strike, Lin did not meet it head-on. He dodged and drew his sword, slicing horizontally. His skill activated, transforming the bright blade of the sword into a pitch-black color, now coated with a layer of armed color domineering. Andrew was stunned by Lin's displayed speed. A high-level warrior's speed was unexpectedly not slower than his as a battlemaster. It seemed this kid was not simple. Clang! The sword of the He Dao Ewan collided with Andrew's knight's great sword, which he used to block Lin's strike. What kind of fighting spirit is this? Seeing Lin's black blade, Andrew couldn't help but ask. He had never seen such a strange fighting spirit. It was actually black. It should be noted that a warrior's fighting spirit only manifests as white until they reach the holy level and comprehend the elemental essence. Moreover, this kid's fighting spirit showed no fluctuations at all, which was extremely peculiar. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. Lin snorted coldly, flashing again to launch an attack from another direction at Andrew. Meanwhile, the two sides were also engaged in battle. Lin blocked the remaining battlemaster, and both were mid-level battlemasters, making them evenly matched. Jack faced a high-level warrior, and they fought fiercely, unable to gain the upper hand. After consuming the Sansan fruit, Usopp's strength had rapidly increased to a mid-level warrior, but his opponent was a high-level warrior, not someone of equal strength. You, a mid-level warrior, dare to challenge me? Should I say you're unaware of your own limitations, or commend your courage? The high-level warrior sneered at Usopp, believing he could dispatch this kid with a single blow. Go ahead, try to kill me. If you can't, I'll kill you. Usopp snorted, charging forward with his sword aimed directly at the opponent's chest. Then I'll help you. The warrior shouted, ignoring Usopp's thrust, and swung his large knife down, confident that he would cleave this reckless kid in half. The large knife came down, and Usopp was sliced in half from head to toe like cutting tofu. It was incredibly smooth. The high-level warrior was stunned. Was this kid really so fragile? Or had his own strength improved? Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred up some fine sand, obscuring the high-level warrior's vision. He blinked, then his eyes widened in disbelief. How did this kid's sliced body turn into sand? Before he could figure it out, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, a long sword had pierced his heart. I told you, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you. A cloud of sand gathered, and Usopp reappeared. The sword that had pierced the high-level warrior now held firmly in his hand. What on earth are you? The high-level warrior's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dead men don't need to know. Usopp pulled out the great sword and swung it forcefully, sending the high-level warrior's head flying. It turned out that Usopp had preemptively elementalized. Although fighting spirit could harm his body, elementalization allowed him to avoid fighting spirit attacks. Unfortunately, the high-level warrior was unaware of this. Usopp had used the ability of the Sansan fruit against an enemy for the first time, achieving a surprise first kill, and even defeating an opponent of a higher level. Having successfully dealt with one enemy, Usopp did not hesitate and charged toward another foe. On the other side, Lin Rongfu and Andy's battle had also reached a fever pitch. At this point, Lin Rongfu had discarded his long sword and transformed into a half-beast form, with his hands and feet becoming strong and sharp dragon claws. Under the enhancement of fighting spirit, the dragon claws were even sharper than a long sword, with greater lethality. Coupled with his strong physique and the super recovery ability of the animal-type devil fruit, he fought fiercely against Andy, a semi-holy figure. Andy became increasingly alarmed as he fought. Who was this person? Did he have orc blood? But he had never heard of an orc with this form. Moreover, after transforming, this person's combat power had directly increased to high-level Great Battlemaster, with an incredibly strong physique and astonishing recovery ability. Some minor injuries healed quickly, and with his semi-holy strength, he found he could not kill Lin Rongfu in a short time. What race of orc are you? I have never heard of such a form. Andy frowned and asked. The continent of divine grace is vast. There are many things you have yet to hear of. Lin Rongfu replied coldly, also feeling extremely surprised. The mysterious fruit given by the young master had granted him incredible abilities. In half-beast form, he could barely withstand a semi-holy attack. If he could achieve full beast form, he wondered how powerful he would become and whether he could defeat this semi-holy strongman before him. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Andy shook his head, no longer dwelling on the issue. After all, he was just a dying person. Earth's essence, heavy pressure, a sword light soared across the sky, and a towering mountain's phantom appeared above the sword light. A tremendous pressure descended upon Lin Rongfu, making him feel as though he were carrying a mountain on his back. His straight back was bent under the weight, unable to move even slightly, and he could only watch as the sword light descended upon him. Boom! The sword light struck down, causing the earth to collapse and raising countless clouds of dust, engulfing Lin Rongfu's figure. After unleashing an attack, Andy's face turned pale, feeling immense exhaustion. He was only a semi-holy figure, and having only comprehended a trace of the earth element's essence. He had barely unleashed an attack comparable to the holy level, nearly depleting all his fighting spirit. Taking out a bottle of magical potion from his spatial ring, he drank it to restore his fighting spirit, regaining some color in his face. He no longer looked at the spot where Lin Rongfu had fallen because he believed this person could not survive that blow. As Andy turned to prepare to kill the others, he suddenly changed expression, quickly looking back. In the place filled with dust, two massive wings engulfed in flames appeared. With a powerful flap of the fiery wings, the dust rapidly dispersed, revealing Lin Rongfu's figure. Chapter 72. Terrifying eruption. Lin Rongfu was seen kneeling on one knee, both hands on the ground, covered in blood, with two giant wings spread behind him, ablaze with flames. At this moment, Lin Rongfu looked extremely disheveled. Under a blow that could rival a holy level attack, he was already gravely injured. If it weren't for the powerful vitality granted by the animal-type devil fruit, he would have died by now. Still alive after all that? Andy was astonished, even more surprised by Lin Rongfu's current form. What kind of monster are you? A monster? Such powerful strength. Lin Rongfu slowly rose to his feet, his form once again undergoing a transformation. His head gradually morphed into a shape that resembled a bird, yet was not quite a bird, sprouting a long and sharp beak. His body also changed, and he had completely transformed into a pterosaur. After the transformation, Lin Rongfu's personality seemed to be affected as well, becoming wild and brutal. He exclaimed, "This power is truly mesmerizing. Let me show you the strength of the toothless pterosaur, a gift from the gods." As his words fell, the toothless pterosaur that Lin Rongfu had transformed into trembled, becoming a massive creature 6 to 7 meters long, with wings spanning over 10 meters wide. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it lunged toward Andy at lightning speed, instantly reaching above him. As it flapped its wings, countless flames rained down, engulfing Andy in a sea of fire. "Just a monster. Watch me slash you," Andy shouted, swinging his sword to unleash a massive sword beam that split the sea of fire, charging straight at Lin Rongfu. The two once again erupted into a fierce battle. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Daxia Mercenary Corps was slightly gaining the upper hand against Andrew's subordinates. The reason was the unique presence of Usopp, whose ability from a Sansan fruit caught the unprepared opponents off guard, leading him to eliminate 3 opponents stronger than himself in the same manner. With this back and forth, the scales of victory began to tilt toward the Daxia Mercenary Corps. "Usopp, I'm fine over here. You go help Vice Captain Sherlin," Jack said to Usopp, who was planning to join him after taking out another opponent. The situation on Sherlin's side was worse, although her opponent was also a mid-level battlemaster. It was clear that the opponent was on the verge of breaking through to a high-level battlemaster. After dozens of exchanges, Sherlin had been suppressed and had sustained several injuries, looking quite disheveled. "All right, I'll help the vice captain take out her enemy, and then come to assist you," Usopp replied, kicking up a whirlwind of sand as he headed toward Sherlin. Clang! Usopp's sword struck the battlemaster's body, but couldn't he even break through the protective battle chi. The gap in strength was too great. "With your strength, you dare to ambush me?" The battlemaster sneered, striking Usopp with his sword, only to cut through a handful of sand, leaving him surprised. Seizing the opportunity of her opponent's surprise, Sherlin swung her sword, leaving a long wound on her opponent, but the experienced battlemaster quickly reacted, preventing Sherlin from finishing him off. "Usopp, your strength can't break through his defense. Just focus on distracting him," Sherlin commanded, with Usopp's ability assisting her, and the opponent having no knowledge of the Sansan fruit's power. She was confident she could kill him. "Don't worry, Vice Captain, watch me," Usopp said, transforming into a swirling cloud of fine sand in the air, raising a sandstorm to envelop the battlemaster, using the sand to obscure his vision. This maneuver was something Usopp had become quite adept at. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin En and Andrew was intense and perilous. The gap between high-level warriors and battlemasters was significant, and Lin En could only rely on the intricacies of the Navy's 6 styles and the powerful regenerative ability of the Phoenix Fruit to keep up with Andrew. Although Andrew's movement speed couldn't match the shave technique, his attack speed was not slower than Lin En's, and perhaps even a bit faster. By now, Lin En had sustained more injuries than Andrew, but thanks to the Life Flames effect, they quickly healed, making him appear in better condition than Andrew. However, Lin En knew that as his stamina depleted, he could no longer maintain his speed and regenerative advantage, putting him in danger. "A high-level warrior who can fight me to this extent is truly rare. You're quite the talent. Hand over the little white tiger, and I'll allow you to follow me," Andrew said, his eyes reflecting admiration for Lin En. "Follow you? You're not worthy," Lin En scoffed. With the system in his possession, no one had the right to make him follow them. Shave flash. Clang. Andrew blocked the strike and continued, "Kid, it seems you still don't know my identity. I'm the deputy leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, which is an S-rank mercenary group. My father is a true holy level powerhouse. Do you think I'm not qualified to have you follow me? Lin did not respond. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, ding. The host used basic swordsmanship in battle, proficiency 8. Basic swordsmanship proficiency has reached perfection. Dao power 500. Acquired skill //. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching perfection in basic swordsmanship. Acquired skill intermediate swordsmanship. With basic swordsmanship finally perfected, Lin's Dao power had reached 1940. Just 60 points away from becoming a battle master. A powerful force surged within him as Lin halted his movements, sheathed the sword of He Dao Wen-zi, and locked his gaze on Andrew. Have you figured it out and decided to follow the young leader? Seeing Lin stop and sheath his sword, Andrew also paused, a proud expression resurfacing on his face. He thought that after hearing about his background, Lin had been moved, as it wouldn't be tempted by an S-rank mercenary group. Andrew was very pleased. Not only could he recruit a promising subordinate, but he could also obtain a young holy-level magical beast. This trip to the Hudis Mountains was indeed a fruitful one. If you can take my sword, perhaps I will consider it, Lin said. After saying that, Lin bent his legs, lowered his posture, placed the He Dao Wen-zi at his waist with his left hand, and firmly gripped the hilt with his right hand, adopting the stance for a quick draw. Don't say one sword, even 10 swords would be no problem, Andrew chuckled lightly. He had received Lin's move multiple times. Its power was indeed good, capable of reaching battle master level combat strength, but it posed no threat to him. One sword style, quick draw. Lin let out a low grunt as he drew the Dao character, slashing out a pitch-black blade of light that appeared like the Grim Reaper's scythe in the mortal realm. Each appearance brought death. This strike unleashed power far beyond any previous attack from Lin. The Iato technique could unleash double the attack power. Combined with the 30 swordsmanship attack bonus from his special physique, the dominating sword body. With Lin's current Dao power value of 1940, the explosive Dao power of this strike reached a terrifying 5044, breaking through the high-level battle master's threshold of 5,000 Dao power and reaching the initial level of the Grand Battle Master. The moment the pitch-black blade of light resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared, Andrew felt the hair on his body stand on end, sensing an extreme danger. His pupils constricted sharply. He knew he couldn't block this strike. He would die. Chapter 73. Desperate counterattack. The shadow of death loomed over Andrew as he felt the breath of death. In an instant, an overwhelming fear surged in his heart, leaving him inexplicably horrified. He had no time to consider how Lin could suddenly unleash such a terrifying attack. As he saw the pitch-black blade of light swooping towards him, he quickly pulled out a defensive magic scroll from his spatial ring and activated it, forming a thick, earth-yellow shield in front of him. Boom! The pitch-black blade of light struck the earth-yellow shield like lightning. The solid shield, capable of withstanding a blow from a high-level battle master, was cleaved apart as if made of paper. The weakened blade of light then struck Andrew directly, causing a burst of blood to erupt from his chest as his body fell backward, landing on the ground with his head tilted back. Lin maintained his stance with the blade, gasping for breath. Delivering a strike far beyond his own strength was a tremendous burden for him, making him feel as if his body had been completely drained. Damn it, you're going to die. Andrew was lucky to be alive. After being shielded by a defensive magic scroll that absorbed most of the impact, the remaining force was not enough to kill him, but he was severely injured. Andrew took out a healing potion from his spatial ring and drank it, finally regaining some strength. He got up from the ground, his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin. The murderous intent in his gaze, almost palpable. He had nearly died just moments ago. At this point, he had completely discarded the idea of recruiting Lin. His only thought was to kill that damn bastard. Having never experienced the taste of death so closely, Andrew retrieved a short sword from his spatial ring. This was a holy weapon, handcrafted by his father, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, intended for his protection. He hadn't even used it when killing the Thunderwing White Tiger. But now, to kill Lin, Andrew finally brought it out. Lin's sudden surge of power filled him with fear. In his currently injured state, he had no confidence in killing Lin, so he took out the holy weapon, demonstrating his determination to kill Lin. Bastard, I want you dead. The holy weapon was activated, and the short sword shattered, unleashing a massive sword light in the air, with powerful holy might descending to envelop Lin. The holy might in the air startled everyone in the battle, instilling immense fear, causing them to involuntarily stop and look up at the massive sword light. Young master, upon seeing that the target of the sword light was Lin Rongfu felt a surge of panic and shouted, abandoning Andy to rush towards Lin. Trying to leave? Did you ask me first? That kid is doomed. Andy leaped to block Lin Rongfu, and although he didn't understand why Andrew would use a holy weapon, that kid was definitely dead. And Andy would never let Lin Rongfu go to rescue him. Get out of the way. Lin Rongfu was furious and launched an attack on Andy, showing no regard for his own safety, but unfortunately, Andy was already stronger than him. Under Andy's full interception, Lin Rongfu couldn't get through it all. Captain, Shilin, Jack, and others were also extremely anxious, wanting to rush over to rescue Lin En, but they were all held back by their opponents. Even if they rushed over in time, they wouldn't be able to save Lin En. Under the holy might, anyone who approached would die. Facing the holy might, Lin En truly felt its terror. The terrifying sword light above his head made him sense the approach of death, and at that moment, Lin En also understood Andrew's feelings from earlier. Lin En wanted to dodge, but the sword light had already locked onto him. Under the powerful holy might, he couldn't even move. In extreme pressure and fear, neither the Navy's 6 styles nor the Armament Haki could be used. It seemed he could only wait for death. No, I can't die here. I'm not willing to accept it. No matter how powerful the holy weapon is, it can't kill me. A strong desire to survive erupted in Lin En's heart, and his mental will boiled under the holy might, reaching the intermediate level of Conqueror's Haki, which burst forth and resisted the holy might that pressed down on him like a mountain. Lin En felt his body loosen, regaining the ability to move. Without hesitation, he quickly used Shave to escape into the distance. It seemed like a long process, but it only took a few breaths. The enormous sword light in the sky quickly slashed down. Shave was fast, but when the sword light descended, Lin En, although he had escaped to the edge of the sword light's coverage, had not completely evaded its attack range. Seeing this, Lin En could only brace himself for a desperate fight. Armament Haki, harden, iron block, boom. The sword light slashed down, creating a massive gash in the ground that extended over 100 meters. In Lin En's location, a huge pit appeared, and Lin En's figure had vanished. No! Several piercing cries escaped from Lin Rongfu and the others, overwhelming them with immense sorrow. The emotion of despair erupted under such a terrifying holy-level attack. No one believed Lin En could survive. Young master. Blood tears flowed from Lin Rongfu's eyes as he crazily attacked Andy, shouting, "I want you dead." Accompany the young master to the grave. Not only Lin Rongfu, but Usopp, Shilin, and Jack also felt the same, wanting to avenge Lin En. They wanted to rush over to kill Andrew, but were blocked by their opponents, so they frantically attacked, all playing recklessly. Finally dead. Andrew laughed maniacally, causing his injuries to flare up, and he couldn't help but cough a few times. He stepped toward the big pit, wanting to see Lin En's corpse and his miserable state with his own eyes. When he reached the edge of the pit, Andrew saw Lin En lying quietly at the bottom, his body resembling a broken doll, with the ground around him stained red with blood. Just as Andrew was about to burst into laughter, his smile suddenly froze, for he noticed Lin En's chest still slightly rising and falling. He wasn't dead yet. How is this possible? He can still survive? Andrew could hardly believe his eyes. Under such a terrifying holy-level attack, this guy actually managed to survive. It was simply a miracle. This is good. Now I can kill you with my own hands. Andrew jumped into the pit, walked over to Lin En, raised his large sword, and said, "To die under my sword is an honor for you." Plop! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh rang out. But the one being pierced was not Lin En, but Andrew. This is what I want to say to you. The sword of the way of the sword pierced Andrew's chest. The Lin En who had just been motionless was now standing in front of Andrew, enveloped in the flames of life. The horrific wounds on his body were gradually healing in the flames. How is this possible? Andrew's eyes bulged wide in disbelief as he looked at Lin En, but the intense pain in his chest told him that all of this was real. Andrew felt the life flowing away from him. His body was gradually growing cold, and death was beginning to consume him. He couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Uncle Andy, avenge me. Chapter 74, Shilin in Danger. Having shouted his final cry for help, Andrew exhausted all his strength and collapsed, dying with his eyes wide open. Lin fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. At that moment, he was filled with fear when the holy-level sword light descended. He truly thought he was done for. Fortunately, he had already run out of the center of the sword light explosion and did not fully receive the strongest attack of the sword light. Coupled with the defense of his armed color Haki and the iron block, and most importantly, the powerful recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit, he narrowly escaped with his life. Even so, Lin was severely injured and almost lost his life. When Andrew jumped down to prepare to take action himself, Lin wanted to get up, but he simply couldn't due to his serious injuries. The recovery from the phoenix fruit also took time. Luckily, he managed to recover just in time to counterattack and kill Andrew. However, Lin had almost exhausted all his stamina. All he wanted now was to lie down and sleep. But he couldn't sleep yet. The battle above was not over, and he needed to climb back up, even if he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. His appearance could bring confidence to Lin Rongfu and the others. With that in mind, Lin dragged his weary body and used his last strength to pull Andrew's body out of the pit. Andy was doing his best to block Lin Rongfu. Under Lin Rongfu's desperate attacks, he felt immense pressure, especially after Lin Rongfu transformed into a bizarre pterosaur form. His strength was already very close to that of a semi-saint, and even he had to be careful. But at that moment, he heard Andrew's shout, filled with pain and unwillingness, which shook Andy's heart. What happened to Andrew? Wasn't that kid dead? Under the attack of the holy weapon, that kid had no chance of survival. So what exactly happened to Andrew? At this moment, Lin was struggling to drag Andrew's body out of the pit. Young master, the young master is not dead. Usopp was the first to notice Lin and immediately shouted in excitement. In an instant, everyone in the Dasha Mercenary Corps was overwhelmed with joy. Incredible. Impossible. He can't survive under the holy weapon's attack. Andy shouted angrily, losing his composure. He saw Andrew's body, which had lost all signs of life. Andrew couldn't be dead. Impossible. Andrew lay quietly, not moving at all. Andy was furious. If Andrew was dead, how would he explain it to the captain? He was the captain's only son. Kid, I want you to pay for Andrew's life. Andy was filled with immense rage, abandoning Lin Rongfu, and swung his sword at Lin. The huge sword light tore through the sky, carrying Andy's intense anger and killing intent, slashing towards Lin, who was dozens of meters away. Young master, be careful. Lin Rongfu was greatly shocked. Just now, Lin En reappeared, and under the immense joy, his emotions surged, causing the anger and hatred in his heart to dissipate. For a moment, his fighting spirit diminished, leading to a delayed reaction. By the time he realized what was happening after Andy unleashed a sword strike, it was already too late to block it. Lin Rongfu loudly reminded Lin En and launched a fierce attack on Andy again. The sharp dragon claw struck fiercely, and in his moment of distraction, Andy was caught by Lin Rongfu's dragon claw on his back, leaving a bloody gash through which his red heart could be seen beating. Although this attack severely injured Andy, it could not stop the sword light aimed at Lin En from piercing through. The sword light approached in an instant. Seeing the sword light coming, Lin En was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but his body was weak and lacked any strength. Dragging Andrew's corpse out, he had exhausted his last ounce of energy. Now, he didn't even have the strength to raise his arm. He could only watch as the sword light swiftly slashed towards him, and Lin En felt an unbearable bitterness in his heart. Having just escaped one calamity, was he still unable to avoid death? It seemed today was the final stop of his journey through time. Well, to be able to live another life, witness so many miraculous things, and experience such powerful strength, it wasn't a total loss. However, deep down, he still felt unwilling. Just as Lin En was about to close his eyes and await death, a figure, like a moth to a flame, stood in front of the incoming sword light, resolutely wielding a sword against it. Boom! The great sword shattered, and the figure that stood bravely was thrown back, blood spraying across the sky. Sister Shilin, watching that figure, blood spilling into the air, Lin En's heart felt as if it was being torn apart, the pain making it hard to breathe. That courageous figure was indeed Shilin. At the moment when Lin En's life was hanging by a thread, she had sacrificed herself to block Andy's sword light. The sword light was stopped, but she bore the full brunt of its attack, her body crashing to the ground about 10 meters away from Lin En, uncertain whether she was alive or dead. A sudden surge of power erupted within Lin, and he struggled to stand up, stumbling as he rushed toward Shirlin. However, he fell just a yard away from her, too exhausted to rise again. So, he crawled forward until he reached Shirlin's side. Looking at her tightly closed eyes, barely breathing, and covered in blood, Lin dared not embrace her recklessly. He could only grip Shirlin's hand, exhausting all his strength to use the flame of life to heal her wounds. Yet, Lin was too fatigued. No matter how hard he tried, the flame of life only flickered like a small flame, utterly incapable of healing such fatal injuries. Sister Shirlin, why are you so foolish? Why did you take the sword's edge from me? Lin wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. Filled with heartbreak and hatred for his own weakness, He not only failed to protect those around him, but also let them risk their lives for him. Even to the point of death, Andy had escaped. After suffering a severe injury from a blood hole created by Lin Rongfu, he could no longer fight back. To save his life, he had no choice but to flee. Even though this demigod was heavily injured, Lin Rongfu could not stop him, as he too was not unscathed. Once Andy fled, the remaining members of the Snow Wolf mercenary group were quickly killed under Lin Rongfu's assault, but no one felt victorious. They all surrounded Lin and Shirlin, their expressions filled with sorrow. "Sister Shirlin, don't die." Lin held Shirlin's hand tightly, continuing to drain his strength to use the flame of life to heal her. But unfortunately, the effects were minimal. With his energy severely depleted, Lin's kneeling figure swayed precariously, clearly at his limit. Vice Captain Shirlin, young master. Usopp was also in tears. Seeing the dying Shirlin and the weeping young master, he felt helpless and could only cry alongside him. Others remained silent, unsure of what to say at that moment. Everyone knew that Lin had exhausted his strength and could no longer use the flame of life. Shirlin's severe injuries were beyond even divine intervention. "Sister Shirlin, I won't let you die. There must be a way," Lin said, his voice hoarse, gazing at Shirlin's pale face stained with blood, his heart aching profoundly. Suddenly, Lin thought of something, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. He looked up and shouted to Lin Rongfu, "Grandpa Fu, the ring, the spatial ring." Chapter 75. The spatial ring. Andrew's spatial ring contains healing potions. Lin shouted, recalling that during the battle with Andre, Andrew had taken out potions from the spatial ring to recover from injuries. There must still be some healing potions left in the spatial ring. This was Shirlin's hope for survival. Lin Rongfu reacted quickly and ran over to take the spatial ring from Andrew's hand. Upon inspection, he found it indeed contained a considerable number of magical potions, including those for restoring fighting spirit and healing injuries, all of which were of intermediate level or higher. After all, Andrew's status was not low, and the items he used were of good quality. A few bottles of healing potions were fed into Shirlin's mouth, along with 2 bottles of fighting spirit recovery potions, as restoring her fighting spirit would enhance Shirlin's own recovery ability. Lin stared intently at Shirin, not daring to miss any slight change in her, eyes filled with hope and anxiety. Fortunately, the healing potion had taken effect. Shirin's breath, which had been faint moments ago, gradually strengthened. Although she had not yet awakened, her breathing had stabilized, indicating that her life was saved. Phew! Lin let out a long breath of turbid air, feeling as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He was overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue and could no longer hold on, collapsing beside Shirin. However, as he fell into a deep sleep, a faint smile was on Lin's face. When Lin woke up, he found himself lying on the bed in the base's room. Back in Hudistown, Shirin. The first thing that came to Lin's mind upon waking was Shirin, and he immediately got up to open the door and go out. "Young master, you're awake," Lin Rongfu, who had been waiting outside the door, said with a look of joy on his face upon seeing Lin awake. "Grandpa Fu, why aren't you resting with your injuries? You don't have to keep watching over me." Noticing that Lin Rongfu still looked somewhat weak, clearly not fully recovered, Lin scolded him. "Young master, don't worry. My recovery ability may not be as good as yours, but it's much better than the average person's, and I've also taken healing magic potions," Lin Rongfu replied. Lin nodded, thinking that it would be wise to purchase more healing potions. Although his life flame had better effects, human strength has its limits. Once he exhausts his energy, even the strongest abilities would be useless. This incident had given Lin a significant shock and lesson. "Grandpa Fu, how long have I been asleep?" Lin asked. 2 days and 1 night. "Is it that long? How is Sister Shirin?" Lin became anxious upon hearing this. He was worried about Shirin's condition after such a long time. "Shirin's injuries are stable, but she hasn't woken up yet," Lin Rongfu replied. "That's good." Lin felt relieved. As long as her condition was stable, he could use his life flame to heal her. So, Lin went to Shirin's room to see her first. Vea was in the room accompanying Shirin, looking heartbroken with red, swollen eyes. She had cried so much over the past 2 days. When she saw Lin, Vea rushed into his arms and began to cry softly. With her sister in a coma, Vea seemed to have lost her anchor, and seeing Lin felt like finding support, releasing her pent-up emotions. "Don't be sad. I will definitely heal Sister Shirin." Lin gently patted Vea's back, comforting her. With the beauty in his arms, he had no wicked thoughts, only feelings of compassion and guilt. "It's my fault for being so useless, unable to help at all. Otherwise, Sister wouldn't have gotten hurt," Vea said between sobs, looking at Lin with tear-filled eyes, seriously saying, Lin, you must help me. I want to become strong. Strong enough that sister won't have to worry about me anymore. Strong enough to protect her. Okay, I will definitely help you. Lin nodded, equally serious. After comforting Vea, Lin looked at Shirin, who lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Even in sleep, Shirin was beautiful, and her pale complexion made her look even more delicate, contrasting with her usual cold demeanor and evoking a desire to protect her. Remembering Shirin's determined figure as she blocked the sword's aura, Lin felt a stir in his heart. Back in his previous life on Earth, while attending university, Lin had also been in love, but it was limited to hugs and kisses, never reaching the final step, and they broke up after graduation. After starting work, he succumbed to reality. Without a car or house, having a girlfriend was just a dream, which is why he became immersed in games. Now, there was a woman, such a beautiful woman, willing to disregard her own life for him, making Lin feel that heaven had truly favored him. Shirin, I will be able to heal you soon. To treat Shirin, Lin needed to replenish a lot of energy. Although he had slept, he had not fully recovered. What he needed most now was a hearty meal. After leaving Shirin's room, a small white figure darted in front of Lin. It was the little white tiger that had lost its mother. Upon seeing Lin, the little white tiger whimpered, as if it had seen a family member. After losing its mother, Lin had become the closest person to it. Little White. Lin bent down and picked up the little white tiger, feeling very emotional but unsure how to comfort the little creature. Perhaps time would heal everything. All he could do was treat the little one a bit better, letting it feel the warmth of home. Everyone was very happy to see Lin awake. As the leader, Lin's safety brought everyone reassurance, allowing the Daxiao mercenary group to continue to exist. Lin Rongfu had prepared a large amount of food. Seeing the table full of dishes, Lin En finally experienced the feeling of being so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back, and he quickly sat down at the table, devouring the food without any concern for his image. In the gaps while Lin En was eating, Lin Rongfu summarized the recent battle between the Daxiao mercenary group and the Snow Wolf mercenary group. The Daxiao mercenary group lost 6 men, and the rest were injured. The losses were already considered minimal. If it weren't for the unexpected appearance of Usopp, which caught the Snow Wolf mercenary group off guard, the losses would have been even more severe. If people like Weiya, who had relatively lower strength, hadn't been withdrawn, the losses would have been greater. The 6 who died were all mid-tier forces of the Daxiao mercenary group. Lin remained silent. A small portion of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps had inflicted heavy losses on the Daxiao mercenary corps. If it weren't for good luck and the help of the system, the outcome could have been total annihilation. He realized he was still too weak, and so was the Daxiao mercenary corps. Lin took a full hour to finish his meal. Then Lin Rongfu handed over Andrew's space ring. Lin's eyes lit up. Space rings were valuable items, with even the lowest grade rings worth at least 100,000 gold coins. And there were very few in the entire Hudis town. Andrew had a significant background as the deputy leader of the S-rank Snow Wolf mercenary corps, so his space ring was sure to contain many good items. After a fierce battle, the Daxiao mercenary corps had suffered heavy losses, and it was hoped that the items in the space ring could help recover some of those losses. Excited, Lin took the space ring and began to examine its contents. Chapter 76. A kiss seals the deal. A space ring can be opened with mental power, and everyone has mental power. The difference lies in its strength. When Lin's mental power entered the space ring, he discovered that this particular ring had quite a large space, about the size of a room, roughly 100 cubic meters, filled with numerous items. The most eye-catching was the massive corpse of a thunderwing white tiger. Even stored within the space ring, Lin could feel the powerful and fierce, holy aura emanating from a corpse. Looking at the thunderwing white tiger's body, Lin couldn't help but sigh. Even a powerful, holy-level magical beast like the thunderwing white tiger couldn't escape death, intensifying his desire for strength. After some consideration, Lin decided not to disturb the thunderwing white tiger's corpse for now. Although the body of a holy-level magical beast was valuable, it was still the mother of the little white tiger, and Lin wasn't ready to be so heartless. In addition to the thunderwing white tiger's corpse, the space ring contained a large amount of gold, roughly over 100,000 gold coins. The Daxiao mercenary corps needed money, and there were several bottles of magical potions. Over 100 magic crystals, various materials from magical beasts, a few weapons, along with some everyday items like clothes, and a bunch of miscellaneous things that Lin didn't recognize. The only thing that excited Lin was the over 100 magic crystals. Currently, what he needed most was system energy. So, Lin took all the magic crystals from the space ring and stored them in the system backpack. System, convert all the magic crystals into system energy. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 1,820,000 points. Total energy 122,500 points. The magic crystals from Andrew, combined with those in Lin's backpack, increased his energy by over 1.8 million points, a significant gain, even more than what he had collected during the Beast Tide. This was mainly because most of the magic crystals converted this time were of higher quality, containing more energy. The old saying holds true. Robbery is indeed one of the quickest ways to make money. Andrew could be considered a wealth bringer. With over 2 million energy points, how should Lin use them? This energy was enough to upgrade 4 intermediate skills to perfection, increasing his Taoist power by 2,000 points. His strength would then rise to the intermediate level of a battle master, marking a qualitative leap that could truly classify him as a master. However, thinking of Via's swollen eyes from crying earlier, Lin hesitated. Should he buy a devil fruit for Via instead? Lin naturally looked down on ordinary devil fruits. If he were to buy one, it would have to be a powerful one. The members of the mercenary corps would become his right-hand men in the future. So Lin wouldn't hold back. He had an idea in mind, to build the Daxiao mercenary corps into a powerful group where everyone possessed a devil fruit, or even all had natural-type devil fruits. However, such an endeavor would require an immense amount of energy. Lin took a look at the system all, and naturally, the lowest price for nature-type devil fruits was 2 million energy. With the current energy, he could only buy one, but purchasing one wouldn't be a loss. As an increase in Via's strength would also mean an increase in the strength of the Daxiao mercenary corps. However, Lin wasn't in a hurry to buy the devil fruit. The priority now was to heal Shirlin. After she had eaten and replenished a lot of energy, it was time to wake her up. Lin entered Shirleen's room alone, while the others waited outside, including the most anxious Via, who didn't want to disturb her sister during the healing process. Looking at Shirleen's pale face with her eyes tightly shut, a hint of heartache appeared in Lin's eyes as she held Shirleen's cold hand in hers. Whoosh! The blazing flame of life burned within Lin, spreading to Shirlene and enveloping her completely. The dense vitality began to heal Shirleen's internal injuries, and gradually, color returned to her pale face. After an unknown amount of time, as Lin's energy was nearly depleted and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, Shirleen's eyelids fluttered. Like a sleeping beauty who had been asleep for 100 years, she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. "Sister Shirlene, you're awake," Lin said, her eyes filled with joy and tenderness. "It's so good to see you again, Lin," Shirlene softly replied, her cold eyes filled with happiness. Feeling the warmth from Lin's hand, a blush crept onto her pale face, and that warm sensation made her wish time would freeze forever. "Sister Shirlene, why'd you take the sword from me? Do you know how scared I was to lose you?" Lin said, her tone filled with blame and heartache. "Still haunted by that moment, because I was also afraid of losing you," Shirlene replied gently, her voice barely audible. The blush on her face deepened, but her gaze did not waver. She looked at Lin with shyness and bravery. The normally aloof beauty displaying such bashfulness left Lin in a daze, and Shirlene's words made her heart race with surprise. This declaration of feelings was something Lin, who had experienced love before, could not misunderstand. If she did, the readers would surely drag her out and give her a beating, only to be replaced by a handsome reader afterward. Lin leaned down and kissed Shiren's red lips. Shiren's body stiffened, her eyes widened in surprise, and after a brief moment, she closed her eyes and responded passionately to Lin. The women of the Divine Grace Continent, like Western women on Earth, were enthusiastic and straightforward, unafraid to love and hate. The two exchanged kisses with abandon, forgetting the passage of time. After a long while, they finally separated, their breaths becoming rapid. "Sister Shiren, you're so sweet," Lin said with a smile, feeling a bit reluctant to part. "I can hardly breathe," Shiren pouted, giving Lin a playful glare, full of charm. "Brother Lin, you have quite the nerve. I haven't even agreed yet." "My courage goes beyond that, Sister Shiren. Would you like to experience it again?" Lin licked his lips, the taste lingering, making it hard to resist. "No, I'm still recovering," Shiren shot Lin a glare, fully aware of his intentions, but she felt weak at the moment and was afraid he might go too far. "It's my fault for almost forgetting," Lin said regretfully. Shiren was just too charming, and at this moment, her well-being was the priority. Talking about love can wait. "Sister Shiren, you must be hungry, right? You've been unconscious for 2 days and nights. I'll go prepare something to eat." Shiren gently nodded, indeed feeling hungry. Lin opened the door, and everyone immediately looked over. Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, Sister Sherlin has woken up." "That's great." Everyone became happy, and Vi couldn't wait to rush into the room to see her sister. Chapter 77. Flame Fruit's Sister. Vi pounced and hugged Sherlin, crying heavily. She had been so worried these past 2 days, unable to eat or sleep. Her tears nearly dried up, always hating her own weakness, feeling she could only hide behind. Now that her sister had finally woken up, the heavy stone in Via's heart could finally be put down. The two sisters cried in each other's arms for a long time before they stopped. "Sister, why is your face so red?" At this moment, Vi noticed that Sherlin's complexion was flushed and didn't look like someone who had just recovered from serious injuries. Is it very red?" Sherlin felt her cheeks burning, fearing that Vi would notice something, and said nervously, "I don't know. Maybe it's because Lin just healed my injuries." Not only healing, but they also exchanged saliva. "Fortunately, this guy Lin healed my sister, otherwise I wouldn't let him off," Vi said fiercely, as she already knew that her sister was seriously injured because she had blocked a sword for Lin. Sherlin's expression was somewhat unnatural, and she stammered a few words to respond to Vi, thinking to herself that Lin would be your brother-in-law in the future. How could you not let him off? Of course, she couldn't say that to Vi for now. At this moment, Lin walked in with a bowl of porridge. Vi sat by the bed feeding Sherlin, while Lin quietly threw flirtatious glances at Sherlin from behind. That passionate gaze made Sherlin feel extremely embarrassed and annoyed. This guy was so restless even with Vi here. He was indeed bold. "Sister, why is your face even redder?" Vi asked in confusion. "It's nothing, the porridge is a bit hot," Sherlin said, then shot a hidden fierce glare at Lin. "Sister Sherlin's injuries aren't completely healed. Let me treat you again tomorrow, and it will be fine," Lin said, grinning at Sherlin. Soon, the bowl of porridge was finished. "Via, I have a gift for you," Lin said, holding a strangely shaped fruit in his hand. The orange-red skin was adorned with flame patterns, as if made up of flames. It was the flame fruit, a natural-type devil fruit that Lin had just purchased from the system shop. In the end, he decided to use his energy to buy a devil fruit for Via. After all, he had just confirmed his relationship with Sherlin, which made Via his sister-in-law. He couldn't be too stingy with his sister-in-law, right? Besides, there's a saying that a sister-in-law is half of a brother-in-law something, so giving her a devil fruit was not excessive at all. As for why he chose the flame fruit instead of others, it was because Lin thought Via's lively personality suited the flame fruit well. "What kind of fruit is this? It's so strange. It looks like fire." Via and Sherlin looked at the flame fruit in Lin's hand in surprise. "Don't you want to have abilities like Usopp?" "This fruit is it," Lin said with a smile, handing over the flame fruit. "Once you eat it, you'll have amazing powers." "That's great." Vi couldn't help but jump with joy, excitedly hugging Lin and giving him a hard kiss on the cheek. Then she took the flame fruit, still excitedly asking, "Can I just eat it directly?" Lin was completely bewildered. His sister-in-law kissed him in front of his sister. What should he do? He didn't even dare to look at Sherlin, and he could imagine that her expression must not be good. "Just eat it directly." To ease the awkwardness, Lin quickly said, "But this fruit tastes really bad, so you need to be mentally prepared. For the sake of the magical ability, no matter how bad it tastes, I can still eat it," Wei declared, raising the fiery fruit and taking a big bite, only to nearly vomit. "Yuck, so disgusting." "Lin, did you use some kind of method to make monster dung look like fruit to prank me?" Wei's eyes were filled with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Nonsense. You have to finish it all. Once you do, you'll understand." Lin stifled his laughter, knowing he couldn't laugh out loud at that moment, or Wei would definitely go crazy. "Let me tell you, if you prank me, you're dead meat," Wei said fiercely, but her tearful expression was not intimidating at all. When Wei got serious, she was quite determined. She ate the extremely disgusting fiery fruit bite by bite, gagging as she went, which made Sherlin feel very distressed. She couldn't help but wonder if Lin was really pranking Wei, because nothing could taste that bad, and Wei's expression was really no different from eating dung. After the fiery fruit completely disappeared into Wei's mouth, she felt a surge of scorching energy erupting from within her, and orange-red flames appeared on her body. Soon, the flames transformed into a blazing fire, enveloping her entirely, turning her into a fiery person. "Wow, flames!" Wei exclaimed in delight as she looked at the flames on her body. The temperature of these flames was very high, but they caused her no harm, and she could feel that she could control these flames. "Sister, look, I can control fire now." Sherlin's eyes widened in shock. Wei really had gained the magical ability to control fire. "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Lin laughed, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he looked at Wei, who was engulfed in flames. However, Lin's expression quickly changed. Weiya, using her ability for the first time, couldn't control the flames properly. Although the flames didn't harm her, her clothes were completely burned away, and her tall and curvy figure was fully revealed to Lin. Damn it! Lin's eyes widened, scrutinizing Weiya's body with a critical gaze, unable to look away. No, this is getting a bit too much. I'm about to nosebleed. Weiya, your clothes are all burned off. Lin noticed Lin's unusual behavior, and then realized Weiya's situation, feeling furious. How could this guy be so shameless and stare without blinking? She quickly reminded Weiya. Weiya also realized she was completely naked and hurriedly pulled back the flames. Without the cover of the flames, her beautiful figure was even more exposed, incredibly tempting. Ofthe, Lin's nosebleed sprayed out. Pervert. It was only then that Weiya realized Lin had seen her completely exposed, and she was so embarrassed that she was about to cry, her face red as if it were about to bleed. She quickly jumped onto Shirleen's bed, pulled the blanket over her body, and buried her head in Shirleen's arms like an ostrich, too shy to face anyone. Still looking? Hurry up and get out. Shirlene was annoyed and shot a fierce glare at Lin. Lin reluctantly withdrew her gaze, regretting that she had hidden so quickly. With a hint of a smile, she thought that at this moment, she couldn't afford to anger Shilin and quickly left the room. Once outside, she wiped away the blood from her nose and thought to herself that good deeds do bring good rewards. If it weren't for her gifting a flame fruit to Weiya, she wouldn't have this kind of benefit. Spending 200,000 mana to buy a flame fruit was not a loss. It seems she should do more good deeds in the future. Chapter 78. Shellen's recovery from now on. Please call me the Flame Warlord. Early the next morning, Weiya, who had learned how to control fire and would no longer burn her clothes, appeared in the training ground to show off her new abilities, proudly declaring herself the Flame Warlord with quite an arrogant attitude. Jack, Arno, and the others were envious, their eyes turning red and saliva flowing. As soon as Lin appeared, Jack and the others surrounded her, not saying a word, their intense gazes and resentful expressions making Lin feel overwhelmed. All right, you'll have it too in the future. Lin had to continue painting a bright picture. Acquiring such a magical ability required a large amount of magic crystals, and Weiya's ability came from the magic crystals she had harvested from Andrew's space ring. Once there were enough magic crystals, she would definitely arrange for all of them to have it. Rest assured, Captain, we will work even harder to hunt magical beasts and obtain magic crystals in the future, Arno said excitedly. Everyone was energized, eager to rush into the Hudis Mountains and fight magical beasts. Who wouldn't be envious of such a magical ability that could be obtained with enough magic crystals? Everyone had witnessed the effect Usopp's had shown during the battle with the Snow Wolf mercenary group a few days ago. It was exceptionally dazzling. Even Jack, whose strength far surpassed Usopp's, couldn't match Usopp's outstanding performance. After dealing with everyone, Lin walked up to Weiya. Weiya's face flushed red, as if recalling something. The bravado of the Flame Warlord had completely vanished, and she shot Lin a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes filled with shame and anger. Lin awkwardly touched his nose, and when he saw Weiya, the enticing benefits from yesterday involuntarily flashed in his mind, making his nose feel a bit itchy. It seemed the recent weather had been quite dry. Weiya felt both embarrassed and shy in her heart, not knowing how to face Lin. So she simply picked up the little white tiger to play with, ignoring Lin completely. Since its mother died, the little white tiger had been in low spirits, only feeling a bit better when it saw Lin, as it had the closest relationship with him. It struggled in Weiya's arms, wanting Lin to hold it, but Weiya wouldn't allow it, making the little white tiger's eyes watery. Come on, Weiya, can't you see the little one is about to cry? Lin felt a bit heartbroken for the little white tiger. Mind your own business. Weiya shot Lin a glare, then scolded the little white tiger. You ungrateful thing. Isn't your sister good to you? Why do you have to look for that pervert? Lin forced a smile, wondering how he had become a pervert. This was an unexpected situation, all right? However, it was normal for a girl to feel a bit upset in such circumstances, and besides, she was his sister-in-law, so he should be more accommodating. Ignoring Weiya's little mood, Lin explained the characteristics of the fire fruit to her, guiding her on how to develop the abilities of this fruit. The techniques didn't really matter. It depended on how the ability user applied it. The essence of flames was burning, and the fundamental aspect of burning was the temperature of the flames. As long as the flame temperature increased, any technique could incinerate everything. After advising Weiya, Lin walked towards Shirleen's room, preparing to give her one last treatment. After today's treatment, Shirleen would be fully healed. Upon entering the room, Lin intentionally closed the door, and before Lin could say anything, he transformed into a hungry wolf and pounced on her, savoring her soft lips. Are you satisfied now? After finally separating, Lin playfully complained, "You always leave me breathless." Satisfied, but not fulfilled, Lin replied with a smile. Greedy guy, Lin shot him a glance. Her beautiful eyes filled with affection, but soon a hint of worry crossed her delicate face. Lin, I'm so much older than you. Do you really like older women? Will Grandpa Fu accept me? After confirming their relationship, Lin began to call him Lin Rongfu as well. Sister Lin, there's a saying in my hometown, marrying a woman older by 3 years is like holding gold bricks, which means marrying an older woman brings more fortune, Lin said, holding Lin's jade-like hand as if playing with a treasure. Being with Sister Lin is like holding 3 gold bricks, that's 3 times the fortune. Grandpa Fu would agree. Besides, Sister Lin is so beautiful. If the mercenaries in Hudistown knew I picked their most beautiful rose, they would be so envious and jealous of me. Who said I would marry you? You want to marry me? You have to see if I'm willing, Lin said proudly, but deep down, she felt incredibly sweet. And her earlier worries vanished. At such a young age, he was already so sweet-talking, and she didn't know how many young girls he had deceived before. Whether you want to or not. Anyway, you can't escape from my grasp, Lin said domineeringly, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin. Sister Lin, after today's treatment, your injury will be completely healed. Once you're better, I want to prove to you that although I'm younger in some areas, I'm not small at all. I'm not talking to you. Lin's face turned completely red with embarrassment. She wasn't a naive girl who didn't understand anything. She certainly understood the implication of Lin's words. However, even if she was enthusiastic, it was hard to withstand Lin's fiery gaze, which seemed to want to devour her whole. Lin's shy demeanor made Lin's fingers twitch with desire. He barely managed to suppress his boiling blood and began to heal Lin. After consuming most of his stamina again, Lin's injuries had fully healed. The once horrific wound on her chest left no scars, restoring her smooth and tender skin. Fully healed, Lin regained her vitality and actively hugged Lin, playfully nibbling on him. Passionate and uninhibited, Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, unwilling to be outdone, and his hands were also busy exploring. Don't move around, it's broad daylight. Lin, lost in her feelings, still retained some clarity and quickly grabbed Lin's restless hands. It felt like his hands had some kind of magic, making her feel as if she were on fire and unable to control herself. Sister Lin, can we do it tonight? Lin said with a cheeky grin. Faced with such a beautiful woman, it was completely normal to lose control, and there was no need to hold back. You wish. Lin rolled her eyes at him. Seeing Lin so eager, she secretly delighted in her own charm. But during the day, she couldn't let him get carried away. Weiya and the others were still outside. Thinking of her sister Weiya, Lin suddenly felt a twinge of worry. Lin, what are you planning to do about Weiya? Huh? Lin was taken aback for a moment. Why bring up Weiya at a time like this? But he still replied, Weiya is your sister, so she's naturally my sister too. I will take good care of her. Didn't I give her the fire fruit yesterday? That's not what I meant, Lin said angrily, realizing he was still playing dumb. Chapter 79. Bloodspike Lin really didn't know what Lin was talking about, thinking she was referring to the incident from yesterday when they saw Weiya. After all, it's natural for girls to feel jealous, even if that person is their own sister. Sister Lin, that was an accident yesterday. I didn't expect Weiya's clothes to catch fire. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin quickly explained, not wanting to leave the impression of a pervert in Lin's mind, especially considering she's his sister-in-law. Lin shot Lin an annoyed glance, thinking he was being coy after taking advantage of the situation. After all, as a man, he wouldn't be at a loss. Seeing that Lin still didn't understand her meaning, she straightforwardly pointed out, Lin, Weiya likes you too. After saying this, Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy in her heart. Her sister and she both liked the same man, which left her feeling conflicted. If it were any other woman, Lin wouldn't be so troubled. But this was her own sister, the usually cool and strong Lin, who once led the Sword and Rose mercenary group, found herself in a dilemma, fearing she might hurt her only sister. However, asking her to give Lin up was impossible. Love is inherently selfish. Huh? Lin stared blankly at Lin, dazedly blinking his eyes. Then it appeared on his face. He had long sensed that Weiya had feelings for him, but now that he had confirmed his relationship with Lin, he naturally wouldn't have any thoughts about Weiya. In the goddess Grace continent, strength is revered, and having multiple wives and concubines is common. Lin was just an ordinary person and would go along with local customs, taking things as they come. However, Thoughts of sisterhood were too wicked. Lin thought about it, but dare not act on it. Oh, what about it? You've seen Vaya naked, and she likes you. What do you say we do? Lin asked. I don't know, Lin, feeling a bit of headache. This was clearly a tricky question, something he wasn't good at handling. He could only throw the problem back to Lin. Sister Lin, you decide, and I'll follow your lead. How would I know? Lin was also distressed, reaching out to pinch the soft flesh around Lin's waist. It's all this guy's fault. Anyway, I don't care. Vaya is my only sister, and I don't want to see her sad or hurt. Lin was stunned. When a woman was unreasonable, she truly was unreasonable. However, the unreasonable Lin looked so beautiful and alluring. Moreover, before the issue with Wei was resolved, you are not allowed to touch me again. Nor can you let Wei know about our relationship, Lin added. Sister Lin, please. Lin was anxious now. He had just tasted a bit of the sweetness of love and was thinking about when to shed his identity as a boy. Wouldn't that be a shattered dream? Seeing Lin's anxious expression, a hint of a smile appeared in Lin's eyes, but it quickly vanished as she maintained her cold goddess demeanor. She couldn't let this guy get too carried away. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could hold herself back. Seeing Lin's resolute attitude, Lin felt helpless. Although his heart was scratching like a cat, he could only find a way to deal with the issues between him and Wei. However, this problem was indeed tricky, and he couldn't hurt Wei. Lin had no clue and could only take it one step at a time. With Lin's injuries healed, the entire Great Xia mercenary group was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, especially Wei, who was the happiest, pulling her sister to showcase her ability to cook with the fruit. However, Wei noticed that her sister seemed a bit distracted and assumed it was because she had just recovered, so she didn't think much of it. With his mind full of worries and no way to vent his energy, Lin could only play with the little white tiger to distract himself. Compared to the beginning, the little white tiger's mood had improved a lot. Time could heal all wounds. As for the corpse of the thunder-winged white tiger inside the spatial ring, Lin hadn't figured out how to handle it yet, so he didn't take it out to avoid upsetting the little white tiger. Fortunately, time inside the spatial ring was stopped, so he didn't have to worry about the corpse rotting. From now on, the little white tiger would be a member of the Great Xia mercenary group. After eating the human fruit, the little white tiger could not only speak, but also match human intelligence and transform into human form. Naturally, he couldn't be treated as a contracted pet. Once the little white tiger grew up, the Great Xia mercenary group would have another powerful combat force. Just as Lin was playing with the little white tiger, Bai Weier arrived. Lin, little brother, is this the cub of the thunder-winged white tiger? Seeing the little white tiger, Bai Weier's charming eyes showed shock, and her rosy, sexy lips parted in surprise. How did it end up here? During the beast tide, Bai Weier had seen the little white tiger. A tiger with wings was rare, and it was hard to forget, especially since this little guy had a holy level mother. Bai Weier felt like she was going crazy. The outbreak of the beast tide was due to the little white tiger being captured, and now it appeared beside Lin. How could she not be nervous? This was going to be a big deal. Sister Weier, it's a long story, Lin said. The little white tiger lying quietly in his arms, and since there were outsiders, it was smart enough not to speak. Did you come here today for something? Bai Weier took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and anxiety, and with difficulty pulled her gaze away from the little white tiger. Remembering her purpose for coming, she said, I found information about the assassin who tried to kill you. Oh, Lin's eyes lit up. That person is an assassin from Bloodstrike, Bai Weier said. Bloodstrike is a huge killer organization with many bases in surrounding countries and is very powerful. Once Bloodstrike takes a job, they won't stop until they achieve their goal, even if it means killing the target. Bai Weier said worriedly, Lin, little brother, you need to be extra careful from now on. I will be careful. Lin nodded. Although he was wary in his heart, he didn't take the blood dagger too seriously. With his current strength, it wouldn't be easy for the blood dagger to assassinate him. After being hit once, it wouldn't be so easy the second time. Thank you, Sister Bai Weier, Lin said to Bai Weier. If it weren't for the vast intelligence network of the mercenary guild, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the origins of the assassin. Thinking of the mercenary guild's intelligence network, Lin asked, Sister Bai Weier, do you know about the Snow Wolf mercenary group? The Snow Wolf mercenary group? That's an S-rank mercenary group, and the leader is a powerful holy level expert, Bai Weier replied. Why do you ask about this mercenary group? Recently, people from the Snow Wolf mercenary group came to Hudis Town. You didn't have a conflict with them, did you? Bai Weier naturally knew about what had happened between Andrew and the Silver Shield mercenary group in Hudis Town. Weren't you wondering how this little guy ended up here? It's related to the Snow Wolf mercenary group, Lin said. Chapter 80. Departure. Lin recounted everything that had happened between him and the Snow Wolf mercenary group to Bai Weier, leaving nothing hidden. After listening, By Wire was filled with shock, her beautiful eyes wide enough to fit a fist. The things Lin spoke of were truly astonishing. Whether it was the Snow Wolf mercenary group hunting the holy level magical beast, the Thunderwing White Tiger, or the Dasha mercenary group defeating the Snow Wolf mercenary group and even killing their vice captain, Andrew, it was all beyond belief. It was important to note that Andrew from the Snow Wolf mercenary group was a semi-holy powerhouse. So how could the Dasha mercenary group force Andrew to flee with serious injuries? Did the Dasha mercenary group possess such formidable strength? By Wire realized that she had seriously underestimated the strength of the Dasha mercenary group, or rather, she had never truly seen through Lin as a person. This guy had too many secrets. It is what it is. I don't want to offend a behemoth like the Snow Wolf mercenary group, but at this point, I have no other choice, Lin said with a bitter smile. By Wire said, Lin, Andrew is dead at your hands. And the Snow Wolf mercenary group will not let this go easily. She didn't know how to respond. The blood stab incident hadn't been resolved yet, and now they had offended the S-rank Snow Wolf mercenary group. This guy, Lin, was not only mysterious, but also a troublemaker. Now that Andrew had escaped, it wouldn't be long before the Snow Wolf mercenary group's retaliation arrived. Lin was naturally mentally prepared for this and felt troubled. The power of the Snow Wolf mercenary group's retaliation would definitely exceed that of a semi-holy level. In front of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, the current strength of the Dasha mercenary group was still lacking. Andrew was the vice captain of the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Their retaliation will surely be fierce. Lin, your Dasha mercenary group is probably going to find it hard to withstand it, By Wire said. Right now, you may only have 2 paths to choose from. Oh, what are those 2 paths? Lin asked eagerly. One path is to leave Hudistown. The continent is vast. Even if the Snow Wolf mercenary group wants to seek revenge, it won't be that easy, By Wire said, looking at Lin with her enchanting eyes, filled with allure. The other path is to join the Mercenary Guild. With the protection of the Mercenary Guild, even an S-rank mercenary group wouldn't dare to touch you. The Mercenary Guild was powerful and had its own affiliated mercenary groups. For some strong or promising mercenary groups, the Mercenary Guild would actively extend invitations. Generally, no mercenary group would refuse such invitations, as having the support of a big tree makes it easier to enjoy the shade. The Mercenary Guild was rich in resources, intelligence, and guidance from strong individuals. These conditions didn't attract Lin much. He didn't need guidance from strong individuals, and he believed the Mercenary Guild wouldn't give him resources for free. There would always be a price to pay. Lin didn't want to put shackles on himself. Sister By Wire, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no plans to join the Mercenary Guild for now. Lin shook his head in refusal. You really make me sad, Lin. By Wire feigned anger as she playfully hit him a few times. Lin's straightforward refusal of the invitation made her feel frustrated, as she couldn't understand his feelings at all. So, are you planning to leave Hudistown? Yes, Lin nodded, a bright smile appearing on his face. The world is so big. I want to see it. The world is so big. I want to see it. Whether it was the impact of this phrase or the warmth of Lin's radiant smile, By Wire quietly watched him. At this moment, Lin seemed to emit a kind of light, confident and free-spirited. This light deeply attracted her, causing her heart to tremble and remain restless for a long time. No one in the Dasha mercenary group was opposed to leaving Hudistown. Mercenaries were free. The entire continent was their hunting ground. It didn't matter where they went. Experiencing more exciting adventures and thrilling lives was what mercenaries pursued. Moreover, everyone firmly believed that following Captain Lin would surely lead to witnessing more beautiful scenery. 2 days later, all members of the Dasha mercenary group appeared at the city gate of Hudistown. Since they had no friends in Hudistown, only By Wire was there to see Lin off at the gate. Little brother Lin, no matter where you go, don't forget your sister, By Wire said, holding Lin's hand reluctantly. I won't forget you, no matter where I am. Lin forced a smile, feeling cold. Sharp gaze on his back that made him feel uneasy. He didn't need to turn around and know that the owner of that gaze was sure Lin. Seeing Lin and By Wire's reluctant farewell stirred jealousy in her heart, but she maintained her usual cold demeanor, so no one noticed anything unusual about her expression. This is your sister's token and a magical communication talisman. Keep it well, and remember to send me a message when you miss me. By Wire handed Lin 2 items. One was a magical communication talisman, and the other was a rose-shaped brooch made of amethyst. Thanks to By Wire's explanation, Lin learned that the magical communication talisman could transmit a message over long distances, similar to an ancient pager from his previous life on Earth. However, this talisman, which could be used permanently, was extremely precious, worth no less than a spatial ring. It required magic crystals for charging, just like a phone needs to be charged. And most people couldn't afford it. Ordinary magical communication talismans usually had a limited number of uses and would be rendered useless after a few uses. With a limited range for communication, far inferior to the one by wire gave to Lin, most people still relied on flying magical beasts or sending messages with others, which was faster but not very safe. As for the rose brooch, it was by wire's token, which could be used to seek help at various mercenary guilds. Okay, Lin nodded. As it was time to part ways, he felt a bit sad. Although by wire wasn't he exceptionally beautiful, she had treated him very well. Sister by wire, I'm leaving now. This is goodbye. After saying goodbye to by wire, Lin jumped onto the back of the Amethyst Lion King and glanced around at the members of the Daxia mercenary group. Back then, he had fled from Jelly City in a desperate escape, with only Lin Rongfu by his side. Now, surrounded by many people and accompanied by beautiful women, Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and vigor. Let us go. Lin patted the head of the Amethyst Lion King, which let out a joyful roar and dashed forward, its 4 paws flying. Lin's figure bounced up and down with the lion's run, feeling an indescribable sense of ease and delight. Behind them, the members of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps chased on horseback, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the city gate, Bai Wire stood there for a long time, her gaze following Lin's figure until it disappeared from sight. Little brother Lin, we will definitely meet again. I wonder if you will still recognize me next time we meet. Chapter 81, Escort Mission. Captain Lin, the accompanying chef, has prepared the food, and I have brought it to you. A chubby middle-aged man, with a beaming smile, said to Lin. Lin and the others did not leave Hudistown directly, but took on a commission to escort a merchant caravan. Since there was no fixed destination, they would go wherever the caravan went, earning some gold coins to subsidize the expenses of the mercenary group. The middle-aged fat man was the merchant guild owner, Yale, a shrewd businessman. Hiring the renowned Great Xia mercenary group for 600 gold coins for protection was an incredible bargain. It was a big win, as hiring a mercenary group with a battle master would cost a lot more. Therefore, along the way, Yale treated Lin and the others very courteously, taking excellent care of their food and drink. After the chef prepared the meals, he personally delivered them, all to build a good relationship with Lin. You are too polite, President Yale, Lin replied, having a good impression of the fat man, who was shrewd like a businessman but still quite sincere. This reminded Lin of Ralph, the young master of the Gucci merchant guild he encountered on the way to Hudistown. Ralph was also a good person, and it had been a while since they last met. He wondered how Ralph was doing now. It's only right, Yale beamed, not daring to underestimate the young man in front of him, who showed no signs of being a strong warrior. After delivering the food, Yale wisely took his leave. Lin looked at the meal, which was quite lavish, and Yale had also sent a lot of fine wine, showing his thoughtfulness. Brothers, it's time to eat. Lin called out and brought a plate of deliciously roasted meat in front of Sherlin to curry favor. Speaking of which, the food preparation methods in the Divine Grace continent are quite monotonous, mainly focused on roasting meat, far from the splendid culinary culture of the Daxia on Earth. Lin was pondering whether to promote Daxia's food culture, at least to satisfy his own cravings. He imagined having a hot pot with some ingredients from magical beasts that don't exist on Earth. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Sister Sherlin, this plate of roasted meat is the most delicious. I brought it for you. Please try it, Lin said, presenting the roasted meat to gain favor. He had been savoring the flavors these past 2 days, feeling quite hungry, but unfortunately, Sherlin had not given him a chance. So he seized the opportunity to get closer to her. It's indeed well roasted, Sherlin said as she picked up a piece of meat to eat, a hint of a smile in her eyes. She clearly understood Lin's intentions, but for the sake of Vea, she had to let Lin endure a little, right? If it's good, then eat a bit more. Lin was completely like a person in love, completely unaware that her behavior had caught everyone's attention. Oof. Lin, I also want to eat barbecue, Via huffed. Via used to be the one most attached to Lin, but now she looked at Lin with disdain, finding fault in everything. She used to call him Brother Lin, but now she directly called him by his name. In fact, Via felt quite aggrieved. She had long had feelings for Lin, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so clingy. Ever since Lin had seen her completely, her feelings had undergone a subtle change, and her heart had already been tied to Lin. She had thought Lin would show some reaction after seeing her, but to her surprise, Lin not only didn't respond but also lavished attention on her sister, which made Via feel sour and full of grievances, leading her to find fault with Lin in every way. There's plenty of barbecue, just take it yourself, Lin said. I want the one in your hand, Via said stubbornly. Lin wanted to say something, but after getting a glare from Sherlin, He could only obediently hand the grilled meat in his hand to Weya. All right, here you go. Once Weya took the whole plate of grilled meat away, she was satisfied. Lin felt a headache coming on. It seemed he needed to resolve Weya's issue quickly, or else he wouldn't be able to get close to Sister Sherlin. However, this girl currently looked at him with discontent, making it difficult. On the side, Jack and the others witnessed this scene. Jack elbowed Arno and said, Arno, I want to eat grilled meat. There's plenty of grilled meat. You can take it yourself. Arno replied, mimicking Lin's tone, with a teasing expression on his face. I want the one in your hand, Jack said in a high-pitched voice. All right, here you go. After Arno finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jack and Usopp also couldn't hold back, laughing so hard they were doubled over. Is it that funny? Lin was annoyed and went over to hit each of them on the head. He was already having a headache. And these guys were not only watching the show, but also putting on a skit. It was too much. Captain, we won't do it again. The few of them covered their heads and fled, but their laughter only grew louder, leaving Lin helpless. Lin Rongfu sat quietly, sipping his drink with a look of contentment on his face. His greatest wish now was for Lin En to branch out soon. It would be great if the young master could win over the Serinbia sisters. After a break, the merchant convoy continued on its journey, which was relatively peaceful without any incidents. After 2 days of travel, the convoy arrived at the foot of a steep mountain, needing to pass through a canyon within it. Captain Lin En, there's a group of robbers occupying the mountain ahead, and they are quite powerful. However, these robbers have some principles. They usually let passing merchant convoys go after collecting a toll, said Yale. Once we enter the canyon, if the robbers appear, leave it to me to handle. If any unexpected situation arises, I hope Captain Lin En will step in. Before entering the canyon, Yale approached Lin En to discuss this precaution. No problem. Since I've taken on the commission, I will naturally follow President Yale's arrangements, Lin En replied. Yale felt reassured. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps was strong enough that even if these robbers weren't trustworthy, there was no need to worry. In a very concealed camp on a mountain, the leader of the robbers, Biden, was meeting with a man dressed in a black robe. No, this goes against my principles. Biden rejected the black robe man's proposal. Although I am a robber, I have principles. I only seek wealth, not lives. As long as the toll is paid, I won't make things difficult. Lord Biden, I can pay 1,000 gold coins, said the black robe man. 1,000 gold coins? Biden was somewhat tempted, but it was still insufficient. All the goods from a Yale trading company will belong to you, and our Blue Moon Trading Company can help you sell the stolen goods, the black robe man offered, presenting even more enticing conditions. The gold earned from the sales can also be exchanged for the food, weapons, and various resources needed for cultivation. Lord Biden, what do you think? What do I think? Of course it sounds good. Biden's breath quickened. He lacked money, but needed channels to sell stolen goods and the resources mentioned by the black robe man. Biden and his men had long been on the wanted list of nearby cities, making it very difficult to purchase supplies. Therefore, he couldn't refuse the black robe man's offer. I'll take the job. Biden was decisive and immediately agreed. Lord Biden, from now on, we are friends. The black robe man laughed heartily. Let's cooperate happily. Chapter 82. A counter-robbery. When the merchant convoy reached the middle of the canyon, over 100 robbers rushed down from the slopes on both sides, surrounding the convoy. President Yale was taken aback. So many people. This group of robbers had come out in full force, and even their leader, Biden, had come personally. Yale often traveled this route and had dealt with Biden a few times, so he naturally recognized him. Usually, Biden wouldn't personally intervene, which gave Yale a bad feeling. However, thinking of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps behind him, he felt more confident and immediately moved forward to negotiate under the protection of the trading company S-Guards. I didn't expect Leader Biden to come down personally. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yale said with a smile. I understand the rules and will pay the toll without question. President Yale, the toll is a trivial matter, Biden replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, glancing at the merchant convoy's cart full of goods with a greedy glint. I see your goods are quite good. Consider them a congratulatory gift for my breakthrough in cultivation. From now on, the toll for the Yale Trading Company passing through here will only be half. Leader Biden, are you trying to break your own rules? Yale's expression changed. It was clear that Biden's appetite had grown larger, wanting all of his goods, which was unreasonable. Biden didn't seem like a short-sighted person. The reason Biden's group of robbers had survived for so long was not only due to Biden's strength, but also because he was not greedy and knew when to advance and retreat. He wouldn't kill the merchant convoys for every little thing. He only charged tolls within a reasonable range, so the trading companies wouldn't pay a huge price to eliminate them, which would be unprofitable. Yale's gaze swept over Biden, trying to discern something, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any clues. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared behind Biden, giving Yale a familiar feeling. Yale's heart stirred. Could Biden's change be related to this black-robed man? President Yale, I know the most valuable goods are in your space ring. Leave the space ring and the cart behind, and I will let you go, Biden continued, his aura filled with killing intent. Otherwise, this canyon will be your burial ground. Hearing this, Yale was furious. Not to mention the value of this trip's goods, just the space ring was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Biden's appetite was too great. Leader Biden, it seems you are determined to make things difficult for me. In that case, there's nothing more to say. I hope you won't regret your choice, Yale sneered, feeling very confident with the Great Xiao mercenary corps behind him. I never regret, Biden said fiercely, not wanting to waste word with Yale. Robbers always speak with their weapons. Brothers, kill them all and take everything. Kill. The robbers, unable to hold back any longer, immediately swung their weapons and charged at the merchant convoy. Biden also took action personally. Having accepted the black-robed man's benefits, he naturally had to show some effort. He leaped forward directly at Yale, swinging his great sword, with fighting spirits surging, revealing himself as a mid-level battlemaster. Captain Lin En, please step in. Yale shouted loudly. Boom! A sword light slashed from behind, shattering Biden's sword light. The residual force continued to strike Biden, who was knocked back faster than he had come, crashing into his men and causing several of them to spit blood and fall to the ground. The one who struck Biden away was none other than the powerful battlemaster, Lin Rongfu. Brothers, money for work. Kill these blind fools, Lin En shouted, as his purple crystal lion king charged into the midst of the robbers, letting out a furious roar and spewing a ball of purple flame. Several robbers in front of the flames were immediately ignited, screaming in agony. Behind Lin, the entire Daxiao mercenary group sprang into action, with dozens of figures charging into the midst of the thieves. Shiren, like a cold and aloof warrior goddess, wielded her sword with a radiant brilliance. Her mid-tier warrior strength made dealing with lower-tier thieves as easy as chopping vegetables. Vea transformed into a goddess of flames, unleashing waves of fiery swords. After consuming the burn fruit, her strength reached that of a high-level warrior, and she could even elementalize, showing no fear of being surrounded, striking terror into the hearts of the thieves. Usopp and Jack, along with others, were like tigers among sheep, battling the mercenaries against the magical beasts. Facing these thieves was simply on a different level. Apart from the leader Biden, there were no strong opponents among the thieves, and over 100 thieves were quickly dispatched, leaving chaos in their wake. After Lin Rongfu cut Biden down with a single sword, he did not make another move. Dealing with these small thieves did not require a master of war like him to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The Daxiao mercenary corps was indeed formidable. The money spent this time was well worth it. Yale watched with delight and quickly instructed the guards of the caravan to help, ruthlessly beating the drowning dog. Biden was dazed. Before he could figure out how he was injured, his subordinates were already being killed, crying out for their fathers and mothers. That bastard Yale. There are strong people in the caravan, and I can't fight them. I have been terribly deceived by the Blue Moon Merchant Association, filled with shock, regret, and fear. Biden had no time to care for his heavily injured subordinates. Dragging his wounded body up, he prepared to escape in the chaos, but just as he stood up, a massive magical beast appeared before him, its purple eyes flashing with ferocity. Spare me. Without hesitation, Biden knelt down, decisively earning admiration. I hate you robbers the most. There's no skill involved at all, Lin En said lightly, waving his hand, and a line of blood appeared on Biden's throat. With the death of their leader, the thieves who had been crying out for their fathers and mothers instantly lost their will to fight and knelt down to beg for mercy. The man in the black robe could not escape either and was captured before Yale. It's you? Looking at the face of the man in black, Yale was furious. He never expected that the Blue Moon Merchant Association would incite a band of thieves to attack him in order to compete with him. Fortunately, he had hired the Daxiao mercenary corps. Otherwise, he might really have been buried in this canyon. In his anger, Yale personally killed the man in black and then said to Lin En, Captain Lin En, thanks to the Daxiao mercenary corps this time. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my doom. Once we reach Mingwest City, I will reward you handsomely. You're being polite, President Yale, Lin En said lightly, already thinking about the thieves. Biden's group had been entrenched here for a long time. They probably had a lot of wealth in their lair. With Biden dead, that wealth naturally belonged to him. President Yale, please have someone clean up the aftermath. I want to go check out this group of thieves' lair. Upon hearing this, Yale immediately understood Lin En's intentions. He had no objections and sighed inwardly. Today was indeed Biden's day of reckoning. He had collected so many tolls in the past, and now his lair was going to be wiped out. Thus, leaving Qilin and a few others with a caravan, Lin En took Lin Rongfu, Yusuposi, and a few others, having a thief lead the way to Biden's lair. Chapter 83. The Little White Tiger's Burden under the guidance of the thief. Lin En and the others arrived at Biden's lair half an hour later. This place was hidden in the mountains, extremely concealed. If not for someone leading the way, it would have been hard to find. There were still a few thieves guarding the lair, and upon learning that their leader was dead, they immediately knelt and surrendered. Lin En was too lazy to kill these small fry and ordered them to open the place where the wealth was stored. The few thieves, eager to save their lives, obediently complied. Upon entering the place where Biden stored his wealth, Lin En couldn't help but smile broadly. Biden's group had robbed a lot of valuables, but due to a lack of channels for disposing of them, they were all piled up in the room, filling several rooms. These included various materials from magical beasts and magic crystals, as well as over 10,000 gold coins, with a total value of no less than 50,000 gold coins. Although it didn't compare to the loot from Andrew, it was still quite good. After all, it was an unexpected gain, and Lin En was very satisfied. However, he was slightly disappointed that there weren't many high-grade magic crystals. Happily putting all the valuables into his system backpack, Lin En led a few thieves and a dozen women who had been robbed by the thieves down the mountain. Captain Lin En looks very happy. It seems the harvest is good, Yale greeted with a smile. Not bad, Lin En replied in a good mood, pointing at the dozen victimized women and saying, President Yale, these women are all unfortunate souls. Please help arrange for them. That's a small matter. For those with families, I will arrange for people to send them back. For those without homes to return to, we can also arrange for them to work in the Merchant Association. I have plenty of work in my association, so accommodating a few people is not a problem. Yale, eager for an opportunity to build a good relationship with Lin En, naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Captain Lin En is kind-hearted, which is admirable, Lin En praised. After chatting a bit more with Yale, they exchanged some meaningless commercial flattery, and Lin En sold all the goods he had gathered from Biden's lair to Yale, who was also keen to get close to Lin En and offered a very good price, leaving both parties pleased. When they returned to the group, they saw that Vaya was still excitedly recounting her experience of displaying her prowess in the recent battle to Qilin, having used the power of the burn fruit for the first time to kill enemies. Vaya experienced the same feeling Yusupusi had last time. As long as she elementalized in advance, she was not afraid of fighting energy attacks at all. This battle allowed Vaya to experience an unprecedented joy in combat, her face glowing with excitement as she chattered away in front of Qilin. Sister Vaya, the fruit I gave you is quite good, right? I kept my promise, Lin En said with a grin, taking the opportunity to flatter his sister-in-law. You kept your word, Vaya said proudly. Today, she had displayed great prowess, and her strength had improved significantly. She was no longer a burden to her sister. In her good mood, her attitude towards Lin En improved considerably, and her previous little awkwardness was temporarily set aside. With the initial power of the burn fruit emerging, Vaya became even more interested in developing the fruit's abilities, pulling Lin En to ask for tips on developing the fruit's powers. Lin En, of course, shared everything he knew, as this was an opportunity to build a good relationship with his sister-in-law. They chatted animatedly, while Qilin quietly watched and listened nearby, smiling. Before long, the caravan continued on its way. After a few more days of uneventful travel, they arrived at a wide road where travelers increased, and they occasionally saw mercenaries passing by with weapons. Captain Lin En, in half a day's travel, we will arrive at Mingwest City, Yale said. Once we get there, I will treat the members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps to drinks. Then President Yale should be prepared for a big expense. My men can drink, Lin En laughed. Don't worry, there will be plenty of good wine, Yale chuckled, his face jiggling with fat. Throughout the journey, he had been eager to befriend Lin En, and their relationship had become quite good. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a group of people came galloping from behind. This group was dressed in uniform bright armor, riding mounts resembling horses but with green scales on their backs and a single horn on their foreheads, clearly possessing beastly bloodlines. At the front was a striking young girl in red armor, exuding grace and charm, with flowing golden hair and a delicate face that rivaled that of Qilin and Vaya. The girl and her group galloped down the road, charging through, causing travelers to dodge, and even the mercenaries made way, clearly indicating their high status. Captain Lin En, those people are the personal guard of the Lord of Mingwest City. Do not provoke them. We should give way, Yale recognized their identity and quickly said to Lin En. Although the Yale Merchant Association was wealthy, it was no match for the Lord's Mansion, as the status of merchants and nobles differed greatly. Lin naturally wouldn't seek trouble for no reason. He followed Yale and the others to the roadside to clear the way. Before long, a group from the Lord's Mansion sped past Lin and the others. Perhaps it was the majestic figure of the amethyst Lion King that caught the attention of the girl in red armor, as she turned her head to glance at Lin. The unicorn galloped swiftly, covering dozens of meters in an instant, but then the girl suddenly turned around and returned with her entourage to stand before Lin. With an arrogant expression, she looked at Lin, pointed her riding whip at him, and said in a commanding tone, "What kind of magical beast are you holding? Name a price. This county princess will buy it." "Not for sale," Lin replied coldly. He didn't like the girl's domineering attitude, and besides, the little white tiger was not for sale. The little white tiger in Lin's arms squirmed and shot a disdainful glance at the girl. If Lin hadn't instructed it not to speak in front of strangers, it would have wanted to curse her out. Is this tiger something that can be bought with money? After giving the girl a contemptuous glance, the little white tiger closed its eyes and pretended to doze off in Lin's arms. Seeing the little white tiger's demeanor, the girl's heart nearly melted. She had never seen such a perceptive magical beast, and it was so cute. With such a magical beast, she would surely stand out among the noble ladies of Mingwest City, and her desire to obtain the little white tiger grew stronger. "Do you know who I am? How dare you refuse me?" the girl shouted angrily. "What's your problem? I don't care who you are. The little white tiger is not for sale," Vea interjected, quite displeased with the girl's attempt to forcibly buy the little white tiger. The little white tiger was dear to her. How could she sell it? Bold. The girl was used to being spoiled and getting what she wanted in Mingwest City. How could she tolerate someone refusing her? Seeing Vea speak up, she immediately became furious and swung her whip at Vea. "Try me." Seeing the girl about to attack, Vea got angry too, drawing her sword and unleashing a fiery sword strike, instantly turning the girl's whip to ashes. Although Vea was still just a high-level warrior, her ability with the burning fruit allowed her to unleash sword strikes akin to those of a battle master. After burning the girl's whip, Vea was still not satisfied and sought to teach the girl a lesson by slashing another fiery sword attack at her. Chapter 84. The spoiled county princess with her whip reduced to ashes, the girl was shocked by the fiery sword strike. She never expected Vea to be so powerful. In her impression, sword strikes were the hallmark of a battle master. "How dare you attack the county princess?" A bodyguard behind the girl sprang into action, unleashing a sword strike that dispersed Vea's fiery sword strike into countless sparks. He was the captain of the girl's personal guard and a mid-level battle master. He stood protectively beside the girl, watching Vea warily, but he did not attack again, feeling uncertain. He sensed that Vea's aura was merely that of a high-level warrior, but the fiery sword strike she executed was no illusion, and he had never seen a fiery sword strike like that before. Moreover, this girl, who looked about the same age as the county princess, possessed such strength. She either had exceptional talent or an impressive background, which was why he refrained from attacking her. "Frederick, kill her. How dare she offend me? I want her dead." The girl, snapping back to reality from her shock, realized she had almost been hit and, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, ordered her bodyguard, Frederick, to take action. Roar. The amethyst Lion King let out a furious roar, releasing the powerful aura of a level 6 magical beast, startling the unicorns and causing them to panic. If they weren't well-trained, they would have fled in terror. Frederick's expression changed dramatically. This magical beast was a level 6 beast, not weaker than him, and he sensed another powerful aura locking onto him. If he moved, the beast would surely attack. Frederick wasn't worried about himself, but he couldn't let anything happen to the county princess. "Princess, the other party is very strong. I'm afraid I can't protect you alone," Frederick whispered to the girl. At this moment, the girl also felt a sense of fear. She was a precious daughter of noble lineage, and even if she was furious, she couldn't express it now. She glared at Lin and the others with resentment and commanded, "Let's go." Watching the girl and her group speed away, Yale sighed, "Captain Lin, we really stirred up trouble this time." "Oh, what is her identity?" "I heard that bodyguard call her princess," Lin asked. "She is Princess Tina, the daughter of Marquis Benjamin, the lord of Mingwest City. She's the most favored by Marquis Benjamin and has always been spoiled. Offending her this time, I'm afraid it won't end well," Yale said with a worried expression. "Captain Lin, we're not far from Mingwest City now. There shouldn't be any more issues. The commission task is considered completed. Why don't you leave now and skip going to Mingwest City?" Lin knew that Yale meant well, but Mingwest City was the territory of others, and once they entered, Princess Tina would definitely cause trouble. However, he did not intend to back down. After all, she was just a spoiled little girl. And it wasn't enough to make him retreat. Lin said calmly, harboring a sense of pride in his heart. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps was named after Great Xia and bore the emblem of the 5-star red flag. So how could they possibly back down in front of a little girl? Besides, we are definitely going to Mingwest City, he added. I'm not happy about it either. Vaya said, that so-called princess has her eyes on the little white tiger. I won't indulge her. You could only smile wryly. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps was a big player and not afraid of the power of the Lord's Mansion. But his own Yale Merchant Association was based in Mingwest City, making it difficult to navigate between the two. Don't worry, President Yale. Once we arrive in Mingwest City, we will part ways and won't bring you any trouble, Lin said, noticing Yale's predicament. Captain Lin, that's not what I meant, Yale quickly explained. But you know the Lord's Mansion is powerful. I'm just a merchant, and I can't withstand a blow in front of them. Lin expressed understanding. The status difference between merchants and nobles was too great, not to mention that she was a city lord with significant power. Ahead, Princess Tina's face was filled with anger and embarrassment. She had never felt so humiliated before. In Mingwest City, who dared to give her a hard time, let alone lay a hand on her? How dare they? I will not let them off the hook. Tina gritted her teeth and said, Princess, the fat man beside those people. I know him. He is the president of our Mingwest City Yale Chamber of Commerce, Yale, said Fred. Those people must be mercenaries hired by Yale to escort the merchant convoy. So, their destination is also Mingwest City? Tina's eyes lit up. It's almost certain. Great, Tina exclaimed. Mingwest City is my territory. Once we reach Mingwest City, I can do whatever I want. That woman dares to lay a hand on me. I will make her pay dearly. And that adorable little magical beast I must capture as well. Speeding up to return to Mingwest City. The princess vowed to give them a proper reception and let them know the consequences of offending her. Princess Tina called out and sped off with her royal guards. Half a day later, the tall walls of Mingwest City were already in sight. But seeing the scene at the city gate, everyone's expressions changed. Outside the city gate, a large squad of city guards was lined up, numbering no less than 300, their armor gleaming, long spears shining brightly, exuding a strong aura of intimidation that indicated their combat strength was not weak. Princess Tina and her guards stood right in front of the city guards, clearly waiting for Lin and the others. Upon seeing this formation, Yale's flesh trembled involuntarily, and he silently lamented, not expecting Princess Tina to be so anxious that she couldn't wait even a moment for revenge. President Yale, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just stay with your people and watch, Lin said, then rode toward Princess Tina on the Amethyst Lion King. Lin Rongfu closely followed Lin En, with the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps trailing behind him. You have some nerve to offend this princess and still dare to come to Mingwest City, Tina sneered, standing confidently with 300 city guards behind her. Should I say you are foolish or brainless? So, you're Princess Tina? Blocking our way with such fanfare. What do you want? Lin En replied coldly, realizing that this little girl was indeed lacking in discipline, harboring such a strong sense of revenge. It seemed he would have to teach her a lesson for her city lord father today. Are you scared? Tina laughed loudly, her arrogance palpable. If you're afraid, kneel down, bow your head to apologize to this princess, and obediently hand over the magical beast in your arms. This princess might be magnanimous and forgive your offenses. Otherwise, this princess will have you all arrested and thrown into the dungeon to be thoroughly tortured, so you know the consequences of offending me. Kneeling is impossible. I will never kneel in this lifetime, Lin En said, his gaze turning cold. If you obediently clear the way, I won't hold today as matter against you. Otherwise, I will capture you and give you a good spanking, teaching you a lesson for your father. You, Tina, was infuriated, her chest heaving, gritting her teeth as she shouted. Bastard, daring to insult this princess, you are dead. I will capture you and torture you severely. Everyone go. Capture them. Who? The 300 city guards shouted in unison, stepping forward with their long spears, pointing at Lin En and the others. The iron-blooded aura spread, and even with only 300 men, they exuded the momentum of an army charging forward, instilling fear. Lin's gaze sharpened, and a wave of intermediate conquerors Haki erupted. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the seller has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the seller. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832 Official TG Group. HTTPS. T. Me FQ Tool, Chapter 85. Hitting the princess's bottom as Lin unleashed his conqueror's haki. A powerful mental shockwave burst forth. Lin seemed to transform into an unparalleled powerhouse, with an overwhelming aura akin to a vast ocean. Under this strong mental impact, the 300 city guards charging forward were the first to bear the brunt, feeling as though a great mountain had crashed down upon them. They instantly felt dizzy and disoriented, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed to the ground. Crash! The 300 city guards fell in disarray, their previously strict formation thrown into chaos. The clattering of armor and weapons created a cacophony, and they were in complete disarray. Only a few of the stronger city guards managed to stay on their feet, but they were already pale and terrified, barely able to hold onto their weapons. The personal guards beside Princess Tina were slightly stronger, but even they swayed under the impact of the conqueror's haki, their unicorn mounts also terrified, their legs giving way as they knelt on the ground, with several guards pinned under their steeds. Only the captain of the personal guards, Fred, and the centurion of the city guards experienced the least impact due to their strength, but they too were dazed, feeling the pressure of a powerful presence, their faces pale and filled with a sense of helplessness. Wow. Princess Tina had decent mental fortitude and surprisingly did not faint, but she was scared and started crying, not knowing what terrifying thing she felt under the impact of the conqueror's haki. In the blink of an eye, the imposing 300 city guards were almost entirely wiped out. The few who could still stand in front of Lin could be counted on one hand, and all felt a sense of fear, having essentially lost their will to fight. Behind Lin, the members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps and the Yale Chamber of Commerce were unaffected by the conqueror's haki, but were all dumbfounded. Seeing this exaggerated scene, everyone gaped in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. Although they did not understand what was going on, Lin Rongfu and others knew that Lin had done something extraordinary, as they were closest to him and could feel the powerful aura that had suddenly erupted from him. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing broke the deathly silence. This is too exaggerated. Vea was stunned, her delicate features showing a silly expression as she incredulously asked, Lin, what did you just do? Lin was also extremely shocked, her beautiful eyes bursting with brilliant light, realizing that her little man had so many incredible aspects that made one unable to resist being captivated. The captain is too amazing. Is he even human? Jack murmured. This is something a human cannot achieve. Arno echoed. I heard that. You too said the young master isn't human. Usopp shouted, feeling that whatever happened to the young master was not surprising. In his heart, Lin had already transcended the realm of ordinary people. That kind of fruit that granted him miraculous abilities was something ordinary people could possess. Damn! Jack and Arno quickly covered Usopp's mouth, fearing that the captain would hear. Otherwise, if the captain got angry and didn't give them that miraculous fruit, wouldn't they end up crying? Lin lightly patted the back of the Amethyst Lion King, which slowly walked up to Princess Tina. Captain Fred of the Royal Guard and the Sergeant of the City Guard tried to block Lin's path, fearing he might pose a threat to the princess, but they were locked in by Lin Rongfu's imposing presence. The immense pressure rendered them immobile, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Don't come over, don't come over. Tina cried loudly, her tears streaming down her face, making her look pitiful. Little girl, I said I would spank you, and I always keep my word. Lin was completely unaware that calling Tina a little girl was inappropriate. Clearly, he was a few years younger than Tina. He reached out and grabbed Tina, placing her horizontally on the back of the Amethyst Lion King, then raised his hand high and slapped her perky bottom with force. Slap! Tina's bottom vibrated from the impact. Its elasticity was quite impressive. Slap! Taking advantage of his status. Today, I'll have your father teach you a good lesson. Lin continued to slap, hitting her more than 10 times, causing Tina's bottom to swell and stick up even higher. Everyone in the area was petrified, not expecting Lin to actually hit Tina's bottom in public. After all, she was the most favored daughter of the Lord of Mingwei City, a princess of the entire region. This guy was too reckless, too bold. Little girl, are you still not afraid to be arrogant? Do you know you were wrong? Woo-woo. It hurts. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. I won't dare anymore. Tina cried heart-wrenchingly. This bastard really dared to hit her bottom. Despite feeling furious inside, Tina understood that a wise person doesn't suffer a loss in front of them, and quickly softened her stance, feeling a growing fear of Lin. Knowing you were wrong means there's still hope. If you dare to act recklessly again next time, I'll still hit your bottom, Lin said coldly, reluctantly stopping his slaps. He had to admit, Princess Tina's bottom had great elasticity and felt wonderful. He was almost getting addicted to it. Woo-woo. Tina cried nonstop, feeling both wronged and frightened. She had never experienced such humiliation and shame in her life. At that moment, Lin seemed like a demon to her, one with a green face and sharp teeth. "Take your princess back," Lin said to the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard looked at Lin with a complex expression, as if he wanted to engrave Lin's appearance in his mind. He took Tina and helped her onto the unicorn's back, quickly leading everyone away. Lin turned around and saw everyone looking at him in shock. Startled, he said with a forced smile, "Why is everyone looking at me?" "Captain, you're amazing." Jack and the others gave him a thumbs up, but their smiles were a bit lewd. "Lin, even though that princess isn't a good person, you could have punished her in other ways. Why did you have to hit her on the backside?" Vea said angrily, actually speaking up for Tina. "How can a woman be publicly spanked like that and still show her face? Especially a princess. She must feel like dying. Besides, when you hit the princess's backside, you seem to enjoy it. Could it be that you found her beautiful and attractive?" Vea felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. Lin felt a jolt in his heart. He had only thought about teaching Tina a lesson earlier, without considering much. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very inappropriate for him to lay hands on a girl, especially in such a sensitive and private area, and even more so in front of his girlfriend. Lin looked at Shirin, and sure enough, he saw her face was cold, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Well, in a fit of anger, he had gotten a bit carried away. Lin forced a smile, filled with a desire to survive, blaming Tina for being so infuriating. She was a princess, yet she acted so recklessly, bullying countless people in Mingwest City with her power. Thinking about how the citizens of Mingwest City lived under Tina's oppression every day, leading lives of misery, his sense of justice wouldn't allow him to stand by idly. That was why he had acted to give Tina a small punishment to remind her, all for the sake of the people of Mingwest City. Chapter 86. Becoming a battle master after saying some extremely cheesy words that even made Lin feel nauseous. He noticed Shirin's expression softened a bit, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued talking, he might not be able to hold back and vomit. "Let us get into the city. We need to rest properly today," Lin shouted, driving the Amethyst Lion King and leading the way to the city gate. When the citizens near the city gate saw Lin and the others entering, they seemed to see a plague god and hurriedly avoided them. First, Lin and the others were powerful, which made the common people fearful. Second, they had offended the princess, and the Lord's mansion would surely not let this go easily. Who would dare approach them? Behind them, Yale had a complex expression. Captain Lin was powerful, but he was even bolder. Publicly slapping the princess's backside had already stirred up a storm, and now he dared to enter Mingwest City. Wasn't he that courting death? He had originally thought about hosting the Daxia Mercenary Corps well after entering Mingwest City, but after such an incident, he no longer dared to approach them. Under the Lord's Mansion's wrath, the Yale Chamber of Commerce would instantly collapse. "I hope the Daxia Mercenary Corps can escape this calamity." Yale shook his head. He no longer had the ability to meddle in the affairs of the Daxia Mercenary Corps. The old rival, the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, was waiting for him inside Mingwest City. This time, the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce had hired thieves to deal with him, and it was time to settle that score. News of Princess Tina being publicly slapped spread through Mingwest City like a hurricane, causing a huge uproar. Everyone was shocked at which hero was so bold. Those who had suffered under Tina's oppression secretly cheered, while the nobles of Mingwest City felt a mix of schadenfreude and anger. Tina's misfortune made these nobles feel a sense of loss. Everyone understood one thing. The person who slapped the princess was doomed. It was easy to predict that the Lord's Mansion would unleash terrifying wrath that could burn everything. "Father Wu-Wu, you must avenge me, Wu-Wu." Upon returning to the Lord's Mansion and seeing her father, Marquis Benjamin, Tina felt her panicked heart settle down, bringing her a sense of security. She immediately threw herself into her father's arms and cried bitterly. "My precious daughter, what happened?" Benjamin looked at his crying daughter with deep concern, but Tina just kept crying, unable to explain anything. So he turned his gaze to Fred, his eyes filled with severity and anger, and shouted, "Fred, what is going on? I told you to protect the princess. Is this how you protect her?" Fred quickly knelt down and recounted the whole story without daring to hide anything. "How dare you treat my precious daughter like this?" Benjamin, the Lord, was almost furious enough to explode, his hair bristling like an angry lion. After a long time, he managed to suppress his rage and said to Tina gently, "Tina, go back to your room and rest well. Father will definitely catch the scoundrel who bullied you and make him pay a heavy price." Once Tina followed the maid back to her room, Benjamin's anger could no longer be suppressed. He roared, "Fred, Immediately take all the guard from the Lord's mansion and cooperate with the city guards to search the entire city. You must capture that group of thieves. Lord, I have something else to report, Fred said. And then he explained how Lin had used unknown means to intimidate 300 city guards, sharing his guesses and doubts. Lord, this person's methods are unfathomable. I cannot discern what method he used, and I cannot feel any fighting spirit from him, making it impossible to gauge his strength. He also has a battle master-level expert by his side. Benjamin felt a chill in his heart. Fred's understanding was limited, but he himself was a battle master and had seen the holy-level experts of the royal capital. Only a holy-level expert's aura could intimidate 300 city guards. Could that young man actually be a holy-level expert? Impossible. Benjamin rejected this thought in his heart. According to Fred's description, this person was only in his teens. How could he be a holy-level expert? There were only 3 holy-level experts in the entire Jiechi kingdom, and all of them were quite old. However, this person was definitely not simple. With a battle master by his side, it was probably a significant background. Fred, send someone to find their whereabouts. Have them keep an eye on them and investigate their identities and origins first, Benjamin said. As a city lord, he would not let anger cloud his judgment. Until he confirmed these people's strength and identity, he chose to be patient. Yes, Lord. Fred accepted the order and went out to search for Lin and the others' whereabouts. Lin and his group found a hotel to stay in. The hotel in Mingwei City was quite luxurious, much more upscale than the one in Town. With so many members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, Lin directly booked 2 courtyards to accommodate everyone. After having dinner at the hotel, Usopp and Jack, along with a few others, eagerly went out to explore the streets. They had been cooped up for too long, and Mingwei City was much more bustling than Town, so they were excited to go out. Even Vaya enthusiastically pulled Lin along to do some shopping. Lin had little interest in shopping. The cities of the Divine Grace continent lacked the splendor of the great metropolises of Earth in his previous life. However, Vaya and Shilin were excited and pulled him along, not wanting to dampen their spirits. Besides, isn't it only right for a man to accompany his girlfriend shopping? Although their relationship wasn't public yet, Lin had already come to terms with it. He spent a good day with the 2 sisters in Mingwei City, buying plenty of cosmetics and trinkets. And after dining at a restaurant outside, they returned to the inn. That night, while alone in his room, Lin began to check his attribute panel. He had harvested some magic crystal from the lair of the thief Biden and had recharged the system's energy. Combined with the remaining energy from before, he could upgrade a skill. System, use the energy to upgrade Armed Life Return to intermediate perfection. After some consideration, Lin ultimately decided to upgrade Life Return first. In the later stages, Life Return would have significant benefits, allowing control over all muscles, bones, organs, and even cells, making it a divine skill. However, gaining proficiency in Life Return was quite difficult, so it could only be upgraded with energy. Ding! Consumed energy 488, 500, skill Life Return upgraded to intermediate perfection. Taoist power 500, current level cannot be further improved. With the upgrade of Life Return, Lin felt a mysterious power seemingly transforming his body. His overall physical attributes underwent a massive enhancement. His figure became nearly perfect, strength increased significantly, and even his height grew by 4 to 5 centimeters. System, open attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 41 experience, 60, 0, 40, 0, 0, 0 Taoist power, 2, 445 profession. Swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, primary swordsmanship, perfection, intermediate swordsmanship, initial 122, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, shave, intermediate 1, 245, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0, paper drawing, intermediate 1, 0, 11, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0, iron block, intermediate 16, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0, life return, intermediate perfection, armed color hockey, intermediate perfection, conqueror's hockey, intermediate 110, 100, 0, 0, 0, listening to the voices of all things, non-upgradable, devil fruit, phantom beast type, immortal bird, intermediate 50, 0, 0, 0, techniques, one sword style Iato, flash, continuous flash, lion's song constitution, dominant sword body expertise, nun pet, amethyst lion king, level 6 initial stage magical beast, special items, nun energy, 162, 500 backpack, king of snipers quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, host level upgrade to full level, third stage quest, level reaches 60, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary corps, the great summer mercenary corps upgrades to SSS level, second stage quest, A-level mercenary corps, reward, 1 promotion gift pack. After upgrading life return, with Taoist power 500, Lin's Taoist power reached 445, surpassing the initial threshold of 2,000 for a battle master. Truly becoming a battle master level figure, barely considered a strong individual. Chapter 87. Identity exposed. Having crossed over to the Divine Grace continent for half a year, Lin transformed from an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate into a battle master, surpassing most people. In just a few months, he reached heights that others took years or even over a decade to achieve, which would scare anyone if they heard about it. With a qualitative breakthrough in strength, Lin was in a great mood and slept soundly that night, unaware that many people in Mingwest City were mobilizing because of him. The younger generation of several prominent families in Mingwest City, upon hearing about Princess Tina being publicly spanked, were furious. Princess Tina was a goddess in their hearts, with both her family background and beauty being unrivaled in Mingwest City. The goddess was offended in such a humiliating manner, and all of her suitors hated Lin to the core, wishing to tear him apart. If they could find one who offended Princess Tina and take revenge for her, wouldn't that win her favor? Perhaps they could stand out among her many suitors and earn her affection. Thus, the young masters of all the prominent families in Mingwest City sent their subordinates to investigate and track down Lin and his group. Within a luxurious building in Mingwest City, the headquarters of the Blue Moon Commerce Association, the president, Stephen, received news from the Yale Commerce Association. That fat bastard Yale actually returned to Mingwest City? Stephen was surprised and angrily asked, "What happened? Didn't our people manage to contact Biden? Or is there some incident?" "President, we found out that Yale hired a very powerful mercenary group for protection. The Biden thieves group was defeated by this mercenary group, and even Biden was killed," the manager of the association reported. "How infuriating. That fat bastard Yale actually escaped a calamity," Stephen said angrily. "Do you know which mercenary group Yale hired?" "A mercenary group capable of destroying the Biden thieves group must be quite strong. Is it one of the 3 major mercenary groups from Town? I heard this mercenary group is called the Great Summer Mercenary Group." "The Great Summer Mercenary Group?" Stephen replied in confusion. "I haven't heard of it. Go investigate the details of this mercenary group." "Yes, President," the manager replied, then asked, "President, should we continue to deal with the Yale Commerce Association?" "Of course. Mingwest City only needs 1 Blue Moon Commerce Association to exist." Stephen sneered. "Don't worry about that Great Summer Mercenary Group. With Yale back in Mingwest City, his commission mission is complete, and it has nothing to do with the Yale Commerce Association anymore. It won't affect our dealings with them." President is wise. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin planned to visit the Mercenary Guild in Mingwest City. The escort mission for the Yale Commerce Association was already complete, and he intended to submit the completion token given by Yale the Guild, and also see if there were any suitable commission tasks available. Just as he stepped out of the inn, a rumbling sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the street. 3 groups of people quickly approached from the street, blocking Lin and his companions outside the inn. Seeing the aggressive newcomers, Lin immediately understood that they were here to cause trouble. It seemed the consequences of spanking Tina from yesterday had arrived. "Captain, it seems the visitors are not friendly," Jack said solemnly. "Don't rush. Let's see what they want." Lin replied calmly. After spanking Tina yesterday, Lin had mentally prepared for trouble coming his way and wasn't surprised by it. However, seeing that these people were divided into 3 groups, it seemed they weren't working together, and none of them were wearing the armor of the City Lord's guards. Therefore, Lin decided to observe before taking action. Moreover, with his recent breakthrough in strength, he was full of confidence and was eager to find someone to test his current abilities. The 3 groups of people blocked Lin and his companions at the inn's entrance, but didn't immediately target them. Instead, they turned their eyes on one another, looking somewhat surprised and displeased. Although they had arrived almost simultaneously, it was evident that they hadn't communicated with each other. "Alex, come. I didn't expect your noses to be so sharp," sneered Francis, with his flowing golden hair, looking at Alex with disdain on his handsome face. "Francis, are you calling me a dog?" Alex retorted angrily, wishing he could slam the great sword in his hand against Francis's more handsome face. "I never said that. If you want to think so, I have no objections." Francis smiled, appearing sophisticated, in stark contrast to the angry Alex, exuding an air of nobility. "I am here to avenge Princess Tina, not to bicker with you," Cam said in a deep voice, looking displeased. These 2 bastards were enough. Watching the 3 of them quarrel, Lin found it amusing. It seemed these 3 weren't on the same side after all, but were competitors. Just as Cam and the others blocked the hotel entrance, The Lord's Mansion also received the news, and the information about the Dachau Mercenary Corps was presented to Lord Benjamin. After all, Lin and the others came to Ming City with the people from the Yale Chamber of Commerce, and in front of the Lord's Mansion. Yale had no room to struggle. "My lord, here is the information on the Dachau Mercenary Corps." Fred handed the documents to the Lord. Lin Rongfu. Black hair and black eyes? Benjamin looked at the information on the documents, deep in thought, his gaze very profound. "Does the Lord know their background?" Fred asked. The description of the Dachau Mercenary Corps was detailed, including each person's name, appearance, and general strength, but it was unclear about Lin and Lin Rongfu's origins. "If I am not mistaken, this Lin is probably the son of Count William from Jelly City," Benjamin said, his deep eyes making it hard to guess his thoughts. 6 months ago, the events in Jelly City had spread throughout the noble circles of the Jetchi Kingdom. There were no secrets among the nobility, especially regarding such significant matters. The incident where Phyllis forcibly returned her engagement with Viscount Phil's daughter, Ivel, had also circulated among the nobility, making Count William a laughingstock. Originally, Benjamin had just seen it as a joke, but upon seeing the documents before him, he thought more deeply. How had a person recognized as a waste managed to gain such powerful strength in just a few months? What had happened to the son of the useless Count William? Was it a mistake in the initial assessment, or was there a way for someone who couldn't cultivate to start cultivating again and rapidly increase their strength? Fred was very surprised. He didn't expect Lin to also be a noble, and the son of a count at that. "My lord, should we intervene since Alex and the others are looking for trouble with Lin?" "No need, just watch," Benjamin replied indifferently, putting down the documents. It would be fine to let them test the waters. Although Fred didn't understand what the Lord meant by test, he didn't think too much about it and simply obeyed the Lord's orders. Chapter 88. Relying on Daddy Francis, Alex, and Cam exchanged a few words before remembering their purpose for being there. They temporarily set aside past grievances to deal with their common enemy, Lin, as this was crucial to whether they could win Princess Tina's favor. "Kid, did you offend Princess Tina?" The hot-tempered Alex spoke first, looking at Lin, who was standing in the middle, clearly the focal point among them. "I did," Lin replied, slightly disappointed. He had hoped to see a good show, but these guys had reached an agreement so quickly. "You have some nerve. A mere mercenary corps dares to offend the princess of Ming City," Alex said angrily, slamming his knight's sword heavily on the ground. "I'll give you a chance. Obediently go to the Lord's Mansion and kneel to ask for Princess Tina's forgiveness. Or don't blame me for being ruthless." Princess Tina said the same thing yesterday. Lin smiled lightly, then added, "And I punished her by spanking her." Lin's expression was calm, as if she were recounting something utterly ordinary, deliberately provoking these 3 passionate young men. Yet, she felt no worry in her heart, as these 3 were merely high-level warriors. And the strongest among them was only at the warrior level, completely no match for the Dachau Mercenary Corps. There was even no need for Lin Rongfu to intervene. Lin had previously inquired about Ming City with Yale, knowing that the strongest in Ming City were the 3 battle masters. This was also the reason why Lin dared to swagger into Ming City, despite knowing he would offend the Lord's Mansion. He felt quite calm inside. "You bastard. I want to kill you." At these words, Alex's eyes turned red. Tina was his goddess. He hadn't even touched her little hand. Yet this bastard had slapped him on the butt and dared to say in front of him. Alex was so furious that he felt like his veins were about to burst. Not only Alex, but Francis and Cam were also seething with anger. The calmness from earlier long gone, wishing they could tear Lin apart immediately. "Die, you bastard." In a fit of rage, Alex charged at Lin with his sword, like an enraged bull, not even considering whether he could match Lin's strength, with only one thought in his mind: to chop this detestable bastard to death. "Get them. Capture them all." Francis and Cam ordered their subordinates. Although they were furious, they were not as impulsive as Alex and did not rush forward themselves. Instead, they instructed their men to take action. Each of the 3 of them had a dozen subordinates, including a battle master, so capturing an unknown mercenary group was a piece of cake. They did not believe the rumors that Lin could single-handedly defeat 300 city guards. Unless he was a saint-level expert, no semi-saint could achieve that. Is Lin going to be a saint-level powerhouse? Francis and the others scoffed at the idea. How could a teenager, who was a few years younger than them, possibly be at the saint level? Moreover, this guy didn't even have any aura of fighting spirit around him. So the 3 of them were confident that they could take him down and vent their frustrations for Princess Tina. Princess Tina would definitely see them in a new light. "Grandpa Fu, you don't need to take action," Lin said, holding the sword and facing the charging Alex. Against Alex, who was merely a high-level warrior. Lin couldn't be bothered to draw his sword. With a flick of the scabbard, the knight's great sword in Alex's hand flew out of his grasp. And then the scabbard swiftly struck Alex's face. Bang! With a crisp sound, Alex fell headfirst to the ground. Lin made a move, and the people behind him also sprang into action. Most of the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps were warlike individuals, and even the cool-headed Lin was no exception. One by one, they eagerly faced their opponents. Lin blocked 2 powerful warriors, while the others each sought their own opponents. The subordinates of the 3 noble young masters were suddenly thrown into chaos. With a single stroke, Lin knocked down Alex. Without a glance back, he turned to the last powerful warrior who was brought by Alex. Seeing his young master defeated by Lin, he was immediately filled with murderous intent. Bastard! What have you done to young Master Alex? The powerful warrior roared as he charged in front of Lin and swung his sword down mercilessly. Paper drawing. Lin's body seemed to stretch like a noodle, twisting into a bizarre pose, yet miraculously dodging the incoming sword light. With the sword he Dao Ewen-Z unsheathed. The skill flash activated, wrapping the blade infused with Armament Haki, slashing out a pitch-black sword light. The Battle Master was no weakling. He had considerable combat experience. However, he had never encountered such an odd combat technique. When his sword missed, he was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, he Dao Ewen-Z broke through his protective fighting aura, leaving a long wound on his abdomen, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Startled, the Battle Master realized he had underestimated his opponent and quickly retreated. Shave, Lin's figure flickered and reappeared in front of the Battle Master. With another stroke of the Dao character, the Battle Master looked horrified, only managing to raise his sword to block, but was struck by Lin and sent flying along with his sword. By the time he landed, he was already spitting blood and had temporarily lost his combat ability. Weak. Too weak. Lin shook his head slightly. After reaching the level of a Battle Master, with the marvels of the Navy's 6 styles, even someone at the initial stage of Battle Master could not withstand his 3 moves. Soon, the subordinates brought by Francis and the others were all knocked down by the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, even though both sides were of comparable strength. The members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps fought with magical beasts every day, and their combat experience was extraordinarily rich, far beyond what those guards from noble families could compare to. On the ground, Alex, who had been hit by a sword sheath and was seeing stars, finally saw the stars in front of him disappear, only to find that his own subordinates were lying on the ground moaning. He was instantly dazed, and 3 question marks floated in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Francis and Cam, who hadn't even made a move yet, were also stunned. In such a short time, all their subordinates had been defeated. It was simply like a crushing defeat, utterly unresisting. The 2 exchanged glances and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes, and for the first time, they turned around and ran in perfect harmony. Want to run? Did you ask our captain? Jack and the others blocked the 2, wearing expressions of mockery. What do you want? I tell you, my father is the commander of the city guard in Mingnues City, a powerful battle master. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you won't be able to leave Mingnues City. Cam said in a panic. Right, I am the eldest son of Count Bo, and my father will not let you go. Francis's handsome face showed no trace of composure from before. He pointed at Alex on the ground and said, he is the son of Count Subaru. If you dare to touch us, you are opposing all the nobles of Mingnues City. In order to avoid being beaten, the 2 could only bring up their family backgrounds. Upon hearing this, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Are you planning to rely on your father? Chapter 89. By your life. Relying on your father. As if no one has a Count father. Of course, Lin never wanted to mention that cheap father's name. Do you think that just because you brought up your fathers, I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Lin said with a smile, his grin devilish. I even dared to spank Princess Tina. Were you to me? Hearing this, Francis, Cam, and Alex turned pale, with Alex looking even worse, one side of his face swollen and his jaw loosened from the beating. Tell me what you want. Francis swallowed hard, panic rising in his heart. You want to please Tina and win her heart. I can understand that. After all, you are young. Lin sneered. But if you come to trouble me, it's impossible without paying a price. After thinking for a moment, Lin said with a smile, how about this? Since you all like Tina, then just like Tina, a spanking. Are you a devil? In that moment, Lin appeared to Alex and the others as a devil, their eyes revealing immense panic and fear. Being spanked in public would be worse than death for them. For the highborn young nobles of Mingnues City, being spanked publicly would mean they would lose face. Impossible. You might as well kill me. Francis shouted angrily. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Cam gritted his teeth, looking as if he was ready to die. That's right, if you have the guts, kill us. Alex added. Well done. I admire people with such spirit. Lin exclaimed loudly, his expression suddenly changing. He waved his hand behind him, giving you two choices. One is a spanking. The other is to become my pet's food. My pet is hungry too. Roar. The Amethyst Lion King leaped in front of Alex and the others, letting out a low growl. Its massive body and fierce aura exuded immense pressure, and its sharp teeth, like daggers, were chilling. Gulp. Looking at the Amethyst Lion King's gaping mouth, Alex, Francis, and Cam all swallowed hard. They had no doubt that if that huge mouth bit down, their small bodies would definitely be torn in half. Would they really become food for this beast? Faced with the choice between dignity and death, no one could remain calm, especially not a few pampered young nobles. The three exchanged glances and saw humiliation and fear in each other's eyes. They had never thought that death would come so quickly to their doorstep. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably from fear. It seems you are having a hard time making a decision. Let me help you decide. Lin said, Lion King, they're your lunch today? Roar. The Amethyst Lion King let out an excited roar and opened its gaping mouth, lunging at the three. Wait, don't kill me. I am willing to pay any price. Francis screamed, finally unable to withstand the pressure of death. The Amethyst Lion King's gleaming teeth stopped right above Francis's head, having been called off by Lin just in time. Of course, Lin never intended to kill the three. They were just small fry. Escaping from the jaws of death, Francis and the others collapsed to the ground, truly believing they were doomed moments ago, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay? If it doesn't satisfy me, you'll still end up as my pet's meal. Lin said coldly, his eyes flashing with the glint of gold coins. Francis's earlier words reminded him that these guys had exceptional family backgrounds. Killing them wouldn't mean much. Perhaps he could extort some benefits from them. The system is a big spender, money isn't easy to earn. Besides, he had never done anything like extortion before. Occasionally doing so could be seen as robbing the rich to help the poor. I'm willing to pay 5,000 gold coins. Francis said, his tone filled with humiliation. Your life is only worth 5,000 gold coins? Lin sneered. A count's son is only worth this much? I think you might as well be food for my pet. Roar. The nearby Amethyst Lion King cooperatively let out an angry roar, pretending to pounce. 10,000 gold coins. I will offer 10,000 gold coins. Francis shouted quickly. 10,000 gold coins? Who do you think you are? Lin extended a hand. The lion's mouth opened wide. 50,000 gold coins. If you offer one less coin, just wait to become my pet's droppings. Facing Lin's strong stance and the watchful Amethyst Lion King beside him, Francis could only nod reluctantly. Forced to compromise in the face of death's threat. That's more like it. Isn't it better to be alive? Lin laughed. With 50,000 gold coins secured, he turned to Alex and Cam. You two, the same, 50,000 gold coins. Do you have any objections? None. Alex and Cam's faces were grim. They dared not voice any objections. Fine, let your subordinates go back and bring the gold coins. Lin said, as for the three of you, I will release you once I receive the money. The three did not dare to disagree and obediently stayed behind, allowing their subordinates to go back for the money. Thus, Lin and the others returned to the inn, waiting for the three families to bring the money over. Lin, won't this be bad? Shirin said with some worry. They had already offended the city lord's mansion, and now offending the families behind these three would be equivalent to making enemies of everyone in Minghua City. Money may not matter much to these nobles, but face and dignity are equivalent to life for them. They're the foundation of their existence. This might provoke relentless revenge from these nobles. Sister, what are you afraid of? Our great Xia mercenary corps is not to be trifled with. Besides, they were the ones who provoked us first. We didn't initiate trouble. Vea interjected. You don't get to speak. Shirlin glared at her sister. This girl seemed to thrive on chaos. Ever since she ate the burning fruit, she appeared to be a bit carried away. Bai stuck out her tongue, feeling dissatisfied but not daring to refute her sister. Sister Shirlin, there's no need to worry too much. A mere Minghua City can't stop my steps, Lin En said. It wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. If a small place like Minghua City made him timid, how could he aspire to reach the pinnacle of the world and elevate the great Xia mercenary corps to an SSS-level mercenary group? Seeing Lin En's calm demeanor, Shirlin couldn't say anything further, though a hint of worry remained on her face. She glanced at Lin Rongfu, hoping this elder, whom Lin En trusted the most, could say a few words of persuasion. But Lin Rongfu only smiled and remained silent. Compared to Shirlin, he clearly had more confidence in Lin En. As for Jack, Usopp, and Arno, there was no need to mention them. They always supported Lin En's decisions. Meanwhile, as Lin En and the others waited, the incident at the hotel entrance spread throughout Mingwest City at an alarming speed. The young heirs of the three major noble families had been beaten and detained, demanding that their families pay a ransom for their release, which was a severe blow to the pride of the three noble families. One could imagine that a storm was brewing in the entire Mingwest City. Everyone was curious about where such a fierce person came from. Someone who offended Princess Tina before even entering the city and then provoked the three major noble families. Were they simply ignorant of the consequences, or did they have some backing? Chapter 90 Negotiation inside the Yale Chamber of Commerce. Yale was stunned upon hearing the news. It took him a while to regain his composure, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. This Captain Lin En really had no bounds when it came to courage. Offending the lord of the city was already a grave matter, and now he had also offended the three major noble families, even daring to detain their young heirs and demanding ransom. This was not just reckless, it was extraordinary. Yale couldn't help but question whether it was right or wrong to have invited the Great Siam Mercenary Corps for escort. If the Great Siam Mercenary Corps hadn't come to Mingwest City, this situation wouldn't have occurred. But without the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, he might have already perished when encountering the Biden bandit group. At this point, it was no longer something Yale could interfere with. He could only hope that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps would get through this smoothly. After all, the Corps had saved his life. Inside the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, the steward hurried in to report to President Stephen. President, I just received news that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps escorting the Yale Chamber of Commerce has offended Princess Tina at the city gate and has now further offended the three major noble families. The steward said, "Are you sure this news is accurate?" Stephen pressed. "Absolutely correct. It has spread throughout Mingwest City." "Ha, that's great." Stephen laughed heartily. "I was still thinking about how to deal with that fat pig Yale, and the opportunity just fell into my lap." "President, what do you plan to do?" the steward asked. "The Great Siam Mercenary Corps has offended Princess Tina and the three major noble families. Their fate is doomed. Yale and the Great Siam Mercenary Corps can't escape responsibility. This is the path to destruction for the Yale Chamber of Commerce," Stephen sneered, his eyes glinting with the light of conspiracy. "President is wise," the steward flattered. A sinister smile appeared on Stephen's face. "Yale, you fat pig, won't be bouncing around for long. From now on, there will only be one Chamber of Commerce in Mingwest City, and that will be my Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce." At this moment, the commander of the city guard, Edward, Count Bibbo, and Count Subaru all received reports from their subordinates almost simultaneously. Upon hearing that their son had been injured and detained, and that they needed to pay a ransom for his release, the three men exploded with rage. How dare someone provoke the three major noble families at the same time in Mingwest City? They were simply asking for death. Despite their anger, considering that their sons were still in the enemy's hands, the three made preparations. It would be best to annihilate this so-called Great Siam Mercenary Corps. If that couldn't be done, they would at least retrieve their sons first and settle the score later. In any case, the dignity of the three noble families could not be offended. Three teams set off from the luxurious manners of the three major families. Each team comprising hundreds of powerful guards, led by the commanders Edward, Count Bibbo, and Count Subaru themselves. Everyone knew that something significant was about to happen. Not far from the hotel where the Great Siam Mercenary Corps was temporarily staying, the three teams encountered each other. Edward, Count Bibbo, and Count Subaru exchanged glances, communicating silently, without words. This matter had already caused them great humiliation, and all they could think about was how to teach that audacious mercenary corps a painful lesson. They had no mood for conversation. "Young master, they have arrived," Usopp reported as he observed from outside. "The three major families are here, and there are quite a few of them." Upon hearing this, Alex and the others showed expressions of surprise and hope. They wanted to leave this cursed place. The purple crystal lion was watching them like prey, making them feel terrified, fearing it would go out of control at any moment. It seemed that the money would not be easy to obtain. Lin En stroked his smooth chin, feeling no stubble as he had anticipated. He knew that the three major families would not willingly pay a ransom. Otherwise, they would lose their noble face and would definitely have to demonstrate their power. "Let's go out and meet these patrons," Lin En said with a smile. As they exited the hotel, they saw the people from the three major families had already arrived. A dark mass, aggressive and imposing. Upon seeing his father, Francis, Alex, and Cam, tears welled up in their eyes instantly. The grievances they felt were beyond description. They also felt immense shame at having to bring their father here, because of their own inadequacy. Although Edward and Count Bibbo's expressions were grim, They felt relieved to see that their sons had not sustained serious injuries. However, Count Subaru, upon seeing his son Alex's swollen cheek, could not suppress his fury. Such audacity to harm even the son of this count. I give you a piece of advice. Release my son immediately, or this mercenary corps will cease to exist from today onwards. Count Subaru shouted angrily, his face filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that his son was still in their hands, he would have already ordered his men to take action. Slap. Lin slapped Alex across the face, and the other side of Alex's face swelled up as well. I hate it most when others threaten me. Lin shook her hand and stared at Count Subaru, calmly saying, "Please think it over before you speak to me." You. Count Subaru's face flushed, his anger nearly erupting. How dare this bastard hit his son right in front of him? Count Subaru, please calm down. The children are still in their hands. Count Bieber quickly tried to soothe the furious Count Subaru. After all, it was just Alex who was being beaten, and if he provoked the other side further, his own son might also suffer. Huh. Subaru exhaled a breath of pent-up anger, forcing himself to calm down, but he glared at Lin with a murderous gaze. Filled with intent to kill, already deciding that once he got his son back, he would definitely kill this bastard. I am Count Bieber, Francis's father. May I ask how to address you, young man? Count Bieber looked at Lin, naturally recognizing that Lin was the one in charge of this mercenary group. Secretly amazed that a young man could become the leader of a mercenary group, indicating he must possess extraordinary qualities. Lin replied, "If your excellency wants to engage in pleasantries, let's skip that. I believe your subordinates have already made my demands clear. Once I receive the money, I will release them immediately." Lin, think carefully. Offending our three great families is not a good thing for your mercenary group, and you have also offended the Lord's Mansion. If you further offend our three families, your mercenary group will find it difficult to move in Mingwest City, Count Bieber said, his tone calm, but laced with threats. Perhaps if you release a few children, you can gain the friendship of our three families. Is the friendship of your three families really that valuable? Lin smiled. Since you all know I've offended the Lord's Mansion, do you think that if I release your sons, the Lord's Mansion will let me off the hook? Count Bieber's expression stiffened. This kid really didn't know how to appreciate a favor. The actions of the Lord's Mansion were not something their three families could interfere with. Chapter 91. The Lord's Mansion intervenes. Count Bieber's expression darkened. He had realized that this kid had no intention of giving them any face, or rather, he didn't even regard the three families at all. How dare he boldly enter Mingwest City after offending the Lord's Mansion? If he wasn't afraid of the Lord's Mansion, how could he care about the three families? It seemed that resolving this matter simply was impossible. Kid, are you determined to oppose our three families? Then you should weigh it carefully. Some money may be taken, but it doesn't guarantee you will have your life to spend it. The previously silent Viscount Edward spoke in a deep voice. Although his title was the lowest, his strength was the most formidable, being the commander of the city guards, with battle prowess that overshadowed others. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him, pressuring the entire scene. Oomph. Lin Rongfu let out a cold snort, and the aura of the Grandmaster erupted as well. Edward wanted to use the aura of the Grandmaster to pressure Lin En, but how could he let him succeed? Edward, Bieber, and Subaru were all startled, their expressions filled with uncertainty. They never expected that within this small mercenary group, there would actually be a Grandmaster-level expert, and Edward felt it even more deeply. The opponent's aura was stronger than his, clearly indicating that their strength was above his. This left the three of them in a dilemma. I can't stand being threatened by others. Once threatened, I tend to act impulsively, Lin En said coldly. The three major families are quite powerful, but unfortunately, I don't fall for that. Jack, hold the three young masters down and spank them. Pull down their pants and spank them. Understood, Captain, Jack replied loudly, his face full of excitement. Spanking the noble young masters was an opportunity that not everyone had. If it weren't for following the captain, where would one find such thrilling events? Excited, Jack led the men to hold down Alex and the other two, roughly pulling down their pants, resolutely carrying out Lin En's orders to spank them. I don't want to pull down my pants. I don't want to be spanked. Father, save me. Francis and the others turned pale, their faces filled with shame and anger as they shouted and struggled. Being spanked in public was already humiliating enough, but if they were spanked with their pants down, they would surely be mortified to death. Even if they survived, they would have to find a rope to hang themselves when they got home. Unfortunately, under the hands of the wolf-like Jack and the others, their struggles were utterly powerless. They were quickly pressed to the ground, and the only thing they could do was hold onto their pants tightly. Stop it! Bieber shouted loudly. Unfortunately, Jack and the others only listened to Lin En's orders and completely ignored the words of Count Bieber. The three noblemen were so angry they were nearly boiling. Yet they dared not command their men to act, as Lin Rongfu's intimidation as a grandmaster was too great. "Captain Lin En, please stop," Bieber said to Lin En, his expression filled with shame, anger, and helplessness. "We agree to your terms. 50,000 gold coins, not a single coin less." Bieber was left with no choice. He couldn't let his son really be publicly humiliated by having his pants pulled down and being spanked. That would be so disgraceful, he wouldn't even be able to face anyone. While paying to redeem his son was also humiliating, at least it wasn't as unbearable. "If you had done this sooner, there would have been no need for all this," Lin En said with a sneer, allowing Jack and the others to stop but still not letting go of Francis and the others. "Count, hand over the money." Despite feeling extremely frustrated, Count Bieber and the others could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger, having their subordinates bring out 3 chests filled with gold coins. Lin let Usopp count the coins without hurry. Although Bieber and the others were furious, they could only endure it for the time being. "Young master, the count of coins is correct," Usopp said after a while. "Captain Lin, please release them," Count Bieber said coldly. "Haha, I'm a person who values trust the most. Thank you for your generosity, my lords," Lin said with a smile, allowing Jack and the others to release Alex and his companions, even personally helping them tidy up their messy clothes. Smiling apologetically, he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, gentlemen. My subordinates are rough men and have offended you. Please forgive me. But I must thank you young masters for allowing me to make a small profit. Now my subordinates can have a few more drinks. You can leave now, and if there are any such good things in the future, please be sure to come to me. As long as there are gold coins. I really enjoy making friends." Listening to Lin's sarcastic comments and seeing the false smile on his face, Alex, Francis, and Cam felt a deep hatred, wishing they could spit in his face. However, the 3 of them dared not speak again, not even showing a vengeful expression, and hurriedly ran towards their fathers, eager to leave this den of wolves. When they reached their father's sides, they couldn't help but shed tears, overwhelmed by endless grievances, finally feeling safe, seeing their sons return safely. Counts Bieber, Subaru, and Viscount Edward also sighed in relief. Although they had lost 50,000 gold coins and their dignity, as long as their sons were unharmed. That was what mattered. The 3 prominent families had plenty of gold coins, and their lost dignity could be regained later. After instructing several subordinates to escort their sons home, Counts Bieber, Subaru, and Viscount Edward exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, now that their sons had returned. It was time to settle accounts with the Dachau Mercenary Corps and let the world know that the dignity of the 3 prominent families could not be offended. The guards of the 3 families also understood their master's intentions, drawing their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere in the street. "Everyone prepare for battle," Lin said in a deep voice, quietly instructing Lin Rongfu, "When the fight starts, I will hold off Edward, and you capture Bieber and Subaru. To capture the king, we must first capture the king. With these 2 in hand, we will be invincible. Young master, can you do it?" Lin Rongfu asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I am confident," Lin replied. After becoming a battle master, holding off a battle master for a while was still manageable. "All right, young master, please be careful." "I will not fail," Lin Rongfu said. Everyone was ready for battle. Although the opponent had many people, they were not afraid. The 300 city guards had been defeated by the captain, and these few hundred guards from the 3 prominent families were nothing. Just as the battle was about to break out, the sound of heavy hooves approached, and a team rushed over, led by Fred, the captain of Princess Tina's personal guard. "Gentlemen, please hold your hands," Fred shouted from the back of a unicorn. "The lord of the city has issued an order. This is a misunderstanding, and you must not engage in combat to avoid bloodshed and casualties." In an instant, not only were Edward, Bieber, and Subaru confused, but Lin and the others were also puzzled. It was unexpected that the city lord's office had not taken the opportunity to strike, but instead intervened to prevent a conflict. However, Fred was a person from the city lord's office and the captain of Princess Tina's personal guard, so he couldn't possibly falsely convey the city lord's orders. Chapter 92. The city lord's banquet with the city lord's office intervening. The battle naturally could not take place. Despite the anger and resentment of the 3 prominent families, they dared not disobey the city lord's orders and could only leave in anger, planning to seek revenge on the Dachau Mercenary Corps another day. "Young Master Lin, the city lord invites you to the city lord's mansion for a banquet tonight," Fred said as he approached Lin, handing him an invitation. "Oh, the city lord invites me to a banquet?" Lin was surprised, raising an eyebrow and asking boldly, "Why would the city lord invite me?" I'm not clear about the city lord's thoughts, Fred replied. The city lord instructed that you must attend, young Master Lin. All right, I will definitely come tonight, Lin nodded. Then I will return to report to the city lord, Fred said, leading his subordinates back to the city lord's mansion. Watching Fred's departing figure, Lin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, it was already unexpected that the city lord did not send someone to attack him. Now, not only had he prevented the 3 prominent families from retaliating, but he had also invited him to a banquet. What was the city lord of Mingyue City really thinking? After all, he had publicly spanked his daughter, which could be said to be a deep-seated grudge. Lin, are you really going to the city lord's mansion for the banquet? This city lord must have ulterior motives. There are no good banquets. You cannot go, Veyes said. She didn't know the story of the Hongmen banquet, but could tell that the city lord definitely wouldn't invite Lin without a reason. Young master, we have offended the city lord's daughter. He has no good intentions in inviting you to the banquet. Perhaps there is some plot waiting for you. Usopp's also said. Lin, going to the city lord's mansion is fraught with danger. You cannot go, Sherlin said. Jack and the others also felt that the city lord must have ulterior motives and urged Lin not to go. People are kindly inviting me. It would be unreasonable not to go. Lin smiled. He had noticed a detail earlier. Fred addressed him as young master rather than captain, which meant there was certainly something he didn't know. Could it be that the city lord of Mingyue City knew his cheap father? Grandpa Fu, do you know anything about the city lord of Mingyue City? Lin asked Lin Rongfu. Or does he know my father? This old servant is not clear. I have always only taken care of the young master's life and have not paid attention to other matters, Lin Rongfu replied. Lin nodded, not delving deeper into what the city lord was really thinking. He would find out tonight when he went, and there was no point in guessing now. Brothers, we made a fortune today, so let's have a good meal with plenty of fine food and wine, Lin said happily while looking at the 3 chests filled with gold coins on the ground. Oh, long live the captain! Jack and the others cheered. Although the promise of good wine and meat from that fat guy Yale had not been fulfilled, they could not let their brothers down. In the evening, Lin and Lin Rongfu appeared outside the city lord's mansion. Originally, Shirin and Vea planned to come along, but Lin persuaded them to stay behind. The city lord's intentions were unclear, and it was uncertain whether there would be any danger on this trip. It would be safer for Shirin and the others to remain at the inn, even if there was a risk. It would not be a problem for just him and Lin Rongfu to escape. Young Master Lin, the city lord is already waiting in the living room. Please follow me. Fried had been waiting at the door and immediately came to greet Lin and Lin Rongfu upon their arrival. Thank you. Lin nodded in acknowledgement. The city lord's mansion was vast, a sprawling estate decorated in a very luxurious manner, exuding the unique nobility of the aristocracy. Fried led Lin and Lin Rongfu into the brilliantly decorated main building, where the city lord, Benjamin, sat at the main seat. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with short golden hair, a handsome face, a dignified expression, and an air of nobility, especially with a shrewd sparkle in his eyes. City Lord, young Master Lin has arrived. Fried announced with a bow. I have seen the city lord. Lin also performed a noble greeting. As a guest, he could not afford to be careless with etiquette. Indeed, a young hero, quite a handsome fellow, Benjamin smiled broadly, expressing great admiration for Lin, as if the previous conflict with Tina had never occurred. Please take a seat. Thank you, city lord. Although Lin was surprised, he accepted the hospitality and sat down generously. Benjamin ordered the maid to bring out snacks and tea, warmly entertaining Lin, and said with a smile, Lin, you must be very curious as to why I have invited you, right? Yes. I would appreciate it if the city lord could clarify. Lin nodded, keeping a close eye on Benjamin's expression, hoping to glean some insight. After all, there had been some unpleasantness between him and Princess Tina, and if the city lord did not address it, Lin feared he would not even enjoy his meal. I have learned about the situation between you and my daughter. It was really Tina's spoiled nature that caused it. I also blame myself for pampering her too much. Benjamin laughed heartily, his demeanor making one feel favorable toward him. As a matter of fact, your father and I are good friends. We often drank and enjoyed each other's company while studying etiquette at the Noble Academy in the royal capital. City Lord, you know who my father is? Lin was taken aback, wondering if Benjamin was truly a friend of his father's. This felt like a strange twist of fate. When Tina came to me, crying, I had someone look into your information. You won't hold that against me, will you? Benjamin smiled, appearing very forthright. City Lord, you're joking. Of course I won't, Lin flattered, thinking that a friend of his father's was akin to an elder, and how could he blame an elder for investigating him? I am older than your father. You should call me uncle. Benjamin pretended to be displeased. My nephew greets you. Uncle Lin complied helplessly, thinking he had walked into a banquet that turned into a family reunion. Ha, good. Seeing my old friend's child grown up brings me joy. Benjamin was even happier with that title and instructed the maid to bring Tina in. Lin, since the matter between you and Tina was a misunderstanding, it can be resolved with a clear explanation. My daughter is spoiled, and I hope you can be more understanding. You exaggerate, uncle. I also have my faults. Lin awkwardly replied, feeling embarrassed about having spanked his father's friend's daughter in public. Before long, Princess Tina arrived, and upon seeing Lin, she glared at him angrily. However, after Benjamin explained the relationship between the two families and Lin sincerely apologized, Tina had no choice but to let it go, leading to a happy conclusion. Benjamin was very pleased and instructed the servants to start serving the dishes. He also invited his wife, Diana, to join the feast. Lin naturally greeted his aunt with respect, and the subsequent banquet was filled with warmth and joy. Lin, your father and I have been friends for many years. Although we have seen each other less in recent years due to returning to our respective territories, it does not affect our friendship. After dinner, Benjamin had the servants clear the table and said, "Initially, we had the idea that if we had children in the future, we would arrange a marriage to continue our friendship. Now that you and Tina have met under such circumstances, and Tina is still single, I would like to betroth her to you. What do you think?" Chapter 93. Engagement? Two exclamations of surprise came from Lin and Tina, both displaying looks of astonishment. "Father, what are you talking about?" Tina's face turned crimson as she pouted. "Uncle, this is too sudden, isn't it?" Lin was stunned for a moment before recovering and bitterly smiling, feeling completely unprepared for this. "Are you unwilling? Is my precious daughter Tina not beautiful enough?" Benjamin asked. "Of course not. Tina is as beautiful as a fairy. She is one of the most beautiful girls I have ever seen," Lin quickly replied. "It's just that Tina and I have just met, and we are not familiar with each other. Talking about marriage is a bit premature." Hearing Lin praise her beauty, Tina's mouth curled up slightly, and her gaze toward Lin became much friendlier, thinking this guy had some taste after all. "I basically understand your situation," Benjamin said. "I know you had a previous engagement, but you've already broken it off. What are you hesitating about? Are you looking down on my precious daughter?" "Not all, uncle. You've misunderstood. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Tina," Lin replied, feeling that it was too hasty for Benjamin to offer his daughter right after recognizing kinship. "Oomph. You spanked Tina in public, causing her to lose face. How do you think she can get married in the future?" Benjamin huffed, his expression displeased, clearly angry. "What? You tarnish my precious daughter's reputation and don't intend to take responsibility?" Lin was dumbfounded, although he acknowledged that spanking the girl was indeed wrong. Calling it tarnishing her reputation felt a bit exaggerated, didn't it? "Father." Upon hearing Benjamin mention the spanking incident, Tina felt humiliated and furious, her face burning. Even the place where Lin had spanked her was growing numb. She stomped her foot in anger, turned, and ran outside, unable to bear staying any longer. Tina, City Lord's wife Diana, hurriedly chased after her to comfort her. Benjamin stared at Lin, his eyes filled with displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with Lin's behavior. The aura of a city lord emanated from him, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. Lin felt uneasy under Benjamin's watchful gaze, his heart filled with embarrassment. Although he didn't have much emotional attachment to his adoptive father, Benjamin was a close friend of his adoptive father and could be considered an elder. In front of elders, Lin always felt inferior, especially after having spanked his daughter. Compared to Lin's anxiety, Lin Rongfu appeared cheerful and suddenly realized that if Princess Tina could marry the young master, it wouldn't be a bad match. She was top-notch in both figure and appearance. Although her temper was a bit spoiled, it didn't overshadow her qualities. Moreover, Tina's status was even above Lin's, making her a suitable match. "Oomph. If you were my friend's son, based solely on the fact that you publicly spanked Tina, I would have sent troops to arrest you and throw you in jail long ago," Benjamin said coldly, glaring at Lin. "Now you want to marry Tina, and you little brats still don't know what's good for you, hesitating and making excuses. If you don't want to marry, then tell me how you plan to compensate for Tina's reputation and the honor of the Lord's residence." "Uncle, marriage is traditionally decided by the parents, and I still need to consult with my father before making a decision," Lin said, fully aware of his weak position. Being a junior, he could only use his adoptive father as an excuse at this moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult to refuse. If he agreed, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Shireen when he returned. Seeing Lin's response, Benjamin's expression softened, and he nodded. "Indeed, you should inform your father. Here's the deal. I will send a message to your father to discuss your marriage. During this time, you can stay in Mingwest City, enjoy yourself, and develop a relationship with Tina. You are both young, so you will surely get to know each other quickly." "Yes, I will follow Uncle's arrangements." Lin said with a bitter face. That sounds great, huh? Benjamin laughed heartily. After sitting for a while, Lin stood up to take his leave. As he was leaving, Benjamin reminded him not to forget to visit the Lord's residence and take Tina out to play to cultivate their feelings. Lin could only comply and agree meekly. Once outside the Lord's residence, Lin let out a long sigh. Although this banquet was not the legendary Hongmen banquet, the torment he experienced made him feel as if the days were dragging on forever. Young master, actually, I think marrying Princess Tina wouldn't be so bad, Lin Rongfu said with a smile. I'm not familiar with her at all, and we had an unpleasant encounter before. How awkward would it be if we really got engaged? Lin said with a bitter smile. Arranged marriages are not ideal. Love should be free. Besides, I've already established a relationship with Sister Shireen. How would I explain it if I really got engaged? You're worried about Shireen, right? Lin Rongfu asked, a hint of meaning in his smile. Although Lin and Shireen hadn't shown any overly intimate gestures lately, their mutual feelings were evident and couldn't escape his notice. Grandpa Fu, you know? Lin felt a bit embarrassed, as if his secret had been exposed. Hee. Lin Rongfu laughed. In my opinion, young master, you are so outstanding. What's wrong with having more women? Many powerful figures on the continent have numerous women. Even if you don't actively pursue them, many women will still be drawn to you. Your future is limitless. You will undoubtedly become a prominent figure on the continent. I hope you will expand your family in the future. Having a few women is perfectly normal. In Lin Rongfu's heart, Lin was certainly the best. Lin also knew this. Building a large harem was probably a thought every transmigrator had, and Lin was no exception. However, thoughts aside, if it really came down to it, he wouldn't know how to handle it. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his past life, with no experience in love and no idea how to manage relationships between multiple women. All he could say was that everything would depend on fate. Returning to the inn with mixed emotions, everyone was relieved to see the two return safely and set their worries aside. They then asked about the banquet at the Lord's residence. Lin briefly explained, stating that the Lord and his father were old friends, so he wasn't put in a difficult position. He didn't mention Benjamin's forced marriage. Hearing this, everyone was very happy. Resolving the conflict with the Lord's residence and avoiding bloodshed was a good thing. This way, they wouldn't have to worry too much about safety in Minghua City. Only Shireen looked at Lin's somewhat unnatural expression, deep in thought. At midnight, after everyone had gone to bed, Lin lay in bed with his eyes wide open, unable to sleep. He was thinking about how to refuse the marriage proposal without hurting the long-standing friendship between his adoptive father and Benjamin. Suddenly, the door quietly opened, and a tall, slender figure slipped into the room. Chapter 94. Night Talks Sister Shireen. Although the room was dark, Lin still recognized the familiar figure. It was Shireen. He quickly sat up and asked, Sister Shireen, what brings you here? I noticed you seemed a bit out of it when you returned, so I thought something might have happened at the banquet that made you uncomfortable. I came to check on you, Shireen said, sitting on the edge of the bed, her cool voice tinged with concern. Lin was taken aback, not expecting that Shirlin was so observant and could see through her feelings. There was indeed something going on. Holding Shirlin, Lin was immediately enveloped in her soft fragrance and, feeling a bit guilty, mentioned that Benjamin wanted her to marry Tina. Sister Shirlin, Uncle Benjamin is a friend of my father's and an elder. I feel guilty, and it's really hard to refuse him directly, so I've just been dragging it out. Who told you to be so reckless? A girl's bottom can be spanked too, Shirlin said angrily, feeling wronged as she pinched the soft flesh at Lin's waist. Ouch! In the stillness of the night, Lin didn't dare to shout out loud and could only endure it, smiling flatteringly. Sister Shirlin, I didn't mean it. I realize I was wrong. Shirlin was still not satisfied and pinched Lin again, saying, Lin, since your father is friends with Lord Benjamin, he must have a distinguished background. Can you tell me more about him? Lin's identity is known only to Lin Rongfu and Usopas in the Daxia Mercenary Corps. The others are unaware. Lin himself is reluctant to bring up his past, as being hunted and fleeing from home is not something to be proud of. My father is a count in Jilly City, and I am the eldest son. However, my mother passed away shortly after I was born, and it was Grandpa Fu who took care of me as I grew up. Lin rested his chin on Shirleen's shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance from her. His voice tinged with a hint of sadness. He missed and was grateful for the mother of this body, of whom he had little memory. If she hadn't left Grandpa Fu to take care of him, even if he had traveled to this world, he wouldn't have lived long. Feeling Lin's inner sorrow, Shirleen's heart softened. She held Lin close, quietly listening to him share his story. Losing his mother at a young age, not being loved by his father, having only an old servant to care for him, and being resented by a jealous stepmother who saw him as a thorn in her side. ultimately escaping with great difficulty. She had thought that a noble life would be enviable, but it turned out he had suffered so much since childhood, overflowing with maternal love. Shirlene's eyes welled with tears as she hugged Lin even tighter. So, I don't like this kind of life and don't want to go back. Which is why I haven't told you about my past, Lin said. Sister Shirlene, you won't blame me for hiding this from you, will you? Of course not, Shirlene replied, although she felt a bit troubled. In noble families, there are struggles for power and profit. Lin, if I stay with you, will I have to face these troublesome matters in the future? Not at all. Lin buried his head in Shirlene's soft, full bosom, feeling that life was filled with happiness. I'm not interested in inheriting any titles. Being a free and easygoing mercenary sounds much better. What about Tina? What are you planning to do? Shirlene asked. I don't know. You haven't even resolved the issue with Vaya, and you're getting involved with other girls. You're really too much, Shirlene teased. Yes, it's all my fault, Lin chuckled, feeling the softness of the face wash and feeling restless. Sister Shirlene, why don't you stay tonight? Don't even think about it, Shirlene said, her face turning red. Lin's hot breath made her feel tingly in her chest, her whole body soft and weak. I already said, I won't let you have your way until the matter with Vaya is resolved. Then what should I do? Should I just tell Vaya that I'm her brother-in-law to make her give up on me? No way, though it definitely hurt Vaya. I don't want to hurt her. So troublesome, it's giving me a headache. I can't take it anymore. Sister Shirlene, you have to comfort me. Otherwise, my headache won't get any better. Lin suddenly pushed Shirlene onto the bed, turning over to press down on her. He kissed her soft red lips, savoring the moment. Shirlene, feeling her heart race, and having had no chance for intimacy on their journey, immediately responded passionately. After a long while, her face flushed and feeling weak all over, Shirlene grabbed Lin's mischievous hands. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold back. She got up and said, Greedy boy, I'm leaving. After saying that, without caring about the flustered Lin, she fled in a panic. Sigh. In the darkness, Lin sighed, feeling frustrated. Remembering the sensation from just moments ago, he couldn't help but chuckle, sounding particularly eerie. In the next room, in the dark, Lin Rongfu showed a hint of a smile. As a master of battle, he was keenly aware of the situation. The hotel rooms had poor sound insulation. How could he not notice the commotion in Lin's room? Lin's safety was always his top priority. If he hadn't sensed that Shirlene had entered, he would have rushed in long ago. That night, Lin had an indescribable, beautiful dream. The city lord had invited Lin to a banquet, which was no secret among the three major noble families in Mingyue City. Naturally, the three families, who had enmity with Lin, cared about this matter, as they couldn't understand why Lin, who had conflicts with the city lord's residents, was being invited to the banquet. This was crucial for them to seek revenge and regain their lost face. The next day, the three major families received intel about the banquet at the city lord's residence from last night. The heads of the three noble families had learned about it, albeit not in great detail, but they had the important information. That leader of the Daxiao mercenary group, Lin, was actually a noble. Moreover, his father was a longtime friend of Lord Benjamin. Count Babel looked at the intelligence before him, frowning. How close of a friendship must it be for someone to betroth their daughter to someone they just met? Because he was an old friend of Benjamin. Babewood didn't know who Lin's father was, but he couldn't help but feel conflicted. He had thought it was just a small mercenary group, but now he knew Lin had an extraordinary background, making revenge much more complicated. Father, why did the city lord betroth Tina to that kid? Francis said angrily. He had long harbored feelings for Tina and had always had the upper hand in the competition with Alex and Cam. But now that a nobody had come along and taken Tina away, how could he accept it? Enough. A woman has made you lose your composure. I'm very disappointed in you. Babor reprimanded. He had always been satisfied with his son, considering him one of the best among the young generation in Mingyue City. But yesterday's performance had disappointed him greatly. Father, I don't care. I like Tina, and I won't marry anyone else. Francis insisted, jealousy burning fiercely in his eyes. Filled with hatred for Lin, seeing his son blinded by love, Count Babwa sighed deeply. After all, he was his beloved son. Chapter 95. The fall of the Silver Shield. Since Lin would be staying in Mingyue City for a few days, he decided to relax and enjoy his time there. Meanwhile, while Lin and his companions were in Mingyue City, an unexpected guest arrived in Hudistown. Ever since the Daxiao mercenary group left Hudistown, Joralela had been living quite comfortably. The Silver Shield mercenary group had become the undisputed number one mercenary group in Hudistown, dominating the mercenary world there. Even though there were a few allied mercenary groups with considerable strength, they were simply not enough to compete with the Silver Shield mercenary group due to the presence of powerful battle masters. One day, A figure silently entered the headquarters of the Silver Shield mercenary group, appearing before Jor-Lela. You are the leader of Town's largest mercenary group? The newcomer was a man around 50 years old, with a head of silver hair and an impressive appearance. It was clear that he had been a handsome man in his youth, and even now, he retained his charm. This man had an unassuming aura, as if he were an ordinary person, yet he exuded an undeniable authority. He was not tall, appearing quite slender next to the robust Jor-Lela. Who are you? Jor-Lela asked in a deep voice, her expression darkening. The newcomer made her feel a sense of pressure. Clearly, he was not an ordinary individual. There's no need for you to know who I am, the silver-haired man said coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. Where's the mercenary group that killed my son? Who is your son? Jor-Lela frowned, finding the question somewhat baffling. If she hadn't sensed that this person was extraordinary, she would have already attacked him for invading her space. A month ago, my son came to Town. Surely, you remember him. His name is Andrew. The silver-haired man said, his cold gaze piercing through Jor-Lela. Andrew? Jor-Lela's heart jolted as she recalled the incident from a month ago when that semi-holy strong man had severely injured him. That arrogant man was dead? In Town? Who could kill him under the protection of a semi-holy warrior? The first thought that came to Jor-Lela's mind was the Dachau mercenary group. Only they had the capability to do so, which explained why they had suddenly left Town. They were likely avoiding retribution. The Dachau mercenary group? Jor-Lela murmured, her heart filled with shock. The Dachau mercenary group had actually managed to kill Andrew while under the protection of a semi-holy warrior. It appeared that their strength was far beyond what she had perceived. Moreover, the silver-haired man before her, who could have a semi-holy warrior protect his son, was undoubtedly a powerful individual, perhaps even a true holy-level warrior. Where is the Dachau mercenary group? The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with murderous intent upon hearing the name of the Dachau mercenary group. More than half a month ago, the Dachau mercenary group left Town. I don't know where they went, Jor-Lela replied respectfully. Faced with a holy-level warrior, she felt very anxious. They had left to undertake a commissioned task, and only the mercenary guild knew their destination. Without hesitation, Jor-Lela revealed everything she knew, fearing that she might anger this powerful individual and bring disaster upon herself and the Silver Shield mercenary group. Clearly, the silver-haired man was not satisfied with this answer. Or rather, he was extremely enraged that he had not found the enemy who killed his son in Town. If you don't know, then what use are you? My son is dead. Why you still get to live? His indifferent voice was like a cold wind from hell, chilling to the bone. Jor-Lela felt a wave of killing intent, as well as the sudden, overwhelming holy pressure emanating from the silver-haired man. She felt like a fish out of water, engulfed in boundless fear. Please spare me. Before she could finish her plea, a sword light slashed down, cleaving Jor-Lela's tall and strong body along with a large share behind her in half. The sword light continued unabated, creating a large hole in the wall behind her. Who dares to be reckless within the Silver Shield mercenary group? A loud shout came from outside, startling the members of the Silver Shield mercenary corps stationed inside. The vice captain, Carlos, rushed in with a large group of people. Before they could assess the situation inside the room, they were met with beams of sword light shooting in from all directions. Moments later, the entire Silver Shield mercenary corps base was almost leveled to the ground. Corpses and blood everywhere, with not a single survivor left. The Silver Shield mercenary corps, which had dominated Town for many years, thus became history. Inside the mercenary guild, Rolando sensed a powerful holy presence appearing in Town, filled with intense killing intent and anger, which shocked him greatly. He hurried to find White Veil. Lord Rolando, are you saying that a holy-level powerhouse has acted in Town? White Veil said with a charming frown, suddenly feeling uneasy, inexplicably thinking of Lin. Could it be that the Snow Wolf mercenary corps came for revenge? Fortunately, Lin had already left Town with the Great Siam mercenary corps. There's no mistake. That intense killing intent is very real, Rolando said, his heart racing. Even if that killing intent wasn't directed at him, it still made him feel uncomfortable. White Veil furrowed her brows in thought. If her guess was correct, it seemed that the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps had personally arrived. It would be surprising for him to take revenge after his son was killed. It seemed that even if Lin had left Town, he was still not safe. Miss White Veil, he has come to the mercenary guild. Rolando's face turned tense as he sensed that holy presence quickly approaching, arriving at the mercenary guild entrance in the blink of an eye. White Veil's expression changed, and she said, "Let us go down and welcome this holy-level powerhouse." In the task hall of the mercenary guild, Everyone was intimidated by the powerful aura and intense killing intent emanating from the silver-haired man. None of the mercenaries were foolish. They hurriedly fled the place in panic. White Veil and Rolando arrived at the task hall and immediately spotted the silver-haired man. Upon seeing his appearance clearly, White Veil's heart sank. Every famous holy-level powerhouse was recorded and depicted in the mercenary guild, and she recognized this silver-haired man as the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, the holy-level powerhouse Madwa. Leader Madwa, welcome to the Hudistown Mercenary Guild. White Veil stepped forward and said respectfully, I'm the branch president, White Veil. I want all the information on the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, Madwa said coldly, getting straight to the point. Leader Madwa, that doesn't comply with the rules of the Yongbin Guild. I'm afraid I cannot agree, White Veil replied. Beside her, Rolando felt his heart leap into his throat upon seeing White Veil directly refuse the murderous Madwa. Was it really wise to refuse a holy-level powerhouse so bluntly? Madwa looked at White Veil in surprise, his heart filled with anger. How dare a mere branch president of the Yongbin Guild refuse his request? A powerful holy presence erupted from Madwa, pressing down like a mountain towards White Veil and Rolando. Madwa coldly shouted, what nonsense rules? My rules are the rules. White Veil, being just a battle master, couldn't withstand the pressure of a holy-level powerhouse's aura. Her face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled as she stumbled backward. If it weren't for Rolando supporting her, she would have already collapsed on the ground. Lord Madwa, even if you're a holy-level powerhouse, you cannot act tyrannically within the Mercenary Guild. White Veil gritted her teeth, her heart racing. The aura of the holy-level powerhouse was truly overwhelming. Good courage. You dare to use the Mercenary Guild to pressure me, Madwa shouted angrily, his silver hair flying. If it weren't for the face of the Mercenary Guild, I would have already slain you for daring to confront me. Hand over the information on the Great Siam Mercenary Corps obediently, or I'll kill you today. I believe the Mercenary Guild 1T take issue with me over a mere battle master-level branch president. Lord Madwa, you can try. White Veil pushed away Rolando's hand that was supporting her, steadied herself, and a resolute and confident aura emanated from her. Looking at Madwa, she said word by word, my name is White Veil Monet, the daughter of Imera Monet. Imera Monet? Upon hearing this name, Madwa's pupils slightly contracted, and a trace of caution flashed across his face. He never expected that the daughter of Imera Monet would appear in such a small place as Hudistown and become a branch president. With this identity, it seemed that using coercive tactics today would not yield the information on the Great Siam Mercenary Corps from White Veil. I never expected that Imera Monet's daughter would serve as the president of a small branch. This is indeed surprising, Madwa said coldly. I also didn't expect to meet Lord Madwa here, White Veil replied calmly, regaining her confidence and composure after revealing her family background. Even when facing a holy-level powerhouse like Madwa, she managed to maintain her dignity. I'm very sorry, but I cannot comply with your request, Lord Madwa. Madwa snorted coldly, giving White Veil a deep look before turning to leave. Once Madwa had walked far away, White Veil felt her body weaken and her strength drain away. She was filled with lingering fear. If Madwa had acted without a word and killed her, even if her father sought revenge for her, it would have been too late. Miss White Veil, that was truly too perilous just now, Rolando said, also looking frightened as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for your father's reputation intimidating Madwa, I really don't know how today would have ended. White Veil remained silent, already worrying about Lin in her heart. Madwa would definitely obtain information on the Great Siam Mercenary Corps from other sources. She hoped that Lin would be safe. Stinky little brother, sister took a life-threatening risk for you today. You must repay this favor when we meet next time. In Mingwest City, Lin naturally had no idea that he had incurred another significant favor. Since he planned to stay in Mingwest City for a few more days, he intended to rest well and take the opportunity to relax and explore the city. Young master, Princess Tina has come and said she is looking for you. When Lin was playing with the little white tiger, Usopp came over and said, I see that Princess Tina only brought one person today. It doesn't seem like she's here to cause trouble. Please let her in. Lin had a bit of a headache. Tina's visit was undoubtedly at the behest of her father, Benjamin, encouraging them to spend more time together to develop feelings. However, Lin didn't have those kinds of feelings for Tina. He still hadn't sorted out the two girls around him, so he certainly didn't dare to provoke others. But since Tina had taken the initiative to come over, it would be impolite to turn her away. After all, she was the daughter of a family friend, and their families were considered close. Before long, Usopp brought Tina in, followed only by a personal guard, Fred. Tina had dressed up carefully for the occasion. She was already beautiful, but after her meticulous grooming, she looked even more stunning. Especially now that she no longer carried an air of arrogance. She exuded the noble elegance of a young lady, making a striking impression. "Sister Tina, you're here," Lin greeted, feeling awkward yet polite. "Lin, you just arrived in Mingwest City. Let me show you around." "There are many fun places here," Tina said, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze towards Lin carrying a hint of shyness. Initially, Tina had no fond feelings for Lin and wished she could do something about this brat who had spanked her. But who would have thought things would turn out this way? Their families were actually close, and her father had even arranged for her to be engaged to Lin. This was unexpected for Tina, and she felt quite resistant. However, after her father spoke to her the night before, she began to change her perspective on Lin. At just 15 years old, Lin was already so powerful, having become the leader of a strong mercenary group, unmatched by anyone in the younger generation of Mingwest City. He was tall, handsome, and of noble birth, making him the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. With their families being close, Tina couldn't help but feel a bit moved, especially whenever she recalled the scene of Lin spanking her. Her heart would flutter with an indescribable feeling. Shifting from anger to shyness, Lin had already left a deep impression on her heart. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Tina," Lin said. "Lin, what kind of pet is this? It's so cute." Tina's gaze fell on the little white tiger in Lin's arms. Their connection had started because she was drawn to the little white tiger. Among noble ladies, it was fashionable to raise adorable magical beasts, and the little white tiger was quite the handsome creature. Tina couldn't take her eyes off it. "It's called Little White, and it's a thunderwing white tiger." "Can I hold it?" Tina asked excitedly. Of course, Little White is very well behaved. Lin handed the little white tiger to Tina, who joyfully hugged the little white tiger, stroking its soft fur with a beaming smile. "Umph. The way the sister and brother call each other is so affectionate." Not far away, Vaya watched Lin and Tina talking, her face filled with jealousy. That little white tiger is also a little traitor, letting anyone hold it despite being so loved by others. Sure, Lin, who was beside her, said nothing, but her expression was also not good. She knew that Lord Benjamin intended to betroth Tina to Lin, and seeing Tina talking to Lin made her feel even more uncomfortable, though she couldn't share these thoughts with Vaya. Chapter 97. Jealousy. Seeing Lin and Tina chatting happily, it was a lie to say sure Lin wasn't jealous. After all, she and Lin had already confirmed their relationship, but they hadn't made it public. Now, with Tina's appearance, sure Lin felt a tremendous sense of crisis. After all, the two families were close friends, and if she received a reply from Lin's father, this marriage proposal would likely be settled. This made sure Lin feel uneasy. She was Lin's girlfriend, and Tina was just a newcomer. She had to dispel Tina's thoughts or directly clarify her relationship with Lin to make Tina retreat. However, after clarifying their relationship, Vaya would surely be heartbroken, which left Sure Lin feeling conflicted, and a hint of sorrow appeared on her usually cold face. "Sister, why is that woman looking for Lin?" Vaya asked, clearly displeased with Tina's arrival, mainly because of the affectionate way Tina was with Lin. "They're family friends. How would I know?" Sure Lin replied, feeling frustrated. "Umph. I think this woman has ulterior motives," Vaya snorted, not noticing her sister's strange demeanor. This woman was willful and domineering, clearly not a good person, and now pretending to be gentle and graceful. Who knows, maybe Lin would be deceived by her current demeanor. After saying this, Vaya walked over to the two conversing, deliberately hugging Lin's arm and saying, "Lin, isn't this the princess of Mingwest City? We had an unpleasant incident before. I wonder what brings the princess here now." Tina's gaze fell on Vaya's arm around Lin, and she instantly felt anger rise within her. In her heart, she had already developed feelings for Lin, and although they weren't officially engaged, she viewed Lin as her future husband. Now, another woman was hugging her future husband's arm in front of her. Tina, who was used to having everything go her way in Mingwest City, couldn't tolerate it. "Who are you?" Tina angrily asked, her eyes filled with undisguised fury. "Let go of my brother Lin. I'm holding on to my brother Lin. What does it matter to you? Even if you're a princess and a family friend of Lin, you have no say here." Vaya shot back with a provocative look, tightening her grip, her softness pressing against Lin's arm. "You!" Tina trembled with rage, wishing she could have her companion Frederick cut off this woman's hands. But her father had told her not to show her willful nature in front of Lin, so despite her anger, Tina could only hold it in. "My brother Lin is my fiancé, and we're getting engaged in a few days. You think I can't have a say?" Tina declared. "Impossible. Do you think I would believe that?" Vaya scoffed. "You shameless woman. How can you say such things?" "Umph. Once we receive a reply from my brother Lin's father, We'll be officially engaged, Tina said with a cold snort, stepping forward to hug Lin's other arm, challenging Vaya. Originally, Tina only had feelings for Lin, but now, with her jealousy flaring up and provoked by Vaya, she also hugged Lin's arm to assert her claim, confronting Vaya head-on. Caught in the middle, Lin felt anything but happy about being sandwiched between the two. Instead, he felt uncomfortable all over. Is what she said true, Brother Lin? Vaya asked, looking at Lin, feeling inexplicably flustered at Tina's confident declaration. Uncle Benjamin indeed has this intention and has sent word to my father, Lin replied, forcing himself to say, but Tina and I just met and aren't familiar with each other. It's too early to talk about feelings. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. I'll make you realize that I can be a qualified wife, Tina said, casting a provocative glance at Vaya. In noble marriages, parents usually make the decisions, emphasizing social status. Not just anyone can become the wife of a noble. Clearly, Tina was flaunting her family background, as nobles were inherently superior and held a high status. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Vaya's eyes, and she looked as if she were about to cry, filled with sorrow. If Lin's father agreed to this marriage proposal, wouldn't Lin be marrying Tina? What would happen to her? At that moment, Vaya felt a sharp pain in her heart, realizing how deep her feelings for Lin truly were. The thought of losing Lin caused her heartache, making her feel like she was about to break. Large drops of tears fell, splattering on Lin's arm, breaking into pieces. Sister Vaya, please don't cry, Lin said, feeling a pang in his heart. Looking at the tearful Vaya made his heart twist. Tears from a woman are a terrifying weapon, and Lin hated to see a woman cry. None of your business. Go accompany your princess wife. Vaya bit her lip and threw down a parting shot, releasing Lin's arm and running away, locking herself in her room. Oomph. Tina coldly snorted, a victorious and proud smile appearing on her face, like a victorious peacock. Lin forced a smile, wondering what was going on. Vaya's feelings were already laid bare, which made Lin feel both secretly happy and very heavy-hearted. How could he deserve this? Not only had he received Shirleen's love, but now he had also gained Vaya's love. Thinking of Shirlene, Lin turned to look and saw Shirleen's cold and resentful gaze, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, making him feel anxious and uneasy. All right, Sister Tina, there's so many people watching. Lin quickly pulled his arm away from Tina's embrace. What's wrong with hugging? If they want to watch, let them watch. After all, we're getting engaged in a few days, Tina said discontentedly, but she stopped hugging him. Defeating Vaya, her rival in love, made her very happy. Lin, let's go out and have some fun. I'll take you around Mingwest City. At this moment, Lin felt it would not be good to go out with Tina. Shirlene would probably be jealous. Just as he was thinking of a reason to refuse, Shirlene walked over. Lin, come here for a moment. After saying this, Shirlene glanced at Tina and turned to leave. Brother Lin, who is she? Aren't you the leader of the mercenary group? How dare she speak to you like that? Tina interjected. Sister Tina, she is my vice captain. She must have something to discuss with me. Please wait a moment. I'll go over, Lin replied. Fine, but don't take too long, Tina said sulkily, teasing the little white tiger. I won't be long, Lin said with a flattering smile and walked over Shirlene. Chapter 98. Confession. Shirlene's expression remained cold, leaving Lin unable to discern her thoughts, making him even more anxious. He felt that his indecisiveness and emotions must be making Shirlene very unhappy and disappointed. Sister Shirlene, Lin approached, feeling apprehensive. Vaya has already expressed her feelings to you. What are you going to do? Shirlene asked. And what about Tina? What are you going to do about her? I don't know, Lin said with a bitter smile. He realized he was indecisive about emotions, like a naive child, unable to handle such a complex situation. Tina would be easier to deal with since Lin didn't have any feelings for her, but Vaya was giving him a headache. Are you made of wood? Shirlene scolded. Frustrated. Vaya has been so obvious. She is so sad right now. And you're not going to comfort her? Lin, I've said it before. I don't want Vaya to get hurt. Shirlene's expression showed embarrassment as if she had made a difficult decision. Vaya has clearly fallen for you. I don't want her to be sad. Go comfort her. If Vaya agrees, I have no objections. By the end of her words, Shirlene's voice was almost inaudible, her heart aching. Even though she was sharing her man with her own sister, Shirlene felt uncomfortable. What? Lin was extremely surprised, not expecting Shirlene to say such things. What do you mean what? Shirlene retorted, biting her silver teeth. But only Vaya. I will not agree to Tina. Sister Shirlene, are you serious? Lin asked, still in disbelief that Shirlene could be so magnanimous. He had only dared to think about such an evil thing of sisters sharing a man. But he never expected Shirlene to be willing. You're getting a good deal, Shirlene glared at Lin, puffing up. We sisters will serve you together. Isn't that great? Don't all men do that, loving one after another? Heaven help me, Sister Sherlin. I absolutely do not have such thoughts. Lin quickly denied, but he couldn't help feeling a bit excited inside. Go comfort Vaya, otherwise that girl might be sad for a long time, Sherlin said. Okay, I'll send Tina back first, Lin said quickly, with Sherlin's approval. Who would have time to care about Tina? Comforting Vaya was more important. Thus, Lin went to Tina and told her that for the sake of unity in the mercenary group, he must first calm Vaya down. Although Tina was unhappy, she reluctantly agreed to leave, and before she left, she made plans to go out with Lin in Mingwest City the next day. After Tina left, Lin, feeling excited, came to Vaya's door, knocked, and called out, "Sister Vaya, it's me, Lin." There was no response, clearly indicating that Vaya was deeply hurt and did not want to talk to him. "Sister Vaya, I'm coming in." The door was not locked, so Lin pushed it open and walked in, shutting the door behind him. Outside, Sherlin watched Lin enter, and as the door closed, a crystalline tear fell from the corner of her eye, a bittersweet smile appearing on her beautiful face. Inside, Vaya lay on the bed with a blanket over her head, crying silently. "Sister Vaya." Lin approached the bed and gently patted Vaya's slightly trembling shoulder, calling her softly. Wow! Vaya suddenly sat up, crying and throwing herself into Lin's arms, holding him tightly as if trying to merge him into her body, making it hard for Lin to breathe. Lin was taken aback for a moment, then hugged Vaya in return, gently patting her back. He felt both helpless and touched. Vaya's feelings weighed heavily on him. How could he refuse Vaya's affection when it was so difficult to endure the kindness of a beautiful woman? A scumbag is just a scumbag. After a long time, Vaya finally stopped crying, looked up at Lin with tearful eyes, and choked out, "Lin, I really like you a lot." "Do you like me?" "Yes, I do. I like you very much." Lin nodded seriously and said earnestly, "Sister Vaya, you're so beautiful and have such a good personality. I was attracted to you from the moment I met you." Lin is telling the truth. Although the Shirin and Vaya sisters are both beautiful, it was Vaya who attracted him at first, not just because of her looks, but also her innocent, lively, and kind personality. Upon hearing this, Vaya smiled. Her smile like a rain-soaked pear blossom, incredibly charming. Vaya leaned in, her soft red lips blocking Lin's mouth. Lin felt the warm, soft touch and responded passionately, tasting the salty flavor of Vaya's tears of happiness. This kiss lasted an unknown amount of time. Lin felt his tongue go numb, almost overwhelmed by Vaya's enthusiasm. "Lin, I'm so happy," Vaya said, leaning against Lin's shoulder, her pretty face flushed. The earlier exchange of bodily fluids had caused her temperature to rise suddenly, filled with emotion. "I'm happy too," Lin replied, burying his face in Vaya's hair, inhaling her fragrant scent, feeling a wave of satisfaction. It was good to be honest. He wouldn't have to be troubled anymore. However, Lin was unsure whether to explain the situation with Shirin to Vaya at this moment. It might be cruel to bring it up now. What if Vaya couldn't accept it? "Vaya, there's something I don't know how to tell you." After hesitating for a moment, Lin decided to strike while the iron is hot and lay everything bare today. No matter if Vaya could accept it or not, he wouldn't let go. He had already confirmed their relationship and made her his woman, and he needed to take on the responsibilities of a man, no matter how Vaya chose to treat him. "What do you want to say?" Vaya looked up at Lin, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. "Are you talking about that woman Tina? I don't like her." "It's not Tina," Lin said, pursing his lips. "Forget it. It's a matter concerning Shirin." "Sister?" Vaya was surprised for a moment, looking at Lin with suspicion. "What about her?" "I'm also with Sister Shirin," Lin said, gritting his teeth, and then closed his eyes, waiting for the storm to come. "You bastard, Lin. You're too much," Vaya exclaimed angrily, biting down on Lin's shoulder. "I'll bite you to death." Ouch. Lin took a breath, feeling the sharp pain from Vaya's strong bite. Even with his physical strength, he could feel the pain, which showed just how angry Vaya was. He smiled bitterly, but didn't dare to struggle. Perhaps this was the price a scumbag had to pay. "So, when did this happen?" Vaya finally released her grip, glaring at Lin with anger. "When I was treating Sister Shilin's injury," Lin admitted without hiding anything. "Oh, you all kept it from me, thinking I'm a fool," Vaya exclaimed angrily, opening her mouth to bite Lin's shoulder again. "You bad guy. I'll bite you to death." Chapter 99. By Wei-er's message despite Vaya's show of anger and the force of her bite on Lin's shoulder. He felt that she didn't seem to be genuinely angry. If she were, she would have made a scene or even turned against him. But Vaya didn't. So even though it hurt, Lin felt relieved instead, tightly holding on to Vaya and letting her vent. After all, one must pay a price for being a scumbag. Does it hurt? After a long while, Once Vaya had vented her emotions, she lifted her head, looking at Lin En's grimacing face, and felt a twinge of pain herself. Not at all. You know my recovery ability, Sister Vaya, Lin laughed. So you're not angry anymore, right? Who said I'm not angry? Oomph. Vaya retorted. You and Sister Shilin actually kept this from me. It's too despicable. I wish I could really bite you to death. I'm sorry, Lin replied with a smile. Vaya's words essentially indicated that she had accepted the fact that he was involved with both of them. Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart as he looked at Vaya's cute face, unable to resist teasing her. If Sister Vaya can't accept it, then I can't force it. But I've already established a relationship with Sister Shilin first. If I have to painfully give one up, I'll have to let go of Sister Vaya's love. Not happening. I don't want to. Vaya shouted, looking anxious. But when she saw the teasing look in Lin's eyes, she immediately understood he was just joking. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she hit Lin a few times with her small fists. You bad guy. You just like to trick me. I'm just too greedy. Lin held Vaya tightly and said emotionally, Who told you sisters to be so beautiful? I don't want to give up either of you. The two embraced tightly, saying nothing more, feeling each other's affection, their hearts drawing closer together. Lin, now that we're together, will sister be unhappy? Vaya asked with concern, a rare look of worry appearing on her usually lively and innocent face. She felt guilty toward her sister for taking her man, but she couldn't let go. Her heart had long been given to Lin. Don't worry, it's Sister Shilin who asked me to comfort you, Lin said. Your thoughts can't be hidden from Sister Shilin. Oh, how embarrassing. Vaya blushed, feeling shy that her sister could see through her feelings. But she also felt very sweet inside. Her sister didn't oppose her being with Lin. Although it was embarrassing for sisters to fall for the same man, it was a fact now, and Vaya felt happy because she didn't want to be separated from her sister. Is sister still waiting outside now? Vaya asked, looking up at Lin in his embrace. Lin nodded. Then go call your sister in, Vaya said quickly, feeling embarrassed at the thought of her sister knowing that she was being intimate with Lin in the room. Okay. Lin nodded and walked out. When Lin walked out, Lin had been staring at the door for a long time, eagerly waiting. The inner turmoil and heartache were needless to say. At that moment, seeing Lin come out, she opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating, unsure of how to ask. Sister Lin, Sister Wei, you wanted to go in? Lin said. Seeing Lin's relaxed expression, Lin knew that Wei's issue had been resolved. She felt both happy and bittersweet. Happy that Wei was not harmed, but bittersweet because she had to share her lover with her sister. Lin sighed in relief and then shot Lin a fierce glare, blaming him for making both sisters fall for him. With mixed emotions, Lin walked into Wei's room, just as she was unsure how to start the conversation. Wei greeted her with surprise and a face full of shyness, hugging her arm affectionately, as usual. This is none of your business. You should go out, Wei said domineeringly, pushing Lin toward the door. Lin, feeling helpless, looked longingly at Lin, who shot him an annoyed glance without saying a word, leaving Lin to smile awkwardly and retreat outside. As the door closed again, the two sisters began to talk intimately inside, while Lin stood outside. Peeking in and anxiously watching the door, his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, wondering what the sisters were discussing. In his anxiety, unable to hear anything from inside, Lin had no choice but to distract himself by playing with the little white tiger. However, he occasionally spaced out and smiled foolishly, which made the perceptive little white tiger look at him with disdain. More than an hour later, when the door opened again, Lin and Wei came out arm in arm, both with a hint of blush and shyness on their faces. Their exquisite and beautiful appearances made it hard for anyone to look away. Sister Lin, Sister Wei. Lin eagerly rushed over to hug the little white tiger. Xiaobai, come here and let your sister hug you. However, Vaya ignored Lin and snatched the little white tiger away. Sister Vaya, let me tell you, just now Lin was acting so silly, secretly giggling by herself, and she wasn't focused while playing with me. The little white tiger said in a baby voice. Yes, she's just a fool. Vaya shot Lin a glance and said, we won't play with her. After saying that, Vaya walked away holding the little white tiger. Lin's smile froze on her face. This guy Xiaobai really has no sense of propriety, daring to speak ill of himself. That little brat lacks education. Sister Shilin, what did you and Sister Wei talk about inside? Lin asked, licking her face. Can I share a girl's private conversation with you? Shilin replied with a smile. With her enchanting beauty, she left Lin mesmerized, playfully tapping Lin's forehead with her delicate finger before walking away. Lin was taken aback. He clearly had 2 girlfriends, yet no one was paying attention to him. Was there still any justice in the world? However, When he thought about the future scenario of embracing them both and enjoying the blessings of a polyamorous relationship, he couldn't help but feel excited. Later in the evening, the magical communication talisman given by wire started to react. Lin took it out, and upon seeing the message that appeared, his expression immediately turned serious. The good mood he had just gained from the thought of enjoying a polyamorous relationship with Vaya vanished without a trace. The leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, the saint-level powerhouse Modo, had appeared in Town to avenge his son Andrew. Lin did not dare to delay and immediately summoned everyone to discuss. After hearing Lin's account, everyone felt a heavy heart. A saint-level powerhouse was pursuing them, and each person felt immense pressure and a sense of crisis. The fact that we were escorting the Yale Chamber of Commerce to Mingwest City is not a secret, and it wouldn't be difficult for Modo to find out. Sillin said solemnly, "It's fortunate that Mingwest City is quite far from Town, but we should leave as soon as possible." Sillin's words received unanimous agreement from everyone. When facing a saint-level powerhouse, avoiding its edge is the best strategy. "All right, tomorrow morning, I will go to the Lord's mansion to resign to Uncle Benjamin," Lin decisively stated. "This opportunity also allows me to avoid entanglements with Tina." After finally managing to get along with the Sillin and Weiya sisters, Lin dared not provoke other women anymore. Chapter 100. Tina's feelings. The next morning, Lin and Lin Rongfu arrived at the Lord's mansion. "Lin, are you here to see me?" Tina exclaimed joyfully after receiving the servant's report and rushed out to greet Lin. Tina, I'm here to see Uncle Benjamin," Lin said awkwardly. Unable to meet, Tina's eyes filled with joy and expectation. "Is that so?" Tina's expression fell instantly, clearly disappointed, but she quickly masked her disappointment and said, "Then after you meet my father, can you accompany me to go shopping? I said I would take you to tour Mingwest City." "All right." Tina's hopeful gaze made it hard for Lin to refuse. Besides, even if he had to leave Mingwest City, there was no rush. Accompanying Tina on a shopping trip wouldn't take much time, and since he would soon be leaving, any marriage discussions between them would be out of the question. So Lin felt that accompanying Tina was a way to compensate her. "Great, let's go see my father now," Tina said excitedly, taking Lin's hand and heading to the main hall of the Lord's mansion. Seeing Tina and Lin holding hands approach, Benjamin's face broke into a joyful smile. It seemed the two children were getting along well. His decision to let them cultivate their feelings was undoubtedly correct. "Lin, you didn't go out to play. Is there something you need to discuss with me?" Benjamin smiled. "Uncle, I came today to resign," Lin said. "What? Lin, you're leaving?" Tina exclaimed, looking anxiously at Lin. "Why?" Benjamin's expression darkened, his smile disappearing, and he said in a deep voice, "Lin, what's going on? Why do you want to leave Mingwest City so soon? I have already sent a message to your father, and I believe he will reply in a few days. Besides, Tina has developed deep feelings for you. Why do you plan to leave now? Have I, as your uncle, neglected you, or are you dissatisfied with Tina?" "Uncle, you're being too serious. Both you and Tina have treated me very well. How could I be dissatisfied?" Lin said with a bitter smile. "I have my reasons that I cannot avoid." Then, Lin recounted the situation of being pursued by Modo, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and helplessly said, "Uncle, my arrival in Mingwest City is not a secret. If I stay here, once Modo arrives, not only will I be in danger, but may also implicate Mingwest City and the Lord's Mansion. Since you and Tina have treated me well, how could I bear to bring trouble to you? So I can only leave Mingwest City as soon as possible. And I hope you and Tina can understand." "I see. It seems I misunderstood you," Benjamin sighed. "I have heard of Modo's name. He is a saint-level powerhouse. And indeed, Mingwest City cannot withstand him. Father, what should we do? Isn't Lin in great danger?" Tina said worriedly, feeling very conflicted. She was reluctant to see Lin leave, but knew that if he stayed in Mingwest City, he would definitely be in danger. "Lin, I feel ashamed. I am not capable of protecting the son of a friend as the Lord," Benjamin said with a guilty expression. "Uncle, you don't have to say that. It is my fault," Lin replied. "How about this? Even if you want to leave, there is no rush. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the Lord's mansion and invite your mercenary corps members. Let be a farewell for you. You can leave tomorrow," Benjamin said. "Lin, don't refuse. Since I can't protect you, let me do my part to send you off. It will ease my heart, and I won't feel embarrassed when I see your father in the future. Then I will listen to Uncle." At this point, Lin had no reason to refuse and could only nod in agreement. It was just right to accompany Tina today and make it up to her. This would also ease his own heart. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Lin asked Lin Rongfu to return and inform everyone about the change in plans, that they would attend the banquet at the Lord's mansion tonight. He then accompanied Tina to tour Mingwest City. The entire day, Lin and Tina wandered through most of Mingwe City. As parting drew near, Tina felt very reluctant and maintained a forced smile. Lin could not help but sense Tina's emotions. He did not expect her to be so deeply invested in him. Although he felt moved, he could only disappoint her feelings, hoping that after leaving Mingwe City, Tina would forget about him. As evening approached, Lin and Tina returned to the Lord's mansion. At the entrance, Lin and Tina said their goodbyes, preparing to return to the inn and come back to the Lord's mansion for the banquet later. Lin, today I had a great time, Tina said, holding Lin's hand, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. After you leave Mingwe City, will you forget me? I won't, Lin replied at that moment. Tina looked so fragile it made one's heart ache. Suddenly, Tina wrapped her arms around Lin's neck, her cold lips pressed against his. Moments later, Tina leaned close to Lin's ear and whispered, Lin, no matter where you are, don't forget me. After saying that, Tina turned and ran back into the Lord's mansion. As she turned, a single tear fell, tracing a glistening arc as it followed her movement. Watching Tina's figure, Lin fell silent. The hurried kiss from earlier was still vivid in his mind. Tina's lips were cold, but her feelings were burning hot, leaving Lin with an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Perhaps this feeling was destined to go unanswered. That night, Lin brought the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps to the Lord's mansion for the banquet. As the purple crystalline king was not suited to enter the Lord's mansion, Lin stored it in the pet space of the system. The little white tiger was not Lin's contract pet and could not be stored in the pet space, so he let Wei hold it. When they arrived at the Lord's mansion, Tina was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin, she rushed forward and hugged his arm, causing Silin and Wei to raise their eyebrows, glaring at Lin with murderous intent. However, knowing that they would be leaving Mingwe City the next day, the two women endured it. Feeling the murderous gazes from behind, Lin felt quite embarrassed. It wasn't until he entered the banquet hall and saw Lord Benjamin that he finally relaxed. The arrival of the Daxia Mercenary Corps received a warm reception from Lord Benjamin, leaving everyone a bit flattered. An incredibly lavish food and drinks at the banquet opened their eyes to the luxurious lifestyle of the nobility. The dinner was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. After the meal was cleared and the servants served tea and snacks, Benjamin smiled at Lin and said, Lin, you will be leaving Mingwe City tomorrow. I don't know when we will meet again. Uncle has a question, and I hope you can enlighten me. Chapter 101. Benjamin's true face. Uncle, please speak. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Lin sincerely said that Benjamin, this father's friend, is indeed a good person, and if he has any questions, Lin would naturally explain them. That's great, Benjamin smiled, his gaze deep. I want to, Lin, how is it that you have been tested and found to have no cultivation talent, yet you possess such strength comparable to a battle master in such a short time? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone showed expressions of surprise, especially Lin and others from the Great Siam mercenary group, who were even more astonished. How could Lin possibly have no cultivation talent? Uncle, what do you mean by that? Lin looked at Benjamin and said solemnly, feeling a chill in his heart and a bad premonition rising. You're so smart. How could you not guess the meaning of a city lord? Benjamin smiled faintly, with a hint of coldness in his smile. It's simple. I want the secret you possess. Benjamin's words seemed to unleash a large-scale magic at the scene, stirring up waves in everyone's minds. Looking at the cold and greedy expression on Benjamin's face, Lin suddenly realized that Benjamin had sinister intentions from the very beginning. Focusing on the secret he possessed, he had thought Benjamin was a friend of his father, calling him uncle so many times, believing he was a respected elder, but unexpectedly, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No wonder he had offended Tina and provoked the city lord's mansion. Yet Benjamin didn't hold it against him, and even wanted to marry his daughter to him. It was all just for the secret he held. What a friend of his father, what an elder, what a marriage. It was all fake. Having realized all this, Lin wanted to laugh. He was indeed too naive, having experienced too little and not seen enough of the darkness of human nature, unaware of the malice of people's hearts. This time, it was a major lesson for him. Huh, so that's how it is, Lin laughed a bit madly. Benjamin, how ridiculous and shameful it is for you to want to seize the secret of your friend's son, despite being a friend of my father. Oomph. Do you really think I'm your father's friend? It was just an excuse to keep you stable, Benjamin sneered, his expression full of disdain. Father, what are you saying? Tina exclaimed, her father's words striking her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dizzy. The sudden change caught Tina off guard. She stared at Benjamin, completely unable to believe that her father would suddenly turn against Lin, and that it was all for Lin's secret. What should she do now? On one side was her father, on the other was Lin, with whom she had developed feelings. Tina was in turmoil, heartbroken. Father, you're joking, right? Tina looked hopefully at Benjamin, her eyes brimming with tears. Tina, seeing his daughter's sad expression, Benjamin frowned and said, "Although your father has deceived you, don't worry, I won't really marry you to Lin." "No, it can't be. How could this happen?" Tina murmured in a daze, her eyes dimming as tears streamed down her face. Seeing Tina so heartbroken calmed Lin's anger somewhat. At least Tina was unaware, so her feelings for him were genuine. Not an act. This gave Lin a bit of comfort. "Benjamin, if you want my secret, let's see if you have the ability to take it," Lin said coldly, with the Dao 1 character already appearing in his hand. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense, and the members of the Great Xia mercenary group drew their weapons. Lin Rongfu even directly locked onto Benjamin. If a fight broke out, he would be the first to control Benjamin. "Ha! Lin, do you think the city lord would act against you without being sure of victory?" Benjamin laughed heartily. "This place is already surrounded by my men. You have no chance of escaping." As his words fell, hundreds of guards from the city lord's mansion rushed in, surrounding everyone. "And do you think the city lord would be so kind as to invite you lowly mercenaries?" Benjamin said proudly. "You have all ingested the magic suppression potion that the city lord spent a considerable amount of resources to acquire. Once you take the potion, neither mages nor warriors can use any magic or fighting spirit for a day, and you can only become prisoners." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they checked their fighting spirit within. "Captain, it's bad. I can't use my fighting spirit." Sure, Lin and others' faces turned pale. Lin's expression changed drastically as he checked himself over and found no abnormalities in his body. His strength was still intact. He speculated that perhaps the cultivation he practiced was fundamentally different from the Duki of the Divine Grace Continent, which made the anti-magic potion ineffective on him. Then Lin recalled Lin Rongfu, Usopp, and Vaya, who had eaten the devil fruit. Seeing their unusual expressions, he immediately felt reassured and quickly signaled them not to make any sudden movements. "Benjamin, you are so despicable," Lin said angrily. "As long as I can achieve my goal, the means don't matter," Benjamin sneered. He could even deceive his own daughter and use her lifelong happiness as leverage against Lin. What couldn't he do? He initially didn't want to resort to such methods. "If you could cultivate feelings with Tina, I could slowly extract your secrets from you. Unfortunately, you foolishly provoked the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and had to leave Minghua City early, so I had no choice but to act first." Benjamin looked coldly at Lin and said, "Lin, if you know what's good for you, hand over your secrets. I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "You wish," Lin scoffed. "Falling into the hands of the city lord, you dare to speak boldly. You have guts." Benjamin's face showed anger as he ordered, "Arrest them all and throw them into the dungeon. Use any means necessary to pry open their mouths." "Yes, my lord." The guards responded in unison, stepping forward to bind Lin and the others. Naturally, they were unwilling to be restrained, but without the ability to use Duki, they were no match for the guards of the city lord's mansion. After being severely beaten, they were tied up. "Father, you can't do this." At this moment, Tina pushed aside 2 guards trying to bind Lin and protected him behind her, crying out to Benjamin, "Tina, step aside." Benjamin's face darkened, clearly displeased. "Father, you can't do this. You have already promised me to Lin, and I have fallen in love with him. You cannot hurt him." Tina was in tears, looking at her father, feeling that he was so strange at that moment. "Frederick, take the young lady away," Benjamin ordered, very angry that his daughter had stood against him for Lin. Chapter 102. Captured Frederick came over to escort Tina away, but Tina ignored him and continued to stand in front of Lin, who was quite moved by her stubborn yet fragile figure. Benjamin's expression darkened, and he ordered Frederick to forcibly take Tina away. Despite Tina's desperate struggles, she was still taken away by Frederick. "Even your daughter can't stand your actions, Benjamin. You are such a failed father," Lin mocked. "Shut up," Benjamin shouted angrily. "Kid, you'd better obediently reveal your secrets. Otherwise, there are hundreds of torture devices in my dungeon. Let's see how many you can endure." Benjamin ordered the guards to bind Lin, and Lin allowed himself to be tied up without resistance. At present, only he, Lin Rongfu, Vaya, and Usopp had any combat power left, facing the numerous guards of the city lord's mansion and Benjamin himself, who was a formidable master. Even if they could break out, sure Lin and Jack wouldn't be able to escape and might even face life-threatening danger. At this moment, Lin could only suppress his emotions and look for opportunities to consider an escape plan later. Under the escort of the guards, Lin and the others were thrown into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, handcuffed and shackled with restraints made of obsidian mixed with mithril and other magical metals. These handcuffs were exceptionally sturdy and could suppress magical power and Dookie. Not only could they not use Dookie, but even if they had it, they wouldn't be able to break free. They were specifically designed to deal with mages and warriors. So even a day later, when the effect of the anti-magic potion wore off, Benjamin wasn't too worried about Lin and the others escaping. He just didn't know that Lin and his companions hadn't actually lost their combat power. Vea and Usopp could still elementalize, and the obsidian handcuffs could not restrain them at all. Lin and the others were kept separately, each in their own cell, but they could see each other through the thick bars. The City Lord's guards did not immediately torture or interrogate Lin and the others, apparently waiting for Benjamin's orders. After the guards left, Shireen anxiously asked Lin, "What should we do now?" Shireen was unaware that Lin and the other three had not lost their combat ability, so she was very worried about their current situation. Benjamin clearly wanted Lin's secret at all costs and would certainly resort to any means necessary soon. "Don't worry, Shireen," Lin whispered to reassure her. "I'll let them bind me on purpose. The anti-magic potion has no effect on me. Not just me, but Grandpa Fu, Wea, and Usopp as well. The anti-magic potion is ineffective against us." "Really?" Shireen exclaimed in surprise, looking at Wea. "Sis, my abilities are still intact," Wea said, glancing at Lin and pouting. "If it weren't for Lin signaling me not to move, I would have acted back then." Hearing Wea's words, Shireen, Jack, and the others felt a surge of joy, and their anxious hearts calmed down significantly. As long as they had not completely lost their combat ability, there was still hope for escape. "Young master, what should we do now?" Lin Rongfu asked. Everyone turned to Lin. "Now that Shireen and the others have taken the anti-magic potion, we can only wait until tomorrow night to regain our strength. Before that, we should stay in the dungeon and avoid any actions to make Benjamin lower his guard. Once everyone has regained their strength tomorrow, we will break out." Lin said, "Benjamin wants to trap us, but it's not that easy. Young master, I'm just afraid that before tomorrow night, Benjamin will force you to reveal the secret. Once he resorts to torture, you will suffer." Lin Rongfu said worriedly. He can't just stand by and watch Lin suffer. "It's nothing, just a bit of punishment. With my abilities, what is there to fear?" Lin said calmly, "I've suffered so much, and once I get out, I will make Benjamin pay double." Lin made a decision, and everyone quietly waited. As for Benjamin's desire to uncover Lin's secret, most people had already guessed the general idea. The extraordinary abilities of Vea and Usopp were definitely related to Lin's secret. However, no one in the group asked or probed further because Lin was their captain, and they had long received his promise that they would all gain such magical abilities in the future. Looking at the little white tiger still in Vea's arms, Lin thought for a moment and decided that the little white tiger couldn't stay outside. After all, they had to pretend to have lost their powers, and he couldn't guarantee the little white tiger's safety. So, Lin purchased a pet contract card from the system shop and contracted the little white tiger as his pet. Then put the little white tiger into the pet space to keep it company with the Amethyst Lion King. Inside a room in the Lord's mansion, decorated like a princess's chamber, Tina sat dazedly on a chair, silently shedding tears, motionless like a statue. At that moment, Tina was heartbroken, her eyes filled with gloom. She couldn't believe that her father was such a person, willing to use his own daughter to obtain Lin's secret. Being deceived and used by her father caused immense harm to Tina. She truly believed that her father and Lin's father were friends and developed an inexplicable affection for Lin, looking forward to their wedding. But all her beautiful dreams were shattered by her father's own hands, leaving Tina's heart in pieces. Lord Benjamin, Fred, who was guarding the door, saw Benjamin coming and quickly saluted. "How is Tina?" Benjamin asked. "The princess is very sad," Fred replied, hesitating to say more. As Tina's personal guard captain, he cared deeply for her, and seeing her so upset made him feel bad too, but he couldn't disobey the Lord's orders. Benjamin's face darkened as he pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Tina sitting there in tears, he said, "Tina, are you still angry with me?" Tina remained silent, as if she hadn't heard. "Tina, why can't you understand my intentions?" Benjamin said sternly. "Do you know what Lin's secret represents?" Lin has been confirmed as having no cultivation talent. He is well known as a waste in Jelly City, where he was born. Because of this, his fiancée, he canceled their engagement. But after Lin left Jelly City, he miraculously gained powerful strength, and in just half a year, he reached the level of a war master. Do you know what this means? Too many people in this world live mediocre lives because they lack cultivation talent. As long as I obtain Lin's secret, I can quickly cultivate countless subordinates. At that time, what does it matter to be the Lord of Mingyue City? Even the entire Chachi Kingdom cannot stop my progress. My name will be known throughout the entire Divine Grace continent. Benjamin's words were filled with excitement and strong ambition. Tina, by then, you will no longer just be a princess, but a true princess. You will be proud of your father. As he spoke, Benjamin became increasingly excited, envisioning a future where his name would be famous throughout the Divine Grace continent, establishing a powerful kingdom. Unfortunately, there were no other listeners in the room to applaud Benjamin's passionate speech. Heartbroken Tina was immersed in sadness and worry for Lin, feeling no response to Benjamin's inciting words. I don't want to be any princess, Tina said, her tone pleading. Father, can you let Lin go? Upon hearing this, Benjamin's expression darkened, and he felt angry. How could his daughter not side with him, but instead with that boy, Lin? Looking at Tina's devastated appearance, it was clear she had developed genuine feelings for Lin. Benjamin couldn't help but doubt whether it was wrong to have let Tina get close to Lin before he had obtained Lin's secret. Instead, he had risked losing his daughter. Tina, have you really fallen for that boy? Benjamin frowned. It's only been a few days. What feelings could you possibly have? Yes, I love him, Tina replied. You. Benjamin felt a wave of irritation rise in him. What's so great about that boy? In just a few days, you can love him. He even publicly spanked you, tarnishing your reputation, and now he is my enemy. How can you love that boy? Father, didn't you say to marry me off to Lin? You wanted us to cultivate feelings for each other, Tina said, her face filled with sorrow and tearful eyes. Now that your daughter loves Lin, isn't that what you wanted? Benjamin was extremely angry, but didn't know how to vent it. He wanted to slap Tina, but seeing her tearful yet stubborn face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The reason for their current predicament was his own doing, and it had nothing to do with Tina. After all, he was the one who hid the truth, fabricated a friendship with Lin's father, and used his daughter. Benjamin knew his daughter's personality well. Although Tina had been spoiled since childhood, she took feelings very seriously. Once she made up her mind about something, even he, as her father, couldn't change it. Although Benjamin had a son and a daughter, he had always doted on Tina, and seeing her so heartbroken made him feel very distressed, as if he were stepping on a stone that rolled back and hit his own foot. I can let that boy Lin go, as long as he is willing to give up his secret, Benjamin said. Tina, for you, your father can give Lin chance. As long as he is willing to reveal his secret, not only can I let him and his subordinates go, but I can also agree to your marriage with him. Really? Father, you're not lying to me? Tina asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Who told you that you're my precious daughter? How could I bear to see you so sad? Benjamin sighed, then coldly said, Tina, tomorrow morning I will let you go to the dungeon. I hope that boy Lin knows his place. Otherwise, you can't blame your father. Yes, thank you, Father, Tina nodded, her eyes full of hope. For the sake of his daughter, Benjamin didn't mind giving Lin a chance. If Lin willingly revealed his secret, Benjamin would indeed be willing to marry his daughter to Lin. After all, Lin was quite an exceptional talent deserving of Tina. Moreover, after obtaining Lin's secret, with Lin's cooperation, Benjamin believed that cultivating his subordinates would be smoother. This way, his daughter's wishes would be fulfilled, he would obtain the secret he desired, and he would have Lin as a powerful ally, achieving 3 goals at once. The next morning, Tina arrived at the dungeon, bringing a hearty breakfast. Brother Lin, upon seeing Lin locked in obsidian handcuffs, Tina's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. However, seeing that Lin was still intact and hadn't been tortured, her heart finally relaxed. Sister Tina, what brings you here? Lin asked in surprise. I begged Father to let me come see you, Tina said, while instructing a servant to share the breakfast with the members of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, and she personally brought breakfast to Lin. Sister Tina, thank you. I'm really hungry, Lin said gratefully. Lin picked up his breakfast and started eating. Seeing him handcuffed and struggling, Tina personally fed him. Lin felt embarrassed, while Shirin and Vea nearby watched with wide eyes. However, seeing Tina's gentle and expectant expression, Lin couldn't bear to reject her kindness and opened his mouth to eat. On the other side, Vea was furious and bit down hard on her breakfast, as if she were biting into Lin's flesh. During the meal, Lin was sweating and felt uncomfortable. Sister Tina, how could your father allow you to see me? After finally finishing, Lin asked, I told my father I wanted to persuade you, and that's why he agreed to let me come, Tina said, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Lin. Brother Lin, I don't want you to get hurt. I begged my father to release you, but he refused. At this point, Tina began to cry. I don't know what your secret is, nor do I care, but I don't want to see you get hurt. Brother Lin, my father said if you are willing to reveal this secret, he will release you. Lin sneered. Sister Tina, I no longer trust him. I know, and I'm very sad about what my father is doing. But you're already trapped in the dungeon, and it's hard to escape. I can't change my father's mind. If he doesn't get the secret, he definitely won't let it go, and by then, if you get hurt, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Sister Tina, this is not your fault. You don't need to be too sad, Lin said. I'm already very grateful that you pleaded for me and were able to see me. Go back and tell your father to give up on this idea. I will not tell him anything. The matter with the system was the biggest secret in Lin's heart aside from his time travel. Even the most trusted Lin Rongfu had fabricated an excuse about being favored by a deity. How could he possibly tell Benjamin? Seeing Lin's resolute expression, Tina looked pained. She didn't mention her father's intention to betroth her to Lin, fearing it would burden him, and could only silently weep. Sister Tina, you should go back. Take care of yourself, Lin sighed. Tina, caught in the middle, was indeed put in a difficult position. Brother Lin, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Tina wiped her tears dry, as if she had made a decision, and said firmly. After that, she hugged Lin tightly and walked out of the dungeon. Watching Tina leave, Lin was lost in thought. Just now, Tina had given him a different feeling, but he couldn't quite articulate it. Chapter 104. Torture, everyone's gone, and you're still watching. Veia's tone was filled with jealousy. If you don't want her to leave, just let her stay. Hearing this, Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect Veia to be so jealous. There had been signs before, but now that they had confirmed their relationship, she didn't hide it at all. Captain, do you think Tina might be acting, trying to deceive you with her father? Jack speculated. It was not surprising that Jack had such thoughts, as Benjamin's actions were hard not to suspect. Moreover, Tina and Lin had previously had conflicts and had only spent a few days together. It was unlikely that she had fallen deeply in love with Lin and would oppose her own father. No, I believe Tina is not that kind of person. Lin shook his head. He could genuinely feel Tina's feelings for him. I also don't think so, Shirin said. As a woman who had also fallen in love with the same man, Shirin could see that Tina's feelings for Lin were genuine, without a hint of pretense. Thinking of this, Shirin glared at Lin fiercely. It was all this guy's fault for attracting attention. Lin felt somewhat bewildered by Shirleen's gaze, wondering what she meant by looking at him like that. Deputy Leader, how can you be so sure? Jack asked curiously. Intuition, Shirlene replied flatly. Jack was speechless. Can women's intuition be trusted? However, he dared not voice this thought, lest he incur the deputy leader's wrath. Benjamin, furious after Lin refused to reveal his secret, stormed into the dungeon with his subordinates. Lin, I originally thought you would be a smart person, but it seems I overestimated you, Benjamin said with a grim face. I'm still young. How can I compare to the cunning of the Lord? Lin sneered. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen for your tricks and become a prisoner. It's best if you understand your current situation. Benjamin changed his expression and said with a friendly smile, Lin, I believe you are well aware of Tina's feelings for you. This lord does not wish to see his daughter sad. As long as you are willing to reveal your secret, not only will I release you, but I will also arrange for Tina to marry you as previously promised. Then we would be one big, happy family. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Using your daughter for deception. How can you say such things? Lin mocked. Lin, don't push your luck. Benjamin, humiliated, said furiously, this lord will give you one more chance. Reveal your secret, and you might still have a chance to live. Lin spat, calmly saying don't dream. Use whatever means you have. Fine. Then don't blame this lord for being ruthless. Benjamin gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Treat him well. Yes, my lord. 2 personal guards stepped forward, binding Lin's hands with iron chains and hanging him up. Another guard brandished a whip made of iron wire, covered in sharp wooden spikes. The spikes on this whip were from the bloodthirsty magic vine, and they were poisonous, causing intense pain and itching. Benjamin sneered, Lin, enjoy yourself. Crack. The guard swung the whip, which made a loud crack in the air before striking Lin hard. His clothes were instantly torn, revealing a long gash on his body. As the spikes ripped through flesh, blood oozing out. Lin frowned slightly, not making a sound. The pain from the whip striking his body was nothing. After suffering so many serious injuries, this little pain was trivial for him. However, the toxin from the bloodthirsty demon vine, which pierced his skin and entered his flesh, made the wound both painful and itchy. That pain and itchiness penetrated to the marrow, making it almost unbearable. If he used the ability of the phoenix fruit, he could easily expel this toxin, but to keep Benjamin off guard, Lin refrained from using his fruit ability, even suppressing the automatic healing capability of the fruit. He could only endure the toxin from the bloodthirsty demon vine, which made him quite uncomfortable. Crack, crack. The whip lashed at Lin's body, the sound echoing in the dungeon. Lin bore countless blood marks on his body, his shirt torn into strips, and his entire body was stained with blood, with drops of fresh blood falling to the ground. The increasing amount of bloodthirsty demon vine toxin entering his body made Lin feel worse. The pain and itchiness that penetrated to the marrow tormented him, giving him a feeling of wishing for death. He could only grit his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, unable to suppress the painful, low groans escaping his mouth. "Benjamin, come at me. Don't make things difficult for my young master." Lin Rongfu angrily slammed against the bars of the cell, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing Lin suffer was more painful than being cut by a knife himself. He could hardly control his strength and was on the verge of attacking Benjamin. "Captain, Benjamin, come at me. Hit me, you bastard." Lin's brother, Jack, Arno, and others shouted angrily at Benjamin, while the Shirin and Vias sisters and Usopp were in tears, wishing they could take Lin's place in suffering. The crowd was filled with anger and emotion. If it weren't for waiting for a chance to save them, Lin could have escaped long ago without enduring such torment. "Continue, hit him harder," Benjamin said loudly, becoming more excited the harsher Lin Rongfu and the others cursed. Want to see how long Lin could endure. Half an hour passed, and Lin's upper body had no intact skin left. The blood dripping from him had stained the ground beneath him, forming a small pool of blood. Even the guard whipping Lin had grown tired and had been replaced by another person. Lin was already on the brink of death, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay conscious. If he fainted, the ability of the Phoenix Fruit would automatically heal his injuries, and Benjamin would see through the flaw, putting Shirin and the others in danger. Seeing that Lin was almost unrecognizable, Benjamin waved his hand to stop the guards and walked in front of Lin, saying, "Lin, how does the toxin from the bloodthirsty demon vine taste?" "It's quite uncomfortable, but I can still hold on," Lin replied with a weak smile. "Oomph. Being tough is useless," Benjamin said coldly. "If you obediently tell me your secret, you won't have to suffer any longer. Cut the crap, whatever tricks you have, bring them on." "I have to admit, Lin, you're a man," Benjamin said with a sinister smile, glancing at the other members of the Great Xia mercenary group. "However, while you can withstand the toxin from the bloodthirsty demon vine, I still have other methods that I haven't used yet. I wonder how many you can endure. And your subordinates, can they withstand the toxin from the bloodthirsty demon vine? You've personally experienced it, so you must have a deep understanding of its potency." "You dare?" Lin glared at Benjamin, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You can give it a try. Let us see if I dare." Benjamin laughed heartily, taking delight in Lin's reaction. He pointed at Shirin and Vaya, a lewd look in his eyes. "And those two women, their looks are not inferior to that of my wife. Even I can't help but feel tempted upon seeing them." Chapter 105. Yale has captured. Benjamin's words stirred a tide of murderous intent in Lin's heart, turning his eyes blood red. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring at Benjamin with killing intent, speaking each word clearly. "Benjamin, if you dare to touch even a hair on them, I will definitely kill you." At that moment, Lin's killing intent was nearly uncontrollable. He almost lost his reason and broke the chains and handcuffs to attack Benjamin. But in the end, Lin firmly suppressed his murderous intent. He could not act rashly at this moment, or all his efforts would be in vain. Shirin, Jack, and the others were still under the effects of the anti-magic potion and had no means of self-defense. Benjamin was startled by the killing intent in Lin's gaze, feeling a sudden jolt of alarm. The unmasked killing intent in Lin's eyes even made him feel a hint of fear. However, Benjamin quickly suppressed that fear. Lin was already in his hands, with no chance of turning the tables. Moreover, he was a powerhouse. This kid was merely a warrior-level fighter. What a meaningless threat. Benjamin chuckled lightly, as if he had discovered Lin's weakness. "It seems they are very important to you." Lin remained silent, glaring fiercely at Benjamin with a murderous look in his eyes, while the others also looked at Benjamin with anger, their eyes nearly spitting fire. Benjamin, however, paid no attention to their glares. These looks could not hurt him in the slightest. He sneered, "Lin, my patience as the city lord is limited. Don't force me to do something that you'll regret deeply. I'll give you one last chance. Think it over tonight. If I don't get what I want tomorrow, you'll witness my methods. What happened today is just an appetizer." After saying this, Benjamin walked out of the dungeon. For him, uncovering the secrets that Lin held was the most important thing. Using the Shilinwai sisters and the Great Xia Mercenary Corps to threaten Lin was merely a means to an end. He was not a person who was blinded by lust. No matter how beautiful the Shilinwai sisters were, they were just two women, not comparable to his ambitions. Once he achieved his goals, he could have any woman he wanted. In his heart, Benjamin still harbored a thought of bringing Lin under his control, partly because of his daughter Tina, and partly because he genuinely thought Lin was a talent. At just 15 or 16 years old, he already had the strength of a war master, something that was probably hard to find in the entire Jetchi Kingdom. If he wanted to seize the throne of the Jetchi Kingdom and even establish a vast empire, naturally, The more talented people he had under him, the better. Lin, how are you? Lin asked anxiously. Lin's miserable appearance made her very distressed. I'm fine, don't worry, Lin replied, forcing a smile. But his weak tone indicated that he was not as relaxed as he claimed. These minor injuries can't do anything to me. That bastard Benjamin. I must burn him to ashes, Wei said with a choked voice, gritting her teeth in anger at Benjamin. Sister Wei, don't act impulsively. Don't disrupt the plan. Lin comforted Wei, afraid that she would lose her composure. Benjamin wants me to give him a response tomorrow, which is just what I want. The hearts of everyone were burning with anger, just waiting for the effects of the magic suppression potion to wear off tonight, so they could escape and take revenge. After leaving the dungeon, Benjamin had someone summon the commander of the city guard, Edward, to the city lord's mansion. Edward was Benjamin's trusted aide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the commander of thousands of city guards. My lord, Edward saluted respectfully. Edward, the great Xia mercenary corps, has offended Princess Tina, and they have all been imprisoned in the dungeon, Benjamin said. The Yale Chamber of Commerce has close ties with the great Xia mercenary corps and is an accomplice. You are to lead the city guards to arrest everyone from the Yale Chamber of Commerce, and all their assets will be confiscated to the city lord's mansion. Yes, my lord. Edward was somewhat surprised. Wasn't it said that Lin was a longtime friend of the city lord, and that the city lord was planning to betroth Princess Tina to Lin? His son, Cam, had been disheartened after hearing the news. Why were they suddenly in prison now? Although surprised, Edward would carry out Benjamin's orders without hesitation. Also, the shops and market shares left by the Yale Chamber of Commerce can all be handed over to the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, Benjamin said indifferently. However, I need the loyalty of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. Understood, Edward nodded and then went to execute Benjamin's orders. Benjamin's gaze was deep. To achieve his ambitions, powerful financial resources were naturally essential. The Yale Chamber of Commerce and the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce were two pieces of fat meat in Minghua City, which Benjamin had long coveted. However, to maintain the fair and just image of the city lord's mansion, he had not found an excuse to act until now, using the great Xia mercenary corps as a reason to take down the Yale Chamber of Commerce. A manager rushed in, looking anxious, and shouted at Yale, "President, it's bad. A lot of city guards are outside, surrounding our chamber." What happened? Yale was startled and quickly got up, his mind racing. He hadn't done anything to violate the laws of Minghua City, nor had he offended the nobles in the city. Why would the city guards come to his door? President, I also saw Stephen from the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce with the city guards, the manager said. In an instant, Yale's face changed dramatically as he realized that this was all the doing of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. His rival Stephen, who had previously failed to bribe the Biden Thieves Guild, was now colluding with the city guards. It seemed he wanted to put Yale to death. Bang! The door of the chamber was kicked open, and a large group of city guards rushed into the Yale Chamber of Commerce. Yale saw the city guard commander, Edward, and his rival, Stephen, the president of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. Your Excellency, it's an honor to have you visit the Yale Chamber of Commerce, Yale said, forcing a smile and approaching humbly. I hope you will forgive my lack of hospitality. Yale, you colluded with the great Xia mercenary corps, and now that the matter has come to light, the city guard is here to arrest you, Stephen said triumphantly. Don't slander me, Stephen. Yale's face changed dramatically as he glared at Stephen, then turned to Edward with a forced smile. Your Excellency, please don't listen to Stephen's slander. My relationship with the great Xia mercenary corps is merely one of employment, and I haven't had any contact with them since returning to Minghua City. I hope you can investigate this matter thoroughly. Whether it's slander or not, I don't care. I'm just executing the city lord's orders, Edward said coldly. Take everyone from the Yale Chamber of Commerce away and confiscate all their assets. It's over. Yale's heart sank to the bottom of the sea, and he shouted, I'm innocent. I want to see the city lord. Chapter 106. The key. No one paid attention to Yale's cries of innocence. Soon, everyone from the Yale Chamber of Commerce was taken away, and the chamber was sealed. The Yale Chamber of Commerce, one of the two major chambers in Minghua City, had thus come to an end. Such a large action by the city guards could not be hidden from the citizens of Minghua City. After all, the Yale Chamber of Commerce was one of the two major chambers in Minghua City and had a significant reputation. Everyone was very surprised, wondering what kind of wrongdoing the Yale Chamber of Commerce had committed to provoke the city guards, leading to the arrest of all its members and the sealing of the chamber. News quickly spread that the Yale Chamber of Commerce had colluded with the great Xia mercenary corps, which had offended Princess Tina. The citizens of Minghua City still vividly remembered that the mercenary corps had publicly slapped Princess Tina at the city gate just a few days ago. No wonder the Yale Chamber of Commerce was digging its own grave. Many people were gloating over their misfortune, especially since the Yale Chamber of Commerce was extremely wealthy, and there were many who harbored resentment against the rich. At the city lord's mansion, Tina learned of Lin's punishment and, disregarding the objections of her guards, rushed to the dungeon to see Lin. Upon seeing him still hanging there, covered in blood and in a pitiful state, she immediately burst into tears. I'm sorry, Tina said, feeling heartbroken and repeatedly apologizing. It's not your fault, Sister Tina. You don't have to apologize, Lin forced a smile. Quickly let him down, Tina ordered Freed. My lady, I can't do that without the city lord's orders, Freed said awkwardly. I command you to let him down, Tina said angrily, like an enraged lioness. I just want him to feel a bit better, not to let him go. Tina was furious, and Freed felt helpless. Considering it was only letting Lin down and not letting him escape, he decided to follow Tina's wishes. Lin was laid down, and Tina carefully held Lin, lying flat on the ground. She didn't mind at all how disheveled Lin looked at that moment, even though her magnificent attire was stained with Lin's blood. Seeing Lin's pale face and extremely weak condition made her heart ache, increasing her resentment towards her father. How would he do this? How would he treat you like this? Tina said sadly, suddenly remembering something. She took out a bottle of healing potion and brought it to Lin's lips. Lin, I brought a healing potion. You must drink it. Fred, standing nearby, wanted to stop her, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. As long as the princess didn't let Lin go, he would let her do as she wished. Lin did not refuse, raising her head to drink the magical potion. The bloodthirsty vine toxin in her body was quickly expelled by more than half, and she felt much better. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use her fruit ability to heal, and it would have been quite unbearable. Sister Tina, thank you, Lin said gratefully, but what you did will upset your father. I don't care. My father is too much, Tina replied discontentedly, seeing Lin's miserable state after her punishment. Tina had already made up her mind to rescue Lin. However, getting Lin and the others out wouldn't be easy. She needed to think of a good plan. After healing Lin, Tina left the dungeon and went to find her father, Benjamin, but was stopped by Benjamin's guards, who said the Lord was busy with important matters and could not meet her right now. Angered, Tina could only stomp her feet and leave reluctantly. Lord of the city. After a while, Fred came to see Benjamin and reported what Tina had done for Lin. Benjamin's face was expressionless, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he said, let her be. Just keep an eye on her. As long as Tina doesn't let Lin and the others out, there's no need to worry. Understood, Fred replied, taking his leave. Shortly after Fred left, Edward came back to report, bringing the finances seized from the Yale Chamber of Commerce. Not bad. I didn't expect the Yale Chamber of Commerce to be so wealthy. Looking at the property list Edward provided, Benjamin was quite satisfied. Various magic crystals, magical beast materials, precious ores, elixirs, and cash were worth no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. And the many shops and properties the Yale Chamber of Commerce owned in Mingwe City could also be worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. These assets were handed over to the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce for management. In return, the president of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, Stephen, transferred 50 of the Blue Moon Chamber's shares to the Lord's office, thereby getting close to the Lord's office, which made Benjamin very satisfied with Stephen. Lord of the city, how should we deal with the people from the Yale Chamber of Commerce and its president, Yale? Edward asked. Degrade them all to slaves and send them to the mines. Benjamin said coldly. As for Yale, he still has some use. We need to extract the assets of the Yale Chamber of Commerce in other cities through him. So let's lock him up in the dungeon for now. Yale, with a face full of despair and dejection, was locked in the dungeon. His once rosy and plump face had become dull and lifeless, making him look decades older. President Yale, how did you end up here? Arno, locked in the cell next to Yale, noticed him and immediately asked. Yale, whose heart was like dead ash, raised his head when he heard Arno's voice and realized that the members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps were all locked up here. Immediately, resentment filled Yale's face. If it weren't for the Dachau Mercenary Corps, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. Yale wanted to curse, but then he bitterly smiled. Even without the Dachau Mercenary Corps, the Yale Chamber of Commerce couldn't escape this calamity. The Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce had colluded with the Lord's office, and ultimately, the Yale Chamber of Commerce could not avoid this outcome. Thinking of this, Yale's resentment toward the Dachau Mercenary Corps dissipated, and he continued to be dejected, lacking even the strength to respond. President Yale, did we drag you down? Lin asked, genuinely apologetic. Hearing Lin's apology, Yale's expression shifted slightly, regaining some anger. Knowing he couldn't escape death this time, he had no reservations and revealed everything that had happened with the Yale Chamber of Commerce. After listening, Everyone felt great sympathy for Yale's plight and developed even more disdain for Benjamin. Lin felt compassion and thought that when they escaped at night, he would also try to rescue Yale, so their acquaintance wouldn't be in vain. In the evening, Tina came to the dungeon again, bringing dinner for Lin and the others. She personally fed Lin and chased away Fred and the other guards, quietly slipping a set of keys to Lin while feeding him. Sister Tina? Lin was very surprised. These are the keys to the obsidian handcuffs, Tina whispered. Wait until midnight, and you can unlock the handcuffs and escape. Hearing this, Lin was moved. He could imagine that Tina must have taken great risks to obtain this set of keys. If Benjamin found out, he would likely show no mercy, even to his own daughter. If we are discovered when we escape, you can take me hostage. I will wait for you outside, with me in your hands. The guards of the Lord's office will be much more cautious. Chapter 107. Escape. Holding the keys, Lin was filled with mixed emotions. Tina was so devoted to him, with such pure and passionate feelings that it was impossible not to be moved. Even though Lin had decided not to get involved with anyone else after confirming his relationship with Vea, he couldn't help but feel touched. Sister Tina, you don't have to do this. I will find a way to escape, Lin said emotionally. At this moment, how could he bear to let Tina take risks for him? I am doing this willingly, Tina replied. She didn't want to see either her father or Lin get hurt, since the conflict could not be resolved. The only option was to let Lin escape from Minghua City. Lin hesitated, wanting to tell Tina that he didn't need the key at all and could leave the Lord's mansion without holding her hostage. However, considering the safety of everyone, he held back. Yet, Lin remembered Tina's kindness in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't let her be implicated. After Lin finished his meal, Tina left with a heavy heart. As time slowly passed into the evening, the effects of the anti-magic potion began to wane, and everyone felt the lost fighting spirit re-emerging within them, their faces lighting up with joy. It's time, everyone, Lin murmured as a blazing green life flame ignited around him, healing all his remaining injuries and clearing the bloodthirsty magic vine toxin from his body. Bang! With a crisp sound of breaking, the obsidian handcuffs binding Lin Rongfu shattered. Lin Rongfu burst forth like a caged tiger, his hands transforming into sharp dragon claws, and the sturdy bars of the cell crumbled like decayed wood under his grip. Vea and Usopp's, unable to contain themselves any longer, eagerly elementalized, turning into fine sand and flames, and the handcuffs and shackles that bound them clattered to the ground. Lin Rongfu arrived at Lin En's cell at the first moment, shattering the obsidian on Lin En's body. Otherwise, with Lin En's battle strength, it would have been difficult to break free. In no time, all members of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps had escaped. Captain Lin En, you guys? Yale looked at the freed members of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, his eyes wide open and his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. There's no time to explain. We'll talk outside, Lin En said, rescuing Yale as well. Great, that's wonderful. Yale, who had regained his freedom, was overwhelmed with emotion and tears of joy. He thought he was going to die in this dungeon, but unexpectedly, there was hope. At this moment, the commotion in the dungeon alerted several guards from the Lord's mansion stationed at the door. 3 guards came in to check, and, upon seeing Lin En and the others had all escaped, were immediately shocked. One guard shouted, "Not good, the prisoners have escaped. Quickly notify the Lord." Buzz. Lin's eyes narrowed as the Conqueror's Haki surged forth. The 3 bodyguards hadn't even had time to loudly warn him before they were knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki, along with several other bodyguards outside. After a while, once we exited the dungeon, I will knock out those weaker bodyguards in the City Lord's mansion. Then, Sister Sherlin, you take everyone and rush out of the mansion, creating some chaos in Minghua City to draw the attention of the city guards. Lin shared his plan, explaining that Shiren, Jack, and the others had not eaten the devil fruit, making them vulnerable to injury or even death in the battle if they were surrounded, which was something Lin did not want to see. Grandpa Fu, myself, and Sister Vea, along with Usopp, the 4 of us would go find Benjamin, and tonight, we would make a big scene at the Lord's Manor. Although Shiren and Jack wanted to fight alongside Lin and vent their frustrations about being poisoned and imprisoned, they understood that this was not the time for impulsiveness and agreed to Lin's arrangements. President Yale, what are your plans? Lin asked Yale. The Yale Chamber of Commerce is gone. I have nothing left and don't know where to go. It's good enough just to survive, Yale sighed. All right, Jack. You take President Yale and charge out of the Lord's Manor, Lin instructed, also telling everyone that if they encountered Tina, they must not harm her. After the discussion, everyone left the dungeon, with Lin and Lin Rongfu leading the way, charging out of the long corridor of the dungeon. To their surprise, the corridor was equipped with magical alarm devices, and as they rushed through, a piercing alarm sounded. The faces of the group changed slightly, and Lin shouted, "Don't worry about it. Charge out." "Not good. There's trouble in the dungeon." The guards outside the corridor of the Lord's Manor turned pale and immediately drew their weapons, focusing on the exit of the corridor while sending someone to inform Lord Benjamin. At the same time, the alarm alerted the nearby guards of the Lord's Manor, and dozens of them rushed over. Not far from the exit of the dungeon corridor, Tina was hiding in a dark corner, anxiously waiting. Seeing the guards' movements, she tensed up, staring intently at the exit, her palms sweating from gripping tightly. Boom! The iron gate was shattered by a tremendous force, sending fragments flying and knocking several guards outside. A figure charged out from the gate. The guards who were knocked back screamed, and the remaining guards' expressions changed drastically as they swung their weapons at the charging figure. The first to rush out was naturally the strongest, Lin En. Facing the dozen or so weapons coming at him, he showed no fear. His hands, transformed into dragon claws, were covered with fighting spirit, and he struck out, sending the weapons flying into the air, with guards being knocked back one after another. Then, a dozen figures rushed out from the dungeon corridor. It was Lin and the others. "The prisoners have escaped. Catch them." Dozens of guards from the Lord's Manor rushed over, led by Captain of the Guard, a warrior-level expert whose strength was on par with Tina's guard captain, Fred. Further away, more guards, alerted by the commotion, began to arrive, and soon the entire Lord's Manor was in an uproar, filled with voices and lights. Tina, hidden in the corner, was both surprised and worried for Lin upon seeing this scene. With so many guards rushing over, it would be incredibly difficult for Lin and the others to escape. Thinking of this, Tina rushed out without hesitation, implementing the plan she had discussed with Lin in the dungeon, allowing Lin to take her hostage to facilitate their escape. Buzz! The Conqueror's Haki burst forth from Lin, sweeping over the dozens of charging guards. Except for the warrior-level captain, the other guards fell unconscious one after another. To take down these guards, Lin unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to the fullest. Even those guards rushing from afar were disoriented, just as Tina had rushed out. She was also affected by the Conqueror's Haki, her eyes rolling back as she fainted to the ground. "Sister Shirin, act according to plan. You all charge outside, and I will hold back the other guards from the Lord's Manor," Lin shouted as he charged towards the approaching guards. Chapter 108. A Ruckus at the Lord's Manor. Lin was unaware that Tina had fainted from the impact of his Conqueror's Haki. Not seeing Tina appear, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had ultimately listened to his advice. "Let's go," Sherlin said in a low voice, glancing at Lin's back, and she, along with Jack and the others, headed towards the deserted direction with Yale. "Want to escape? Dream on." The only member of the Royal Guard who had not fainted from the Conqueror's Haki had now regained consciousness. Seeing Sherlin and the others attempting to flee, he immediately shouted loudly and lunged forward to intercept them. Before he could swing his knight's greatsword, a massive dragon claw suddenly appeared before him, with auras of fighting spirits swirling around it, sharper than the sword's glare. Ripping sounds echoed as the dragon claw descended, tearing through the Royal Guard captain's armor like paper, leaving several deep claw marks on his chest. His body was sent flying, blood spraying across the night sky. Lin En picked up the fallen knight's sword from the captain of the personal guard without even looking at the captain, who was lying on the ground with more than half of his life gone, and chased after Lin En. They surrounded the fleeing criminals, not allowing a single one to escape. Hundreds of personal guards from the Lord's mansion surrounded them, and a rough voice echoed through the night sky, revealing a powerful presence. It was the leader of the personal guards from the Lord's mansion, a high-level battlemaster. Judging by the depth of his aura, he was clearly just a hair's breadth away from becoming a grandmaster. After his loud shout, the personal guard leader focused on Lin En, who was running in front, and the great sword in his hand extended a 10-meter-long blade of fighting spirit, slashing down. Buzz! Lin once again unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and over 100 surrounding personal guards fell to the ground, leaving only 7 or 8 stronger guards still standing. After releasing this Conqueror's Haki, Lin felt a wave of dizziness. Having unleashed it 3 times in a row, he seemed to have overexerted himself. However, the effect was significant, as nearly 200 guards from the Lord's mansion were incapacitated. The Conqueror's Haki truly lived up to its reputation as a technique for clearing out weaklings. Unfortunately, the guards from the Lord's mansion were unable to gather together, or else the results would have been even more glorious. The leader of the mansion's personal guards was also momentarily stunned by the Conqueror's Haki, and the sword aura condensed on his great sword dissipated. He steadied himself and looked at Lin with uncertainty. What was happening? Was it some sort of mental magic? Swiftly, in a flash, taking advantage of the leader's moment of shock, Lin launched his attack, infusing his sword with Armament Haki, slashing out a pitch-black sword aura several meters long. After reaching the level of a battle master, Lin was also able to unleash sword auras. The pitch-black sword aura blended into the night, resembling a grim reaper's scythe, bringing with it a sense of danger. The personal guard leader instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, and the aura of death snapped him back to reality. He quickly channeled all his energy to block with his sword. Clang! With a loud sound, the hastily prepared defense of the personal guard leader was forced back 4 or 5 steps, his blood surging and feeling uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin was only at the initial stage of a battle master, and the gap in strength between them was immense. Otherwise, that sword would have been enough to injure him. You bold fugitive, why not surrender? After sensing Lin's true strength, the personal guard leader felt reassured and lunged towards Lin. Thinking that a mere initial stage battle master could be subdued in 10 moves and handed over to the Lord for punishment, Lin fought alongside the commander of the guards. While Vea and Usopp were also busy, the two charged towards the guards who had withstood the impact of the Conqueror's Haki. Vea slashed out a massive flame sword aura, illuminating the night sky. As the flame sword aura descended, one guard was instantly burned beyond recognition. Usopp used his fruit ability to conjure 2 desert daggers, one in each hand, wielding them with swift left and right strikes, cutting down 2 guards in the blink of an eye. The remaining guards regained their senses and hurriedly brandished their weapons to engage Vea and Usopp. At that moment, Lin Rongfu caught up from behind and saw Lin struggling against the commander of the guards. Just as he was about to step in to help, a sharp sword aura shot through the air like a silver thread, followed closely by Benjamin's rapidly approaching figure. Boom! Lin Rongfu shattered the incoming sword light with a single strike, looking at the incredibly angry and sullen Benjamin. How did you escape? Benjamin asked in a low voice, suppressing his nearly explosive rage, his demeanor like a volcano about to erupt. Woken from his sleep, he felt a surge of hatred when he heard that Lin En and the others had escaped from the dungeon. He wished he could kill the guards who were supposed to watch over the dungeon. A duck that was about to be cooked had flown away. And how could he realize his ambitions now? Benjamin was so furious that he just wanted to kill, but killing wouldn't solve anything. The most important thing now was to recapture Lin En and his group. He had already made up his mind that as long as he could catch Lin En again, he would use any means necessary to extract the secrets from him at the first opportunity, not wanting to make the same mistake again. I'll tell you when you descend into hell. When Lin Rongfu saw Benjamin, the anger in his heart surged uncontrollably, and the horrific scene of Lin En being tortured during the day involuntarily flashed through his mind. His heart boiled with killing intent as he shouted angrily and swung his sword, the fighting spirit slicing through the night sky. Arrogant, Benjamin snorted coldly, showing no fear in the face of Lin Rongfu's murderous attack. He charged forward, and the two collided, instantly causing a violent explosion that shook the luxurious manor of the Lord's residence. Quick, the fugitives are over there. A commotion of footsteps and shouts erupted as a large number of the Lord's guards rushed over, their shiny knives and guns glinting in the firelight. Seeing that his subordinates had arrived, Benjamin revealed a cold smile. Surrounded by numerous guards, Lin En and the others had no way to escape. As long as he held off Lin Rongfu, the mighty master, the remaining Lin En and the others couldn't withstand the guards' attacks. Sandification quicksand. Having dealt with several opponents earlier, Usopp saw the guards surrounding them and immediately let go of the desert treasure sword in his hand. He crouched down, pressed his hands on the ground, and softly shouted, activating the power of the Sansan fruit. The ground in front of him suddenly dried up, turning into a patch of sandy land. In the sand flowed like water, and the legs of a dozen guards who rushed into the sandy area instantly sank deep into the quicksand, unable to move. If it weren't for Usopp's insufficient strength, the range of sandification could have been larger and deeper. These guards wouldn't just have their legs stuck in the quicksand. Their entire bodies would have been swallowed by it. Flame sword. A long flame sword beam illuminated the night sky, and Vaya seized the opportunity to slash a few times, turning the guards trapped in the quicksand into fiery figures. A mage. This is bad. There's a mage among the fugitives. Someone among the guards shouted in panic, their faces filled with fear, halting before the sandy ground, unwilling to charge forward. Archers, step forward and shoot them down. Chapter 109, Nature System Versus. Magic. The term mage not only represented a noble status, but also was synonymous with power. Every high-level mage could rival an army, truly able to take on 1,000 foes. Seeing that there were mages among the fugitives, and 2 of them at that, The guards of the Lord's residence panicked and quickly called for the archers to come forward, as archers could attack from a distance and counter mages. A team of archers was quickly summoned, and 30 archers drew their bows, launching 30 arrows infused with fighting spirit that shot out like a meteor shower, enveloping Vaya and Usopp's. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed as the arrows fell, and the figures of Vaya and Usopp's dissipated, transforming into a mass of flames and swirling sand. Did they just die? Seeing the two figures disappear in the rain of arrows, the guards were both surprised and confused. They were glad that the archers had indeed countered the mages, but puzzled that these two mages seemed too weak. They died after just one round of arrows? Wait, where are the bodies? Sandification, quicksand. A low shout startled the guards who were exchanging glances, and a cloud of fine sand rose into the air, coalescing into a human shape among the 30 archers. Usopp's reappeared, pressing his hands on the ground as he activated the power of the sand fruit. This is bad. They're not dead. Many guards' faces turned pale, and before they could react, they felt the ground beneath their feet become soft, and their legs began to sink. Help! My legs are stuck. The 30 archers within the sandification range panicked, their voices filled with desperation. The bows and arrows in their hands had become mere decorations, as they had no time to attack. Whoosh! A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, and the flames that Vaya had transformed into expanded with the wind, turning into a massive firestorm that engulfed a radius of 20 to 30 meters. Within the firestorm, the Lord's guards were pierced by the scorching flames, igniting their clothes, and even their armor turned red-hot, showing signs of melting. As the flames dissipated, Via's tall and slender figure reappeared, a smile on her face as she was very satisfied with her recent achievement. She turned to Usopp's and said, "Usopp's, my flames are still more powerful, right? Oomph. If it weren't for my quicksand restricting them, could you deal with so many at once?" Usopp's retorted with a pout. Ever since they both acquired their fruit abilities, they had always been competitive, each believing that their ability was the strongest. "All right, let's compete again and see who can kill more of the remaining guards," Vaya said, already eager to try, just as I thought. Before Usopp's finished speaking, he transformed into a whirlwind of sand that swept towards the panicked guards not far away, then condensed into two massive desert treasure swords that swept out. Desert treasure sword. Usopp's, you're cheating, Vaya shouted angrily, her figure flashing as she used shave to rush into the crowd, surrounded by roaring flames, resembling a goddess of fire, her great sword sweeping and unleashing waves of flames. Cries of agony rang out as the guards who were attacked by Vaya and Usopp's suffered significant losses again, and the guards of the Lord's residence were enraged. Although mages were powerful, they were not without weaknesses. The most feared was close combat. Now, these two mages had charged into a group of warriors. Wasn't he that asking for death? Is our sword dull? The guards felt offended. Kill them. Amidst the roar, a group of guards swung their swords, channeling their fighting spirit, attempting to overwhelm Vaya and Usopp's with a flurry of attacks, vowing to turn these two arrogant mages into minced meat. However, despite countless attacks, they only managed to slash a few handfuls of fine sand and a few bursts of flames. In their pre-elemental state, the guards' attacks couldn't harm the two in the slightest. How is this possible? The guards of the Lord's residence were dumbfounded, beginning to doubt their lives. What kind of magic could turn a living person entirely into fine sand and flames? All physical attacks were ineffective, wasting a large amount of fighting spirit and resulting in nothing. Unwilling to accept defeat, the guards continued to slash at Vaya and Usopp's, but the result was the same. Their opponents remained unharmed, while their own numbers continued to dwindle, casualties rising sharply. Faced with these seemingly immortal monsters, the guards of the Lord's residence felt fear and dread. No matter how well-trained they were still human and afraid of death. Thus, they began to retreat, hastily distancing themselves from these two unkillable monsters. "Want to run? Have you asked my desert treasure sword?" Usopp shouted, wielding two several-meter-long desert treasure swords as he chased after them, feeling immensely proud of the mysterious fruit's ability given by the young master. Only he was there to deal the killing blows, without fear of being attacked by others, which felt incredibly satisfying. Vaya naturally was unwilling to fall behind and chased after him. Their competition wasn't over yet. She couldn't let Usopp take all the kills. Losing to this crying baby would be too embarrassing. What binding? Just as Vaya and Usopp were showcasing their power while pursuing the guards of the Lord's residence, a chant rang out, and several vines sprang from the ground, like spirit snakes, instantly binding Vaya and Usopp's tightly, rendering them unable to move. Caught off guard, Vaya and Usopp's didn't have time to elementalize before being firmly tied by the vines, standing still and unable to budge. There's a mage. The two were greatly shocked, realizing that they'd been too excited just now and had not noticed the presence of a magician nearby, catching them off guard. Great! It was Lord Galileo who had stepped in. The city lord's guards, who were fleeing in embarrassment, immediately cheered upon seeing the two terrifying enemies bound by vines. Galileo, the city lord's honored magician, a powerful master-level wood magician, was highly respected even by the city lord Benjamin. Piton, strangle. Galileo, dressed in a green magical robe, waved his magic wand, and two beams of light fell on Vaya and Usopp's. The vines binding them instantly thickened to the size of arms, resembling giant pythons. The vines constricted, attempting to strangle the two, just like a giant python ensnaring its prey. The immense strangling force made Vaya and Usopp's feel their bones creaking, as if they would be crushed to pieces at any moment. Elementalize. Vaya transformed into flames, while Usopp's turned into fine sand, escaping from the grip of the vines. The two, now free from their bindings, felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, they could elementalize, or else they would have been doomed. Indeed, one shouldn't be too showy. It's easy to attract lightning. Who exactly are you? Galileo looked at the two in surprise, unable to believe they could escape from his magic by turning into flames and fine sand. He began to entertain the thoughts of his guards from earlier. What kind of magic was this? As a master magician, Galileo had a wealth of experience, but had never seen such magic before. Fire and earth. Did such magic even exist? The magical aura emanating from the two was also quite peculiar, seemingly different from the usual magical fluctuations of other magicians, though Galileo couldn't pinpoint how. Furthermore, their fighting style puzzled him. It combined close-range attacks typical of warriors with magical attacks characteristic of magicians, giving off a strange, hybrid vibe. What surprised Galileo the most was the presence of fighting spirit fluctuations on these two. It was evident they were warriors, yet the magic they used indicated their identity as magicians. Were they warriors or magicians? Galileo couldn't tell, wondering if they were the legendary dual practitioners of martial and magical arts. That seemed too far-fetched. After all, legends were just legends. However, this only piqued Galileo's interest in Vaya and Usopp's. They must have a significant secret. Could this be the secret the Lord had mentioned? This was indeed intriguing, and Galileo felt a bit excited. You old man, you really hurt me just now. Usopp's grimaced, feeling a mix of fear and anger. He had been careless. Let us see if your magic is stronger or my abilities are. With that, Usopp's dashed toward Galileo. After learning the 6 styles of the Navy from Lin En, Usopp's had practiced his shave technique well, moving as swiftly as a ghost. Wood arrow technique. Galileo waved his wand, and points of green light appeared before him, transforming into arrows that shot toward Usopp's like a torrential rain. Usopp's elementalized again, dodging the arrows, and had already reached Galileo's front, where he conjured a several-meter-long desert saber, swinging it down toward Galileo. Galileo frowned slightly. The opponent's ability to turn into fine sand to dodge attacks was too perplexing. Seeing the desert saber coming, he quickly conjured a large, thick wooden shield in front of him to block the attack. Boom! The wooden shield shook, deep cuts appearing from the desert saber, but it firmly withstood the blow. With Usopp's strength, a single strike couldn't break through Galileo's defensive magic. Flame sword. A fiery sword beam struck the wooden shield, which was Vaya's attack. Fire counters wood, and the wooden shield began to burn and crumble under the flames. Galileo hurriedly retreated, shaken. The abilities of these two were too troublesome. Though they seemed to only possess the strength of advanced warriors or advanced magicians, their evasive capabilities were truly unfathomable. However, Galileo did not feel discouraged. He believed there was no such thing as an unbeatable ability. He was sure there had to be some limitations to it, otherwise they would be invincible. A tremendous magical wave emanated from Galileo, causing the lush flowers, grasses, and trees in the city lord's estate to grow wildly under the influence of his wood magic. In just a few breaths, a dense forest had formed around Galileo, turning into his home ground. Within his territory, Galileo felt confident. No matter how miraculous the abilities of the two were, he was not afraid. The battle between Vaya, Usopp's, and Galileo was quite a spectacle, catching the attention of Benjamin, who had been observing the situation closely. He was astonished by the abilities displayed by Vaya and Usopp's. as he had never seen such powers before. It was simply unheard of. Then Benjamin grew excited again. It seemed that not only Lin En had secrets, but the entire day Summer Mercenary Corps held enormous secrets. Truly, the gods were blessing him, as these secrets were being revealed right before him. You dare to fight me and still be distracted? Lin Rongfu coldly snorted, his right hand blocking Benjamin's sword strike with his long sword, while his left hand quietly transformed into a dragon claw, stealthily scratching Benjamin and leaving several claw marks on his body. Suddenly injured, Benjamin was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, staring in shock at Lin Rongfu's left hand that had turned into a dragon claw, exclaiming, "You actually have orc bloodline? Oomph. What is orc bloodline?" Lin Rongfu sneered and simply abandoned his sword. His hands transformed into thick dragon claws. His body grew a head taller, muscles bulged all over, and he appeared much larger, exuding a violent aura. The elite guards of the Lord's mansion were approaching, and the longer it dragged on, the more likely the city guards would arrive. The longer it took, the more unfavorable it would be for his side. Lin Rongfu no longer held back, preparing to defeat Benjamin as quickly as possible. Boom! The ground collapsed into a large pit as Lin Rongfu's body shot out like a cannonball, his claws slashing through the air, enveloping Benjamin's vital points. Benjamin was shocked and hurriedly swung his sword to block, realizing that Lin Rongfu's strength had increased by almost 50% after transforming, actually overpowering him, leaving him horrified and unable to focus. However, under Lin Rongfu's full-on assault, Benjamin found it extremely difficult to defend and was completely at a disadvantage, forced to go all out in defense. The battle erupting in the Lord's mansion was grand, startling the residents nearby, and naturally, the city guards heard the commotion. The commander of the city guards, Viscount Edward, immediately rushed toward the Lord's mansion with his troops. Meanwhile, Sherlin and Jack, along with others, dashed toward the less populated side of the Lord's mansion. Most of the elite guards had been drawn away by the commotion on Lin En's side, so they encountered very few people. After taking down 2 small squads of elite guards, they had already burst out of the Lord's mansion and onto the street outside. Clatter! Clatter! A rhythmic sound of footsteps came from the distant street as a squad of armored city guards quickly ran toward the Lord's mansion. The city guards were mobilized. Yale shouted in panic. Sherlin quickly led her people to hide in the shadows, waiting for the squad of city guards to pass before emerging. Deputy Commander, the city guards are heading to the Lord's mansion. It's dangerous for the commander and the others, Jack said worriedly. Should we fight our way back? Jack, you take the others and leave the city first. I'll stay here to support Lin En and the others, Sherlin replied, surprised at the speed of the city guards. Feeling a bit worried, Jack could only take Arno and the others out of the city, while Sherlin continued to hide in the shadows, waiting to assist Lin En and the others. Soon after, another squad of city guards arrived, led by Commander Viscount Edward. If Edward and Benjamin teamed up with 2 powerful masters, Lin En and the others would truly be in danger. Sherlin felt anxious, wishing she could rush back to the Lord's mansion, but ultimately, she held back, staying outside to provide support. Inside the Lord's mansion, Lin En was engaged in an intense battle with the leader of the elite guards. Relying on the mysterious techniques of the Navy 6 forms, the 2 fought fiercely without giving an inch. I really underestimated you. A mere initial stage battle master can actually fight me for so long, the elite guard leader shouted, his face showing signs of losing composure. Next, I will use all my strength. Be careful not to die. That's what I wanted to say to you. Please be careful. Don't blame me if you die. Lin En replied coldly, his expression stern. He was already surrounded by over 100 elite guards, while Vea and Usopp were blocked by a magician. If this dragged on, the situation would become dire. Chapter 111. Fierce battle. Lin's words angered the captain of the guards. It was already humiliating for him to be in such a situation against a junior warrior, and this kid still spoke arrogantly, truly thinking that he, a high-level warrior, was easy to deal with. Arrogant. The captain of the guards, unable to contain his rage, let out a loud roar. The sword's aura surged violently, and he spun like a top, wielding his knight's great sword in wide arcs, unleashing waves of sword light that swept towards Lin like a raging wind. Whirlwind slash. The ferocious sword light swept across, creating a powerful gust of wind, forming a tornado around the captain of the guards. The surrounding flowers, trees, and stones were all shattered, torn apart by the fierce wind. Seeing the captain of the guards unleash his ultimate move, the nearby guards retreated even further, shocked by the scene, their faces filled with horror. One sword style, Iato, Lion's Dirge. Lin charged towards the tornado, slashed by the captain of the guards. Like a moth flying into a flame, confronting the natural disaster with his tiny human body, unwavering. The Lion's Elegy, an advanced technique of the one-sword style. Aido is a technique of the swordsman Rorinoa Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates, capable of unleashing a powerful attack without the need for the build-up required by the basic Aido. The dark sword aura, entwined with Armament Haki, flashed like black lightning as Lin and the captain of the guards passed each other. Boom! The raging tornado was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, the violent winds scattering everywhere, whipping Lin's hair and pants. 5 meters behind Lin, the captain of the guards came to a halt, still gripping his knight's greatsword, but his face showed shock as he looked down at his chest. Disbelief written all over his face. Ofthe. The armor on his chest cracked open, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the captain of the guards fell backward heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When Lin was still a high-level warrior, his Aido attack had already surpassed the limits of a great warrior, let alone now that he had advanced to a great warrior. The power of his Aido was already approaching that of a mid-tier great warrior, making it impossible for the captain of the guards to withstand, who could only succumb to this sword strike in regret. Captain defeated? Impossible. How could this happen? But the captain is a high-level great warrior. What kind of monster is this kid? He should only be a low-level great warrior. The guard around the Lord's mansion were dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. The strongest captain, besides the Lord, had actually been defeated. The guards looked at Lin in fear, swallowing hard, gripping their weapons tightly, but their legs trembled slightly, not daring to step forward. After unleashing an attack far beyond his own strength, Lin also felt a wave of weakness. Fortunately, the captain of the guards was severely injured and lost combat ability. Otherwise, facing such a strong opponent would have been quite difficult. The fact that the surrounding guards did not take the opportunity to attack also relieved him, allowing him to recover his strength. At this moment, Sister Lin and the others should have already rushed out of the Lord's mansion. The commotion in the Lord's mansion had likely alerted the city guards, who were probably on their way there now. Lin, where's Princess Tina? At that moment, a guard from the Lord's mansion ran over, loudly questioning Lin. It was indeed Fred, the captain of Tina's guard. When the chaos in the Lord's mansion first erupted, Fred realized that Princess Tina was missing and was instantly alarmed. If anything happened to Tina, he, as the captain of the guards, would certainly face the Lord's wrath. In a panic, Fred searched everywhere, but found no trace of Tina. Thinking of Tina's feelings for Lin, Fred speculated that Tina might have come to find Lin, so he rushed over to inquire. Fred's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Lin and his group had harmed Princess Tina, he would never let them go, even at the cost of his life. Tina is missing? Lin was startled. Could something have happened? Seeing Fred's anxious and serious expression, Lin knew that Fred must not be lying. Remembering that Tina had said she would wait outside the dungeon. Could it be that she was knocked out by his conqueror's haki? It wasn't impossible. I haven't seen her. Have you looked everywhere? She might be near the dungeon exit, Lin said. Upon hearing this, Fred realized he hadn't searched that area thoroughly and worried about Tina's safety. He didn't have time to pay attention to Lin and hurriedly ran towards the dungeon exit. As Fred rushed over, he saw his fallen guards and quickly began searching them one by one. Finally, he found Tina in a corner. After checking, he discovered that she had only fainted and had no other injuries, so he felt relieved and quickly carried Tina back to her room. Meanwhile, Lin surveyed the surroundings and saw that Lin Rongfu had the upper hand in his battle against Benjamin, who could only defend himself with difficulty and would likely be defeated soon. Meanwhile, Vea and Usopp were struggling to maintain a stalemate against the Wood Element Mage. Although the mage couldn't handle their elemental forms, his defense was impeccable, rendering Vea and Usopp's attacks futile. In the distance, the sound of thundering footsteps grew louder, clearly audible in the night. A large number of city guards were rushing over. Vea, Usopp, it's time to retreat, Lin shouted as he dashed towards the areas of combat. Vea and Usopp were already considering a retreat as their stamina and energy were severely depleted. Both were only high-level warriors and couldn't withstand the toll of such a large-scale battle. Upon hearing Lin's words, the two immediately elementalized to break free from Galileo's entanglement and began to retreat. Don't think you can escape. Treant, arise, Galileo shouted, waving his magic staff, causing the surrounding trees to coalesce into a giant Treant over 10 meters tall. The Trent's massive arms swung towards Vea and Usopp. After battling for so long, Galileo had become familiar with their fighting styles and had figured out some of their weaknesses. Elementalization was very taxing and had to be done in advance. If one didn't notice an incoming attack or reacted too slowly, they could be harmed. At this moment, after an exhausting battle, Vea and Usopp's responses were not as sharp as they had been at the beginning, making it the perfect time for Galileo to turn defense into offense. Armament Haki, Iron Block. Lin's figure appeared in front of the tree man, holding his sword horizontally with both hands before the giant fist that the tree man swung down. Boom! The tree man's massive fist, as large as a round table, struck against the blade of Lin's sword, producing a tremendous roar. And a gust of wind surged through the air, kicking up dust and scattering countless broken branches and leaves. The immense force knocked Lin backward, leaving two several-meter-long grooves in the ground made by his legs. Chapter 112. Escape the overwhelming power, even though Lin used armed color haki and iron block defense. Still left him feeling them all over, his blood boiling, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This tree man is powerful. Young master, Lin's brother, Usopp and Vea exclaimed, wanting to turn back to help Lin. You two go first and meet up with Sister Sherlin and the others. I'll handle this big wooden guy, Lin shouted. Seeing that Lin was okay, the two felt relieved. They knew just how strong Lin's recovery ability was. Vea said, then be careful. After that, Vea and Usopp rushed toward the outside of the Lord's mansion. The surrounding guards of the Lord's mansion saw the two trying to escape and immediately attacked them. After defeating a dozen guards, Vea and Usopp found themselves surrounded. They had already exhausted too much energy from the ongoing battle and could no longer elementalize at all, putting them in a dire situation. Seeing this, Lin summoned the Amethyst Lion King from his pet space. Lion King, take Vea and Usopp and charge out. Roar. The Amethyst Lion King let out a mighty roar, leaping into the crowd and knocking several guards away with a powerful pounce, leaving their fates unknown. It then opened its massive mouth and unleashed a torrent of purple flames, turning several guards into charred remains. The sudden appearance of the Amethyst Lion King terrified the guards, causing them to turn pale. Its imposing size and fierce attacks made them tremble with fear, and they all tried to dodge, not daring to approach. Vea and Usopp quickly jumped onto the back of the Amethyst Lion King. With another roar, the lion exerted its strength and leaped up, carrying the two of them as it dashed toward the outside of the Lord's mansion, with many guards not daring to pursue. You are actually a summoner? Galileo looked at Lin in surprise. This young man not only took the tree man's attack head-on and seemed unfazed after spitting blood, but he could also summon such a powerful magical beast. This made Galileo suspect that Lin was a summoning magician, as only summoners could summon magical beasts out of thin air. Other magicians or warriors could contract magical beasts, but they couldn't summon them directly. However, from Lin, Galileo did not sense any fluctuations of fighting spirit or magic power. How'd he do it? Even if he used a hidden power method, he couldn't hide the fluctuations of fighting spirit and magic power when making a move. It was all too strange. Galileo felt there were too many things he couldn't understand about this group. Just consider me a summoned beast, Lin smiled. After Vea and Usopp left, he had no more concerns and could leave at any time. Galileo frowned. What did he mean by just consider me? Was this really okay to be so dismissive? If it is, then it is. If it isn't, then it isn't. Angered in his heart, Galileo stopped speaking, deciding to test this kid's abilities first. Perhaps he could glean some insights from it. Boom, boom, boom. The towering tree man charged toward Lin with heavy footsteps, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its gigantic fist came crashing down, creating a shockwave in the air that produced a thunderous roar. Shave. Lin used a dodge to evade the Trent's attack. He had just taken a punch from the tree ant and was well aware of its immense strength. He wouldn't be foolish enough to take another hit. The Trent's fist crashed into the ground with a loud bang, sending dust flying and creating a several-meter-deep pit in the ground. Too slow. It's not easy to hit me. Lin chuckled softly, and his figure appeared in front of Galileo, striking with the sword Wado Ikamanji. Wood shield. Bind the wood. Galileo quickly used the wood shield to block Lin's slash, while countless vines danced around him like serpents, entangling towards Lin. Galileo had observed Lin's battles and noted that he had never used elemental abilities. If Lin did not possess such abilities, then the binding of these vines would be effective against him. The wood shield was shattered by a single strike, and at that moment, numerous vines wrapped around him. Lin swung the Wado Ikamanji, cutting through the encroaching vines, but for every few he severed, more vines would come to entangle him. As long as Galileo's magical power was not exhausted, the vines would never cease. Lin could only dodge back, retreating to more than 20 meters away, frowning as he looked at Galileo. The Archmage was indeed difficult to deal with. Who said that mages were not good at close combat? That must be a mediocre mage. The wood element mage in front of him was quite strong. Truly impressive for an archmage, Lin exclaimed sincerely. Little brother, you are quite remarkable as well, Galileo said with a graceful smile. Lin's speed was very fast, and his attacks were strong, but he lacked the ability to elementalize. As long as he could defend against Lin's speed, he would remain undefeated. Lin was not in a hurry to attack, contemplating whether to use the Lion's Lament skill again. Galileo was just a mage. His magical defense could not withstand attacks of master-level strength. However, using the skill again would consume too much energy, and he was still in danger, so that would not be a wise choice. Just as Lin and Galileo were at a standoff, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Benjamin was nearing its end, with a victor about to emerge. Benjamin's strength was already slightly inferior, and after Lin Rongfu used his fruit ability, his combat power increased significantly, making Benjamin even less of a match. After barely holding on for dozens of moves, a large chunk of flesh was clawed off his shoulder by Lin Rongfu's dragon claw, injuring the bone and rendering one of his arms temporarily useless. With his arm incapacitated, he had lost more than half of his combat power. Benjamin was filled with dread and quickly retreated, intending to fall back among his guards. Lin Rongfu harbored deep hatred for Benjamin and immediately pursued him, determined to kill Benjamin to vent his anger. Protect the Lord Mayor. Seeing Benjamin in danger, the guards of the mayor's residence fearlessly rushed forward to block Lin Rongfu's path. Lin Rongfu's claws were like the wind, tearing apart 7 or 8 guards into pieces. Yet these guards still did not step back. Lin Rongfu shouted angrily, showing no mercy as his claws struck down one by one of his personal guards. Lord City Master, Galileo exclaimed in shock, unable to attend to Lin En, and hurriedly ran over to rescue Benjamin. Lin naturally hated Benjamin to the bone and wished he could kill him. However, when he thought of Tina, he hesitated. If he killed Benjamin, Tina would definitely be heartbroken. Despite her deep feelings for him, Lin couldn't bear to kill her father. A large number of city guards had already arrived at the Lord's mansion, and Lin could sense a strong aura rushing toward him. It must be the commander of the city guards, Edward. Once surrounded, a fierce battle was inevitable. Grand Buffalo, spare Benjamin's life, we must go, Lin shouted. Hearing Lin's call, although unwilling, Lin Rongfu had no choice but to let Benjamin go. He also sensed Edward's rapidly approaching presence, so he quickly flew to Lin's side, and the two of them left quickly. At that moment, the Lord's personal guards were tightly surrounding Benjamin, and no one pursued Lin and Lin Rongfu. Chapter 113. Flying out of Mingwest City after receiving the news, Edward immediately brought his troops to the Lord's mansion. But he was still a step too late. Not only was Lord Benjamin seriously injured, but all the members of the Daxia Mercenary Corps had also escaped. My lord, I apologize for arriving late, Edward said as he flew to Benjamin's side. Galileo was using magic to heal Benjamin's wounds. Although wood-type mages weren't particularly strong in combat, they excelled at healing. After his treatment, Benjamin's injuries stabilized, but his arm would be unusable for a short time. It's not your fault. It was the Lord's negligence, Benjamin said with a dark expression. Lin and the others escaping from the dungeon was indeed unexpected. He had great confidence in the obsidian handcuffs. Even if the effect of the anti-magic potion wore off, they shouldn't have been able to break free. Could it be that someone let them out? Benjamin immediately thought of his daughter Tina. Tina had deep feelings for that Lin kid. She might have secretly released him. Moreover, since the chaos began, he hadn't seen Tina at all and didn't know where she had gone. Thinking that his daughter might have ruined his plans, Benjamin's expression grew even darker. Edward, seal the city gates and have the city guards search thoroughly. The Daxia Mercenary Corps must not escape. They must be captured, Benjamin commanded. Before I came, I had already ordered the gates to be sealed, Edward replied. I will personally lead the search now to ensure they have no way to escape. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded in approval of Edward. Truly, he relied heavily on Edward, who not only was powerful but also experienced and thorough in his actions. The Daxia Mercenary Corps is very strong. That Lin Rongfu isn't even my match. You must be extra careful, Benjamin reminded. He did not want anything to happen to his trusted subordinate. Rest assured, my lord, I will be careful, Edward replied. Benjamin instructed Edward and Galileo to search for Lin and the others, and after returning to the hall of the Lord's mansion, he immediately ordered his personal guard to summon Fried. Fried, where is Tina? Benjamin asked with a dark face. My lord, the princess is unconscious and currently in her room, Fried said, not daring to conceal anything and recounting where and how he found Tina. After listening, Benjamin fell silent. He didn't know if Tina had released Lin and the others, Logically, Tina shouldn't have been able to fool the dungeon guards into letting him go. Now that Tina was unconscious, Benjamin had no choice but to wait until she woke up to find out. Freed, after Tina wakes up, you must keep a close watch on her. She cannot leave the Lord's mansion for even a step during this time. Yes, my lord, Freed responded. Lin and Lin Rongfu rushed out of the Lord's mansion and quickly disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the city gate. After running for a while, they heard the sound of fighting ahead and saw the massive figure of the Amethyst Lion King from a distance. Shilin, Weiya, Yusapusi, and the Amethyst Lion King were surrounded by hundreds of city guards, fighting desperately. Although the city guards were not strong, their numbers were overwhelming, and there were 2 Battlemaster-level centurions among them. The 3 people and 1 beast fought valiantly, but could not break free from the encirclement. Kill! Without saying a word, Lin and Lin Rongfu charged into the city guards, taking down a number of unprepared guards and creating a gap in the encirclement. Sister Shilin, hurry! Lin shouted. Upon seeing Lin and Lin Rongfu arrive, everyone was very happy, and their anxious hearts were put at ease as they quickly gathered towards Lin, who was unimpeded by the city guards. With Lin and Lin Rongfu covering their retreat, they broke through the encirclement of the city guards. Because the Amethyst Lion King size was too conspicuous, Lin had a store in the pet space, and then the group slipped into the darkness, disappearing from the guard's sight. Meanwhile, Jack and the others brought Yale to the city gate, only to find the entrance heavily guarded. 300 city guards had their weapons drawn, and even though the city gate was closed at night with no one entering or exiting, they remained vigilant, watching their surroundings. The defenses are too tight. There's no chance. Arnold muttered. Jack furrowed his brow, realizing that they couldn't charge through, let alone open the gate. We'll have to wait for the captain and the others to arrive, he said helplessly. The group had no other options. Although Yale was most familiar with Minghua City, he was the weakest and couldn't think of a solution. So they could only hide in the shadows and wait to see if the guards would let their guard down. An hour later, Lin and the others arrived at the city gate, surprised to see the tight defenses, indicating that the city guards had been prepared. Captain, you all came out. Jack and the others in the shadows spotted Lin's group and were very happy, quickly revealing themselves to join Lin. Is everyone all right? Seeing that everyone had experienced a tough battle and suffered some injuries but no casualties, Lin was very pleased. Captain, the brothers are all here, Jack said. But the guards at the gate are too strict. We can't get out. There must be city guards searching for us inside the city. If we don't leave soon, we'll be discovered eventually, Jack added. Captain Lin, I have a secret property inside the city where we can hide temporarily, Yale said. As a savvy businessman, he naturally understood the importance of having multiple escape routes. He had prepared a safe place. But the city guards had acted too quickly and captured him before he could use it. No need. We'll leave the city now, Lin said. What if the gate is blocked? I could just fly out. I'm a man with wings. Let's go find a part of the city wall without guards. The group quietly left the city gate and found a spot under the city wall, far away from the gate, where there were no guards stationed. Those city guards did pass by occasionally on patrol. When Lin and Lin Rongfu revealed their massive wings, the members of the Dacia Mercenary Corps were unfazed, but Yale, seeing it for the first time, was left speechless. After going back and forth between the city, the group safely exited Minghua City. Meanwhile, inside the city, a large number of city guards were still searching for Lin and the others, causing unrest throughout Minghua City at night, with the citizens locking their doors in fear. Captain Lin, I owe you my life, Yale expressed his gratitude. Overjoyed to have regained his freedom, Yale knelt before Lin to thank him. When he was locked in the dungeon of the Lord's mansion, he truly thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he had turned his fate around. Yale, you don't need to be so formal. It was just a simple act, Lin replied. Yale understood that for Lin, saving him might have been a trivial matter, but to him, it was a life-saving grace that was worth any repayment. Thus, he did not immediately get up, but continued, Captain Lin, I have a request. My family has also been captured by the city guards, and I sincerely ask you to rescue them. Chapter 114. Re-entering Minghua City, having witnessed the strength of the Dacia Mercenary Corps and Lin Rongfu's ability to fly over the city walls, Yale, who had originally lost hope for his captured family, reignited his hope. Yale, don't be unreasonable. We've already gone to great lengths to save you. Don't you know how dangerous Minghua City is right now? Jack scolded. You still want our captain to take risks for your family? This is repaying kindness with enmity. I know my request is indeed excessive, but I'm really out of options, Yale cried. Although my business headquarters is in Minghua City, I have shops and assets in several other cities, totaling about 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. I'm willing to give all of this to Captain Lin as a reward for rescuing my family. Hearing this, Lin's eyes lit up. It wasn't he that he was greedy for money, but rather the system demanded gold. 340,000 gold coins could buy a lot of magic crystals and could potentially convert into system energy to purchase another devil fruit. Yale, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy, Lin said, licking his lips. Seeing Lin show interest, Yale was overjoyed and continued. My properties in Mingwest City have been sealed by the Lord S Mansion, but they should have been handed over to the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce for management. The Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce is not weaker than my Yale Chamber of Commerce. I'm willing to draw a map of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce's storage location. When Captain Lin rescues my family, you can conveniently visit their storage as well. You're sure to find something good. Yale threw out another huge bait, and Lin's eyes immediately sparkled. Yale, I agree. Lin said, quickly draw the map. Yale was very excited and immediately drew the map for Lin. Lin, are you really planning to go into the city to rescue Yale as family? Shalene asked worriedly. Since I promised Yale, of course I will, Lin smiled, knowing Shalene was worried about him. He reassured her, Sister Shalene, don't worry. With my abilities, no one in Mingwest City can stop me if I want to escape. Seeing Lin's determined attitude, Shalene didn't press further. Considering Lin's capabilities, even if he couldn't win a fight, he could fly. There were no saint-level experts in Mingwest City, and once he soared into the sky, no one could keep him from escaping, so she felt relieved. After fighting all night, everyone was exhausted and needed rest. Lin didn't rush to enter the city to rescue anyone. Instead, they found a temporary base on a mountain outside the city to rest well for the night. The next morning, Mingwest City regained its vitality. But the previous night's chaos had been too great, with a battle erupting in the Lord S Mansion and city guards searching the entire city. The citizens of Mingwest City began to gossip quietly. Have you not yet found any trace of Lin and the others? Benjamin asked in a deep voice, looking extremely impatient. No, Edward replied. I'm incompetent. Please forgive me, my lord. Useless. With so many city guards and an entire night, you couldn't find a single person. Do you think they can fly out with wings? Benjamin shouted angrily, slamming the table, which caused him to wince in pain from his shoulder injury. What Benjamin didn't know was that he was right. Lin and the others had indeed flown out with wings. My lord, all the city gates are heavily guarded, and there is no movement. They must still be inside the city. Edward said, continue to lock the city gates and search the entire city. Benjamin replied, issue a bounty. Anyone who provides information on the whereabouts of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps will be generously rewarded by the lord of the city. Yes, rest assured, my lord. As long as they are still within the city, I will definitely find them, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Edward signed a military order. In another room of the Lord's mansion, Princess Tina sat anxiously, her pretty face filled with worry and impatience. After waking up from her coma, she immediately asked Farid about what happened last night. Upon learning that Lin and the others had escaped, a heavy stone in her heart was lifted. However, when she found out that the city guards had been deployed to lock the gates and search for Lin and the others, she couldn't help but feel worried again. Impatient, Tina wanted to go out, but Farid informed her that she was under house arrest by the Lord and could not leave the mansion, leaving her with no choice but to sit in the room, secretly worrying and praying that Lin would not be caught by the city guards. As the day passed, the city guards had not found any clues about the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Benjamin exploded in anger within the Lord's mansion, causing the Lord's personal guards to tremble in fear. By late at night, the moonlit city was shrouded in darkness. Lin spread his wings and quietly flew into Mingwest City, landing inside and hiding in the shadows, heading towards the headquarters of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, according to the map drawn by Yale. Yale's family was likely locked up in the city guard's prison, and going to rescue them first would create a huge commotion. Lin decided to first raid the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce's warehouse before rescuing people from the city guard's prison. Before long, Lin had infiltrated the headquarters of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. The guards here were not very strict, as it was just a trading company. Lin had no signs of fighting spirit or magical fluctuations on him, so as long as he acted carefully, the not-so-powerful guards of the merchant team would not notice him at all. Arriving at the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce's warehouse, Lin noticed that the number of guards had increased significantly, and there were lights on inside. Looking in, he could see 2 or 3 people counting the valuables. Seeing this, Lin was overjoyed. He had thought that the warehouse's door would be sturdy and would require considerable effort to open. But unexpectedly, there were people inside. It was simply a stroke of luck. Buzz! Lin approached the warehouse door and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The 7 or 8 guards at the entrance of the warehouse, overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, were even more powerless than the city lord's personal guards, immediately rolling their eyes and fainting to the ground. The people inside the warehouse noticed the commotion outside and were about to take action when the Conqueror's Haki surged in, causing them to faint as well. Lin swaggered into the warehouse and saw it filled with various goods and magic crystals, her lips almost quivering with tears of happiness. Not to mention the various ores, herbs, and materials for magical beasts. Just the magic crystals alone filled several boxes, with all different levels. It's worth noting that the goods in the warehouse weren't just from the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. They also included those seized from the Yale Chamber of Commerce, gathering the goods of 2 major chambers, which were quite valuable. Mine, all mine. Lin waved his hand, and all the items in the storage room were collected into the system backpack. The capacity of the system backpack was enormous, so fitting these items was not a problem at all. Soon, the storage room became empty, enough to starve a mouse. Lin satisfiedly withdrew her hand, but felt something was still missing. After thinking for a while, she realized that she had only collected various goods and magic crystals, but not a single gold coin was in the storeroom. How could that be? After all the trouble to get in here, she couldn't let the gold coins slip away. Lin's gaze fell on a few people who had fainted in the storeroom. Chapter 115. Looting the Lord's Manor on one of the men's hands, Lin saw a ring. She leaned down and took the ring off. It was indeed a space ring, filled with quite a few items, primarily gold coins. A rough glance showed there were hundreds of thousands. She had struck it rich. Lin happily took the space ring for herself. This kind of no-cost deal was simply too enjoyable, a huge profit. Unfortunately, such opportunities were not common. Lin still had her principles. She couldn't just fleece people because they had money. Stephen, the president of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, colluded with the Lord's Manor to frame the Yale Chamber of Commerce. This Stephen was certainly not a good person. Since he had emptied the storeroom of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, Lin felt no psychological pressure. Recalling what Yale had said before about Stephen being involved in the capture of members of the Yale Chamber of Commerce, Lin thought this guy might know where Yale's family was being held. The person with the space ring should be Stephen, so she planned to wake him up and extract information from him. Why did I faint? Stephen, just awakened by Lin, was still a bit dazed, wondering why he suddenly collapsed while counting goods. When he saw 2 of his subordinates lying nearby, he immediately jolted awake, realizing something was wrong. He looked around and saw the empty storeroom, which could starve a rat. Stephen's face immediately turned pale. He instinctively looked at his left hand and realized it was over. The space ring was gone. Stephen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. After decades of hard work, he had finally taken down his arch-rival, the Yale Chamber of Commerce. Just when he was about to celebrate, he was robbed clean. This was going to cost him dearly. Hey, stop looking. A voice startled Stephen. His heart raced as he turned to see Lin smiling at him. It's you, isn't it? You stole my goods and my space ring. Stephen shouted. You guessed right. It's me, Lin said with a smile, not minding Stephen's attitude. After taking so much money from him, it was acceptable if he was a bit rude. You thief. Give it back, give it back. Stephen got up and charged at Lin, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted in rage, as if Lin were his father's killer. Slap. A loud slap knocked Stephen to the ground. Lin said, Are you awake now? If not, I can help you again. The intense pain on his face brought Stephen back to reality. He realized his situation. He was at someone else's mercy. And it wasn't about whether he could get his money back anymore, but whether he could save his life. I'm awake, Stephen said in panic, having recognized Lin. The bounty posted by the Lord's Manor was everywhere in Ming West City. Everyone knew who he was. I ask you, where's Yale's family being held? Lin inquired. Yale's family? Stephen's heart trembled. Lin had come for Yale's family? That damn fat guy. Stephen hated Yale to the bone. Some of the more capable members of the Yale Chamber of Commerce had been taken for his own use, while most others had been sent to the mines by the Lord's Manor. As for Yale's family, Stephen, who harbored deep hatred for Yale, had privately killed them all once he had colluded with the Lord's Manor to completely uproot the Yale Chamber of Commerce. He believed in leaving no traces behind. Stephen was familiar with this business. However, he could never have imagined that Yale, who had been imprisoned in the Lord's Manor's dungeon, would somehow have a chance to turn the tables and escape. It was utterly unreasonable. They have all been demoted to slaves and sent to the mines, Stephen said. Lin saw the flicker in his eyes and realized he wasn't telling the truth. He then unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate Stephen, controlling the intensity so that it wouldn't knock Stephen out again, and asked sternly, confess honestly, or I'll kill you for a single lie. Under the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's Haki, Stephen felt immense fear, his mind hazy and trembling. He stammered, Yale's family is dead. I killed them all. What? Lin was furious upon hearing this. His emotional upheaval caused him to lose control of his conqueror's haki, knocking Stephen out again. Now Lin found himself in a dilemma. Stephen had killed Yale's family, and he didn't know how to break the news to Yale. This guy was too miserable. However, Stephen was indeed despicable and cruel. Not only did he ruin the Yale Trading Company, but he also killed Yale's entire family. This level of commercial competition was excessive. Sighing, Lin decided to kill Stephen with a single sword strike for Yale's sake, avenging him in a way, but it was too easy for Stephen, dying peacefully in his unconscious state without any pain. Originally, he had come to the city to save people, and now there was no one to save. It was still early, so Lin thought about whether he should pay a visit to the Lord's mansion. Benjamin had plotted against him, and he couldn't let him off easily. Perhaps he could sneak around the Lord's mansion's storeroom? After doing no-cost deal once, he found it somewhat addictive. With that thought, Lin stealthily approached the Lord's mansion. Upon arrival, he noticed that the guards were much tighter than before, with the patrolling personal guards almost nonstop. It seemed that Benjamin had set them up to cause trouble again. However, this didn't stump Lin. After evading the patrolling guards, he quietly infiltrated the Lord's mansion, but soon found himself confused. He didn't know where the storeroom was, and in this situation, he couldn't search openly. What a blunder. Was he really going to give up just like that? Lin felt a bit reluctant. If only he had observation haki, it would be much easier to scout the situation instead of feeling blind as he did now. He was quite troubled, unsure of when the system would grant him observation haki. Without it, Lin had to calm down and observe the patrol patterns of the personal guards. Generally, the areas under strict surveillance were likely to be important ones, such as the bedrooms of the Lord Benjamin and the storerooms for significant items. After lurking in the shadows for almost half an hour, Lin discovered a place that was the most heavily guarded besides the main building of the Lord's mansion. It was very likely to be the storeroom. So, Lin quietly moved over, observing the 20 or so personal guards surrounding the heavy door. He felt a bit skeptical. It seemed that getting in wouldn't be easy. Even if he used his conqueror's haki to knock out these guards, he still couldn't open the heavy door. If he forcibly broke it down, the loud noise would definitely alert the entire Lord's mansion. Should he go for it? Chapter 116, New Team Member. The storeroom of the Balloon Moon Trading Company was already astonishing. The storeroom of the Lord's mansion surely wouldn't be worse, right? Thinking about the incredible wealth that might be in the Lord's storeroom, Lin couldn't help but feel excited, even though the guards were strict ahead. He was still itching to move. If he pulled off this heist, it would be quite profitable. He might not only be able to buy several devil fruits, but also upgrade a few skills. With that thought, Lin made up his mind to go for it. Who says the system demands money? Besides, he couldn't let Benjamin off easily. He could take it as compensation, since Benjamin was unwilling to provide it. He would take himself. Buzz. The powerful conqueror's haki erupted, charging towards the guards around the storeroom's door. One by one, the guards rolled their eyes and fell limp. A captain-level guard withstood the impact of the conqueror's haki, swaying unsteadily. This feeling was familiar to him. It was Lin, the captain of the guard who had experienced the conqueror's haki last night, immediately reacted, quickly assuming a combat stance and preparing to call for backup. Aye. A flash of black blade cut through, and before the captain had the chance to shout, he was slashed down. Lin's figure appeared at the door of the warehouse, and he breathed a sigh of relief, having taken care of it without causing too much commotion. He glanced at the sturdy door of the warehouse. Knowing that these guards definitely wouldn't have the key to it, it seemed that he would have to break the door open with force. One sword style Iaido, Lin drew his sword and struck again with the Dao E character, delivering a blow comparable to that of a master warrior, instantly splitting the warehouse door in two, which collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of other guards. Lin swiftly slipped into the room. Upon entering, he found that it was indeed the warehouse of the Lord's mansion, filled with a large number of weapons, armor, and other equipment for the guards, as well as many boxes. Lin didn't have time to check what was inside the boxes. He stuffed everything into his system backpack, leaving Benjamin with nothing. After leaving the warehouse, Lin saw that several guards were already approaching. Instead of using his flying ability to escape immediately, he blended into the shadows and moved away into the distance. Soon, the guards who heard the noise arrived at the warehouse and found a pile of unconscious guards at the entrance. They immediately raised the alarm and went to report to Lord Benjamin. Lin, I will kill you. Before long, Benjamin also arrived. Seeing the empty warehouse, his face darkened to the point where it could drip water, and his chest nearly exploded with rage. That bastard Lin had gone too far. The sight of the fallen guards was a tactic only Lin would employ. Benjamin could hardly guess it was Lin's doing. What he didn't expect was that Lin had pulled a surprise attack, stealing everything from his warehouse. Before long, the large lord's mansion would probably face a shortage of supplies. Fortunately, he had seized all the assets of the Yale Chamber of Commerce in Ming West City yesterday and moved them to the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce. With that money, the lord's mansion wouldn't have to live too frugally. Thinking of this brought Benjamin a bit of comfort. If he knew that the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce's warehouse had also been wiped clean by Lin, he might really have died of anger. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the guards were drawn to the commotion at the warehouse, Lin quietly approached Tina's room. He planned to check on Tina's current situation to see if she had been targeted by Benjamin. He also intended to say goodbye before leaving Mingwa City. However, when he saw Fred guarding the door without leaving an inch, Lin had to give up this idea. He quietly exited the Lord's mansion and spread his wings to fly out of Mingwa City at a spot with no guards. When he returned to the temporary camp in the mountains, everyone was relieved to see Lin return safely. However, when they saw that Lin was alone, they had a bad premonition, especially Yale, whose face turned pale. "Yale, I'm sorry, I couldn't save your family," Lin said apologetically. "Forget it, it's not your fault. It's just their bad luck," Yale replied bitterly. "It's not that I didn't want to save them, but I arrived too late. Your family has all been killed by Stephen," Lin said. Although this was an incredibly cruel piece of news, Lin felt Yale had the right to know about his family. The cruel news struck Yale like a bolt from the blue. He was left in shock, tears streaming silently down his face. In an instant, he seemed like a walking corpse, devoid of any energy. Seeing Yale in such deep sorrow, everyone felt a pang of sadness. The pain of losing all family members was heart-wrenching, and no one knew how to comfort Yale. After a long time, Yale finally broke into loud sobs, his heart-wrenching cries bringing tears to the eyes of those who heard him. "Yale, I have killed Stephen. Consider it revenge for your family," Lin said when Yale's emotions had calmed down slightly. "Thank you, Captain Lin, for avenging my family," Yale said gratefully. He knelt down, crying, and knocked his head several times, causing large bumps to form on his forehead. Yale sincerely thanked Lin for killing Stephen. Otherwise, given his current situation and abilities, he wouldn't even be able to seek revenge. He might have been captured by the city guards as soon as he entered Mingwa City. "What are your plans for the future?" Lin asked. He was preparing to leave Mingwa City and should part ways with Yale. "Captain Lin, I have nothing left and don't know where to go next," Yale said. "I want to join the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. I wonder if Captain Lin will be willing to take me in? Although my strength is weak, my financial management skills are quite good. Since Captain Lin avenged me, I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life." Hearing Yale's words, Lin's eyes lit up. This was just what he needed. Having just made 2 profitable deals, he had a large amount of various goods in his system backpack that needed to be sold. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps lacked someone proficient in business, and if he sold the goods himself, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Having Yale handle it would be different. He was a businessman in this line of work, familiar with the ins and outs. He was able to start the Yale Chamber of Commerce from scratch, so his abilities were definitely not an issue. As for loyalty, he had no other path left to take. Since Lin had avenged him, Yale was someone who knew gratitude and would naturally be loyal. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps just happened to lack someone skilled in business. "If you are willing to join, that would be wonderful," Lin said happily. "Yale, welcome to the Great Siam Mercenary Corps." "Captain Lin, you agreed?" Yale exclaimed in surprise. "Of course. From now on, you are a member of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps," Lin replied with a smile. "Brothers, welcome our new companion, Yale." "Yay!" Everyone cheered happily. Chapter 117. Crazy Spending Ding. Please confirm whether the host will convert all magic crystals and magic stones into system energy. Confirm. Ding. Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 640,000 points. Total energy is 66,725,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The recharge energy has reached 10 million points. You have received a recharge gift package, which has been stored in the system backpack. Please check it yourself. Hearing the system prompt, Lin was overjoyed. He finally heard the system congratulating him again. After recharging 10 million energy points, he finally received a reward from the system, the long-awaited recharge gift package. It had been a day's journey since leaving Mingwa City. That night, while camping, Lin finally sorted out the large amount of goods he had obtained from the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Lord's Mansion warehouse. There was no rush to deal with the goods for now. He would leave them to Yale to handle later. Lin converted all the magic crystals and magic stones he obtained into system energy. The magic stones were found in the Lord's Mansion warehouse, totaling more than a dozen. Lin did not recognize magic stones, but after asking the system, he learned that they could also be converted into system energy, and the energy conversion was comparable to that of a 6th-level magic crystal. Adding all the magic crystals and magic stones together, he converted over 6 million energy points, making him feel like he had become incredibly wealthy overnight. This also pushed his total energy conversion to over 10 million. With over 6 million system energy at hand, Lin felt invigorated. As the saying goes, money gives one courage. With money, one naturally feels confident. With energy available, he naturally wanted to make a hefty spend. However, before that, Lin planned to open the recharge gift package first. Who knows, he might get something good. Based on what he opened, he would then decide what to buy in the system mall with his system energy, which would be the optimal plan. System, open the recharge gift package for me. Ding. Opening recharge gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skills Moon Step, Storm Foot, the Great Knife Autumn Water at level 21, and 1 Goma Fruit. 2 types of Navy 6 styles. The famous knife, Autumn Water, and the superhuman Goma Fruit. These are all great items. Lin's smile stretched from ear to ear. The Moon Step grants the ability to leap into the air, while Storm Foot allows for long-range attacks. Both are powerful and practical skills. In the Divine Grace continent, aside from wind mages, only holy-level experts possess the ability to fly. Otherwise, one has to rely on flying magical beasts to fly. In remote attacks, warriors can only achieve the separation of combat aura from their bodies at the master level. It can be said that with the Moon Step and Stormfoot techniques, the overall strength of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps will experience explosive growth. The famous sword, Autumn Water, is the weapon of the dragon-slaying swordsman Lama, which was later obtained by Zoro from the Straw Hat crew. This sword has a black-purple blade with red serrated patterns, and its blade is incredibly tough. It won't bend even under the weight of a dinosaur. It is said to be a legendary sword that has slain dragons. As for the gold fruit, although it is just a paramecia-type fruit, its value is not inferior to that of a logia type. The user can control various forms of gold, and after the ability awakens, they can even turn objects they touch into gold. Its combat power is formidable. Moreover, with this fruit, there will be no worries about running out of money in the future. Having just accepted Yelu, a member with an excellent business mind, receiving a gold fruit as a reward feels like the system is providing a pillow directly when it knows you're sleepy. Although Lin En really wanted to see the effect of Yelu consuming the gold fruit, he ultimately suppressed this idea. After all, Yelu had just joined the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, and giving him a devil fruit would surely raise objections from others, especially since Jack and the others were eagerly awaiting a devil fruit. To maintain unity within the mercenary group, he decided to wait a while before giving Yelu the fruit, and would keep the gold fruit for him for now. Lin En then opened the system mall, preparing to select 2 devil fruits. There are only a few Logia-type devil fruits available. The San fruit rewarded by the system and the Flame fruit that was purchased are no longer listed in the mall, indicating that devil fruits are unique. Lin looked at the remaining natural-type devil fruits and finally chose the Ice fruit and the Magma fruit. The Ice fruit costs 2 million energy, while the Magma fruit costs 3 million energy. These are the fruits of Admiral Akiji and Akainu from One Piece, so their power is undoubtedly immense. However, Lin couldn't understand why the Ice fruit was priced 1 million energy less than the Magma fruit. Could it be that the Magma fruit is stronger than the Ice fruit? After deducting 5 million energy, the Ice fruit and the Magma fruit appeared in the system backpack. With over 167 million energy left, it was no longer enough to buy another natural-type devil fruit, so Lin decided to use it to upgrade his skills. After all, one's own strength is the ultimate goal. System, use system energy to upgrade my Phoenix fruit ability, intermediate swordsmanship, moonwalk, and gale foot by 1 level each. Ding! A total of 670,000 system energy consumed. The Phoenix fruit ability reaches intermediate perfection, gaining beast form, Phoenix form, intermediate swordsmanship, moonwalk, and gale foot reach intermediate level. Total Tau force value, 700 points. A powerful force emerged within Lin, and he felt his strength increase significantly. He looked at the system energy, which still had 1 million left. The Phoenix fruit could no longer be upgraded, but he could increase intermediate swordsmanship by 1 level or upgrade 2 of the Navy 6 styles. System, upgrade intermediate swordsmanship by 1 level. After some thought, Lin decided to upgrade intermediate swordsmanship. With intermediate swordsmanship reaching intermediate perfection, he could unlock 2 sword techniques, making his combat methods more diverse. Ding! 1 million energy consumed. Intermediate swordsmanship reaches intermediate perfection. Tau force value, 1,000 points. With the last million energy deducted, yet another powerful force surged within him, and Lin felt as if he had returned to his previous state. having just spent the more than 6 million energy he had recharged. It was truly a wasteful expenditure. System, open my attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 42 experience, 70, 0, 45, 000 Tau force value, 41, 50 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, beginner swordsmanship, perfection, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced, 0100000, shave, intermediate, 15450500000, paper drawing, intermediate, 11110500000, iron block, intermediate, 280500000, moonwalk, intermediate, 050000, gale foot, intermediate, 050000, life return, intermediate perfection, armament haki, intermediate perfection, conqueror's haki, intermediate, 11010000, listen to the voice of all things, non-upgradable, devil fruit, mythical zoan phoenix, intermediate, perfection, techniques, one sword style Iato, flash, continuous flash, lion song, one sword style 36, troublesome phoenix, one sword style 360, troublesome phoenix physique, supreme sword body specialization, nun pet, amethyst lion king, level 6 beginner magical beast, special items, nun energy, 2500 backpack, king of snipers, ice fruit, magma fruit, gold fruit, black blade shio shui quests, main quest 1, dream of leveling up, host level upgrade to maximum level, phase 3 quest, reach level 60, reward, upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary corps, Daxiao mercenary corps upgrade to SSS level mercenary corps, phase 2 quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, promotion gift pack. Chapter 118. Ice and magma. Looking at the enriched attribute panel, Lin felt great satisfaction. With a Tau force value of 4,150, he had reached the high level of a battle master, an impressive increase of 2 small levels. In terms of skills, he had gathered 5 of the Navy's 6 styles, leaving only one, the finger pistol. After upgrading intermediate swordsmanship, he gained 2 new sword techniques, 36 Troublesome Phoenix and 360 Troublesome Phoenix, which are techniques used by the swordsman Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. These 2 techniques are ranged attacks, sending out sword waves to strike enemies, allowing Lin to have a signature ranged attack method even at the Battlemaster stage. Although he spent over 6 million system energy in one go, and Lin felt pained by the expenditure, he had gained a lot. His strength had significantly increased, and he had the famous sword Xiao Shui along with 3 powerful devil fruits quietly resting in his system backpack. He decided to keep the gold fruit for Yale. As for the remaining ice fruit and magma fruit, Lin planned to give them to Sherlin and Jack. It goes without saying that Sherlin would get one. After all, she is his girlfriend. Lin also had his selfish motives, of course hoping his woman would be stronger. Jack, the former leader of the Orange Cat Mercenary Corps, was already one of the strongest members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps and was known for his loyalty, so giving him a devil fruit wouldn't raise any objections. As for how to distribute the 2 devil fruits between the 2, Lin thought about it and decided to let Sherlin eat the ice fruit. Although the magma fruit was more expensive, perhaps more powerful, the thought of such a beautiful woman like Sherlin flowing with magma and exuding a strong sulfur scent fell off to Lin. How could they be intimate with that? The ice fruit was better. With Vea having the flame fruit, the 2 sisters would have 1 ice and 1 fire, which sounded appealing. Everyone come over. I have something to announce, Lin called out. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. Even the Amethyst Lion King and the Little White Tiger joined in the excitement. Last night in Ming West City, I raided the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Lord's Mansion storeroom. I gained a lot. Besides a large amount of goods and gold coins, there are also quite a few magic crystals and magic stones, Lin said. He noticed that everyone, except for the newly joined Yale, looked bright-eyed and eager. He continued, as I said before, you don't need to envy Usopp and Vea, because in the future, you will all have this magical ability as well. As he spoke, 2 devil fruits appeared in each of his hands. One was a fiery red volcano that seemed to be flowing with magma, and the other was a frost-white fruit with snowflake patterns on its surface. This time, I have 2 magical fruits, and I've decided to give them to Vice Captain Sherlin and Jack first, Lin announced, glancing around. Others don't need to rush. What I said will definitely come true. It won't be long before everyone has one. Captain, you don't need to say much. We all understand, Arno said loudly. As long as you don't forget about us, we can wait. Yes, we all trust the captain, others chimed in. Although their gazes were still fiery towards the 2 devil fruits, they expressed understanding and had no objections to Lin's words. Captain, hurry and let the Vice Captain and Jack eat them. Everyone can't wait to see what abilities they LL gain. Arnold shouted. Unable to resist the collective will, Lin stopped teasing everyone and handed the frozen fruit to Shirlin and the magma fruit to Jack, holding them like the most precious treasures. Even Shirlin, with her cool demeanor, couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing her sister transform into flames made her envious. The methods of using the devil fruits and their unbearably sour taste had already spread throughout the Great Summer Mercenary Corps, thanks to Usopp and Via's promotion. Prepared for this, Shirlin and Jack took large bites, only to be choked by the sour flavor, causing Arnold, who watched enviously, and Usopp and Via, who were gleeful, to laugh heartily. Yale looked on suspiciously, deeply puzzled by the scene. These two strange fruits were clearly not just unpleasant to eat, given Shirlin and Jack's reactions. Yet they seemed to relish them, and others were envious. What on earth were these fruits? Soon, Shirlin and Jack finished their devil fruits and closed their eyes to quietly experience the changes within them, while everyone else fell silent, watching them eagerly. Before long, a chilling aura emanated from Shirlin, a thin layer of frost covering her entire body, her clothes and hair turning into ice crystals. The cold spread out, frosting the ground within a few meters of her. Then Shirlin transformed entirely into ice crystals, resembling a statue made of ice. Jack also underwent a transformation. Accompanied by a strong sulfur smell, an incredible heat radiated from him, and magma burst forth from his skin, flowing down to the ground and scorching it. On one side was extreme cold, and, on the other, intense heat. Everyone retreated a bit further, but couldn't take their eyes off the changes in the two. Tears of envy streaming from the corners of their mouths. Yale, witnessing such a miraculous ability for the first time, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. How was this possible? What kind of fruit had Lin brought out that granted such extraordinary powers to those who consumed it? It was simply unheard of. After years of traveling and seeing many things, Yale felt his own shallowness for the first time. Shirlin had consumed the frozen fruit, granting her the ability to become ice and even freeze the ocean. Jack had the magma fruit, allowing him to become magma and burn everything. Lin said that both Shirlin and Jack were not weak. After consuming the fruits, they should quickly develop their abilities to a high level. Shirlin retracted her powers, feeling very satisfied with her new abilities. She looked at Lin with a bright smile, her eyes filled with affection. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have rushed over to give him a passionate kiss. Lin felt his heart warm under Shirlin's gaze, thinking that since he had given her such a powerful fruit, it wouldn't be too much to expect a little reward from her, right? Ha! This ability is so powerful. From now on, please call me the Great Lord of Magma. Jack laughed proudly, feeling a sense of vindication. Jack, the Great Lord of Magma, is just an exhibitionist who doesn't wear clothes? Arnold scoffed. It turned out that, like Via back then, Jack, using his powers for the first time, couldn't control them well, and his clothes were burned by the magma. After retracting his abilities, he appeared before everyone completely naked. You pervert. Via spat. Jack looked down and realized he was completely unclothed, screamed, and hurried into his tent. His embarrassed figure far removed from the earlier confident demeanor of the Great Lord of Magma. Behind him, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 119. The Saint arrives Mingwest City. The Lord's Mansion. My lord, I have received news that someone discovered the traces of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps outside the city yesterday. They have already left Mingwest City, reported Edward. Useless. With so many city guards and such strict defenses, how could they let people escape from the city without noticing? Simply pathetic. Benjamin fumed, his face dark with anger. After exerting so much effort and suffering such heavy losses, with many of the city lord's personal guards and city guards dead or injured, he himself severely injured, and the storeroom looted, Lin and the others had left Mingwest City without a scratch. At this moment, Benjamin also received news that Stephen, the president of the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, had been killed, and the storeroom had also been completely ransacked. He was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly dying on the spot. My subordinates are incompetent. Please punish me, my lord. Edward knelt on one knee, fearfully saying. Edward was also seething with anger. Since he became the commander of the city guards, he had never been so humiliated. With thousands of city guards, they couldn't handle a mere small mercenary group of a dozen people. It was simply a disgrace. Enough. Benjamin waved his hand. Although angry, he did not blame Edward, as he was his most capable assistant. There's no need to keep the city gates sealed. Withdraw. Benjamin said, disinterestedly. As the people had already escaped, sealing the gates would be meaningless and could cause discontent among the citizens. if the nobles in the city made a fuss, the Lord's mansion would not fare well either. Yes, Edward breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing to seal the gates would have put a lot of pressure on him as well. Once Edward left, the wood magic master Galileo said, "My lord, are we just going to let the great summer mercenary corps go?" "What do you mean, Sir Galileo?" Benjamin asked. "The people of the great summer mercenary corps hold too many secrets. Even I have never heard of them." "I am very interested," Galileo said, his expression a bit fervent, reminiscent of a mad alchemist, thinking of the abilities exhibited by Vaya and Usopp that were different from magic. That is why this lord wanted to take action against them. Unfortunately, they escaped. Benjamin sighed, feeling unwilling. "My lord, I am willing to lead people to pursue the great summer mercenary corps and definitely bring back their secrets for the Lord's mansion," Galileo offered. Benjamin was somewhat tempted. He did not want to give up so easily but hesitated, saying, "Sir Galileo, the great summer mercenary corps is not weak. Even this lord was severely injured. We concentrated all our forces in Mingwest City and couldn't capture them. Even if you catch up to them, you won't be able to take them down. Please rest assured. My lord, I have a few friends in the royal capital, all trusted companions. You can rely on me." Galileo stroked his graying beard, looking somewhat pleased. "Moreover, we do not need to capture the entire great summer mercenary corps. We only need to catch one or two key individuals." Hearing this, Benjamin was completely convinced and said, "All right, then I will trouble Sir Galileo. Is there anything else you need from this lord? Please have a few of your personal guards accompany me," Galileo requested. Galileo said, "Sending a few personal guards is just a small matter." Benjamin immediately agreed and had a captain of the personal guard take a few guards to follow Galileo. Galileo didn't waste any time and immediately left Mingwest City with his men, chasing after Lin En and the others, while also sending messages to a few friends in the royal capital. The city gates were reopened, and the entire Mingwest City regained its vitality. There were still discussions among the public about the city guard's extensive searches and the battles that occurred at the Lord's Mansion in recent days. Naturally, there were also discussions about the Yale Chamber of Commerce and the Blue Moon Chamber of Commerce, the two major trading companies in Mingwest City that had vanished in just a few days. Some believed that the Lord's Mansion had a hand in this, envious of the wealth of the two chambers, but no one dared to discuss it openly. Tina, upon learning that the city gates had reopened and that Lin En and the others had escaped Mingwest City, felt both joy and sorrow. The young girl's heart had already followed Lin En far away, deeply immersed in longing, not knowing when they would meet again. Her relationship with her father had turned into enmity, and it seemed difficult for them to reconcile. Thinking of this, the once lively and willful Tina appeared to have changed into a different person, becoming sentimental. As Tina's captain of the personal guard, Fred noticed her transformation but had no way to help. All he could do was sigh in hopes that the princess would find her way out of this emotional turmoil. 2 days later, Benjamin's injuries had mostly healed thanks to healing potions. That day, he planned to gather a few capable subordinates from the Lord's Mansion to discuss ways to increase its income. With the storeroom emptied by Lin En, if they didn't generate income soon, the Lord's Mansion might have to reduce the number of servants to stay afloat. However, if that happened, it would be a disgrace for the Lord's Mansion, turning it into a laughingstock among the aristocracy of Mingwest City and even the entire Jechi Kingdom. Damn Lin En. It's all that bastard's fault. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, enveloping the entire Lord's Mansion. An unmatched might press down, making everyone in the mansion feel as if a towering mountain was bearing down on them, instilling infinite fear. The untrained servants were already pressed to the ground. Even Benjamin, a master warrior, felt immense pressure. This oppressive force was powerful, grand, dignified, and irresistible. This was the aura of a saint-level powerhouse. A saint-level being had descended upon the Lord's Mansion. Benjamin's mind shook, and he quickly ran out of the mansion, only to see a figure floating in the sky above the Lord's Mansion, emanating endless pressure. The Lord of Mingwest City, Benjamin, had met with the Honorable Saint Modo. Benjamin bowed and saluted, instantly recognizing the silver-haired figure as Modo, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. He understood that Modo's purpose in coming was to find Lin En. Previously, he had acted against Lin En in an attempt to get to Lin En's secret before Modo could. Since you recognize this, Captain, I'll waste time. I ask you, has the Dachau Mercenary Corps been to Mingwest City? Modo asked coldly. In response to Lord Modo, the Dachau Mercenary Corps has been here, but they left a few days ago. Benjamin didn't dare to hide anything. Do you know where they're headed next? I do not know. How can you not know? Modo shouted angrily. Desperate to avenge his son, He no longer wanted to chase after Lin En without any information. You might as well die. A strong killing intent locked onto Benjamin. An immense fear enveloped him. He was sweating profusely. If Moto wanted to kill him, he had no power to resist. Under the threat of death, Benjamin shouted, "Lord Moto, I don't know where Lin En went, but I know where Lin En's parents and family are." That noon, Lin En and the others entered Kanglan City, which was named after the Kanglan River adjacent to it. Kanglan City was larger and more prosperous than Minghua City, and the Yale Chamber of Commerce had shops in Kanglan City, which was also why Lin En chose to come here. Yale planned to sell this shop since the Yale Chamber of Commerce no longer existed, and he had already stated that he would give all his assets to Lin En. With so many goods in the system's backpack, Lin En also planned to handle them in Kanglan City, exchanging them for magic crystals. "Captain, let us rest here tonight. I will have everything you need prepared." Yale brought Lin En and the others to the Yale Chamber of Commerce's shop in Kanglan City, where there were enough rooms in the backyard. "This is nice, more comfortable than staying in a hotel." Lin En nodded in satisfaction, took out the spatial ring obtained from Stephen, and handed it to Yale, saying all the goods to be processed were in the spatial ring. "You can take care of the goods in the spatial ring. Rest assured, I will get a good price." Yale said happily, with such valuable goods entrusted to him. Yale felt recognized and excited. The Gucci Chamber of Commerce in Kanglan City is the most reputable chamber. I have dealt with them a few times. I will go to the Gucci Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. Gucci Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this name, Lin En's heart stirred as he recalled Ralph, whom he met on the way to Hudistown. Isn't his family's chamber called Gucci Chamber of Commerce? When Ralph left Hudistown, he even gave Lin En a token. It's surprising that the Gucci Chamber of Commerce is in Kanglan City. What a coincidence. Is the young master of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce named Ralph? Lin En asked. Yes, that's his name. Do you know him, Captain? Yale asked in surprise. I got to know Ralph on the way to Hudistown. We have a good rapport. Lin En nodded, surprised that the Gucci Chamber of Commerce was in Kanglan City. I will go with you tomorrow. It's been a long time since I last saw Brother Ralph. That's great. Yale said happily. Since the captain knows Ralph, I'm even more confident in selling this batch of goods for a good price. That night, in the backyard of the Yale Chamber of Commerce, a lively banquet was held to celebrate the Dacia Mercenary Corps after their long journey. When it was time to rest at night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Lin En quietly entered Shirlene's room. He had not had the chance to be intimate during the journey, which had made him anxious, and he wanted to take advantage of Shirlene's joy from gaining the ability of the frozen fruit to undergo his transformation from boyhood to manhood. Lin arrived outside Shirlene's room, gently pushed the door, and it surprisingly opened. Lin was momentarily taken aback, then delighted. Sister Shirlene hadn't locked the door. It seemed there would be fun tonight. Who is it? Shirlene's alert voice came from the darkness. Sister Shirlene, it's me. Lin? What are you doing in my room so late? What do you think I'm here for? Isn't it obvious? Lin walked over to the big bed. Sister Shirlene, you didn't even lock the door. Did you anticipate my visit tonight and leave it open for me? You're talking nonsense. I just forgot to lock it, Shirlene replied, her voice tinged with annoyance. If it weren't pitch black inside, Lin would have noticed that Shirlene's face had turned bright red from embarrassment. Lin chuckled twice, reached the edge of the bed, rolled over, and transformed into a hungry wolf in the night. Chapter 120. Growth and Transformation. Although Shireen didn't admit it verbally, her body was very honest. When Lin pounced, her delicate arms naturally wrapped around Lin's neck, and her cool, soft red lips were already pressed against him. It wasn't just Lin who was struggling. Shireen was no different. Now that the issue with Vea was resolved, Shireen, having untangled her heart, couldn't contain her inner passion any longer. If it weren't for the inconveniences along the way, Shireen wouldn't have waited until tonight. Lin, receiving Shireen's warm response, felt a tremendous boost of energy, and their battle was about to ensue. The fiery passion engulfed them both. And the many theoretical knowledge he learned from his teachers found its practical application as Lin put them into practice one by one. Inside the room, the big bed shook, and the passion ignited like fire, breaths surged like spring tides. In the next room, separated by just a wall, Vea, who had just fallen asleep and hadn't yet entered deep sleep, was awakened by the noise from next door. Hearing the muffled sounds that faintly came through the wall, along with a subtle rhythmic movement, Vea initially thought something had happened to her sister. However, as she listened closely, she discerned the suppressed sound from her sister, which carried a mix of pain and pleasure, making her realize what was happening next door. Vea felt an overwhelming sense of shame and anger. That guy Lin actually chose her sister first instead of her. Of course, Vea wouldn't be jealous of her sister. She could only blame her feelings of shame and anger on Lin. At the same time, A wave of heat spread throughout Vea's body, causing her fair skin to flush. Her delicate hands couldn't help but wander over her body, and she felt a growing warmth beneath her. That night, Lin, who had lived 2 lives, finally transformed from a boy into a man, experiencing a night full of labor, the sensations of which need not be mentioned. The next morning, Lin unexpectedly did not wake up early to exercise. After a night of intense activity, he was too exhausted to get out of bed. When Lin woke from his deep sleep, he felt refreshed, with a soft, lazy person nestled in his arms, a heavy sense of happiness and satisfaction filling his entire being. Looking at Shirin's delicate and serene sleeping face, Lin leaned over and gently kissed her forehead. He then noticed Shirin's eyelashes flutter, and her beautiful eyes opened, filled with tenderness. "Sister Shirin, you're so beautiful," Lin said emotionally. The originally beautiful Shirin appeared even more mature and alluring after their intimate moments, her gaze soft and affectionate. "Such sweet words early in the morning. Let me have a taste," Shirin said with a smile, offering a sweet kiss. After a passionate kiss, Lin felt restless again, unable to resist turning into a wolf, but Shirin wouldn't let him act recklessly. After last night, another round of battle would probably have to wait until noon. "Sister Shirin, it's a pity we didn't have a wedding. I will definitely make it up to you in the future, making you the most beautiful and happiest bride," Lin said with a hint of regret. "The wedding is not important. What matters is that you have me in your heart," Shirin replied. As a mercenary who walked the edge of blood and death, she didn't place much importance on formalities, not knowing what tomorrow would bring. Despite Shirin's words, Lin had already decided in his heart that he would hold a grand wedding for both Shirin and Vea whenever the opportunity arose. The two lingered in bed for a while longer before finally getting up from their tender embrace. After tidying up and leaving the room, they noticed the ambiguous expressions on everyone's faces, and Lin realized that these guys must already know what happened last night. After all, the soundproofing of the rooms wasn't great here, and everyone had considerable strength, so it wasn't surprising that they could hear some noises. This made the youthful Lin feel both proud and embarrassed, while Shirin remained poised and unconcerned about the ambiguous gazes from those around them. Lin Rongfu looked at Lin En with great relief, his face filled with smiles, feeling like a parent whose child has finally grown up and can now tend to the cabbage. Only Via's gaze towards Lin En was unfriendly, mixed with a hint of resentment, shyness, and expectation, all in all very complex. Upon seeing this, Shilin pulled Via aside, and the two sisters began to whisper to each other. After the meal, Lin En and Yale prepared to head to the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, with only Usopp accompanying them, as everyone else was busy practicing the moonwalk and gale steps that Lin En had just taught. After hearing Lin En's descriptions of the two new Marine 6 styles, everyone erupted with strong enthusiasm for training. After all, these techniques were equivalent to long-range attacks only accessible to flying and battle masters. Who wouldn't be envious? Lin Rongfu, who usually never left Lin inside, also did not follow this time. After consuming the toothless pterodactyl fruit, his strength had rapidly increased, and he was now at a high level of a battle master. As he developed the fruit's abilities, he gained some understanding of the fire element, since the wings of the toothless pterodactyl were inherently fiery. He planned to enter seclusion to comprehend the essence of the fire element, hoping that if he could grasp even a bit of it, the Dacia Mercenary Corps would soon have a half-saint level powerhouse. Under the guidance of the familiar Yale, the three arrived at the headquarters of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. The headquarters was magnificently built and grand, making it clear that this was a place with ample funds. Upon entering, Lin En took out the token given by Ralph to show to the staff of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. The staff, not daring to be negligent, quickly notified the manager capable of making decisions to come out and receive them. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am Will, the manager of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. I've heard that you have the token from our young Master Ralph. Could you please show it again?" The manager was very polite, a plump man in his 40s, who could rival Yale in size. At first glance, they looked like brothers, and both appeared quite shrewd. Lin had no objections and handed Ralph's token to the steward. After inspecting it carefully, the steward respectfully returned it to Lin and said, "This is the token of the young Master Ralph. Please follow me, esteemed guest." The steward led Lin and his companions into the guest reception room and instructed the servants to bring tea. "Steward Will, is Brother Ralph in Kanglan City?" Lin asked. "Your Excellency Lin, unfortunately, the young Master Ralph left for the royal capital with a merchant caravan half a month ago to expand the market there," Steward Will replied apologetically. "If you need any assistance, please feel free to let me know. You are a friend of the young Master Ralph, so there's no need to be polite. Upon hearing this, Lin felt a bit disappointed. He had a good impression of Ralph and had hoped to see him, but it seemed he had missed the opportunity. Well, I happen to have a batch of goods that needs to be sold, Lin said, and then instructed Yale and Steward Will to negotiate, leaving it to them. Steward Will thought the goods Lin mentioned wouldn't be many, given Lin's young age, and he couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive. However, when he saw Yale pull out a large warehouse full of goods from the spatial ring, his jaw nearly dropped in shock, and he immediately became even more enthusiastic towards Lin and his companions. Chapter 121. The Escaping Slave. There were too many goods to count, and it would take a long time to sort and account for them. With Ralph not present, Lin lost interest in waiting idly at the Gucci Merchant Association. After fully entrusting the matter to Yale, he took Usopp's and left the Gucci Merchant Association. "Young master, where are we going?" Usopp's asked as they stood on the bustling street, feeling overwhelmed by the vibrancy of Kanglan City compared to Jelly City. "Just wandering around, looking for things worth buying," Lin said. He planned to explore Kanglan City well and prepare gifts for Shirlin and Weiya. Speaking of which, he hadn't given Shirlin and Weiya any gifts that girls like yet. In Hudastown, it was fine since he only had things used by mercenaries, and he and properly shopped in Mingwei City. Now that his relationship with Shirlin and Weiya was confirmed, and he had developed deeper communication with Shirlin, he felt it was appropriate to give some gifts to his girlfriend. Lin was aware of this. As they passed a jewelry store, Lin went in and selected a few pieces, 2 pairs of earrings and 2 necklaces. The earrings were of the same style, while the necklaces were a ruby necklace and a sapphire necklace, perfectly matching Shirlin and Weiya's contrasting personalities of ice and fire. In total, he only spent a little over 100 gold coins. Accessories like these, which only had decorative value without any magical properties, were not expensive. After all, it's the thought that counts. Lin plans to buy enchanted accessories for them when she encounters them in the future. Accessories enchanted by alchemists possess various magical abilities, whether for attack or defense, and are quite useful, though the prices are vastly different. After purchasing the gifts, Lin feels great and is already imagining the happy expressions on Shirlin and Weiya's faces when they receive the gifts. By evening, Shirlin might even unlock a few more poses out of joy. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupts in the street ahead. Pedestrians hurriedly dodge to the sides as a girl around 15 or 16 runs frantically towards them, pursued by 7 or 8 armed individuals. The girl is dressed in rags, her face smeared with dirt, yet she cannot hide her voluptuous figure and beautiful features. She appears to have numerous whip marks on her body, looking quite disheveled. Panic and fear are evident on her face as she runs and glances back, seeing her pursuers getting closer, intensifying her terror. In her frantic escape, she crashes into Lin. The pedestrians throughout the street, not wanting to get involved, quickly move aside. So it's not surprising that Lin and Usopp did not dodge and ended up being bumped into by the girl. I'm sorry. The girl quickly apologizes to Lin, her voice soft yet alluring, filled with unspoken anxiety. "It's okay," Lin replies casually, surprised as she looks at the girl, or more precisely, at her 2 fluffy ears that are pointed like a fox's. "Is this an orc?" Lin was greatly surprised. He had heard about the existence of orcs in the Divine Grace continent, but had never had the chance to see one until today. After the orc girl apologized to Lin, she tried to bypass him and continue her escape. However, perhaps due to exhaustion or other reasons, she stumbled and fell, her body leaning weakly against Lin. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin quickly supported her and noticed that the orc girl was very weak, seemingly having gone without food for quite some time. Coupled with the desperate running she had just done, she had run out of strength and collapsed. At that moment, 7 or 8 men who had been chasing the orc girl caught up. Seeing Lin holding her, one of the men shouted, "Kid, let her go. What if I don't?" Lin frowned, quite displeased with the man's fierce tone. "This woman is a slave who escaped from our Jimmy Merchant Association, and we are pursuing her," the man said, looking very arrogant. "You dare to meddle in the affairs of our Jimmy Merchant Association? You have quite the audacity. Don't you fear for your life?" It turned out she was a slave, which explained the signs of having been tortured and whipped on her body, and her weakness. Slavery was quite common in the Divine Grace continent. Usopp was a slave in Lin's household, and an unusual slave like the orc girl was highly sought after by the nobility in the human kingdom, with prices consistently high. Lin did not have any grand ideals to challenge slavery, nor did he want to meddle in other people's affairs. However, the man's attitude made Lin very unhappy. He had not done anything yet, but was already labeled as meddling in other people's business and threatened. Even if Lin had a good temper, he could not tolerate that. Moreover, The orc girl had not forgotten to apologize even while fleeing, which left a good impression on Lin. Therefore, Lin decided that he would indeed meddle in this matter. Not at all because of the girl's identity as an orc. He had never even heard of beast-eared girls. He could swear to the heavens with Eusipus's lifelong single status. "Thank you, young master," Eusipus said. "If you put it that way, then I will definitely interfere," Lin said coldly. "Looking for death. Brothers, kill this kid and take back this slave." The man shouted angrily, brandishing his weapon and charging towards Lin with the others. Lin was instantly furious. The fact that they would kill someone in the street over a disagreement showed just how arrogant this group was. It seemed that the Jimmy Merchant Guild was not a good bunch either. How dare they touch our young master? They are looking for death. Usopp was enraged and quickly conjured 2 desert daggers to confront them. Facing 7 or 8 men, he showed no fear. The 2 daggers danced in the air. These men were just ordinary guards of the Jimmy Merchant Guild. They could bully regular people, but they were no match for Usopp, and in the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down. "State your names." "We are from the Jimmy Merchant Guild, and our backing is the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. No matter who you are, you are dead," one of the men said, his face showing shock but still speaking arrogantly. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps? Lin's heart stirred. No wonder the guards of the Jimmy Merchant Guild acted so brazenly. They had the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps backing them. With a saint-level powerhouse stationed there, they could walk all over the entire Jechi Kingdom. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, return that woman to us and compensate us with 1,000 gold coins for medical expenses. Otherwise, just wait to die." Seeing Lin's expression change, the man thought he had intimidated him with the name of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and spoke smugly. "Usopp, knock out all his teeth," Lin said coldly. This guy was so used to being arrogant that he had no sense of the situation. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had already been offended. Even young Captain Andrew had died at his hands. It was a grudge that would not end until one side was dead. He didn't care about adding one more to the list. A few more lice wound tea make a difference. "Understood, young master." Usopp grinned and stepped forward, delivering a punch to the man's mouth. With that punch, Usopp held nothing back. The man immediately spewed blood, half of his teeth flying out with the blood. Usopp did not stop there. The young master had ordered him to knock out all his teeth, and he had only knocked out half. Bang, bang, bang. Usopp's expression was cold, like an emotionless robot. He raised his fist and smashed it down, turning the man's face into a mess, looking like a pig's head. He only stopped when there were no more teeth left to knock out. The other guards of the Jimmy Merchant Guild were silent, their faces filled with fear, worried that Usopp's next punch would land on them. "Young master, I've knocked out all of his teeth," Usopp reported back after finishing. "Let them go," Lin said lightly. They were just minor characters. Hearing Lin's order, the guards of the Jimmy Merchant Guild felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly dragged the unconscious man, running away like they were being chased by monsters. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin turned his attention to the orc girl, noticing how weak she seemed. "Thank you for saving me," the orc girl thanked Lin. Despite her weakness, she still tried to stand. She looked at Lin shyly, although he had saved her. Her experience of being captured and reduced to slavery made her wary of all humans. "Don't worry, they have been driven away. With me here, I want to let them take you again," Lin said kindly. "Thank you," the orc girl expressed her gratitude again, feeling a glimmer of safety for the first time. However, overwhelming weakness surged through her, and she could barely stand. "You are too weak right now." Lin quickly supported her and used the abilities of the Phoenix Fruit to heal her injuries. He then said to Usopp, "Usopp, I'll take her back. You go to the Gucci Merchant Guild to wait for Yelu. After he finishes dealing with the goods, you can come back with him." "Yes, young master," Usopp replied. He was also quite curious about the orc girl, but since the young master had given an order, he naturally complied. Then Lin took the orc girl, who had regained some strength, back to their residence. When everyone saw Lin return with an orc girl, they gathered around curiously. Like Lin, they had only heard of orcs, but had never seen one before. Lin had the food prepared, as the orc girl was weak, primarily due to her anxiety and hunger. Surrounded by onlookers, the orc girl resembled a little white rabbit trapped in a pack of wolves, timidly not daring to lift her head. However, when the food was served, she couldn't help but swallow at the delicious aroma, yet she didn't dare to move. "Go ahead, this is all prepared for you," Lin said with a gentle smile, shooing away the rough-looking Jack and Arno, leaving only the 2 girls, Sherlin and Vea, to make the orc girl feel less frightened. The orc girl was so hungry that, encouraged by Lin's warm gaze and tone, she finally succumbed to the temptation of the food and began to eat. Although she was very hungry, her eating was graceful, taking small bites, but not slow. A large platter of food visibly disappeared into the orc girl's cherry-like mouth, and she finally felt full again, experiencing the satisfaction of being satiated, which greatly increased her fondness for Lin and the others, making her no longer feel repulsed or afraid. Am I eating too much? After finishing and looking up to see Lin and the others staring at her intently, the orc girl felt shy, her little face turning red. Her bashful demeanor was pure, yet carried a natural allure, making her quite adorable with a sense of innocence. It's fine, we have plenty of food. There's more if you're still hungry, Vea said with a smile, very fond of the orc girl's cute and innocent look. I'm full, thank you all. This is the first time I've eaten my fill since being captured. As the orc girl spoke, tears began to fall. Lin and the others felt heartbroken and were furious at those who had captured her. Lin and Vea quickly comforted her, and after some soothing words, the orc girl finally calmed down. They also learned her name and her story. The orc girl was named Shima, a foxkin, which was the beast race that looked most similar to humans, retaining only the characteristics of beast ears. It was said that they also had tails, but Shima didn't have one visible. In contrast, other beast races, like the taurens or werewolves, had distinct animal heads, making them very different from humans. Moreover, the foxkin not only looked similar to humans, but were mostly handsome or beautiful, which made foxkin slaves very popular among humans. And that was why Shima had been captured and sold. Shima said she had been captured along with her sister by the Snow Wolf mercenary group and then handed over to the Jimmy Trading Company for sale. Her sister's whereabouts were unknown, and another taurens had been sold alongside her, who had managed to break open the cage confining them when the guards weren't paying attention, allowing Shima to escape from the Jimmy Trading Company. Please, save Drava. He let me out. If he's left alone, he will surely be beaten to death. Shima knelt down, crying and pleading with Lin and the others to save the taurens Drava. As fellow beastkin with similar experiences, they had developed a deep friendship, and kind-hearted Shima couldn't bear to see Drava suffer. Don't worry, Shima. This Jimmy Trading Company is so despicable. We will definitely help you, Vea said, helping Shima up, her sense of justice overflowing. Lin remained silent, looking at Lin, as the Jimmy Trading Company was backed by the Snow Wolf mercenary group. But there was a hint of compassion in her eyes, clearly leaning towards helping Shima. We've already made enemies with the Snow Wolf mercenary group. It's only a matter of time before we confront them. Let's take care of their subordinates first, Lin smiled. Thank you so much, Shima said excitedly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Shima, since we've met, it's fate. I've long since made enemies with the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Helping you is just a convenient matter, Lin said, noticing how disheveled Shima looked, and turned to Vea. Vea, take Shima down to clean up and change into some clothes. Leave it to me. I will definitely make Shima look beautiful, Vea said happily. Hearing this, Lin felt a bit of anticipation. Shima already looked quite pretty despite being in a sorry state. He wondered how stunning she would be once cleaned up, the legendary beast-eared girl. Chapter 1, 2, 3. She has a tail. At the Jimmy Trading Company, President Chekhov was furious as he looked at the 7 or 8 guards in front of him. You useless bunch. You can't even capture a defenseless foxkin girl. What good are you to me? Chekhov trembled with anger. A top-tier foxkin girl could be sold for 100,000 gold coins. How could he not be furious over such a significant loss? Moreover, this foxkin girl was reserved for Marquis Nicholas, and a deposit had already been taken. Today, Marquis Nicholas would come to collect her, and now they were saying she had escaped and hadn't been captured. How could he explain this to Marquis Nicholas? President, we were just about to capture that foxkin girl, but she was rescued, and even Kaiji was seriously injured, a guard replied nervously, trying to shift the blame away from their incompetence, insisting that the enemy was too powerful. Useless. Get out of my sight, Chekhov yelled in anger, his eyes filled with fierce rage. Go investigate. I want to see who in Kanglan City dares to oppose the Jimmy Trading Company. The guards quickly left to gather information without wasting a moment. President, Marquis Nicholas has arrived. Before Chekhov could calm his anger, another guard came in to report that Marquis Nicholas had arrived. Chekhov's face showed a hint of panic, cursing inwardly that trouble always comes in waves. The foxkin girl hadn't been captured yet, and now the buyer had come knocking, but no matter what, he hurried out to greet him. Greetings, Marquis Nicholas. Chekhov greeted with a forced smile. Dressed in luxurious robes, Marquis Nicholas entered surrounded by several guards, looking proud as he said to Chekhov, Chekhov, where's the foxkin slave I wanted? I'm very sorry, Marquis, but the foxkin slave escaped just a short while ago, Chekhov said, forcing himself to remain calm. But don't worry. My men have gone to capture her. We will have her back soon. What? She escaped? Nicholas immediately erupted in anger. Chekhov, Is this how you do business at the Jimmy Trading Company? Please calm down, Marquis. Chekhov hurriedly said. My men were just about to catch her, but someone intervened, not only rescuing the foxskin slave, but also injuring the guards of the company. I don't care. I want the foxskin slave, Marquis Nicholas said arrogantly. If I don't see my slave by tomorrow, the Jimmy Trading Company won't be able to operate in Kanglan City anymore. Yes, Marquis, please rest assured. I will do everything I can to capture the foxskin slave as soon as possible, Chekhov said with a bitter face, as he dared not offend the powerful Marquis Nicholas in Kanglan City. In Kanglan City, someone actually dares to touch a slave I have my eyes on. They really have some nerve, Nicholas fumed. Chekhov, no matter who rescued my slave, don't let them get away. If you run into difficulties, I won't stand by and do nothing. Thank you, Marquis, Chekhov said happily. With Marquis Nicholas's assurance, he felt more confident in his search for the girl. After Marquis Nicholas stormed off in anger, Chekhov wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and called several guards, instructing them to bring more people to search for the foxskin girl's whereabouts. Chekhov, still feeling frustrated and angry, thought of the Minotaur who had crashed the cage to let the fox girl escape, and his anger intensified. He then went to the place where the Minotaur was imprisoned. At this moment, the Minotaur Druba was tightly bound by thick iron chains and hung up, already tortured to the point of being covered in wounds. Damn slave! How dare you let my female slave escape? I'll beat you to death. Chekhov, filled with rage, picked up a heavy iron rod and struck Druba violently. The Minotaur, with tough skin and strong muscles, was not afraid of being hurt. What mattered most was that Druba was unruly, rude, and ugly, making him a less desirable slave with a low resale value, so Chekhov wouldn't mind if he killed him. After a severe beating, Druba was left gasping for breath, but remained silent, glaring at Chekhov with fierce eyes. Still have the strength to glare at me, Chekhov said, tired from hitting him. He threw down the iron rod and ordered, don't give him anything to eat for 3 days. Let's see if he still has the strength to escape. Meanwhile, with the help of Vea, Shima had washed up and changed into one of Vea's dresses. However, since Vea was tall and Shima was petite, the dress that reached Vea's knees was now ankle length on Shima. Cleaned up and dressed, Shima immediately caught Lin's attention with her charming beauty, her skin as white as snow, and her temperament combining innocence with the inherent allure of a fox. These two contrasting qualities in Shima somehow appeared remarkably harmonious. Isn't she pretty? Vea said with a smile, leaning close to Lin and whispering, she has a tail, you know. A tail? Lin's eyes lit up as he suddenly envisioned some indescribable scenes, feeling a rush of blood and warmth in his nose. Shima, under Lin's fiery gaze, blushed and lowered her head shyly, nervously tugging at her dress. Shirin, who was at Lin's waist, gave him a hard pinch to bring him back to his senses. At that moment, Jack and the others, who had been driven away by Lin earlier, also gathered around, staring at Shima with their mouths agape, nearly drooling over such a beautiful fox girl. Lin, this sister's ears are just like mine, the little white tiger said in a babyish voice, its aesthetic focus on Shima's ears rather than her overall appearance. It can talk. Shima widened her adorable eyes in surprise, looking at the little white tiger, amazed that a magical beast could speak. Its name is Xiao Bai. It's a very special little guy, Vea said, hugging the little white tiger. So cute. Shima couldn't resist the charm of the adorable little white tiger. The little white tiger seemed to feel a kinship with Shima, who had similar furry ears, and immediately began playing with her. Shima, infected by the little white tiger's cuteness, completely let down her guard and returned to her original personality, feeling very happy. In the afternoon, Yale and Eusipus returned. Seeing the joyful expression on Yale's face, Lin knew that the transaction with the Gucci Chamber of Commerce had gone smoothly. Sure enough, Yale handed Lin a large pile of magic crystals, explaining that the goods from the Gucci Chamber had not been exchanged for gold coins, but had all been traded for magic crystals, clearing out their inventory. They had even purchased plenty of magic crystals from other merchants to make up the amount. That's great. With these magic crystals, we could buy another devil fruit. Lin was overjoyed and immediately stored all the magic crystals in the system backpack. However, this time he did not convert all the magic crystals into energy. Instead, he left some lower-level magic crystals for the little white tiger. The growth of magical beasts requires absorbing the energy from magic crystals to accelerate their growth, and Lin's current demand for energy was too great. The energy converted from some low-level magic crystals was too little, so it was better to keep them for nurturing the little white tiger. After converting the remaining magic crystals into system energy, the system energy exceeded 2 million. Lin immediately purchased the nature-type shining fruit, which is the fruit of the Marine Admiral Kizaru. With this, the fruits of the 3 Marine Admirals have been collected. Lin took out the golden fruit and the lightning fruit, handing them to Yale and Arno, respectively. After receiving the fruits, both were extremely excited and expressed their loyalty to Lin repeatedly. Naturally, Lin smiled and nodded. Those who consumed the devil fruits produced by the system undoubtedly had their loyalty maxed out, with no possibility of betrayal. Yale and Arno eagerly ate the fruits, and Lin instructed them to take their time to familiarize themselves with the abilities of the fruits. He then asked Jack to lead a team to investigate the situation with the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, emphasizing that they needed to help Shimar rescue the Minotaur Druba without acting impulsively, especially since the Jimmy Chamber was backed by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. After giving a magic crystal to the little white tiger, Lin suddenly remembered he hadn't replied to Wei Er's message. He had previously been too busy, and later he ran out of magic crystals, making it impossible to respond. Each use of a magical communication symbol required a level 5 magic crystal. A level 5 magic crystal could convert into a minimum of 20,000 points of system energy, which made Lin quite reluctant to use it. However, he felt he had to thank Wei Er for her warning. After consuming a level 5 magic crystal to send her a message, Lin did not receive an immediate reply from Wei Er, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. That night, driven by desire, Lin quietly entered Shirlene's room again, only to be pushed out by her, who told him to go find Wei Ya. It seemed the two sisters had made an agreement. Seeing that Shirlene was genuinely not angry, Lin excitedly went to Wei Ya's room. As expected, Wei Ya left the door open. Lin pushed the door in and softly called out to Wei Ya, but she remained silent, hiding under the covers and even pulling her head inside, clearly shy. Lin couldn't have imagined that the usually lively and bold Wei Ya would be shy at this moment, which he found quite amusing. He gently got onto the bed and embraced Wei Ya, whose body was hot with embarrassment. Before long, the room was filled with the colors of spring, and Wei Ya transformed from a girl into a woman. The next morning, when Lin came out of Wei Ya's room, he was met with the ambiguous gazes of everyone, something he had grown accustomed to. However, the shy Wei Ya couldn't handle it and put on a fierce expression, which only made everyone laugh. Thus, Wei Ya transformed into a fiery goddess, chasing after Usopp and Jack, causing quite a commotion. During the day, Jack and the others continued to gather information about the Jimmy Trading Company. By the afternoon, they had a basic understanding of the situation. The Jimmy Trading Company was extensively searching for the whereabouts of Sima, as well as Lin and Usopp, who had rescued her. With the help of Marquine Nicholas, it was possible that they would soon arrive at this place. They also gathered quite a bit of information about the internal situation of the Jimmy Trading Company. The company was not weak. Within the guards of the trading company in Kanglan City, there were 2 warrior-level experts. Although there were many guards, this level of strength was insignificant in front of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. Notably, there was a team of Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps members at the Jimmy Trading Company, belonging to the 5th Squad. The captain was a great warrior, the vice captain was a low-level fire mage, and there were 2 warrior-level members, making their strength considerable. This 5th Squad was responsible for escorting captured slaves to the Jimmy Trading Company and was currently residing at the headquarters. If they were to rescue someone from the Jimmy Trading Company, these individuals would pose a significant problem. As for the target, the Minotaur Druba was being held separately, having been tortured and beaten by the Jimmy Trading Company for helping Sima escape, and his situation was not good. Lin, please save Druba. Hearing that Druba was tortured to the brink of death, Sima cried and knelt, begging Lin to save him. Sima, don't worry, I will save him. Lin helped Sima up, and he was quite curious whether the Minotaur truly had a bull's head, just like the Bull Demon King. So everyone began discussing how to rescue him. The process of rescue was not difficult, but after rescuing him, they could no longer stay in Kanglan City and had to leave quickly. Lin and the others had nothing else to do in Kanglan City. Their goods had been processed, and Ralph had gone to the royal capital. Since there was no other business left in Kanglan City, they could leave at any time. To avoid implicating the previous members of Yale Trading Company, Yale had given them financial compensation in advance and dismissed them. Considering that Druba might not hold out much longer, they decided to take action that night. Not everyone needed to participate. Only a few key members who had eaten the devil fruit would be sufficient. Of course, the chubby Yale was excluded, as his strength was not commendable. Even though he had eaten the golden fruit, he lacked combat power for the time being. That night, Lin and a group of 7 left their residence and headed towards the headquarters of the Jimmy Trading Company. At that moment, the headquarters was still brightly lit, with magical alchemical devices illuminating the place as bright as day. The president of the trading company, Chekhov, was in a state of distress. After a whole day and night, Seema had still not been found, and the impatient Marquis Nicholas had sent a steward to urge him. Therefore, Chekhov could only appease the steward of Marquis Nicholas and invited the captain of the 5th Squad of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Ivanov, to discuss matters. Ivanov, please. You must help me, Chekhov pleaded. Chekhov, do you know what kind of price we have to pay to capture an orc? Ivanov, furious upon hearing that Seema had escaped, smashed the table in front of him into pieces. We lost many brothers in the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and now you let that fox slave get away. What a waste. Chekhov was sweating profusely. His support was the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Relying on their support, the Jimmy Trading Company had rapidly developed over the years. If the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps became dissatisfied, they could lose their support, and the Jimmy Trading Company would decline. At worst, they could be abandoned or even destroyed by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was not to be trifled with. Many trading companies wanted to establish relations with them. Jimmy Trading Company is not irreplaceable. Ivanov, it is indeed my fault, Chekhov said nervously. Now is not the time to discuss my responsibility. If we can't quickly capture the fox slave, we'll offend Marquis Nicholas, and our lives in Kanglan City will be difficult. I have no problem, but I'm afraid it will affect the tribute to Captain Moto and make him angry. The Jimmy Trading Company, operating under the banner of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, also had to pay a price. In addition to helping the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps dispose of stolen goods, they had to pay 30 of their annual profits to the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Although the cost was considerable, the benefits were also enormous, which was why the Jimmy Trading Company had developed into a large company in just a few years. Upon hearing this, Ivanov's expression calmed down slightly. After all, he did not dare to delay the captain's plans. He then said, "All right, tomorrow I will send my men out, and you will show our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps banner. I want to see who dares to touch our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps slaves." "Thank you, Captain Ivanov," Chekhov said with great joy. Just then, from a nearby place where the slaves were held, there was a loud commotion, accompanied by sounds of fighting. "President, it's bad. Someone has broken into the slave-holding area and freed all the slaves." A trading company guard rushed in and reported. "Useless. Where are the guards?" Chekhov's expression changed dramatically. "The enemy is too strong. Our brothers have all been taken down," the guard said with a mournful face, still showing signs of fear. "Damn it." Chekhov's face turned very ugly. He turned to Ivanov and said, "Captain Ivanov, we may need your help tonight." "Freeing all the slaves is tantamount to opposing our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps," Ivanov coldly said. "I want to see who is so fearless." Meanwhile, Lin and the others had infiltrated the Jimmy Trading Company. Many guards were out searching for Seema, so the internal defenses were not tight. Only the area where the slaves were held had more guards, but none of them were strong, and they were quickly taken down by a few people. Seeing dozens of slaves locked up like animals, Lin felt pity and ordered everyone to release them. Most of these slaves were young women, and after regaining their freedom, they expressed their gratitude to Lin and the others before rushing outside. Lin found Druba, who was held in solitary confinement, and looked at Druba's vivid bull head in astonishment. The Divine Grace Continent is indeed a magical place. It's truly surprising to see such a strange race as the orcs. I've really seen it all in my long life. Lin swung his sword and severed the iron chains binding Druva, who fell to the ground, barely conscious. Druva opened his eyes, looking at Lin with a strong sense of vigilance. "You are Druva?" Lin asked, noticing the wariness in Druva's gaze. "Seema sent us to rescue you." "Seema?" Druva showed a hint of excitement. "Is she okay?" "She's fine. She met me while escaping, and I saved her." Lin explained the situation regarding Seema. After hearing this, Druva's expression brightened, and without any doubt, he believed Lin's words, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you for saving Seema." "Can you walk?" Lin asked, seeing how weak Druva was. "No problem. Our minotaurs are known for their stamina." Druva patted his chest, saying that these minor injuries were nothing. As long as he could eat enough, he was quite capable in a fight. "All right, come with me. Not only will you see Seema, but I will also make sure you are well fed." Lin smiled. Boom! A loud explosion erupted outside, signaling the arrival of powerful individuals from the Jimmy Merchant Guild. "Capture all those fleeing slaves, and take down these thieves. Not a single one must escape." Chekhov arrived, surrounded by the merchant guards, with Ivanov leading a group of over 20 mercenaries rushing in. Chapter 125, a ruckus at the Jimmy Merchant Guild with Ivanov's battle team by his side. Chekhov was emboldened, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor. completely disregarding Lin and the others who had barged in to rescue the slaves. Particularly when he saw that Lin and his companions were just a handful of people, his anger flared. Feeling that a mere few individuals invading the Jimmy Merchant Guild was a blatant disrespect towards him. If you want to capture people, dream on. Vaya. Furious at those who captured and sold young women, shouted, and with a swing of her sword, unleashed a massive pillar of fire that blocked the path of the merchant guards. Ah, it's on fire. So hot. Help. Several of the fastest merchant guards were hit by the fire pillar. Their weak fighting spirit could not withstand the flames, and they instantly became human torches, emitting tragic cries. Sandification. Quicksand. Usopp knelt on one knee, pressing his hands to the ground, activating the powers of the sand fruit. A large area of the ground immediately turned to gravel, and a building on the ground collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing over a dozen guards standing on it to sink deeply into the ground, unable to escape. "Ha! Look at this fire blast!" Jack shouted, unable to contain himself. Ever since obtaining the magma fruit, he hadn't used his powers in battle yet, and now he couldn't hold back. He laughed heartily and threw a punch, sending a massive fiery molten fist crashing into the guards, like a meteor, instantly engulfing several guards in magma, turning them to ashes before they could even scream. Laser. Arnold also refused to be outdone, extending his finger, which glowed with yellow light. Laser-like rays shot out, piercing through the bodies of the guards, leaving behind bloody holes. As the four unleashed their powers, the dozens of charging merchant guard were quickly thrown into disarray, screaming in panic, and within moments, they were completely routed. Even Lin and Lin Rongfu had not yet made a move. When Lin brought Drava out, he witnessed the scene before him. Seeing how well everyone was utilizing their devil fruit abilities, Lin felt greatly relieved, knowing that his investment in such powerful devil fruits had not been wasted. It felt like watching a live-action version of One Piece, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Drava widened his eyes, breathing heavily through his nostrils. He initially thought that even if Lin and the others managed to break in and rescue him, they would have to endure a fierce battle. He had even planned to use his race's secret techniques to enhance his combat power, willing to pay a great price to fight alongside Lin and the others, not wanting them to suffer too much harm. Minotaurs never abandon their friends. Little did he know, the people Lin brought were so formidable. "Captain Ivanov, please let your men take action," Chekhov said, pale with fear. This gang of thieves was too powerful, and he trembled as he sought help from Ivanov. Ivanov's expression was serious. He did not act immediately, but asked his deputy, Rhine, "Are these people's abilities magic?" "Kind of, but not quite," Rhine frowned. He was a fire elemental mage, but the abilities displayed by these people puzzled him. They clearly resembled magical attacks, yet the methods were similar to those of warriors. And these individuals did not even have magic wands. Although high-level mages could cast powerful spells without wands, having one could amplify their magic. Mages below the saint level always used wands. Yet these people had none. Even the woman who unleashed the fire attack had created the massive fire pillar with a knight's great sword. This was too strange. Indeed, it was bizarre. Rhine was bewildered, unable to comprehend it. No matter how bizarre their methods are, daring to cause trouble in our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps territory means they must be prepared to die, Ivanov said, drawing a thick iron rod, filled with murderous intent. "Kill!" Ivanov shouted, leaping into the air, gripping the iron rod tightly and smashing it down. A massive aura of fighting spirit condensed into a thick fighting spirit rod appeared in the air, over 10 meters long and more than a meter thick, crashing down like a pillar supporting the heavens, creating an overwhelming momentum. "Mountain River Sword, break the river!" A clear shout echoed, and a massive sword aura sliced through the air, severing the gigantic rod of fighting spirit in the sky, transforming it into a violent gust of wind. Lin Rongfu appeared before Ino Wanfu, standing with a sword in hand, gazing at him with indifference and a hint of disdain. Having already reached the edge of a half-saint, he no longer regarded Ino Wanfu, who was at the mid-level of a great war master, as a threat. "Who are you?" Ino Wanfu asked cautiously, feeling a significant threat emanating from Lin Rongfu. He looked at Lin Rongfu and felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. "An enemy," Lin Rongfu replied. Ino Wanfu was taken aback, and a look of anger appeared on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, I am Ino Wanfu, the captain of the 5th Squad of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Jimmy Chamber of Commerce is also under the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. I kindly ask you to leave. I can overlook what happened tonight. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you cannot escape the pursuit of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps." Facing Lin Rongfu, Ino Wanfu felt uncertain and could only mention the name of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, hoping to intimidate Lin Rongfu. Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's do it. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps doesn't scare me. Lin Rongfu coldly laughed, a killing intent radiating from his eyes. The leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Modwa, personally pursued the young master. And tonight he would take down a captain and cut a piece of flesh from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, daring to disrespect the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. You seek death. Ino Wanfu roared in anger, his iron rod surging with fighting spirit, appearing several sizes thicker as he swung it down towards Lin Rongfu's head. Lin Rongfu no longer spoke, raising his sword to confront Inovan. On the other side, the vice-captain of the 5th Squad, the Mage Rhine, also launched an attack. With a wave of his wand, several fireballs the size of round tables were hurled towards Usopp and the others. Ice Age. A cold voice rang out as several sword lights, filled with chilling air, sliced through the air, cutting the fireballs in half, which then froze into ice blocks mid-air and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Mr. Mage, your opponent is me. Sherlin stood in front of Rhine, emanating a chilling aura. As she spoke, white mist poured from her mouth, freezing the moisture in the air into icy fog. Rhine looked at Sherlin with a solemn expression. This extraordinarily beautiful woman possessed ice attributes, which were not a conventional magical element, but a mutation of water attributes, making them very powerful and rare. The ice element countered his fire element, and the fact that she could freeze his fireballs indicated her formidable strength. Firewall. Rhine waved his wand, and the gem at the top of the wand lit up. 3 fire walls rose from the ground, advancing toward Sherlin from 3 directions, scorching the earth beneath. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds of ice freezing echoed around Sherlin as thick layers of ice covered her body, turning her into a figure of ice. She swung her sword, and a massive ice sword descended, cleaving through the firewall ahead. The ice sword struck the ground, creating a huge fissure, which then froze over, with the icy aura rapidly extending across the ground, covering everything in its path with a layer of white frost. Seeing the ice spreading toward him, Rhine's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. A figure radiating coldness burst through the broken firewall, rushing toward Rhine with a large sword that unleashed chilling sword lights. As the sword lights passed, the water vapor in the air turned into ice shards, falling like snow. Resist fire ring, Rhine shouted, and a large flame ring rose from his feet, rapidly expanding outward to form a massive fire shield that enveloped him. Boom! The sword light struck the fire shield, and the clash of ice and fire erupted in a tremendous roar. A large amount of flames were extinguished by the ice, while much of the ice was evaporated into water vapor by the flames, creating a thick mist that obscured the battlefield. The entire Jimmy Trading Company erupted into a fierce battle. The ordinary guards of the trading company were quickly dealt with by Jack and others. And now everyone was engaged in combat against the guards and the powerful warriors of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps 5th Squad. The air was filled with fighting spirit, raging flames, and continuous booms. The fruit abilities of Weiyu and Jack were almost all area attacks, and under their battle, a large portion of the Jimmy Trading Company was engulfed in flames, causing ordinary people within the company to flee in panic. The commotion from the battle alarmed half of Kanglan City. The City Lord's mansion and the powerful figures in the Central Mage Association and Mercenary Guild felt the upheaval at the Jimmy Trading Company. Several strong individuals looked serious. The scale of this battle indicated not only a high number of combatants, but also the presence of several powerful mages. If the fight continued, it was likely that not just the Jimmy Trading Company would be destroyed, but Kanglan City would also suffer significant losses. In the night, several figures shot out from the City Lord's mansion, the Mage Association, and the Mercenary Guild, heading toward the Jimmy Trading Company. Poor Chekhov was terrified by the sounds of the battle, watching the trading company almost engulfed in flames, feeling like crying without tears. Even if they managed to eliminate the invading enemies this time, the losses to the company would be immeasurable and injuries would be inevitable. President, we need to leave quickly. It's too dangerous for us to stay here. A guard, pale-faced, grabbed Chekhov and started to run away. If they didn't leave, the aftermath of the battle could kill them. Are you Chekhov? Where do you think you're going? Lin appeared before Chekhov, looking at him with a mocking expression. Who exactly are you? I have a grudge against you. Chekhov stammered, completely unfamiliar with Lin. He wondered if this person was a relative or friend of one of the slaves captured by the Snow Wolf mercenary group. This was truly an undeserved disaster, The people were captured by the Snow Wolf mercenary group, and the Jimmy Chamber was only responsible for selling them. President. He is the one who saved the Fox Clan female slave, a guard whispered. Chapter 126. Poor Chekhov hearing this. Chekhov's heart sank, and his anger surged. So it was this brat who had rescued the Fox Clan female slave, and now he dared to break into the Jimmy Chamber to release all the slaves. How audacious! He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Just as the furious Chekhov was about to curse, he unexpectedly saw the ambiguous smile on Lin's face, which made him shiver. He then remembered his current situation. There were only a couple of useless guards around him, and his life was not in his own hands. His face instantly fell. I have no grudge against you, Lin said. However, I have a grudge against the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Chekhov's expression stiffened. He truly was suffering from an undeserved disaster. Acting as a shield for the Snow Wolf mercenary group? What is your name, young brother? Chekhov quickly put on a smiling face, pretending to be innocent. Our Jimmy Chamber is merely borrowing the reputation of the Snow Wolf mercenary group to protect our business. We really don't have much to do with them. I hope you can see through this. Chekhov's expression was very convincing, filled with sincerity. If Lin hadn't witnessed the arrogant attitude of the Jimmy Chamber guards when they were chasing Seema and had some understanding of the Jimmy Chamber, he might have been deceived. Over the years, the Jimmy Chamber had relied on the Snow Wolf mercenary group to bully others, sell slaves, and commit countless atrocities. It's not impossible for me to let you go, Lin said. That Fox Clan girl is my friend. Does she have a sister? Where is she now? The sister of the Fox Clan girl? Chekhov's heart skipped a beat. That Fox Clan female slave had already been sent to the royal capital. How could he possibly retrieve her? However, he dared not speak the truth. Who knew if this guy would kill him? Speak. Lin noticed Chekhov's eyes darting around and drew his sword, pressing it against his neck. I'll tell you. The cold, sharp sensation on his neck nearly scared Chekhov into peeing his pants. He hurriedly said, the other Fox Clan girl has already been sent to the royal capital. Lin frowned. She had originally planned to help Shima rescue her sister, but now that she was being sent to the royal capital, things had become a bit troublesome. Slap. Lin moved her right hand and struck Chekhov's face with the blade of the Harmonious Way character, instantly knocking him to the ground. A few molars were knocked out, and his face quickly swelled up like a balloon. Lin didn't kill Chekhov. He just gave him a little lesson. He looked down on those who couldn't fight back. Although Chekhov lost a few teeth, his face showed the relief of having survived. Looking around, the fighters were firmly in control, possessing the powers of a natural-type devil fruit. In a situation where their strengths were roughly equal, they were basically invincible. Lin didn't intend to intervene and let them get more familiar with their devil fruit abilities through actual combat. The entire Jimmy Trading Company was already on fire, with many buildings surrounded by flames. Lin couldn't help but feel a bit worried. With such a large fire, wouldn't the warehouses of the Jimmy Trading Company be burned down? It would be a shame if they were just destroyed like this. Lin touched his smooth chin. As someone who is thrifty and economical, how could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Rather than burning it all and wasting it, why not salvage something for his own impoverished self? The fruits of so many people's hard work should not be destroyed in a great fire. Instead, they should reflect their true value. Yes, that's right, Lin nodded slowly, feeling truly compassionate. I am such a noble person. Where's the warehouse? Lin poked Chekhov, who was still lying on the ground, with the sheath of his knife, and asked, Huh? Chekhov was momentarily stunned, not understanding the meaning behind Lin's question. What the hell, with such a big fire? Your Jimmy Trading Company's warehouse is probably going to burn down too, Lin declared with righteous indignation, putting on a look as if he was reminding Chekhov for his own good. The warehouse. Oh, my goods. Chekhov screamed and scrambled to his feet, rushing towards the warehouse. Behind him, Lin followed with a smile. Fortunately, the fire had just begun to spread to the warehouse, and it had not caught fire yet. However, to be safe, Chekhov hurriedly opened the warehouse and began to pack the valuable items inside into a space ring. But since the space ring had limited capacity, he could only store a few high-value items, while the other goods had to be moved to a safe place by several guards. Lin stared unhappily at the space ring in Chekhov's hand and sighed inwardly. She had originally planned to leave him some things and didn't intend to touch his space ring. But now that he had packed her goods into it, she felt it was too late to back out. I'm sorry, but I'm in a difficult position too. Chekhov, the fire is spreading too quickly, and there's no time to move all this cargo to a safe place. Let me help you, Lin said. Chekhov turned around in surprise to look at Lin, his swollen face filled with questions. Could this guy really be so kind-hearted? Lin didn't care about Chekhov, and with a wave of his hand, the warehouse full of goods suddenly disappeared, sucked into the system backpack. Damn, Chekhov's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He realized that this bastard wasn't helping him out of kindness, but was actually taking advantage of the situation. No wonder he had so boldly reminded him earlier. It turned out he had his sights set on Chekhov's goods all along. This brat, not a good person at all. Chekhov almost spat blood, but seeing that there were only a few useless guards left by his side, he could only suppress his anger, even though his heart was bleeding. Then he saw Lin, who had emptied the warehouse, fix his gaze on the spatial ring on Chekhov's hand, with a half-smile on his face. Chekhov's heart sank, and he quickly hid the spatial ring behind his back, forcing a bitter smile as he said, "Little brother, you've really helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Otherwise, these goods might have been burned. I need to check if there are any fires elsewhere, so I won't bother you." After saying that, Chekhov quickly turned to leave, as if there were terrifying beasts lurking behind him. "Wait," Lin called out. "President Chekhov, a good deed should be done thoroughly. With the fire outside being so fierce, it's not safe for you to wander around. Why don't you let me help you keep the spatial ring safe? I guarantee it won't be affected by the fire. You little brat, don't go too far." Chekhov shouted furiously, his eyes red as he glared at Lin, his aura as if he wanted to swallow Lin alive. "If you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself," Lin said coldly, "but the process might not be so friendly. Everyone go. Kill this brat." Chekhov, valuing wealth over life and unable to endure any longer, gave the order to a few guards nearby. The guards had been displeased with Lin for a while, but they were intimidated by the combat power displayed by the Great Siam Mercenary Corps earlier and hadn't acted without Chekhov's command. Now, hearing Chekhov's order, they immediately charged at Lin, not believing that a mere teenager could be that strong. Lin sneered, and with a sudden draw of the Tao-E character, a flash of blade light appeared. Lin didn't even move his feet, and several Russian guards fell into a pool of blood. "Ah!" Chekhov screamed in fright. His legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, looking at Lin in terror. Lin flicked his right hand to shake off the blood from the blade of the Tao-E character, looking at the disheveled Chekhov, and said, "Are you going to take off the space ring yourself, or should I chop off your hand and take it?" "I'll do it myself. Please spare my life, little brother." Chekhov trembled as he took off the space ring and handed it to Lin. Although he valued money above all, when it came to choosing between money and life, he chose to live. Lin accepted the space ring with satisfaction, no longer making things difficult for Chekhov. One should leave a line for others to follow, so they can meet again in the future. What if Chekhov makes a comeback later, and his storeroom catches fire again? It would be good to help out then. Lin had always been a kind-hearted, passionate young man raised under the red flag. Watching Lin's back, Chekhov felt a deep pain in his heart, and tears streamed down his face. It was over. This time it was really over. Not only had he lost the Chamber of Commerce he had worked hard for over the years, and all his wealth, but he also had to face the accountability of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Outside the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, several figures had already rushed over. From the Mage Association came an elderly man in a white robe and a middle-aged man carrying a large sword. From the Mercenary Guild came a burly man in leather armor, wielding a battle axe. From the City Lord's mansion came a handsome man in battle armor, carrying a long spear. The four of them looked at the battle erupting in the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, all showing expressions of shock. Even if they did not know the people from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce and the 5th team of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, they had heard of them. However, they knew nothing about the few people fighting against them. This was not the important part. What mattered was that although these individuals were not particularly strong, most were at the warrior level. Their displayed abilities and fighting style left the 4 top-tier powerhouses in Kanglan City feeling astonished and puzzled. The other 3 turned their eyes toward the elderly man in the white robe from the Mage Association. The burly man from the Mercenary Guild asked President Gandalf, "What kind of magic is this? I've never heard of it." Gandalf replied, his eyes filled with deep confusion. As the president of the Mage Association in Kanglan City, he was also a Grand Mage, yet he had never seen such magic or fighting style. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. If even Gandalf didn't know, it seemed these people were quite extraordinary. The gazes of the crowd flickered, each lost in thought. "We should stop this battle first. If it continues, half of Kanglan City will be gone," said the handsome man with the long spear from the City Lord's mansion. "It should be so," Gandalf nodded, showing compassion and reluctance in his eyes. Thus, the 4 of them simultaneously released their auras. A powerful aura from the Grand Mage and 3 from warrior-level combatants surged into the sky, overwhelming and pressing down toward the battlefield inside the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 127. Ceasefire. The 4 powerful auras enveloped the entire Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, causing those engaged in the internal battle to be alarmed. The hostility contained in these auras was not intense, but everyone who sensed them felt a warning. If the fighting did not cease, they would be targeted by the owners of these auras. Lin felt a chill in her heart and had already guessed that the battle here had attracted the attention of the powerful beings in Kanglan City. With a few flashes, she appeared at the site of the conflict. At this moment, both sides engaged in battle had stopped fighting and gathered together. The members of the Daxiao mercenary group displayed a calm demeanor. Despite having gone through a fierce battle, they appeared to be almost unscathed. In contrast, the members of the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce and the 5th team of the Snow Wolf mercenary group were in a dire state, each bearing significant injuries. Their clothes stained with blood and tattered, and their expressions filled with deep fear. The strongest among them, the captain of the 5th team, Lin En, was covered in blood and stood unsteadily, almost in need of support. At this moment, their expressions were more of relief. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of several powerful auras, continuing the fight could have led to their complete annihilation. The individuals before them, who appeared out of nowhere, were not only powerful but also enigmatic, making them difficult to resist. "Is everyone all right?" Lin asked. "Captain, we're all fine," Jack replied excitedly. It was his first time fighting with the magma fruit, and its power thrilled him, though he felt a bit regretful that he couldn't go all out in this battle. Seeing Lin approach, everyone gathered around her. "Young master, the newcomers are very strong. We don't know if they're friend or foe," Lin Rongfu said with a serious expression. "Then let's see whether they are friend or foe," Lin replied. Although she felt grave, she was not afraid. Despite the impressive lineup of 4 battle masters, the Daxiao mercenary group was not to be underestimated, and the hostility from these auras was not very strong. It was hard to say whether they were friends or foes. She just hoped they weren't from the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, but their fighting spirit surged. The recent battle had allowed everyone to fully appreciate the power of the devil fruit abilities. After consuming the devil fruits, both Jack and Arno had successfully advanced to battle masters, while Sherlin had even upgraded from a mid-level battle master to a high-level battle master, making their strength incomparable to before. Coupled with the nature-type devil fruits' nearly broken abilities, everyone was eager to fight against strong opponents. For figures slowly approached from outside, illuminated by the flames from the burning buildings of the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, casting long shadows. Lin and the others set their eyes on the 4 newcomers. Although they entered together, they did not gather closely but kept some distance between them. Lin immediately guessed that these 4 were not a team, which eased his mind. Similarly, Gandalf and the others were also assessing Lin and his group. They noticed that the Snow Wolf mercenary corps appeared to be in a terrible state, while Lin's group seemed relaxed and even a bit eager for more, making it easy to discern the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Everyone, large-scale combat is prohibited within Kanglan City. Your battle has already caused significant impact and damage to the city. Please cease hostilities now. A handsome man bearing a long spear said loudly. "Lord Giltar, we of the Jimmy Merchant Association are the victims here. These people barged in and caused chaos. We can't just stand by and watch," shouted a battle-class guard from the Jimmy Merchants Association, who was quite eloquent. "Our Jimmy Merchants Association has suffered greatly, with heavy casualties, and even President Chekhov's life is uncertain. We ask Lord Giltar to seek justice for us." Lin looked at the speaking guard in surprise. This guy was quite eloquent and clear in his reasoning, a real talent, too good to be a guard. "The Jimmy Guild sells slaves and has captured my friend," Lin said lightly, without further explanation. Everything made sense under the power. Only with power could reasoning hold. The details of the Jimmy Guild were well known among the major powers of Kanglan City, but since the Jimmy Guild had the support of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, no one dared to trouble them. Now, that someone was causing trouble for the Jimmy Guild, everyone was happy to see it. As long as it didn't affect the whole of Kanglan City, they didn't mind. "I don't care what you're fighting for," Giltar said coldly, his gaze carrying a warning, "but your battle has already affected the entire Kanglan City and the citizens. The City Lord's Mansion cannot turn a blind eye. On behalf of the City Lord's Mansion, I hope both sides will cease hostilities and prevent the fire from spreading. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the city by the City Lord's Mansion." Faced with Giltar's threat, neither the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps nor Lin's group could ignore it. After all, they were on the other party's turf. And the other side had 3 powerful masters and a grand mage, a formidable lineup. "I have no objections," Lin said. After all, the purpose of saving people had been achieved, and there were no losses on their side. They even helped Chekhov save the goods in the warehouse from the fire, doing a good deed, so it wasn't in vain. Although Lin En was unwilling, at this moment, he could only accept it. feeling somewhat fortunate that if Giltar and the others hadn't arrived in time, they might have faced a calamity. However, the face lost tonight would definitely be regained in the future. No one could afford to lose face to the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. A great battle halted under the mediation of the three major powers of Kanglan City, and the City Lord's mansion mobilized the city guards to begin extinguishing the fire. I am Gandalf, the president of the Kanglan City Mage Association, Gandalf said kindly to Lin. He had a strong interest in Lin and his group. What is your name, young man? Where are you from? Hello, President Gandalf. I am Lin, the leader of the Dasha Mercenary Corps, Lin replied. This old man with a white beard had a kind expression and spoke with a very friendly tone, which made people feel good. At such a young age, you have considerable strength and are the leader of such a powerful mercenary corps. Young brother Lin, you are quite remarkable, Gandalf praised, and this was not flattery. He genuinely thought Lin was outstanding. Of course, the most important thing was to befriend Lin, especially to learn more about the seemingly magical abilities displayed by Lin and the others. President Gandalf, you flatter me. I am just lucky, Lin said with a smile, humbly. He could sense Gandalf's goodwill and was also eager to befriend him, as the Mage Association was a huge entity on the Divine Grace continent, even more so than the Mercenary Guild. You are too modest, Brother Lin. Your achievements are enough to make many people feel ashamed. This is not something that can be achieved just by luck. The burly man from the Mercenary Guild laughed, his laughter hearty and cheerful. I am Joseph, the president of the Kanglan City Mercenary Guild. Since you are also a mercenary, please come to the guild when you have time. I will treat you to a drink. Thank you, President Joseph. I will definitely come when I have the chance. Lin smiled, though he didn't quite understand why two people like Gandalf and Joseph, who could be considered giants in Kanglan City, were showing him goodwill. However, since they were being gracious, he couldn't refuse. On the side, Inavan felt extremely dissatisfied and frustrated to see Gandalf and Joseph chatting amiably with Lin. When he heard Lin reveal his identity, he was shocked. Dachau Mercenary Corps? At that moment, Inavan remembered the name of the Dachau Mercenary Corps. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Lin before, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. It turned out to be someone from the Dachau Mercenary Corps. The order from Lord Modo had long been given, to kill the Dachau Mercenary Corps without mercy. The names and appearances of several key members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps had already circulated within the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Inavan felt a surge of excitement. Having obtained the whereabouts of the Dachau Mercenary Corps, he would report it to Lord Modo, who would surely reward him handsomely. Unfortunately, the Dachau Mercenary Corps was too powerful. Otherwise, capturing them would be a great achievement in front of Lord Modo. Suppressing his excitement, Inavan decided he must relay the news to Lord Modo as soon as possible. After chatting a bit more with Gandalf and Joseph, Lin left the Jimmy Guild with a few members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps and the Tauren Drava. Young master, I think that Inavan knows our whereabouts and will definitely relay the information to Modo, Lin Rongfu said worriedly. No worries, we will leave Kanglan City as soon as possible. Lin replied, by the time Modo receives the message and comes, we will have already left Kanglan City. If it hadn't been for Gandalf and the others arriving, Lin and his group would have killed all the members of Inavan's 5th squad, and there wouldn't have been any leaks, but at this point, discussing it was meaningless. When they returned to their residence, upon seeing Drava, Shima was instantly overjoyed. Drava was also very happy to see Shima, but the already weak Drava collapsed after the excitement. As he was simply starving, Lin had someone prepare food for Drava, and then everyone witnessed another big eater besides Lin. The Minotaur Drava's appetite was no less than Lin's. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall and possessing a physique that was quite impressive even among orcs, the Minotaur was strong and powerful, which naturally meant his food intake was enormous. Lin revealed the news about Sister Seema that he had learned from Chekhov. Upon hearing it, Seema felt both happy and worried. She was happy to finally have news of her sister, but worried about how her sister was doing now. Lin, please, say my sister. Seema once again knelt before Lin, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, I will agree to any conditions as long as you are willing to bring my sister back. Ding! A temporary quest has been triggered. Rescue the Fox Clan girl Emma. Reward: 1 random item or skill and friendship with the Orc Clan. Quest failure penalty: permanently lose friendship with the Orc Clan. Chapter 128. Reactions from all sides hearing the system's prompt. Lin was taken aback. He didn't expect to trigger a temporary quest. When he saved Seema before, there was no temporary quest triggered. He didn't expect that when Seema requested to save her sister, the system would suddenly make its presence felt. Was the system worried that he wouldn't go save someone? Or did Seema's sister Emma have something special about her that set her apart? Moreover, this temporary quest actually had a penalty, which surprised Lin the most. In all previous quests, there had been no penalties. Lin thought the system was quite charming, much better than those systems that often threatened their hosts with annihilation. He didn't expect that the Pirate King system had also fallen, starting to give its host quests with penalties. Lin couldn't help but worry whether the system's task penalties would become increasingly unreasonable, resulting in losing male abilities or facing humanitarian disasters at any moment. What if the task difficulty was too great? Wouldn't that be the end? Also, what was his friendship with the orc race all about? If he didn't save someone or fail to do so, what did the penalty of forever losing the orc race's friendship mean? Did it mean he would not be welcomed by the orc race, or even face hostility from them? It seemed to him that there was no real loss. Lin thought to himself, why would he need the orc race's friendship? However, upon further reflection, he realized the system wouldn't issue this task without reason, and setting such a penalty must have a deeper meaning. Could it be that he would have a significant connection with the orc race in the future? Regardless, since the system had already issued the task, whether the penalty had significance for him or not, he couldn't ignore it just for the sake of the system's rewards. Benefactor, please save Emma. Seeing that Lin was deep in thought and didn't speak, Drava assumed Lin was unwilling to go save Emma and immediately knelt on the ground with Seema, pleading, if we can rescue Emma, I swear to the beast god that I will become the benefactor's servant and never betray. Swearing in the name of the beast god was the most solemn oath of the orc race, and no orc dared to violate it, which showed Drava's determination. Seema was also willing to be a servant. Please save my sister, Seema said tearfully. Shalene and the others remained silent, just watching Lin, as everyone was willing to follow his opinion on such a significant decision. Get up, I've agreed. Lin came back to his senses and quickly said, feeling both amused and exasperated. He was merely contemplating the purpose of the system's task. Yet it had led Seema and Drava to misunderstand that he was unwilling to go save people and make such a heavy oath. Get up. Lin made Shima and Druba stand up, carefully examining Druba. Druba was about 5 meters tall, with a strong physique, his muscles bulging with a sense of power. His tall and robust build resembled a small giant, exuding a formidable presence. The 2 sharp horns on his head were clearly not just for decoration. Having eaten and drunk his fill, the previously weak Druba showed no signs of that anymore. His body was recovering quickly, and even his injuries had healed significantly. He radiated a wild and fierce aura, demonstrating that the orc race was physically superior to humans. Moreover, Druba's strength was surprisingly formidable, possessing a battle master level of power. Lin couldn't help but marvel at how the orc race seemed to be favored by the heavens, almost all being born warriors. He suddenly had a whimsical thought. If Druba were to consume the animal-type bull fruit, what marvelous reaction might occur? If Druba were willing to join the Great Xia Mercenary Corps in the future, perhaps it could be tried. At the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, the fire had already been extinguished by the city guards sent by the Lord's office, leaving behind a desolate scene. Looking at the destroyed chamber, the barely surviving Chekhov felt like crying without tears. Chairman Chekhov, there's no need to be so dejected. Things haven't reached an irreparable point, Ivanov said. What else can be done to salvage it? Chekhov responded, lamenting it's all over. The financial loss is one thing, but the accountability from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is the most critical. Failing to pay the taxes required by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps leaves me with almost no way out. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps doesn't lend its name easily, and they act without restraint. Breaking their rules means only one path leads to death. Ivanov, you know what happened tonight, and it's truly beyond my ability to resist. Given our friendship, I ask you to help me. I would never forget your kindness, Chekhov pleaded with Ivanov. Chairman Chekhov, do you know who that group of people was tonight? Ivanov inquired. Chekhov looked at Ivanov in confusion, thinking that at such a time, who cared about who those people were? Finding a way to save himself was far more important. Some time ago, our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps deputy leader, Captain Moto's son Andrew, was killed by someone. The murderer is this Great Xia Mercenary Corps, Ivanov stated. The leader has issued a kill order for this Great Xia Mercenary Corps and has personally taken action, but he has not yet found their whereabouts. Now that we know the whereabouts of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps, reporting it to the leader, Chekhov, do you realize what a significant achievement this is? When the time comes, Captain Moto will take revenge for his son, and is this minor loss to the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce still a problem? Ivanov continued. Ivanov, is this true? Chekhov asked in surprise. Of course it's true. How could I dare to lie about such matters? Ivanov replied. Chekhov was almost ecstatic. It was like finding a way out of a dead end. Reporting this news would not only absolve him from accountability by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, but might also earn him a reward from Captain Moto. Perhaps the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce could even advance further because of this achievement. Ivanov, you are truly my great benefactor. As long as I can get through this ordeal, I will definitely repay you generously in the future, Chekhov promised earnestly, filled with gratitude for Ivanov. Ivanov nodded with a smile. He had his own motives for pulling Chekhov in. In the path of cultivation, one can't do without powerful resources, especially as one reaches Battlemaster level. Where the consumption of resources is enormous. Building a good relationship with Chekhov was beneficial for him. At this moment, helping Chekhov was like providing timely assistance. After making arrangements, the two immediately sent news to the headquarters of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and dispatched people to monitor the movements of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. They must not let the Great Siam Mercenary Corps disappear from their sight at this time. Within the Mercenary Guild, President Joseph looked at the information regarding the Great Siam Mercenary Corps brought by his subordinate. As the president, he could access information on any mercenary group registered with the guild, thanks to the powerful magical information sharing system within the Mercenary Guild. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps was established only 6 months ago and had already reached B rank, showing a rapid upgrade speed. More importantly, its strength far exceeded that of a typical B rank mercenary group, even stronger than many A rank mercenary groups. It seemed that their task points were limited, making them a severely underestimated mercenary group. The registered location is Hudistown. Joseph pondered as he looked at the registration location of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps displayed in the documents. He was aware that this so-called paradise for mercenaries, Hudistown, had its own significance. That little girl from Monai family went to this Hudistown, right? Joseph asked, his voice deep and loud, echoing in the room. Yes, President, the subordinate replied. Joseph frowned slightly. Given the power and potential of this mercenary group, could it be that the little girl from the Monai family had noticed? It seemed that the little girl from the Monai family was just relying on her family support, lacking vision and strength. Not to mention the future potential of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Even its current strength was impressive enough to catch Joseph's eye, making it a candidate for direct affiliation with the Mercenary Guild. The kingdom of Chachi was small and weak, and could be considered a mercenary desert in the entire Divine Grace continent, if it weren't for the presence of the S-rank Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The Mercenary Guild of the Kingdom of Chachi would hardly be able to hold its head up at headquarters. As the vice president of a large city mercenary guild, Joseph naturally had ambitions. Who wouldn't he want to escape the mercenary desert of the Kingdom of Chachi and move to a more prosperous and powerful place as president? Those places had far more resources, allowing for greater strength. If he could bring the Great Siam Mercenary Corps into the Mercenary Guild, given the Great Siam Mercenary Corps performance, it wouldn't be long before they stood out and made a name for themselves in the mercenary world. At that time, he, as the one who recommended them, would also benefit, potentially stepping out of the Kingdom of Chachi and perhaps even reaching holy rank. Thinking of this, Joseph's heart ignited with passion, and he decided to contact the Great Siam Mercenary Corps the next day. As for whether the Great Siam Mercenary Corps would refuse his offer, he was not worried. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps had just offended the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. As long as he provided protection, there was no reason for them to refuse. If Joseph had known that Lin had initially rejected Bai Weiyer's invitation for the same reason regarding the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, he would not have been so confident. At the same time, the Mage Association and the Lord's Office of Kanglan City were also investigating information about the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. It could be said that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had captured the attention of various major forces due to their powerful performance in defeating the 5th team of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps during the battle at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. The battle that erupted at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce also spread throughout Kanglan City, causing a significant stir, especially in the mercenary community of Kanglan City. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was the only S-rank mercenary group in the Kingdom of Chachi that had a holy rank powerhouse. Even one of its teams possessed strength comparable to A-rank mercenary groups. That a mere Great Siam Mercenary Corps could defeat the 5th team showed their tremendous strength. Where did this mercenary group come from? However, even though the strength of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps exceeded everyone's expectations, no one still had high hopes for them. Everyone was waiting to see the Great Siam Mercenary Corps make a fool of themselves. Having offended the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, it seemed that the mercenary journey of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had come to an end. Chapter 129. The Black-Robed Man reappears. Although no one believed in the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, their reputation still spread throughout the mercenary community in Kanglan City. and there was a trend of it spreading to the entire Jechi Kingdom's mercenary groups. Everyone wanted to know which foolish mercenary group had the audacity to provoke the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. This could be considered a different kind of fame. Aside from the major forces in Kanglan City, there was also a person who noticed Lin En and the others. This person was cloaked in black, with their entire appearance concealed by a black hood, hidden in the darkness, watching the residents of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps. The Great Xia Mercenary Corps. Where did this mercenary group come from? The man in black muttered, his eyes flickering with a ghostly light in the darkness. The abilities they displayed were unlike any known fighting techniques or magic on the continent of Divine Grace. They might be related to the stowaway mentioned in the Divine Oracle, which had not specified the characteristics of the stowaway, making it difficult to find. If this was indeed related to the stowaway, sending the information back to the temple would establish an unprecedented achievement, and I would surely receive a reward from the temple. Perhaps I could even gain an opportunity for divine power baptism and step into the holy level. Thinking of this, the black-robed man felt a great wave of excitement within, and the ghostly light in his eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. However, there's no rush to send the information back. I need to confirm everything clearly. It must be foolproof. The reward is mine for the taking. Hee. Inside the residence, the little white tiger nestled in Lin En's arms, gnawing on a magic crystal as a snack, suddenly raised its head and looked outside, its fur standing on end as if facing a great enemy. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Lin En asked, wondering why this little guy, who was happily chewing on a magic crystal, suddenly got all riled up. Lin En, I sense that person's presence. The little white tiger said, its tone filled with intense anger. It's the one who captured me back then. Lin's heart stirred. That mysterious black-robed figure who collaborated with the Paladin Mercenary Corps to capture the little white tiger and triggered the beast tide in the Hudis Mountains? This guy was definitely not a good person. Capturing the little white tiger caused a massive loss for the mercenary community in Hudis Town, and Lin and the others almost died in the beast tide. Moreover, this guy used the little white tiger as bait and severely injured the little white tiger's mother, the Thunderwing White Tiger. Fortunately, the Thunderwing White Tiger was powerful enough to escape disaster. Even so, the mysterious black-robed man managed to escape the wrath of the Thunderwing White Tiger and vanished without a trace, only to unexpectedly appear in Kanglan City. With a little white tiger sensed his presence. Where is he? Lin asked urgently. He's right outside. I can sense him, and he's not far away. The little white tiger said, filled with anger and hatred towards the black-robed man. Right outside? Lin's heart raced. That mysterious black-robed man had the strength of a great warrior, which was unattainable for him in the past. However, he was no longer the same as before. Even a great warrior could withstand a few hits from him now. With that thought, Lin's figure flickered as he headed toward the door, hoping to catch the black-robed man. Soon, Lin reached the outside, but he found it was pitch black and not a single figure was in sight. Xiaobai, can you still sense his presence? Lin asked. The little white tiger carefully sensed again and shook its head, saying, I can't sense him anymore. It seems the black-robed man detected our movements and left early. At that moment, Lin Rongfu and Shilin, along with others, also flew out, sensing Lin's actions and fearing something had happened to him. Young master, what happened? Lin Rongfu asked. Lin mentioned that the little white tiger sensed the presence of a mysterious figure in a black robe. Everyone had experienced the beast tide in the Hudis Mountains and naturally hated the black-robed figure to the core. With this person appearing today, there was likely another scheme at play, so everyone should be cautious during this time, Lin advised. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling a hint of unease in their hearts, and thus they all steeled themselves. Lin saw the little white tiger looking downcast again, knowing that it must be thinking of its mother, the Thunderwing White Tiger. He gently patted its little head and comforted it, saying, Little White, if we have the chance to meet this person again in the future, I will definitely not let him go. I will make sure to avenge your mother. The little white tiger nodded and grabbed a magic crystal to gnaw on, wanting to quickly increase its strength, hoping to personally avenge its mother. The next morning, Usops came to report that both the Mage Association and the Mercenary Guild had sent people to invite Lin to meet with them. Both the Mage Association and the Mercenary Guild have sent people? Lin was somewhat surprised. Was he really so popular? However, these two major forces were giants, not just in the Jechi Kingdom, but throughout the entire Divine Grace continent. They had branches spread all over the continent, with countless strong individuals and unimaginable power. It was impossible to refuse an invitation from two giants at the same time. Forming connections would be beneficial for him. But which invitation should he prioritize? Sister Sherlin, where do you think we should go first? Lin asked. Let's go to the Mercenary Guild first. After all, we are registered mercenaries there, Lin replied. I suspect the purpose of the invitation from the Mage Association might not be so simple. Perhaps it is related to the abilities we demonstrated last night. Lin understood what Lin meant. The ability of the natural demon fruit seemed to have caught the attention of the Mage Association. After all, the powers of the natural demon fruit were quite similar to magic, yet there were differences. It was not surprising that the Mage Association had taken notice. However, it was not wise for the Mage Association to know too much about the abilities of the demon fruit, as it could lead to uncontrollable situations. Given the current strength of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, they were like ants before the Mage Association, and Lin did not want to attract attention too early. Thinking of this made Lin feel a sense of crisis. His strength was still too weak. If he had Saint-level power, or if the Daxiao Mercenary Corps had a few more Saint-level strong individuals, what would he have to fear from any force's scrutiny? With the wealth he obtained from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, Lin decided to temporarily refrain from purchasing the demon fruit from the system store and instead use it to enhance his own strength. At the Mercenary Guild, under the guidance of a staff member, Lin and Lin Rongfu met with the guild president, Joseph. Greetings, President Joseph, Lin said respectfully. Captain Lin. There's no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. Joseph laughed heartily, his loud voice shaking the windows. Captain Lin, you are a promising young talent and a leader in our Jiechi Kingdom's mercenary world. We should get to know each other better in the future. President Joseph, you flatter me. I don't dare to accept such praise, Lin said humbly. Deservedly so. I have presided over the Kanglan City Mercenary Guild for many years, and I have never seen a young hero as outstanding as Captain Lin, Joseph praised, clearly admiring Lin. He was straightforward and spoke bluntly. However, Captain Lin has offended the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and there may be significant trouble ahead. The leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Moto, is a Saint-level powerhouse and is known for being domineering and protective. To be honest, I really admire Captain Lin. If you could join the Mercenary Guild and become a direct mercenary group under us, I could help you resolve the conflict with the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Our Mercenary Guild also has Saint-level powerhouses, and even Moto would have to give some face. Thank you for your kindness, President Joseph, Lin said with a bitter smile. It's not that I don't appreciate your offer, but the enmity between me and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is irreconcilable. I killed Moto's son, Andrew, and Moto will never let me go, even if I join the Mercenary Guild. He won't be able to forgive the death of his son. Joseph's eyes widened, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Wow, this kid has guts. He even killed Moto's son. Are all young people these days so reckless? The enmity of killing a son was irreconcilable. Joseph shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid Moto really won't give the Mercenary Guild any face. Regardless, I sincerely appreciate President Joseph's offer, Lin said earnestly. Back in Hudistown, Sister Byway also invited me to join the Mercenary Guild, but I also refused. I won't bow down to just one Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. One day, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps will be able to stand fearless against the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Hearing that Byway had also invited Lin and that he had refused, Joseph's mood improved significantly. He couldn't help but be inspired by Lin's boldness. As a mercenary, one must have the spirit to not fear strong enemies, to stand tall in the mercenary world of the Divine Grace Continent. Many legendary mercenary groups became well known only after countless battles. Ambitious. Since you don't want to join the Mercenary Guild, I won't force you. If you ever need help and I can assist, just let me know, Joseph said. Despite the strong enemy of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps that Lin had established, he had high hopes for Lin. If Lin could get through this challenge, his future achievements would be limitless, and investing in him early would be a good decision. I actually do have something I need help with, President. Lin smiled and immediately proposed purchasing some magic crystals. That's a small matter. Joseph thought it was just a purchase of some magic crystals, as the Mercenary Guild had a considerable stock of them. However, when he saw Lin take out over 1 million gold coins, he was shocked. An B-level mercenary group is so extravagant? Buying magic crystals worth over 1 million gold coins? Did Lin rob the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce's vault while rescuing someone yesterday? Joseph did not expect that he had guessed correctly. Fortunately, Kanglan City was a large city, and the Mercenary Guild had a sufficient stock of magic crystals. Otherwise, Joseph would have been embarrassed today. After completing the transaction with Joseph and storing the magic crystals in his system bag, Lin left satisfied and headed to the Mage Association for his appointment. Chapter 130. Encountering an assassin after leaving the Mercenary Guild, Lin and Lin Rongfu headed towards the Mage Association. Having just purchased magic crystals worth over 1 million gold coins from the Mercenary Guild, Lin was in a great mood. with these magic crystals, along with the batch he had obtained from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. And after converting them into system energy, his total energy could surpass 2 million points, allowing him to significantly enhance his own strength. After causing a commotion at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce and defeating the 5th team of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, his whereabouts had likely been leaked, and the pursuit from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would probably arrive soon. What he urgently needed now was to improve his strength, not to exchange for demon fruits. At the very least, he needed to be able to withstand Moto, the saint-level powerhouse. Grandpa Fu, how is your comprehension of the fire elemental essence coming along? Lin inquired of Lin Rongfu. Progress is good. In a few days, I am confident I will successfully comprehend it, and then I will be able to advance to semi-saint. Lin Rongfu replied excitedly. Half-saint? That's something I couldn't even dare to imagine. More than half a year ago, Lin Rongfu still needed to suppress his internal injuries and couldn't fully utilize his powerful battlemaster strength. Now, not only has his injuries healed, but he is also on the verge of becoming a half-saint, and he may even glimpse the mysteries of the saint level in the near future. Even at Lin Rongfu's age, he couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition, all thanks to the young master. Our appearance in Kanglan City has surely been reported by the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, and Moto will probably pursue us soon, Lin said with some concern. Although my strength has greatly improved, and I can fight against battle masters, the overall strength of the Daxia Mercenary Corps has also made a leap after consuming the demon fruits. It is still far from enough against saint-level powerhouses. Without reaching the saint level, one remains an ant. Young master, there's no need to worry too much, Lin Rongfu said. As long as I can become a half-saint, with the ability of the toothless wyvern fruit, I have confidence that I can stand against even a saint-level powerhouse. I will definitely not let you come harm. Hearing this, Lin nodded. Although his expression remained serious, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Things will naturally resolve themselves when the time comes. What is most lacking now is time. With enough time, the Great Siam Mercenary Group can grow to the point where they are not afraid of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group. For now, they can only temporarily avoid the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group. They cannot stay in Kanglan City for too long. After paying a visit to the Mage Association, they need to prepare to leave, as they also need to go to the royal capital to rescue Seema's sister, Emma, and complete the system's temporary task. The previous night, a major battle broke out at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, nearly destroying it entirely. This incident caused quite an impact in Kanglan City. To maintain order among the citizens, the city guard dispatched many personnel today to patrol the streets and prevent any troublemakers from taking advantage of the situation. Kanglan City, built by the river, benefits from the prosperous shipping along the Kanglan River. The city is quite bustling, with merchants and passing mercenaries coming and going. The presence of the city guard helps maintain order fairly well, but there are still unruly mercenaries who occasionally cause disturbances. Now that the city guard has intensified their patrols, some mercenaries who are used to being free and easy naturally feel uncomfortable and have clashed with the city guard. In front of Lin and his companion, 3 or 4 mercenaries confronted a patrol team of the city guard, blocking the street. A team of 20 city guards faced off against the 3 or 4 mercenaries, both sides drawing their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere that seemed on the verge of erupting into battle. The citizens on the street quickly avoided the area, standing at a distance to watch the unfolding scene. When Lin and Lin Rongfu entered, the few mercenaries could no longer endure and swung their weapons, engaging in a fight with the city guards. Lin was greatly astonished. These mercenaries were reckless, clearly not very strong, with the most powerful among them being just a beginner warrior, yet they dared to confront a squad of city guards in the street. Could it be that the mercenary group behind them was very strong? That was the only explanation. Otherwise, these mercenaries must have muscles for brains, engaging in purely suicidal behavior. After a few exchanges, several city guards fell, but the mercenaries also sustained injuries under the coordinated attacks of the city guards, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught. Brothers, these damn city guards are too strong. We can't hold them off. Let's pull back, shouted the leading beginner warrior mercenary, calling on his comrades to break away from the city guards and decisively turning to flee, clearly someone who knew how to avoid immediate losses. The city guards, having suffered a few casualties, would not let the mercenaries escape easily. They chased after them, signaling for nearby city guards to come over. The mercenaries fled in the direction of Lin, seemingly panicked and desperate. Lin and Lin Rongfu dodged to the side of the road. Of course, they wouldn't get involved in such matters, as the casualties on either side had nothing to do with them. However, the direction of events deviated from Lin's expectations. When several mercenary groups rushed in front of Lin and Lin Rongfu, Their demeanor suddenly changed dramatically. The panicked expressions from moments ago vanished, replaced by a chilling and fierce look, filled with murderous intent directed at Lin. At the same time, the weapons in the hands of the four men erupted with intense fighting spirit, stabbing toward Lin. Taking advantage of a moment when they brushed past each other, the four mercenaries charged at Lin, their aura overwhelming, all at the Battlemaster level. The mercenary who had previously shown the initial stage of a Battlemaster was even at the intermediate stage of that rank. The sudden killing intent shocked Lin deeply. These were not mere troublemaking mercenaries, but clearly deeply hidden assassins. This was a premeditated assassination aimed at Lin. Just moments ago, Lin had thought of it as a spectator's view, completely unaware that it was an attack directed at him. Faced with the imminent assassination from the four assassins, in his shock, he could only manage to use his armed color haki to cover his entire body for defense. Thud! The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed as several weapons almost simultaneously stabbed into Lin's body, but thanks to the protection of his armed color haki, they did not penetrate deeply. Thief! Seeking death. Lin Rongfu was extremely furious. With a loud shout, he drew his sword and unleashed several sword rays, attacking the four assassins. The four assassins, having struck successfully, immediately withdrew, but they were still severely injured by Lin Rongfu's furious strike. The sword rays of a peak Battlemaster were not easy to withstand, having narrowly escaped with their lives. The four assassins disregarded their injuries and immediately fled in different directions, hoping to blend into the crowd to evade Lin Rongfu's pursuit. However, Lin Rongfu would not allow these assassins, who had harmed Lin En, to escape. Moving like lightning, he pursued them as they merged into the crowd. And with a swift motion of his sword, he killed one assassin on the spot. The sudden turn of events left the city guards, who had caught up, stunned. They quickly halted, staring in shock at the raging Lin Rongfu, trembling in fear that he might mistake them for accomplices of the assassins. Lin was hit by four assassins. Although he was injured, it wasn't life-threatening. At this moment, he was extremely angry, ever since he was attacked by a bloodstitch assassin in Hudistown. He hadn't heard from them for a long time, causing him to almost forget about them. Unexpectedly, due to negligence, he was attacked again. Although he didn't yet know whether these assassins were from the bloodstitch, in his rage, Lin drew his sword, ready to personally kill these assassins to vent his anger. Swish! A sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed, as an arrow came flying from a distance, carrying a strong killing intent condensed with battle energy. Before the arrow even reached him, the murderous aura made Lin's hair stand on end. Realizing the danger, Lin instantly understood that the four assassins were merely bait. If they could kill him in one blow, that would be ideal. Even if the assassination failed, they could still draw Grandpa Fu away from him. The true assassin was the one using the bow and arrow in the shadows, executing a series of attacks designed meticulously, indicating that these assassins were deadly serious about killing him. The arrow was aimed directly at Lin's head. He didn't know if he would survive if his head were pierced by an arrow, even with the ability of the Phoenix Fruit. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Lin stepped back and swung his sword, deflecting the incoming arrow. The force attached to the arrow was incredibly strong, reaching the level of a high-tier warrior. The archer among the assassins was a high-tier warrior, and along with the four baiting assassins, there were 5 warrior-level assassins in total, one of whom was a high-tier warrior. This was no small undertaking. Ofthe! Lin struck the incoming arrow away with a single blow and was about to search for the assassin's location when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had already been shot. An arrow as thick as a finger had penetrated his body, with the tip protruding from his back. Lin was inexplicably horrified. What an impressive archer. 2 arrows were shot like meteors chasing the moon, yet there was only the sound of something piercing the air. She had only managed to deflect the first arrow, completely unaware that a second arrow was following closely behind. Unsurprisingly, she was hit. If she hadn't stepped back just now, changing her position, she wouldn't have been struck in the chest, but in the head instead. With an arrow lodged in her chest, Lin was already seriously injured. In her panic, to avoid further arrows, she could only roll to the side and hide in the corner of shop by the street. Young master. Lin Rongfu had just killed 4 assassins when he saw Lin En get hit by an arrow. His eyes immediately turned blood red. Although the 4 assassins had injured Lin En, Lin Rongfu, who was well aware of Lin En's abilities, was not too worried, which is why he had gone after the 4 assassins. However, at this moment, Lin En had been shot in the chest, the arrow piercing through. For anyone, the chest is a vital area. Even if the heart is not injured, it still constitutes a severe wound. Lin Rongfu leaped forward and positioned himself in front of Lin En, shielding him from any arrows that might be shot by the hidden assassin. At that moment, Lin Rongfu understood all too well that he had fallen into the assassin's trap, which had resulted in Lin En being gravely injured by an arrow. Looking at the severely injured and weak Lin En, guilt and regret nearly overwhelmed Lin Rongfu, while his killing intent towards the assassin was as intense as the biting cold of winter. The city guards and the civilians in the distance could sense this bone-chilling aura, causing their faces to turn pale. Chapter 131. Bloodspike's stronghold with Lin En severely injured before him. Lin Rongfu's murderous intent surged. He wished nothing more than to find the assassin who shot the arrow and torture him to death. However, having fallen for a trap once, he dared not leave Lin inside again, for he did not know if there were any other hidden assassins among the crowd. Although he hated the assassin to the bone, Lin En's safety was clearly the most important thing. "Grandpa Fu, pull out the arrow," Lin said with pain, his face turning pale. The power of this arrow was considerable. Even though his chest was penetrated, it wasn't the worst of it. The fighting energy attached to the arrow had nearly shredded his internal organs, and the toxin smeared on the arrowhead was extremely potent, actually delaying the recovery of his internal injuries from the Phoenix Fruit ability, which was the main reason for Lin's severe injury. Only by pulling out the arrow could Lin fully activate the healing ability of the Phoenix Fruit. Lin Rongfu quickly broke the arrow and pulled the arrowhead out from Lin En's back, bringing out a stream of black blood. Upon seeing the black blood, Lin Rongfu couldn't help but change color. It was indeed poisonous. After the arrow was removed, greenish-blue flames immediately erupted from the wound on Lin En, beginning to burn away the toxins in his body and heal his injuries. The recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit was indeed powerful. Before long, Lin En's pale face regained some color. Seeing this, Lin Rongfu finally felt a bit relieved. "Grandpa Fu, do you know the identity of the assassin?" Lin En asked. "It's Bloodspike," Lin Rongfu replied coldly, his tone filled with a palpable killing intent. When he had just killed the 4 assassins, he had already seen the emblem of the Bloodspike organization on them. "It really is Bloodspike," Lin En thought, not feeling surprised. He had heard by Weyer mention before that once Bloodspike accepted a mission, they would definitely complete it. And if an assassin within the organization was killed by the target, they would pursue the target relentlessly. Lin did not expect that this assassination attempt would be so grand in scale. The first time, they only sent out a single high-level warrior-class assassin. But this time they dispatched 5 warrior-class assassins all at once, with meticulous planning. Unfortunately, although Blood had a well-thought-out plan and sent out an incredibly strong lineup to achieve a one-hit kill, they did not anticipate that Lin possessed the ability of a devil fruit, which was beyond the scope of the Divine Grace continent. Otherwise, even if Lin's growth and strength left the world in shock, he would have met his demise in this assassination attempt. "Grandpa Fu, let's go back first," Lin said. He was seriously injured this time and needed some time to recover. He was also unsure if that hidden archer assassin had left or if there were other assassins lurking nearby. A visit to the Mage Association would have to wait for later. Lin Rongfu was also worried about Lin and safety, so he picked Lin En up and rushed towards their residence. Upon returning, everyone was shocked to see Lin En seriously injured. With Lin En's current strength and fruit recovery ability, and with Lin Rongfu as his protector, who in Kanglan City could have inflicted such serious harm on him. "Young master, what happened to you?" Usopp exclaimed, tears streaming down his face upon seeing Lin En's injuries. "Captain, who hurt you? Was it the people from the Mercenary Guild?" Jack shouted angrily. Since eating the magma fruit, Jack's strength had increased rapidly, and so had his temper, possibly influenced by the fruit. Since Lin En and Lin Rongfu were on their way to an appointment with the Mercenary Guild, everyone instinctively thought of the guild. In Kanglan City, only powerful forces like the Mercenary Guild and the Mage Association had the capability to seriously injure Lin En. "It was an assassin from the Bloodthorn organization," Lin Rongfu said, filled with guilt. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and anger. "What is the Bloodthorn organization? How dare they attempt to assassinate the captain? I will burn them to ashes with magma," Jack said, his killing intent surging as magma flowed down his clenched fists, releasing a strong smell of sulfur. "Anyone who dares to harm Lin En, if I encounter a Bloodthorn assassin again, I will set them on fire," Vea said, her pretty face filled with fury. Seeing Lin En pale and seriously injured made her heart ache, leading her to despise the Bloodthorn organization immensely. Usopp, Arno, and Yale also spoke out, denouncing the Bloodthorn organization, and even Sema and Druba joined in. Lin remained silent, but a chill emanated from her, with a layer of ice forming on her clothes. Linen's condition pained her deeply. Among everyone, Apart from Lin Rongfu and Usopp, she understood Lin En's situation the best, knowing that the assassin from the Bloodthorn organization had been commissioned by Lin En's stepmother to kill him. After hearing Lin En's story about his family, Lin had never held any goodwill towards his stepmother. Now, with the assassination attempt and Lin En seriously injured, she felt a surge of murderous intent towards her. In Shirley's heart, Lin En was her man. Regardless of whether she was Lin En's stepmother, anyone who dared to harm him was her enemy. All right. Although I'm seriously injured, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Lin En comforted everyone in return. He was both moved and amused by their overreactions. Thinking to himself, what kind of people are you? Here I am, seriously injured, and no one comforts me, yet I have to comfort you all instead. It's quite ridiculous. Lin said helplessly, all our abilities are retracted, with magma and ice affecting my healing. Upon hearing this, everyone flattered him and quickly retracted their abilities. Then you should take care of your injuries, Lin said softly. My injuries are not serious. It's just a poison that's a bit troublesome and will take some time to expel, Lin replied, then turned to Lin Rongfu and said, Grandpa Fu, please go to the Mercenary Guild again and ask President Joseph about the Bloodspike organization's information. Check if there are any Bloodspike strongholds in Kanglan City. Are you planning to take the initiative to seek revenge on Bloodspike, young master? Lin Rongfu asked. Bloodspike has repeatedly attempted to assassinate me. How can I just let go? Lin said with resentment. This recent assassination was extremely perilous. How can I swallow this anger without avenging it? There's a saying that you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't defend against a thief for 1,000 days. Bloodspike's assassination techniques are incredibly powerful. Now that they have failed, the next attempt will surely be even harder to defend against. I don't want a knife hanging over my head, ready to drop at any moment. The only way to eliminate this threat completely is to take the initiative and hit Bloodspike hard, even uproot them entirely. Being passive has never been Lin's style. If there's a force that has the most accurate information, it would probably be the Mercenary Guild. Even the Mage Association likely doesn't have an intelligence network as strong as that of the Mercenary Guild. Yes, let's find the Bloodspike organization's stronghold in Kanglan City. Storm in and burn them all down, Vea said, shaking her fist fiercely. Exactly, let's storm in and avenge the captain, Arno echoed. Only by taking the initiative can we eliminate the threat, Lin said with a glint of killing intent in her eyes. Lin Rongfu went to the Mercenary Guild, and Arno was also sent out by Lin En to inform the Mage Association of the reason for the no-show. After all, even if he didn't want to have too much involvement with the Mage Association, he couldn't afford to offend them. Everyone stopped disturbing Lin En's healing, but they all harbored a belly full of anger and killing intent, waiting for Lin Rongfu to get news about the Bloodspike organization from the Mercenary Guild before they would go to the Bloodspike's stronghold to take revenge. The news of Lin's stabbing did not cause much of a stir in Kanglan City. After all, although the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had made a name for itself in the mercenary circle due to its affiliation with the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce, very few people actually knew Lin and Lin Rongfu. Only Chekhov and Ivanov, who had been secretly monitoring the movements of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, quickly received the news. It's a pity that bastard Lin didn't die after all, Chekhov said indignantly, thinking of the Chamber of Commerce that had almost been burned to the ground and the warehouse that had been completely looted. He felt a deep resentment, wishing he could drink Lin's blood. This kid has such a strong life force. Ivanov also felt regretful. After understanding the details of the assassination, he could only describe Lin as having a strong life force. With such a lineup of assassins and a well-coordinated plan, even he could have easily met his end, but it was better that he didn't die. Dying at the hands of assassins would give us no credit. Indeed, Captain Moto probably wanted nothing more than to kill this kid himself. Chekhov nodded and then asked in confusion, Captain Ivanov, besides us, who else in Kanglan City would want Lin's life? How would I know? That kid Lin doesn't seem like the type to keep a low profile. Who knows how many people he has offended? Ivanov shrugged, not wanting to concern himself with such matters. Chekhov, keep your men closely monitoring the movements of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps and make sure they don't escape. Don't worry. Chekhov patted his chest. That's good. Our Mercenary Corps 2nd Battalion is not far from Kanglan City and will arrive within a few days after receiving the news. If we can work together to capture Lin, it would be a tremendous achievement. Hearing this, Chekhov's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he could already see the accolades beckoning to him. Lin Rongfu returned from the Mercenary Guild, bringing back intelligence about the Blood Dagger organization. As an assassin organization spread across multiple countries, the Blood Dagger organization is very powerful and well hidden, with the mercenary guild lacking detailed information. The geographical location of Kanglin City is very important, and the Blood Dagger organization indeed has a base there. The mercenary guild provided 3 possible locations for the Blood Dagger's base. One at a merchant association's residence in the east of the city, one at a regular civilian house in the south of the city, and the last one, not within the city, is a warehouse at the Kanglin River dock outside the city. After hearing this, everyone felt a bit troubled, unable to decide which location was the true base of the Blood Dagger. If they acted rashly, they might alarm the snakes and let the assassins escape. In the end, they sought Lin En's advice on what to do. They decided to investigate all 3 locations first to find out the true base of the Blood Dagger before taking action. Lin En said that the investigation would be left to Arno, as his fruit ability had the fastest speed and was suitable for gathering information. But everything should be done with caution. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Arno nodded and transformed into a beam of yellow light, shooting away. Chapter 132. Significant strength increase inside the room. Lin En was completely enveloped in the flame of life. After some time, the toxins in his body were finally expelled. With the toxins gone, the remaining injuries became much easier to heal, and before long, he was basically recovered. After retracting the flame of life, Lin En let out a breath of foul air, feeling a bit frightened. This assassination attempt was indeed extremely dangerous, and it seemed that he could not underestimate the people of the Divine Grace Continent. His recent rapid increase in strength had caused him to lose his sense of awe and vigilance, thinking that with the Pirate King system as his support, he could rest easy, believing that only Saint-level experts could pose a threat to him. Unexpectedly, this time he received a profound lesson, as several Battle Master-level assassins nearly made him suffer a grave mistake. One must maintain a sense of awe and continue to improve their strength. If one's own strength is strong enough, there is nothing to fear from mere assassination attempts. System, convert all the magic crystals in the backpack into system energy. Ding! Energy conversion successful. System energy increased by 410,000 points. Total energy 412,500 points. After converting the magic crystals obtained from the Jimmy Association and those purchased with gold at the Mercenary Guild, Lin En now had over 2 million energy. He decided to use this energy to enhance his skills. After this upgrade, his strength would reach the Battle Master level. Lin looked at the attribute panel. The energy required to upgrade from intermediate swordsmanship to advanced perfection was too much, so he decided not to upgrade for now. The only skills that could improve proficiency were Conqueror's Haki and the 5 forms of the Marine 6 styles. System, use system energy to upgrade Conqueror's Haki to intermediate perfection. The proficiency of Conqueror's Haki was the hardest to obtain, and its level upgrades were the most difficult. However, once the level was upgraded, the effects of Conqueror's Haki would be immense. Therefore, Lin decided to upgrade Conqueror's Haki first. Ding! Consumed 998,900 energy points. Skill Conqueror's Haki level upgraded to intermediate perfection. Unable to upgrade further at present. Tau power 1,000 points. As the system notification sounded, a powerful energy surged within Lin. After increasing his Tau power by 1,000 points, Lin's total Tau power broke through the 5,000 mark, making him a formidable master-level warrior. System, use system energy to upgrade Shaven Moonwalk to intermediate perfection. Ding! Consumed 345,500 energy points. Skill Shave level upgraded to intermediate perfection. Tau power 500 points. Ding! Consumed 500,000 energy points. Skill Moonwalk level upgraded to intermediate perfection. Tau power 500 points. After upgrading 3 skills, a total of over 180,000 energy was consumed. Lin looked at the remaining energy, which was over 560,000, and realized he could upgrade one more skill. After some thought, he decided to upgrade paper drawing, as the ability to evade in battle was also very important. System, upgrade paper drawing level. Ding! Consumed 388,000 energy points. Skill paper drawing level upgraded to intermediate perfection. Tau power 500 points. With less than 200,000 energy left, it was no longer enough to upgrade any more skills. Lin let out a long breath, feeling relieved. The upgrades of Conqueror's Haki, Shave, Moonwalk, and Paper Drawing had given Lin an additional 2,500 Tau power. Now, Lin's total Tau power reached 6,650, solidly placing him in the master-level category. After consuming countless magic crystals and gold, he finally became a master-level warrior. With a joyful heart, Lin said to the system, "System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 42 experience, 280, 045, 000 Tau Power, 6650 Occupation, Swordsman Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Perfection, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Perfection, Advanced Swordsmanship, Advanced, 870, 100, 000, Shave, Intermediate Perfection, Paper Drawing, Intermediate Perfection, Iron Block, Intermediate, 550, 50,000, Moonwalk, Intermediate Perfection, Gale Foot, Intermediate 140, 50,000, Life Return, Intermediate Perfection, Armament Haki, Intermediate Perfection, Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate Perfection. Listen to the voices of all things, cannot be upgraded. Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan Phoenix, Intermediate Perfection, Techniques, One Sword Style Iato, Flash, Continuous Flash, Lion Song. One Sword Style 36, Troublesome Phoenix. One Sword Style 360, Troublesome Phoenix Physique. Dominant Sword Body Specialization. None Pet. Amethyst Lion King, Level 6 Initial Stage Beast. Thunderwing White Tiger, Level 2 Beast, Special Items. None Energy, 180, 100 Backpack. King of Snipers, Black Blade, Autumn Water Quests. Main Quest 1, Dream of Maximum Level. Host Level Upgrade to Maximum Level. Phase 3 Quest, Reach Level 60, Reward, Upgrade Gift Pack. Main Quest 2, Ambition of the Mercenary Group. Upgrade the Daxiao Mercenary Group to SSS Level Mercenary Group. Phase 2 Quest, A Level Mercenary Group, Reward, Promotion Gift Pack. Temporary Quest, Rescue the Fox Tribe Girl Emma. Reward, Random Item or Skill and Friendship with the Orc Tribe. Quest Failure Penalty. Forever lose friendship with the Orc Tribe. Looking at the current attribute panel, Lin was quite satisfied. Thanks to a few profitable deals, he acquired a lot of wealth and magic crystals. Otherwise, his strength could not have improved so quickly. However, the energy needed in the future would only increase, and he would always lack money and magic crystals. Currently, his personal level was a shortcoming, only at level 42. Since leaving the Hudis Mountains recently, he had not had a lot of magical beasts to practice on, and his personal experience gain had fallen too far behind. Lin did not forget the requirement of level 60 for the main Quest 1, Dream of Maximum Level, Phase 3. Moreover, to further upgrade Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and Devil Fruit abilities, he also needed to reach level 60. The injuries from the assassination had healed, and his energy was almost depleted. His strength had also advanced to the master level, so it was time to seek revenge on the Bloodsting organization for the assassination. He wondered if Arno had thoroughly investigated the Bloodsting organization stronghold. Lin had just stepped out when a fluffy little creature flew into his arms. It was the little white tiger. Recently, it had consumed quite a bit of magic crystal, and its strength had grown significantly. It was now a level 2 magical beast, and its wings were no longer just for show. It could actually fly. Lin, are you better now? I was so worried about you, the little white tiger asked in a soft voice. Even though it had used a contract card to become Lin's pet while in Minhua City, the little white tiger still called him by his name instead of referring to him as master like the Amethyst Lion King did. But its loyalty was undoubtedly at full value. I'm fine now. Such minor injuries can't hold me back, Lin said with a smile, teasing the little white tiger for a while before looking up to see that everyone had gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Before Lin could say anything, a fragrant breeze swept in, and 2 warm bodies rushed into his embrace, holding him tightly. Seeing this scene, the people who were about to speak all fell silent, grinning as they watched the 3 of them huddled together, their eyes filled with teasing glances. Sorry to make you worry, Lin said, feeling the panic and concern from Lin and Weiya in his embrace, and he quickly reassured them. Ouch, I'm being squished, I can't breathe, help. An out-of-place voice interrupted the warm scene. It was the little white tiger in Lin's arms, tightly pressed by Lin and Weiya, unable to help but shout out. Huh! Upon hearing the little white tiger's cry for help, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Little White, what are you shouting for? You're not really getting squished, Weiya said, her face burning as she quickly released her grip, grabbing the little white tiger and pretending to be fierce as she pinched its neck. Lin, help. I'm going to be choked to death. The little white tiger rolled its eyes, its tongue sticking out long. Seeing this, everyone laughed even harder, and Lin joined in, ignoring the 2 lively characters. Not far away, Shima and Druba watched the harmonious and happy scene among everyone with great envy. Shima said, I really envy the relationship between Lin, Sister Lin, and Sister Weiya. It must be love. It feels so happy. That's not love. Love is unique. Our Tauren only remain loyal to one true partner, Druba said earnestly, a contemptuous look in his big copper bell-like eyes as he regarded Lin. Even though Lin is our savior, I have to say, Lin is a scumbag who doesn't deserve love. Shima shot Druba an annoyed glance. Her earlier feelings of warmth had been completely dashed by his interruption, and she no longer wanted to talk to such a single-minded tyrant. Lin naturally did not know that he had become a scumbag in Druba's eyes. He looked around, but did not see Arno and asked, "How's Arno's investigation into the Bloodstinger stronghold going?" As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow light flashed in the sky, coming closer in an instant and landing in the courtyard. The yellow light disappeared, and Arno appeared in front of everyone. It was truly a case of speak of the devil, and he shall appear, but it was uncertain whose speed was superior, Arno's shining fruit or Chow Chow's. "Captain, are you healed?" Arno asked happily upon seeing Lin. "I'm fine now," Lin replied. "Have you figured out the situation at the Bloodstinger stronghold?" "I've got it sorted out. The stronghold is in that warehouse at the dock outside the city," Arno said. After hearing Arno's introduction, everyone generally understood the situation at the Bloodstinger organization stronghold. There weren't many people inside, as they were assassins who followed an elite route. The stronghold in Kanglan City was just a branch, and having too many people would easily lead to exposure. Although there were only about 20 to 30 people, their strength was not weak. Excluding some logistics personnel, there were fewer than 20 combatants, with 2 of them being master-level assassins. 2 master-level assassins? It won't be easy to take this stronghold, Lin frowned. The reason assassins are formidable is that they operate in the shadows. When exposed in front of people, their threat is greatly diminished, Lin said confidently. Now that my strength has improved significantly, I'll handle one of the master-level assassins. Upon hearing this, everyone was exceptionally delighted, and no one doubted Lin's words. They were all happy about Lin's progress and strength. With arrangements made for the 2 master-level assassins, the other assassins were no longer a concern. Even if they couldn't catch all the assassins, eliminating most of them and uprooting the stronghold would still relieve their frustrations. Time is of the essence. After determining the time to attack the stronghold, everyone began to recuperate. Chapter 133. Destroying the stronghold inside the damaged and under reconstruction Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. Chekhov and Ivanov sat opposite each other. Where did Lin and the others go after leaving Kanglan City? Ivanov asked, looking somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Lin is trying to run? They definitely left the city, but I don't know why, Chekhov replied, but it shouldn't be to escape. Half of the Dachau mercenary group is still in the city. Yeah, Ivanov nodded, realizing it wasn't an escape. Then he recalled something and asked, "Are you saying Lin left the city too?" "Yes," Chekhov confirmed, looking at Ivanov with curiosity. "Is there a problem?" "That's not right. Lin was just attacked and severely injured. How could he be healed in just a day or 2? Ivanov said, puzzled. "Even with healing potions, it shouldn't be that effective." "I don't know about that." Chekhov shook his head. "Forget it. This isn't the time to dwell on that. As long as Lin isn't trying to escape, that's all that matters." Ivanov waved his hand. "You keep monitoring the personnel of the Dachau mercenary group in the city. Make sure they don't disappear from our sight. Once the second squad arrives, we'll take action." "Understood." At night, the dock outside the city was almost deserted, with only the guards of the Chamber of Commerce remaining at their respective warehouses and goods. The once bustling dock was now quiet, with only the sound of the rushing Kanglan River echoing. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the silence of the night sky. Like the air being violently impacted, a low rumble like a drum, but it was drowned out by the roar of the rushing water, barely audible. As the sound drew closer, 7 figures appeared in the sky, walking on air. It was Lin leading Lin Rongfu, Usopp, Sherlin, Vea, Jack, and Arno, who had all mastered the moonstep technique and could now walk on air. If someone were to witness this scene, they would likely be terrified, as only wind mages or those above the saint level possess the ability to walk in the air. Now, the 7 members of the Dachau mercenary group could all walk on air, averaging saint level strength. You could say it was frightening. Even the entire kingdom of Jechi didn't have so many saint level powerhouses. "Captain, the warehouse ahead is the Bloodstinger stronghold," Arno said. Following Arno's direction, Lin saw a row of 7 or 8 warehouses, somewhat distant from the other warehouses on the dock, relatively isolated. The warehouses were merely a facade. The Bloodstinger organization's true stronghold was underground, having excavated a vast underground space. "Fly over and attack. Force them all out," Lin commanded. The group used the moon step to reach the air above the Bloodstinger stronghold and began their attack according to their prearranged plan. Usopp landed, pressed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Ground fissure. Sinkhole." As Usopp activated his ability, the ground beneath the warehouse quickly lost moisture and turned into sand. The ground could no longer support the weight of the warehouse and began to sink, collapsing. To deal with the Bloodstinger organization members hiding underground, Usopp's ability was perfectly countered against them. Those with insufficient strength might not even need to act, as they would be buried beneath the ground. Meteor volcano, Jack shouted, raising his hands as if they were erupting volcanoes. A massive amount of magma shot up into the sky, and moments later, it formed giant magma fists that rained down upon the ground where the warehouses stood, illuminating the entire dock with the fiery glow of the magma. Boom! As the ground collapsed, the 7 or 8 warehouses instantly sank into the earth, erupting with a tremendous roar. The entire dock seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The underground space of the Bloodstinger organization beneath the warehouses immediately collapsed, with a massive amount of sand and bricks crashing down. Even though the underground space had been reinforced securely and walls built with giant stones. Under the influence of Usopp's ability, the stones lost their moisture and turned into fine sand. Not good. The ground is collapsing. Get out quickly. Damn it. How could this happen? Hurry. As the ground collapsed, the members of the Bloodstinger organization panicked, their faces pale. Several weaker assassins were immediately struck by bricks and gravely injured, then buried under the falling sand. Boom! The leader of the stronghold in Kanglan City, a master-level powerhouse named Bachelu, cursed and swung his great sword upward, unleashing a massive sword aura that tore through the falling bricks and sand, rushing toward the breach, shouting, "Damn it! Charge out with me!" Another master-level powerhouse, Lumbo, also blasted through the falling sand, breaking through to the surface. Behind them, the remaining surviving assassins followed the 2 master-level powerhouses through the gaps they created, rushing back to the surface, and when they saw the light of day again, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were 2 master-level powerhouses. Otherwise, they would have been buried underground today. However, before they could rejoice for too long, a howling sound came from above them, and a terrifying wind pressure descended from the sky, carrying a scorching heat, as if the air itself were burning. The assassins looked up and saw the sky ablaze with fire, countless magma fists raining down like meteors. Their faces changed dramatically. If they were hit, they might not even find their corpses. What kind of magic is this? Is there a fire magic that involves falling magma fists? Damn it! Get out of the way! Seeing this situation, the members of the Bloodspike organization quickly realized that the recent ground collapse was not an accident, but rather an attack on their base. The unseen enemy had long been prepared, ready with a powerful move, waiting for them to emerge from the ground to greet them. The Bloodspike assassins wanted to evade, but it was already too late. As they burst out from the ground, they had lost the initiative, and the magma fists fell from the sky with overwhelming force. Too fast to dodge. Dark Moon Slash, Underworld King Stab. The 2 powerful masters of the Bloodspike erupted with their maximum combat power. One wielded a sword, slashing out dozens of crescent-shaped sword lights that soared into the sky, while the other brandished a spear, thrusting out points of spear light directly at the magma fists above. The other Bloodspike assassins also calmed down and unleashed a level of power far beyond their usual selves to resist the falling magma fists. Boom! 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 The sword lights, spear lights, and magma fists collided, creating intense explosions. A large number of magma fists were shattered, turning into a rain of molten rock. But these scattered magma pieces no longer posed a significant threat to them. Despite this, several weaker assassins could not withstand Jack's devastating move, Meteor Volcano, and were struck by the magma fists, turning to ashes. As the Meteor Volcano technique passed, the ground was left in ruins, covered in flowing magma, and only 13 assassins from the Bloodspike organization remained, with more than half wiped out by the combined attacks of Usopp and Jack. The remaining individuals, aside from the 2 masters, were all injured like startled birds, utterly devastated. They had suffered such heavy losses without even seeing their enemies. The Bloodspike organization had never experienced such a severe setback. The 13 surviving Bloodspike assassins, in a state of panic, looked around for their attackers. Soon, they spotted Lin and the others in the air. After all, the sound of their moonwalking could not be concealed. Just this one glance made the remaining Bloodspike members' souls chill. They could hardly believe their eyes. Was this for real? Walking in the air was something only a saint-level powerhouse could achieve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 figures in the sky appeared small from the ground. But in the eyes of the Bloodspike assassins, they loomed like deities. The 2 master-level assassins had previously wondered if their base had been exposed and attacked by the major forces of Kanglan City. They never imagined that 7 Saint-level powerhouses were coming for them. Why did they have? It was just a mere outpost in Kanglan City. Even the headquarters of the Blood Spike organization didn't warrant a combined attack from 7 Saint-level powerhouses. Overwhelmed by fear, the Blood Spike assassins failed to notice any difference in how Lin and the others walked in the air. In that moment, an infinite despair arose in the hearts of these assassins. Even if just one Saint-level powerhouse was attacking, they would be doomed, let alone facing 7 United Saints. It was hopeless. Run. When the 2 Master-level assassins realized the enemies were 7 Saint-level powerhouses, their fighting spirit collapsed. They instinctively flew towards the direction of the Kanglan River, having no time to think about why 7 Saint-level powerhouses had come. To survive, they could only flee. If they could jump into the Kanglan River, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope for survival. As the 2 Master-level powerhouses fled, the remaining assassins broke down and scattered in panic, running away. But it was already too late. Kill them. Lin shouted loudly. He had long been eyeing the assassin with the bow and arrow. This person was the one who attacked him the day before yesterday. Among the assassins, he was the only one using a bow and arrow, and his strength was that of a high-level warrior, which matched perfectly. One sword style, 36 Troublesome Phoenix. Lin slashed out with a single strike, sending a blue wave of energy spinning through the air, directly targeting the archer assassin. The archer assassin, completely devoid of fighting spirit and in a state of panic, simply couldn't withstand Lin's attack. Instantly, he was struck in the back by the wave, and his body was split in half. After killing the archer assassin with one blow, the frustration of being severely wounded by an assassination faded from Lin's mind. He no longer glanced at the bisected corpse and chased after the 2 fleeing master assassins. Ahead, Lin Rongfu had already pursued them before Lin. The remaining assassins, in their panic, could hardly escape from the hands of Jack, Arnold, and the others. In an instant, flames, ice, magma, flashes of light, and sandstorms overwhelmed these assassins. Within just a few minutes, 10 assassins had already perished. In the 1st, 3rd, and 4th chapters, all were killed. The 2 master-level assassins of the Blood Spike organization, Bachalu and Lumbo, were running frantically towards the Kanglan River, their hearts feeling like they were about to burst, lacking even the slightest courage to fight back, only wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. True to their nature as assassins, their agility and speed were remarkable. In their desperate flight, Lin Rongfu found himself unable to catch up in the air. After all, while the moonstep allowed him to walk on air, it was not particularly suited for speed. Seeing that the 2 assassins were about to reach the riverbank, if they managed to escape into the water, they might truly get away. Bang! Lin Rongfu suddenly spread 2 black wings behind him, and his speed increased several times in an instant. In just a few breaths, he caught up with the 2 blood spike assassins in front of him. He swung his great sword in the air, unleashing 2 astonishing sword lights that fell like waterfalls from the sky. Sensing a deadly threat above them, Bachalu and Lanbois were horrified and desperately dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! The sword lights struck down, carving 2 narrow and deep fissures into the ground, extending all the way to the banks of the Kanglan River. After narrowly avoiding one strike, Bachalu and Lanbois felt a mix of relief and confusion. How had they managed to survive under the sword of the Saint-level powerhouse? There was no time to think further when 2 more sword lights descended from above. This time, Bachalu and Lanbois clearly felt the intensity of the 2 sword lights attacks. Although they were strong, even stronger than the 2 of them, they had not reached the Saint level. The opponent was a great master, not a Saint-level powerhouse. This thought echoed in their minds, and Bachalu and Lanbois felt it was incredibly absurd. Clearly, they could walk in the air. How could they not be Saint-level powerhouses? Yet the power level they sensed from the incoming sword lights did not lie. It lacked the most critical element, Saint-level pressure. Lanbois, the opponent, is not a Saint-level powerhouse. Bachalu shouted after dodging another sword light. Lanbois also realized this. Since the opponent was not a Saint-level powerhouse, there was no need to run away. They might still have the strength to fight back. Bachalu! Lanbois shouted loudly, calling out only Bachalu's name, but Bachalu understood his meaning. The 2 stopped fleeing and turned to face the approaching Lin Rongfu. When they saw Lin Rongfu flying in the air with black wings spread, they couldn't help but be shocked again. A person with long wings? A birdman? What the hell is this? Despite their shock and confusion, Bachalu and Lanbois confirmed that Lin Rongfu was just a great master like them, and they 2 great masters had been scared into a panic by someone of the same level, lacking even the courage to fight back. How embarrassing. It was incredibly humiliating. Just because the opponent could walk in the air, They assumed he was a saint-level powerhouse and fled in a frenzy. Now that they thought about it, it was merely that the opponent had used some method to walk in the air like a saint-level powerhouse. In an instant, Bachelou and Lombo's expressions turned from pale to dark, feeling a tremendous insult. What made them feel even more humiliated was that all their subordinates had been killed, and the few who had attacked the stronghold were now chasing after them. Among those chasing, only one was a great master. The others were merely lowly battle masters. It was bad enough that their deeply hidden stronghold was destroyed, but now, the two great masters and so many battlemaster subordinates had been scared into not even having the courage to fight back against a few enemies of the same realm, almost without any decent resistance, and their subordinates had all been wiped out. In a moment, Bachelou and Lombo felt like they were about to vomit blood from frustration. When had one of the three major assassin organizations, Bloodspike, ever been so humiliated? Seeing that Bachelou and Lombo had given up on fleeing, Lin Rongfu also retracted his wings and landed on the ground, eyeing them fiercely. "You are actually not a saint level," Bachelou shouted furiously, gritting his teeth in hatred towards Lin Rongfu. "This damned bastard, why did I panic so much just because I saw them walking in the air? Did I ever say I was a saint level?" Lin Rongfu said, somewhat surprised, and then understood, unable to help but laugh. No wonder these assassins dared not engage. They hurried to flee as soon as they showed up because they thought he and his companions were saint-level powerhouses. Lin Rongfu found it amusing, not expecting that the moon step had this side effect, scaring the blood assassins into fleeing for their lives, while those assassins below the Great War Master level were even killed as a result. Seeing Lin Rongfu struggling to hold back his laughter, Bachelou and Lombo were infuriated, gritting their teeth. At that moment, Lin En and Shilin chased after them, forming a semicircle to surround Bachelou and Lombo. "Who are you? For no reason. Why did you attack our guild's warehouse and kill our guild's guards?" Bachelou questioned, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Despite being outnumbered, only the two great war masters posed a real threat. The other warriors were not to be feared, so Bachelou regained his courage. However, he still used the guild's name and did not reveal any information about blood, as he was more interested in extracting information from Lin En and the others. "You just tried to assassinate me, and you've forgotten so soon?" Lin En narrowed his eyes, noticing that Bachelou and Lombo looked as if they were staring at ghosts. "The two esteemed assassins of blood, your hideout is quite well concealed. We went through a lot of effort to find it." Bachelou and Lombo's hearts sank. Had their hideout really been exposed? The other party was indeed targeting blood. They carefully observed Lin En and immediately recognized him as the leader of the Kanglan City hideout. How could they not know the target? They had just been too panicked to pay attention before. No wonder the other party would attack the hideout. Bachelou and Lombo understood the cause and effect. However, they still had many doubts. The information indicated that Lin En was only a war master. So how had he suddenly become a great war master? Moreover, he had been seriously injured and poisoned by blood's unique toxin just the day before. Yet he not only survived, but also recovered quickly and found their hideout to take revenge. It seemed the organization's investigation into Lin En's information had missed too much. "Lin En, it's truly surprising that you could survive our blood's assassination attempt," Lombo said in a deep voice. At this point, denying their identity was meaningless. "You dared to kill so many of our subordinates. Regardless of your identity, you will face endless pursuit from the blood organization until death. Our relationship has long been one of to the death. Lin En is native. Now, destroying the Kanglan City hideout is just collecting some interest. You should regret taking the task to assassinate me, because the entire blood organization will be uprooted by me and removed from the Divine Grace Continent. Kill." Lin let out a loud shout, losing interest in wasting words with the two. The pitch-black armed color haki enveloped the sword of Hato Ikamanji, turning it black. With a single slash, a dark sword light cut straight towards Bachelou. One sword style, Iato Lion Song. At the same time Lin made his move, Lin Rongfu also charged towards Lombo, while Shilin and the others tried to spread out a bit further, yet still formed a semi-encirclement to prevent Bachelou and Lombo from escaping. Bachelou and Lombo had just been seething with anger and naturally would not shy away from battle at this moment. They planned to kill Lin and Lin Rongfu to quell their rage and humiliation. As assassins, they specialized in stealthy attacks, and the combat techniques practiced by Bachelou and Lombo were based on agile and elusive movements, primarily focusing on flanking attacks. The two utilized their nimble movements to evade the incoming sword light and swiftly approached Lin and Lin Rongfu, intending to kill them through assassination methods. Unfortunately, in the face of the Navy's 6-style shave, Bachalu and Lombo's self-satisfied combat techniques were utterly insignificant, and after just a few exchanges, they were already injured. How could this be? Bachalu and Lombo were dumbfounded. As senior assassins of the Blood Dagger, one of the three major assassin organizations, their agility and combat skills were indeed exceptional, unique to the Blood Dagger organization and renowned throughout the Divine Grace continent. Otherwise, they would not have achieved the reputation of being one of the three major organizations. However, in the face of their opponent's combat skills, the Blood Dagger's famed agility techniques seemed like a joke. There is nothing impossible. Tonight, this place will be your burial ground. Lin sneered, and with a series of swift movements, several illusions of Lin appeared around Bachalu, as if a dozen Lins were simultaneously attacking him. Boom! The Dao-E character struck Bachalu, shattering his protective aura. A long diagonal wound appeared on his body from top to bottom, nearly disemboweling him. Bachalu's body was sent flying like a cannonball, landing on the ground after flying 20 to 30 meters. Ofthe. Bachalu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with horror. He couldn't believe that despite their similar strengths, he had only lasted a few moves under Lin's attack. Bachalu felt intimidated. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would certainly die, and he had to escape to bring the information back to his organization. Conveniently, the place where Bachalu fell was already by the riverside, just 3 or 4 meters from the river. He dared not hesitate, struggling to get up, and leaped into the Kanglin River, plunging headfirst into the water. Damn, he escaped. Seeing Bachalu dive into the Kanglin River without hesitation, Lin couldn't help but feel angry. The Kanglin River was hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Once Bachalu jumped in, it would be difficult to find him again. Ice Age. At that moment, Shirleen's voice rang out. Shirlene plunged her hands into the river, unleashing an endless wave of cold. The rushing waters of the Kanglin River were instantly frozen. A thick layer of white ice rapidly spreading across most of the river surface. Bachalu, who had just jumped into the river and hadn't submerged too deeply, was immediately encased in ice, like an insect trapped in amber, his expression of terror vividly preserved. Boom! Lin leaped onto the ice surface, slashing out a beam of sword light, instantly shattering the frozen Bachalu along with the ice blocks. On the other side, Lumbo had also been killed by Lin Rongfu, having had no chance to escape from start to finish. Chapter 1:3-5. The passenger ship that night, Kanglin City was equally restless. The battle that occurred at the dock outside the city drew the attention of various factions within. The tremendous noise and the countless magma fists illuminating the sky, like meteors falling to the ground, left everyone in shock. Many people recalled the battle that had taken place a few days earlier at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. The scenes from that battle were remarkably similar to those occurring at the dock. Could it be that the side fighting at the dock was also the Xiao Mercenary Corps, which had only recently arrived in Kanglin City? In the eyes of many, this Xiao Mercenary Corps was not only powerful, but also quite reckless, having already taken down the 5th squad of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, that was likely where it would end. Once the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps arrived, the Xiao Mercenary Corps would definitely be finished, and no one had high hopes for them. What kind of people at the dock had provoked this Xiao Mercenary Corps? This question puzzled not only the major forces and mercenary groups within Kanglin City, but also Chekhov and Inovan from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. They were equally confused. The Xiao Mercenary Corps had offended the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and instead of fleeing, they chose to engage in a fierce battle at the dock. Were they out of their minds? Only Joseph, the president of the Mercenary Guild, knew that Lin and the others were looking for trouble with the Bloodspike organization, as he was the one who provided the Xiao Mercenary Corps with intelligence about Bloodspike's base. However, Joseph was somewhat surprised that the Xiao Mercenary Corps had quickly discovered the true location of Bloodspike's base, and the battle lasted less than half an hour before the base was destroyed. The strength of Bloodspike's base was definitely not weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a name for themselves on the Divine Grace continent. It was clear that he had underestimated the strength of the Xiao Mercenary Corps. Unfortunately, Lin had declined to join the Mercenary Guild, leaving Joseph feeling a bit melancholic. When the dock finally returned to calm, many people from Kanglin City rushed to the dock. When they saw the massive pit that had appeared as well as the still-burning magma, everyone was secretly astonished. Upon seeing the giant block of cold ice floating on the surface of the Kanglin River, covering most of the river and still emitting traces of cold air, their faces turned pale. The Xiao Mercenary Corps possessed unfathomable strength, truly terrifying. Lin naturally had no idea that the Xiao Mercenary Corps had once again made the trending topics in Kanglin City. After bringing his people back to their residence, He felt somewhat down despite having destroyed the Bloodthorn stronghold and eliminated all the assassins there. This was because the wealth of the Bloodthorn stronghold had been buried underground by Usoppus. As an assassin organization, Bloodthorn was definitely rich from killing for money, and Lin felt like he had missed out on a fortune. The next morning, Lin woke up in bed feeling a heavy weight on his chest. It was Vea, who was sleeping with her head resting on him. Last night had been another thrilling night. It seemed that Lin and Vea had come to an agreement, taking turns to spend the night with Lin, allowing him to enjoy a rich and fulfilling experience. It was a bit taxing, but fortunately his current physique was remarkably strong, making it easy to endure the nightly exertions, and he even found pleasure in it. Leaning down, he gently kissed Vea's smooth forehead, and he saw her long eyelashes flutter a few times before she opened her eyes. Still a bit dazed from sleep, Vea smiled when she saw the warm, loving gaze from Lin and leaned in to peck him on the lips. The two lingered in bed for a while, but when Lin started to feel restless again, Vea giggled, pulled off the covers, and jumped out of bed. She felt that she had already been wild enough with him last night, and if she stayed longer, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone during the day. I've decided, today we will set off for the royal capital. After breakfast, Lin told everyone that there was nothing left to do in Kanglan City. They needed to go to the royal capital to rescue Shima's sister, Emma, and also complete the mission issued by the system. It was time to leave, as Lin was worried that if they stayed too long, Moto would catch wind of it and come after them. The current Dacia Mercenary Corps did not yet have the strength to withstand a Saint-level expert. Really? That's great. Thank you, Lin. Shima was overjoyed. She was worried about her sister and wished she could fly to the royal capital to rescue her immediately. I promise to rescue your sister. I will definitely make it happen. Lin smiled and patted Seema's head, causing a few rosy clouds to appear on Seema's face. However, she didn't shy away. Instead, she shook her head and rubbed against Lin's palm a few times. After deciding to head to the capital, everyone packed up and set off. This time, Lin decided to take the water route, which would take less time to reach the capital from the Kanglan River by boat and save them from the hardships of traveling overland. Young master, someone is following us. As they headed towards the dock, Lin Rongfu noticed the people from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce tailing them. In Lin Rongfu's perception, these people were as obvious as fireflies in the dark. Ignore them. If they follow us out of the city, we'll deal with them, Lin said, already having a rough guess in his mind that these people were likely from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the entire Dacia Mercenary Corps mobilizing and heading out of the city, it was clear they intended to leave Kanglan City. One of the tailing members of the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce immediately split off to report back, while the others continued to follow behind. Chekhov received a report from his subordinate and hurried to find Ivanov, saying, Captain Ivanov, the Dacia Mercenary Corps has left the city. It seems they plan to leave Kanglan City. Upon hearing this, Ivanov frowned. The second squad hadn't arrived yet, and at this time, the Dacia Mercenary Corps was leaving. His fifth squad only had half of its members left, making it impossible to stop them. We can't let them get away, Ivanov said solemnly. I'll personally lead my men to follow behind and send a message to the second squad to meet up with me. Ivanov gathered the remaining subordinates and hurriedly headed towards the city exit. Lin and the others exited the city, walking along the road to the dock. Along the way, many people stared at them. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps had been making quite a splash in Kanglan City these past few days. Influential factions and mercenary groups who were in the know were aware of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps' existence, a group bold enough to provoke even the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. So it was wise to steer clear of them. A few dozen meters behind Lin and the others, 3 men were trailing them. They were the spies from the Jimmy Trading Company. Hey, how are you? A flash of yellow light appeared, and Arno's figure materialized in front of the 3 men. His gaze icy as he said, Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? What the hell? The 3 spies were momentarily stunned, not understanding what Arno meant. But they realized they had been exposed. Fear spread across their faces as they turned to flee. Arno raised his foot, the tip glowing with yellow light, and kicked out. The man who was struck was immediately sent flying by the tremendous force, his body soaring like a puppet for dozens of meters. Laser, with one kick sending one flying. Arno then extended his finger, which also emitted a yellow glow. 2 beams of yellow laser shot out, piercing the hearts of the other 2 men. After finishing all this, Arno transformed into a flash and disappeared, reappearing next to Lin in the next moment. Captain, it's done, Arno said. Lin nodded, her expression showing no signs of fluctuation. With Arno's abilities, dealing with a few weak stalkers was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The dock at Kanglan River was bustling during the day, with travelers coming and going like a weaving tapestry. Even though a fierce battle had erupted at the dock the night before, leaving behind gruesome traces of combat. It did not affect the operations of the dock. Many large ships were docked, most of them cargo ships, and there were also passenger ships. There were no direct passenger ships from Kanglan City to the royal capital. However, after taking the water route and then the land route, one could reach the royal capital in a day's journey, saving 4 to 5 days compared to traveling solely by land, without the fatigue of the journey. Lin and others had long inquired about the passenger ships, which set sail every day. After arriving at the dock, everyone bought tickets and boarded the ship. But the poor amethyst lion was too large for the shipping company to allow on board. So Lin had to put it into the pet space of the system to face the wall. Half an hour later, the passenger ship was full and set sail. It was everyone's first time on a ship, and they felt quite fresh. In Hudistown, there were only mountains and land, so riding the ship and experiencing the vastness of the waves was quite enjoyable. Everyone leaned against the ship's railing, admiring the scenery along the coast and feeling the refreshing breeze, which was very pleasant. However, this did not include Usopp and Jack, who were unfortunately seasick, throwing up uncontrollably and feeling miserable. Despite their strong abilities and amazing fruit powers, they had no way to cope with seasickness and could only huddle in the cabin's guest room. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, there comes a time when one gets tired of it. After the passenger ship had been sailing on the Kanglan River for most of the day, Vaya began to feel bored and restless. The space on the ship was limited, and she couldn't practice her combat skills or fruit abilities. One spark could potentially set the ship on fire. So boring, this is what riding a ship is like, Vaya said listlessly, leaning on the ship's railing. If only we had fishing rods, we could fish on the ship and pass the time. Lin also felt a bit bored. Young master, you can't fish on the ship. Lin wrongful laughed, explaining the common knowledge that fishing was not allowed. The Kanglan River was so vast that there were definitely many aquatic magical beasts living at the bottom. If they fished, it might attract these beasts, and without strong protectors on the passenger ship, it could be dangerous. What are magical beasts afraid of? If they dare to come out, just kill them, Vaya pouted, saying it would be great if a magical beast showed up to alleviate the boredom. Just as Vaya finished speaking, the river surface about 100 meters in front of the passenger ship began to churn, and a moment later, a magical beast body surfaced. Its 2 enormous eyes staring directly at the passenger ship, seemingly heading towards it. Sister Vaya, are you a jinx? Lin exclaimed, his mouth agape. Just as he mentioned wanting a magical beast, one actually appeared. Chapter 136. Sherlin shows her power. You are the jinx. Although Vaya didn't understand what jinx meant, she could tell from Lin's expression that it was definitely not a good thing. She glared at him and said, Is a crow a magical beast? I've never heard of a magical beast called a crow. Crows are a very powerful magical beast. Lin suddenly remembered that there were no crows in the Divine Grace continent. So he started to make things up. This kind of magical beast is incredible. It can predict disasters and foretell death. Predict disasters, foretell death. Vaya exclaimed in surprise. Her mouth slightly agape, looking very cute. So powerful? Not only was Vaya convinced by Lin's words, but even Lin Rongfu, Sherlin, and others showed expressions of astonishment. Such a powerful magical beast? How come they had never heard of it? Does this kind of magical beast really exist? It's incredibly powerful, even stronger than saint-level magical beasts. Seeing that everyone was fooled by his words, Lin secretly found it amusing and continued to speak earnestly. Stronger than saint-level magical beasts? Does that mean it's a divine beast? Vaya said in shock, her expression filled with longing. It would be wonderful if she had the chance to see a divine beast like a crow. It's better not to see it. Crows can predict disasters and death. Once they appear, it signifies that disaster and death are coming, Lin said. It's a pity we can't go back. Otherwise, I could really let you see a divine beast like a crow. I didn't expect there to be such a divine beast as a crow. The world is vast, and we are indeed ignorant, Lin Rongfu also lamented. Lin almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Even Grandpa Fu was deceived, but at this moment, she dared not laugh out loud. If the others found out they had been fooled, Sherlin and Vaya would surely be furious and resort to domestic violence in public. While Lin and the others were joking around, the people on the passenger ship, whether passengers or the ship owner's guards, were thrown into a panic. The huge size of the magical beast ahead was hardly smaller than the passenger ship itself, and it was clear that it possessed immense power. If it attacked the passenger ship and something went wrong, only heaven knew if they could survive on the river that was hundreds of meters wide. Damn it! How could such a powerful magical beast appear? The ship owner, guard, said angrily. Originally, he was inside the cabin flirting with a little maid while enjoying some wine. But upon hearing the report from the ship's guards, he hurriedly abandoned the maid and ran up to the deck. when he saw the enormous magical beast ahead. His heart sank. Of course, there were guards on the passenger ship, but they were no match for such a powerful aquatic magical beast. The Kanglan River was home to a large number of aquatic magical beasts, most of which were average fish, but there were also some incredibly powerful magical beasts, hidden deep underwater and rarely seen, only emerging when hunting. Guard had been in the passenger ship business on the Kanglan River for many years, and while attacks by magical beasts on passenger ships were not uncommon, such a powerful beast attacking and causing the ship to be destroyed and people to perish had only happened twice before, and both times it was someone else's ship. He never expected to face such a situation on his own ship. Boom! The waters of the Kanglan River became even more turbulent. As the magical beast began to attack the passenger ship, its massive body stirring up huge waves. With the turbulence of the river surface, the passenger ship was like a small boat tossed about in a storm, and both passengers and crew on the deck wore expressions of fear and panic. Things were about to get worse. As the magical beast continued to manipulate the water, it raised waves 7 to 8 meters high, crashing toward the passenger ship. The waves came like walls, surging forward. If the passenger ship was hit by the massive waves, it would likely turn into a pile of splinters in an instant. Help! I don't want to die. It's over. It's over. The people on the ship were in a state of panic, scrambling around the deck like headless flies. Unfortunately, even hiding in the cabin was useless. Once the passenger ship broke apart, they would all end up in the water, feeding the magical beast. Some people had already given up any hope, collapsing despairingly on the deck, their eyes losing focus. Guard's face turned ashen. At this point, even if they reached the shore, it would be too late, and, without a dock, they might just run aground on the riverbank, which would be just as deadly. But he still hadn't given up. He shouted to the captain of the guards, Valdo, think of a way quickly. I don't want to die here. Mr. Guard, I will do my utmost to protect the passenger ship, Valdo said, his expression serious. He moved to the front of the ship, channeling all his fighting spirit, and a sword aura several meters long burst forth from his great sword as he swung it toward the incoming wave. Boom! The wave was directly cleaved by Valdo's sword aura, crashing down on either side of the passenger ship with a tremendous roar. The passenger ship surged up and down in the tumultuous waters but remained intact. Great! We're saved! The crowd couldn't help but cheer, and even guards showed a look of joy. The money spent on hiring guards wasn't wasted. However, Valdo, who had split the giant wave, showed no sign of happiness on his face. Instead, he looked even more grave, because behind them, several more massive waves were surging in, and as the magical beast continued to manipulate the water, the waves it raised grew larger, with the last wave reaching over 10 meters high. Valdo couldn't help but feel despair. He was a high-level warrior, and so was the magical beast. If they were on land, he wouldn't be afraid, but in the water, that water-type magical beast was invincible. Even if he exhausted himself, he couldn't split many giant waves, and once he fell into the water, his fate would be no better than anyone else's. At this moment, the cheering crowd also saw even larger waves approaching from behind, and in an instant the cheers stopped, despair enveloping the entire passenger ship. Sister Sherlin, this aquatic beast is up to you. Lin said to Sherlin that they still had to take a boat to the capital, so naturally, they wouldn't allow the passenger ship to be destroyed by magical beasts. With her freezing fruit ability, Sherlin was like a natural enemy to this water-type magical beast. She had long been itching to act. In places with water, her freezing fruit could unleash 120% of its power. She had never been able to fight freely with her freezing fruit ability, and at this moment, her fighting spirit surged within her. Glacial Age. Sherlin leaped from the passenger ship, extending her hands in midair as 2 streams of cold air shot out from her hands, landing on the massive waves crashing towards them. Crack, crack, crack. A series of freezing sounds echoed as the colossal waves, crashing down with overwhelming force, froze at a visible speed, forming several ice sculptures on the river surface while still maintaining the shape of the waves. The people on the passenger ship, who had been in despair, saw a woman jump out and charge towards the massive waves and thought she was seeking death out of hopelessness. Who would have thought that in the next moment they would be stunned, unable to believe their eyes? Some even rubbed their eyes to confirm that what they were witnessing was real. What did they see? The woman they thought was seeking death had actually frozen the ferocious waves into ice sculptures. This was a powerful magician, and a rare ice magician at that. They were saved. They were truly saved. In an instant, everyone revived, regaining their spirits, and they began to cheer, filled with joy at having survived a disaster. Regardless of whether they knew each other, they embraced and celebrated together. Gald, who also felt he had survived a disaster, was moved to tears, relieved that the passenger ship was saved and his life was spared. Lin paid no mind to the emotions of the people on the passenger ship behind her. She landed on the ice sculpture and walked step by step towards the watertight magical beast, the pure white ice spreading beneath her feet, each step as steady as a mountain, making no distinction between the river surface and solid ground. Roar! Seeing the massive waves it had summoned being frozen, the magical beast's intelligent eyes showed a hint of confusion, followed by immense anger. It felt offended and let out a furious roar, causing the river water around it to surge even more violently, wanting to raise another massive wave to smash the tiny human into a pulp. Crack, crack, crack! The cold spread, and before the surging waters could form another wave, they had already begun to freeze rapidly. Sensing the quickly spreading cold, the magical beast's eyes displayed a human-like fear as its animal instincts sensed danger. This human was not easy to deal with and had an innate ability to restrain it. It seemed that this time, its hunt would fail. Despite its reluctance, thinking of its own life, the magical beast felt the urge to retreat, its massive body sinking quickly, trying to escape. But it was already too late. The endless cold surged in, rapidly freezing the river water around the beast, interrupting its descent, and then the ice spread, quickly climbing up the beast's body. In just a few breaths, the massive beast, comparable in size to the passenger ship, had already turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! Lin walked up to the ice sculpture of the magical beast, extended her jade hand, and with a surge of fighting spirit, struck the beast's head. Instantly, its head shattered into ice shards, and Lin reached out amidst the flying ice debris, catching a magical crystal that she had purposely left behind. As she stepped back onto the ice surface and returned to the passenger ship, Lin received enthusiastic cheers from everyone on board. However, while they were grateful, no one dared to approach her. After all, Lin had frozen the massive waves into ice and easily killed the powerful magical beast, leaving everyone in shock. They could only look at Lin with gratitude and awe. Sister Lin, excellent. Lin gave Lin a thumbs up, praising her development of her fruit ability. Hearing her man's praise, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin's cold, beautiful face as she handed the magical crystal she had just obtained to Lin. Thank you for saving us, great magician. Gald approached and respectfully thanked Lin, inquiring about Lin and the others' identities. Upon learning that Lin and the others were the members of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps that had caused a huge stir in Kanglan City over the past few days, Gald became even more enthusiastic. Such a powerful mercenary group would be immensely beneficial for the Chamber of Commerce if they could befriend them. Having a keen business sense, Gald immediately refunded Lin and the others' boat fare and offered a generous thank you fee. Naturally, the money-loving Lin would not refuse. It was all the fault of the dog system that made him live in a way he despised, only caring about money. Chapter 137. On the road, when the news of the destruction of the Kanglan City stronghold, with no members escaping, reached the headquarters of the Bloodspike organization, it caused a huge uproar and triggered the anger of the organization's high ranks. As one of the three major assassin organizations in the Divine Grace continent, Bloodspike was feared across the continent, leaving behind a notorious reputation, and had never before experienced a situation where a stronghold was wiped out completely. Because Bloodspike was known for its vengeful nature, if an assassin within the organization was killed during a mission, they would face the organization's relentless retaliation to the death. It was precisely because of this madness that almost no one dared to provoke the Bloodspike organization. Organizations like the Mercenary Guild and the Magician Association, as well as several powerful empires on the Divine Grace continent, were smart enough not to provoke Bloodspike. Moreover, Bloodspike was strong enough that several dominant powers would not dare to attack it, while smaller forces were no match for Bloodspike, which allowed it to act with impunity. At this moment, within the Bloodspike division in the capital of the Jetchi Kingdom, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Three figures cloaked in blood-red robes sat in a dimly lit chamber, exuding a powerful aura and killing intent. 2. The Kanglan City stronghold has been destroyed, and our members have been killed. This is a provocation against us, Bloodspike. The figure at the head, Ted, said in a deep voice filled with endless murderous intent. As the head of the Bloodspike division in the Jetchi Kingdom, he was furious. The headquarters had already sent orders to investigate the truth behind the destruction of the Kanglan City stronghold. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to provoke Bloodspike would pay a bloody price. The other two nodded. This matter must be resolved, or else what would happen to Bloodspike's authority? And that person named Lin, he failed his second assassination attempt and killed 4 warrior-level assassins. His crime? is unforgivable. Ted continued, next time we must succeed, otherwise, Blood Spike will become a laughing stock, ridiculed by the other two assassin organizations. Who would still trust us, Blood Spike? We must annihilate his great summer mercenary corps and let the world know that our Blood Spike's authority cannot be offended. Mr. Ted, do you think the destruction of the Kanglan City stronghold could have been done by the Great Summer Mercenary Corps? A short figure below asked. The Great Summer Mercenary Corps has that kind of strength? Ted replied, as the detailed information about the Great Summer Mercenary Corps lay on his desk. I'm just speculating. The person continued. After all, they just tried to assassinate Lin, and then the stronghold was attacked. Maybe it's not a coincidence. What if the information we have on the Great Summer Mercenary Corps is wrong? Ted slowly nodded. It wasn't impossible. He said, regardless of whether it is or not, have someone thoroughly investigate the detailed information on this Great Summer Mercenary Corps. If it is them, then we can resolve this matter in one go. After setting the tone for the investigation and extermination of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, the three giants of the Bloodsting organization's Jiaqing Kingdom branch vanished, leaving only the empty, dark secret chamber. On the other side, Galileo, who received news of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps appearing in Kanglan City, entered Kanglan City with several personal guards from the Mingyu City Lord's Mansion. After some inquiries, he learned that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had already left Kanglan City. Although Galileo was somewhat out of breath, he was not disappointed. His invited friends had not arrived, and with his current strength, he was still unable to take down the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Subsequently, Galileo gathered detailed information about the Great Siam Mercenary Corps in Kanglan City, and his expression became more profound. The strength of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had increased beyond what it was in Mingyu City, and their speed of improvement was astonishing. Galileo felt somewhat heavy-hearted, but his interest in the Great Siam Mercenary Corps grew stronger. After analyzing that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps would likely head to the royal capital, he sent a letter back to Benjamin, the lord of Mingyu City, and then took a boat from the dock to the royal capital. The friends he invited were all in the royal capital, and Galileo was excited, convinced that he would be able to take down the Great Siam Mercenary Corps there and obtain the secrets he longed for. The passenger ship continued onward, and for the next few days, there were no incidents of powerful magical beasts attacking the ship. Although there were still attacks from weaker magical beasts in the water, they were not strong enough to require the ship's guards to intervene. Bored, Lin En and others took the initiative to deal with these attacking magical beasts, turning them into a feast. Not to mention, the meat of the river beasts was more tender and delicious compared to that of land beasts, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. A few days later, the passenger ship arrived at its destination. Lin En and others disembarked, and the ship owner, guard, reluctantly bid farewell. Captain Lin En, I really appreciate you and the Great Siam Mercenary Corps for this journey. If you ever need to ride my ship again, the Great Siam Mercenary Corps can do so for free, Guard expressed gratefully. You're too polite, Captain Guard, Lin En replied with a smile. Guard knew how to handle people and spoke beautifully. His attentive service during the journey made the otherwise tedious trip much more comfortable. After saying goodbye to Guard, Lin En and the others set off towards the royal capital. Once on solid ground after spending several days on the ship, Usopp and Jack quickly regained their energy. The imprisoned Amethyst Lion King was also freed, excitedly roaring and frolicking, causing passers-by to flee in fear. After being scolded by Lin En, it hurriedly came to Lin En's side, lowering its head to appease him. With one day left to reach the royal capital, they would have to rely on their legs for the journey. Lin En contemplated whether to have everyone contract a magical beast. Not only would it enhance the mercenary corps strength, but at least they wouldn't have to suffer from walking on their own two legs. The pet contract card cost 10,000 energy, which was not expensive, and the key point was that it could be used by others, which was quite nice. For this reason alone, Lin En wanted to give a thumbs up to the system. Although it might be a money trap, it truly delivered results. Lin naturally couldn't bear to let his women walk on their legs, so he let Shirlin and Vea sit together on the wide back of the Amethyst Lion King. Similarly, the female Shima sat on the shoulder of the towering Druba, her petite figure sitting steadily on Druba's strong shoulder, giving off a distinct beauty and the beast vibe. After walking for half a day, the group found a suitable place to stop and rest. Those responsible for the food immediately got busy preparing a hearty meal for everyone. When the fragrant food was served, the hungry crowd was ready to feast, but suddenly they heard a sound cutting through the air. Over 20 figures came rushing toward them at high speed, showing no signs of hiding their murderous intent, clearly indicating that the newcomers meant trouble. The group, unable to focus on their meal, quickly stood up and drew their weapons to stand guard. Lin looked up and spotted a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd, Inavan, the captain of the 5th Squad of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. His gaze sharpened as he realized that the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had caught up. Chapter 138, Battle the Snow Wolf Again. Seeing the face of a newcomer, Lin's heart raced, silently praying that it wasn't the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Modo, who had personally come, or else they would be in serious trouble today. Young master, it's the people from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin Rongfu said in a deep voice, his expression equally grave, clearly having thought of the same issue as Lin. The others were also on high alert, prepared for a fierce battle. Soon, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps approached. Ha! Inavan laughed wildly at first, as if Lin and the others were already trapped. Lin, didn't expect this, did you? I've had my eyes on you for a long time, and now you can't escape. Inavan had his subordinates follow behind Lin and the others. Considering the high risk of battle in the Kanglin River, he had been patient until they reached the shore and met up with the 2nd Squad before pursuing them. At this moment, Inavan was full of confidence. The captain of the 2nd Squad, Ted, was a high-level battle master, and with himself and a mage from each squad. Such a powerful lineup could easily deal with a small mercenary group like the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Lin's gaze swept over everyone in the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and he didn't sense any holy level aura. Only Inavanth and another person were at the Great Master level. It seemed that Inavanth had taken the initiative to bring people to pursue him, while the leader of Snow Wolf, Modo, did not come. With that, Lin felt relieved. Even if Inavanth brought people, what of it? He probably didn't know that the Bloodstab Stronghold had been completely taken down by him and his team, and the strength of the Bloodstab Stronghold was not weaker than that of Inavanth's group now. If Inavanth knew that the Bloodstab Stronghold, whose strength was not inferior to theirs, had been wiped out by him, he wondered if he would still be able to laugh. Inavanth, is this how you want to end up? Lin said with a faint smile, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Since Modo did not come in person, Inavanth and his group were just here to deliver food. Having already spared your life in Kanglin City, you still dare to chase after me? Do you really want to die this badly? Kid, this time, you will definitely die. Inavanth sneered. No, I won't let you die. I will capture you and hand you over to the leader. The leader will definitely slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the magical beasts. Just with you bringing these people? Lin shook his head and laughed. Kid, you dare to boast when death is imminent? You have some courage, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have provoked our Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, especially not killed Andrew. Ted, the captain of the 2nd team, looked at Lin indifferently, as if he were looking at a dead man. Today I, Ted, have come, and you and your Great Siam Mercenary Corps will become history. Stop with the nonsense. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. I still want to eat after this. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Lin said impatiently, still hungry since he hadn't eaten the freshly cooked meal. Arrogant, Ted shouted angrily, drawing out a giant wolf-tooth club from behind him. Attack, kill them all. Fireball technique. Triple star. Earthspike technique, Fong. The members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps took the initiative, with the fire mages from the 5th team and the earth mages from the 2nd team launching magical attacks first. Buzz. Lin's eyes narrowed, and the Conqueror's Haki burst forth. To avoid casualties on his side, using Conqueror's Haki to clear out the small monsters was undoubtedly the best choice. The Conqueror's Haki, which had been further enhanced by leveling up, was significantly stronger than before. In an instant, half of the members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps fell, and all those below the Battle Master level fainted. The 2 magic tutors who were launching magical attacks were interrupted mid-spell by the shock of the Conqueror's Haki. The 3 gigantic fireballs that had just formed in the air extinguished like fireworks, and the sharp ground spikes that had just emerged shattered into a pile of dirt. Puff, puff. 2 sounds of spitting blood followed as the 2 magic tutors suffered backlash from their interrupted spells, unable to hold back a mouthful of old blood, their faces turning pale. The 2 were filled with an inexplicable horror. What kind of attack was this? It came without warning, yet managed to interrupt their casting. Could it be the legendary mental magic? Regardless of how shocked the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was, after Lin unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, those behind him, including Shiren, had already launched a fierce attack. Laze, the fastest, Arno, shot out beams of yellow light from his fingertips like lasers. Firestorm. Jack stepped forward and unleashed a punch, spewing forth violent magma. Flame Sword. Vaya swung her sword, unleashing a massive sword aura of flames. Time Capsule. Shiren waved her hand, sending out waves of cold air. Desert Blade. Usopp, in a reckless charge, held a pair of several-meter-long desert blades in each hand and rushed forward. Brutal Trample. Not to be outdone, the bull-headed druid, Druba, stomped heavily on the ground, cracking it, and leaped high into the air, crashing into the crowd of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Dazed and disoriented from the Conqueror's Haki, the members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps faced such powerful attacks and were instantly thrown into chaos, their morale shattered, making it a one-sided battle. What kind of attack is this? It's terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. Damn it. Inavanth and Ted were extremely furious and quickly took action. If they didn't intervene now, their subordinates would be wiped out. A sense of foreboding flashed through their minds because the strength exhibited by the Great Summer Mercenary Corps was too overwhelming. What exactly was this Great Summer Mercenary Corps? Your opponent is me. Lin Rongfu appeared before Ted, firmly blocking Ted's giant wolf fawn club with his sword. The clash of sword and club erupted with a loud sound, sending a wave of fighting spirit and wind sweeping outward. Then I will kill you first, old man. Ted bellowed, swinging the giant wolf fawn club down again. The aura of fighting spirit surrounding the club was so dense that it seemed capable of shattering a small mountain with that blow. In Lin Rongfu's eyes, the fighting spirit was overwhelming. A high-level battle master was considered a formidable opponent, and only such opponents could hone one's strength. Perhaps this battle would allow him to truly grasp a hint of the essence of fire elements, thus advancing to the semi-saint level. Snip! Lin flashed and appeared in front of Inavan, his armed color haki rendering the sword Wado Ikamanji black. He slashed out, the pitch-black blade light darting like lightning. One sword style flash. Clang! Inavan's iron rod blocked Wado Ikamanji, but Inavan's expression changed, shock filling his heart. The power transmitted through the iron rod surprised him. Lin's strength was surprisingly not much weaker than his, clearly at the Great Master level. How is this possible? Lin shouldn't be more than a battle master at most. How could she be a great battle master? Are the intelligence officers incompetent? A great battle master this young is simply unheard of, damn it. Losing focus during a battle can be deadly. Lin chuckled lightly, her figure disappearing from Inavanth's sight, and the next moment she appeared behind him. 36, Troublesome Phoenix. A blue sword wave surged forward, carrying a sharp edge. Chapter 139, Rule Restrictions. Feeling the danger coming from behind, Inavanth's heart sank. It was too late to evade. He was a strength-type warrior, disadvantaged in speed. He could only channel his fighting spirit to create layers of defense on his back. Tear! The blue sword wave tore through the fighting spirit, leaving a deep wound on Inavanth's back, exposing bone. Inavanth cried out in pain, letting out a furious roar as he turned around and swung his staff down. The fighting spirit surged on the iron staff, transforming it into a massive rod as thick as a house beam, crashing down like Mount Tai. Boom! The giant rod struck down, shaking the earth, creating a massive pit in the ground, with countless spiderweb-like cracks forming around the edges, dust rising everywhere. Unfortunately, not even a hair of Lin's was touched. Lin's figure flickered around Inovanfu, causing varying degrees of injury with each appearance. Meanwhile, Inovanfu swung his iron rod with a whoosh, smashing the ground into craters, yet achieving nothing, and only exhausting himself, breathing heavily from the immense energy expenditure. Kid, if you got guts, face me head on. Inovanfu roared. What good is hiding and dodging? Enraged, Inovanfu did not lose his composure. He aimed to provoke Lin with words, wanting him to confront him directly. He was confident that his strength surpassed Lin's, believing that as long as Lin stopped dodging with speed, he could defeat him. Although he knew it was a provocation, Lin decided to give him what he wanted. Lin's figure stopped a dozen meters in front of Inawanfu, sheathing his sword and adopting a stance for Iedo. Inawanfu was ready for a direct confrontation, which was just what Lin wanted. With his current level of Dao power, executing an Iedo technique would be impossible for Inawanfu to withstand if he didn't T-dodge. Watch me smash you in a meat paste with one strike. Seeing that Lin had truly fallen into his trap, Inawanfu was overjoyed. He raised his iron rod high above his head, a surge of fighting spirit pouring into the rod, transforming it into a giant iron pillar over 10 meters long, as if it could reach the heavens. Take this, a stick that can crush 1,000 troops. The colossal iron pillar came crashing down with a terrifying momentum, as if it could pierce the sky. Before it landed, a strong wind swept through, and the immense pressure caused the ground to sink. Iedo. With the sound of the blade, Lin charged forward, drawing the Heat Dao E1Z from his waist. The pitch-black blade glimmered, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe slicing through space, colliding with the descending iron pillar. Boom! In an instant, a violent roar erupted, the ground collapsed, and it seemed as if a hurricane had swept through the scene. The terrifying force stirred up clouds of dust, shattering the ground into countless fragments of mud and stone, which were swept into the air and then ground to powder by the fierce wind, falling like rain. Clang! The iron rod in Inowanfu's hand snapped in half, leaving him with only a piece, and a line of blood suddenly shot out from his chest. How is this possible? Inowanfu's pale face was filled with disbelief. Why was he unable to match Lin in a direct confrontation? The intensity of Lin's attack had reached the peak of a great master, even comparable to a half-saint. Bang! Inowanfu's tall body crashed down. After heavily injuring Inowanfu with a single strike, Lin did not show any signs of complacency. According to his calculations, with his current battle power of over 6,000, the attack from Iedo would double, plus a 30% attack bonus from the dominant sword body, causing his battle power to soar above 10,000 points, stepping into the saint level. With this strike, Inowanfu was sure to die. He simply could not withstand it. But in reality, the Dao power that had erupted from that strike did not reach 10,000 points. It had only heavily injured Inowanfu, not killed him. Why was that? Lin was puzzled. According to his own expectations, if he could truly unleash saint-level combat power, even if he only had one chance to strike, he wouldn't have to fear Moto catching up to him. Even if he couldn't kill Moto with a sneak attack, he could seriously injure him. System, why can't my attack power exceed 10,000 points? Lin couldn't help but ask the system. Host, this is a limitation of the world's rules. Even the system cannot completely ignore the world's rules. Only by comprehending the essence of the laws can the attack power exceed the limit of 10,000 points. Please do your best, host. I see, Lin nodded thoughtfully. Reaching 10,000 points of attack power means becoming a saint-level powerhouse. To become a saint-level powerhouse, one must comprehend the essence of the laws, which is not easy to achieve. Otherwise, saint-level powerhouses wouldn't be so rare. However, once one becomes a saint-level powerhouse, not only can they fly, but their combat power also skyrockets to an unimaginable level. Lin thought a problem again. If he couldn't comprehend the essence of the laws, even if he had enough system energy to raise his skill levels, his Dao power would still be stuck at 9,999 points, unable to truly break through the limit of 10,000 points. With this in mind, Lin planned to make a big deal to recharge his system energy, raise several skills to increase his Dao power, but that plan to confront Modwa was shattered. He felt a headache. It seemed that for the time being, he still had to avoid Modwa, unless Grandpa Fu could comprehend a trace of the essence of the laws and become a semi-saint. With the ability of the devil fruit, he might still be able to contend with Modwa. Putting these worries aside, Lin walked towards the seriously injured Inowanfu lying on the ground. How could you possibly be a great master? Inowanfu still couldn't believe that Lin had become a great master at such a young age, and even severely injured him with a single strike. I've already said, since you were so stubborn, I'll fulfill you, Lin said, looking at the seriously injured and weak Inowanfu. His emotions showing no fluctuations, no pity, no anger. It was either kill or be killed. He was used to it. Captain Modwa won't let you go. You all will die, Inowanfu said, not begging for mercy, knowing that he was doomed. Then you don't need to worry about that. Lin raised his hand and struck down with a character of Dao. The spark in Inowanfu's eyes slowly faded away. In his final moments, he wondered if he regretted chasing after achievements. If he hadn't been so eager for success, perhaps he wouldn't have to die, at least not now. After easily killing Inowanfu, Lin showed no signs of complacency. The weight of the looming Moto felt like a giant mountain overhead, so he naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Looking around, he saw that Lin and the others had already resolved their battles. The mercenaries of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, intimidated by the Conqueror's Haki, were trembling with fear. Their combat effectiveness had dropped from full strength to only 70 or 80%. Faced with the incredibly powerful and bizarre abilities of the Devil Fruit, they couldn't hold on for long and soon fell. The only ongoing battle in the arena was between Lin Rongfu and Ted. Chapter 140, Semi-Holy. The battle between Lin Rongfu and Ted has entered a fever pitch, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Of course, this is the result of Lin Rongfu intentionally holding back. If he unleashed the full power of his toothless pterosaur fruit ability, he could kill Ted within dozens of moves. However, he chose not to do so, wanting to use Ted, a rare opponent, to sharpen his own skills. He hoped to gain insights into the essence of the fire element from this battle. During this time, as he further developed the abilities of the toothless pterosaur fruit, he had gained some understanding of the fire element's essence, but he still lacked a crucial element to truly grasp it. Ted, as an opponent, presented him with a glimmer of opportunity. At this moment, Ted was in despair. All his comrades had been killed, including the 5th Squad Captain, In En, who was a master-level warrior. He had originally come with high hopes to achieve great merit, but instead, he was delivering his own head on a platter. Now, he was left all alone, unable to support himself. Ted cursed In En in his heart, calling him a bastard and useless for not even gathering intelligence on the opponent. It was bad enough that he was doomed, but he had also dragged down his 2nd squad. If In En were still alive, Ted vowed he would smash that pig-headed brain of his with his mace. Ted had already foreseen his own fate, and despair washed over him. However, he was unwilling to accept dying here. In his desperation, his attacks became increasingly frenzied. He wasn't aiming to kill Lin En anymore. He just wanted to push him back to find an opportunity to escape. If he could survive, he would want to die. Unfortunately, Lin En showed no signs of giving Ted a chance. With his massive sword, he unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, leaving Ted no opportunity to flee. Like In En, Ted was also a strength-type fighter. Faced with Lin En, who was skilled at using shave, he had no chance. He had no doubt that if he turned to run, Lin En would pierce his heart from behind in the next moment. In increasing despair, Ted became reckless, adopting a suicidal fighting style. Since there was no chance to escape, he decided to take Lin En down with him. As the S-rank captain of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps 2nd Squad, Ted had his pride. He would drag someone down with him, even in death. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Lin En was not particularly worried about Lin En. The animal-type demon fruit granted Lin En powerful physical abilities and recovery, which, although not comparable to his immortal bird fruit, made him unafraid of Ted. Once everyone had killed their opponents, they spread out to watch, subtly blocking Ted's escape route and not giving him a chance to flee. Everyone was glued to the duel between the two master-level warriors. Such opportunities were rare, and they could learn a lot from it, which would significantly help improve their own strength. This was particularly meaningful for Lin, who had already reached high-tier warrior status and was on the verge of breaking through to master level. The battle before her held even greater significance. Grandpa Fu is so strong. I wish I could become a master-level warrior too, Vea said enviously, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she watched the two fighters. You are already a warrior. Just develop your fruit abilities well, and it won't be long before you become a master-level warrior, Lin En said, wrapping his arm around Vea's slim waist with a smile, completely unaware that being so close on such a fierce battlefield was inappropriate. Vea nodded vigorously. Today, she showcased her strength against the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, feeling satisfied with her progress and even more pleased with the abilities granted by her burning fruit. All thanks to the little man beside her. Yeru, who had not participated in the battle earlier, was also watching with great excitement, wishing he could jump in himself. Unfortunately, his original strength was low, and even after consuming the gold fruit, his development of its abilities in a short time was limited, making it impossible for him to join this battle. However, Yeru was very confident, perhaps due to his past as a businessman and his sensitivity to money. He discovered that he was very compatible with the gold fruit. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could fight alongside his companions. Shima held the little white tiger, looking very excited. The stronger the Daxiao Mercenary Corps displayed their strength, the greater the chance to rescue her sister. At this moment, she was filled with confidence in Lin En and the others, and the thought of reuniting with her sister soon brought tears of joy to her eyes. In contrast to Shima's excitement, the nearby Amethyst Lion King appeared somewhat gloomy. In this battle, it once again missed the opportunity to fight, and now that the battle was over, it felt quite disappointed. It used to be a key combatant in the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, but as everyone consumed demon fruits and their strength soared, the Amethyst Lion King felt marginalized. If it couldn't play its expected role, wouldn't its position in its master's heart be at risk? The Amethyst Lion King glanced at the little white tiger nestled in Shima's arms. Did it have to become just a pet like the little white tiger, or merely serve as its master's mount? No. The Amethyst Lion King shook its head vigorously, determined not to let that day come. It seemed that after leaving the Hudis Mountains, it had become complacent. It needed to be vigilant in peace and work hard to improve its strength. It did not want to become just a pet or a mount. It was meant to be the Daxiao Mercenary Corps combat powerhouse, the most capable pet by its master's side. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed, and the battle between Lin En and Ted continued. Lin En's attacks grew sharper, and Ted was barely able to defend himself, with countless wounds covering his body, blood staining most of them red. Boom! As the battle raged on, Lin En's feeling grew stronger. He sensed that the essence of the fire element was like a newly hatched chick, ready to break free from its shell. In a moment of enlightenment, a massive pair of black wings unfurled from his back, flames burning on the wings. In an instant, Lin Rongfu's aura surged dramatically, and the feeling that had lingered in his heart became clear. A thread of understanding of the fire element's essence had emerged. Subsequently, a layer of scorching energy enveloped his previously white fighting spirit, tinting it a faint red. The essence of the fire element had finally been comprehended. Although it was only a thread, it represented a qualitative leap, marking his transition to a semi-saint. While not a true saint, just having the title of saint already distinguished him fundamentally from master-level warriors. Ha! Lin Rongfu burst into hearty laughter, having endured rigorous training, finally becoming a semi-saint. Feeling the momentum emanating from Lin Rongfu, Ted, who was struggling like a cornered beast, suddenly felt a mouthful of bitterness. The earlier thought of mutual destruction completely vanished, leaving him in absolute despair. To thank you for helping me comprehend the essence of the fire element and step into the realm of semi-saint. I will use my strongest move to give you a swift end. Lin Rongfu's scorching fighting spirit surged as he swung his sword. Mountain River Sword, Burning Heaven. The blazing sword light slashed down, transforming into endless flames that engulfed Teddy's figure. Chapter 141, Reunion with Riz. After defeating the two teams pursuing him from the Snow Wolf mercenary group, Lin Rongfu successfully comprehended the essence of fire elements and advanced to the semi-saint level, marking a double joy. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone felt even hungrier from the intense battle. Fortunately, the earlier fight hadn't affected the prepared food, and despite it being cold, everyone ate until they were full. Lin reviewed the gains from this battle. Having obtained a total of 4 space rings from the 2 teams of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, with each having 1 for the 2 captains and 2 mages. The haul wasn't substantial, with a total value of only a few 100,000 gold coins, which was less than what he had gained from the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. However, when converted into system energy, it amounted to over 1 million, which Lin did not mind. Just the 4 space rings alone were quite valuable. He directly gave them to Lin for distribution, as having space rings would make things more convenient for everyone. After eating, they continued on their journey. Along the way, Lin consulted Lin Rongfu about methods to comprehend the essence of elements and the increase in combat power after understanding them. According to Lin Rongfu, his combat power didn't increase significantly after comprehending the essence of elements. If the peak combat power of a Grandmaster is 9,999, then after comprehending the essence, it would be 10,000. Although it was only a slight increase in combat power, this small increment was the last straw that broke the camel's back, representing a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. A semi-saint carries the title of saint, which signifies a different level compared to a grandmaster, with the combat power of a semi-saint overwhelmingly surpassing that of a grandmaster. After comprehending the essence of fire elements, Lin Rongfu's fighting spirit was infused with the burning power of flames. The combination of fighting spirit and fire was not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but rather exceeded 2 in power. This burning power had surpassed the flame temperature of Vea's burn fruit ability, though this was due to Vea's insufficient strength. If Vea also comprehended the essence of fire elements, her flame temperature would significantly increase, and the power of the burn fruit would naturally soar. However, Lin Rongfu's burning power temperature still could not match the temperature of Jack's magma fruit ability. Yet, similar to Vea's situation, Jack's level of strength was far too distant from Lin Rongfu, so his combat power was naturally much weaker than Lin Rongfu's. With Lin Rongfu's first-hand experience, both Vea and Jack saw their direction for progress, and the others also gained a lot, having profound insights. Lin is also contemplating the direction of her understanding of elemental mysteries. The flames of the phoenix fruit are fundamentally different from the flames of the fire element. They are inclined towards the direction of vitality. Among the elements, only the wood element aligns with this. Should she comprehend the mysteries of the wood element, or strive for the higher-level mystery of life? Lin felt a bit lost. Perhaps only after the level of the phoenix fruit increased would there be a clearer understanding. However, to enhance the fruit's abilities, he needed to level up to level 60, so from now on, he would focus his energy on gaining experience to level up. They were nearly at the capital of the Jechi Kingdom, Jechi City. Shima and Druba donned hooded robes to conceal their orc appearance, and Druba wore a large hat to cover his prominent horns. Orcs appearing in human cities, especially far from the orc kingdom, were even more conspicuous. To avoid unnecessary trouble that could hinder the rescue of Emma, it was essential to take appropriate measures to hide their identities. In the evening, Lin and his group entered Jechi City, the capital. True to its status, the city's prosperity far exceeded that of Mingyue City and Kanglan City, with its massive buildings and wide streets, bustling with pedestrians and numerous shops. They also saw many carriages pulled by magical beasts on the streets, which are luxurious and clearly belong to nobles. Some people even rode magical beast mounts through the streets. Thus, Lin rode on the back of the Amethyst Lion King into the city without attracting too much attention. However, when entering the city gate, the city guards warned them to keep their pets in check to avoid chaos, or they would face punishment from the kingdom's army. Let's find a place to stay. Then investigate the location of the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce's branch in the capital and find out Emma's whereabouts before preparing to rescue her, Lin said. Thank you, Lin. Shima expressed her gratitude, having thanked him countless times during their journey. I will definitely fulfill my promise, Lin replied with a smile. The system issued a quest, and I have to complete it for the rewards. Just as they were about to find Nin, a slender boy suddenly rushed over and stood in front of the Amethyst Lion King. The Amethyst Lion King stopped, its red eyes fixed on the boy. Imanating afiefsoha, if Lin hadn't previously instructed it not to harm anyone. This audacious boy who dared to block its path would have already been treated as a snack. The boy, suddenly confronted by the Amethyst Lion King's fierce gaze, turned pale and trembled, his earlier courage gone, nearly collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Lin frowned and asked, patting the Amethyst Lion King's head to calm its demeanor. The boy in front of him appeared to be a couple of years older than Lin, around the same age as Usopp, and was an ordinary person with no training. Because of this, Lin wanted the Amethyst Lion King not to frighten him. Seeing the boy reminded Lin of his past self. Excuse me, sir, do you need a guide? Upon hearing Lin's words, the boy finally regained his composure and asked with a smile while nervously observing the imposing Amethyst Lion King, fearing that this terrifying magical beast might swallow him whole. How do you know I need a guide? Lin asked, giving the boy a careful look and roughly understanding what he did. However, judging by his appearance, it seemed he wasn't doing well. Was a guiding profession that competitive? I usually look for customers near the city gate. I saw you as soon as you entered the city. The boy seemed less frightened due to Lin's gentle demeanor. You must be new to the capital and unfamiliar with it. I've lived here all my life and know it well. I can definitely save you a lot of trouble. What's your fee? 1 gold coin a day. The boy looked at Lin with hopeful eyes, filled with anxiety and anticipation, fearing rejection. He hadn't eaten all day and urgently needed this job. All right, I'll hire you. First, take me to find an inn. Lin tossed a gold coin to the boy. An ordinary person unable to train lived at the lowest level in this world, and their hardships were imaginable. In the past, he at least had a noble identity, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. The boy stirred Lin's compassion. Besides, having a local guide was necessary for gathering information in the capital. Thank you, sir. The boy exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the gold coin. Sir, you're mercenaries, right? There's a mercenary inn in the capital, which specifically provides accommodation for mercenary groups. It's not only convenient, but also reasonably priced. All right, let us go to the mercenary inn. Lin nodded. Please follow me. The boy earnestly placed the gold coin in his chest pocket and happily led the way. The mercenary inn was located in the western district of the capital. Since Lin and his group entered through the southern city gate, they had to cross several streets to reach the inn. As they walked down the street, a large crowd ahead blocked the road, indicating that something had happened. Lin sat on the back of the Amethyst Lion King and could see a luxurious carriage stopped in the middle of the street among the crowd. A man was kneeling in front of the carriage, repeatedly bowing his head towards it. Young master, please spare my young master. As long as you show mercy, I will serve you like a cow or a horse. The kneeling man pleaded while knocking his head on the ground. Get lost. If you block my young master's way again, I'll kill you. A middle-aged man beside the carriage shouted, dressed in armor, looking like a bodyguard. Young master, as long as you let my young master go, even if you take my life, I will accept it. The man ignored the bodyguard's words and continued to plead with the carriage. Damn it, you lowly commoner, stop whining. If you want to die, I'll grant you that. A young noble jumped down from the carriage, full of impatience and anger. He got out of the carriage and kicked the kneeling man, who was not weak and had the strength of a battle master. However, facing a noble young master who was only a high-level warrior, he did not dare to fight back and was kicked to the ground, rolling around. Lin frowned, not because he was indignant at the injustice, but in this hierarchical world, such things were all too common, and he wasn't a bleeding heart. It was just that the appearance and voice of the man being beaten seemed somewhat familiar to him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Sir, the person ahead is the heir of Marquis Bryn. I've heard that a merchant group from out of town has provoked the Marquis's heir, resulting in the heir injuring the young master of the merchant group. Not only did he confiscate the merchant group's assets, but he also prohibited anyone from providing medical treatment to the young master and forbade them from selling any healing potions to them, even preventing them from leaving the capital. As a local, the boy had naturally heard about this widely discussed incident in the capital. What was the name of this out-of-town merchant group? Lin asked, intrigued. I'm not sure the exact name. It seems to be from Kanglan City, something like Gu. I forgot, the boy guide replied. Gucci Merchant Group? Lin was taken aback. No wonder she felt that the man who was being beaten looked familiar. He was actually Riz, the captain of Ralph's guard. The young guide had mentioned that the injured young master of the merchant guild was none other than Ralph. Lin's expression changed drastically, and a surge of anger arose in his heart. His figure suddenly vanished from the back of the purple crystal Lion King, and when he reappeared, he was already beside the carriage. He waved his hand and slapped the nobleman who was beating Liz away. Chapter 142. The Tragic Ralph Bang. The noble youth flew out and crashed into the carriage, the immense force smashing the carriage's compartment to pieces. Your Highness, the middle-aged guard exclaimed in shock, rushing over to help the noble youth. He saw that one side of the noble youth's face was already swollen, and his eyes were dazed, clearly having been knocked senseless by the slap. Offending your Highness is a capital crime. Kill him. The middle-aged guard ordered the other guards. 5 or 6 guards immediately drew their weapons and charged at Lin, showing no hesitation or concern about killing in the street, indicating the immense power of this Marquis of Blin in the royal capital. Oomph. Lin snorted coldly, kicking out with both legs in quick succession, activating the skill Raging Wind Kick. Several slashes flew out, instantly killing the few guards rushing forward. A murder. The onlooking crowd was shocked to witness a killing in broad daylight, especially since the victims were guards from the powerful Earl of Bryn's household. Even the Earl's heir, ofthe, had been struck, causing the frightened crowd to disperse in a hurry, no longer interested in watching the commotion. The middle-aged guard's eyes narrowed sharply as he sensed the powerful aura. This was a master warrior. Even in the royal capital, master warriors were not commonly seen, and he was merely a high-level warrior. Upon realizing Lin's strength, the middle-aged guard knew trouble was brewing. May I ask who you are, sir? This is ofthe, the heir of Earl Bryn, the guard said with a serious expression, watching Lin warily. Is there some misunderstanding between you and the Earl of Bryn's household? Lin ignored the middle-aged guard and turned to look at the hunched Riz on the ground. Riz had taken quite a beating, but with the strength of a battle master. And considering that ofthe was a bit of a fool, Riz only suffered some superficial injuries, which were not serious, but he was mentally down. Riz, how are you? Is your injury serious? Lin helped Riz up. Who are you? Riz looked at Lin in confusion. Lin's appearance had changed significantly since before, but his features as an East Asian with black hair and black eyes remained the same. After thinking for a moment, Riz finally remembered Lin's identity. Are you young Master Lin? It's me. Lin nodded, examining Riz, who looked quite disheveled. He couldn't help but frown and ask, how did you end up like this? Where's Brother Ralph? Young Master Lin, our young master offended the son of ofthe, Riz said, his expression darkening. Lin had injured the son of ofthe, making things even more difficult. However, he couldn't blame Lin, as Lin acted to save him. At the same time, Riz was also shocked. He had just seen Lin's attack and realized that Lin was actually a battle master. How could this be? The young master had previously said that Lin was a noble who couldn't cultivate. Even if he could start cultivating again, how could he become a battle master in such a short time? That was no laughing matter. If Lin was indeed a battle master, perhaps this time the young master could escape a calamity. Riz's eyes were filled with hope. How dare you offend me? I will have you all dead. Your entire family will die. Ofthe finally regained his senses and was instantly enraged. He had never been beaten like this in his life. He was a high-born noble. His father was Marquis Bryn, and his aunt was a concubine of the king, so he had always acted tyrannically in the capital without anyone daring to provoke him. Chris, kill them. Ofthe ordered the middle-aged guard, his eyes turning red with anger as he fixed his gaze on Lin, wishing to devour him. Completely unaware that only Chris remained by his side, as the others had already died. Get lost. Lin was furious, and the Conqueror's Haki burst forth like a tidal wave. Ofthe, like a fish out of water, opened his mouth in shock, and with a roll of his eyes, he collapsed. Young master. Chris was also shaken by the impact. Feeling fear, but still dutifully supported ofthe, his eyes fixed on Lin with both vigilance and awe, afraid that Lin would kill ofthe. Reed, take me to see Brother Ralph. Lin ignored them and said to Reed, Yes, young Master Lin. Reed replied joyfully, now certain that Lin had changed significantly with Lin's help. Perhaps the young master could really survive this ordeal. At this moment, Lin Rongfu and others approached. Except for Lin Rongfu, the others did not know Reed, and, similarly, Reed only recognized Lin Rongfu. Mr. Lin. Reed quickly bowed to Lin Rongfu. Lin Rongfu nodded to Liz and asked Lin En, "Young master, has something happened to Ralph?" Lin nodded. He wasn't clear about the specifics and decided to meet Ralph first. The others noticed Lin's bad mood and wisely chose not to ask questions. "My lord, since you have acquaintances in the capital, it seems there's no need for a guide. I will return this gold coin to you," the young guide said anxiously, looking at Lin, with his palm outstretched holding the coin. Although he was reluctant, he still handed it over. Lin glanced at the guide and saw the fear in his eyes, realizing that he was worried about being implicated with him after witnessing him strike Okonder, fearing retaliation. This is the tragedy of small people. Commoners hold no status in the eyes of nobles, and ordinary people who cannot cultivate are even worse than beasts, destined to become slaves. "You can keep this gold coin. I still want to thank you for guiding me," Lin said. Such things happen every day, and he felt powerless to change anything, but giving a gold coin was an easy gesture. As he watched Lin and his group walk away, the young man clenched the gold coin in his palm, feeling touched, knowing he had encountered a good person today. Ralph brought the merchant caravan to the royal capital to expand the market, ambitiously purchasing 3 shops in the Western District to prepare for a big endeavor, aiming to make the Gucci Merchant Association the largest in the kingdom of Jayak. Unfortunately, just as he took the first step, he offended Okonder and ended up with a tragic fate. Under Riz's lead, everyone arrived at the Gucci Merchant Association shop, which had a decent-sized courtyard behind it, serving as the residence for the association's employees. Young Master Lin, the young boss, is in the room. Riz said to Lin at the door of a room before pushing the door open and walking inside. Lin followed Riz into the room. As soon as he entered, he was hit by a strong smell of blood and a foul odor of decay, making the air inside extremely unpleasant. "Ralph, is that you back?" Ralph, unable to move and lying on the bed, heard the sound of the door opening and weakly asked, "Young master, I'm back," Riz replied excitedly. "Young master, look who has come. You were saved." At this moment, Lin also saw Ralph's condition. Ralph lay on the bed, his face pale and haggard, resembling someone gravely ill. His cheeks were sunken, and his cheekbones protruded, no longer displaying the spirited demeanor of a young master of the merchant guild that Lin had first encountered. The cause of Ralph's dire state was his legs. They were mangled and bloodied, having been violently broken into several pieces. The broken bones were piercing through the flesh, and due to a lack of medical attention for an extended period, the wounds had rotted and begun to smell. In some severely decayed areas, it seemed that the rotten flesh had been cut away with a knife, resulting in a bloody scene, which explained the heavy smell of blood in the room. Seeing Ralph's tragic condition, Lin couldn't help but feel his eyes sting and well up with tears, while the anger in his chest nearly ignited the entire capital. "That damn can do. Brother Ralph, I'm here. I'm late." Lin stepped forward and tightly grasped Ralph's bony hand, tears streaming down his face. You are my brother Lin?" Ralph, recognizing Lin, was immensely surprised, with a rare blush appearing on his face. "Brother Ralph, don't speak yet. Let me heal your wounds first." Lin ignited the fire of life in his hands, which spread to Ralph, enveloping him completely. Riz, witnessing this scene, almost screamed but quickly covered his mouth. Believing that Lin would never harm Ralph, Ralph felt a powerful vitality surge into his body. His severely weakened body seemed to awaken like an old tree in spring, regaining its vigor. His previously immobile legs began to regain sensation, and the injured areas started to gradually heal. After more than half an hour, Ralph's legs had recovered. Although he couldn't immediately stand as he did before his injury, he was able to get back on his feet, and his pale complexion looked much better. "I'm really better. This is amazing," Ralph said, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Heaven knows how much he had suffered and how desperate he had felt in these past days. He tightly grasped Lin's hand, saying excitedly, "Brother Lin, thank you." "Brother Ralph, there's no need to be so formal between us," Lin finally smiled, relieved that he had come to the capital. Otherwise, Ralph's fate would have been uncertain. "Young Master Lin, thank you for saving the young master." Riz expressed his deep gratitude. Seeing Ralph's injuries healed, Riz was overwhelmed with joy and immediately knelt down to Lin, bowing repeatedly. Chapter 143, Revenge. With Ralph's injuries healed, everyone was naturally overjoyed. However, his body, which had been depleted for days, wouldn't recover so quickly and needed time to recuperate. The most urgent thing was to eat. So the overly excited Riz immediately went to prepare food for Ralph. When the others in the Gucci Chamber of Commerce learned about Ralph's recovery, they were just as excited as Riz. Ralph was the backbone of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, and with him back, everyone felt at ease. After Ralph ate the food prepared by Riz, Lin gained a comprehensive understanding of Ralph's ordeal. Half a month ago, Ralph had arrived in Jiakasheng with a merchant caravan, eager to make a name for himself and establish the Gucci Chamber of Commerce in the capital. However, just after purchasing a storefront, he had offended Okondo. It wasn't even a big deal. Okondo was used to rampaging through the capital in his carriage, and the people were accustomed to avoiding his carriage to prevent accidents. Ralph, being new to the capital, didn't recognize Okondo's name and failed to dodge in time, just as he was about to be hit by the carriage. Riz intervened to save Ralph by stopping the beast pulling the carriage, which startled the beast and nearly toppled the carriage, resulting in Okondo hitting his forehead on the carriage and getting a large bump. Furious, Okondo broke Ralph's legs and declared that no one in the capital was allowed to treat Ralph, forbidding all shops from providing healing magic or potions to him, and restricting anyone from the Gucci Chamber of Commerce from leaving the city. While it would have been easy for Okondo to kill Ralph, he preferred to torment him, forcing him to wait for death in despair, thus establishing his authority and showing everyone the consequences of offending him. If it weren't for Riz's unwavering loyalty, Ralph wouldn't have been able to hold on for so many days and would have died from his injuries. Today's events were triggered by Riz realizing that Ralph couldn't last much longer, prompting him to take a desperate stand against Okondo's carriage and plead for mercy. After hearing all this, Lin was filled with righteous indignation. Okondo was simply despicable and hateful. Killing someone was one thing, but to torment Ralph in such a way, forcing him to die in despair, showed a level of maliciousness that was beyond the ordinary. Lin felt angry for Ralph while also admiring Ritz's unwavering loyalty. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. Otherwise, not only would Ralph have died in despair, but the loyal Ritz would likely have met a tragic end today as well. Lin had made up his mind that he must not let Okondo go unpunished. He needed to teach him a lesson, preferably making him experience the kind of despair that Ralph had felt while dying in agony. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Brother Lin, I owe you my life this time. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask, and I will definitely help, Ralph said with red-rimmed eyes. This time, he truly thought he was going to die. The feeling of lying in a hospital bed waiting for death was so desperate that he nearly couldn't hold on and wanted to end his life himself. You don't have to be so polite among friends, Lin smiled, glad to have saved Ralph's life. Brother, even though Okondo is a wastrel, his family has a lot of power and can act with impunity in the capital. Now that you've injured him to save me, he definitely won't let it go easily. It's better for you to leave the capital early before his revenge comes, Ralph said anxiously. It's fine. I'm actually hoping he comes to retaliate. Even if he doesn't, I will seek him out, Lin said with a hint of killing intent in his tone. Okondo dares to be so vicious. I will definitely avenge you, Brother Ralph. Brother, I understand your intentions, but there's no need to put yourself in danger for me, Ralph urged. Young master, Lin is already a master warrior, Liz said. What? Ralph was shocked, looking at Lin in disbelief. If I didn't have confidence, I wouldn't be risking my life, Lin smiled. Besides, I have other matters to attend to in the capital, and I want leave until they are resolved. I'm not alone either. I have plenty of strong and reliable partners by my side. No matter how powerful Okondo's family is, I'm not afraid. Ralph let out a sigh of relief, hiding his shock, his heart filled with joy. The surprise Lin gave him was enormous. Initially, he befriended Lin only because of his identity as the Count's eldest son, hoping to have a noble backing for the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. He never expected Lin to become so powerful today. It's worth noting that Lin couldn't cultivate it first, and now he had become a master warrior, a level of strength that even their Gucci Chamber of Commerce couldn't afford. However, Ralph didn't ask Lin why he could cultivate and become a master warrior so quickly. Everyone has their own secrets. All he needed to know was that Lin was his brother. The move he made back then was indeed the right one. Brother, what are you planning to do in the capital? Just let me know if I can help, Ralph said happily. All right, I want to be polite if I need something. Lin nodded, but he didn't plan to tell Ralph about rescuing Emma, as Ralph wouldn't be able to help with that matter. It involved the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and possibly the noble in the capital who purchased Emma. Lin didn't want to drag Ralph into it. Once Ralph realized Lin was strong enough, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, falling back into the joy of having escaped death and reuniting with Lin. On the other side, Chris brought the unconscious Okondo back to the Marquis's residence. upon seeing Okondo in a coma with a swollen cheek. The Marquis's residence was thrown into chaos. Chris, what on earth happened? Who dared to injure my son? Is this how you protect Okondo? Marquis Blin was furious, berating Chris. He even lay a finger on Okondo, yet someone had beaten him to the point of swelling, which was infuriating. My lord, I failed to protect the young master. I deserve to die, Chris said, sweating profusely as he bowed repeatedly in apology, explaining the situation. My lord, the assailant is a master warrior. I was no match for him and could only try my best to bring the young master back. Chris, you did the right thing, Marquis Blin said, not being a fool. If he had clashed with the assailant, his son might have been killed, and Chris wouldn't have been able to stop a master warrior. How dare they? In the capital, who dares to offend the Blin Marquis' residence? Even if it's a master warrior, so what? Whoever dares to hurt my son, I will make them wish they were dead. Marquis Blin vented his anger and shouted. Chris, go notify Sir Kiliami and have a team of guards go capture the person who injured Okondo, as well as that merchant from the chamber who offended Okondo. If it weren't for this chamber, Okondo wouldn't have ended up like this. Okondo is still too young, too playful, and not decisive enough. He needs to learn from me. Those commoners should be killed directly. While the game of cat and mouse is fun, there are too many uncontrollable factors. Yes, my lord, Chris said joyfully. Sir Kiliami was one of the 2 master warrior knights in the Blin Marquis' residence, a mid-tier master warrior, and with him involved, there would be no problems. The Blin Marquis' residence acted quickly. Sir Kiliami and Chris, leading a team of guards, stormed out of the residence, heading towards the Gucci Chamber of Commerce in the Western District. Although Chris didn't know where the people who injured Okondo had gone, they would likely be at the Gucci Chamber of Commerce since they were helping them. Younger master, it's bad. The Blin Marquis' people are here. A chamber worker rushed in, panic-stricken. Although Ralph had recovered and became a pillar for everyone in the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, the Blin Marquis' residence was still too powerful, like a towering mountain that the Gucci Chamber of Commerce could not contend with. So soon, Ralph was shocked, his face showing panic. Even though Lin had said he was not afraid of the Blin Marquis' residence, he still couldn't help but feel anxious when the Marquis' residence came for revenge. No matter how wealthy the Gucci Chamber of Commerce was, they were just commoners and could not compare to the nobility, let alone a marquis of such high rank. Brother Ralph, don't panic. Let's go take a look, Lin said, smiling to reassure him, getting up to walk outside. Seeing Lin's calm smile, Ralph's heart settled a bit, and he quickly followed Lin's footsteps. Kiliami and Chris, with the Marquis' guards, had already stormed past the storefront and arrived in the courtyard of the backyard, with a group of 30 to 40 people, intimidating and making the chamber workers pale with fear. Sir Kiliami, it was him who injured Okondo. Chris pointed at Lin as he saw him, speaking to Kiliami, and he felt relieved. He just hoped they wouldn't let the person escape. As long as they found him, he wouldn't face punishment. Kiliami looked at Lin with suspicion. This kid couldn't be more than 20 years old, and he didn't even have a trace of battle energy fluctuation. How could he already be a master warrior? Chris wouldn't be trying to shift the blame for not protecting Okondo properly, would he? It must be like this. That guy Chris is really useless. Kirami's gaze swept over the members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, his expression slightly serious. There were actually a few warrior masters among them. It seemed this group was not weak. No wonder they dared to oppose the Marquis of Brin's residence. Unfortunately, these people did not understand their own limitations and did not know how powerful the Marquis of Brin's residence was. Not finding any Grandmaster warriors, Kirami relaxed a lot, a proud look appearing on his face. Little did he know that Lin was not cultivating fighting energy at all, so there was no fighting energy fluctuation. Meanwhile, Lin Rongfu was already a half-saint level expert, his aura completely restrained. Kirami, being only a mid-level Grandmaster, could not sense Lin Rongfu's presence at all. To dare to injure the young Master Oken and offend the dignity of the Marquis of Brin's residence is unforgivable. Kirami shouted, waving his hand, commanding his guards to take action, to capture all these commoners and bring them back to the Marquis's residence to await the Marquis's judgment. You all, if you know what's good for you, surrender. If you dare to resist, you will be killed on the spot. Chapter 144. The Marquis's anger. Yes, Lord Kirami. As Kirami's orders were issued, the guards responded immediately, charging forward aggressively. With their rampant behavior and Kirami, a Grandmaster, backing them, they became even more unrestrained. This is too much. Jack and the others were furious and were about to take action to teach these arrogant guards a lesson. Lin frowned. If these guys made a move, it would either be magma or quicksand flames. How can anyone live in this courtyard? It would be better to rebuild it. Grandpa Fu, get rid of these annoying flies and don't ruin this nice courtyard. Lin said, yes, young master. Lin Rongfu understood Lin En's meaning, and a powerful momentum emanated from him, pressing towards Kirami and the others like a raging storm. In an instant, many guards from the Marquis's residence felt a great disaster approaching, their hearts pounding and nearly unable to stand. Kirami, who was being specially taken care of by Lin Rongfu, also turned pale, fear gripping his heart. A high-level battle master. Although Lin Rongfu only displayed the aura of a high-level battle master, it was enough to terrify Kirami to the point where his heart almost stopped beating. A high-level battle master is already a top-tier powerhouse even in the royal capital. Beside him, Chris was even worse off, nearly wetting himself. Good heavens, besides that young man, there was actually another battle master, and a high-level one at that. This is a disaster. They were here to deliver their heads today. Get lost. If you don't leave, you'll die. Lin Rongfu's voice was icy, filled with a strong killing intent. We are from the Marquis of Blint's mansion. Who are you to dare offend the Marquis of Blint's mansion? Kilami, scared out of his wits, still mustered the courage to ask, can you leave a name? The Great Xia Mercenary Corps? I am the leader, Lin En. Lin En replied with a light laugh, his expression proud, not at all intimidated by the Marquis of Blint's status. A mere Marquis's mansion can't scare me. I'll spare your lives this time, but if there's a next time, you won't be able to leave. Go back and tell your so-called heir that if he bullies my brother, I will personally settle the score with him. Get lost. I will definitely deliver the message. After Kilami finished speaking, he hurriedly retreated with his surviving guards, who felt a chill down their spines once they exited the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. Their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. The group did not dare to linger and rushed towards the Marquis of Blint's mansion, wishing they had 2 more legs. That Marquis of Blin is quite impatient. He won't let vengeance wait overnight, Lin En remarked lightly. If it weren't for the fact that we haven't rescued Emma yet, it wouldn't be wise to provoke them. Today, Kilami and his group wouldn't have escaped. Brother, Okondo and the Marquis of Blin are both people who repay grievances. Having returned in defeat this time, they certainly won't let it go easily. I've heard that the Marquis's sister is a favored concubine of the king, Ralph said, not feeling happy, but rather more worried. If the Marquis seeks help from his sister and sends powerful people from the palace, we won't be able to withstand it. We should leave the capital now. Leave? Are you, Brother Ralph, going to give up on expanding into the capital's market? Given the current situation, we can only give up. Ralph replied bitterly. Coming to the capital with grand ambitions, he would have to leave in shame. That feeling was too uncomfortable, but it was better than losing his life here. As long as the Marquis doesn't bring in a saint-level expert, we have nothing to worry about, Lin En said. The current Great Xia Mercenary Corps is powerful. We fear no one except for saint-level experts. I don't think the Marquis has enough influence to invite a saint-level expert. Even his royal concubine's sister can't manage that. In the kingdom of Jechi, there were only 3 publicly acknowledged saint-level experts, one of whom was Modwa, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. It wouldn't be easy for the Marquis of Blin, given his status, to even meet a saint-level expert, let alone ask one to take action. Seeing Lin En's confidence, Ralph felt somewhat reassured. Lin En then introduced the members of the Great Xia Mercenary Corps to Ralph. When Ralph learned that Sherlin and Wei Yu were Lin En's girlfriends, he turned green with envy. As a young master of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Ralph didn't lack for women, but he had none who could match the beauty and strength of the Sherlin and Wei Yu's sisters, especially since they were sisters. Those who understood knew what that meant. To celebrate his recovery and to welcome Lin En and the others, Ralph instructed his servants to prepare in advance for a grand banquet that evening. At the Marquis of Blint's mansion bang, the Marquis smashed the precious wooden table in front of him with a slap, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. A mere mercenary corps dares to look down on my Marquis's mansion and even has the audacity to come to my son to settle scores. This is simply outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Find out everything about this Great Xia Mercenary Corps. I want to see where they came from. In the kingdom of Jechi, besides the giant Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, no other mercenary corps could offend the Marquis of Blint's mansion without suffering severe consequences. Did they think that having 2 battle masters was enough to provoke the dignity of the Marquis of Blin? The Marquis's eyes flashed with killing intent. Once he found out the details of this Great Xia Mercenary Corps, he would go to see his royal concubine sister and ask her to send powerful people from the palace to take action. As the capital of the kingdom of Jechi, Jechi City was large, with a population of 1 million, but the flow of information was also very rapid. After all, there were countless nobles and the idle rich, with little else to entertain them, often engaged in gossip, which became their topic of conversation and amusement. Many nobles, who were at odds with each other, found joy in watching each other make fools of themselves. As long as their opponents lost face, they felt a sense of pride. Recently, many people knew about Okondo's mischief toward a small merchant from outside the city. Everyone thought Okondo, though a wastrel, was quite clever and even a bit cunning. Some bored noble second-generation kids even placed bets on how long the small merchant corp could last. Who would have thought that today the situation would reverse? Not only was the head of that small merchant corp rescued, but Okondo also ended up with a swollen face. And even the Marquis of Blin sent a battle master to seek revenge, only to return in defeat. This incident swept through the capital like a hurricane. And one could say there were no secrets in the capital. Nearly all the nobles were watching the Marquis of Blin's embarrassment. Okondo, relying on his aunt being the king's favored concubine, had been arrogant and domineering, offending many. While many nobles watched the spectacle, they were also curious about where this great Siam mercenary corps had come from and how it had become so powerful. A few discerning nobles had plans to recruit the great Siam mercenary corps, but they were unsure if the corps could withstand the next wave of retaliation from the Marquis of Blin. Perhaps they could help when the great Siam mercenary corps found itself in a desperate situation. This powerful mercenary corps could then be brought under their banner. In the following days, the Marquis of Blin's mansion remained quiet, with no movements, disappointing the nobles eager for excitement. Many second-generation nobles, who had enjoyed Okondo's misfortune, found themselves unable to show their faces until the swelling on Okondo's face went down. During these days, Lin En and the others were also busy. The members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps spread out to gather information about the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce and their caravan in the capital. Unfortunately, they had no success, as the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had no roots in the capital, making it difficult to obtain news. Shima was gloomy these days due to her concern for her sister, wishing she could go out herself to find her sister's whereabouts. Unfortunately, she and Druba were too conspicuous. Even with disguises, it was inconvenient for them to go out, or they might attract even greater trouble. With no news of Emma for the time being, Lin En had no choice but to let Jack and the others continue their inquiries, while he and Shirlin and Wei's sisters planned to explore the capital. The capital was immensely prosperous, filled with various entertainment options, and due to the presence of the Nansha Magic Academy located there were many shops selling various magical alchemical items. Lin planned to go shopping to see if there were any suitable items to purchase. Since Vea consumed the burning fruit, with the fruit's development, the flame temperature had increased significantly. The original greatsword could no longer withstand the scorching flames, and it was necessary to find a better sword. It would be even better if he could buy a suitable enchanted weapon. Vea wasn't the only one with this issue. Shirlin and Jack faced the same problem, especially Jack, whose magma temperature was astonishing. He had long since abandoned his weapon. Upon arriving in the capital, Lin originally intended to visit the Nashi Magic Academy to experience what a magic academy in the Divine Grace continent was like. However, upon remembering that his ex-fiancée, Yvel, was currently studying at the Nashi Magic Academy, Lin dismissed this idea. If they happened to meet, it would likely be quite awkward. Lin had complex feelings towards Yvel. He had not forgotten her life-saving grace. If Yvel hadn't helped back then, he and Lin Rongfu would probably have had no chance to escape from Jelly City. Yvel's kindness and beauty had left a deep mark in Lin's heart, although he had agreed to cancel their engagement while in the carriage. He had decided in his heart to repay Yvel's life-saving grace and to appear before her as a strong person, not to make her regret it, but to show her that he would not always bear the title of a useless person, but would stand at the peak of the continent. Later, Yvel's teacher, Phyllis, stormed into the Earl William's residence, forcefully called off the engagement, and injured Lin's father, Earl William, leading to a rupture in the relationship between the two families. Despite this, Lin held no resentment towards Yvel. He believed this was not her intention. However, things had become irretrievable, and Lin didn't know how to face Yvel, so it might be better not to meet at all. He could repay her life-saving grace when the opportunity arose. Moreover, Lin now had Shirlin and Vea by side, and his previous affection for Yvel had faded. It was better not to meet to avoid any awkwardness. The Tulip Magic Supplies store was a highly renowned magic shop in the capital. It was rumored that the owner of Tulip was a teacher from the Nashi Magic Academy. The great magician Fernando, who was also the most formidable alchemist in the Jayak Kingdom, The various magical alchemical items and potions refined by him were rare treasures, sought after by countless magicians, nobles, and powerful warriors. Unfortunately, the great magician Fernando had few works, making them extremely difficult to obtain. However, the magical items and potions sold in the Tulip Magic Supply store were also crafted by Fernando's students, making them rare and valuable, priced significantly higher than those in other magic shops. Ivel, this third-tier magic staff, is made from purple dragon wood mixed with stardust and mithril, with a level 4 water-type magic crystal embedded at the top. It can increase water-type magic attack by 20%, making it perfect for you to use now. A young woman dressed in a blue magic robe introduced a beautifully crafted magic staff to the girl beside her. The girl, around 15 or 16 years old, had an elvish beauty with a gentle demeanor, and her blue magic robe could not conceal her graceful figure. This girl was none other than Lin's ex-fiancée, the magical genius Ivel. Shopkeeper, how much is this magic staff? I'll buy it. Before Ivel could speak, a young man beside her saw Ivel's interest and immediately called out, looking as if money was no object, clearly interested in Ivel. No need, I'll buy it myself. Thank you, Esnet. Ivel said gently but firmly refused. Ivel, this is my heartfelt intention, Esnet urged. Esnet, Ivel has already rejected you, and you're still pestering her. You really have thick skin. A brash voice came from outside as Okondo walked into the magic shop with an imposing stride. Okondo. Upon seeing Okondo, Esnet's face turned angry. This damned bastard was here to disrupt his good fortune. How infuriating. Okondo, I heard you got your face swollen a couple of days ago. Have you recovered so quickly? Esnet sneered, directly exposing Okondo's scar. I heard that the leader of the day summer mercenary group, is it Lin? He's younger than you by a few years. If I were you, I'd hide at home to avoid embarrassing myself. Esnet, you're courting death. Okondo's eyes reddened at the mention of the scar, itching to slap Esnet. But seeing Ivel nearby, he restrained his anger. He couldn't lose face in front of her. It's just a small mercenary group. Once I see my aunt in the palace and request her to send out palace experts, Lin will definitely meet a miserable end, Okondo snorted. TCH, if you have the ability, take revenge yourself, Esnet said disdainfully, continuing to provoke Okondo. The more Okondo lost his composure in front of Ivel, the greater his own chance became. Ivel paid no attention to the subtle rivalry between Esnet and Okondo. Upon hearing the name Lin, she momentarily lost herself in thought. Recalling that young man, could it be him? As this thought crossed her mind, Ivel shook her head internally. It couldn't possibly be him. He had no cultivation talent. So how could he become a great master? Moreover, she didn't even know where he was now. He couldn't have come to the capital. Ultimately, they were no longer in the same world. She hoped he was doing well now. Chapter 146. Long time no see. Okondo, who usually acted arrogantly and looked down on others, turned red with embarrassment at Esnet's taunt. I will personally take revenge, he said angrily. After that, he ignored Esnet and turned to Ivel with a fawning smile. Miss Ivel, which magic staff do you fancy? I'll gift it to you. Today. Anything you like in the Tulip Magic Supply store will be on me. Okondo acted as if money were no object, and indeed, his family was wealthy. The girl beside Ivel looked on with envy. Although her appearance was not lacking, she fell short compared to Ivel. She was envious of Ivel being courted by two noble heirs, but there was no feeling of jealousy. Some things were simply beyond jealousy. Thank you for your kindness, Okondo, but I'll pass. Ivel shook her head, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Okondo's infamous reputation was well known throughout the capital. How could she possibly look favorably upon such a person? The magic staff I like, I will pay for myself. Ivel picked up the magic staff and went straight to the counter to pay. Esnet also failed to win Ivel's favor, but seeing Okondo's embarrassment brought him great satisfaction. The two exchanged looks of defiance, and Esnet sneered, confident that his chances were far greater than Okondo's. Their backgrounds were similar, but Okondo's reputation was too tarnished, making him far inferior. Most importantly, he is also a magician, while Okondo is just a warrior. The difference between a magician and a warrior is like that between nobility and commoners. Ivel is not only beautiful, but also a genius magician. Under the tutelage of Master Phyllis, she has become a high-level magician in just over half a year. Only someone who is also a magician, like himself, can be worthy of her. Esnet had already made up his mind that he would not only win Ivel's favor, but also please Master Phyllis, as Ivel holds great respect for Phyllis. If Master Phyllis speaks for him, his chances would greatly increase. Ivel settled the bill and walked towards the door, planning to return to the Magic Academy. Every time she went out shopping, she was followed by several noble young men trying to curry favor with her, which annoyed her greatly. Her father was just a viscount from a remote small town, and these noble young men came from families far superior to hers. So she couldn't offend them too much and had to reduce her outings. Fortunately, at the Magic Academy, the teachers kept these people from being overly persistent. Seeing Ivel leave, Esnet and ofthe quickly set aside their grievances and hurried after her. Lin, there's so many shops in this magic store, with all kinds of magical potions and magical tools. It's amazing. A melodious voice rang out in the magic shop, and just hearing the voice conjured an image of a beautiful and lively young girl in the mind. The tone was filled with curiosity and joy. Esnet and ofthe, who were usually sensitive to beautiful women, were immediately drawn to the source of the enchanting voice. They saw that the speaker was a girl around 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate and beautiful face, radiating a bright and lively smile, exuding vibrant energy. When did such a beauty appear in the royal capital? She was even comparable to Ivel. It wasn't that Ivel wasn't beautiful. In terms of looks, the two were on par. However, in terms of temperament, Ivel was serene and gentle like water, while the girl was lively and passionate like fire, each with her own charm. But Ivel was still young and had not fully developed, falling short compared to the tall and voluptuous figure of the girl. Beside the girl stood a man and a woman. Naturally, Esnet and ofthe's eyes were first drawn to the woman. She appeared slightly older, but was also extremely beautiful, with a cold and aloof demeanor that emanated an aura of do not approach, which only fueled their desire to conquer her. Esnet and ofthe couldn't help but swallow hard at the same time. However, with Ivel still nearby, they couldn't make any outrageous moves and had to suppress their feelings of itchiness. They made a note of the two beauties' appearances, determined to have their subordinates follow them and find out their whereabouts and identities. At the same time, Esnet and ofthe felt intense jealousy towards the man beside the two beauties, eager to see what kind of man could stand next to them. When they finally saw the man standing next to the two beauties, Esnet was indifferent, but ofthe's expression immediately changed, and he couldn't help but tremble. Ofthe was nearly scared to the point of his heart stopping. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his legs felt weak. How could he encounter this nemesis here? Esnet noticed ofthe's unusual behavior and looked at him in surprise, thinking to himself that ofthe must be ill. Otherwise, he had probably overexerted himself with women, leading to a significant decline in his health, causing him to sweat profusely. Esnet's eyes lit up. He had found a way to hold something against ofthe. If Ivel knew about ofthe's weakness, she would surely despise him, eliminating his chances. The person ofthe saw was, of course, Lin, who had caused him a huge psychological shadow. The two beauties beside Lin were none other than the Shirin and Vea's sisters. Young master. The guard Chris also spotted Lin and became extremely tense, quickly positioning himself protectively beside ofthe, watching Lin warily, fearing that Lin might attack ofthe, and sweating nervously. Chris's call of young master caught Lin's attention. He looked over and saw the trembling ofthe and Chris. Lin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter this guy here. What a coincidence. It was like fate had delivered him right to his doorstep. However, another figure entered Lin's line of sight. Although he hadn't seen her in a long time, Lin immediately recognized Ivel, the elfin girl who had left a deep impression on him. Lin, what are you doing here? Ivel asked, unable to hold back her surprise upon seeing Lin. When she heard Vea call out Lin, brother, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Following the sound, she looked over and saw Lin. She hesitated to confirm, as Lin had changed quite a bit since they last met. But when Lin turned to look at her, Ivel recognized him. Ivel was filled with astonishment. Just a moment ago, she had thought that she and Lin were from two different worlds and would no longer have any intersections. Unexpectedly, they met right away. It's been a long time, Ivel. Chapter 147. Speechless in mutual recognition, seeing Ivel again. Although the two no longer had any possibilities, Lin still felt a ripple in his heart, but that was all. A simple "it's been a long time" seemed to draw a conclusion to their past entanglements. Lin, who is she? Vea asked, hugging Lin's arm. Her sixth sense as a woman told her that there was certainly an untold story between Lin and that girl, making her feel a hint of threat. So she claimed her territory by holding on to Lin's arm. Shirin also noticed Lin's unusual demeanor. She hadn't expected to encounter someone Lin knew in the royal capital, especially such a beautiful girl. She hadn't heard him mention her before. Unlike Vea, Shirin wouldn't naively assert her claim, but subtly reached her slender fingers toward Lin's waist, pinching a bit of soft flesh and twisting it. Hiss! Lin couldn't help but gasp, her body remaining motionless, and she couldn't suppress a bitter smile in her heart. A woman's intuition was truly terrifying. Lin, it really is you. Eve's expression was complex. When she recognized Lin, the smart Eve had already realized that Lin was the one who had struck Okondo. It couldn't be a coincidence that two people with the same name appeared. Lin, has she really become a master-level powerhouse? He wasn't supposed to be able to cultivate, right? There were too many questions she wanted to ask, but Eve couldn't bring herself to speak. The engagement had already been dissolved, and the two families had severed ties. What right did she have to question Lin? Thinking back to her earlier words to Lin, my future husband must be a towering figure. Eve felt a surge of embarrassment in her heart. She, who prided herself on being a genius in magic, was now merely a high-level mage, while Lin had already become a master-level powerhouse. Even though a mage's status was much higher than that of a warrior, there was still a huge gap between a high-level mage and a master. I didn't expect to see you either, Lin said. How's life at the Magic Academy? I'm doing well. The teachers take good care of me, Eve replied, a hint of guilt appearing on her face. I'm sorry about the teacher. Lin understood that Evil was apologizing for her teacher, Phyllis, bringing her to attack the Earl's residence and injuring Lin's father, which led to a strong cancellation of the engagement. I know this wasn't your intention. I will find your teacher and restore the Earl's dignity, Lin said calmly, but her tone was firm and authoritative. Evil fell silent. She had no position to persuade Lin and indeed felt guilty towards Lin's family. However, since it involved her teacher Phyllis, she could only remain silent, caught in a dilemma. The two looked at each other without speaking, and Evil lowered her head and left, followed quickly by the confused Esnet and the timid Okondo, who was too afraid to show his face. After leaving the magic shop, Evil and the female mage rejected Esnet and Okando's company and returned to the Magic Academy. Okondo, what do you think about that guy? What's his relationship with Evil? I noticed something off about Evil. Do they have a special relationship? Esnet frowned and couldn't help but ask his rival Okondo, but he received no response. Esnet found it strange. Usually, when other men appeared around Evil, Okondo would react most intensely. Why was he silent now? Okondo, who had just been scared into a cold sweat, had no mind to pay attention to Esnet and snorted coldly, taking Chris with him as they left. What the hell? Has Okondo lost his mind? Esnet cursed inwardly, but he couldn't help but think that something was off about Okondo. What was that guy's name again? It seemed Evil called him Lin. Wasn't that the person who fought Okondo, the leader of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps? What the hell? Realizing, Esnet's heart trembled. No wonder Okondo was sweating. He thought he was just being timid, but it turned out he was scared stiff. So that guy is Lin. He had heard that Lin was very young. But Esnet imagined him to be no older than 20. A battle master at such a young age. Was he a monster? If he could bring Lin and his Great Siam Mercenary Corps under his family's banner, wouldn't his family become even more powerful? Esnet couldn't help but feel excited and immediately rushed home. With everyone gone, why still look? If you can't bear it, just chase after them. In the magic shop, Sherlyn said leisurely, her delicate fingers pinching the soft flesh at Lin's waist. Hiss. Lin took a deep breath and grinned, saying, Sister Shalene, how could I possibly be reluctant? Absolutely not. He continued, so what is this Ivel with you? Shalene asked. Every woman gets jealous. And while Shalene could tolerate Lin being with Weiya because she loves her sister, it doesn't mean she can accept other women. She's my fiancée, Lin said, feeling relieved and realizing there was nothing he couldn't say. Feeling the pressure of the hand tightening around his waist, the instinct to survive kicked in, and he quickly added, She used to be, but the engagement has been annulled. The words fiancé stirred quite a reaction from both Shalene and Weiya. Shalene's delicate hand didn't let go of the soft flesh at Lin's waist, and even Weiya, irritated, reacted from the side, making Lin sigh that Weiya had learned bad habits from her sister. Why didn't I hear you mention you had a fiancé, Weiya huffed, her expression filled with anger. It's a long story. I'll tell you when we get back, Lin said with a bitter smile. I'll let you off for now. Shalene shot Lin an annoyed glance and pulled Weiya to browse the magic shop, while Lin followed behind with a bitter smile, already thinking about how to explain things to the two of them when they returned. Meanwhile, Ivel returned to the Magic Academy, still looking troubled. Ivel, what is your relationship with that Lin? A female mage couldn't help but ask Ivel. He's my fiancé, Ivel replied. What? The female mage exclaimed. Senior Dorothea, our engagement has been annulled. When it came to the annulment, Ivel wasn't sure how she felt about it. Regret? She really didn't know. It's for the best. I see that Lin has no magical or fighting aura at all. He should be an ordinary person, totally unworthy of you, Dorothea said. And he even has two close women by his side, clearly a spoiled rich kid. Senior Dorothea, Lin is not an ordinary person. He is a master of war. He is the one who fought against the Duke of Orkander, the leader of the Dachau Mercenary Corps, Ivel said, not even knowing why she was defending Lin, but feeling uncomfortable hearing Dorothea belittle him. Chapter 148. Snatch of Esnet. Ivel and Dorothea were both students of Master Phyllis. Dorothea had entered 2 years earlier than Ivel and was her senior. After returning to the Magic Academy, they went to see Master Phyllis. Teacher, we are back. Master Phyllis was very pleased with her 2 students, especially Ivel, who had become a senior mage in less than a year, nearly catching up to Dorothea's strength. Ivel, you just advanced to senior mage. You must not slack off in your training from now on, Phyllis said with a smile. Teacher, I understand, Ivel replied, hesitating to speak. Ivel, do you have something to say to me? Phyllis noticed that Ivel seemed to have something on her mind. Teacher, I just saw Lin. Ivel bit her red lip and finally spoke. Who is Lin? Phyllis asked, puzzled, with no memory of that name. Teacher, Lin is Ivel's fiancé, Dorothea clarified. Is it him? Phyllis suddenly realized, recalling the useless son of Count William who had come to annul the engagement with Ivel. An angry expression crossed Phyllis's face. Could it be that kid is still not giving up and has come to the capital after Ivel? Ivel, has that useless boy been bothering you? Phyllis's eyes glinted coldly. No, Ivel shook her head, her expression complex. Teacher, Lin is no longer useless. He is now a master of war. What? Phyllis was surprised and quickly asked what happened. After hearing Ivel's account, Phyllis fell silent. Ivel, do you blame me in your heart? Phyllis asked, sighing internally. Seeing Ivel's downcast mood, it was evident that the appearance of that boy had unsettled her heart. It's not surprising to think about it. The former useless boy had now become a strong person, and it was normal for Ivel to regret the annulment. Students dare not blame their teacher. Ivel shook her head. Before you took me to annul the engagement, I had already agreed to cancel the engagement with Lin. It was my own decision. How could I blame you? When I mentioned Lin to you, it wasn't about regretting the annulment. It was because Lin said he would seek revenge against the teacher for the dignity of the Count's family. So please be careful. Even if that kid has become a master of war, so what? If he dares to come to the Magic Academy, I will make him regret it, Phyllis sneered, not taking Lin's threats seriously. Looking at her most favored student, she sighed internally. Ivel's use of dare not blame rather than would not blame clearly indicated she still harbored some resentment. It's all that kid Lin's fault for daring to appear in the capital and disturbing Ivel's state of mind. It's simply unforgivable. The cold glint in Phyllis's eyes intensified. After being frightened at the Tulip Magic Supply store or Kayander, filled with fear and anger, lost all desire to wander outside, and returned home to cry to his father. Marquis Blin. How outrageous! Marquis Blin was furious, his face turning green with anger. As long as the Dachau Mercenary Corps remained in the capital, the Blin family would be a joke among the nobles, and he didn't know when that Lin would strike against his son. This was a deadly threat. They couldn't let Lin and the Dachau Mercenary Corps live. Father is right. Lin must die. Orkander gritted his teeth, as Lin had become his nightmare. Let's go. We need to go to the palace now and ask your aunt to send royal experts. The father and son of Marquis Blin could not wait any longer. Every moment the Dachau Mercenary Corps survived was torture for them. After packing some gifts, they took a carriage to the palace. After browsing the magic shop, Lin and the others didn't buy much. Most magical items weren't suitable for their use, and another reason was that magical items, aside from their varied functions, were notoriously expensive. No wonder mages were not short on money. Can you believe a regular enchanted weapon starts at 50,000 gold coins? Lin exclaimed, finding it shocking. With that kind of money, it would be better to buy a few magic crystals, which would be more cost-effective when converted into system energy. Thus, they only bought some healing potions and potions for restoring fighting energy, along with some small trinkets, before heading back home. After returning to the backyard of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Jack and the others, who had gone out to gather information, also returned, still with no news about Emma. This left Lin somewhat frustrated. If they couldn't even find out information, how could they talk about rescuing her? The system's mission could not be completed. The current situation was that they had no idea whether Emma was even in the capital or had been sent elsewhere. Of course, Emma was definitely still alive. There was no need to worry about that. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have issued a rescue mission. Just when Lin felt at a loss, Wei Ya said, Brother Lin, why don't we check with the Mercenary Guild for news? Right, I almost forgot about the Mercenary Guild. Lin suddenly realized that he had lost his composure these past few days. How could he forget that the Mercenary Guild is actually the largest source of information? Jack, Arno, go to the Mercenary Guild now to gather some news. Be careful not to get into any conflicts, and also see if there are any suitable commission tasks. We can't be idle during our time in the capital. We need to earn the points and commissions we deserve. We can't just sit back and eat away at our resources. The commissions are secondary. Lin doesn't lack that little bit of commission right now. What he lacks are task points. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps is still a B-rank mercenary group. And to achieve the second phase of the main quest to become an A-rank mercenary group, they still need quite a few points. As for the other requirement to become an A-rank mercenary group, having a powerful master-level expert, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps has already met that. Jack and Arno went to the mercenary guild in the capital to gather information. Lin took out some small trinkets he had just bought and gave a few to Sima. The little girl was overjoyed and momentarily forgot her longing and sorrow for her sister. "Lin, did you forget something?" said Shirlin. "Did I?" Lin replied, puzzled. "Your fiancé, E, whom you met at the magic shop." Shirlin's eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, an aura of coldness emanating from her, with frost-white ice crystals appearing beneath her feet. No, I'll talk about it now," Lin said, breaking into a cold sweat. Shirlin was quite scary at this moment. Vea also came over, and the two sisters fixed their intense gazes on Lin, as if interrogating an unfaithful husband. Lin had no intention of hiding anything. After all, he felt no guilt in this matter, so he recounted his entanglement with Eve in detail. "Eve had done nothing wrong to me. I truly did not deserve her in the past. It is only natural for her to want to break off the engagement. Without her help, Grandpa Fu and I might not have been able to escape from Jelly City. Therefore, not only do I not blame her, but I am also very grateful to her. I will definitely find an opportunity to repay her for her life-saving grace," Lin said calmly. But her teacher, Master Phyllis from the Magic Academy, forcefully came to break off the engagement and even injured my father, leaving the Count's mansion with no face. This grudge, no matter what, I must seek revenge on Phyllis. This is the story between me and Ethel. There's nothing to hide, and it's impossible for me and her now. Besides, I have you all now, and I can't accommodate anyone else in my heart. Saying this, Lin opened her arms and embraced both Shirlin and Vea at the same time. "You've passed," Shirlin said with a smile. "I won't be jealous anymore. Next time I see Ethel, I will thank her for saving you and Grandpa Fu," Vea said. Although she sometimes loved to play around and be a bit temperamental, she was always reasonable. Then Vea added with a hum, "That Phyllis is not a good person. Lin, when you seek revenge on her, you must bring me along. I'll burn her into a light pig." "Okay, let us burn her into a light pig." Lin laughed heartily. The three of them embraced, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat, with no distance between their hearts. Shirlin and Vea were very grateful that Ethel had let go, which allowed them to meet Lin. As for Lin's secret, they wouldn't ask. They believed that whatever Lin could say, she wouldn't hide from them. Since Lin didn't speak, it must mean the time wasn't right yet. After enjoying a moment of warmth, Lin reluctantly released her arms, feeling a bit frustrated that it wasn't dark yet. Otherwise, given the situation just now, when emotions ran deep, tonight they might have realized their dream of sleeping under the same blanket. "Lord Lin, someone is outside claiming to be from Marquis Burton. Wanted to visit you," a clerk from the Gucci Chamber of Commerce reported as he came in. "Someone from the Marquis Burton's residence?" Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Let him in." The clerk went out and brought the person in. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin, Shirlin, and Vea were a bit surprised. They had just seen this person in the magic shop, following Ethel at that time. "I am Snet. Nice to meet you, Captain Lin," Snet said with a smile, performing a noble gesture and apologizing for his abrupt visit. "Lord Snet, we don't know each other, do we?" Lin stroked his chin and remarked. This guy had a good appearance, only slightly worse than his own. No wonder he was from a great noble family in the royal capital. "Captain Lin's name is already well known in the royal capital, and I came today to get to know you," Snet said. "I am from Marquis Burton's residence. The Marquis is my grandfather and also the Grand Marshal of the kingdom." When mentioning his family background, Snet's tone and demeanor inevitably carried a hint of pride. With such a background, it was normal to feel proud. "So you are the grandson of Grand Marshal Burton. I have long admired the reputation of Grand Marshal Burton," Lin said unenthusiastically. "Now that we are acquainted, do you have any business?" "Captain Lin, I hope your Daxiao mercenary group can align with Marquis Burton's residence," Snet said straightforwardly. "As long as you agree, the Blin Marquis residence will definitely not dare to trouble you again." Chapter 149. Emma's News Align. Upon hearing Snet's words, Lin couldn't help but laugh. Was he really this direct? Lin smiled as he looked at Snet, whose appearance was quite outstanding, handsome and elegant, truly worthy of his noble background. However, he was too self-important. In Snet's view, perhaps he thought it was a privilege for himself and the great Siam Mercenary Corps that he personally came to recruit them. so he straightforwardly suggested that Lin join him. He was just a superficial young noble, thinking that with his noble status and a grand marshal for grandfather, others would rush to join him as soon as he opened his mouth. It seemed this guy wanted to achieve something remarkable to showcase his exceptional abilities. And in a moment of enthusiasm, he came to recruit Lin. How naive. Master Snet, do you think I would fear the Marquis of Bryn's revenge? Lin shook his head and smiled. Even Snet, not the brightest, could sense Lin's rejection from his words. Seeing the mocking smile on Lin's face, he felt offended, his face burning with anger. Captain Lin, the Marquis of Bryn's estate might not pose a threat to you, but Aunt Okondo is a favored concubine of the king. If Okondo goes to the palace and asks her aunt to send palace warriors, how will your great Siam mercenary corps resist? Despite feeling humiliated and angry, Snet didn't want his first recruitment attempt to fail, so he continued to persuade Lin. As long as it's not a saint-level powerhouse. The great Siam mercenary corps is not afraid, Lin replied. Master Snet, if these are your only bargaining chips, then I must refuse your good intentions. You. Snet's face turned pale with anger, and he wanted to turn and leave. He realized that Lin looked down on him, or rather, looked down on the Marquis of Barton. It was simply outrageous. Captain Lin, you will regret your arrogance. I never regret, Lin said, although I cannot agree to your recruitment. I am interested in being friends with the Marquis of Barton's estate. I just wonder if Master Snet is willing to be my friend? Being friends? Snet was a bit taken aback. He had come to recruit subordinates, not to make friends. Of course, I would be willing, Snet said. Although he hadn't succeeded in recruiting, maintaining a good relationship was not bad, as it could serve as external support for the Marquis of Barton's estate. After all, the strength of the great Siam mercenary corps was evident, and there were not many mercenary corps in the capital that had two great war masters. Huh. Then we shall be friends from now on, Lin laughed. Master Snet, I am new to the capital and do not know where I can buy orc slaves. Captain Lin is also interested in orc slaves? Of course. I have yet to see what an orc looks like. I heard that some orc women are very beautiful, especially the fox and cat people, who are known for their beauty. Unfortunately, I have not had the chance to see them. I didn't expect Captain Lin to be such a connoisseur, Snet smiled. I didn't expect Lin to be a kindred spirit. This friendship is not misplaced. It won't be difficult to meet the orcs. There will be an opportunity soon. Oh, what opportunity? Lin's heart stirred. Tomorrow night, the largest auction house in the capital, Zurich Auction House, will hold a large auction. I heard that there will be orc slaves for sale at the auction, and among them, there will be the rare fox women, Snet said, his eyes lighting up and his expression lewd when he mentioned the fox women. That's great. I'll finally get to see. Lin was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected gain. It truly was a turning point. Master Snet, how can I participate in this auction? Coincidentally, my family has a small stake in the Zurich auction house. Later, I will have someone send you an entry ticket for the auction, Snet said. Huh. Thank you very much. In the following time, Lin and Snet chatted happily, feeling as if they had known each other for many years. When Snet left in good spirits, he even promised to have his servant deliver the auction ticket as soon as he returned. When everyone heard that there would be fox women slaves at the auction, they were all very excited, especially Shima and Druba. Shima was so thrilled that tears filled her eyes. Although it couldn't be confirmed whether the one being auctioned was her sister Emma, the possibility was very high. After all, orc slaves, especially the rare fox women slaves, were quite scarce, and it was unlikely that there would be other fox women slaves for sale at the same time. Don't worry. If it's really your sister at the auction, I will definitely buy her. Even if I can't buy her, I could just snatch her, Lin said, ruffling Shima's little head. Thank you, Lin. You're so kind. I thought all humans were bad, but I didn't expect there to be good people like you, Shima said, wiping her tears. Yes. Yes, you are all good people, Druba, with his large bull head, nodded up and down, his voice deep and resonant. From now on, you'll be my friends, Druba. Lin didn't expect to receive 2 good person cards from others. If it weren't for the system task, he really wouldn't have traveled all the way to the royal capital to save someone. However, after traveling together for a while, the members of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps all liked Shima very much. Shima had a simple, gentle, and kind personality, making it hard for anyone not to like her. She was charming to both men and women. Moreover, her soft nature evoked a sense of protectiveness in people. As for her stunning beauty, voluptuous figure, furry ears, and the tail hidden in her skirt, those were secondary. Druba, the Minotaur, had an ugly, large bull head, but after a while, one might find him endearingly ugly. Minotaurs were straightforward and honest, a bit reckless, but not unlikable. Besides, this guy knew he ate a lot and felt guilty about it, often volunteering for work, showcasing his strength. Over these days, the two of them had already integrated into the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Not long after, a servant from the Snate family delivered tickets for the auction. Lin couldn't help but praise Snate's efficiency and felt that Snate wasn't as incompetent as he thought. He could still be a decent friend. Speaking of which, after Marquis Lin and his son Okondo entered the royal palace, they complained to Okondo's aunt, Princess Joanna. Princess Joanna was immediately furious. How could her nephew be bullied in the royal capital? So, she instructed Marquis Lin and his son to wait for news while she dressed up and went to see the king. After all, to mobilize the strong within the palace. The king's personal orders were necessary. Your Majesty, you must make a decision for me. Upon meeting the king, Princess Joanna tearfully said, looking pitiful enough to break anyone's heart, "My dear, what has happened to make you so upset?" King Dagolvi put down the document in his hand, his stern face showing a hint of pity. "Your Majesty, my poor nephew Okondo has been bullied in the royal capital, and his face has been swollen from the beating, which hasn't gone down for days." Joanna threw herself onto King Dagolvi, her acting skills on full display, her expression sorrowful, tears streaming down like they were free. "That villain is too strong. My brother can't do anything about him and can only watch him roam free in the royal capital. Now, my poor nephew Okondo doesn't even dare to go out and face people. The Marquis Blint's residence has become a laughingstock among the nobles in the royal capital. Your Majesty, Okondo is also your nephew. You must make a decision for him." "All right, my dear, please stop crying." King Dagolvi wore a helpless expression. "What do you want me to do?" "Please, Your Majesty, send strong people from the palace to capture the villain who hit Okondo and execute him," Joanna said pitifully, her tone filled with killing intent. "As the king, how can I do such a thing?" King Dagolvi replied helplessly, "Your Majesty, you no longer love me." Joanna suddenly began to cry, her tears soaking the front of King Dagolvi's clothes. "My dear, it's not that I don't love you. How can I interfere in the disputes between the younger generation?" King Dagolvi picked up a document from the table, indicating for Joanna to take a look. This document was about the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, and Lin's identity was thoroughly investigated. As king, King Dagolvi had a high level of control over the royal capital, and how could he not pay attention to such a powerful mercenary group entering the capital and clashing with the Marquis Blint's residence? Joanna wiped her tears and took the document, only to be stunned. The Lin who had hit her nephew was actually a noble, the son of a count. "My dear, that Lin is also a noble, and the conflict between him and Okondo is just a dispute among the younger generation. As king, how can I directly interfere?" King Dagolvi said, "Even if I were to intervene for your sake, it would only be to have Lin apologize to Okondo. As long as Lin hasn't violated the laws of the kingdom, I cannot capture him, let alone execute him. I don't care. How dare a mere count as son hit my beloved nephew? Even if he can't be captured and executed, he must be taught a lesson." Princess Joanna said domineeringly, her pure white arms wrapping around King Dagolvi's neck, her red lips close to his ear, exhaling like an orchid. "Your Majesty, I want you to send palace strongmen to teach Lin a lesson. As long as you agree, I will fulfill any of your requests tonight." "My dear, that's what you said." King Dagolvi's eyes brightened, his heart racing. "I will have Jonathan, the royal offering, make a trip. Your Majesty, you are so good to me." Princess Joanna was overjoyed. Jonathan was a royal offering, a semi-saint level powerhouse, and if Jonathan made a move, that Lin would definitely suffer. As evening approached, Jack and Arno, who had gone to the mercenary guild to gather information, returned, bringing news that there would indeed be a sale of Foxman slaves at the auction the following night. Everyone discussed their strategy. If the person being auctioned was indeed Ima, they would do everything possible to buy her. If they couldn't buy her, they would have to prepare for a strong arm rescue. In any case, to complete the task, Lin had to rescue Ima. Chapter 150. Invitation to battle deep within the royal palace. There was a very simple palace that looked out of place compared to the other lavishly decorated ones. Next to the palace was a huge garden, at the center of which was an artificial lake covering several acres. A thin old man was fishing by the lake. It was unclear how long he had been there. Sitting on a chair, he seemed to have fallen asleep, unaware even when the fish bit. Perhaps fishing was just a way to pass the time for him, and whether or not he caught anything was of no importance. Footsteps approached, and a maid arrived at the lake, stopping several meters away from the old man. After waiting for a moment and seeing that the old man showed no reaction, she took the initiative to speak. "This servant greets Lord Jonathan. His Majesty has a decree to deliver. Bring it here." As the thin old man spoke, the calm surface of the artificial lake rippled as if a strong wind had blown over it. Waves surged from the lake's edge, initially just slight ripples. But they gathered momentum, forming distinct waves that eventually crashed against the artificial mountain on the opposite shore with a booming sound. Yes. The maid respectfully walked over and handed the royal decree from King de Galvi to him. Jonathan took a casual glance at the decree, slightly furrowing his brow, then waved his hand and said, "I understand. You go back and tell His Majesty that I will leave the palace shortly." The maid didn't dare to delay, bowing and then leaving the garden. Sigh, just these trivial matters again. I wonder if agreeing to become the royal offering was a mistake. I originally wanted to use the royal resources to step into the saint level, but unfortunately, I have been stuck at the semi-saint level for nearly 10 years, unable to fully comprehend a certain water element mystery and truly step into the saint level. Well, when the 10-year period is over, I should go out into the continent, meet more powerful beings, and perhaps I can take that last step. After saying this, Jonathan stood up and headed out of the royal palace. Having learned about Aima's news, although it wasn't completely certain, everyone felt much more relaxed, just waiting for the auction to participate tomorrow night. Lin, tomorrow night is when the auction will be held. Do you think the items for auction have already been sent to the auction house? After dinner, Lin suddenly asked. Yeah, it's quite possible. Lin nodded and suggested. Let's sneak into the Zurich auction house tonight to investigate and see if we can confirm it's Emma. Lin had another thought in her mind. If Emma was really at the Zurich auction house, there might be a chance to secretly rescue her tonight. Just as Lin and Lin were discussing how to infiltrate the Zurich auction house to investigate the situation, Lin Rongfu, who was sitting quietly in the room contemplating the essence of the elements, suddenly opened his eyes and, with a flicker of his figure, appeared in the courtyard. Young master, a powerful presence is approaching. Lin was taken aback. Could it be that Madwa had caught up to the royal capital? It should be a half-saint strongman. Lin Rongfu said, a hint of seriousness and a trace of excited fighting spirit appearing in his eyes. Lin let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Moto chasing after him, he felt somewhat speechless. Even Grandpa Fu had turned bad, speaking only halfway and not realizing how scary that could be. Moments later, a thin old man appeared in the backyard. As soon as he appeared, a powerful aura rippled out like waves on a calm lake, spreading in circles. The members of the Daxia mercenary corps inside the house were startled and quickly rushed to the backyard, warily watching the old man. This old man was none other than Jonathan, the royal offering and a semi-holy powerhouse. Jonathan paid no attention to Lin and the others, his gaze fixed solely on Lin Rongfu, from whom he sensed the aura of a being of the same level. He never expected that the Daxia mercenary corps would have a semi-holy powerhouse station here. It truly gave him a great surprise. Jonathan said, his expression somewhat excited, with a fighting spirit emanating from him. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Lin asked, already guessing that only the king in the palace could summon a semi-holy powerhouse. It seemed that Okondo had indeed called upon his aunt for assistance. I am Jonathan, the royal offering. Here merely on orders. Jonathan glanced at Lin and praised, at such a young age, you're already a battle master. What a terrifying talent. However, I'm not interested in you. There is someone here who excites me. Jonathan looked at Lin Rongfu, his fighting spirit rising. He had thought he would have to leave the kingdom of Jayak to find a worthy opponent to help him comprehend the elemental mysteries, but unexpectedly, he encountered one here. Indeed, it was a powerhouse sent by Okondo's aunt. You must also be a great opponent. Lin Rongfu similarly erupted with fighting spirit. Having just ascended to semi-holy, he needed a formidable adversary to validate his strength. Sir, this place is not suitable for a full display. Why don't we find a proper location and have a great battle? Jonathan urged eagerly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Haha, straightforward. Jonathan laughed heartily, his figure flying over the courtyard wall and speeding away into the distance. Young master, I will go meet him, Lin Rongfu said to Lin. Lin nodded and did not stop him. Battling with a semi-holy strongman would greatly benefit Lin Rongfu as well. Seeing Lin agree, Lin Rongfu immediately activated his movement technique and pursued. Now, that Lin's strength was formidable. He had the ability to protect himself in the royal capital, which was why he felt at ease leaving to fight Jonathan. Lin, what should we do now? Shirin asked. You all stay in the backyard and don't go anywhere. I'll keep an eye on Grandpa Fu, Lin replied. He wasn't sure if this was a ploy from the Marquis of Bryn to lure them away, so it was safest for Shirin and the others to stay together. Meanwhile, he could monitor the battle between Lin Rongfu and Jonathan alone, allowing him to maneuver freely. After instructing Shirin and the others to be vigilant, Lin's figure flashed, and he pursued the direction where Lin Rongfu and Jonathan had gone. His speed surprisingly not much slower than theirs. Jonathan and Lin Rongfu soared through the royal capital, their powerful, semi-holy auras and battle intent soaring into the sky. Wherever they passed, countless people were startled, and many strong individuals in the royal city were alarmed by the two semi-holy presences. How can there be semi-holy strongmen fighting in the royal capital? Have they no regard for the royal family? One aura belonged to Jonathan, the royal family's patron, while the other was unfamiliar. When did a semi-holy strongman arrive in the royal capital? The battle between semi-holy strongmen was bound to shake the heavens and the earth. The royal capital was likely to undergo a calamity. Such battles were not common, and witnessing one tonight would be a feast for the eyes, and who knows, they might even gain some significant insight from it. Inside the palace, Charles V had just arrived at Queen Joanna's chamber and was preparing to have Joanna fulfill her promise from earlier in the day when a trusted servant anxiously requested an audience outside the door. "If there is no important matter, I'll chop off your head," he said. Chapter 151. Battle of the Semi-Holy. Charles V, disturbed from his mood, glared at the trusted servant, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, the palace guards report that a battle between semi-holy strongmen has erupted within the royal capital. One of them seems to be Lord Jonathan, while the other semi-holy presence is unfamiliar," the servant said in fear. Upon hearing this, Charles V's expression changed. An unfamiliar semi-holy strongman? He naturally knew Jonathan's purpose for leaving the palace. Jonathan could not be up to anything else, which meant this unfamiliar semi-holy strongman was likely from the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Among the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, the one most likely to be a semi-holy was Lin En, that old servant of Lin. The fact that the Great Siam Mercenary Corps had a semi-holy strongman shocked Charles V. All the information about the Great Siam Mercenary Corps was laid out on his desk, yet he had overlooked the news of Lin En's advancement to semi-holy. Charles V held great admiration for Lin, not only for his displayed talent and strength, but also because of his noble status in the kingdom. The Great Siam Mercenary Corps was also quite powerful. In the past, upon hearing that Lin had arrived in the royal capital, Charles V would have summoned him immediately, even granting him a title to show favor and win him over. Such a talent should be utilized by the kingdom. Unfortunately, Lin was young and impetuous, having offended the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, which had even destroyed the 2nd and 5th squads of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. With Modwa's vengeful nature, he would certainly not let Lin and the Great Siam Mercenary Corps off the hook. This was also why, despite his admiration for Lin, Charles V had not sought to win him over. It was not worth offending the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and opposing a holy level strongman for the sake of Lin and the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Now that he learned Lin En might be a semi-holy strongman, Charles V's thoughts changed. A semi-holy, combined with the exceptionally talented Lin, who was already a battle master at a young age and could very likely become a holy level strongman in the future, made it worth the risk for Charles V. After all, the royal family also had holy level strongmen, only wary of Modwa, not afraid of him. Everything was a matter of whether it was worth it. Currently, Lin and the Great Siam Mercenary Corps undoubtedly had that value. Of course, this was also because Charles V was unaware that Lin had killed Andrew, and that there was an irreconcilable enmity with Modwa. Otherwise, he certainly would not think this way. "Send someone to keep watch. I want to know all the details of their battle at the first opportunity," Charles V said solemnly. Jonathan and Lin En flew through the royal capital, eventually arriving at the military camp of the Royal Forest Army, where there was a large training ground suitable for battle. "Who dares to trespass in the military camp?" A booming voice came from the camp, and a burly man in armor blocked their way. His powerful, semi-holy aura shook him, but due to his duty, he could only brace himself to stop them. "General Howell, I am Jonathan. I need to borrow your military camp's training ground," Jonathan said. The general, of course, recognized Jonathan and did not dare to stop him, immediately stepping aside. He was also shocked. Jonathan was a semi-holy strongman, and naturally, his opponent would also be a semi-holy. Realizing the commotion that would ensue from the clash of two semi-holy strongmen, he quickly notified his soldiers to stay away from the training ground. A moment later, in the empty training ground, Jonathan and Lin En stood 20 yards apart, facing each other. "Lord Lin En, I have been trapped in the royal palace for many years and have made no progress in strength. It is an honor to encounter an opponent like you now," Jonathan said with a smile, his demeanor devoid of malice, only brimming with battle intent. The orders from Charles V had long been cast aside. He was only excited to meet a worthy opponent. "I have recently advanced to semi-holy and wish to verify my strength against you," Jonathan, Lin En replied, equally filled with battle intent. After they finished speaking, neither said another word. They unleashed their powerful auras, and a fierce wind swept across the training ground, causing the flags around it to flutter wildly. Crash! Boom! The sound of surging waves emanated from Jonathan, initially faint like a trickling stream, but soon roaring like a massive wave. Boom! Jonathan struck first, slashing his sword and creating a sword light that spanned dozens of yards above the training ground. The light cutting through the air like a towering wave crashing against the shore. Mountain River Sword, break the river! Lin Rongfu shouted in a deep voice, drawing his sword to counterattack. The massive sword light emitted a scorching temperature, drying up the ground beneath it. Boom! The two sword lights collided, erupting with a tremendous roar. The clash of water and fire tore a huge crack in the hard ground of the training field. Great! Jonathan laughed heartily, initially thinking that Lin Rongfu, being newly ascended to the half-saint level, wouldn't comprehend the elemental principles as well as he did. Unexpectedly, in their first encounter, they were evenly matched, which delighted him. Again, Jonathan shouted, swinging his great sword to unleash waves of sword light, surging towards Lin Rongfu like a relentless tide. Lin Rongfu was not afraid at all. With the support of the ability granted by the toothless pterosaur fruit, his understanding of fire element profound meanings was completely on par with Jonathan's understanding of water element profound meanings. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging into the incoming sword light with his sword drawn, slashing out a scorching sword light that shattered and evaporated the waves of sword light. The battle in the training ground left everyone in the Imperial Guard's camp, from generals to soldiers, utterly shocked. They were filled with awe and fear, yet also longing. Howell had to order his soldiers to retreat even further to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, the powerful momentum and sounds of battle erupting from Jonathan and Lin Rongfu's clash attracted the attention of nearly all the strong individuals in the royal capital, many of whom hurried toward the training ground. Battles between semi-saint level fighters were rare events. In an instant, hundreds of figures flew out from various parts of the royal capital toward the training ground. Among the many strong individuals were those who recognized each other and those who harbored grudges, but at that moment, no one was interested in fighting. The arrival of so many strong individuals made the officers of the Imperial Guard tense, but Howell did not dare to stop them. He could only instruct his subordinates to treat these strong individuals as if they did not exist, as long as they did not cause any destruction, which was also something he could not control even if he wanted to. Following Lin Rongfu, Lin En was naturally one of the earliest to arrive at the training ground. He occupied a soldier's tent and stood on top of it to watch the battle, mesmerized by the elemental profound meanings displayed by Lin Rongfu and Jonathan in their combat. Little brother, do you know who the other semi-saint fighter battling Jonathan is? A strong individual on top of a nearby tent, 2 zhang away, noticed Lin En watching intently and asked him. Chapter 152. Making a name for himself, many strong individuals rushed to watch the battle upon hearing the news. Lin En was not surprised. He merely sighed at the number of strong individuals in the royal capital. At least the fighters daring enough to watch at this time were of the Battle Master level. And there were actually over 100 Battle Masters and Grand Magus level strong individuals in the royal capital. Lin En noticed the strong individual on top of the tent 2 zhang away, but he did not pay much attention, not expecting the other party to speak to him. Lin glanced at the person, not really wanting to engage with him. Don't be so aloof, little brother. Perhaps you're wary of me? The person, seeing that Lin was unresponsive, wasn't annoyed. He laughed heartily a couple of times and continued, You're quite young, but already possess the strength of a great warrior. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. In the capital, there are probably very few with such talent and strength, and it's likely that the one who has recently made quite a name for himself is the leader of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, Lin. Lin, I wonder if I'm right or not. Lin was somewhat surprised. It was not surprising that the other party could guess his identity, but the fact that he did not have any aura of fighting spirit, yet the other party did not directly expose his strength, amazed Lin, indicating that this person was extraordinarily powerful. Senior, you have keen insight. I am indeed Lin, he replied respectfully, not daring to be negligent. I just came to the royal capital and am rather unfamiliar. May I ask who you are, senior? I am Leo, the president of the Mercenary Guild in the royal capital. President Leo laughed, his tone filled with admiration for Lin. I have heard of Captain Lin's reputation long ago. Meeting you tonight, it truly lives up to its name. Senior Leo, you flatter me. I am unworthy, Lin humbly replied, feeling shaken inside. He did not expect that he was speaking to the president of the Mercenary Guild in the royal capital. a significant figure who led all the branches of the mercenary guild within the territory of the Chachi kingdom, wielding immense power and strength. It was said that he was also a semi-saint powerhouse and had even truly stepped into the saint level. Lin believes even more that Leo is a true saint-level powerhouse, because even if one is a half-saint, as long as they don't take action themselves, the opponent cannot perceive their strength. As the president of the Leo Mercenary Guild, it is naturally easy for him to gather intelligence about others. It's not good for young people to be overly modest. Can a young person be called spirited if they aren't? Leo praised, "You are quite impressive. It's been a long time since the Chachi Kingdom's mercenary group has seen such an outstanding young mercenary like you. That girl by wire has a good eye. Senior Leo knows sister by wire?" Lin said with some joy upon hearing by wire's name. "Of course, she still needs to call me uncle," Leo chuckled, his gaze shifting to the two combatants in the training ground. "The one fighting Jonathan is Lin Rongfu from your Dasha mercenary group, right?" Yes, Lin nodded, not denying it. "Indeed, very impressive," Leo marveled. "It seems you're not the only genius. Your Dasha mercenary group is also one of the few groups in the Chachi Kingdom's mercenary world with great potential. Lin, come by the mercenary guild in the next few days. We can have a good chat. If by wire knew you were in the capital and I didn't host you well, she would definitely have an opinion about me, haha. Since Senior Leo has invited me, how could I refuse?" Lin replied. At this moment in the training ground, the battle between Lin Rongfu and Jonathan had reached a fever pitch. The clash between two half-saint powerhouses was nothing short of earth-shattering. Their powerful fighting spirit tore through the sky and shattered the ground. After grasping a hint of elemental essence, each move they made contained immense power, carrying the might of heaven and earth. The training ground, reinforced with earth-type magic, was already in ruins, with pits and cracks everywhere. Because the two had different understandings of elemental essence, half of the ground was dry and cracked, while the other half was muddy and indistinguishable, clearly divided between water and fire. The two became more excited as they fought, matching each other well. Jonathan had not encountered such a worthy opponent in a long time. He felt his blood boiling and his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long howl, mobilizing all his fighting spirit. His great sword unleashed an unending stream of sword light, surging towards Lin Rongfu like a raging tide. The booming sounds of the giant waves echoed throughout the training ground, making the spectators surrounding the training ground feel as if they were amidst a tempest. Lin Rongfu was also unwilling to show weakness. His every move was grand and powerful, like a great fire scorching the earth. Other than during the desperate fight against Andy in the Hudis Mountains, he had never fought with such all-out effort. Aside from not revealing the abilities of the toothless pterosaur fruit in his beast form, he was already exerting himself to the fullest, enjoying the thrill of battle. Boom! After another fierce collision, a huge crack appeared on the ground of the training field. The two of them stopped simultaneously, standing 30 meters apart. Their eyes locked on each other, the fighting spirit still rising, intensifying. Their eyes shone brightly. Despite being opponents, they had developed a mutual respect through their combat. What a thrill! Jonathan laughed heartily. "With a rival like you, Lord Lin Rongfu, I have no regrets in this life." "The same goes for you, Lord Jonathan," Lin Rongfu replied. They exchanged smiles. "Lord Lin Rongfu, it's getting late. How about we settle this with one final move?" "I was just thinking the same." In the training field, a fierce wind howled, centered around Lin Rongfu and Jonathan. Half of the arena's temperature soared, dry and scorching, while the other half was thick with moist air. The many powerful spectators around widened their eyes, focusing intently on the training ground, knowing that this battle had reached its most critical moment, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. "Lord Lin Rongfu, please be careful. Here comes my move." The great river flows east, Jonathan shouted, instantly unleashing hundreds of swords, with a torrent of sword lights converging into one giant wave of sword energy, rushing towards Lin Rongfu. As the waves surged, a phantom of a great river appeared in the air above the training ground, spanning across the void. Mountain River Sword, burning heaven. Lin Rongfu swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit that surged into the sky as a massive pillar of fire erupted forth, heralding the arrival of a sea of flames like a natural disaster, illuminating the entire military camp. Boom! The giant wave and the fire pillar collided fiercely, creating a deafening roar that shook the earth. A thick mist of water vapor filled the training ground, enveloping it entirely, while light rain fell from the sky, only to be evaporated into vapor by the scorching flames. A fierce wind swept through, causing the various flags erected at the edge of the training ground to be scorched by the heat wave, igniting in flames. Who would win or lose? Everyone stared intently at the misty training ground, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the battle. Lin couldn't help but feel nervous. Winning or losing no longer mattered. He was just worried that Lin Rongfu would be seriously injured. After a long while, the mist dissipated, revealing the scene in the arena. Lin Rongfu and Jonathan were still standing, but their auras had weakened significantly, clearly indicating that both had expended a great deal of energy and sustained considerable injuries. "Ha! Your Excellency Lin Rongfu, you just advanced to half-saint, and you were able to fight me to this extent. I admire that. How about we call tonight's battle a draw?" Jonathan said. "Your Excellency Jonathan, your strength is astonishing, and I'm also very impressed," Lin Rongfu replied. "It has been a great pleasure to fight with you tonight." "Your Excellency Lin Rongfu, my mission is complete, and I will return to report. I hope to have the opportunity to share drinks and talk with you in the future. It would be my honor, and I would be more than willing." Jonathan laughed heartily and leaped away. The many powerful spectators, seeing that the two were evenly matched, felt a sense of admiration. This battle was truly thrilling and worth the trip. Seeing that Jonathan had already left, they all quietly vanished into the darkness. "Lin, remember to come by the Mercenary Guild for a visit," Leo said to Lin before departing. "I won't forget, for sure," Lin nodded in response. Lin Fei rushed to Lin Rongfu's side and asked with concern, "Grandpa Fu, are you okay?" "It's just a bit exhausting. It's nothing," Lin Rongfu replied with a smile. Although he felt physically tired, his spirit was incredibly invigorated. He had gained a lot from battling such a strong opponent. "That's good to hear." Lin relaxed, and then the two of them left the training ground and headed towards the Gucci Chamber of Commerce shop. As the battle concluded, the aftermath of this fight did not dissipate. Instead, it spread through the mouths of many powerful spectators. That night, all the forces and nobles in the royal capital learned that the Daxiao Mercenary Corps had a semi-saint powerhouse stationed, immensely powerful, and that they had fought to a standstill with the royal patron, Lord Jonathan. In a moment, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps, which had already gained considerable fame for making the Marquis of Bryn look foolish, became even more renowned, their reputation soaring. At this point, many forces and nobles who had been hesitant out of fear of the Marquis of Bryn began to stir, determined to win over the Daxiao Mercenary Corps. Even if they couldn't win them over, they wanted to maintain a friendly relationship. The continent of divine grace had always been a world where power ruled and the strong were respected. "Your Majesty, we have results." A servant rushed into the palace, shouting to Charles V, "Your Majesty, Lord Jonathan and Lin Rongfu fought to a standstill." "Good, very good." Charles, who had been waiting for the outcome of the battle and had restrained himself from engaging in any activities with Princess Joanna, excitedly slapped his thigh, laughing like a fool. If it weren't for the timing, he would have summoned Lin to the palace immediately. "Convey my royal decree. Summon Lin to the palace tomorrow morning. I want to personally meet with Lin and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps." Beside him, Princess Joanna was stunned. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps actually had a semi-saint powerhouse, and even Lord Jonathan could only fight him to a draw. Now that His Majesty wanted to win over Lin, how could she seek revenge for the grievances her nephew had suffered? "My love, you should rein in your nephew a bit. He's been reckless these past few years. It's time to settle down," Charles V said sternly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Princess Joanna replied, her expression full of helplessness. Chapter 153. Reactions from various parties at the Marquis of Bryn's residence. Both the Marquis and his son, Akander, received the news of the battle between Jonathan and Lin Rongfu. The father and son were overjoyed when they learned that Princess Joanna had persuaded Jonathan to take action personally. Jonathan was a semi-saint powerhouse. With him personally involved, the Daxiao Mercenary Corps would be no match, and that guy Lin would be doomed. However, when they learned that the Daxiao Mercenary Corps also had a semi-saint powerhouse, the father and son broke into a cold sweat, relieved that Lin hadn't attacked the Marquis of Bryn's residence in recent days. Otherwise, they would definitely be finished. Nonetheless, they were confident in Jonathan's ability to defeat Lin Rongfu. Aside from the invincible saint-level powerhouses, Jonathan was the strongest under the saint level and the foremost royal patron. Lin Rongfu was definitely no match for Jonathan. The father and son couldn't sleep anymore. They ordered the servants to prepare food and drinks, waiting eagerly for the outcome of the battle between Jonathan and Lin Rongfu. "What did you say?" Lin Rongfu and Lord Jonathan fought to a draw. Hearing the report from Knight Kilami, the wine glass in the Marquis's hand shattered on the ground, his face filled with shock. "Impossible!" Akander shouted. How could Lord Jonathan possibly be at a stalemate with that man? Auchendrar was filled with fear. His eyes were wide with terror. If even the strongest royal patron sent by his aunt couldn't handle the Dachau mercenary corps, what could they do? Lin had sent Chris to convey that he wanted revenge for that lowly merchant. What semi-saint and what first under the saint level? Jonathan was just a waste. He couldn't even deal with a mere Dachau mercenary corps. In his panic, Auchendrar screamed hysterically. Slap! The Marquis of Bryn slapped Auchendrar hard across the face and shouted angrily. Shut up! Is Lord Jonathan someone you can slander? If you want to die, don't drag the Marquis's residence down with you. Seeing his son in such a pitiful state, the Marquis felt deeply disappointed. It seemed that his long-standing favoritism had really been a mistake. You beast, we've already offended the Dachau mercenary corps. If we offend Lord Jonathan again, do you want us both to die? The Marquis roared, regretting not having shot this brat against the wall back then. After being slapped hard, Auchendrar felt a burning sensation on his face, but also awakened him. Covering his face, he dared not speak. From now on, you better behave. You're grounded in the Marquis's residence for a month. If you go out and cause trouble again, I'll break your legs myself. Father, I understand, Auchendrar quickly replied. Now, even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to go out again. After disciplining his son, the Marquis of Bryn furrowed his brow tightly, pondering how to ease the relationship with the Dachau mercenary corps. After the identity of Lin Rongfu as a semi-saint powerhouse was exposed, the Marquis's residence could no longer deal with the Dachau mercenary corps and had to worry about their retaliation. The only way now was to mend the relationship with the Dachau mercenary corps. The Marquis thought of the source of the conflict between Auchendrar and the Dachau mercenary corps, that small merchant from another place. He could start from this small merchant. As long as he dealt with that small merchant, the Dachau mercenary corps would have no reason to trouble him. He could also rely on his sister Joanna to release goodwill towards the Dachau mercenary corps. The strength displayed by the Dachau mercenary corps would surely attract the king's attention. Perhaps in a few days, the king would summon Lin. Surely Lin wouldn't refuse the king's invitation. As long as the king spoke, even if Lin hated Auchendrar, he couldn't disregard the king's face. This will work, a dual approach. The conflict between the Marquis's residence and the Dachau mercenary corps can definitely be resolved perfectly. In contrast to the heavy atmosphere at the Marquis of Bryn's residence, Snet from the Marquis of Barton was nearly overjoyed. He never expected that his impulsive action would yield such results, that the Dachau mercenary corps actually had a semi-saint powerhouse. Initially feeling a bit displeased with Lin's rejection of his invitation, Snet was now excited. No wonder Lin would refuse. He had a semi-saint powerhouse backing him and wasn't afraid of the Marquis of Bryn's residence. So why would he look favorably upon Snet's invitation? Snet was grateful that he hadn't lost his temper over Lin's rejection. Otherwise, he would have missed out on the rising star of the mercenary world, the Dachau mercenary corps. That auction ticket was worth it. Something that cost him nothing won him Lin's friendship, which was incredibly valuable. Snet was immensely proud, feeling he was miles ahead of that fool Auchendrar. He thought, I must strengthen my relationship with Lin further. That would benefit the Marquis of Barton even more. At the Nancy Magic Academy, Ivel was unaware of the battle in the royal capital and its connection to Lin. However, her teacher, Master Phyllis, knew about both the combatants and the outcome. A rare look of seriousness appeared on Phyllis's proud and indifferent face. This Lin bore resentment towards her, which could be troublesome. When she had brought Ivel to cancel the engagement, her methods had been too forceful, and she had not considered the consequences. In the Bloodsting Organization's Jiakasheng branch, President Ted and two other leaders gathered again. Both of you, Lin Rongfu from the Dachau Mercenary Corps, has actually broken through to become a semi-saint powerhouse, and the commander, Lin, is already a war master. This is a serious oversight from our organization's intelligence department, Ted said in a deep voice, his tone laced with anger. How many elite assassins will this mistake cost our organization? Elvin, you are responsible for the organization's intelligence work. Do you have anything to explain? President, the Dachau Mercenary Group is truly strange. According to my subordinate's investigation, the Dachau Mercenary Group was established for less than a year. Initially consisting of only the leader Lin En and Lin Rongfu, with strength equivalent to a junior warrior and a war master. In less than a year, Lin En has already become a great war master, and Lin Rongfu has even advanced to a half-saint. Their rapid increase in strength is beyond imagination, which is also the reason why our two assassination attempts have failed. The small-statured Elvin said, his tone quite gloomy, not because of his own incompetence, but because the opponent is unreasonable. Furthermore, according to my subordinate's investigation, The battle traces left by the destruction of the Kanglan City stronghold are identical to those left by the Daxiao mercenary group in their battle with the 5th team of the Shualong mercenary group at the Jimmy Chamber of Commerce. It can be confirmed that the Kanglan City stronghold was destroyed by the Daxiao mercenary group, and they have the strength to do so. Ted was silent for a moment and said, "So what do you think we should do about the Daxiao mercenary group next? Not to mention the task of assassinating Lin En. Just the fact that the Daxiao mercenary group destroyed the Kanglan City stronghold and wiped out all its members is a matter of life and death with the Bloodthorn organization. However, the Daxiao mercenary group has revealed a half-saint powerhouse, making it much more difficult to annihilate them. President, I think we don't need to rush. The Daxiao mercenary group has already formed a grudge with the Shualong mercenary group. Modo is a vengeful person and will definitely not let the Daxiao mercenary group go. We can wait for the Shualong mercenary group to take action and then reap the benefits, waiting for the right opportunity to strike," another person said, in a hoarse and aged voice. "Okay, Elvin, keep an eye on the movements of the Shualong mercenary group and the Daxiao mercenary group." That night, the capital was shaken, and many people couldn't sleep. Lin had a good sleep. After getting up in the morning and having breakfast, a subordinate of Ralph came over and said that Ralph wanted him to go to the shop in front. Upon arrival, Lin found Ralph talking to a middle-aged man dressed in splendid clothes. Behind a middle-aged man stood Chris and Kilami, whom Lin had seen before. Lin guessed the identity of the middle-aged man, the father of Akando, Marquis Blin. "Brother Lin, you came at just the right time." Seeing Lin approach, Ralph was overjoyed. Although Marquis Blin's sudden visit was cordial and polite, Ralph felt uncertain inside, which was why he had the subordinate invite Lin to support him. "This must be Captain Lin, right? I am Blin, and I believe Captain Lin has heard of my name." Marquis Blin had a beaming smile, showing no airs of a high-ranking noble, appearing as friendly as a neighborly uncle. "Brother Ralph." Lin first greeted Ralph before looking at Marquis Blin. Seeing his approachable demeanor, Lin had already begun to suspect that the battle last night had greatly intimidated Marquis Blin, who had come to seek peace. "Marquis Blin, what brings you here? Do you have any advice?" "Advice is too much to say. I am here to apologize on behalf of my useless son," Marquis Blin said. "It's all my fault for neglecting my duties as a parent, allowing that ungrateful son to act recklessly, causing young Master Ralph to suffer quite a bit. I have severely punished Akando and am willing to compensate young Master Ralph for his losses." "Brother Lin, what do you think?" Ralph concealed his inner excitement and looked at Lin eagerly. If it weren't for Lin, how could Marquis Blin possibly come to apologize and offer compensation? Although he didn't want to continue offending the Blin family, he needed to see Lin's opinion before accepting the Marquis's goodwill. "Brother Ralph, you can make the decision, but the compensation must satisfy you," Lin said. He understood Ralph's thoughts. How could a small merchant go against a great noble? Now that the Marquis was willing to show goodwill, it was a good thing. "I will certainly ensure young Master Ralph is satisfied," Marquis Blin smiled. "The Gucci Chamber of Commerce's business in the capital can be facilitated by me. The Marquis 8 also has several merchant teams and trade routes that can cooperate with the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. The trade routes of the Barton Marquis 8 can also be shared with the Gucci Chamber of Commerce." At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. Snet walked in with his head held high, a charming smile on his lips, and said to Lin, "Brother Lin, I'm here." Lin smiled, noting that Sneth and the guy had quite a keen sense of smell. "Uncle Bryn, I didn't expect you to act so quickly." Sneth showed a hint of mockery as he looked at Marquis Bryn. "Sneth, what do you mean?" Marquis Bryn's expression darkened. This guy couldn't be trying to cut him off, could he? Chapter 154. The auction begins. Marquis Bryn and Sneth stared at each other, both eager to get closer to Ralph. Of course, their ultimate goal was to befriend Lin through Ralph. Ralph, naturally, was overjoyed, secretly lamenting that his initial investment had indeed yielded unimaginable returns. In the end, the Gucci Chamber of Commerce reached a cooperation agreement with the Marquis Bryn and the Marquis Barton, taking a solid step forward in their business in the capital. It was only a matter of time before they became the leading chamber of commerce in the kingdom of Jechi. Furthermore, Marquis Bryn, in order to compensate for the harm that Okando had caused Ralph, relinquished quite a bit of profit, which delighted Ralph and dissipated his grievances. It wasn't that Ralph was greedy for money, but rather that he knew when to advance and retreat. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't kill Okando. Otherwise, the Gucci Chamber of Commerce would face a disaster. Now, seeing the opportunity to settle things peacefully, he chose to turn hostility into friendship, bringing joy to all. Lin was not involved in these matters. Besides Marquis Blin and Esnet, several other great nobles from the capital sent people to visit one after another. Eventually, Lin got annoyed and handed over the reception to Ralph, who was quite cheerful about it, as it was the best opportunity to expand his network. However, when a servant from the royal palace arrived, Lin had no choice but to personally attend to the matter. Captain Lin, His Majesty the King summons you and Lord Lin Rongfu to the palace for an audience, the servant said respectfully to Lin. Even though he was a trusted servant of the king, he did not dare to be overly familiar in front of Lin, as he knew that Lin was not only the captain of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps, but also held a noble title, and most importantly, he was valued by Charles de Gaulle. Lin scrutinized the attendant, noting his effeminate demeanor and clean-shaven face, thinking to himself that this must be the otherworldly version of a eunuch. He wasn't surprised that Charles de Gaulle had sent someone to summon him. He just didn't expect Charles de Gaulle to be so impatient, sending someone in such a rush after just one night. Lin hesitated a bit. To be honest, he didn't really want to meet Charles de Gaulle. He had no fondness for the nobility in this world, and he didn't even want to return to Jelly City to inherit his cheap father's title of count. So naturally, he had no intention of aligning himself with the royal family. However, while strength was respected in the Divine Grace continent, human relationships also mattered. The royal family wielded significant power and influence, and those large empires were not weaker than the Mage Association and the Yongbin Guild that were spread across the continent. In response to Charles de Gaulle's overtures, Lin decided not to ally with him, but also not to offend him. Therefore, meeting him wouldn't hurt. All right, then please lead the way, my good attendant, Lin said. Lin and Lin Rongfu got into the carriage brought by the attendant, heading towards the royal palace. Ralph was both envious and happier, thinking that even His Majesty the King valued Lin so much, and that he could call Lin his brother. In the future, the business of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce in the capital would encounter no obstacles. However, Wei pouted unhappily. She also wanted to go to the palace to see how luxurious it was, but was suppressed by Lin and not allowed to cause trouble for Lin. The palace of the Jechi Kingdom was indeed very luxurious, with palaces built in a dazzling manner, highlighting nobility and extravagance. Lin Rongfu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, while Lin remained calm. In his past life, he had visited the Forbidden City, and, compared to it, the palace of the Jechi Kingdom was merely the courtyard of a country gentleman, leagues apart. They met His Majesty the King. Charles de Gaulle received Lin and Lin Rongfu in the palace, along with Princess Joanna. Upon seeing Lin and Lin Rongfu, Charles de Gaulle was very pleased, laughing heartily and acting graciously. No need for excessive courtesy, he said, eyeing Lin with undisguised admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, a young hero. At such a young age, you're already a great master. Having talents like you is truly a blessing for our Jechi Kingdom. Your Majesty overpraises me. I dare not accept," Lin humbly replied. "You deserve it. Young people should be full of vitality," Charles de Gaulle laughed, then turned to Lin Rongfu. "Congratulations on your promotion to half-saint. I have prepared a precious sword as a gift." An attendant soon brought forward a long box containing a sword. The sword presented by Charles de Gaulle was certainly not an ordinary item. It was the masterpiece of the most renowned blacksmith in the Jechi Kingdom. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Rongfu was very satisfied with the gift and did not hesitate to accept it, as he was worried that the previous sword he used was not comfortable. Seeing Lin Rongfu accept the gift, Charles de Gaulle smiled even more and said a few more meaningless words. He introduced Princess Joanna, who was beside him, and said to Lin En, "Princess Joanna's nephew, Okondo, is young and inexperienced and has made many mistakes. He has now been heavily punished by Marquis Bryn. I hope, on behalf of the king and Princess Joanna, that you won't hold it against Okondo. Since His Majesty and the princess have spoken, I dare not disobey," Lin En replied. Even if Charles de Gaulle did not speak, Lin En did not plan to take action against Okondo, as Marquis Bryn had personally come to reconcile with Ralph and provided sufficient compensation. Since Ralph had no objections, Lin En decided not to interfere. Agreeing to Charles de Gaulle and Princess Joanna was just a matter of convenience. Seeing Lin En's understanding, both Charles de Gaulle and Princess Joanna were very pleased, and their impression of Lin En improved even more. "Lin En, your father, Count William, has cultivated such outstanding talents for the kingdom. It's truly remarkable," Charles de Gaulle praised. "I have heard that the engagement Count William arranged for you has been dissolved. I happen to have a princess of similar age to you, who is beautiful and also a magician with good talent. I plan to bestow the princess upon you. What do you think?" Lin was a bit stunned after hearing this. The fifth de Gaulle was putting in too much effort to win him over, wasn't he? "Your Majesty, I already have a girlfriend, and I'm a mercenary who has traveled across the continent. The princess is of noble birth, Being with me would only bring her suffering. Lin hurriedly declined, regretting the good intentions of His Majesty, and asked for his understanding. ofthe was very disappointed. He knew that Lin had a close relationship with two women in the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Marrying off the princess was just a way to create a deeper bond with Lin. But since Lin refused, he had to give up. He couldn't just force his daughter upon him. His princess was not so worthless. However, ofthe did not give up on the idea of drawing Lin closer. He planned to start with Lin's father, intending to elevate Count William's title by one rank. Lin would surely be grateful to him and feel more of a sense of belonging to the kingdom. ofthe kept Lin and Lin Rongfu for a meal at the palace, also inviting Jonathan to join. The two had fought the night before without a clear winner, but from not knowing each other to mutual respect, they enjoyed the meal together, and their relationship clearly grew closer. When leaving the palace, ofthe bestowed many gifts. When he heard Lin say he liked magic crystals, he even gifted several high-grade magic crystals from the royal collection, making Lin smile broadly. The giver was happy, and the receiver was even happier. Lin, is the palace beautiful? After returning to the backyard of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Vea chased after Lin, asking about the palace. It's just like that, only a bit bigger, a bit more luxurious, Lin replied lightly. Strength is what matters most. I don't really care about enjoyment. She also wanted to see the palace. All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely take you to the palace. Lin chuckled as he ruffled Vea's hair. Sometimes, this little girl really acted like a child. Time quickly passed to the evening, and the auction at the Zurich auction house was approaching. Snet personally came to pick up Lin and the others to the auction house. This guy was very eager to build a good relationship with Lin, acting very servile. The grandson of Marquis Barton and the Grand Marshal of the Empire's army was behaving like a grandson, quite sycophantic. Anyone familiar with him would be quite shocked. The Zurich auction house is located in the most prosperous area of the royal capital, a massive 5-story building, with the auction venue on the top floor. When Lin and his companions arrived at the Zurich auction house in a carriage bearing the crest of the Barton family, they attracted quite a bit of attention. After a day and night of speculation, the reputation of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps was at its peak in the royal capital. Many people wanted to befriend them. Unfortunately, only Snet from the Barton family had a close relationship with Lin, and it was unclear what kind of luck Snet had. Many noble families in the royal capital were scolding their children for not having the vision and means that Snet possessed. There were also many who mocked Ockender, as he and Snet were once considered equals among the nobility in the royal capital, but the difference was now clear. Snet enjoyed the attention, stepping off the carriage with vigor, leading Lin and the others into the Zurich auction house. The Marquis of Barton held a stake in the auction house, and Snet directly took Lin and the others to the VIP box on the top floor of the auction hall. The box was luxuriously decorated, showcasing the extravagant lifestyle of the nobility. Inside, two beautiful maidservants attended to them, preparing various expensive fruits and snacks. After Lin and his group entered the box, the door was continuously knocked upon by those who believed their status was worthy enough to meet Lin, leaving him exhausted from the interactions. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the auction began, which finally calmed the box, allowing Lin to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, fame brings its own troubles, and the complexities of human relationships can be very testing. The box was on the second floor of the venue, overlooking a huge hall below where the auction stage was directly in front of them. A man dressed in a tailcoat walked onto the auction stage, and the hall quieted down. The auction was about to begin. Chapter 155, Bidding for Emma. Dear guests, welcome to the Zurich Auction House's quarterly large auction. I'm your old friend, Davidson. The middle-aged man in the tailcoat, Davidson, stroked his meticulously groomed mustache, smiling brightly. There was no room for less enthusiasm, as the attendees were either great nobles or powerful wizards and warriors, or at the very least, immensely wealthy tycoons. Without further ado, let us begin the auction. The first item up for bid is a battle armor made from the hide of a level 6 magical beast, the Ironhide Rhinoceros, fused with various precious metals. Crafted by a master blacksmith, it can withstand the fighting spirit attacks of anyone below a great master and has a 30% resistance to earth and fire magic. The starting bid is 50,000 gold coins, with a minimum increase of 2,000 gold coins per bid. 55,000 gold coins. 58,000 gold coins. 60,000 gold coins. As soon as Davidson finished speaking, the hall erupted with successive bids. In a bid for fame, the first auction item was exceptional, drawing numerous warriors to bid. Ultimately, the armor was sold for 118 0.000 gold coins, more than double the starting price, marking a strong opening for the auction. Next came the second auction item. With the first item fetching a high price, Davidson's smile grew even brighter as he enthusiastically began the auction for the second item. Lin, my brother, Snet introduced. Davidson is the chief auctioneer at the Zurich auction house, and he presides over every major auction. His abilities are outstanding, and it is rare for items he handles to go unsold. Lin nodded. Davidson's auction style was indeed impressive. In his previous life, he was a loser who had never had the chance to attend an auction, yet he could see that Davidson was quite capable. His introductions to the auction items and his ability to stir the emotions of the customers were spot on. A good auctioneer has a tremendous role, and as the top auction house in the royal capital, the Zurich auction house showcased this through Davidson. Sneet, if there's anything you like, just bid on it. I'll cover the costs as a gift for you, Lin En's brother said. Sneet, trying to get closer to Lin, was doing his best to appear generous. All right, brother Sneet, you're quite generous, so I want to stand on ceremony, Lin replied with a smile. He felt it was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation, especially since he had a system that could help him earn money whenever he needed it. Why be polite with me? Sneet said happily, showing no signs of feeling taken advantage of. In fact, he felt like he was the one getting a great deal. After all, the Marquis of Barton wasn't short on money. The auction atmosphere remained high as item after item was sold, with a wide variety on offer. High-level weapons crafted by master blacksmiths, battle armor, magical items enchanted by alchemists, potions, young beasts of high-level magical creatures, precious herbs, and ores, as well as flashy jewelry that attracted many female customers and some strong slaves. Among them, a magical scroll inscribed with a forbidden spell fetched a staggering 1 million gold coins. The power of the forbidden spell was immense, capable of devastating destruction. Even a saint-level mage would need to chant for a long time and consume a large amount of magic stones to cast such a powerful spell. To create a magical scroll for a forbidden spell, one must use the hide of a saint-level beast to withstand the power of the spell, and the value of the hide alone was already immeasurable. Ultimately, this magical scroll was purchased by someone sent by Charles de Gaulle. Such a powerful magical scroll was akin to a strategic nuclear weapon and had to be in the hands of the royal family. During the auction, Lin also made a few bids, purchasing some small trinkets for Shirin and Vaya, all paid for by Sneet, totaling only tens of thousands of gold coins. Since Sneet was so agreeable, Lin felt he couldn't take too much advantage of him. One should be decent in life. Watching the auction unfold with people treating money so casually made Lin feel a bit melancholic, realizing how poor he was. He wished he could split every gold coin in half to spend. With over 300,000 gold coins remaining in his space ring, he wondered if it would be enough when the fox girl was auctioned off later. If it truly was Emma, Seema's sister, he had to bid on her no matter what. If he didn't have enough money, he could only borrow a little from Sneet, and resorting to outright robbery would be a last resort. After the auction of the Forbidden Spell Scroll concluded, the event was nearing its end, and the final auction item was about to be presented. Everyone in the venue was eagerly anticipating it. Many were aware that a fox girl would be auctioned off, and they came specifically for her. The atmosphere in the hall was even more fervent than during the auction of the Forbidden Spell. Everyone knew the royal family would never allow others to bid on the Forbidden Spell, so they held no hope, but the rare fox girl was different. Not just the nobleman, but any man would want her. Esteemed guests, we are now at the most thrilling moment of the auction, the final item. Davidson excitedly announced in an exaggerated tone. I believe everyone knows that the last item up for bid is an extremely rare fox girl slave. The beauty of fox girls is renowned throughout the continent, and owning one as a slave is the dream of every man here. I'm sure you can't wait any longer, so let us bring the final auction item, the fox beauty, to the stage. Two strong men carried a large cage onto the auction stage, covered with a black cloth. Davidson pulled off the cloth, revealing the fox girl curled up in the corner of the cage. She was wearing revealing clothing that covered only her vital parts, and her fair skin was mostly exposed. Her face, filled with fear and tears, was pitiful. With a pair of furry ears and a tail behind her, she emanated a unique allure. Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the audience, with many lewd men stretching their necks, their eyes shining as they stared at the fox girl in the cage, swallowing hard. Lin's expression also changed. The fox girl was indeed as renowned as her reputation suggested. What made him happiest was that this fox girl bore a striking resemblance to Shima, and he was almost certain that she was Shima's older sister, Emma. Lin felt relieved. As long as it was Emma, that was all that mattered. The next step was to take a picture of Emma. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction for the beautiful fox people begins now, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000 gold coins. Davidson was very pleased with the crowd's reaction. He was confident that this auction would fetch an astronomical price. 150,000 gold coins. You think 150,000 is enough to win the fox people beauty? I bid 200,000, 210,000, 250,000, 300,000, 310,000. The crowd was shouting bids, treating money as if it were nothing, especially those wealthy nobles who had so much money they could hardly fit it in their homes. However, after the price exceeded 300,000, the bids became less aggressive, only increasing by 10,000 at a time. After all, while the fox people beauty was tempting, paying too high a price didn't seem worthwhile. After all, she was just a plaything. 320,000. Lin placed a bid, and if he doesn't bid again, given the trend of the price increase, he isn't sure if he can call out a price with the money he has. Is Brother Lin also interested in this beautiful fox girl? Snate asked. Of course. How can I not be interested in such a beautiful fox girl? Lin replied with a smile. Snate originally intended to place a bid as well, but since Lin wanted it, he had no choice but to regretfully give up. He couldn't let a mere woman create a rift in his relationship with Lin, even if this woman was a rare fox girl beauty. Lin really has an eye for talent. Go ahead and bid. If you don't have enough money, I'll support you, Snate said, feeling extremely impressed with Lin. With two beautiful women by his side, it was indeed enviable how a strong person like Lin was also powerful in conquering women. Thank you very much. At this point, the bidding price had already reached 350,000. Lin frowned slightly and directly called out 400,000. At this moment, there were not many people left to bid, as the price had exceeded many people's expectations. Even when raising the bid by 10,000, Lin suddenly increased it by 50,000 gold coins, surprising everyone and showing his determination to win. Many people recognized that the voice came from the VIP box of the Barton family, and soon everyone thought of Lin, who was with Snate. Could it be that this price was called out by Lin? Before the auction began, many people who felt their status was sufficient had visited Lin in the box, realizing that Lin might want to bid on this fox girl beauty. Several who originally intended to continue bidding fell silent. Firstly, the price was nearly at its peak. Secondly, they didn't want to offend Lin. If they continued bidding, they risked being remembered by Lin in a negative light, which was not worth it. Thus, the auction hall fell silent for a moment. 400,000 gold coins. The bid comes from the recently rising star, Captain Lin of the Great Siam Mercenary Corps. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This extremely rare fox girl beauty is not only stunning, but also a symbol of status, Davidson excitedly announced. The auction hall was quiet. No one else called out a bid. They either thought the price was too high or didn't want to offend Lin. Many were thinking that Lin seemed to be a man who liked beautiful women. They had heard that the two beauties in the Great Siam Mercenary Corps were his women, and now he was bidding on the fox girl beauty. Was this a way to get on good terms with Lin? Many were already considering gifting beautiful women to Lin. They couldn't let the Barton family have all the advantages. Davidson felt a bit disappointed, but continued with his duties. 400,000 for the first time, 400,000 for the second time, 400,000 for the third time sold. Congratulations, Captain Lin. As the auction hammer fell, Emma was finally secured, and Lin let out a huge sigh of relief. Although he had spent all his gold coins and still needed to borrow a few thousand from Snate, being able to save Emma through the auction without too many twists and turns was the best outcome. Chapter 156, Trinity's Sister. Shima. In the backyard of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Shima and Emma embraced and cried, while Lin and the others looked on, feeling emotional. Even the tearful Usopp transformed into a crybaby alongside them, and even Druba secretly wiped away tears, not knowing if he was reminded of his own experience of being captured as a slave. Captain Lin, thank you for saving us, sisters. We cannot repay your great kindness, and if there is ever need for us, please do not hesitate to ask. We will absolutely comply, Emma said, pulling Shima and bowing deeply to Lin. Her expression sincere and earnest after venting her emotions. Lin felt a bit disappointed. He thought Emma would say that she could only repay his kindness with her body, but it seemed his charm had not yet met Emma's standards. Of course, this was just a little wicked thought in Lin's mind. He already had Shiren and Vea, and didn't want to provoke other girls. Miss Emma, you're too polite. Helping others is a source of happiness. And Shima is so lovely. We all like her, so there's no need for any reward, Lin said with a smile, pulling out a magic scroll. This is your slave soul contract. I will tear it up now, and you'll be free. Slaves who were put up for auction were forced to sign a slave soul contract, which was used to control them. Not only could they not escape, but they also could not take any harmful actions against their masters and had to obey them. Otherwise, they would suffer immensely under the effects of the soul contract. Lin had purchased Emma, so the soul contract naturally transferred to him. As long as Lin tore up the soul contract, Emma would no longer be bound. After saying that, Lin tore the soul contract. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task, rescuing the Fox Clan girl Emma. Host has received the task reward, the friendship of the Orc Clan and the special physique trinity. As Lin tore up the soul contract, a system prompt echoed in his mind, and the rewards had been distributed. Lin did not care much about the friendship of the Orc Clan, but the special physique trinity shocked him to the core. There were several types of special physiques in the game, all of which were incredibly powerful, such as the Eagle Eye's dominant sword body that Lin had previously acquired, the Iron Balloon of Big Mom, Whitebeard's unmatched strength, and Kaido's immortality. The special physique that Lin desired the most was Blackbeard's Trinity, which allowed the possessor to have the abilities of 3 devil fruits simultaneously. Although the system shop had a devil fruit fusion card, a super item that allowed one to eat another devil fruit, it was limited to just 1 additional fruit and was far less impressive than the Trinity special physique. The price of a devil fruit fusion card was 5 million energy, more than twice the cost of a natural type devil fruit. Even more outrageous was that the Trinity special physique could stack with a devil fruit fusion card, meaning that with enough energy, one could possess the abilities of up to 4 devil fruits, which was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, special physiques were not for sale in the shop. They could only be obtained through random rewards from completing tasks, with a very low chance of occurrence. Lin had previously planned to wait until he had enough energy to purchase a devil fruit fusion card to acquire a second devil fruit ability. Now, the Trinity special physique had arrived. Wow, wow, wow. Only these 2 words could describe Lin's excitement at this moment. He felt like howling at the sky. System, you are truly amazing. System, I want to claim my reward. Lin couldn't wait. Ding. Reward distribution. Trinity special physique fused with the host. Fusion successful. A mysterious power transformed Lin's body, and the transformation was completed in an instant. Although Lin didn't feel much, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. He was about to obtain his second devil fruit, and coincidentally, Degalvi had sent a lot of high-level magic crystals, which combined with some he had accumulated before, was enough to buy the long-desired devil fruit in the shop. While Lin was lost in ecstasy, Emma was also extremely excited. With the tearing of the soul contract, she felt a long-lost sense of relief, as if she had been reborn. Thank you, Captain Lin. From now on, Captain Lin and the Dasha Mercenary Corps will be friends of our Orc tribe, Emma said excitedly. Perhaps because Lin had received the system reward of Orc tribe friendship. Her gaze towards Lin was filled with even more gratitude and kindness. Yes, Lin is our friend. Druba, the massive bull-headed orc, nodded vigorously. Ha! I'm honored to become friends with the Orc tribe. Lin laughed heartily. Just for saving Emma, he received a super reward of Trinity. And with the friendship of the Orc tribe as a bonus, all orcs were his friends. The following events were naturally joyful. To celebrate the charge of Sima and Emma, everyone held a welcome banquet. After enjoying the lively atmosphere with the crowd, Lin returned to his room alone. The exciting moment had arrived. System, exchange for the Thunder Fruit, the strongest nature-type fruit, which Lin had long coveted. In his previous life, he was deeply fascinated by this devil fruit while watching anime. If it weren't for the fact that the newbie gift from the system when he first crossed over was the Phoenix fruit, the fruit he wanted most was definitely the Thunder Fruit. Ding! Deducting 3 million energy, the Thunder Fruit has been stored in the system backpack. In the next moment, the Thunder Fruit appeared in Lin's hand. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin stuffed the Thunder Fruit into his mouth and began to eat it eagerly. Although the taste of the devil fruit was still hard to describe, Lin found it incredibly enjoyable at that moment. ZZ, rip, blue lightning surged from within Lin, dancing around his body like a lightning spirit, exuding a domineering power. However, this lightning posed no harm to Lin. Instead, it felt incredibly familiar and controllable. System, use energy to elevate the Thunder Fruit to the beginner perfection level. After checking that there was still some system energy left, Lin decided to increase the proficiency of the Thunder Fruit by 1 level. Ding! Deducting 50,000 energy, the Thunder Fruit level has reached beginner perfection Tao power value 50. With the increase in level, Lin felt the lightning energy within him grow several times, and controlling it became even more effortless. System, open the attribute panel. Character, Lin level, 45 experience, 86006000, Tao power value, 6715 profession, swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfection, intermediate swordsmanship, perfection, advanced swordsmanship, high 870-100-0000, shave, intermediate perfection, paper drawing, intermediate perfection, iron block, intermediate 55050000, moonstep, intermediate perfection, storm foot, intermediate 14050000, life return, intermediate perfection, armament haki, intermediate perfection, conqueror's haki, intermediate perfection. Listen to the voice of all things, cannot upgrade. Devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, intermediate perfection, nature type thunder fruit, intermediate 050000, moves, one sword style Iato, flash, continuous flash, lion song, one sword style 36 worries phoenix, one sword style 360 worries phoenix physique, overlord sword body, trinity specialization, nun pets, amethyst lion king, level 6 beginner magical beast, thunderwing white tiger, level 2 magical beast, special items, nun energy, 30100 backpack, king of snipers, black blade autumn water quests, main quest 1, dream of max level, host level upgrade to max level, phase 3 quest, level reach 60, reward, upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, ambition of the mercenary corps, Daxiao mercenary corps upgrade to SSS level mercenary corps, phase 2 quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, promotion gift pack. The thunder fruit was only at the beginner perfection level, and the increase in Tao power value was not significant. The system energy was insufficient. So Lin had to give up, but with the strongest nature type ability, Lin's combat power was no longer on the same level, more than doubling. Although the Tao power value could not exceed the limit of 10,000 due to rules, even when facing saint-level powerhouses. With his current battle, master-level combat power, and elemental abilities, Lin was confident he could stand undefeated. Even when facing the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Moto, Lin was confident that with Lin Rongfu's help, even if they couldn't win, they had a great chance of ending in a tie. This way, the threat posed by Moto was significantly reduced, alleviating much of the urgency and crisis Lin had felt all along. That night, in a great mood, Lin displayed his might and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Shirlin, the intensity of which was indescribable, ultimately ending with Shirlin's crushing defeat. Inside the Mercenary Guild, Captain Lin, I've long been looking forward to having chat with you, and today I finally fulfilled this wish. President Leo laughed as he welcomed Lin, joking, I thought after Captain Lin captured the beautiful fox girl, you would enjoy a few days and wouldn't come see me so soon. President Leo, you're joking, Lin said, scratching his nose. It was hard to explain the matter with Emma, so he simply acquiesced. Being young is great, haha. Leo laughed, seeing Lin's shyness, and he stopped teasing him. Instead, he took out a book-like magical item and handed it to Lin. President Leo, what is this? Lin asked curiously. This is the ranking of the Mercenary Corps with the most potential within the Mercenary Guild, selecting the newly established Mercenary Corps on the continent this year. This is the latest ranking, and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps is on the list, Leo said. This ranking is updated every October, based on the number of members, strength, and level of the Mercenary Corps, and only the top 100 Mercenary Corps are selected, verified by the Mercenary Guild headquarters. The ranking is absolutely real and valid. Mercenary Corps ranking? Lin became immediately interested upon hearing this. The Daxiao Mercenary Corps is well known, but what rank do they hold? Following Leo's guidance, Lin opened the book-like magical item, each page recording the information of a mercenary group, all based on publicly available data from the Mercenary Guild. If there were any hidden information, it naturally wouldn't appear on the leaderboard. The first page listed the mercenary group with the highest potential ranking, called the Titan Mercenary Corps. Lin felt a bit disappointed, as he had expected the Daxiao Mercenary Corps to be ranked first. Chapter 157, The Movements of the Snow Wolf. Lin looked at the information about the Titan Mercenary Corps. The leader of the Titan Mercenary Corps hails from the Titan clan, which is a race of giants. Adult Titans are all over 5 meters tall, known for their strong physiques and power. Their combat prowess is well known across the Divine Grace continent, making them a true warrior race, comparable to the elephant people among the orcs. Although the leader of the Titan Mercenary Corps is only at the initial stage of a great master, their racial talents allow their combat strength to rival that of a high-level great master. The Corps mainly consists of Titans, boasting immense combat power. While they're currently only a B-level mercenary group, they have great potential and are the most likely new mercenary corps to be promoted to S-level in a short time. More importantly, the Titan Mercenary Corps has the backing of a veteran Titan mercenary group, the Golden Titan, which is an SSS-level mercenary group. An SSS-level mercenary group. Lin took a breath of cold air. An S-level mercenary group must have a holy-level powerhouse stationed, while an SSS-level mercenary group needs at least 3 holy-level powerhouses and 1 legendary god-level powerhouse. The god-level powerhouse is the strongest known force in the Divine Grace continent, capable of suppressing an empire on their own. For a small kingdom like the Kingdom of Jechi, even 1 holy-level powerhouse at their peak is simply not comparable. Lin was shocked. It seemed he could not be proud and complacent yet. The Divine Grace continent was vast and boundless, with countless strong warriors. His current strength was far from being a reason for self-satisfaction. As he continued to check the information of other mercenary groups, Lin found the name of the Daxia mercenary group in 7th place. He felt a chill in his heart. It seemed one should not underestimate the people on the Divine Grace continent. With the help of the system, the Daxia mercenary group had developed so quickly, it was only ranked 7th. It wasn't too bad, at least it was in the top 10. However, Lin believed that as long as he was given time, it wouldn't be long before the Daxia mercenary group strength would experience an explosive growth once everyone's devil fruit abilities were further developed. The Divine Grace continent was indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers existed. There were countless strong warriors. Lin sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He initially thought the Daxia mercenary group could rank 1st, but it turned out to be only 7th. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged? Leo laughed. The Jechi kingdom is still too small. The Divine Grace continent is vast, with hundreds of countries. For the Daxia mercenary group to enter the top 10 is already quite remarkable. In the past few decades, no new mercenary group from the Jechi kingdom has been able to break into the top 10, and even the ones that made the list are few. Feeling discouraged is impossible. It only motivates me more. Lin replied, his fighting spirit high, his eyes filled with sharp determination. That's the spirit. Young people should have this kind of fighting spirit. Leo laughed heartily. The road ahead is still long, and you are young with infinite potential. Among the top 10 mercenary groups, I have high hopes for you and the Daxia mercenary group. Once you've seen the strong warriors on the continent, I believe you will have your day of soaring to great heights. Thank you for your kind words, President Leo. However, before you step out of the Jechi kingdom to experience more of the continent's scenery, you still have a difficult hurdle to overcome, Leo said, his expression turning serious. I understand the conflict between you and the Snow Wolf mercenary group. You killed Modwa's son, Andrew. That is an irreconcilable hatred, and Modwa will not let you go. Now that the Daxia mercenary group has made a name for itself in the royal capital, I think it won't be long before Modwa comes looking for you. Leo was close to Bai Wei'er, so he knew about Lin killing Andrew, which did not surprise Lin. If Modwa doesn't come looking for me, I'll go looking for him in the future, Lin said solemnly. The Snow Wolf mercenary group was a threshold that the Daxia mercenary group had to cross to step onto the continent. For a long time, due to insufficient strength, Lin could only lead the Daxia mercenary group to evade, fleeing from Hudistown to the royal capital. To put it nicely, it was evasion. To put it harshly, it was a desperate escape, and Lin had long been filled with pent-up anger. Now that Lin Rongfu had advanced to semi-saint, and the main combat members of the Daxia mercenary group had consumed the nature devil fruit, he had just gained the ability of the thunder fruit. Although they were still not comparable to the Snow Wolf mercenary group, they could already put up a fight. The mercenary guild cannot intervene in the conflict between your two mercenary groups, but out of consideration for Bai Wei'er, I can provide you with information about the Snow Wolf mercenary group, Leo said. Thank you very much, President Leo, Lin said happily. The intelligence capabilities of the mercenary guild were beyond doubt, spread across the entire continent. Wherever there were mercenaries, there were the guild's eyes. Don't mention it. I'm just optimistic about you and the Daxia mercenary group's future, Leo waved his hand. In addition to the Snow Wolf mercenary group, you should also be cautious of the Bloodthorn organization. The Bloodthorn has a strong presence in the royal capital, but they are very secretive. Even the mercenary guild has not been able to find their exact whereabouts. I will be careful, Lin nodded. He would not forget about Bloodthorn. Now that his strength had significantly improved, he was not afraid of Bloodthorn, although their assassinations were indeed troublesome. As long as there were no saint-level experts in the Jechi kingdom, he was not afraid. If Bloodthorn were to act again, it would be a good opportunity to follow the trail and possibly dismantle their stronghold in the royal capital. After all, there's a saying that there are no thieves who can steal forever, only thieves who can be caught. After chatting with Leo for a while longer, Lin took his leave. As he left, he gained several magic books similar to the rankings of Rising Potential, which included the top 10 mercenary groups ranking, the top 100 mercenary groups ranking, the top 100 warriors ranking, and the top 100 mages ranking, detailing the strongest mercenary groups and powerful figures on the continent. It was essential for Luo Rue to understand this information in advance as he stepped onto the continent. These magic books were not cheap. The mercenary guild sold them for 1,000 gold coins each, which was outrageously expensive, mainly due to the high production costs of magical items. However, Leo generously gifted them to Lin, which made Lin, who was now broke after rescuing Emma and even owed Snet tens of thousands of gold coins, very happy. Freebies are always delightful. The task of rescuing Emma had been completed, and Ralph's Chamber of Commerce had become legitimate. There was nothing more for Lin to do in the royal capital. Raising his strength was the most important thing. The lack of battles in the royal capital was not beneficial for his strength improvement. However, before Lin and his group could confirm their departure date from the royal capital, a piece of news spread throughout the royal capital, immediately causing a huge uproar, far exceeding the earlier battle between Lin Rongfu and Jonathan. The Snow Wolf mercenary group had come to the royal capital to declare war on the Daxiao mercenary group, demanding Lin to bring the Daxiao mercenary group to their base, Snow Wolf City, for a battle, but they would kill Lin's father, Count William, and his stepmother and younger brother. Indeed, Lin's stepfather, stepmother, and younger brother had all fallen into the hands of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, now imprisoned in Snow Wolf City, to coerce Lin into going there. In an instant, the entire royal capital was in an uproar, then fell into a strange silence. But everyone's gaze was fixed on the Daxiao mercenary group, eager to see how they would respond. Those who had wanted to befriend Lin and the Daxiao mercenary group in recent days all stopped their actions. Several nobles who had already established connections with the Daxiao mercenary group also hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing the Snow Wolf mercenary group would hold a grudge against them. The strength of the Snow Wolf mercenary group was too formidable, notorious in the Jueqi Kingdom. Although they had focused most of their energy outside the Jueqi Kingdom in recent years, no one dared to provoke them. Everyone was speculating how Lin and the Daxiao mercenary group had angered the Snow Wolf mercenary group to the extent that Ofthe, a saint-level expert, would risk his reputation to capture Lin's family to threaten him. However, there was a consensus in everyone's hearts. Lin and the Daxiao mercenary group were doomed. Unless Lin was willing to abandon his parents and escape the Jueqi Kingdom, as long as he dared to go save them. It would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, with no chance of victory. Damn it, Ofthe is too arrogant. How dare he disregard the laws of the kingdom and capture the nobles of the kingdom? He simply does not put me, the king, in his eyes. Damn it. In the palace, Charles V was furious, sweeping everything off the table. The actions of the Snow Wolf mercenary group were equivalent to directly slapping his face as king, showing utter disregard for the royal family. In recent years, the Snow Wolf mercenary group had become increasingly arrogant. Out of fear of Ofthe's strength, Charles V had endured it, even allowing him to build a city directly in the kingdom without paying taxes. Snow Wolf City was practically a nation within a nation. This had already made Charles V feel extremely constrained. This time, they directly captured a count's family, further provoking the royal family's authority. Mr. Jonathan, I plan to unite with the Daxiao mercenary group to eliminate the Snow Wolf mercenary group once and for all. What do you think? For a long time, Charles de Gaulle vented his frustrations and then asked Jonathan, Your Majesty, the others in the Snow Wolf mercenary corps are not to be concerned about. But Moto is powerful. If we cannot kill him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jonathan replied cautiously. Although the Snow Wolf mercenary corps acts recklessly, they are not without contributions to the kingdom. The notorious reputation of the Snow Wolves also deters mercenaries from other countries, preventing them from wreaking havoc in the kingdom of Chiachi. Without the Snow Wolf mercenary corps, the strength of the mercenary community in the kingdom of Chiachi would plummet, making it hard to intimidate mercenaries from other countries. This is also why the royal family, despite their displeasure, has to endure the situation. Although the royal family has saint-level powerhouses stationed, killing a saint-level powerhouse is extremely difficult. If they cannot defeat him, he can still escape. And the subsequent revenge from a carefree saint-level powerhouse is something the kingdom of Chiachi cannot bear. Damn it. Charles de Gaulle let out a powerless roar. Feeling extremely frustrated, he sat down on the throne, his face gloomy, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. A thought arose in his mind to eliminate the Snow Wolf mercenary corps and support the Daxiao mercenary corps to rise. It all depends on whether Lin and the Dachau Mercenary Corps have the potential and value for this. Summon Lin to the palace. No, I will go to see him personally. Chapter 158. Cooperation. While the outside world was abuzz with speculation, the internal atmosphere of the Dachau Mercenary Corps was also restless. When everyone learned the news, they were filled with righteous indignation, gritting their teeth at the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Captain, there's no need to say more. Let's just go fight the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Jack said angrily, holding a cigar in his mouth, and, after eating the magma fruit, he had developed a penchant for smoking cigars, which made it very convenient for him to light one. Yes, let us go after them. Our Dachau Mercenary Corps will not be afraid of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Captain, give the order. Usopp, Arno, and Yale also spoke up, eager to fight. Having eaten the natural-type devil fruit, their strength was growing rapidly, and even though the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was powerful, they dared to take them on. Even the Minotaur, Druba, was so furious that he snorted loudly, shouting that he wanted to help Lin fight the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin was their savior, and they were worried about how to repay the favor. Lin and Wei Ya both looked at Lin. Lin's father was captured, and he was their future father-in-law. Lin Rongfu remained silent. He knew that the relationship between the young master and his father was not good, and he had no interest in the title of count. Furthermore, the stepmother and younger brother had enmity with the young master, so Lin Rongfu was not sure if the young master would take the risk to save him. Regardless of what Lin's decision was, Lin Rongfu only needed to obey. We must save him, Lin said calmly, but his tone was filled with endless coldness. Ever since he killed Andrew in the Hudis Mountains, the hatred between them and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had become irreconcilable. A great battle was inevitable. Since the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had captured his family, let this battle come sooner. Despite having a poor relationship with his stepfather and never having met him since crossing over, and having deep enmity with his stepmother and stepbrother, Lin felt that his stepfather had not done anything wrong to his predecessor. He had taken over the identity of someone else's son, and the father-son relationship was unavoidable. Later, Count William even sent someone to Hudistown to look for his own son. Whether for the karma of taking over the previous identity or for his own reputation now, Lin had to save him. Otherwise, how could someone who disregards their family's life and death stand on the continent? Everyone would think Lin was cowardly and afraid of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps reputation. Even within the Dachau Mercenary Corps, problems would arise if the captain did not care about his family and their lives. How could he care about his subordinates? Once morale is lost, it would be difficult to lead the team. Once we have arranged matters in the capital, we will set off for Snow Wolf City to fight the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Lin said coldly. Deciding to go to Snow Wolf City, they could not leave so directly. The battle with the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would certainly be perilous, and Lin did not plan to take everyone with him. He would only take a few key combat members who had eaten the devil fruit, leaving the others temporarily in the capital. Ralph and the others would also stay in the capital, if things were not arranged well. All the efforts of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce during this time would be in vain, and Ralph might fall into danger again. Thus, Lin returned to the Mercenary Guild. Lin, are you confident about going to Snow Wolf City to save people? Leo asked. Even if I'm not confident, I have to go, Lin said solemnly. After I leave with my men, I hope President Leo can take care of those who remain in the capital. No problem. With me here, no one dares to touch your people, Leo assured. Although he could not intervene in the battle between Lin and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, it was no problem to look after those Lin left behind in the capital. Thank you, President Leo. Lin expressed his gratitude, feeling relieved that there would be no worries behind him. Lin, although the Mercenary Guild cannot intervene in your battle, there is someone who might be able to help you, Leo added. King Charles de Gaulle. The king? Lin was somewhat puzzled. In fact, the relationship between the royal family and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is not as harmonious as it seems. It is merely wary of Moto's strength. If you have the ability to deal with the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, I believe Charles de Gaulle would be very willing to provide you with some assistance. All right, I will go meet the king. Lin nodded. After discussing the matter, Lin left the Mercenary Guild and took with him the detailed information about the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps provided by Leo. Leo had high hopes for Lin and spared no effort in helping him. Upon returning to the backyard of the Gucci Chamber of Commerce, Lin approached and said, Lin, someone wants to see you. Lin was surprised. At this time, everyone was avoiding him, so who would dare to come see him? It was not until he saw the visitor that Lin suddenly realized it was none other than de Gaulle himself. What a coincidence! He had just been discussing de Gaulle with Leo. It seemed that, as Leo had said, the relationship between the royal family and the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group was indeed not harmonious. Your Majesty, Lord Jonathan, Lin greeted. Captain Lin, there is no need for excessive formalities at this time, de said. He had come incognito, accompanied only by Jonathan. I ask you, do you have confidence in rescuing people from Snow Wolf City? De asked the same question as Leo. I can't say it's 100, but I have about 70 to 80 confidence, Lin replied. This is not an exaggeration. With the current strength of the great Xia mercenary group, as long as we are not fighting the Snow Wolf mercenary group to the death, we should be able to rescue them. Upon hearing this, de eyes lit up. Lin, are you not deceiving me? I never speak falsehoods, Lin said calmly. Seeing the expression on de face, Lin had already guessed his thoughts. It seemed he really wanted to take action against the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Since that was the case, let him witness the power of the devil fruit to strengthen de confidence and encourage him to send people to take action. Perhaps this time they could not only rescue the people, but also eliminate the great enemy, the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Your Majesty, you haven't seen the strength of my mercenary group yet, have you? Their strength is the source of my confidence. Lin smiled and gestured to the others. Please demonstrate your abilities to His Majesty. Then, everyone displayed their abilities in the backyard. Shirleen's ice, Weiya's flames, Usopp's sands, Jack's magma, and Arno's light shocked de and Jonathan immensely. Although they did not understand this power, which was different from fighting spirit and magic, it did not hinder their understanding of its strength. Unlike the somewhat powerless de Jonathan could see the endless potential of the great Xia mercenary group. These individuals had seemingly mastered the essence of elemental magic naturally, and as long as their strength increased, they could easily advance to the semi-holy or even holy level. Jonathan looked at Lin with a different gaze, realizing he had underestimated the great Xia mercenary group. This mercenary group had limitless potential, and one day in the future, it would certainly shock the continent. That day was not far off. Good, excellent, de exclaimed excitedly. Lin, I have long endured the Snow Wolf mercenary group and have always intended to eliminate them. This time, I will lend you a helping hand. Please ask the royal family's holy-level experts to take action and kill Modo. Do you have confidence in this? Lin was overjoyed to hear this. He had been waiting for these words. He laughed heartily and said, with His Majesty the King's help, I certainly have confidence. However, since Modo is powerful, even if we cannot defeat him, there's a possibility he might escape. I ask Your Majesty to let Lord Jonathan join us. I am confident that we can keep Modo here. All right, it's settled, said Charles de. As a royal patron, Jonathan naturally obeyed the commands of Charles de. Thus, Lin and Charles de agreed to set off early the next morning. To mislead the Snow Wolf mercenary corps, Jonathan and the saint-level expert would act in secret, not traveling with Lin and the others, and would strike at a critical moment to deal a fatal blow to Modo. Afterward, Lin asked Charles de to look after Ralph and the others who stayed behind, creating a double assurance, which Charles de naturally agreed to. Once the discussions were concluded, Charles de, along with Jonathan, quietly returned to the palace. The next morning, Lin, along with Lin Rongfu, Shirlin, Weiya, Usopp's Jack, and Arno, left the royal capital in high spirits, heading towards Snow Wolf City. The distance between the royal capital and Snow Wolf City was not short. It would take 5 days of fast riding. In order to reach Snow Wolf City as soon as possible and prevent Count William from suffering more, Lin rented several griffins in the royal capital. Riding on the griffins, they could reach Snow Wolf City in a day and a half. As the griffins took off from the royal capital, several messages were sent out from the royal capital, spreading the news of Lin's departure. Meanwhile, in the palace, Jonathan and the royal family's saint-level expert also quietly left the royal capital. At the Nancy Magic Academy, Eve looked up at the griffins gradually becoming black dots in the sky, her delicate face showing a worried expression as she couldn't help but worry about Lin, as well as Count William, who had been very kind to her when she was young. Lin's departure makes it hard to predict whether it will bring good or bad fortune. I hope both Lin and Uncle William can return safely. Eve, I have said long ago that this Lin is not a suitable match for you. He has become arrogant after becoming a great master, even daring to offend the Snow Wolf mercenary corps. He has no idea how terrifying a saint-level powerhouse is. Phyllis sneered, claiming that he would come to find trouble with her. Let's see if you can survive Modo before talking about it. Eve, work hard in your training. Your future achievements will far exceed Lin's. The teacher has confidence in you. In Snow Wolf City, news quickly arrived that Lin had left the royal capital with people heading towards Snow Wolf City. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Modo's eyes flashed with hatred as he coldly commanded, "Tell my men to get ready to welcome our guests." "Yes, Captain," The subordinate retreated, and Moto's silver hair flew wildly in the wind as he silently thought, Andrew, your father will soon avenge you and bring Lin's head to honor you. Chapter 159. The Battle of the Royal Capital. Haha. That damned bastard Lin has finally left the royal capital. In the Marquis of Blint's residence, Okando laughed wildly, saying to Marquis Blin, Father, Lin is definitely not coming back from Snow Wolf City this time. We will capture all the people left by the Great Summer Mercenary Corps in the royal capital and avenge the insult Lin brought to our Marquisate. Okando, with a mind as small as a needle's eye, could never forget the humiliation brought by Lin. He was certain that Lin was no match for the Snow Wolf mercenaries. And of course, he would seek revenge. Good. Okando, take Karami and Chris with you and make sure to take down everyone from the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. Don't let anyone from the Gucci Chamber of Commerce escape. Marquis Blin said coldly. He was also someone who would settle scores. Or else how could he have such a son as Okando? Their previous reconciliation with Lin was only because Lin was too strong. Now that Lin was weakened, he could naturally act without any concerns. Don't worry, father. I won't let a single person escape. Okando eagerly brought his men to the Gucci Chamber of Commerce. Okando's actions quickly attracted the attention of many forces in the royal capital. At this sensitive moment, everyone quickly guessed his intentions. No one expected that the Marquis of Blint's residence would not wait even a moment, and as soon as Lin left the royal capital, they would eagerly attack those left behind by the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. That bastard Okando is too shameless. Sneak cursed angrily upon receiving the news, looking down on Okando and his father. However, at this moment, he was powerless to stop Okando. After all, Lin's fate was already sealed, and he couldn't offend the Marquis of Blint's residence for a bit of past friendship with Lin. All Sneak could do now was to refrain from kicking him while he was down. Young master, it's bad. Okando is coming at us with his men, and they look aggressive, clearly not up to any good. Litz rushed in to report in a panic. What? Ralph's face turned pale with shock as he remembered the painful experience of being bullied by Okando before. He looked at Yalu, who was in charge of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps left behind in the royal capital. Mr. Yalu, what should we do now? Okando is truly a coward. He was as obedient as a dog when the captain was here, but now that the captain has left, he has become rampant. Yalu said angrily, slamming the table. As for now, we have no way to retreat. We can only fight back, even if the captain is no longer here. The Great Summer Mercenary Corps is not made of clay. If Okando wants to deal with us, he will have to lose a few teeth. Yalu's strength had also improved significantly. With a high degree of compatibility with the gold fruit, he had developed his fruit ability quite well, mastering several forms of the Navy 6 styles. Now, although Yalu was only a high-level warrior, with his fruit ability and mastery of the Navy 6 styles, he could easily fight against a novice war master. As for the other members of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps left behind, although they had not eaten the devil fruit, they were all proficient in the Navy 6 styles and could also engage in battles above their level. Each of them was a high-level warrior, with 2 already at the novice war master level, along with the purple crystal Lion King that Lin had specially left behind and the war master level Minotaur. Druba, the strength of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps was not weak. They just lacked high-end combat power. Then let's fight fiercely, Druba shouted. Having missed the opportunity to go to Snow Wolf City with Lin to rescue people, he was filled with pent-up frustration. With Okando coming to him, he could hardly contain himself. All right, then let's fight. Ralph also couldn't help but feel a surge of courage, displaying remarkable determination. He said to Litz, you take care of the chamber's guards, cooperate with Mr. Yalu, and deal with Okando. Yes, young master, Litz said solemnly, not forgetting the old and new grudges. At that moment, Okando and his men rushed past the front shops and swarmed into the backyard. Huh, Karami, Chris, kill all these lowly peasants. Okando laughed wildly, hiding behind the guards. Although victory seemed assured, he wisely did not rush to the front. Weapons and fighting aura do not recognize people. Lin was already doomed, and they would accompany their captain. Kill. Karami and Chris wasted no time and immediately led the guards to attack. Don't be arrogant. I'll deal with you, Druba shouted, unleashing a burst of bloodlight. His 3-meter-tall body grew even larger, snorting hot air from his nose, and with one punch, he shattered the sword light slashed by Karami, charging at him like a true raging bull, with his 2 thick and sharp horns gleaming coldly, capable of smashing through iron. A Minotaur? Karami was slightly startled, not expecting there to be a Minotaur in the Great Summer Mercenary Corps. However, he was not worried at all. Although Minotaurs had incredible combat power, this one was only at the War Master level and posed no threat to him. Clang! Karami swung his sword, striking Druba's horns. making a sound like metal clashing. He could not break the horns and was instead knocked back a step, his palms going numb. And he couldn't help but be surprised by the Minotaur's incredible strength. Druba was also shaken, stars appearing in his eyes. He shook his head, and the blood light on his body became even more intense, swinging his huge fists towards Karami. Unaware of your own death, I'll cut off your head. Karami shouted coldly, his fighting aura surging forth. The sword light on his long sword surged, tearing through the air and slashing at Druba's neck. The unmatched sharpness of the sword light, mixed with an extremely dangerous aura, approached Druba, who sensed death looming. The hairs all over his body stood on end, and he shouted, unleashing a surge of bloodlight, causing his body to swell once more, intending to withstand the blow. At that moment, Yelu's figure flashed, and he waved his hand, throwing out a dozen gold coins. The coins transformed into countless golden particles in the air, enveloping Karami. Trivial skills. Not sensing any danger from the golden particles raining down, Karami sneered and ignored them, still aiming his sword at Druba. As long as he killed this Minotaur, the rest of the Great Summer Mercenary Corps would be nothing to worry about. Just as the cold smile appeared on Karami's face, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, the action of slashing with his long sword becoming slow, and even the flow of fighting aura within him became sluggish. This golden powder has a problem. Kirami was startled, and a surge of fighting spirit erupted from his body, shaking the golden powder floating in the surrounding air. This moment of hesitation allowed Druva to find an opportunity, dodging the incoming sword light and narrowly escaping disaster. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Druva teamed up with Yelu to entangle with Kirami. On the other side, Chris was also blocked by two warrior-level members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps. Although they were only beginner warriors, they fought back and forth with Chris, a high-level warrior. Riz also engaged in battle with a warrior-level guard brought by ofthe, while the purple Crystal Lion King displayed its might, spewing purple flames that left the two warrior-level guards in a desperate situation. The remaining members of the Dachau Mercenary Corps sprang into action, showcasing the Navy's 6 styles, maneuvering skillfully amidst the siege of numerous guards. The battle erupted with the killing of several enemies at the onset. If it weren't for the fact that the number of Okondo's people was several times greater, including a considerable number of warrior-level experts, the outcome of this battle would be hard to predict. How is this possible? How could the Dachau Mercenary Corps be so strong? Okondo, hiding in the back, felt his jaw nearly drop to the ground. He initially thought that Lin En had taken strong subordinates to Snow Wolf City to rescue people, and that the remaining individuals were negligible. He believed that once he arrived with his guards, he could easily crush them. Who would have thought that once the battle began, they would be locked in a stalemate, with even Kirami, a mid-level warrior, being blocked by that Minotaur and a fat man working together. Meanwhile, Ralph and Emma, along with the Seamus sisters, who had hidden in the backyard, felt half of their worries ease. It seemed that the strength of the Marquis of Bryn's estate was not too strong and could barely hold its ground. However, they did not completely relax, as any subsequent reinforcement from the Marquis of Bryn would pose a danger. Damn it, Okondo cursed, shouting at Kirami. Kirami, stop dawdling and kill them quickly. Kirami was also extremely angry. As a mid-level warrior, he was being blocked by a warrior-level Minotaur and a fat man who was only a high-level fighter. This was utterly humiliating. However, he gradually figured out the fat man's strange ability. He had forced all the golden powder that had seeped into his body out using his fighting spirit and had condensed fighting spirit armor on his body to prevent the other party from using the golden powder to interfere with him again. Without the interference of the golden powder, Kirami unleashed a powerful attack, forcing Druva and Yelu to retreat step by step. If it weren't for Druva unleashing his racial talent to desperately block, they would likely have been defeated and killed by now. Even so, they were already on the brink of collapse. Yelu felt anxious. He was still far from fully developing his fruit ability, and there was too great a gap in strength between him and Kirami. The golden powder could not control Kirami at all and could only interfere with him to a certain extent. But now that Kirami had taken precautions, this tactic had lost its effectiveness. All Yelu could do now was to try his best to block Kirami, buying time to wait for reinforcements from the Mercenary Guild or the Palace, as Lin En had asked Leo and Galvi to help before setting out. Ha ha ha, all of you die. Anyone related to that bastard Lin En must die. Seeing Kirami gaining the upper hand, it wouldn't take long to kill the Minotaur and that fat man. Okondo laughed triumphantly, already thinking about the beautiful foxwoman he had bid on at the auction previously. Once he captured her, he would definitely give her a good whipping. Is it possible that the one who dies first is you, Okondo? A loud voice rang out in the backyard, overpowering the sounds of the fierce battle. With the voice came a powerful aura that enveloped the entire backyard. Leo, Lord Leo. Okondo looked at Leo, who had appeared beside him, his eyes nearly popping out. Chapter 160. Arriving at Snow Wolf City in the sky, 3 enormous griffins soared high, and on the broad backs of the griffins were Lin En and his companions. Lin En, along with Shirin and Vaya, shared one griffin. The howling wind in the sky had little effect on the powerful Lin En and his companions. It merely rustled their clothes. Lin En, don't worry too much. We will definitely rescue Uncle, Vaya said, comforting Lin En, who wore a worried expression. Lin nodded, feeling warmth in his heart as he saw the worried looks on Vaya and Shirin's faces. He gathered them into his embrace and apologized. I'm sorry for dragging you into danger because of my matters. I feel uneasy. What about us sisters, then? Shirin retorted. Exactly. Lin En, your father is also our father. Isn't it only right for us to go save him? Vaya pouted, clearly unhappy. All right, I misspoke. Lin En smiled and tightened his embrace. Once we rescue my father, let's hold a grand wedding. Shirin and Vaya both revealed happy and shy smiles, their eyes filled with longing. The 3 no longer spoke, snuggling closely together as the fierce wind howled in the sky, unable to disperse the fiery love in their hearts. The griffins were fast and made traveling very convenient. Lin En thought about catching a few griffins as pets in the future, otherwise with the vastness of the divine grace continent. Relying on their legs or non-flying magical beasts to travel would likely mean they could never traverse the entire continent in their lifetime. Caw! As the griffins flew over a massive mountain range, a sharp bird call echoed from the forest below, and a dozen flying magical beasts soared into the sky, pouncing on the griffins, clearly treating them as prey. It's the Iron Feather Eagle. The Iron Feather Eagle is a very ferocious and bloodthirsty flying magical beast. They appear in groups, and adult Iron Feather Eagles are all level 5 magical beasts, with the Eagle King being a level 6 magical beast. They fly at incredible speeds, and their sharp claws can easily crush solid rock, and they can also launch iron feathers from their wings to attack, making them quite troublesome. The griffins are only level 5 magical beasts, and although they are larger than the Iron Feather Eagles, they are not good at fighting. Upon seeing the Iron Feather Eagles charging in, they immediately panicked and began to fly chaotically in the air, looking for death. When Lin was in a bad mood, he encountered an attack from the Iron Feather Eagles. He immediately drew his sword and slashed out, sending dozens of sword lights towards the flock of Iron Feather Eagles. As the sword lights passed, the eagles had no time to dodge and were instantly cut in half, with blood raining down from the sky. Seeing the Iron Feather Eagles being killed in an instant, the flying magical beasts that had just taken off in the forest were frightened and quickly landed, no longer daring to ascend. Killing a dozen Iron Feather Eagles was merely a minor incident during their flight. With the threat eliminated, a few griffins continued their journey smoothly. At night, Lin and his group rested by a stream in the mountains. After a day of strong winds in the sky, they were exhausted. Once they landed, the griffins they rode were released. Bound by a contract, they would fly back to the capital on their own. This was part of Lin's plan to leave the capital in a high-profile manner, then hide their tracks midway and quietly infiltrate Snow Wolf City. They hunted and roasted 2 magical beasts in the forest, and everyone gathered around to eat the roasted meat. Young master, how should we proceed on the next leg of the journey? Lin Rongfu asked. Arno and I are the fastest. After we finish eating, we'll head to Snow Wolf City first, and you all can follow behind, Lin said, with the ability from the Thunder Fruit. His and Arno's speed was not slower than the griffins flying in the air. Once we scout the situation in Snow Wolf City, we'll meet up with you. We'll also wait for Jonathan and the others to arrive before acting together. This was also part of the planned strategy. While the Saint-level experts sent by Charles de Gaulle V would hold off Madwa, they would rescue the people and then surround Madwa. As long as they could kill Madwa, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would no longer be a threat. Lin, you must be careful, Sherlin said worriedly. Don't worry. I have no fluctuations of fighting energy, and even Madwa won't be able to detect me while I infiltrate secretly. Lin smiled and said, besides, with Arno and my fruit abilities, even a Saint-level expert wouldn't be able to catch us if we needed to escape. The others had witnessed Lin's Thunder Fruit abilities, so they were not too worried. They could escape even if they couldn't defeat Madwa. After finishing the roasted meat, Lin bid farewell to everyone, transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting into the sky. There was a crackling sound of electricity in the air, and he disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye, with Arno's yellow flash closely following behind. Snow Wolf City was not large, as it was merely a city built by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, but it had a population of nearly 100,000. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was the ruler of Snow Wolf City, and Madwa was the local tyrant. No one dared to defy his will. In the center of the city stood a massive castle, which was the headquarters of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. At night, the castle was illuminated by various magical light devices, bright as day. Where the people from the Day-Summer Mercenary Corps now? Madwa, seated on his throne, looked expressionlessly at the rows of capable subordinates below. Captain, Lin and the others have given up riding griffins to conceal their tracks. Due to the night, we have temporarily lost their trace, said Vice Captain Andy, his expression grim. It seems they plan to sneak into Snow Wolf City. Andy's demeanor had become much more sinister compared to before. After escaping from the Hudis Mountains, he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he survived. But after returning to Snow Wolf City, he had to recuperate for more than a month. However, the horrific scar left by Lin Rongfu's dragon claw on his back still ached whenever he thought of the battle in the Hudis Mountains. Madwa had almost killed him himself after Andrew's death. Had he not seen him severely injured and on the verge of death, he would have shown no mercy, even though they had been brothers for decades. Thus, in the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, apart from Madwa, who had lost his son, Andy harbored the greatest hatred towards the Day-Summer Mercenary Corps. After Lin's parents were captured and brought to Snow Wolf City, Andy personally tortured Count William and others out of spite. This time, he was determined to take revenge for the injuries he suffered in the Hudis Mountains. He heard that Lin Rongfu had already become a half-saint level expert, but felt no fear. He was going to redeem his disgrace. In the past few days, Snow Wolf City had been under strict martial law with intensified patrols. Any unfamiliar person entering would be immediately apprehended. Madwa said coldly, his eyes radiating a murderous glare. Double the guards in the dungeons. If anything happens to the prisoners, all the guards in the dungeon will be executed. Yes, Captain. Everyone dared not be negligent and responded in unison. By the way, has Charles de Galvey made any moves? Madwa asked again. Our people reported that the royal family has shown no signs of activity. It seems Charles de Galvey is quite astute, Andy replied. He understood Madwa's concerns. If it were just a mere Day-Summer Mercenary Corps, even with a half-saint, they would be no match for the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. He feared the royal family would intervene and take the opportunity to strike against the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. They were well aware of Charles de Galvey's intentions. Continue to keep a close watch. As soon as a strong person from the royal family leaves the capital, report immediately. Rest assured, Captain, there will be no mistakes. Andy said confidently. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps operations in the capital were no joke. As dawn broke, on a small peak not far from Snow Wolf City, a blue lightning flash and a yellow flash revealed Lin and Arno's figures. After a night of relentless travel, utilizing the super speed from their fruit abilities, they had arrived at Snow Wolf City. Captain, ahead is Snow Wolf City. It's likely that the city is under tight security at this time, Arno said. There's no rush. Let's rest and recover our strength first. After we are well rested, we can see if we can blend into the city, Lin replied. Using their fruit abilities to travel at full speed was indeed fast, but it also took a huge toll on their stamina. The two found a place on the mountain to sleep soundly, and when they woke up, it was already afternoon. After taking out the prepared food from the system backpack and having a hearty meal, they disguised themselves, wearing hoods that covered their entire bodies, and headed towards Snow Wolf City. Although Snow Wolf City was under martial law, it did not prohibit entry and exit. However, everyone entering or leaving had to undergo strict inspections. This move caused dissatisfaction among the citizens of the city, but no one dared to resist the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Lin and Arno followed the crowd towards the city gate and found that the inspection by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was very strict. Anyone wearing a hat or a hooded robe had to remove their hat for a facial check, and if they were not permanent residents of Snow Wolf City, their identities had to be verified. If they were mercenaries, their mercenary identity crystal cards also needed to be checked. Anyone who did not cooperate would be immediately detained by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and those who dared to resist would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. There are already several pools of bright red blood at the city gate. Captain, we can't get in like this, Arno frowned. Let's leave for now and come back at night, Lin said. It's not safe to act during the day. We can use our fruit abilities to infiltrate the city at night. The two left the line of people entering the city and headed off into the distance. Hey, those two with hoods, stop right there. Lin and Arno's actions of turning to leave caught the attention of the members of the Snow Wolf mercenary group at the city gate, especially when they saw the two wearing hoods and acting furtively, not daring to accept the inspection to enter the city. It surely indicated something was wrong. So they shouted loudly, "Stop!" Lin's expression changed, and he shouted in a low voice as he quickly ran towards the distance. "Stop right there. Those two are suspicious. Capture them. Several mercenaries immediately shouted and chased after them, causing the crowd at the city gate to panic and scatter, leading to chaos. Seeing that the members of the mercenary group were recklessly pursuing, a surge of anger rose in Lin's heart. He manifested a sword in his hand, and with the sound of the blade, he unleashed a sword light several zhang long, instantly cutting the pursuing mercenaries in half. Chapter 161. Family situation. The 6 mercenaries were killed in an instant, without even the power to resist. The hooded figure turned out to be a powerful master of battle. Where did such a fierce expert come from, bold enough to kill even the members of the Snow Wolf mercenary group right at the city gate? In an instant, everyone waiting to enter the city for inspection at the gate scattered in a panic. Who would stay put now? Fearing being mistaken for an accomplice of the murderer, Lin didn't want to cause trouble at this time. After killing a few mercenaries who chased after them with a sword, he quickly left with Arno. The remaining mercenaries from the Snow Wolf mercenary group at the city gate, fearing Lin's formidable strength, did not dare to pursue them and watched as Lin and Arno escaped. Quick, go report to Captain Johnson. A mercenary shouted in panic, and someone immediately went to report to Johnson, the captain responsible for checking at the city gate today. How dare they kill my men, damn it! Johnson, carrying a giant sword that could serve as a door, rode in on a blue-furred ice snow giant wolf. Upon seeing the bodies of his slain men, he was instantly enraged. Which direction did those 2 thieves run? Furious, Johnson rode the ice snow giant wolf with a dozen of his men, fiercely pursuing the direction Lin and Arno had taken. Unfortunately, after Lin and Arno left Snow Wolf City, they transformed into lightning and disappeared, leaving Johnson to chase in vain, forced to return to Snow Wolf City in frustration. Captain Johnson, do you think those 2 might be from the Great Xia mercenary group? One subordinate speculated. Impossible, Johnson replied decisively. The Great Xia mercenary group has already given up on traveling by Griffin. They won't arrive in Snow Wolf City until tomorrow at the earliest. It couldn't possibly be them. Johnson slammed his giant sword heavily onto the ground, causing several cracks to appear in the hard surface. Damn it! Who dares to provoke our Snow Wolf mercenary group? If I catch them, I'll chop them into 18 pieces. You all continue to guard the city gate. Report to me immediately if you see anyone suspicious. Although he did not believe it would be the Great Xia mercenary group, Johnson decided to report the incident to Vice Captain Andy just to be cautious. Andy agreed with Johnson's speculation that the Great Xia mercenary group wouldn't be that fast. Besides the Great Xia mercenary group, there are actually others in the kingdom of Jiechi who dare to provoke our Snow Wolf mercenary group. It seems we've been too low-key lately, making some people think we are easy to deal with, Andy said ominously, believing that a certain mercenary group wanted to ride on the coattails of the Snow Wolf mercenary group's reputation. Tighten the checks at the city gate. Anyone who dares to provoke us will be killed without mercy. Yes, Vice Captain, Johnson replied, exuding a murderous aura. After Johnson left, Andy, feeling unhappy, went down to the dungeon deep within the castle, filled with a cold, sinister, killing intent. Vice Captain, the mercenaries guarding the dungeon, quickly bowed upon seeing Andy's arrival. Open the cell. Andy looked at the imprisoned Count William and his family, revealing a cruel and sinister smile. The noise from the guard opening the cell door woke the drowsy Count William and his family. Upon seeing Andy, their faces turned pale with fear, having suffered greatly at his hands in recent days. My lord, I have good news to tell you, Andy said as he entered the cell, his tone cold and devoid of any respect despite addressing him as my lord. Your son, Lin, has left the royal capital and is heading to Snow Wolf City. I truly envy you, my lord, for having such a good son. As soon as he heard the news of your capture, he rushed here to save you without regard for his own safety. It's truly touching father-son love. What? Count William raised his head sharply, his pale and exhausted face filled with shock. While he felt moved, he was also filled with panic. How could he not know what would happen to Lin upon arriving in Snow Wolf City? It would definitely be a death sentence. Before being captured and imprisoned in the dungeon of Snow Wolf City, Count William had no idea about Lin's current situation and thought Lin was still in Hudistown with Lin Rongfu. Upon learning of Lin's achievements, he felt a surge of excitement and pride. The son who was once considered useless had become a powerful figure at the level of a grandmaster, a level of strength not found in the entire Jiechi city. Although Count William still had doubts and could hardly believe it, the fact that the Snow Wolf mercenary group had barged into his residence to capture him forced him to accept the reality. However, his pride and excitement were quickly drowned out by fear. How could he not know the notorious reputation of the Snow Wolf mercenary group? His son had offended them and even killed the son of the saint-level powerhouse, Modi. This was a major incident. During the time from his capture to being imprisoned in the dungeon of Snow Wolf City, Count William had endured countless torments. But he had gritted his teeth and held on. The only thing he feared was that the Snow Wolf mercenary group would use him to threaten Lin. He prayed in his heart that Lin would not come to rescue him. Count William understood very well that with his family captured, there was no chance of survival, and he hoped Lin would not come to his death. But now, hearing the news that Lin was coming to Snow Wolf City, he was filled with panic and fear. "Lin, please don't come. Father doesn't need you to save him," Count William murmured, his eyes moist. "How is it, my lord? Are you moved?" And he cackled. The more despair and fear appeared on Count William's face, the more excited he became. "Soon, your family will be reunited, and then I'll send you all to hell together. A family must be complete. Lord Andy, it has nothing to do with us mother and son. Lin's stepmother." Lady Rose shouted excitedly. "I've never liked that little beast, Lin. I even had people kill him back then, but unfortunately this little beast has survived. And with that dog Lin Rongfu helping him, otherwise I would have killed him long ago. Our mother-son duo has a deep enmity with Lin. So I hope Lord Andy will see clearly and spare us." Lady Rose felt a deep regret in her heart. If she had known that Lin would achieve this today, she would have killed him back then and not given him a chance to escape. She began to hate the Bloodstalker organization even more. Claiming to be one of the 3 great assassin organizations renowned across the continent, yet they couldn't even assassinate a waste like Lin. Now, this beast Lin has caused trouble, even killing Lord Moto's son. Killing him is one thing, but he has also implicated us. It's simply unforgivable. "Shut up," Count William shouted, glaring at Lady Rose, his heart twisting in pain. He never expected his wife to be such a person, afraid of death and so malicious. "You wretched woman, with a heart as venomous as a snake. I'm just trying to survive. What's wrong with that?" Lady Rose roared, her expression ferocious. "The one in the wrong is that little beast Lin. If he hadn't killed Lord Moto's son, how could we be in this predicament? Now we're all going to die, and Wayne is also your son. Can you bear to see him die so young?" "Father, mother, I don't want to die," Wayne cried, his previous arrogance long gone, his face filled with fear. "You." Count William was filled with anger, opened his mouth, but then helplessly lowered his head. He wanted to scold Wayne for his cowardice, but couldn't blame him. Wayne was just a teenager, fearing death was normal, as he too feared death. Count William had indeed harbored grievances against Lin, but in their current situation, blaming Lin was meaningless. His only hope was that Lin would not come to Snow Wolf City and would escape from the kingdom of Jechi. That way, even if they died, the Blair family could still leave behind a bloodline. In summary, Count William had already lost hope of surviving and only wished for Lin to live on, preserving the Blair family's bloodline. Hee hee, what a touching scene. Seeing the performance of Count William's family, Andy revealed a satisfied smile, deriving excitement from torturing his enemies mentally and spiritually. Andy looked at Lady Rose and Wayne mockingly, grinning as he said, "Since you both have a grudge against Lin, then curse that beast Lin for me. The harsher the better. If I enjoy it, I won't torture you two today. Who knows, after killing Lin, I might even consider sparing you." Upon hearing this, Lady Rose and Wayne both looked pleasantly surprised and immediately began to curse Lin, their words so vicious that it left people dumbfounded. This was no longer a noble lady. Even a street brawler would be better than her. Even Count William, who had shared a bed with Lady Rose for over 10 years, never expected his wife to have such a talent for street cursing. Wayne, lacking the talent for cursing, simply followed his mother, repeating her words like a parrot. "Shut up, you wretched woman, brawler," Count William yelled, veins popping on his forehead. "Hee hee, that is good, keep going. Don't stop." Andy laughed heartily, seeing Count William's furious expression, feeling even more pleased. "Count, seeing you in such a fit of rage is truly satisfying. You will die a miserable death. You will definitely die at my son Lin's hands." Count William glared at Andy, gritting his teeth. "I'll wait for him to come. Just don't know if you can hold on until he comes to rescue you." Andy showed a sinister smile, taking a whip from the side and fiercely striking Count William. The sound of the whip cracking echoed in the dungeon, intertwining with the curses from Lady Rose and her son against Lin. Count William gritted his teeth, waiting for Andy with a fierce expression, knowing he could not escape death. He absolutely would not yield and would die with dignity. At night, Snow Wolf City was much quieter due to the martial law imposed by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The once lively city at night had lost its usual clamor. In the night sky, a blue lightning bolt and a yellow flash suddenly appeared, vanishing into the city. Chapter 162. Father and son meet in a dark and secluded alley within Snow Wolf City. Lin and Arno suddenly appeared, unnoticed by anyone. Fearing detection, the two chose a location a distance away from the tall castle at the city center to reveal themselves. Ding! The host has infiltrated Snow Wolf City, triggering a temporary mission, rescue. The host safely rescues family members captured by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Reward: 1 random devil fruit. Ding! Triggered temporary mission, challenge. Challenge the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, defeat the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, or kill their leader Moto. Reward: Observation Haki and Spear Mastery. Just as they materialized in the alley, 2 system prompts echoed in Lin's mind. He was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He had previously been frustrated that such a major event hadn't trigger a mission, but he didn't expect it to be triggered only after entering Snow Wolf City, and to trigger 2 temporary missions at once. Lin glanced at the 2 tasks, feeling ecstatic in his heart. It was truly a case of a pillow being delivered when one was sleepy. Whether it was the devil fruit or the final technique of the Navy's 6 styles, the finger pistol, both were great treasures. The observation Haki made Lin drool. He had been wanting it for a long time, and now he could gather all 3 types of Haki. The effects of the observation Haki were incredibly powerful. Dodging attacks and sensing the surroundings were just basic operations. When developed to the extreme, it could briefly foresee the future, as well as abilities like Enel's Heartnet and the long-range perception of a smile. Lin had just consumed the Thunder Fruit, and with Enel's Heart Network, he was practically a mobile artillery unit, delivering precise lightning strikes wherever he wanted, just like a guided missile. If it weren't for the unsuitable environment and Arno being nearby, needing to maintain the captain's image, Lin couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. "Captain, it seems the defenses in Snow Wolf City are quite tight," Arno said, peeking his head out from the alley to observe the situation outside. Every so often, guards from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps patrol the streets. "Let's capture a guard and ask about the situation inside the castle," Lin suggested, suppressing his excitement and thinking about their next move. The 2 exited the alley, using the cover of darkness to quietly approach a nearby patrol of 5 guards. These are the lowest level guards of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, not very strong, with the strongest being just a novice warrior. Buzz. As they got closer, before the guards could notice, Lin activated his Conqueror's Haki, causing all 5 guards to roll their eyes back and faint, including the novice warrior who could barely hold on for a second. Lin and Arno dragged the 5 guards back to the alley they had just been in. Arno kicked one of the guards in the face, waking him up. "If you don't want to die, don't make a sound." Arno drew his long sword, the sharp blade resting against the guard's neck, feeling the cold steel against his skin. The guard, just coming to consciousness and still in a daze, was immediately startled and shivered in fear, not daring to make a sound. "Good. I ask you, where is Count William and his family, captured by your Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, under the threat of death?" The guard dare not hide anything and spilled out all he knew, but unfortunately, his rank was too low, and he didn't know much. He only knew that the prisoners were held in the dungeons beneath the castle, but he was unaware of the castle's internal structure or the dungeon's location. Seeing that the guard had no more information, Arno knocked him unconscious with the flat of his sword and said to Lin, "Captain, it seems we have to infiltrate the castle to search for them." "All right, we'll split up," Lin nodded. "Be careful and try not to alert anyone inside the castle. If you encounter Moto, Arno, you must escape immediately. In front of a saint-level powerhouse, you might not even have a chance to elementalize." "I understand," Arno replied solemnly. The ability of the Flash Fruit was indeed powerful, but he would not become arrogant because of it. After discussing their plan, the 2 split up and stealthily made their way toward the huge castle at the center of the city from different directions. Lin felt relatively at ease with Arno. As long as he didn't face Moto head-on, with the ability of the Flash Fruit, escaping shouldn't be too much of a problem, which was why he had only brought Arno along. After about 10 minutes, Lin had quietly infiltrated the castle. The castle was enormous, and its passages and rooms resembled a maze, which was quite troublesome for Lin, who was unfamiliar with the castle's layout. Moreover, the guards inside the castle were evidently more vigilant than those outside. Not only were there patrolling squads, but every so often, there were guards standing watch. And in certain areas, a few ice snow giant wolves lay crouched. The ice snow giant wolves had very keen senses and instincts, and even the slightest noise would alert them. Fortunately, Lin had no aura fluctuations, or he would have been discovered quickly. Hiding in a corner, Lin watched as several guards and the 2 ice snow giant wolves lying at their feet turned the corner of the corridor. He frowned slightly. It was indeed a bit troublesome. If he couldn't find out where his father was being held, acting rashly might lead to the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps attacking his father directly, which would be problematic. involving his father's life and the mission from the system. Lin didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Suddenly, an urgent alarm rang out in the castle. A guard had activated a magical device for warnings. The guards inside the castle immediately became tense. Besides those standing watch, the patrolling guards rushed toward the source of the alarm. And the quiet castle was suddenly in an uproar. Lin's heart tightened. Had Arno been discovered by the guards? It wasn't surprising that Arno couldn't hide his aura and was found, but Lin wasn't worried. It would still be easy for Arno to escape. Arno's commotion had drawn most of the guards away, creating an opportunity for Lin. Several guards ran past Lin's hiding spot, and he suddenly made his move, covering the mouth of the last guard and pulling him into the shadows. A short while later, Lin emerged from the darkness, now wearing the guard's uniform and a helmet. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell he was an imposter. And he had also managed to extract the location of the dungeon entrance from the guard. After sneaking around and using his disguise, Lin was lucky enough to approach the dungeon entrance, only to find over 20 fully armed guards and 4 frost giant wolves, each a level 5 magical beast. Who is it? At this moment, Lin hadn't concealed his presence, and a few of the frost giant wolves were the first to notice him, becoming agitated. The guards at the entrance immediately became alert, and upon seeing Lin, they asked questions. However, seeing Lin dressed like one of their own, their wariness lessened somewhat. There are intruders in the castle. The captains are concerned about the safety of the dungeon, so I was sent to check it out, Lin said as he walked over. Everything's fine here. We are keeping watch. There's absolutely no problem, said a squad leader. The guards at the dungeon entrance had heard the alarm bells, so they didn't suspect Lin's words. That's good. Lin let out a strange laugh and approached closely, immediately unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. An astonishing pressure surged forth, causing more than 20 guards and 4 ice-snow giant wolves to faint. Only the high-ranking squad leader of the warrior team managed to withstand the impact, but he was also pale and sweating profusely. Clap! Lin punched the squad leader on the head, knocking him out. He took the key to the iron door of the dungeon from him, opened the door, and walked inside. In the dungeon, there were still 7 or 8 guards. Before these guards could react, Lin used his Conqueror's Haki to knock them out. At the same time, Count William, Lady Rose, and Vane also fell unconscious, which was intentional on Lin's part. Lin opened the prison door and approached the almost unrecognizable Count William, filled with both heartache and anger, but also overwhelming guilt. After all, he was the father with whom he shared an unbreakable blood bond, and it pained Lin to see him suffer. After standing for a moment, knowing there wasn't much time, Lin awakened Count William. You are Lin? Count William groggily came to from his stupor and, upon opening his eyes, saw Lin standing before him. Compared to before, Lin had changed a lot, but Count William quickly recognized that this was his son. Father, it's me, Lin said with a complex expression. I am an unfilial son who has caused you to suffer. Child, why are you here? Quickly leave, don't worry about me. The moment he saw his son, Count William's face showed a look of surprise, but it quickly turned into tension and urgency, urging Lin to leave. Count William didn't know how Lin had gotten in, but this was the base of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and with the Saint-level powerhouse Moto present, even though his son was a great master, it would still be like an egg hitting a rock. Father, I'm here to rescue you, Lin said. Seeing that Count William's first thought was for his safety touched him deeply. The love of parents for their children is often like this. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is targeting you. It's too dangerous here, Count William said anxiously. Father, rest assured, even if the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is a den of dragons and tigers, I will venture in, Lin said solemnly. I now have enough strength to confront the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, and even against Moto, I have the power to fight. You don't need to worry. Seeing that Lin didn't seem to be lying, Count William was very excited. Who would want to die if they could live? In an instant, he thought of many things. His son had managed to silently infiltrate the heavily guarded dungeon. Perhaps he really had a chance to rescue him. Really? That's wonderful, Count William said, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. His heart, which had been filled with the certainty of death, was now full of hope. He looked at Lin excitedly. Lin, can you guarantee that you can rescue all 3 of us on your own? At this, Lin didn't reply. To be honest, emotionally, he didn't want to save his stepmother and half-brother. Not seeking revenge on them was already being magnanimous. However, Lin didn't know whether the system's temporary task of rescuing required all 3 to be saved to be considered complete, which made him somewhat hesitant. Chapter 163. Returning to old business, Lin, I know what your stepmother did was excessive, and it's natural for you to hate her. Seeing Lin's hesitant expression, Count William pleaded, but she is after all my wife, and Vane is also your biological brother. I cannot watch them die at the hands of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. I beg you as a father. Fine, for your sake, I will save them. Lin sighed. Faced with Count William's plea, he could not refuse. However, from now on, I have nothing to do with them. If they provoke me again in the future, you cannot blame me for being ruthless. All right, Count William said happily. If they dare to offend you again, you ofthe even need to take action. I ofthe spare them. Father, I came in tonight to scout the situation. I can't rescue all three of you on my own. Lin said, my people ofthe arrive in Snow Wolf City until tomorrow. I will come back to rescue you then. I will listen to you. Count William nodded, concerned. You must be careful. If it really becomes impossible, take care of yourself and don't worry about us. I ofthe blame you. Lin took a deep look at Count William, feeling his sincerity, which further strengthened her determination to rescue him. Father, I must leave to avoid being discovered by the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Don't worry, I will do my best to get you out as soon as possible. After explaining everything to Count William, Lin left the dungeon under his reluctant gaze. Originally, Lin had planned to treat his injuries, but considering the risk of being noticed by the Snow Wolf mercenary group, she could only ask Count William to endure for one more day. Lin had just exited the dungeon when the guards who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki slowly regained consciousness. They immediately became alert and looked around. Finding nothing amiss, Count William's family was still in their cell. Although they did not understand why they had fainted inexplicably, seeing that the prisoners were still there, the guards breathed a sigh of relief and remained vigilant to prevent any accidents. Similarly, the guards at the dungeon entrance and a few ice snow giant wolves also woke up. The captain of the guards changed his expression dramatically and quickly checked his keys, finding them still in place. He then opened the dungeon door to check the situation inside and, seeing everything was normal, finally relaxed. At this moment, Andy, who had received news of someone infiltrating the castle, hurried to the dungeon and asked, has anything happened in the dungeon? Reporting to the vice captain, everything is normal in the dungeon, the captain of the guards replied, fearing punishment and concealing the earlier incident of someone coming to the dungeon door and their inexplicable fainting. As long as Count William's family remained in the dungeon, it was sufficient. Watch closely. There must be no slackening. If there are any issues, sound the alarm immediately. Andy instructed. After ordering the guards to keep a close watch on the dungeon, Andy left with his men to search for the enemy that had infiltrated the castle. Andy was furious. No one had ever dared to sneak into the castle before, which was a serious blow to the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps reputation. The castle was already set up with a tight net. As long as the intruder was still inside, they would definitely be found. After exiting the dungeon, Lin did not leave the castle, but instead hid in an empty room that had just been searched by the guards. Seeing that many guards were still searching for Arno, he realized that Arno had not been captured yet or had quietly left the castle, which put his mind at ease. Lin did not choose to leave the castle immediately. Instead, he planned to raid the treasure room of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Since he was going to go to war with the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, it was necessary to temporarily boost his strength. Now that he was as broke as could be, he could only engage in one more no-cost venture. It had been a while since he last engaged in such a venture, and he wasn't sure if his skills had dulled. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was the enemy, and targeting their treasure room did not put any psychological pressure on Lin. Using the enemy's resources to strengthen himself before going to war with them felt very satisfying. Lin had already learned the location of the treasure room from the guard he had questioned earlier. However, he thought that the commotion inside the castle was too loud, making it difficult to reach the treasure room, and the guards there were not weak. The door to the treasure room was forged from fine iron and was very heavy. Even a grandmaster would not be able to break it in a short time. Additionally, there were magical alarm devices set up on the door. Any movement would alert the entire castle's guards. After some thought, Lin decided to lay low for the time being and wait until the search within the castle quieted down before heading to the treasure room. For the next while, he used the absence of any aura fluctuations and the speed granted by the Thunder Fruit to play a game of hide and seek with the castle guards, managing to avoid detection. About an hour later, the castle gradually quieted down, and the search activity almost came to a halt. After such a long time without finding the intruder, it was almost certain that the enemy had escaped the castle. After all, who would be foolish enough to confront the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps directly after revealing their presence? This was the confidence of all the members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. All a bunch of useless fools. Andy erupted in anger. With so many people and so many strong members in the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, including over 10 grandmasters, they couldn't even capture a single enemy who had infiltrated the castle, nor could they even clearly see the enemy's appearance. It was simply pathetic. The captains of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps were scolded by Andy and hung their heads in silence, feeling extremely frustrated. Get out of here. Pull yourselves together. If someone manages to sneak into the castle again, you might as well take your own lives. After venting his anger, Andy waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates, his face dark as he speculated who dared to stir trouble in their territory. Over the years, no mercenary corps had ever dared to provoke the authority of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Even the royal family of the Jitchi Kingdom was very cautious around them and could only try to win them over. The only possible candidate was the fearless Dasha Mercenary Corps, but normally they should not have arrived at Snow Wolf City so quickly after abandoning their Griffin mounts midway, right? Could it be that the Dasha Mercenary Corps had something he was unaware of? Remembering the abilities displayed by Lin Rongfu during their battle in the Hudis Mountains, Andy's expression turned serious. He thought it would be better to report this to the leader. Thus, Andy headed towards a secret chamber where Modo was in closed-door meditation, contemplating the mysteries of the elements. Although the castle had quieted down, the guards' patrols had become denser. Lin cautiously made his way toward the treasure room, nearly being discovered a few times. After a quarter of an hour, he finally approached the vicinity of the treasure room door without incident. Lin sighed, wishing he could use observation haki right now to sense and avoid these patrolling guards. He wouldn't have to play such a dangerous game. His desire for observation haki intensified. The Snow Wolf mercenary group must be destroyed, and Modo must die. The guards at the treasure room entrance were fewer than those at the dungeon entrance, but they were stronger. 1 battle master, 2 battle warriors, and the rest were high-level warriors, along with 2 level 6 ice snow giant wolves. Lin furrowed his brow. This level of guard was somewhat difficult to deal with. Nowadays, the effect of Conqueror's Haki against Grandmasters was minimal, and he didn't have the ability to quickly eliminate a Grandmaster. Although he could use Iaedo, it required preparation time, and that time was enough for the Grandmaster to notice and attack him. Once a battle broke out, it would definitely alert Modo and Andy. It was a headache for Lin. He felt unwilling to give up like this. The required proficiency for skill upgrades was increasing, and naturally, the energy consumption was also rising, with so many skills needing upgrades. After pondering for a moment, Lin gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. As long as he could quickly break through the treasure room door and rush in, even if it alerted Modo, he would have enough time to escape. Fortune favors the bold, the timid perish. With a flash of lightning, Lin dashed towards the treasure room door, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. The guards at the entrance of the treasure room immediately fell like cut wheat, while 2 level 6 ice, snow, giant wolves crouched on the ground, trembling and whimpering. Who is it? The Grandmaster also felt the pressure and shouted, locking his gaze on the rapidly approaching Lin, hastily drawing his weapon. One sword style Iaedo Lion's Song. Just as the Grandmaster drew his weapon, he heard a low shout and an unmatched sword light slash towards him. The momentum carried by the sword light made him feel a chilling sense of danger, and his expression changed drastically as his fighting spirits surged, swinging his sword to block. Boom! The Grandmaster was sent flying by the sword light, crashing into the heavy iron door of the treasure room. With the power Lin unleashed through his Iaedo skill, it was comparable to the combat power of a half-saint. The Grandmaster, initially suppressed by the Conqueror's Haki, was caught off guard and was heavily injured by a single sword strike. The heavy iron door of the treasure room was impacted, and red magical array patterns lit up on the door, with a piercing alarm ringing throughout the entire castle. Lin's expression remained unchanged as he executed another strike with the Dao E character, unleashing another lion's roar. The sharp sword light sliced directly at the solid iron door of the treasure room. The heavily injured battlemaster, seeing the sword light approaching, turned pale with fear and dared not resist. He hurriedly dragged his injured body to the side to dodge the sword light strike. Boom! Another loud sound echoed as the sword light left a deep scar on the solid iron door, but the door remained steadfast, though the glow of the defensive magic array on it dimmed significantly. The defense is truly impressive. Lin was a bit surprised and didn't dare to waste time. He unleashed all his power and slashed out with the Dao E characters, sending 2 lion's roar attacks crashing toward the iron door. Boom! The magic array on the door shattered, creating a large hole in the treasure room door. Lin's face lit up with joy as he transformed into a streak of lightning and darted into the treasure room, crazily stuffing items into his system backpack without even looking at what was inside, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Chapter 164. Great Harvest. The alarm bells and the commotion from searching for intruders in the castle had not disturbed Modo. who was comprehending the essence of elements in the secret room until Andy came to report. Just as Andy was sharing his suspicions with Moto, an astonishing wave of battle erupted within the castle, its intensity far exceeding that of an ordinary grandmaster, and this wave felt very unfamiliar. Not at all like the strong members of their mercenary group. Someone has invaded. This thought simultaneously appeared in Moto and Andy's minds, and their expressions changed instantly. The murderous intent in their hearts was almost uncontrollable. To dare invade their castle, and repeatedly at that, was simply not taking the Snow Wolf mercenary group seriously. Damn it! Moto and Andy both erupted with overwhelming momentum and killing intent at almost the same time. Their figures turned into afterimages as they rushed out of the secret room toward the source of the battle wave. In the treasure room, Lin's hands became afterimages as he collected everything in sight into the system backpack. He didn't have time to discern what the items were or how valuable they were. It was a race against time, and he aimed to take as much as he could. The collection in the Snow Wolf mercenary group's treasure room was simply too abundant, far exceeding any place Lin had previously robbed. Item after item disappeared from the treasure room and was stored in the system space, making Lin feel exhilarated. Having collected more than half of the items in the treasure room, Lin sensed two powerful presences rising within the castle. One of the presences felt somewhat familiar. It should be Andy, whom he had encountered in the Hudis Mountains. The other presence, though unfamiliar, was several times stronger than Andy's, and if nothing else, it must be Moto, the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary group. The two presences rushed toward the treasure room at an astonishing speed. Lin's heart sank. He had indeed alarmed Madwa. Without bothering to collect the remaining items, he flashed out of the treasure room and fled toward the castle exit. If it were just Andy coming, Lin wouldn't be afraid. Even if he wasn't a match, he could still retreat calmly. However, with Madwa's appearance, Lin had no choice but to escape decisively. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't be arrogant enough to face a saint-level powerhouse alone. The commotion in the treasure room had already attracted a large number of guards. As soon as Lin exited the treasure room, he was met by over a dozen guards who had arrived first. Lin didn't want to get entangled with these guards. If he delayed and Madwa caught up, it would be troublesome. So, he quickly turned and sprinted in a different direction. Catch him! The guards shouted as they saw Lin, but unfortunately, their speed was far inferior to his, and they could only eat dust behind him. The castle was large, and the terrain was complex. Lin was unfamiliar with the layout, and there were many guards inside the castle. No matter which direction he ran, there were numerous guards pursuing and blocking him, including quite a few formidable masters at the battle master level, which wouldn't be resolved in a short time. If a fight broke out and he got entangled, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Lin sensed that Madwa and Andy were quickly closing in, getting closer and closer. In a moment of desperation, Lin decided not to run aimlessly. He swung his sword and slashed upward, creating a sword beam that broke a large hole in the castle. Like a flash of lightning, he flew out of the hole and sped away from the castle. Lin had just escaped from the large hole when Moto and Andy arrived. Looking at the gaping hole above, Moto's face turned as dark as ink. In a flash, he followed Lin and charged out through the hole, watching the rapidly disappearing lightning. He soared into the sky to chase after it. As he pursued, Moto grew increasingly alarmed because the speed of that lightning was simply too fast. Despite being a saint-level powerhouse, he couldn't keep up and was being left further behind, all while sensing that the opponent's strength was merely that of a war master. A quarter of an hour later, Moto lost sight of the lightning, which meant he had lost the chase. Boom! A mountain below collapsed under Moto's furious punch. His expression fluctuated between anger and shock. How could someone with only the aura of a war master be so much faster than him? Moreover, the opponent could fly. Was it possible for a war master to fly? It was outrageous. The opponent harnessed lightning to fly. Could they be a lightning element mage? Only this explanation made sense. Lightning mages were quite rare, even among mages. The most common elements were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while wind, lightning, and frost were less common. Moto had never heard of any lightning mage in the kingdom of Jechi. With nothing to show for his efforts, Moto returned to the castle in frustration and summoned Andy to inquire about the situation inside. "Captain, has that thief been killed?" Andy asked, not noticing Moto's expression. He figured that since Moto had acted, the thief couldn't possibly have escaped. He just didn't know whether Moto had captured or killed him. Moto's face darkened, and he shot Andy a glare. "What are you bringing that up for, brother? You're walking a narrow path." "He got away," Moto said gloomily. "What? How is that possible?" Andy was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. But seeing Moto's serious expression, He couldn't help but speculate wildly about who could escape from Moto's grasp. Could it be another saint-level powerhouse? What is the situation inside the castle? Modo, uninterested in Andy's thoughts, asked. Captain, everything else in the castle is fine, but the captain of the 8th squad guarding the treasure room was seriously injured, Andy said, his face full of bitterness as he cautiously glanced at Moto and gritted his teeth, and the treasure room was robbed. More than half of the collection was stolen. What? Moto exclaimed. A terrifying aura erupted from him like a hurricane, shattering all the furniture and decorations in the room. Andy struggled to withstand Moto's pressure, feeling like a small boat in a storm, being tossed about with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Bastard! Who the hell dares to oppose me? Moto was seething with rage, his killing intent surging. If that damn thief were in front of him, Moto would definitely strangle him to death with his own hands. Fortunately, the more valuable items were stored in spatial rings. Even so, losing more than half of the treasure was enough to make Moto's heart ache. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was powerful and had high expenses. Without sufficient money and resources, how could he support his underlings? Although being a big brother held prestige, it wasn't easy. Moto was nearly driven mad. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps dominated the mercenary world of the Kingdom of Jechi and was not an insignificant name on the entire Divine Grace continent. As a saint-level powerhouse, Moto had suppressed a nation for decades without anyone daring to challenge his authority. But recently, Lin and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps had dared to kill his son, and with Lin and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps not yet dealt with, now another thief had broken into the castle and nearly emptied the treasure room. What a humiliation! Moto felt as if he had been slapped in the face and had to consider what this represented. In the Kingdom of Jechi, which force was so fearless and possessed such strength? Aside from the royal family, Moto couldn't think of any others. The Mage Association and Mercenary Guild could be ruled out. As long as he didn't provoke these two behemoths, they wouldn't take action against the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. After all, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps only ruled the Kingdom of Jechi and was just a small player in front of the Mage Association and Mercenary Guild. Could it be that the Gaul V was finally going to take action against him? Moto knew very well what his standing was in Gaul V's eyes. The first thing that Gaul V probably wished for every day was for him to die. If given the chance, Gaul V would definitely be the first to strike. However, Moto still found it hard to believe that Gaul V would dare to take the initiative unless he no longer wished to be king. Moto squinted slightly, cold light shooting from his eyes. Gaul V, I hope it's not you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not treating you as a king. On a bare, rocky mountain hundreds of miles from Snow Wolf City, Lin sat on a large stone, counting the gains in his system backpack. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. This adventure was not in vain and could be considered a bountiful harvest. When Lin counted the harvest, the first thing he focused on was the magic crystals and magic stones that could convert system energy. As the mercenary group that has long occupied the top rank in the Kingdom of Jiaqing, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group naturally has a large stockpile of magic crystals. The magic crystals stored in the treasure room are all at least level 5, with quite a few level 7 crystals, but unfortunately, there are no level 8 magic crystals. Otherwise, Lin would really like to know how much energy a holy level magic crystal could convert. Currently, the only level 8 magic crystal Lin has is from a mother of the little white tiger, still embedded in the corpse of the Thunderwing white tiger. However, Lin will not touch the magic crystal from the Thunderwing white tiger. In addition to the magic crystals, he also harvested over 300 magic stones from various elements. There are quite a few mages in the Snow Wolf Mercenary Group, so they naturally store a large amount of magic stones. The energy converted by one magic stone is comparable to that of a level 6 magic crystal. With over 300 magic stones, that amounts to over 300 level 6 magic crystals, and a low-level level 6 magic crystal can convert 50,000 system energy. Calculating this way, just the magic stones alone can convert nearly 20 million energy. What a great harvest, truly a great harvest. Lin's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his ears. After all the magic crystals and magic stones were converted into system energy, he had several tens of millions of energy, feeling wealthier than ever before. This was true overnight wealth. The previous robberies were child's play. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps were all good people. This adventure was worth it, incredibly worth it. System. Convert all the magic crystals into system energy. Lin ordered the system to only convert the harvested magic crystals, leaving the magic stones for now, as he still had a guess in mind that he wanted to test later. Ding! Energy conversion successful. Increased energy by 5 million. With an increase of 5 million energy, Lin, who had only a little over 100,000 energy left, instantly became a millionaire, feeling incredibly satisfied. Chapter 165, Devil Fruit. With a fortune in hand, Lin became quite extravagant, and shopping was a must. He immediately opened the system mall to browse various products. The first choice was, of course, the devil fruits. Now that he had the Trinity special physique, Lin could eat another devil fruit. As for skills, there was anything he needed to buy for the moment. The final techniques of the Navy 6 styles and the observation haki, which Lin needed the most, would be obtained after completing the current mission, so there was no need to waste energy on purchases. Although he was short on energy now, there would be many future uses for it. Many members of the mercenary group still didn't have devil fruits, and achieving the goal of having all members with devil fruit abilities was definitely something he wanted to realize. Lin pondered over what the last devil fruit should be. He already had Zoan and Logia types, so he needed to pair it with a Paramecia type. There are many powerful devil fruits in the Paramecia category, with the most famous being Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which contributed significantly to his title as the world's strongest man, being referred to as a power capable of destroying the world. However, for offensive capabilities, Lin felt that the Thunder fruit was sufficient. If developed well, it could also be natural disaster level, and with swordsmanship, he was not lacking in attack power, so he temporarily excluded the Tremor fruit. Finally, Lin's gaze fell upon the Dordor fruit. This fruit was not well known among pirates and had no outstanding performances, but Lin believed that CP9's Bruno was too incompetent and had not truly developed the fruit's abilities. The Dordor fruit involves spatial abilities. Time is revered, space is king, and the power of space is one of the strongest forces in the world. Bruno's development of the Dordor fruit was limited to opening doors in various locations, which was a waste of the fruit's potential. There are no useless devil fruits, only useless people. A gum fruit was played to its fullest by Kuma, and a string fruit was developed to the awakening stage by Doflamingo. If the Dordor fruit were properly developed to master spatial abilities when it comes to the power to destroy the world, the Tremor fruit would just be a younger brother in comparison. In the system store, the price of the Dordor fruit was 5 million energy, 5 times more than the 2 million energy of the Tremor fruit, reflecting the value of the Dordor fruit. System, purchase the Dordor fruit. Ding. Purchase successful. The Dordor fruit has been stored in the system backpack. Without hesitation, Lin immediately took out the Dordor fruit and ate it. He quickly grasped the abilities of the Dordor fruit, feeling that he could open a portal on any object he touched. This ability would be convenient for stealing. If he had had the power of the Dordor fruit earlier, he could have quietly entered the village to rob the Snow Wolf mercenary group's treasury without making such a commotion. However, the Dordor fruit should only involve relatively low-level applications of spatial abilities. To develop the spatial capabilities that Lin desired, he would need to ponder more on his own. But as long as he was on the right track, it was just a matter of time. System. Use system energy to upgrade the Dordor fruit to the beginner full level. Ding. Consumed 100,000 energy points. The Dordor fruit's level upgraded to beginner full level. Tau power value 100. At the beginner full level, the Dordor fruit allowed Lin to use it more proficiently, not just opening doors on physical objects, but also in the air, allowing him to traverse to another place through the spatial door. As for how far he could travel, it depended on Lin's stamina and the perception ability of his observation haki. Theoretically, as long as Lin's observation haki could cover the entire Divine Grace continent, he could traverse freely across the continent. Currently, without the aid of observation haki, the distance he could traverse was limited. System, continue to upgrade the Dordor fruit's level. Ding. Consumed 1 million energy points. The Dordor fruit's level upgraded to intermediate full level. Tau power value 1000. The fruit's abilities advanced further, and Lin gained the ability to open dimensional spaces, allowing him to hide in dimensional space to evade enemies' searches and attacks. And he could also bring others into hiding within the dimensional space. As for the development of other fruit abilities, it depended on Lin's imagination. The imagination in developing devil fruit abilities is the most important, as there is nothing that cannot be done, only what cannot be imagined. Unfortunately, limited by Lin's level. The Dordor fruit's level could only be upgraded to intermediate full level for now. Otherwise, Lin was confident he could develop even more applications of spatial abilities. Even so, it was enough to make Lin ecstatic. With all 3 types of fruits complete, he had already laid the foundation for invincibility. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of the Divine Grace continent. Lin looked at the attribute panel, checking which skills could still be upgraded. With enough energy, he decided to enhance some skills to prepare for the upcoming fierce battle against the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. Intermediate Swordsmanship, Navy 6 Techniques, and the Thunderfruit ability could all be upgraded. Intermediate Swordsmanship to the Advanced Perfect level required 10 million energy. Although the system had enough energy, consuming over half of it at once made Lin hesitate. He decided to first upgrade the Thunderfruit ability and Navy 6 Techniques. System: upgrade Iron Block, Raging Foot, and the Thunderfruit ability to Intermediate Perfect. Ding. Consumed 450,000 energy points. Skill: Iron Block upgraded to Intermediate Perfect. Dao Power 500. Ding. Consumed 4,860,000 energy points. Skill: Raging Foot upgraded to Intermediate Perfect. Dao Power 500. Ding. Consumed 5,000,000 energy points. Thunderfruit level upgraded to Intermediate Perfect. Dao Power 500. The Thunderfruit level had reached its current highest peak, and the Navy 6 Techniques could still be improved. But advancing to the Advanced Perfect level required 5 million energy. With only over 15 million left, Lin could only upgrade 3 skills now. Just moments ago, he felt wealthy with millions in hand, but his expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, there was never enough money, and energy was always in short supply. Lin felt an impulse to convert over 300 magic stones into energy, but thought better of it, as magic stones had other uses. Should he continue upgrading the Navy 6 Techniques or upgrade Intermediate Swordsmanship? After some thought, Lin decided to spend 10 million energy to upgrade Intermediate Swordsmanship. After reaching perfect level, he would gain an additional sword technique, enhancing his combat options, and his Dao power would increase by 10,000 points. Although due to rules, he could only have a Dao power of 999 before breaking through to the Saint level. It didn't mean that the extra Dao power would disappear. It simply couldn't exceed the rules in combat effectiveness. System: upgrade Intermediate Swordsmanship. Ding. Consumed 10 million energy. Intermediate Swordsmanship reached perfect level, gaining sword technique. Great Morning Regret. Dao power 10,000. A surge of immense energy welled up within Lin, and he felt his strength rapidly increase in a short time. However, he soon hit a bottleneck, reaching the upper limits set by the rules. System: open attribute panel. Character: Lin level, 48 experience, 80,075,000 Dao power, 9,999, 331. Occupation: swordsman skills, basic swordsmanship, perfect, beginner swordsmanship, perfect, intermediate swordsmanship, perfect, shave, intermediate, perfect, paper drawing, intermediate, perfect, iron block, intermediate, perfect, moon step, intermediate, perfect, raging foot, intermediate, perfect, life return, intermediate, perfect, Armament Haki, intermediate, perfect, Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, perfect, listen to all things, not upgradable. Devil fruit, phantom beast type phoenix, intermediate, perfect, natural type thunder fruit, intermediate, perfect, techniques, 1 sword style Iato, 1 flash, continuous flash, lion's elegy, 1 sword style 36 troubled phoenix, 1 sword style 360 troubled phoenix, great morning regret physique, overbearing sword body, trinity expertise, none pets, amethyst lion king, level 6 beginner beast, thunder-winged white tiger, level 2 beast, special items, none energy, 59, 730, 100 backpack, king of snipers, black blade, autumn water quests, main quest 1, dream of full level, post level upgrade to full level, phase 3 quest, reach level 60, reward, 1 upgrade gift pack, main quest 2, the ambition of the mercenary corps, upgrade the Xiao mercenary corps to SSS level, phase 2 quest, a level mercenary corps, reward, 1 promotion gift pack, temporary quest, rescue, safely rescue family members captured by the Snow Wolf mercenary corps, reward, 1 random devil fruit, temporary quest, challenge, challenge the Snow Wolf mercenary corps, defeat the Snow Wolf mercenary corps or kill their leader Moto, reward, observation Haki and finger gun. Looking at the latest attribute panel, the Dao power column showing 9,999 made Lin feel excited. Now, his normal attack with 1 sword had reached the maximum possible damage, making skills unnecessary. A normal attack was already a big move. His attacks were comparable to semi-saint powerhouses, and combined with numerous skills and fruit abilities, defeating a semi-saint was no longer a dream. Facing saint-level powerhouses, he was no longer anxious. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. The speed of the Thunder Fruit was beyond what even saint-level powerhouses could match, as he had just proven against Moto. Now, with the added ability to hide in the dimensional space, he had double insurance, making him feel extremely safe. With over 597 million energy remaining, further increases in Dao power didn't hold much significance, so there was no need to upgrade other skills. Lin decided to save up energy to buy devil fruits for the other subordinates of a mercenary corps. In the sky, a yellow flash rushed from afar, arriving in the blink of an eye. The yellow light landed before Lin, revealing Arno's figure. "Captain, I knew you would be fine." Seeing Lin, Arno felt relieved. Earlier, he had quickly been discovered by the guards of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps inside the castle, and had no choice but to escape first, waiting outside for Lin, who knew he would wait for over an hour, worrying greatly. If he hadn't been concerned about dragging Lin down if he went back in, he would have tried to sneak in to find him. Later, when he saw Lin emerge from the castle, followed by a terrifying powerhouse, he dared not act recklessly. It wasn't until that terrifying powerhouse lost track of Lin and returned to the castle that Arno followed the direction Lin had escaped. Arno was extremely excited. The terrifying powerhouse pursuing the captain was undoubtedly Modo, the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, a saint-level powerhouse. If even a saint-level powerhouse couldn't catch up to his captain, Arno felt that Jack's decision to follow Lin was indeed the right one. Chapter 166. Yasuo's shock seeing Arno. Lin also felt at ease. He had never noticed Arno before and was worried that something had happened to him. After all, Arno only had the strength of a beginner war master. Even with the ability of the flash fruit, encountering semi-saint or even saint-level powerhouses was still very dangerous. That night, in a great mood, Lin took out the prepared food and wine from the system backpack and enjoyed a hearty meal with Arno. He then set up a tent to rest for the night, recuperating. Under favorable conditions, Lin would never let himself be deprived. The next morning, Lin Rongfu, Sherlin, and others arrived, joining Lin and Arno. Along with them were two more people. One was the royal worship Jonathan, a familiar face, and the other was Yasuo, the pillar of the Chi Kingdom, a saint-level powerhouse. Yasuo appeared as a middle-aged man, but was actually in his 70s or 80s, due to his powerful strength. He looked decades younger than his actual age. He wore a simple gray-white robe over green battle armor, with long flowing beard, exuding the aura of a strong person. Yasuo concealed his aura, making it difficult to discern his exact strength, but Lin and the others did not dare to be negligent. "We have met Lord Yasuo." Lin and Arno hurriedly bowed, not only out of respect for each other's strength, but also because the other party was here to help. "Are you Lin?" Yasuo assessed Lin with a gleam in his eyes and smiled, admiringly saying, "Not bad, indeed a young hero. Having a rising star like you in the mercenary world of the kingdom of Jechi is a blessing for the kingdom." "Lord Yasuo, you flatter me." "I don't dare to take such praise," Lin humbly replied. "This time, in order to save my family. I greatly appreciate Lord Yasuo and Lord Jonathan for lending a helping hand." "Huh, little brother Lin, there's no need to be polite. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps has committed many evils, and I've long been displeased with them." Jonathan laughed heartily. "I wonder if you have any plans for the next steps, little brother Lin? This rescue will be led by you, and both Lord Yasuo and I will cooperate with you." "Thank you, both lords," Lin expressed his gratitude. "Last night, I infiltrated the castle of Snow Wolf City and have already identified the location where my father and the others are being held." Upon hearing this, both Yasuo and Jonathan looked at Lin in surprise. This kid actually infiltrated Modwa's castle and came out unscathed. "Was Modwa not in the castle last night?" "My lords, I already have a detailed plan for the rescue." Lin shared his plan with everyone. Originally, he had already discussed the specific rescue plan with Lin Rongfu and others. But now with the addition of the door fruit, they abandoned the previous plan. "We will directly assault Snow Wolf City. Lord Yasuo will hold off Modo, while Lord Jonathan will deal with Andy, the vice captain of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The other members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps will be handled by my partners." Lin said, "As for me, I will sneak into the castle when the battle breaks out, rescue my father and the others first, and then we will besiege Modo. I am confident that I can work with Lord Yasuo to kill Modo." "Is what you said true, Lin?" "Arrogance is absolutely unacceptable," Yasuo frowned, showing a hint of displeasure on his face. Even he lacked the confidence to kill Modo. The best outcome would be to defeat Modo. If Modo wanted to escape, he had no assurance of being able to stop him. A mere great master actually dares to boast about being able to kill a saint-level powerhouse? This made Yasuo's previous good impression of Lin diminish significantly. A young man who speaks recklessly and is unaware of his own limitations, no matter how talented, will not go far. A dead genius is nothing at all. "Yes, little brother Lin, it's not that easy to kill Modo," Jonathan quickly added, fearing that Lin's arrogance might provoke Yasuo. They both came to assist Lin in rescuing people under the orders of Charles de Gaulle V, with the focus being on assistance. If there was an opportunity to kill Modo, they naturally would not hold back, but without the chance to kill Modo, they would not rashly act against the Snow Wolf mercenary group, to avoid Modo retaliating against the kingdom of Jiaqing after escaping. The revenge of a saint-level powerhouse is extremely terrifying. He could easily cause chaos across the country by killing the lords of major cities, which had no saint-level powerhouses to protect them. Thus, Jonathan and Yasuo's original plan was to act according to the situation. After Lin and the others rescued the people, they would intervene to block the pursuit of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, so as not to overly provoke Modo. Before things turned hostile, Modo would not act against the royal family. After all, he had the foundation of Snow Wolf City, which was also his weakness, and he was wary of the strong Yasuo from the royal family. Lin smiled, knowing the thoughts of Yasuo and Jonathan. He reached out and brushed through the air, and a faint spatial fluctuation emerged, revealing a portal in front of him. Inside the portal, there seemed to be a thin mist swirling, making it hard to see what was inside. Spatial magic? Yasuo, who had seen so much, immediately sensed the fluctuation of spatial power. He looked at Lin in shock. Wasn't this kid a grandmaster of combat? How could he also wield magic, and not just any magic, but the legendary spatial magic? In his travels across the continent, he had never encountered a spatial mage, only read about them in books. This kid was actually a dual practitioner of martial and magical arts. Simply a monster. Dual practitioners possess the talents of both warriors and mages, and are considered geniuses among geniuses. While Yasuo had encountered such talents during his travels, none had displayed abilities as monstrous as Lin's. At less than 20 years old, he was already a grandmaster of combat and had mastered the legendary spatial magic. This was against the odds. Yasuo realized he had seriously underestimated Lin. Indeed, it was spatial magic. Lin said calmly, not bothering to explain that it was actually the ability of the Mumin fruit and not true spatial magic at all. Lin Rongfu and others, including Shilin, looked at Lin En with surprise. Lin En had gained another ability, a remarkable space ability, which excited them greatly. Yasuo and Jonathan exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They understood why Lin En was able to infiltrate the Snow Wolf Castle and escape unharmed. With space magic, where could Lin En be trapped? Lord Yasuo, Lord Jonathan, with my space magic blocking Modwa, he won't be able to escape. We will definitely be able to kill him, Lin En said. Great. This time, Modwa is bound to die, Yasuo exclaimed excitedly. Without Modwa's interference, the Jiaqi kingdom would surely develop better. Once Modwa was dead, the Snow Wolf mercenary corps would be wiped out. Both Yasuo and Jonathan were very excited, seeing the hope of eliminating the Snow Wolf mercenary corps. They no longer dared to view Lin En with the eyes of looking down on a junior. It was clear that Lin En's future exceeded their imagination, and his future achievements would far surpass theirs. After discussing their plan, the group did not delay and headed towards Snow Wolf City. More than an hour later, they arrived at the front of Snow Wolf City. Lin En used his fruit ability to enter the dimensional space and headed towards the interior of Snow Wolf City, while Yasuo unleashed the aura of a holy level powerhouse, pressing down towards Snow Wolf City. The terrifying aura of the holy level powerhouse loomed like dark clouds over the city, making everyone in Snow Wolf City feel as if they were facing a terrifying natural disaster, anxious and uneasy. A figure flew out from the center of the castle in Snow Wolf City, reaching the city gate in the blink of an eye, also exuding a terrifying aura that countered Yasuo's. It was none other than Modwa, the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary corps. Yasuo, what are you doing in my Snow Wolf City? Modwa's fierce gaze swept over Lin Rongfu and the others, finally landing on Yasuo. He was all too familiar with this old rival. Modwa, you have been wantonly capturing the nobles of the kingdom, disregarding the laws of the kingdom and the majesty of the royal family. Today, I come on the orders of His Majesty the King, Yasuo shouted. Ha! What a joke. I give Charles de Gaulle V face. He is the king, but if I don't, he is nothing. Modwa scoffed, looking coldly at Yasuo. Yasuo, Charles de Gaulle V has lost his mind. Have you lost yours too? If you withdraw now, I can pretend nothing happened, and the Snow Wolf mercenary corps and the royal family can continue to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning the Jiaqi kingdom upside down. Modwa's words were filled with confidence. He and Yasuo had fought countless times, and it had always been a stalemate, with neither able to do anything to the other. Thus, a balance had formed between the royal family and the Snow Wolf mercenary corps. Since Lin En killed his son, Modwa would definitely not let him go. If the royal family intervened, then he wouldn't hold back. His words were both a reminder and a threat. Anyone who obstructed him from avenging his son would be his enemy. Daring to be disrespectful to His Majesty the King, Madwa, you deserve to die. Yasuo's expression turned furious, and with a loud shout, he charged at Madwa, drawing his knight's greatsword. He slashed out, and a phantom of a towering giant tree appeared in the sky, with countless leaves falling from it, solidifying into tangible fighting spirit leaves, raining down on Madwa. Each fighting spirit leaf had the power to kill a low-level battlemaster. Earth elemental mysticism, guardian of the sacred mountain. Madwa also swung his sword, and a phantom of a great mountain enveloped him, blocking all the fighting spirit leaves that flew at him. Yasuo, how many times have we fought? You cannot do anything to me. Within the mountain phantom, Madwa stood firm like a mountain. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Let's talk. Yasuo shouted loudly, charging at Madwa in midair. He thrust his sword, and fighting spirit transformed into a thick green vine, resembling a giant dragon, wrapping around the mountain phantom surrounding Madwa. Damn Yasuo, if that's the case, I'll take care of you first, Madwa roared in anger. He only wanted to avenge his son. Why did the damn Charles de Gaulle V and Yasuo have to stop him? The sacred mountain descends, suppress. Madwa swung his great sword, and a small mountain of fighting spirit fell from the sky, heavy and overwhelming, crashing down on the giant vine dragon. Boom! The terrifying shockwave exploded in the air, causing the ground below to tremble violently, sinking several feet, and the thick walls of Snow Wolf City cracked. Jonathan and Lin Rongfu's faces turned pale, and they quickly dodged away from the center of the battle between the two holy-level powerhouses. At this moment, Andy, leading the strong members of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, also rushed to the city gate. Upon seeing Lin Rongfu, Andy's eyes turned red, and the scars on his back began to throb painfully. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and charged towards Lin Rongfu. Chapter 167. The Fall of the Snow Wolf in the Dungeon of Snow Wolf City. A dimensional space door quietly opened, and Lin En stepped out. Lin En. Upon seeing Lin En suddenly appear, Count William and the others had different reactions. Count William was delighted, while Lady Rose and Lin En's younger brother, Wayne, were terrified and screamed. The commotion in the cell attracted the attention of the dungeon guards. A dozen guards looked over, surprised to find an extra person in the dungeon. Although they were puzzled as to how someone suddenly appeared in the dungeon, it did not prevent them from reacting correctly. If the person was not from the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, then they could only be an enemy. Someone has infiltrated the dungeon. Capture him. The guards of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps shouted, drawing their weapons and surrounding Lin En. Lin looked at the dozen or so guards surrounding him, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Previously, in order to find his father's location without alarming the enemy, he had merely used his Conqueror's Haki to knock out the dungeon guards. Now, he no longer needed to hold back. One sword style, draw with a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing a sword light several feet long that swept across the guards. In an instant, blood splattered, and the guards fell like crops being cut down, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and broken bodies. Seeing such a brutal and bloody scene, Count William and the others were dumbfounded, their stomachs churning violently. Lady Qiangwei and Wayne nearly wet themselves, trembling in fear. Was this still the Lin they knew? Not only powerful, but also ruthless. Lady Qiangwei and Wayne quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin anymore, fearing that his sword might come for them next. Father, let's go. I'll take you out first. Lin walked up to the three with a blank expression and cut the chains binding them. He noted the expressions of Madame Rose and Wayne, but did not care. To him, these two were no different from passers-by, like ants, posing no threat at all. Good, good, Count William exclaimed, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. He did not want to stay in this cursed place for a moment longer. Lin opened the dimensional gate and took Count William and the other two out of the dungeon. At the foot of a mountain several dozen miles away from Snow Wolf City, the dimensional gate opened, and Lin and the others stepped out, seeing that they were no longer in the dungeon of Snow Wolf City. Count William and the others were greatly surprised, having survived the ordeal. They were also immensely shocked by Lin's miraculous abilities. Father, you all rest here for a while. I still need to return to Snow Wolf City. Lin took out some food, clothes, and healing potions and handed them to Count William, also giving them some gold coins. After a brief exchange, he prepared to return to Snow Wolf City to join the battle. Lin, Count William called out to him from behind. Thanks to you this time. Father, this is what I should do, Lin replied with a slight shake of his head. Moreover, you were also dragged into this because of me. William felt deeply emotional. The son who once had no talent for cultivation had now grown into a towering tree, making even him, as a father, look up to him. Lin, your stepmother and brother have made some mistakes in the past. We are all family, and I hope you can forgive them. I promise they won't make such mistakes again, Count William said with a complicated expression. Although he felt guilty towards Lin, he was genuinely worried that Lin might act against Lady Rose and Wayne in anger. At that moment, Lady Rose and her son Wayne looked at Lin with anxiety and fear, as if waiting for their fate to be decided. I have already forgotten the past. Lin said lightly that to him now, his stepmother and younger brother were no different from ants. They posed no threat to him at all. It didn't matter if he took revenge, but out of respect for his father. He didn't want to make things difficult for Count William. Moreover, he didn't plan to return to Jelly City in the future. He couldn't just kill his stepmother and Wayne and leave Count William to live alone in loneliness. Father, I will be traveling in the Divine Grace Continent from now on, and it's very likely I won't return to Jelly City. Please take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, both Lady Rose and Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had received a pardon. Count William's expression was both relieved and complex. He wanted to say something more, but Lin had already opened the dimensional portal and left. The battle at the Snow Wolf City gates was still ongoing and had reached a fever pitch. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and the Daxiao Mercenary Corps were engaged in fierce combat. Although the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps had the advantage in numbers and many strong fighters, the members of the Daxiao Mercenary Corps were not weak either, and with the strange and powerful abilities of the Nature Devil Fruit, they had the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps strong fighters crying out in distress and fear. Additionally, Jonathan, a semi-holy level expert, was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Unstoppable, while the deputy leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Andy, was held back by Lin Rongfu. There was simply no match for him. Thus, the battlefield showed a one-sided situation. In the sky, the battle between the two holy level experts, Yasuo and Moto, was evenly matched. They had been old rivals for many years and had fought numerous times, being very familiar with each other's strengths and techniques, making it difficult to determine a winner in a short time. As holy level experts, their battle was naturally earth-shattering. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky. If it had been on the ground, half of Snow Wolf City would likely have been destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. On the edge of the battlefield, Lin's figure silently appeared. He scanned the entire battlefield with his gaze and saw that his side was not suffering losses and even had the upper hand. So he felt relieved. He did not intervene, but instead focused on Yasuo and Moto in the sky. Moto had to be killed to complete the system's task. Although defeating the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would also complete the task, if Moto escaped and remained alive, Lin would be restless in his sleep, knowing a holy level expert was after him. Therefore, Moto had to die. The dimensional portal opened again, and Lin swiftly entered the dimensional space, disappearing from sight. In the sky, the battle between Yasuo and Moto intensified, and Lin, within the dimensional space, watched their fight through the spatial barrier. The two holy level experts did not notice Lin hiding in the dimensional space, and the aftermath of their battle could not reach him. Lin's gaze was fixed on Moto, ready to launch a sneak attack the moment Moto showed any sign of weakness, even if he couldn't take Moto's life in one strike. As long as he could inflict serious injuries, Moto's fate would be sealed. After a quarter of an hour, the opportunity Lin had been waiting for arrived. After a clash of ultimate moves between Moto and Yasuo, both were somewhat drained, hovering in the air several dozen meters apart while warily watching each other. Yasuo was in slightly better condition, not because he was stronger than Moto, but because he was calmer. Moto, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the battle below, where his mercenaries were retreating one after another, which divided his attention and made him slightly anxious in his fight against Yasuo, putting him at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of the moment both sides were recovering their internal fighting spirit, Moto swept his mental energy across the battlefield below, his expression darkening as he saw that his mercenaries were no match for the enemy and had suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, all his men would be dead. And what meaning would it have for him to be the last remaining commander? He would lose everything he had accumulated over decades, and the face of a saint-level powerhouse would be lost. He had to quickly defeat that bastard Yasuo. Moto mobilized all his fighting spirit, his aura suddenly rising. The powerful fighting spirit affecting the surrounding space, creating subtle ripples. Divine Mountain descends, Moto shouted, swinging his sword as his mighty fighting spirit condensed into a massive shadow of a divine mountain, pressing down towards Yasuo. At the moment he swung the sword, Moto suddenly felt an intense sense of crisis. A saint-level powerhouse's perception was extremely sharp, especially when it came to threats against him. feeling the danger approaching from behind. Moto's expression changed drastically. However, having just poured all his fighting spirit into that sword strike, he was not only unprepared for the attack from behind, but even if he had anticipated it, he wouldn't have had much strength to counter it at that moment. Boom! A thick pillar of lightning struck from behind, and Moto barely had time to mobilize the remaining fighting spirit to form a defensive shield on his back before being hit by the lightning pillar. The powerful attack instantly shattered the fighting spirit defense, crashing into Moto and sending him plummeting towards the ground. This lightning pillar was, of course, unleashed by Lin. Seizing the opportunity while Moto was fully focused on attacking Yasuo, he decisively used the ability of the Thunder Fruit to launch his strongest attack. Seeing the sneak attack succeed and Moto injured as he fell, Lin did not waste the opportunity, decisively striking again and unleashing a sword light towards the falling Moto. One sword style, Iato Lion's Song. Moto, falling, was filled with rage and despair. Feeling the sword light coming again, his eyes widened in fury. But he couldn't stabilize his body. The previous lightning pillar had injured him, but wasn't enough to take his life. However, the nature of the lightning left him paralyzed, making it nearly impossible to gather his fighting spirit. Beast, you will die. Moto could only let out an angry roar before being struck by the sword light, his body crashing to the ground like a meteor, causing the earth around him to collapse for several meters. On the other side, Yasuo, having regained his senses, did not waste the opportunity and took the chance to strike a drowning dog, aiming to eliminate this great threat to the kingdom. The shadow of a towering tree reappeared in the air, blocking out the sun as it descended towards Moto's crash site. Countless sharp sword lights erupted, turning that area into a void, with faint black cracks visible. Those were space fractures, indicating that even the space itself had been shattered. Ding! Detected that Moto, the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, has died. Temporary mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check host. The system prompt rang out in a timely manner, and Lin let out a sigh of relief, a radiant smile appearing on his face. With Moto dead, the subsequent battle was naturally one-sided. The morale of the Snow Wolf mercenary group was shattered, and they had no heart to fight, fleeing for their lives. The low-ranking minions escaped, but the senior officials of the Snow Wolf mercenary group were not so lucky, all perishing in this battle. After years of dominating the Jechi kingdom and independently controlling a city, the Snow Wolf mercenary group was thus destroyed. In this battle, the Daxiao mercenary group reaped huge rewards, gaining rich practical experience and significantly increasing their strength. The vast wealth left behind by the Snow Wolf mercenary group allowed the Daxiao mercenary group to feast well. The Jechi kingdom did not demand a single cent, giving everything to the Daxiao mercenary group as a reward for eliminating this tumor. After cleaning up the aftermath of Snow Wolf City, the issue of resettlement was naturally the concern of the Jechi kingdom. Lin returned to the royal capital with everyone, receiving a warm welcome from King Charles de Gaulle, who generously bestowed the title of Marquis of the Kingdom upon Lin. However, Lin declined, stating that his journey would take him across the entire Divine Grace continent, and he would not stay in the Jechi kingdom for long. Although Charles de Gaulle felt regretful, he could not force it, and instead, he bestowed all the rewards meant for Lin to his father, Count William. Benefiting from his son's honor, was elevated in rank, his status now comparable to that of a duke. Lin stayed in the capital for a few more days. After handling the affairs of the capital, he set off with his companions for the next destination, the vast world beyond the kingdom of Chachi. Thinking of the mercenary leaderboard he obtained from the mercenary guild, Lin felt a surge of excitement. The future Daxia mercenary group would definitely rise to the top of the mercenary groups on the Divine Grace continent, making the name of the Daxia mercenary group known throughout the continent. Synopsis: you have fighting spirit, I have armed color domineering. You have magic, I have a nature-type devil fruit. In this life, Lin does not want to drift aimlessly anymore. He believes that as long as he is given time, he can reach the peak of the world and bring down the gods from their thrones.